Awakening with the Super God tier talent, Chaotic Sword Heart, right at the start, boosting swordsman skill proficiency by 10,000 times and final damage by 1,000 times. When Tianwen descends upon reality, Shu Chen, wielding a novice sword, one-shots a bronze boss, spamming world announcements. Watch how he uses this heaven-defying golden finger, starting from scratch, to slash through the starry river and ascend to the highest peak. Shu Chen was awakened by his mom's call, learning his living expenses had been sent. Hurrying to the classroom, just as he sat down, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Tianwen will officially launch in 4 hours. Player's physical body will enter a virtual space. In the near future, you will be grateful for all the efforts made to become stronger. Descent countdown, 30 days. Shu Chen was stunned, thinking his system had descended. His deskmate Yi Xiaolong, Fatty Dragon, also whispered he heard the voice. Just as they thought they were the chosen ones, they found the whole class discussing it. The study committee member and Shu Chen's rival, Zheng Huahua, claimed to only love studying and not games, earning Fatty Dragon's disdain. Shu Chen and Fatty Dragon agreed to log in at 12 p.m. sharp. Their homeroom teacher, Old Lu, came in, berating the students for not studying and disbelieving the nonsense about Tianwen. At 12 p.m., Tianwen officially launched. With a thought, Shu Chen disappeared from his seat in a flash of white light. Ding! Congratulations player Shu Chen for being the first to log into Tianwen, receiving one chance to draw a God-tier talent. Shu Chen was overjoyed. Ding! God-tier talent drawing in progress. Congratulations player Shu Chen, obtained God-tier talent Exquisite Sword Heart. Squeak! System error. The jade pendant he had worn since childhood flashed, and the talent draw encountered an error. It's over, is my God-tier talent gone? Shu Chen felt helpless. System correction complete. Congratulations host for obtaining Super God-tier talent Chaotic Sword Heart, one of the Super God-tier talents born at the beginning of the Hongmeng universe. The owner is forcibly converted to the Swordsman class. Swordsman skill proficiency increases by 10,000 times. When dealing damage with a sword, final damage increases by 1,000 times. Unlocks 3 exclusive Chaotic Sword Heart skills. Chaotic Sword Art, when using a sword, deal an additional 10% true damage, ignoring defense, damage reduction, and super armor. Myriad Sword Convergence, instantly consume all equipped swords except the main weapon, minimum 10, summoning thousands of sword shadows to deal. Current attack power x number of consumed swords x 10 100, based on sword quality, damage to enemies in a 100 by 100 area, and apply a deterrence effect. Usable once per day. As one wishes, passive, can equip and use all swords in the world. Comes with a chaotic space that can store 10 additional weapons and grants a 10% attribute bonus from these weapons. Shu Chen was ecstatic. I am invincible. Please confirm player's game ID and initial appearance. Shu Chen set his ID to Chaos and optimized his appearance by 10% from his real look. Detected player Chaos possesses Super God tier talent Chaotic Sword Heart, fixed class Swordsman. Welcome player Chaos to Tianwen Continent Novice Village number 666. The village chat channel was already flooded with players showing off their talents. A world announcement stated that talents, equipment, etc. were divided into 9 tiers: Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Epic, Legendary, Star Glory, Saint, and God. Shu Chen thought his Super God tier talent already surpassed the current version's limit. He checked his attributes. Player, Chaos, Level 1, 0%, Talent, Chaotic Sword Heart, Super God tier, Class, Swordsman, HP, 100, Attack, 20, Def, 5, Def, 5, STR, 10, Con, 5, SPI, 5, SPD, 5. Skills, Vertical Slash, Swordsman Initial Skill, 150% attack damage, Chaotic Sword Art, Myriad Sword Convergence, as one wishes. Shu Chen accepted the guard's novice quest. Deliver a letter to the village chief, reward 100 EXP, 1 copper coin. After submitting the quest, his level progress was 10%. Realizing high-level quests were currently unavailable, he decided to go out and grind monsters. Shu Chen calculated that with 20 attack, the 1000-fold damage from Chaotic Sword Heart, and the 10% true damage from Chaotic Sword Art, his normal attack would deal over 20,000 physical damage plus 2,000 true damage. No monster in the novice village should withstand a single blow. He headed straight for the Dark Forest, the only monster gathering spot outside the village. The outskirts of the forest already had some teamed-up players and guild members. Shu Chen ignored them and went straight in. The 1 to 3 level mobs in the forest were not his target. He aimed to kill higher-level monsters. After walking for 10 minutes and killing some mobs along the way, he reached level 3 and gained 10 free attribute points. He put them all into Constitution, increasing his HP to 200 to prevent being one-shot. He encountered a level 10 Iron Tier Stone Monkey. A single sword stroke, minus 20,000, and the monkey fell. Congratulations, you killed Iron Tier Raging Stone Monkey, level 10, gained 1000 EXP, plus 700% bonus for over-level kill, total 8000 EXP. A flash of light, he reached level 4. Shu Chen continued adding points to Constitution and one-shotting level 10 monsters. After half an hour, he reached level 7, 10%, with HP 400, Def and Def 35. He felt the leveling was slow, unaware that his efficiency was already beyond what others could achieve in a day. He decided to grind for another 50 minutes, aiming for level 10 to see if he could get a class advancement. 20 minutes later, his EXP bar reached level 9, 50%. A roar came from ahead. A 3-meter-tall white-skinned stone ape, level 15 bronze boss, appeared. Raging Stone Ape, LV. 15 bronze boss, HP, 25,000, ATK, 500, P. Res, 50, M. Res, 50. Skill, Bloodthirsty Roar, when HP less than 50%, AoE slow, on ATK plus 100%. Shu Chen realized his normal attack damage, 21,950, couldn't one-shot the boss, and he would be killed in return. He remembered his initial skill Vertical Slash, 150% attack damage, which, with bonuses, would deal 33,000 damage, enough to kill it. He charged the stone ape, raised his sword, and used Vertical Slash. Before the ape's look of disdain could fade, minus 32,950 appeared above its head, its HP bar emptied, and it couldn't even activate its skill. Congratulations, you successfully killed Bronze Tier LV. 15 boss Raging Stone Ape, gained 70,000 EXP, 700 copper coins. A golden light flashed, he reached level 10. The boss dropped 2 bronze tier equipment pieces and 1 bronze tier skill book. Stone armor, bronze chest HP plus 200, def plus 10. REQ, LV. 10 swordsman. Bloodthirsty ring, bronze accessory STR plus 5, SBI plus 5. Effect, attacks gain 5% final damage lifesteal. REQ, LV. 10 universal. Shu Chen was overjoyed. 5% lifesteal meant over 1000 HP recovery per hit for him. As long as he wasn't one-shot, he could lifesteal to full. This solidified his idea of being a tanky player. Roar, bronze skill book warrior AoE CC skill. Wrong class, he kept it. After equipping the new gear, a world announcement sounded. Congratulations player Chaos for killing the bronze tier boss. Completing the first kill, reward, 100 gold coins, silver treasure chest X1, 1000 reputation, hidden class transfer coupon X1, title, Boss Hunter. The village channel exploded again, with players shocked by Chaos's leveling speed and power. Shu Chen opened the silver treasure chest, praying for a weapon. A golden light flashed, and a sword appeared. New Moon, gold tier attack plus 100, HP plus 500. Passive, New Moon Slash, attacks cause 30% of this attack's damage to splash in a 5x5 area behind the target. REQ, LV. 10 swordsman. Shu Chen was ecstatic. This weapon was perfect. The 30% splash damage meant nearly 40,000 AoE damage for him. His current stats: player, Chaos, level, 10, 0%, HP, 1750, attack, 130, def, 50, def, 40, STR, 15, con, 40, SPI, 10, SPD, 5. Title BOSS Hunter, plus 10% final damage to bosses. Hidden class transfer coupon, allows choosing one of 6 hidden classes like Holy Swordsman, Berserker, etc. to undertake a transfer quest. Shu Chen looked at the Holy Swordsman's description: increased stats, light attribute damage, plus 100% damage to dark/demonic types, but felt it didn't suit his already overflowing damage. He preferred something to boost constitution and speed. He decided not to use the coupon yet, these transfers weren't worthy of him. Back in the novice village, Shu Chen sold useless drops, now having over 130 gold coins, making him the richest in the village. He asked the village chief about class advancement and learned he needed to go to the Tier 3 city, Silver Moon City. However, the path was blocked by an invasion from the Dark Forest. The village chief asked him to clear the path. Ding! Accept quest Invasion of the Dark Forest? Completion reward, 100 gold coins, Dark Forest set, village chief's recommendation letter X1. Shu Chen accepted. His level was capped, and he had to complete this. He felt the depths of the Dark Forest held secrets, and exploring the unknown was always his favorite thing to do. The Dark Forest does not only belong to the novice village number 666 where Shu Chen is located. Rather than saying that the forest and the village each occupy half, it is more accurate to say that the village was built around the Dark Forest. It is known that the total number of novice villages worldwide is at least in the tens of thousands, but all novice village layouts are the same, adjacent to the Dark Forest. This shows just how vast the Dark Forest is. The so-called Dark Forest blocks the path to the level 3 city, but in reality, the teleportation array leading to the level 3 city is located within the dark forest. Previously, it seemed that Chu Chen had entered deep into it, but he was merely pushing forward without thinking. In fact, he hadn't even crossed the outskirts. Otherwise, why would the boss that appeared be level 15? After all, with such a large dark forest, the monsters in the depths would definitely be more than just level 15. Players need to reach level 10 to go to the level 3 city for job change in order to continue leveling up, so the monsters in the novice village shouldn't exceed level 10. However, Chu Chen unexpectedly encountered a level 15 boss on the outskirts of the forest, which indicates that something must be wrong with this dark forest. However, for now, Chu Chen could not know any of this. Leaving the village, Chu Chen was following the route he had taken earlier. Along the way, there were still small monsters blocking his path, which he easily dispatched with a single sword strike, picking up any loot to conveniently sell later. When he reached the spot where he had just encountered the boss, he stopped. Everything around him seemed very strange. The huge tree was gone. The scenery in front of him was no different from the path he had taken, but it was precisely this that made it feel even more eerie. There were still footprints left by Chu Chen from the recent battle on the ground, and while the boss's corpse could be explained by a respawn mechanism, why had the environment changed as well? Suddenly, Chu Chen slapped himself. I'm really not human. How can I get distracted while doing a quest? This wasn't just Chu Chen being careless. With his current damage of over 30,000 per strike, even a level 20 silver boss wouldn't be able to withstand a few hits, so why worry about this unnecessary distraction? Originally, a super god-level talent shouldn't have appeared at this time, and its existence was equivalent to disrupting the game balance of Tion 1. The difficulty designed for normal players had nothing to do with Chu Chen. Brave adventurer, are you heading to the teleportation array of Silver Moon City? A weak voice came from the bushes by the roadside. Damn! Which ferry is ahead? Quickly reveal your name. The sudden voice startled Chu Chen, and he pointed his new moon sword at the bushes. The voice continued, I'm not a monster. Adventurer, I am the blacksmith from Novice Village number 666. I came to the dark forest with my team to search for a type of ore, but we were attacked by the demon race and all the guards in the team perished. Even my child was taken by the monsters. If you were able to pass through the territory of the enraged stone ape to get here, you must be a very powerful adventurer. May I ask you to help rescue my child? Ding! Hidden Chain Quest, The Demon Race's Conspiracy. 1. Go to the Moon Crystal Mine next to the teleportation array of Silver Moon City to look for traces of the demon race and rescue the blacksmith's kidnapped child. After completing the quest, return to the village to report the information gathered to the village chief to receive the quest reward. Triggered, would you like to accept? Completing the Demon Clan's Conspiracy. 1 can earn you 1000 reputation, 500 gold, and the blacksmith's gratitude. Choose one piece of gold level equipment. Completing all the linked quests will reward you with 100,000 reputation, 10,000 gold, a choice of one gold level set, and the hidden class key. Dragon Clan's Secret Vault. Dragon Clan's Secret Vault. In ancient times, the Dragon Clan united with the God Clan, Human Clan, and Demon Clan to wage war, defeating the cursed Dragon Clan at a great cost. From then on, the God Clan was revered on Tianwen continent, followed by the Human Clan, while the once dominant clan hid in the Dragon Clan's secret vault to recuperate. After obtaining the key, you will have a chance to enter the Dragon Clan's secret vault, receive the baptism of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, and become a hidden class of the Dragon Clan. It really is true that what you think about comes to pass. Isn't the hidden class right here? Chu Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. He directly accepted the quest. Then he took out the health potion he had previously looted from the small monsters from his pants pocket, no, from his backpack, and gave it to the blacksmith. The blacksmith's complexion gradually turned rosy, and, after thanking Chu Chen, he limped back toward the village. Congratulations, you have earned the blacksmith's gratitude. The blacksmith's favorability towards you has increased by 30, currently at 30. When the favorability reaches a certain level, there will be hidden rewards. This game even has a favorability system. Nice. This health potion was worth it. Anyway, I won't be needing it. I really am a genius. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Chu Chen even thought about carrying the blacksmith back. Maybe he could increase his favorability. After all, this was the source of equipment in the village. If he built a good relationship, he might be able to pick any gold equipment in the future. However, that thought only briefly crossed his mind before Chu Chen gave it up. Completing the quest was the priority. It was likely that this quest was part of the same series as the one issued by the village chief, and after completing the village chief's task, there would be a chance to trigger it. It just so happened that Chu Chen had accepted it early, allowing him to complete both tasks together for double rewards. How delightful! After a journey filled with obstacles, Chu Chen vaguely saw the teleportation array leading to Silver Moon City. Upon closer inspection, he found that this teleportation array had been damaged by the Demon Clan, with residual demonic energy wafting around, making Chu Chen feel quite uncomfortable. Not far from the teleportation array, there was an opening, which was likely the Moon Essence Mine mentioned in the quest. Inside was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything, but that didn't deter Chu Chen. He drew his sword and walked in. In the forest, behind the teleportation portal, a faint glow flickered and vanished. As soon as he entered the cave, Chu Chen noticed bloodstains on the walls and floor, likely left by the previous guard team during their battle with the demon clan. However, only human traces remained, with no residual demonic energy, which made Chu Chen cautious. Although the guard team in the novice village didn't have high combat power, they could easily defeat level 10 players one-on-one. But such combat power couldn't even leave a trace on the demon clan, indicating that the demon clan they encountered had overwhelming strength. However, that didn't mean they were stronger than Chu Chen. After all, he could take down a guard team member with a single sword strike. Deep within the cave, faint sounds of a child crying could be heard. He wondered if it was the blacksmith's child. But today, Chu Chen had to venture deep into this cave. Kiki, I didn't expect anyone would dare to come to the territory occupied by my demon clan. I don't know whether to say you're bold or foolish. Accompanied by a chilling laugh, a figure slowly emerged before Chu Chen. It looked quite similar to a human, but its face was completely black, making it impossible to see its features, while faint demonic energy swirled around its body. Swish! Hey, you don't play fair. Kid, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. The general will eventually destroy everything. Near the dark forest, the adults are about to descend. Then, the demon struggled and fell to the ground, its body slowly dissipating into demonic energy. Chu Chen wiped the non-existent blood from his sword and said lightly, I hate things that suddenly pop out to scare me. Be more careful in your next life. After saying that, he didn't dwell on the demon's nonsensical words before death, and continued deeper into the mine. What general, what adults, had nothing to do with him, Chu Chen. By the time they arrived, he would have already advanced to a level 3 city and could easily teleport back and slay them with a single sword strike. It wasn't a big deal at all. The most important thing now was to explore this seemingly dubious moon essence mine. Who knows who came up with this name? What if it misleads our female compatriots? The tunnel of the mine twisted and turned, but fortunately, the moon essence content was relatively high, so there was a faint glow in the passage. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to see the road, let alone explore it. As the cries grew clearer, Chu Chen felt he was nearing the bottom of the mine, until he reached a fork in the road, with one path to the left and another to the right. The cries were coming from the depths of the right cave. So, without hesitation, Chu Chen turned and walked into the left mine. Ridiculous, as if I haven't read novels before. At a time like this, that crying sound is clearly a trap. I'm way above the atmosphere here. After a while, Chu Chen returned because the left path was a dead end. It didn't take long before he reached the end. Wait a minute, are these demons not what I thought? Are they just muscle-bound, simple-minded creatures? Then why are the demons in other novels also cunning and treacherous? Chu Chen shook his head and continued deeper into the mine, completely unaware that the cries from deep within were not something a child could produce. They sounded more like a group of unknown species, sharp and piercing. At the deepest part of the cave, a figure resembling a human man sat on a stone chair, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Another prey has come knocking. I hope it's a bigger ant, so the sacrifices will be complete. Hee. My treasures, go and bind this ignorant prey for me, and be careful not to damage it, or else the blood essence won't be enough. Chu Chen was puzzled about how deep this mine was when he heard the child's cries seemingly getting closer, as if it would appear before him in the next second. Then, he saw a group of creatures that looked like gophers, their eyes glowing red, emitting childlike cries, rushing towards him. What the hell? Chu Chen couldn't help but curse. Although this was in a game, it didn't stop the goosebumps from rising all over his body. He had a fear of clusters. Suppressing his discomfort, Chu Chen swung his sword directly, instantly killing the leading red-eyed gopher. Following that, his weapon's passive skill, New Moon Slash, activated, and a sword light as bright as the moon spread behind it, taking down a large number of gophers. However, the monsters behind seemed oblivious to their fallen companions and charged forward madly. Chu Chen could only keep swinging his sword, one after another. These small monsters, being demon creatures, dropped nothing, and after a long time of killing, Chu Chen grew somewhat annoyed. Fortunately, with the last swing of his sword, no more red-eyed gophers appeared, and the children's cries abruptly ceased. You foolish human! How dare you slaughter my treasures? They were so adorable. How could you bring yourself to do this? The demon man had sensed something was off when Chu Chen was halfway through his attack, but he was still a step too late. Watching his beloved pets being slaughtered by Chu Chen, he was furious. The demonic energy around him surged like black flames, ready to incinerate everything it touched. Name: Gombard Race, Demon Level 20, Silver Boss, HP 100000/100000, Attack 1250, Physical Resistance 200, Magical Resistance 200. Skill: Roar. When Gombard's HP drops to 30%, he enters the golden body state, and his body begins to spin and dance. This dance opens a one-way portal to the demon realm, allowing him to escape. Golden body, immune to all damage, removes all negative effects. Description: a dark spy sent by the demon race to novice village number 666, responsible for sabotaging the teleportation array of Silvermoon City while collecting sacrifices, seemingly in preparation for the arrival of a significant figure from the demon race. Chu Chen glanced at the attributes of this demon. His HP was low, easily dealt with in one strike, but the main issue was the golden body state, which would make him immune to damage and allow him to flee. It seemed to be a game mechanic issue, meaning Gambard shouldn't be killed at this stage, as he would be needed to guide future quests. Thus, Chu-Chen had no intention of killing this boss for the silver first kill, even though the damage from the Chaos Sword technique could ignore the golden body state. Given his current damage, the additional damage from the Chaos Sword technique was just over 10,000, meaning it would only take a few more strikes to deplete the boss's remaining HP. However, not killing him didn't mean Chu-Chen would let Gambard prattle on in front of him. Slowly raising his new moon sword, Chu-Chen said, "Since the day I obtained my god-level talent, I vowed that I would be the only one showing off in front of others. So, please return smoothly to that filthy sewer." Indeed, in Chu-Chen's eyes, the demon race was nothing more than a bunch of sewer bugs, so the demon realm naturally became a sewer. Vertical slash. Minus 82,000. Gambard was still standing there, posing when a single strike forced him into a spinning dance state. Immediately, a pitch-black vortex appeared behind him. Chu-Chen kicked Gambard into it and spat on the ground. "What are you posing for? Don't you know I'm in a hurry?" That's right, the system only mentioned that he would be immune to damage in the golden body state, but it didn't say he couldn't be moved, so Chu-Chen decided to give him a kick. After kicking the boss away, Chu-Chen had to continue deeper. Although he had already gathered information about the demon race, he still hadn't rescued the blacksmith's children. Reaching the deepest part of the cave, a cage made of moon crystal ore came into view. Inside, dozens of children were sprawled on the ground, likely knocked out by the demons. As Chu-Chen struck the cage with his sword, creating a hole, the loud noise startled the children awake. "Uncle, are you here to save us?" the largest child timidly asked, while the other kids hid behind him. "Goddamn uncle." Chu-Chen had just fought a boss and was barely holding it together, nearly breaking down at being called uncle by this child. At just 28, handsome and charming, he was the kind of person who could captivate countless girls, yet here he was, being called uncle by a child. However, considering that these kids were just a reflection of his current favorability, Chu-Chen decided to let it slide. It was just a word, uncle, and the more joyfully they called him that, the more he would make their parents suffer later. Chu-Chen nodded and silently led the children back to the village to properly extort. No, that's not right, to blackmail, also not right, to demand a reward. These few chapters will slightly lay the groundwork for character relationships, facilitating the advancement of the subsequent plot. Once that's done, it will continue at a rapid pace. Ding, you saved the grandson of Old Wang from the east of the village, gaining 30 points of favorability from Old Wang. Ding, you saved the grandson of Old Lu from the west of the village, gaining 30 points of favorability from Old Lu. Ding, you saved the distant nephew of the grocery store owner, and your handsome demeanor left a deep impression on her, gaining 88 points of favorability from the owner. What strange things have mixed in here. Owner. Although you are beautiful and voluptuous, a true gem, we are one a player and the other an NPC, it's impossible. You should give up on this. Chu-Chen left the owner with a heartless back. Ding, the owner was moved by your words. Favorability increased to 90 points. Hey, is there something wrong? Didn't I just reject her? How can the favorability still increase? Chu-Chen was speechless. Why was it that at other people's homes, the favorability would normally increase by 30 points and end there, but at the grocery store, the owner fell in love with him at first sight? If she were truly a stunning beauty, Chu-Chen wouldn't mind a relationship with an NPC. No, is it even possible for a person and an NPC? The key point is that the owner was wider than she was tall, with a face full of pimples, looking like a rugby ball. Who could withstand that? After finally sending the children home, only the blacksmith's child was left until the end, because in Chu-Chen's eyes, this child was like a piece of golden-level equipment. It had to be saved for last as the grand finale. My child, you've really suffered. If I had known, I would never have brought you along the way. Thankfully, this brave adventurer has brought you back. As soon as the blacksmith saw the child return, he burst into tears, snot and all, hugging the child tightly. Ding, the blacksmith's favorability towards you decreased by 60 points, currently at minus 30 points. Hatred. Damn, why did it decrease instead of increase? This blacksmith is off. Chu-Chen looked at the system prompt in front of him but didn't show any expression on the surface. No matter what, he had to grab that golden level equipment first. After crying for a while, the blacksmith finally came to his senses and said to Chu-Chen, "Brave adventurer, thank you for saving my child. The reward has already been placed with the village chief. You can go directly to him to collect it. In the future, when you come to my blacksmith shop to forge equipment, you'll enjoy a permanent 50% discount." Chu-Chen nodded. Ever since the system prompted that the blacksmith's favorability had turned negative, he found himself increasingly disgusted by the blacksmith, feeling that he must have some unspeakable secret. It was just the right time to go find the village chief and discuss it. On his way to the village chief's house, he passed by the grocery store again, where the owner was leaning against the door, gazing at Chu-Chen with affectionate eyes. It sent chills down his spine. He was even afraid that the doorframe of the grocery store wasn't sturdy enough and would collapse under the owner's weight. Hey kid, it's only been a little over an hour since the server opened and your equipment looks pretty good. How about this? I'll offer you 100,000 coins for your gear? A young man with a "he's the boss, I'm the second" expression blocked Chu Chen's path, his nose almost pointing to the sky, glaring at Chu Chen with his two nostrils. A few lackeys followed behind him, likely bought with money due to the random mechanism of the game. Oh, so we have a little villain coming to slap my face right at the start? Not bad, I like it, ha. Chu Chen's mind had already developed a complete script for slapping the villain in the face. He weighed the sword in his hand and said, alright, no problem. But if you're only buying one set of gear for 100,000, I feel a bit uneasy holding on to this. How about I give you this silver grade longsword as well? You're quite perceptive. Our boss is impressive, he gets top-notch gear right off the bat, plus a silver grade longsword. Do you even need to say that? Our boss lacks nothing but money. Don't even mention silver grade longswords, he could easily snag a gold grade one. Before the young man with the flared nostrils could speak, his little followers began to flatter him eagerly. Keep it low-key. Keep it low-key. The young man with the flared nostrils symbolically scolded two of his followers, but his expression showed no sign of being low-key at all. Kid, I have to say you made a wise choice. Selling your gear to me is the smartest thing you've done in your life. After all, not everyone has the privilege to trade with me. Wei Junjie. Your name is Wei Junjie? Looking at you, I thought you were called Diaodei. Chu Chen was a bit surprised. He couldn't see how he resembled a Junjie, but his face was full of Diaodei. Kid, watch your mouth. But today, since this young master bought your gear, I'll let it slide. Just remember to keep your mouth in check next time you see me. Wei Junjie's expression changed as he pointed at Chu Chen, saying, now take off all your gear and trade it to me. Then give me your bank card number. This young master keeps his word, I won't shortchange you. After saying that, he sent a friend request to Chu Chen so he could send the gear directly through friend mail, which he had learned from experimenting with his little followers. Ding, player Chaos has accepted your friend request. ? Chaos? Why does that name sound so familiar? Holy crap, isn't that the big shot who triggered the server-wide announcement for the first kill of the bronze boss? And it looks like he soloed it. Wei Junjie was so scared that his legs shook and he immediately knelt down. Big shot. I didn't know you were the Chaos Big Shot earlier. I apologize for any offense, I really didn't mean it. I don't want your gear anymore, consider that 100,000 is my pocket money for you. After saying this, Wei Junjie trembled as he knelt on the ground, not daring to slip away. After all, he didn't know if this big shot could act in the novice village. He didn't want to take that risk. If he angered Chu Chen and got hit with a sword, he would lose the level he had just gained. After over an hour of effort with his little followers, even the gear he bought could drop. Chu Chen watched Wei Junjie's sudden performance and understood what was going on. He probably got scared seeing his name on the friend list. He chuckled and said, now I see why you're called Wei Junjie. You really know how to read the situation, huh? Get up, don't kneel, I'm not a bad person. Wei Junjie smiled awkwardly, stood up, and scratched his head, saying, my parents named me this and taught me from a young age to fight those I can beat and to concede to those I can't for the time being. After all, even Han Xin faced humiliation, right? He then added with admiration, big shot, you're really amazing. How did you manage to solo a bronze grade boss? I chose the mage class, but my early skills only include a fireball spell, which only deals 20 damage to a small monster. I can't even kill it. If I hadn't found these little followers to help me level up, I'd probably just have reached level 2. Chu Chen waved at him mysteriously, want to learn? Come here, I'll teach you. Wei Junjie, with a face full of surprise, leaned in closer, only to hear Chu Chen whisper, read more books, read the news, eat fewer snacks, and sleep more. Hearing Chu Chen's advice, Wei Junjie also responded with a mysterious look, thank you, big shot. I got it. I'm logging off to read books and catch up on the news right now. Then he turned around and waved his hand to dismiss his little brothers, continuing to say to Chu Chen, boss, don't worry, I, Wei Junjie, will not forget your kindness in teaching me. When we meet next time, I will definitely repay your favor. Then his body transformed into a white light, apparently logging off. Chu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. He just casually flattered him a bit, and this silly kid actually believed it? Forget it. It's good to read and keep informed. The urgent task now is to find the village chief to collect the reward, and then he can log off to eat something. Brave adventurer, you actually returned so quickly with information about the demon clan. Here is your reward. The village chief looked at Chu Chen with a satisfied expression. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the demon clan's conspiracy. 1. Earning a reward of 1000 reputation, 500 gold coins, and a golden grade top Black Suki armor. Name, Black Suki armor level, golden grade, top, attributes, life plus 1000, dual defense plus 50, description, armor worn by the first village chief of Newbie Village number 666, Black Suki, carrying his will. Set bonus, 1/2, gain an additional 1000 health, 1/4, gain an additional 200 attack, 1/6, damage to the demon clan increased by 50%. Restrictions, level 10, swordsman. Wow, it's a set. That means the final reward in the demon clan's conspiracy is probably this set. but these attributes are quite good. The last set bonus increases damage to the demon clan. It seems that this village chief Black Suki has a great hatred for the demon clan. Chuchen squinted his eyes but still happily changed into the equipment and then opened his attribute panel. Player Chaos level 10 0%. Talent Chaos Sword Heart Super God level. Class Swordsman. HP 2300 MP 100 attack 130 physical defense 100 magical defense 100 strength 15 constitution 40 spirit 10 speed 5 skills. Vertical slash proficiency 0 out of 10 can be upgraded. Chaos sword technique proficiency 10,000/10,000 cannot be upgraded. All swords return to origin. Do as one wishes. Proficiency 10,000/10,000. Additions Bloodthirsty New Moon slash after changing equipment his health reached 2,300 points. At the same time both defenses reached 100, which means that at this stage even if Chu Chen stood still and let players attack, they might not be able to break through his defenses. His attack power didn't change, but when he gathered all 4 pieces of the Black Suki set, he could gain an additional 200 attack power, making his damage truly off the charts. However, Chu Chen noticed that the proficiency of vertical slash was already full and could be upgraded. He had hardly used this skill and almost forgot it could be upgraded because his Chaos Sword Heart provided a 10,000-fold skill proficiency bonus. So, without hesitation, Chu Chen clicked to upgrade. Congratulations, vertical slash has been upgraded to level 2, dealing 160% attack damage to a single target. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Not bad, it increased the damage ratio by 10%. However, given the situation, he would need to use vertical slash more often in the future. He didn't know what the effect would be at the highest level, but with his 10,000-fold acceleration, he should be able to reach max level easily. But Chu Chen still noticed something was off. The proficiency of the Chaos Sword technique was already full, yet it showed it could not be upgraded. This was the skill among his 3 passives that was most effective against bosses, ignoring damage reduction and true damage against invulnerability. Why couldn't it be upgraded even though the proficiency was full? Ding, since the 3 major passives of the Chaos Sword Heart all originate from the Chaos Sword Heart and are one entity, they need all 3 skills proficiency to be full before they can be upgraded together. Seeing the system prompt, Chu Chen suddenly understood. Just as he was feeling happy for a few seconds, he remembered that so far, counting the novice long sword, he only had 2 weapons in total. When would he gather the 10 needed to activate the 10,000 swords returned to origin? It seemed he could only grind more monsters to try and get more weapons to drop. Glancing at the time, there were still 8 minutes until class started, so Chu Chen quickly chose to log off. In the classroom, everyone was discussing the events that had just occurred in Tianwan during the last few minutes of their lunch break. This kind of immersive game had truly amazed them. Hey, Heezy, you're not playing fair. Why didn't you wait for me to enter the game together? Which novice village are you in? It would be great if we were together, with the black and white duo on the scene who could stand against us in Tianwan. The chubby Yi Xiaolong stared at Chu Chen with a resentful expression and spoke up. A proud smile spread across Chu Chen's face. Haha, Filong, I just couldn't hold back. I'm in Novice Village 666. Let me tell you, my talent is unbeatable. Do you know that chaos that triggered the server-wide announcement? That was me. You think I would believe that? How come I've never seen you in Novice Village 666? I'm also in Novice Village 666. You're not hiding out of fear, are you? Filong scoffed. Besides, if you were that chaos, I'd eat your desk. I know exactly what your strength is. Yi Xiaolong leered at Chu Chen and said, by the way, why don't you ask Xiaoishue which novice village she's in? If we're together, we could take her along later. Tianwan is so popular now, she must want to play. If we take her along, wouldn't that be a love story in the making? You talk too much. Xiaoishue is a good girl, a model student. How could she possibly play games? I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to buy something to eat. After school this afternoon, I'll log into Tianwan and take you flying. Chu Chen laughed and scolded, then walked out of the classroom. The Xiaoishue that Filong just mentioned was the class flower in Chu Chen's deskmate, as well as the white moonlight in his heart. He still remembered when he first entered school after having a conflict with Zhang Huahua. Everyone in the class, except for Filong, was basically swayed by Zhang Huahua and started isolating him, disliking him as a poor student. Only Xiaoishue wasn't swayed by Zhang Huahua. She even took the initiative to be his deskmate, often taking care of him in both studies and life. Knowing that Chu Chen often skipped meals, she would quietly bring him food. Although Chu Chen had no real interest in studying, under Xiaoishue's guidance he still made some progress. He moved up to second to last place. There was no helping it, he just wasn't cut out for studying. As for the last place, without a doubt, it was Yi Xiaolong. They both belonged to the type that couldn't focus on studying and would just give up, and since their personalities matched, they had been inseparable partners since childhood, even giving their duo the nickname Black and White Duo. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom, he saw Xiaoishue walking towards the classroom with her friend Xia Tian, arm in arm. Upon seeing Chu Chen, Xiaoishue's eyes lit up. She picked up the lunchbox in her hand and waved it at Him, jogging over to say, I knew you wouldn't eat properly again. Here. This is the food my mom made for me. I brought extra. If you can't finish it, just take it home and eat it. Looking at those bright big eyes blinking at him, Chu-chen scratched his head, grinned, took the lunchbox from Xiao Ishua, and turned to follow her back to his seat, ready to dig in. TSK. Does food brought by someone else taste better? I wish I had a desk mate like Xiaoxue. That would be so lucky. Fei Long's teasing voice came from the front at just the right moment. Hearing this, Xiao Ishua's fair face, as pure as mutton fat, flushed slightly, looking as fresh as a ripe peach, but she didn't refute it, just smilingly propped one hand on the table, watching Chu-chen eat in silence. You fat dragon, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Chu-chen replied without lifting his head, but his hands didn't stop shoveling food into his mouth with a spoon. At that moment, Xiao Ishua's melodious voice, like a lark, came through. Chu-chen, did you all go play that game called Tianwen at noon? Hee, I secretly went in to play for a bit too. But I've never played this kind of game before. You're so good at gaming, can you take me along next time? I'm in the newbie village 666. Heezy, look. I told you Tianwen is such a mysterious game, Xiao Ishue must be playing it. Yi Xiaolong said proudly too. Chu-chen then turned to Xiao Ishue and said, no worries, if he won't take you, I will. I'm also in newbie village 666 and I'm already a level 3 warrior. I can take you flying without a problem. Get lost. Does Xiao Xue need you to take her? A mere level 3 little warrior, step aside, I'll take Xiao Xue to play myself. Chu-chen blurted out in a rush. Beside him, Xiao Ishue heard Chu-chen call her Xiao Xue in front of others, and her face turned even redder, but her big watery eyes kept looking at Chu-chen, her mind lost in thought. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. As the bell rang, the discussions in the classroom gradually quieted down. Chu-chen sat in the last row, one hand propping up his head, gazing out the window at the birds in the trees, chirping and fluttering about. How nice. It would be free and carefree. I wish I were a bird too, Chu-chen sighed softly. A pleasant voice came from beside him. Although they seem free, they must always be on guard against predators. So, people have their troubles, and birds have theirs too. Xiao Ishue's gaze never left Chu-chen, naturally noticing why he sighed. Chu-chen smiled. True, since I can't become a bird, I should live my life more brilliantly and colorfully. Time passed quickly, and with another bell signaling the end of class, the students finally noticed something was off. Why was there no teacher for this class? Just then, the voice of the school leader came through the speaker on the blackboard. Please have the class monitors organize the opening of the television to watch the official news broadcast. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ishua's best friend, Xiao Tian, walked up to the podium and turned on the projector. It made sense, after all. Xiao Ishua was a top student and model student, so her friends were also excellent students, except for Chu-chen, and it was no surprise that Xiao Tian was the class monitor. The news anchor, Sasa, who usually reported the news, was sitting solemnly in the official live broadcast room, saying, I believe everyone has heard that voice in their minds this morning. The authorities have urgently conducted background checks on Tianwen, but there is no way to start, and no useful information can be found. So far, over 100 million people in Huadhua have entered the Tianwen game. And since 12 noon, when Tianwen officially launched, bizarre events have occurred around the world. The national mountain of Huadhua Taishan suddenly experienced a level 10 fog, and visitors and residents in the mountain reported faintly hearing the howls of monsters in the fog. The Statue of Liberty in Myliga slowly sank into the sea for unknown reasons. In the ancient stone circle of Ingwa, bursts of starlight erupted. The United Nations issued an announcement today at 1 p.m. Huadhua time, calling on people worldwide to enter Tianwen to find the reasons behind these bizarre events. Upon hearing this, Chu-chen was stunned, muttering, could it be that my mouth is really that effective? I just said I wanted to be free and carefree, and this kind of thing really happened. His hands involuntarily grasped something. Speaking of which, what is the origin of this jade pendant, and why can it influence the operation of Tianwen? Chu-chen had too many questions in his heart. All of this could only wait until he got home to ask his mom. The reporting voice in the live broadcast continued. After an emergency meeting between the highest leaders of Huadhua and the highest leaders of various regions, it has been decided to call upon the entire nation to enter Tianwen to respond to the 30-day countdown to the arrival of that voice. Meanwhile, the official military will also be dispatched according to the organization to strive to discover more clues within. Finally, thank you all for listening. The news broadcast ended here, and then the loudspeaker hanging on the blackboard sounded again with a burst of electrical noise. I believe everyone has heard what was said in the news. Our school will also respond to the national call. So starting today, until the countdown to the arrival ends, the school will suspend classes for adjustments. All teachers and students can orderly return home to log into the game after hearing the notification. Woohoo! We're on break, and it's an official request for us to play games. So awesome. Don't celebrate too early. Since the officials are so serious, who knows what will actually arrive in 30 days? Ha! Everyone playing games, what about my studies? I need to get into the best university in Huadhua. The last sentence was said by Zhang Huahua. Hearing this, Yi Xiaolong felt uncomfortable, rolled up his sleeves and wanted to confront Zhang Huahua, but after a while he found no one stopped him and reluctantly sat back down, bitterly smiling at Chu Chen, saying, "Heezy, why didn't you stop me?" Chu Chen lowered his head, afraid he would burst out laughing. "Stop you? If you have the ability, go ahead and do it. If you don't, just honestly pack your things and get ready to go home and play the game." Chu Chen wasn't oblivious, on the contrary, he was very smart. Although he didn't know what would arrive in 30 days, with his current level of development and as the game updated, his growth speed would only increase. He was confident that no matter what happened in 30 days, he could protect himself and his friends, and even protect Huagua. After thinking this, he turned to Xiao Yixue and said, "Xiaoxue, since our homework has turned into a game, then it's time for me to tutor you. How about you come to my house to play the game with us later?" "Sure, but I need to tell my parents first, so they won't worry." Xiao Yixue didn't expect Chu Chen to invite her. Although she had been to his house before to study, this time was different. It was about playing games, so she still needed to inform her parents in advance. After saying that, she went outside the classroom to call her parents. "Then let's pack up and go, Filon. Watch how I lead you to dominate in Tianwan." Chu Chen waved at Yi Xiaolong. "Cows fly in the sky and you blow on the ground. Can you be as strong as my level 3 warrior? I can take you, that's about it." Yi Xiaolong retorted, but his body was honest, as he had previously gone to Chu Chen's house to play games after school, since he was usually the only one at home. Without the nagging of adults, playing games was so much more enjoyable. After leaving the classroom, Xiao Yixue finished her call. "Let's go." My parents agreed, but I need to go back early tonight, so they won't worry. Chu Chen's house was quite close to the school, otherwise he wouldn't be able to make it to class on time. In the morning, after handing each of them a bottle of drink, Chu Chen said, "Just right, the three of us are all from the 666 newbie village, so it's convenient to team up together. Let's log in." "Let's do it." "No problem, alright, tell me your IDs, and I'll add you when I log into the game later. Then we can meet at the square in the newbie village. Welcome player Chaos back to the game." With a system prompt sound, Chu Chen logged into the game, preparing to search for Filong and Xiao Yixue's IDs to add them as friends. Ding, player Ultimate Storm War God has accepted your friend request. Ding, player Snow Meets River has accepted your friend request. This Filong, what a childish name. Xiao Shue's name sounds much better. Should I change my name to River Meets Snow? As Chu Chen was contemplating the name change, a friend message lit up. "What the hell? Heezy, are you cheating? Are you really that chaotic? TSK. TSK, I don't care, I'm clinging to your thigh now. My demands aren't high, just kill 100 or 80 bosses and drop some gear and skills for me." Just after adding them as friends, he saw Feilong's message, and from the tone of the words, he could already imagine how lewd Feilong's expression must be right now. "Don't disgust me, Feilong. Hurry up and come to the central square. If you're late, I'll only take Xiao Shui and leave you behind." Chu Chen replied with a laugh and a scold. Then, he noticed two more messages from his friends. One was from Xiao Yixue, "Little River, I'm a bit far from the central square and will take a few minutes to get there. Please wait for me." Looking at Xiao Yixue's cute emoji, Chu Chen felt a slight softening in his heart. The last message was from the previous Diao de Yiwei Junjie. "Big shot, I found that the secret you taught me is really useful. I logged off, took a nap, and now my mind is clear. Thank you so much. Remember to send me your card number, I'll transfer the money I promised to give you." This Wei Junjie, if he's not stupid, he's actually quite smart. It's just that his attitude of thinking he's the best is a bit uncomfortable to look at, Chu Chen thought, then sent over his card number. Although he didn't lack living expenses, if someone insisted on giving him money, he couldn't refuse. After replying to the messages, since Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Yixue would take a while to arrive, Chu Chen decided to go to the village chief to pick up the follow-up quest, as he had just submitted a task and forgotten about it in his hurry to log off. "Brave adventurer, you have arrived. Based on the reconnaissance results you brought back, I checked the ancient books and found that it is likely that the demon general Aoli, who was sealed by the first village chief, Heike, is about to break the seal. That demon spy must have come to set up a sacrificial formation to help Aoli break free." He continued, "This matter is very serious. I need you to escort our formation master team to investigate the situation near the teleportation array and collect some moon essence or to attempt to repair the teleportation array, thereby obtaining assistance from Silvermoon City." Ding, the demon's conspiracy 2 has been triggered. One of the 108 demon generals, Aoli, is about to break free. Please escort the team to investigate the situation at the teleportation array and attempt to repair it to gain assistance from Silvermoon City. Quest rewards, 1000 reputation, 500 rewards, select 1 golden level equipment X1. Since he had already received the demon's conspiracy 1 earlier, he only needed to trigger the follow-up quest at the village chief. After the quest was triggered, the village chief brought 3 level 1 formation masters and 1 level 2 formation master before Chu Chen. "Adventurer, there are 20 members of the village's guard team waiting outside to set off with you. I look forward to your good news upon your return." When Chu Chen walked out of the village chief's house, he found 20 neatly arranged guards bustling out from both sides, following the team on either side and behind, protecting the 4 formation masters. Upon reaching the square, he saw that Feilong and Xiao Ishue were already waiting for him. Shu Chen waved his hand, signaling them to come over. Easy. Do you have some big mission? Why are there so many people following you? Yi Xiaolong asked excitedly. Shu Chen didn't even glance at Yi Xiaolong and said to Xiao Ishue, let's go, I've taken on a chain quest and the rewards are quite good. You two join my team and we'll do it together, aiming to get you both to level 8 by tonight. After saying that, he signaled Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishue to join the party, then set off with them. Player Ultimate Storm God has joined the team. Player Snow Meets River has joined the team. Detected that your party status has changed. Task rewards have been updated. Upon completion, you will receive 1000 reputation, 300 gold, and a choice of one piece of golden equipment. Team members will receive 100 gold and 50,000 experience. It seemed that the reason Shu Chen didn't gain experience from submitting the quest earlier was that his level was stuck at 10. Unless he successfully changed classes, he wouldn't be able to gain experience in the future. However, as long as he could complete this chain quest and obtain the key to the Dragon Clan's secret treasure, he would have a chance to acquire the legendary hidden class of the Dragon Clan. Being slightly behind in progress wasn't a big deal. Of course, the so-called progress being behind was relative to Chu Chen. After all, the majority of the group was around level 3, and the highest level among them, aside from Chu Chen, was probably only 5 or 6, so they were still far from changing classes. If the quest was completed quickly, Chu Chen might even be the first player to complete the class change. The large group moved forward slowly, as they were constantly protecting the 4 formation mages, so their pace was not fast. After a long time, they finally reached the area with level 5 monsters. These small monsters didn't even require Chu Chen to take action. The guards were sufficient to handle them, but the monsters killed by the guards wouldn't yield any experience. Chu Chen completely looked down on such little experience. After all, there were plenty of level 10 monsters ahead, and he only needed to intervene slightly to help Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishue level up quickly, not to mention the quest rewards. After walking for a long time, they didn't encounter any other demon races or strange phenomena, but Chu Chen still took down many level 10 small monsters. Even after splitting the experience, it allowed Yi Xiaolong to reach level 6, while Xiao Ishue was just short of it, still at level 5. After all, her chosen class was Priest, which had weak leveling capabilities. In the early stages, she had played for an entire afternoon just to barely reach level 2, falling behind Yi Xiaolong. Hey, how long have we been walking? Where exactly are you going to do the quest? Yi Xiaolong asked, seeing many level 10 small monsters along the way. Even though Chu Chen had only killed a portion of them, he was eager for Chu Chen to help him level up. Fat Dragon, why are you in such a hurry? I told you, the rewards for this quest are very generous, there's no need to rush. Chu Chen shot Yi Xiaolong a frustrated glare. Just as he was about to give Yi Xiaolong a proper lecture, he heard a loud shout, monsters are attacking. Turning around, Chu Chen saw that a large group of small monsters had surrounded them, and there were even 2 bosses at the back. The 20 guards formed a circle, keeping the small monsters at bay, fearing they would rush in and threaten the formation mages. After all, aside from setting up formations, the mages had almost no real combat power, and if monsters got too close, they would be torn to shreds. Seeing this situation, Chu Chen didn't have time to think. Fatty, protect Xiao Shui, don't let anything happen to her. I need to help those guards, they can't hold out much longer. Got it, go ahead. Chu Chen slightly raised his new moon sword, casually triggering the new moon slash, which took down a large number of small monsters. Then he charged towards the 2 bronze-level bosses, as they posed the greatest threat to the formation mages. The guards couldn't hold them back, and after dealing with them, he would assist the guards in clearing the small monsters. Suddenly being surrounded by such a large number of monsters, it was impossible to say there was no trickery involved. Someone must have been scheming against them. A mere bronze boss, I can kill you as easily as taking candy from a baby. Come at me, Chu Chen shouted, swinging his sword down on one of the bosses. The boss didn't even have time to react before it fell to the ground, a flash of white light appearing as several rewards dropped. Congratulations, you have killed the level 15 bronze boss Jungle Phantom Wolf. This scene of instantaneously killing the boss was witnessed by Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishue behind him. Yi Xiaolong was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped, while Xiao Ishue didn't understand what it meant to instantly kill a boss, but she still thought Chu Chen was impressive, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at him. Next, it's your turn. Chu Chen turned to face the bear-type boss, calmly pronouncing its death sentence. Chu Chen had already checked the attributes of the 2 bosses as he charged in. This Earth Fury Bear had higher attributes compared to the previously encountered Rage Stone Ape and Jungle Phantom Wolf, but with 25,000 health, it was still within Chu Chen's damage range. Seeing the Jungle Phantom Wolf fall to a single sword strike from this human, a hint of fear appeared in the Earth Fury Bear's eyes, but before it could react, it saw Chu Chen's crescent sword growing larger. One sword beheading. The Earth Fury Bear's body turned into several beams of white light, its equipment scattering across the ground. Chu Chen didn't have time to pick up the drops and immediately turned back to surround the formation mages from behind. So many small monsters, at least 100 of them. If I'm lucky, I might gather enough weapons to have an extra trump card. With one hand gripping the crescent sword, Chu Chen continuously attacked the small monsters in front of him. Each swing of the passive crescent slash meant the downfall of several small monsters. Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishua watched their experience points jump significantly with each kill. In just a short while, both of their levels had reached level 8. At this rate, even if they couldn't reach level 10 by the end, they would be close enough, and with the rewards from this stage's tasks, reaching level 10 would be more than sufficient. It was worth noting that previously, when Chu Chen was leveling up by grinding monsters, he had to search for them one by one in the forest. But now, with over 100 level 10 small monsters and 2 level 15 bosses coming directly to him, the efficiency was certainly much higher than before. Chu Chen had become numb from killing monsters. After all, facing so many small monsters at once was still exhausting for him, especially since he didn't have any large area attack skills at the moment. However, after 10 minutes of hard fighting, with the last red-eyed monkey falling, he finally cleared the group of small monsters. The remaining 16 guards were also exhausted, collapsing to the ground. Although Chu Chen had quickly dealt with the boss and returned to help the guards' combat, power was not much higher than that of the small monsters, given that they were all of the same level. Losing 4 men was already a significant effort on their part. Fortunately, the 4 formation mages had not taken any damage. The only level 2 formation mage, Loba, stepped forward. Respected adventurer, thanks to your presence, this operation would have likely been terminated and our lives would have been in jeopardy. He paused for a moment before continuing. Since half a month ago, the monsters in the dark forest have become unusually aggressive. Those monsters just now had bloodshot eyes, clearly having been invaded and controlled by demonic energy. Moreover, their ability to surround us in such a coordinated and premeditated manner indicates that there must be a spy in our village colluding with the demon race. They have betrayed our operation. At this point, Loba's expression was one of gritted teeth. Hearing Loba's words, Chu Chen couldn't help but think of the blacksmith's strange behavior. Initially, when he accepted the task in the forest, everything seemed normal, but after completing the task and returning, the blacksmith's favorability had decreased instead of increased, indicating that something was definitely wrong. However, Chu Chen did not inform the array master and the guards in front of him, as they had no authority in this matter. He would have to wait until the task was over to report it to the village chief. After sorting through all the equipment dropped on the ground, Chu Chen felt a bit disappointed because the drop rate from the small monsters was too low. Out of hundreds of small monsters, he had obtained less than 10 pieces of equipment, while the 2 bosses together dropped 7 pieces. One of the bronze-level shoes was a piece of equipment for swordsman, which was just right to replace the novice boots Chu Chen was currently wearing, so he equipped it immediately. Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishua also each obtained a piece of equipment that suited them better. Name: Hunter's Boots. Level: Bronze. Attributes: Speed plus 10, Dual Resistance plus 10. Restrictions: Level 10, Swordsman. The attributes were quite decent, and the main point was the 10-point speed bonus, which brought Chu Chen's speed to 15 points. His attack speed could also reach 1.67 seconds per strike. Looking at his attributes, his health was still 2,550 points, but his dual resistance had reached an astonishing 110 points. This attribute was simply 2 words for the current players: invincible. Except for high damage skills, basically nothing could break through his defenses. Chu Chen was very satisfied and continued to lead Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishua forward towards the teleportation array. Along the way, Yi Xiaolong's mouth was like it had been filled with laxatives, non-stop chattering. Heezy, what's your attack power? How can you even one-shot a bronze-level boss? Heezy, if I catch up to your level, can I have damage like yours? Heezy, what level of talent do you have? You won't even tell me with our relationship? If it weren't for the fact that all the monsters along the way had just been cleared, Chu Chen would have wanted to throw Yi Xiaolong in front of a monster, to let him see the gap between himself and a level 10 monster. Moreover, his super divine talent seemed to have appeared because of the jade pendant around his neck. He himself was unclear about it, so how could he tell Yi Xiaolong? He could only vaguely say it was a divine level talent. When Yi Xiaolong learned that Chu Chen had obtained a divine level talent, his eyes nearly fell out, and he wailed, "Heaven is unfair. It's one thing for Ishue to have such a good talent. Why can you draw a divine level talent when we're both black and white double evils? I only have a golden level talent." Xiao Ishua quietly stayed close to Chu Chen, walking slowly. She felt that the level of talent didn't matter. What was important was that she could always be with Chu Chen, and in her eyes, it was only natural for Chu Chen to be strong. Chu Chen rolled his eyes at Yi Xiaolong, too lazy to respond. He had learned about Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishua's talents when they first regrouped. Yi Xiaolong had a golden level talent for blocking, which could reduce damage by 10%, and when his health dropped below 50%, it could increase to a 15% reduction, which was quite a decent warrior talent. Xiao Ishua, on the other hand, had a legendary level talent, Blessing of the Goddess of Life. It could increase healing by 100%, and while healing, it could provide a random blessing effect to teammates. Each time she changed jobs, she could provide an additional blessing and greatly enhance the effect of the blessings. Chu Chen's super divine talent was entirely due to the reward for being the first to enter the game, along with the influence of the jade pendant. Otherwise, he would at most have an epic level talent. However, Xiao Ishua's talent was a bit terrifying. Just the 100% increase in healing would make her a divine level healer, not to mention the additional blessing effects. Calling this talent a divine-level talent for priests would not be an exaggeration. Chu Chen could already imagine the waves they would create in the Tianwen continent with his explosive output combined with Xiao Ishua's divine support. If you ask what Yi Xiaolong would do, it's fine, I'll just set up a guild later and throw him in as a mascot. Though this mascot might be a bit dark. Not far from the team, a shadow quietly followed Chu Chen and the others from a tree, but dared not get too close, fearing being discovered by Chu Chen. Damn human brat, how dare you kick the great demon? Envoy. I'll remember this grudge, the shadow said with a twisted face, but then revealed a sly grin. You wouldn't have guessed, I placed a curse on that blacksmith, and he should have been completely transformed by now. Even if you managed to rescue the sacrifice, what of it? He'll still have to obediently bring it back to me. The return of the master is inevitable, you won't be able to jump around for much longer. You all go ahead. The teleportation array has a great gift I prepared for you, ha 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 ha. Of course, he didn't know that Chu Chen had already sensed something was off with the blacksmith, he just couldn't be bothered to care. After all, there was currently no task regarding traders, and it wasn't worth the effort to complete it without a reward. Once the blacksmith was discovered later, the village chief would definitely issue a task because Chu Chen was quite shrewd. With the playful banter between him and Yi Xiaolong, and since the wild monsters had been wiped out in the previous wave, they encountered no danger on their way and smoothly arrived at the teleportation array. Leaving the guards on alert, Chu Chen took Xiao Ishue and entered the Moon Essence Cave again, as it was the main material needed to repair the teleportation array. The other materials were already in the possession of the array mages. Chu Chen remembered seeing the mind ore in the deepest part of the cave before, they just needed to bring the two of them to collect. The three of them had a total of 60 slots in their storage bags. Aside from some unused equipment in Chu Chen's bag, Xiao Ishue and Yi Xiaolong's bags were completely filled with Moon Essence ore. So much ore, this is enough to repair the teleportation array. Let's go out and see how things are progressing. Chu Chen called to Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishue, but just as they were about to leave the cave, they heard sounds of fighting outside, mixed with the angry shouts of the guards and the screams of several array mages. Not good, something's happened. We need to get out of here. Chu Chen's expression changed. The last time he was in this area, he hadn't seen any wild monsters or bosses. How come there was one this time? When Chu Chen and the others ran out of the cave, they saw that over a dozen guards had already fallen, and only 2 of the 3 first-level array mages remained. The remaining 3 or 4 guards shouted at the second-level array mage, "Run back to the village and report this to the village chief." Damn it, how could a silver-level boss appear near the teleportation array? Seeing that Chu Chen and the others had finally emerged from the cave, the second-level array mage shouted to Chu Chen, "Adventurer, let's split up and escape. We must get the message back to the village." Clearly, in front of this silver-level boss, he was already terrified and didn't believe Chu Chen could defeat it. "Easy, why don't we listen to him and run? Dying once not only means losing a level, but there's also a chance of losing equipment," Yi Xiaolong said anxiously, pulling Chu Chen back as he looked at the massive body of the boss in the distance. Xiao Ishue said nothing, just silently watched Chu Chen, but her worry was no less than Yi Xiaolong's. "Don't panic, I have a way to deal with this silver boss. You take Xiao Shui to rescue the others and bring them back. I'll hold off the boss here, and once you get far enough, I'll come back to catch up with you." Chu Chen patted Xiao Ishue's head, spoke to Yi Xiaolong, then turned and charged towards the boss. His speed doubled compared to before. He also threw out a probe to check the boss's specific attributes. Name, Earth Tiger. Level 20, Silver Boss, HP 500000/500000 attack, 2000 physical resistance, 970 magic resistance, 890 skills. Tiger Roar deals 150% damage to targets within a 20m range in front, with an additional stun effect lasting 3 seconds. Stomp applies a stomp effect to targets within a 10m radius, dealing 60% of attack power per layer, while reducing movement speed by 5%, stacking up to 10 layers. Tiger Step moves more lightly on the ground, increasing movement speed by 30%. No wonder these guards, knowing they couldn't win, still suffered so many casualties. This boss has a passive skill that grants movement speed bonuses, along with 2 area damage skills, both of which can apply control effects. Chu Chen looked at the boss's attributes and sighed, "Tisk, this is a bit tricky." He silently equipped another sword that had dropped from a previous boss, raising his attack power to 160. With the 160% damage from the vertical slash, I can deal up to 280,000 damage with one strike. I'll need to land 2 more hits to finish off the remaining health. Regarding the passive setting of being able to equip multiple weapons without restriction, it doesn't mean they must be held, they can also be kept in the backpack, but one must actively choose to equip them. I thought I was invincible, but I didn't expect the level 20 silver boss to have such thick health. I actually need 3 strikes to kill it. With that thought, he gripped the crescent sword and charged at the boss. The Earth Tiger, seeing this little bug daring to initiate an attack, revealed a hint of human-like amusement in its eyes. Just moments ago, those humans couldn't even break through its defenses. It wasn't fun at all. It hoped this human could bring it some entertainment. It was hard to believe that Lord Gambard thought such a weak bug needed me to take action personally. The Earth Tiger ignored Chu Chen, who was attacking it, and was already pondering how to toy with him. Vertical slash. Whoosh. The Earth Tiger suddenly froze. This strike directly took away 57% of its health, causing its brain to momentarily crash. Once it regained its senses, it swiped a claw at Chu Chen, dealing 1890 damage, which shocked it again. This human actually managed to withstand one of its attacks without dying. Immediately after, Chu Chen rolled to his feet and struck the boss again. Minus 174,933. Plus 8,747. With that strike, the boss's health plummeted to a precarious state, and the effect of the bloodthirsty ring triggered, restoring Chu Chen to full health. The Earth Tiger began to feel fear. It couldn't understand why this human's damage was so high and how he survived an attack from its formidable 2000 attack power. It turned to flee, but its massive body, stretching 5 m long, was no different from a stationary target in Chu Chen's eyes. The final strike, minus 174,933, cleared the boss's last sliver of health, and its enormous body crashed to the ground. It would never understand that if it had used a skill, it would have realized that Chu Chen was not invincible. However, it was so frightened by Chu Chen's high damage that it led to its own demise. Phew, luckily I have a bloodthirsty ring, otherwise, this boss would have been really tough to beat. Its attack power is too high. As a swordsman, it's hard to dodge its attacks without stacking movement speed and evasion first. Chu Chen let out a long breath, looking at the boss's loot, and then burst into wild joy. The boss actually dropped a universal skill book? Name, Tiger Step Level, Silver Effect, the innate skill of the Earth Tiger, which can increase movement speed while on the ground. The farther the movement distance, the greater the increase, up to a maximum of 50%. Once fully stacked, it grants a 25% attack speed bonus. Restriction, Level 10, Universal. Chu Chen was ecstatic. He knew that his current attack, dual defenses, and health were already very high. What he lacked were spirit and speed. With this skill, his speed deficiency was resolved. He could also perform some maneuvers while fighting the boss, so he chose to learn it without hesitation. The remaining equipment only yielded a silver-level longsword, which Chu Chen placed in his backpack and chose to equip. Not bad. The attack power increased by 50 points, reaching 210 points. His damage is even higher now. At the same time, a silver-level priest robe dropped, which he could give to Xiao Ishue once she reached level 10. As for Yi Xiaolong, he could grind for it himself after reaching level 10. Chu Chen still had to focus on completing quests to change classes, otherwise, being stuck at level 10 wouldn't be ideal. Originally, a level 20 boss would drop at least level 15 equipment, but due to the restrictions of the novice village rules, it became level 10. Although this made it easier for Chu Chen to equip, the problem was that the attributes would also drop significantly. So the priority was to change classes and reach the third-tier city. Just then, the familiar server-wide announcement came again. Congratulations to player Chaos for killing the silver-level boss, achieving the first kill of the silver-level boss, and receiving rewards 200 gold coins, a golden-level treasure chest, 1000 reputation, hidden class transfer voucher ×1, silver-level title, Boss Hunter. My god, how long has it been since the first kill of the bronze-level boss? This Chaos has already taken down the silver-level boss? I refuse to accept this. I protest. This Chaos must be cheating. My epic level talent is only level 6 right now. Upstairs, big shot. I'm only level 4, take me with you. I'm the most beautiful player in Tion 1, could you please convey to Chaos that I'm willing to treat him to a wonderful night? Didn't you say before that you were willing to have dinner together? Why are you in such a hurry for a wonderful night? Women are so fickle. Bah! Meanwhile, Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishue, who were leading the remaining few formation mages and guards back to the village, also stopped in their tracks. Two adventurers, why aren't you running? Hurry up, we need to get back to the village to report the situation, otherwise, that silver-level boss will chase us. The level 2 formation mage shouted anxiously when he saw them not moving. It's fine, no need to run, that boss will never catch up, Yi Xiaolong said excitedly. Never catch up? What do you mean? It means the boss has already been slain by my brother. We don't need to run, let's wait here for him to come back together. Yi Xiaolong's voice grew more and more excited, as if he had personally killed the silver-level boss. While Yi Xiaolong was explaining to the level 2 formation mage, Chu Chen's figure gradually became clear in the distance. After obtaining Tiger Step, his speed could now reach over 22 points, more than 4 times that of ordinary players. Plus, he hadn't taken long to deal with the boss, so he caught up in no time. Xiao Ishue saw Chu Chen first and breathed a sigh of relief upon finding him safe and sound. After all, it was her first time playing a game, and she didn't know if there would be any dangers. However, she trusted Chu Chen completely, so even though she was worried when he told her to go to the county, she still followed Yi Xiaolong. As soon as Chu Chen returned to the team, he was greeted by Yi Xiaolong's bear hug. Easy. You're amazing. No need to say more, I'm going to cling to this thigh for dear life. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with him and walked straight towards Xiao Ishue, handing her the priest equipment that had just dropped. Xiao Ishue, this robe has pretty good attributes. Hurry up and put it on, your survivability will be even stronger. After saying that, he turned to the level 2 array master and asked, is it still possible to go back and repair the teleportation array? The level 2 array master shook his head, indicating that due to the absence of an array master, the teleportation array could no longer be repaired. However, this mission was considered complete and the moon crystal ore had been collected. Next time, they would just need to come back to repair it. Hearing this, Chuchen could only give up. However, if a chain quest could be completed so smoothly, it would not be worthy of the excellent rewards it provided. As Chuchen led the team back to the village chief's house after reporting the detailed situation to the chief, they received the rewards for the second phase of the quest and triggered the third phase. Ding, congratulations! Your team has completed the Demon Clan's conspiracy too. You have gained 1000 reputation, 500 gold, and a golden grade lower garment Hizaki pants. Name, Hizaki pants level, golden grade, lower garment, attributes, health plus 500, dual defense plus 70 description, the pants worn by Hizaki, the first village chief of Newbie village number 666, carrying Hizaki's will. Set bonus, 1/2, gain an additional 1000 health, 1/4, gain an additional 200 attack, 1/6, increase damage dealt to the Demon Clan by 50%. Restrictions, level 10, swordsman. Sure enough, this quest reward is a set. After completing the quest, the set can be given to Xiao or Phylon. Chuchen calculated for a moment and decisively replaced his previous bronze grade lower garment. With the activation of the set attributes, his health directly reached 3550 and his dual defense soared to 170 points. After receiving the quest experience rewards, Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishui also leveled up to level 10. Coupled with the high-level equipment they had just obtained from the small monsters and the bronze boss, their combat power had significantly increased in an instant. However, Xiao Ishui expressed her desire to train on her own, as she didn't want to become a mere ornament by Chuchen's side. She wanted to be able to help him. Chuchen thought for a moment. Since they were friends, if they encountered any insurmountable danger, he could always go to rescue her, so he agreed to Xiao Ishui's request. As for Yi Xiaolong, he was just someone who liked to boast. He was also a person with a strong inner drive, and now that he had quickly leveled up to 10 with Chuchen's help, he wanted to go grind monsters and train on his own. After all, it was hard for them to encounter any small monsters they couldn't handle now, and they would have to wait for Chuchen to complete this chain quest before heading to the level 3 city for their job change, so they weren't in a hurry. After all, they were already ahead of 99% of the players. Watching the two leave one after another, Chuchen found himself in a solitary state again, but that was fine. After all, in his upcoming tasks, he might encounter a Demon Clan boss, and Chuchen didn't know if he could protect them. Being alone would allow him to carry out the tasks without any reservations. The Demon Clan's Conspiracy 3 has been triggered. The village chief is already aware of the traitor in the village, but when he sent someone to capture the blacksmith, the place was already empty, and over 10 children from the village were taken away. The village chief was furious. He decided to send 50 guards to the dark forest for capture while requesting you to lead the team back to the teleportation array for repairs. Task rewards, 1000 reputation, 500 gold, golden grade equipment times 2. Deep in the dark forest. Well done, Blacksmith Wang. With these over 10 children as sacrifices, it will be enough for the Demon Lord to break the seal and descend. Although there might be a slight regression in strength once we conquer this village, it will be enough to recover. Now, just take the sacrifices over there. Who would know that beneath the teleportation array lies the sealing array for Lord Oleg? A chilling voice echoed, yet no one was seen. Behind the Blacksmith Wang stood several apprentices, binding a group of unconscious children. The blacksmith and his apprentices had bloodshot eyes, looking extremely eerie. Upon hearing the command from the unknown voice, they silently turned around, each carrying a few children as they gradually walked away. In the village, Chuchen was waiting at the village chief's door for the arrival of the formation masters. Adventurer, I didn't expect it to be you again assisting us with the task. Thank you for your trouble. The leading second-level formation master spoke first upon seeing Chuchen. Chuchen was surprised. He didn't expect it to be him leading the team again, seemingly named Loba. He then glanced at the few first-level formation masters behind Loba, recognizing 2 familiar faces who had participated in the last mission, while the remaining 3 were likely sent by the village chief out of fear of a repeat of the previous incident due to insufficient manpower. Chuchen nodded at Loba, signaling that they could set off. This time, the journey was surprisingly smooth. Aside from the occasional minor monsters, there were no large-scale monster ambushes like last time. This made Chuchen feel more at ease, as he couldn't gain experience from killing monsters now, wasting stamina instead. Thinking about this, Chuchen opened his backpack and looked at the rewards from the silver-level boss first kill. Not to mention the gold coins and reputation. The first reward was a title, becoming a boss hunter, with the damage dealt to bosses increased to 20%. The hidden class scroll was the same as the last reward. He couldn't understand why the same reward was given. Didn't the planners of Tianwen consider that the first kill of a boss could possibly be done by the same person? However, this way, the 2 job change scrolls for Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishui were just right. Once he completed his job change and activated the teleportation array, he could let them do their job change tasks. The final big prize was this golden level treasure chest. There was a high probability of obtaining golden level items and a small chance of getting epic level items. However, it was clear that Lady Luck was not on Chu. Chen sighed this time as he only opened a golden level accessory. Name: Poria's tier level, golden level, accessory necklace, attributes, 120 magic attack, 20 spirit additional. When worn, gain Poria's mana source restores 3% of maximum mana per second. Restrictions, level 10, universal for magic classes. This accessory was considered a divine artifact for magic classes, especially with the additional passive effect that restored based on a percentage. Unfortunately, it was a level 10 golden level. Equipment, limiting the passive's value. This necklace would become stronger in the later stages, but at the current stage it might not be as good as some fixed value restoration passive effects. Shu Chen put the equipment away. Since it was universal for magic classes, it could be used by Xiaoishui. After all, for sword fighters like Shu Chen and warriors like He Xiaolong, there was no mana bar, and they generally wouldn't display magic attack unless they were players specializing in magic attack, making this necklace useless for them. As for the spirit attribute, while it would increase magic attack values, it was more about helping them better control their power. The higher the spirit, the better the control over one's own strength, especially after the descent. The journey was relatively smooth, so they reached the teleportation array quite quickly. However, just as they were about to arrive, they heard the sound of stones rolling on the ground from that direction. Rushing over to peek, they discovered that blacksmith Wang and his group were wantonly destroying the teleportation array. The ores that made up the array had been mostly destroyed, even the hard ores were shattered, leaving the area around the teleportation array in ruins. Shu Chen was furious. After all, repairing the teleportation gate was his task. If it was destroyed, how would he complete his mission? Not to mention that this blacksmith was currently wanted by the village chief. Wouldn't the reward fall into his hands? Without a word, he signaled for Loba to keep the others still and quietly made his way forward with his sword drawn. Over here, Wang the blacksmith was preparing to dig underground. After all, the ceiling array for the demon general was located beneath the teleportation array. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, and when he turned around, he saw one of his apprentices had his hands severed by a single strike from Shu Chen, lying on the ground wailing, with wisps of demonic energy escaping from his mouth. Realizing that he could not possibly stop Shu Chen with his own combat power, especially since he knew Shu Chen had previously defeated Gambard, he threw down his shovel and, disregarding his apprentices and the bound children behind him, ran straight into the forest. Seeing the blacksmith flee so decisively, Shu Chen immediately pursued him, signaling for Loba and the others to come out and clean up the mess before he left. After all, with the strength of the guard team, dealing with a few blacksmith apprentices would be a piece of cake. After chasing for a while, Shu Chen felt something was off. With his speed, he should have caught up to the blacksmith long ago, yet the blacksmith maintained a distance ahead of him, seemingly trying to lure him in, and the surrounding environment felt strange. Normally, even without encountering wild monsters, there would be the sounds of beasts roaring in the forest, but now it was eerily quiet around Shu Chen, not a sound to be heard. The blacksmith ahead also stopped when Shu Chen did, standing there in a daze, like a corpse. He, quite clever, have you figured it out? But it's too late to know now. A chilling voice echoed from all directions, and a figure slowly materialized in front of Shu Chen. Again you? What, did you not learn your lesson from the last time I kicked you back to the demon realm? Shu Chen glared at the figure before him, which was none other than Gambard, the demon scout he had previously kicked away. You! Gambard was furious. After all, for him, the great demon race being kicked by a human was a tremendous humiliation, but despite his anger, he knew he was no match for Shu Chen. Keep being arrogant. Lord Oleg will soon awaken. The sacrifices have already been completed, just wait and watch as he tramples through the village. With that, without giving Shu Chen a chance to respond, Gambard began to dissipate, not wanting to be kicked again. The blacksmith ahead also vanished, and the sounds of wild monsters began to echo around again. Shu Chen recalled Gambard's words and hurriedly ran back. Could it be that the power of the demon general was already affecting the surface? Otherwise, why would he say the sacrifices were completed? They were still destroying the teleportation array when they arrived. Confusion swirled in Shu Chen's mind until he returned to the teleportation array and saw figures lying on the ground. This is bad. I shouldn't have chased that blacksmith. This is deliberately wasting my time. Shu Chen felt a pang of regret, but now he could only check for survivors and understand what had happened after he left. Adventurer. A weak voice came from his side. Loba, what happened to you? How could the blacksmith's apprentices possibly defeat so many of you? Shu Chen gently helped Loba up and checked his condition, finding he was okay, just low on health with no negative status. He quickly took out a health potion from his backpack and asked urgently, "It's the demon race. The blacksmith's apprentices have been invaded and transformed by demonic energy. Their power has greatly increased, but even so, the guards could barely hold them off." Loba paused, then continued, but suddenly, demonic energy began to seep out from beneath the teleportation array, being absorbed by those few, and as time passed, they grew stronger and the guards couldn't hold them anymore. This teleportation array can't be repaired. The sealed demon general is about to emerge. Adventurer, you must return and report the situation to the village chief. Gradually, Roba's health recovered, and his condition improved. Shu Chen took him to check the status of the people around, only to find that they were all dead. The children had also vanished, sacrificed to the demon general. Chu Chen, feeling helpless, could only lead Roba towards the village. At the village entrance, Chu Chen instructed Roba to report the situation to the village chief first. He himself headed towards the equipment shop as it seemed that the final boss of the quest was about to appear, at least a golden level boss, which would be quite difficult. For him to confront with his current strength, he needed to level up. Just then, a few sneaky shadows followed behind Chu Chen. "Boss, it's this kid. He's been acting like a lone wolf, repeatedly going in and out of the forest. I think he must have found some hidden quest or a good leveling spot," said an assassin with the ID Golden Lightning to the warrior in the middle. "This self-righteous kid thinks he can develop just because he found an opportunity? Little does he know that half of Village 666 is mine. All opportunities in this novice village must belong to me. Ha ha ha." The warrior laughed maniacally. He then added, "Golden Lightning, you're the fastest. You follow this kid for now, and when he leaves the village for the forest, come notify me. Bring a few more people to take his opportunity from him. If necessary, use some strong-arm tactics." After saying this, the warrior walked away with a few female players, leaving Golden Lightning to follow Chu Chen alone. Meanwhile, Chu Chen was completely unaware of their conversation and was busy buying equipment in the shop. "Boss, how much are the sword-type weapons?" The shop owner was an old man, lazily leaning back in his chair, not even opening his eyes, quietly said, "Black iron level is 10 gold coins, bronze level is 100 gold coins, silver level is 1000 gold coins, and there are no golden levels or above." "What the hell? Is this a black market? Selling at such high prices, why don't you go rob someone?" Chu Chen was stunned. The old man sat up, his murky eyes fixed on Chu Chen. "Hey, isn't that what I'm doing to you?" After saying that, he lay back down, muttering, "Only this one, no branches. Buy if you want, if not, get lost. Don't block this old man's view." Despite having over 1,300 gold coins in his backpack, most of it was from completing chain quests and server-wide announcements, which was not something an average player could achieve at this stage. A normal player having 10 gold coins in their bag would already be considered a top-tier rich person. This was also why Chu Chen didn't choose to sell equipment. After all, he was unfamiliar with the market, and players didn't have that much money. Otherwise, he would have sold several bronze and silver level pieces that neither of the three could use. But he had to endure the high prices to tackle the subsequent quest boss. He needed to increase his options. So he waved his hand and said, "Then bring me 10 black iron long swords." The old man slowly got up and walked to the back of the shop, seemingly to fetch the equipment for Chu Chen, muttering as he walked, "I thought a big customer had come, but it turns out to be a stingy one, buying 10 black iron ones but not willing to buy a bronze one." Chu Chen felt embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy, but he simply couldn't afford it. Those 10 black iron long swords would cost 100 gold coins, and if he switched to bronze level, it would completely empty his pockets. However, he didn't mind. After all, at this stage, having these 10 black iron swords would be enough, as he was in urgent need of quantity. The probability of these bosses dropping weapons was too low, not to mention they had to be swordsman weapons, which made the probability even lower. So far, apart from the new moon sword he was using, he had only obtained 2 weapons. The boss came out holding a small storage ring and handed 10 black iron grade long swords to Chu Chen. After collecting the money, he lay back down, just like when Chu Chen arrived. This old man is quite interesting, different from other NPCs, Chu Chen thought as he put the long swords directly into his backpack and chose to equip them. The 10 long swords provided him with a total of 100 points of attack, bringing his current attack to 310 points. However, this value was illusory. After all, if he could defeat the demon race boss with such a value, he wouldn't be worthy of being the final boss of a chain quest. With that thought, he headed towards the grocery store. Although he was reluctant to face the shopkeeper, he had no choice. His backpack slots were running out, and he needed to buy expansion items from the shopkeeper, otherwise, he would have to find someone else to help him store the equipment dropped by the boss later. "Yo, isn't this the brave adventurer Chaos? Are you here just to see me?" The shopkeeper winked at Chu Chen, speaking with a flirtatious tone. Chu Chen felt goosebumps all over his body. How can this game have such disgusting NPCs? Do they even know what lewdness means? She's being lewd towards me. Chu Chen cursed in his heart but dared not show it. After all, the shopkeeper had such a high intimacy level with him, and buying items would come with a significant discount. Suppressing his discomfort, Chu Chen pretended to be gentle and said, "Shopkeeper, I want to buy some items to expand my backpack slots. Can you show me what you have?" Hearing Chu Chen's words, the shopkeeper seemed to come back to life after being suppressed since her husband's death. She smiled and said, "Between us, you can just give me the lowest price. The items are all here. Take a look and pick the good ones. If you don't have enough money, just tell me, and I'll lend it to you." Chu Chen looked at the 3 items in front of him, all named Space Expansion Pack, divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, which could expand the backpack to 100 slots, 200 slots, and 500 slots, priced at 100 gold, 500 gold, and 2000 gold respectively. Since the shopkeeper offered Chu Chen the lowest price, he could buy it for half the price. As for why the minimum could only be half, Chu Chen guessed it might be related to the NPC mechanism of Tianwan. Otherwise, everyone would max out their intimacy, and wouldn't that just strip the NPCs of their wool? However, After thinking about it, backpack slots were still very important. If he could expand to 500 slots, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of space for a long time. Besides, isn't earning money meant for spending? So, gritting his teeth, he forced out a sentence, advanced. Buy. At that moment, Chu Chen's expression was like this. After spending 1,000 gold to buy the advanced expansion pack, the shopkeeper looked at Chu Chen with a gaze that seemed to strip him bare. She almost wanted to take him right there. Frightened, Chu Chen grabbed the item and ran, leaving the shopkeeper with a flustered back view. Fated enemy. You can't escape my grasp. The shopkeeper smiled slightly as she watched Chu Chen's figure gradually disappear, slowly walking back into the room. When Chu Chen arrived at the village chief's house, he found the chief in a meeting with several people. Seeing Chu Chen arrive, the village chief quickly invited him to sit down and said, "Adventurer, we all wish things hadn't developed this way. The sealed demon race is about to emerge, and our village will be the first to bear the brunt. We must eliminate it before it enters the village, otherwise, the entire village will be destroyed." Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the demon race conspiracy. 3. You have received a reward of 1,000 reputation, 500 gold, and 2 pieces of golden grade equipment while triggering the final quest of the demon race conspiracy, the resurrection of the demon general. The resurrection of the demon general, the war of the four clans 1,000 years ago led to the sealing of the demon clan, the retreat of the dragon clan, the dominance of the divine clan, and the rise of the human clan. 1,000 years later, the demon clan begins to stir again, attempting to revive and take revenge on the 3 clans of the past. Outside the 666th novice village, the first 108th demon general, Olage, is sealed. Due to insufficient sacrifices, the seal is forcibly broken, resulting in a significant drop in strength. Thus, the village chief intends to organize the entire village's guards and players to kill Olage outside the village. Task reward for the resurrection of the demon general, 100,000 reputation, 10,000 gold coins, a choice of 1 golden grade accessory set, 2 golden grade equipment, and a key to the secret treasure of the dragon clan. Server announcement: the sealed demon general Olage will awaken tomorrow at noon, 12 p.m. Players are requested to assist the village guards in preventing Olage's invasion into the dark forest, with a time limit of 1 hour. Task success reward: successfully kill Olage within 1 hour. All players in the 666th novice village will receive a 100% experience boost, and the drop rate for kills will double, lasting for 3 days. The teleportation array to Silvermoon City will open, and players who reach level 10 can go to Silvermoon City for job change. Additionally, a damage leaderboard will be opened, with the first place receiving a choice of 1 golden grade accessory treasure chest and the title savior. The top 3 will receive a choice of 1 silver grade accessory treasure chest. The top 10 will receive a choice of 1 bronze grade accessory treasure chest. Note: rewards cannot be obtained multiple times. Task failure penalty: the 666th novice village will be destroyed by the demon clan. All player spawn points will be randomly changed to nearby novice villages. Level will drop by 1 and experience will be reduced by 50%, with kill drops also reduced by 50%, lasting for 3 days. Chu Chen was stunned. Although he had speculated before, he never expected it to be a world boss. This should be the first world boss since the launch of Heaven's Inquiry. However, at this stage, players weren't even level 10. Besides Chu Chen, the only others in the village who might reach level 10 were probably Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishue. But by tomorrow at noon, there should be a few more, yet they posed no threat to this boss at all. After all, for other players, the village guards were unbeatable, let alone a world boss that could be killed like a mere guard. Stepping out of the village chief's house, Chu Chen rarely opened the chat channel and found that the village channel was buzzing with discussions about this matter. What the hell? It's only the first day and a world boss appears? Why didn't my wife's village have an announcement? Wake up upstairs, you don't even have a wife. A world boss this early must not be too difficult, right? The system shouldn't create tasks that players can't complete. That's not certain. Don't forget we have a big shot in our village who has achieved consecutive first kills. Maybe it's him who triggered the task. Upstairs, your nonsense is coming to me. Pangcho, can you even slander the Chaos Big Shot? Are you a fan of Chaos? Are you here defending him? Maybe it's him who triggered the task, trying to kill us all. Chu Chen scrolled through the chat and found it all to be unnutritious content. He then looked at the 99 plus notifications in his friend request list, feeling helpless. Fame brings trouble. Chu Chen could only block all friend requests and also muted the chat channel. After all, out of sight, out of mind. It didn't matter. In Chu Chen's mind, he had already assumed that the boss had nothing to do with these players. Tomorrow, he would let Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishue deal some damage to grab a top 3 reward, and then he would take down this boss in an instant. After all, he had prepared a hefty gift for the boss at a great cost. He then stopped thinking about it. Anyway, there would be a way when the time came, but before fighting the boss, he still needed to strengthen himself to the utmost. Chu Chen took out the 2 pieces of equipment he had just received as a mission reward, and as expected, they were both parts of the Kurosaki set, the leg guards and the gauntlets. The remaining 2 pieces were likely one of the rewards for tomorrow's mission. He quickly equipped the 2 items, which provided him with 500 health points, 30 dual defense, and 300 health points along with 50 attack. Additionally, activating the 4-piece set bonus granted him an extra 200 attack. He also upgraded his vertical slash skill. After all, with the Chaos Sword Heart's 10,000-fold skill proficiency bonus, using it once would level up the skill, though he often forgot to do so. Vertical slash, an initial skill for the swordsman class, swings the sword to deal 170% attack damage to a single target. Cooldown 10s, proficiency 0/1000. The damage had increased by another 10%, bringing Chu Chen's maximum burst damage to over 1,000,000. This level of damage could only be achieved by players who had undergone their second class transfer. But Chu Chen was merely at this damage level. It didn't mean he could compete with second transfer players. After all, with his speed, he might be dead before even getting close. However, at this stage, there were no players or NPCs above the second transfer, so the fate of this boss was clear. Glancing at the time, it was almost 7 p.m. Time flew by while gaming, and Chu Chen decided to log off. Slowly returning to reality, he stood up and stretched a bit. Although his physical body was in a special space while in the game, he still needed to move around a bit. Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Yixue were still online, so Chu Chen planned to go out and buy some food before heading back to drop Xiao Yixue off at home. If he logged back in, it would have to be later in the evening. Chu Chen hummed a little tune, hands in his pockets as he walked down the street, seemingly unaware of what arrival was. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He picked it up to see a notification, a deposit alert of a full 100,000 Huayuan. Wow, Wei Junjie is serious about this? Not bad, not bad. I can take care of him a bit in the game from now on. 100,000 was a huge sum for him in the past, but now, times have changed. As the top player in Tion 1, a mere 100,000 couldn't impress Chu Chen. The reason he was willing to look out for Wei Junjie was simply because he liked his rebellious demeanor. Turning a corner, Chu Chen changed direction. Since he had so much money, there was no need to starve himself. He planned to go to the 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng, Lu's Hotel, and then to the seafood stall about 100 meters away to pack some crayfish to take home. When Chu Chen entered the house carrying several large bags, he found Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Yixue had just logged off and were stretching like he had been earlier. Wow, Heezy, you're so good to me, buying back so much food. Yi Xiaolong's eyes lit up at the sight of the bags in Chu Chen's hands, and he rushed over to grab some. Chu Chen slightly sidestepped to avoid Yi Xiaolong's attack and smiled at Xiao Yixue, saying, Xiaoxue, come on, let's eat something first. After we finish, I'll take you home. Xiao Yixue watched them playfully tussle and couldn't help but smile, then nodded at Chu Chen and sat down at the dining table, waiting for the meal to begin. Heezy, you're something else, forgetting your friends for a pretty face, huh? Yi Xiaolong continued to tease, but his hands were busy grabbing the food from Chu Chen and placing it on the table. You brat, just being able to eat is good enough for you. Watch out, or I won't take you with me next time. Chu Chen laughed and scolded. Don't, Heezy. The black and white duo is a team. We can't do without each other. He. Yi Xiaolong chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. Come on, Xiaoxue, try this crayfish. It's what I often eat with Filong. It's super delicious. Chu Chen thoughtfully peeled a few shrimp for Xiao Yixue and handed them to her. Xiao Yixue was sitting nearby, smiling as she watched the two of them playfully tease each other, when suddenly Chu Chen placed the peeled shrimp right in front of her. Her face turned red instantly, and she softly said thank you before burying her head in her meal, no longer looking at Chu Chen and Yi Xiaolong. Although she had quietly liked Chu Chen for a long time, otherwise she wouldn't have disregarded others' opinions to sit next to him. She often helped him with his studies and would have dinner at his house, but Chu Chen had never been as affectionate with her as he was today, calling her Xiaoxue and even helping her peel the crayfish. Xiao Yixue felt that Chu Chen had changed today, becoming more confident and bold than before, being so affectionate in front of others. She didn't know why he had changed, nor did she want to know. She only knew that this version of Chu Chen made her heart flutter even more, and she liked him even more. Of course, Chu Chen had no idea what Xiao Yixue was thinking while eating. He was chatting with Yi Xiaolong about the matter of Tion 1. Filong, since you and Xiaoxue are both level 10 now, you'll have to wait until tomorrow noon to change jobs. In the evening, you can log on after going home to look for NPCs and see if you can pick up a couple of quests to grind for some equipment. After all, you both still don't have complete gear, and you can't unleash the battle power expected at level 10. Sure, Heezy, but how do you plan to handle the world boss tomorrow? By noon, there probably won't be many players in the village who can reach level 10, so they won't be much help. Can you handle it alone? Yi Xiaolong said worriedly. What if we can't defeat the boss? We'll face penalties, and our development will fall behind significantly. A confident light shone in Chu Chen's eyes as he put down his chopsticks and said, you don't need to worry about that. I can handle it. Just come over with Xiaoxue to deal some damage, and let's aim to secure the top 3 rewards. The silver grade accessories will provide a significant boost. After a pause, Chu Chen continued, after defeating the boss, you two can follow me to Silver Moon City. I have 2 job change vouchers for hidden professions. You and Xiaoxue can each have one. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixue quickly asked, what about you? If you give us the job, Change vouchers, what will you do? Why don't you and Yi Xiaolong use them? I'm not very familiar with the game yet, so it's unnecessary. For me, I can wait for another opportunity to change to a hidden profession. Although Xiao Ishua had never played games, she understood that hidden professions were definitely much stronger than ordinary ones, and she didn't want Chu Chen to become an ordinary profession because of her. Chu Chen felt warmth in his heart and smiled at Xiao Ishua, saying, "It's fine, I have my own hidden profession, so you don't need to worry about me. If you encounter any difficulties with your job change quest, just let me know, and I'll help you." Hearing Chu Chen's response, Xiao Ishua gently nodded and stopped worrying about it. Dinner lasted nearly an hour, and as the sky darkened, Yi Xiaolong said goodbye to Chu Chen and Xiao Ishua before leaving. He still needed to log on to complete quests and get equipment. After all, having only a level 10 without equipment wouldn't give him much of an advantage over ordinary players. Chu Chen walked alongside Xiao Ishua by the riverbank, the summer evening breeze gently blowing through her long hair. Chu Chen turned to look at Xiao Ishua's delicate face, as smooth as white jade, and his heart raced. Although he had long accepted that he had developed feelings for Xiao Ishua in the past, she was not only beautiful but also excelled academically and got along well with her classmates, being the pride of her teachers, while he was just a poor student whose grades were barely passable. So he had always buried his feelings deep inside. But now, with Tianwen going online and the arrival of a month away, the officials are urging everyone to enter the game and become stronger. From the moment he obtained the Chaos Sword Heart, it was destined that he would rise in Tianwen, and Chu Chen's mindset had quietly changed with his experiences in the game. He became more confident, a confidence that came from within, brought about by his own strength. He would continue to grow stronger so that whether in the game or in reality, he could better protect his family and Xiao Ishua. This was his reason and belief for becoming stronger. Thinking this, Chu Chen tentatively touched Xiao Ishua's small hand. Xiao Ishua felt the sudden touch at her fingertips and quickly withdrew her hand like a startled deer, hesitating for a moment before slowly lowering it, then actively placing it in Chu Chen's hand, allowing him to hold it. The boy's initiative and the girl's shyness painted a beautiful picture of a summer evening. The two walked hand in hand in silence, neither wanting to break this rare tranquility. The usually bustling riverside was unusually serene today, as people responded to the official call and entered the game, leaving only a few elderly folks strolling by the river. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the foot of Xiao Ishua's building. Chu Chen slowly released her small hand and softly said, "Let's go back. We'll see each other in the game tomorrow morning." Xiao Ishua nodded, her bright eyes like stars quietly gazing at Chu Chen, her little face flushed with a hint of crimson, then she gently closed her eyes. Seeing this, Chu Chen's eyes widened. He wished he could kiss her right away, but after a moment's thought, he held back. They hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. He had to be responsible for Xiao Ishua. He would wait until he was strong enough to make it official. He stepped forward and gently hugged Xiao Ishua, feeling her body tremble slightly, then ruffled her hair and turned to run away. When Xiao Ishua opened her eyes again, all she saw was Chu Chen's back, and she heard his clear voice. "Then it's settled, Xiao Shui. See you in the game tomorrow morning." Xiao Ishua's face turned red instantly, and she stomped her foot in anger, no longer looking at Chu Chen as she turned to go up the stairs. Chu Chen jogged home, and with his current abilities, he was far from invincible. No one knew what would happen a month from now, so he needed to become stronger. Strong enough to protect himself, his family, and his friends. At that time, he would present himself to Xiao Ishua in the most perfect manner, not like now. He took a bottle of drink from the fridge. Chu Chen glanced at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. He could still log into the game to look for other tasks to do. After all, besides a vertical slash, he had no other skills available. Lying on his bed, Chu Chen closed his eyes and logged into the game. Even as night fell, the number 666 Novice Village was even more lively. Not all companies would respond to the official call during the day, so most adults logged into the game at night. With a flash of white light, Chu Chen, dressed in a full set of black armor, appeared in the center of the square, immediately attracting a large crowd of gazes. He could vaguely hear their discussions. "Who is that? So handsome. And that equipment must be at least silver level. Is he really this strong in just one day? Don't you know him? I suspect you're a spy. Please report your identity. Isn't that our village's chaos boss? He took down both the bronze and silver boss first kills, so it's no surprise he has such equipment." A few girls mustered their courage to approach Chu Chen and wanted to add him as a friend, but he decisively refused. "Are you kidding? Am I, Chu Chen, the kind of person who can't move when he sees a beautiful girl?" Of course, the main reason was not that those girls were unattractive, it was that Chu Chen's will was firm. He would not be swayed by the allure of women. Chu Chen was just about to find the village chief to see if there were any quests with skill book rewards. After all, as a prominent figure in the chaos, having only one initial skill was quite embarrassing. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd ahead, with people gasping in surprise, which caught Chu Chen's attention. He looked up and saw a group of women approaching him, led by a woman in a robe. Her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall with willow leaf eyebrows and peach blossom eyes, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Most striking was her tall figure, which was elegant without being slender, and her skin was as smooth and fair as white jade. Her beauty was not inferior to that of Xiao Ishua, though Xiao Ishua exuded a more innocent and cute charm typical of a young girl, while this woman radiated a seductive allure that even her low-quality robe could not conceal. The woman, accompanied by her entourage, walked gracefully up to the figure of Chaos and said, "Hello, Chaos Boss. Let me introduce myself. I am Luo Hong, the president of the Falling Flower Guild. I am here to discuss a deal with you." Upon hearing her intention, Chu Chen perked up and replied, "I wonder what President Luo Hong wishes to discuss with me? Please feel free to speak." Luo Hong noticed Chu Chen's interest, straightened her chest, and continued, "You see, I have learned about you and found that you mostly venture alone. Therefore, you must have a lot of unused equipment. Although our Falling Flower Guild is not a large guild, we do have some strength, so we would like to purchase any surplus equipment from you. What do you think?" Luo Hong's thoughts were quite simple. First, since Chaos had achieved 2 first kills in one day, he must possess a top-tier talent indicating high growth potential. If she could establish a relationship with Chu Chen early on, it would be of great help in the future. Secondly, since Chaos had consecutively obtained first kills on bronze and silver bosses, he would surely be interested in subsequent first kills as well. He couldn't possibly consume all the high-quality equipment dropped by the bosses alone, so establishing a partnership would provide a stable source of high-quality gear. As for the third reason, it was natural that Luo Hong had developed a slight admiration for the cool swordsman before her, considering herself a fan. Being able to interact more with her idol while also reaping significant benefits was an opportunity she couldn't resist. Thus, she had been dispatching guild members to keep an eye on him since the evening, and as soon as they spotted Chu Chen, they reported back to her. Upon receiving the news, she rushed over, initially thinking Chaos would be an older man, only to find he looked even younger than her, possibly even a minor, and he was quite handsome. Although appearances in the game could be adjusted, the maximum adjustment was only 10%, which indicated that Chu Chen must not be lacking in looks in real life either. This further solidified Luo Hong's determination to collaborate with him. After all, she was quite the beauty enthusiast. Hearing this, Chu Chen felt somewhat tempted. After all, even with Xiao Ishue and Yi Xiaolong, they were only 3 people, and there was still a lot of equipment they couldn't use, so selling it would be a good idea. With this thought, a slight smile appeared on Chu Chen's lips as he asked, "I do have a lot of unused equipment, but why should I sell it to you? With so many people, I could sell it to others as well. What can you offer me?" Luo Hong was taken aback for a moment and quickly replied, "We can establish a stable partnership with you, and all equipment will be priced at the highest market value. You can set the price for high-quality equipment yourself. How does that sound?" Chu Chen pondered for a moment, showing a hesitant expression, which made Luo Hong, who had been closely watching his reactions, feel a tightening in her heart. She quickly added, "How about I arrange for you to be the vice president of the guild? You wouldn't need to do anything in the guild, but you could mobilize certain members to help you with tasks. What do you think?" Chu Chen shook his head. "Forget about the vice president. I'm used to being free and don't like being constrained. I can agree to cooperate, but I don't want cash. I want gold coins for the transaction." The reason he chose gold coins was that he could sense that after the so-called arrival, gold coins would hold more weight and value than cash. As for cash, as long as it's enough to spend. What Chu Chen didn't know was that at this stage, the exchange rate of gold coins to Huayuan had already reached an astonishing 1:100. After all, players knew how hard it was to obtain gold coins. Completing a task could yield only a few copper coins, while 1 gold coin was equivalent to 10 silver coins, or 100 copper coins, which was roughly equivalent to 1 copper coin being equal to 1 Huayuan. Luo Hong showed a hint of joy when she saw Chu Chen agree to cooperate and quickly said, "No problem, our guild does have some gold coins right now, but I can buy a lot more later." Chu Chen smiled, "No rush. Today, I don't want gold coins. I want you to help me find some swordsman skill books. If I'm satisfied, these few pieces of bronze-level equipment and a silver-level mage weapon will be yours." As he spoke, Chu Chen took out several pieces of bronze-level equipment dropped by a previous boss, along with a silver-level staff dropped by the silver boss, Earth Tiger. When Luo Hong saw the staff, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up, staring at it longingly, almost reaching out to grab it, but at the last moment, she held back. After all, the person in front of her was the one who had achieved 2 first kills. She didn't think she could provoke him. Suppressing her desire, Luo Hong quickly instructed a few people behind her to gather swordsman skills from the guild members, as they had not yet entered the 3rd-level city and could not create a guild. Communication among members could only rely on friend messages between individuals. After giving the orders, Luo Hong looked at Chu Chen. "Boss, I've already sent my people to collect the skill books for you. Shall we add each other as friends, and I'll contact you when the skill books arrive?" Chu Chen nodded and proactively sent a friend request to Luo Hong, as his friend request list had already been blocked and he was too lazy to open it. Once they added each other as friends, Luo Hong took her people and left, while Chu Chun put away the equipment. However, he didn't notice that a man behind him quietly slipped away, seemingly to report back. Outside the village in the dark forest, they had already ventured quite deep with the wild monsters, generally reaching around level 8. 6 players gathered here, all at level 8, with the leading warrior, Indomitable Berserker, having reached level 9. The man who had just been gathering information behind Chu Chun appeared here and said to the leader of the team, "Boss, Chaos just logged in. It seems he reached a deal with the president of the Falling Flower Guild. I saw him take out a lot of bronze-level equipment and even a silver-level staff. It looks like you were right, he's a lone wolf who can't possibly digest all that equipment. And I found out he's the lone wolf kid we talked about before." Indomitable Berserker, upon hearing his subordinate's report, slowly turned around with a defiant expression and said, "So he is Chaos? Humph, just a lucky guy who got ahead start. Everyone thinks he's the best. I'll make him realize that my first kill isn't so easy to snatch." After saying that, he turned to the rest of the team and said, "Get ready to change areas. Let's go a bit deeper and aim to all reach level 10 tonight, so we can give Chaos a surprise tomorrow." At the same time, he said to the person behind him, "You go and gather some people to test that Chaos. If I'm not mistaken, he should have only found some special techniques to defeat the boss. His own strength shouldn't be very high. Most of his combat power relies on his equipment. Let them hold him back from the front while we launch a sneak attack from behind. Let's see if we can make him drop some equipment. Losing even one piece will significantly reduce his combat power." Chu Chun was completely unaware of this, but if he had known, he would have praised their cleverness. Although his equipment was excellent, it mainly boosted his defensive attributes. As for attack, with the Chaos Sword technique, why would he need to worry about that? Because someone was also helping Chu Chun find skill books, he just needed to wait for Luo Hong to contact him. So he decided to find Yi Xiaolong to see if he could help him complete a few more tasks. After all, with Yi Xiaolong's current strength, tackling it alone was still a bit difficult. He casually sent a message to Yi Xiaolong and learned that he was in the forest completing a task to collect wolf pelts. It was said that collecting 100 would yield a bronze-level weapon, but after more than an hour he had only managed to gather 10. This was partly because the Gale wolves were very fast. Even if he couldn't defeat them, they could easily run away. Secondly, they were social wild monsters, making it hard to find groups of 3 or 5. They usually appeared in packs of hundreds, which was simply beyond what players at this stage could handle. However, this naturally did not include Chu Chun, who could take down a large group with a single sword strike. Just as he stepped out of the village, Chu Chun saw a team approaching him. Their composition was quite strange, consisting entirely of warriors and swordsmen with no other classes. Such a team would clearly find it more difficult to explore or complete tasks than a normal setup, and it seemed they were waiting for him to come out. Sure enough, as the few men walked within a few steps of Chu Chun, one of the warrior players named Blood Battle spoke up. "Are you Chaos? Don't think you're impressive just because you stole our boss. In this newbie village 666, it's still the territory of our Pinnacle guild. That Luo Hua guild is just a bunch of girls put together. They can't protect you. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your equipment. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you ourselves." Ha ha ha. The few lackeys beside him burst into laughter, making Chu Chun's eyes twitch. Where did these oddballs come from? Whose boss did I steal? But if they look down on even Luo Hong's Luo Hua guild, their backing must be quite powerful. Yet, with just a few small fries, they dare to provoke me? Do they really think this number 1 player in the server has no temper? After thinking this, he didn't bother to dwell on the Pinnacle guild. Such a cliché name made it obvious that the leader was a fool, and they were probably just asking for trouble by provoking him. A glint of determination flashed in Chu Chen's eyes as he gripped the new moon sword and charged at the group. It's important to note that Chu Chen had always been on the ground, and the effect of the tiger step had been stacking up for a long time. Moreover, the distance was already quite short. Before they even had time to react, Chu Chen swung his sword, combining it with the effect of the new moon slash. With just one strike, the group was sent back to the fountain, leaving only a few pieces of equipment on the ground. Tisk, all black iron level. A bunch of poor guys. I don't know if their brains are flooded or what. Chu Chen looked at the black iron equipment on the ground and sighed, but he still picked them up. Why not take them? He could sell them cheaply to Luo Hong later. The man hidden in the forest was stunned. He was the assassin known as Golden Lightning. He was amazed by Chu Chen's speed and attack. What kind of damage was that? One sword strike had directly taken out the warrior and swordsman. The original plan was for those few warriors and swordsmen to hold the front line, while he would sneak in for an ambush. However, they were taken out in an instant, leaving him unable to execute his plan. Thus, the Golden Lightning quietly retreated, preparing to report this news. After finishing off those few, Chu Chen continued towards the location indicated by Yi Xiaolong. Outside the village, player versus player combat was allowed, so Chu Chen faced no penalties. However, If he killed players within the village or town, he would be detained by the enforcement team, and even he couldn't afford that. On the other side, the unyielding berserker had received a private message from one of the warriors, and he was furious. You useless bunch, you couldn't even hold out for one encounter? You were taken out instantly? The warrior replied, we can't be blamed, boss. His speed is incredible, several times faster than us, and his damage is really strange. One sword strike and my health bar was gone in an instant. Plus, it seems he has an area skill that took us all out at once. Immediately after, another message came, boss, we all lost a level, and one of our pieces of equipment was dropped. Look at this gear, can the guild compensate us? Compensate you for what? Useless things, and you dare ask for compensation? Take those few and level up yourselves, don't bother me. The unyielding berserker was fuming, but at least he had gathered some information: high chaotic attack, fast speed, and an area skill. However, he didn't take it to heart. He didn't believe that his thousands of players in the world domination could be beaten by that chaos. When the time came, they would drown him in numbers and eventually force him to drop his equipment. While the unyielding berserker was calculating how to deal with Chu Chen had already swept through several waves of swift wolves with Yi Xiaolong, collecting over 230 wolf pelts. Yet, he didn't stop. From what he understood, for collection tasks like this, generally, the more you gather, the better the rewards. He didn't believe that bronze-level equipment was the peak. Gathering more might yield unexpected surprises. After collecting this wave of wolf pelts, Chu Chen and Yi Xiaolong moved sideways in another direction, which was only about 10 minutes away from where the unyielding berserker and his group were. Hey, how many have we collected in total? Just collecting has worn me out. Yi Xiaolong panted, hands on his knees, following behind Chu Chen. Chu Chen opened his backpack and counted, replying, I have 892 here, plus your 10, we're still about 100 short. Since 100 can be exchanged for a bronze-level weapon, maybe 1,000 will bring us unexpected joy? Let's hold on a bit longer. Suddenly, a series of wolf howls echoed from the jungle ahead, seemingly indicating that a pack of wolves was fighting something. Hearing the sounds, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. He turned to Yi Xiaolong and said, got it. Fat dragon, listen, that sound must be from at least 100 swift wolves, and there might even be a wolf king among them, at least a bronze-level boss. We can get more equipment. Let's go check it out. Without waiting for Yi Xiaolong to respond, Chu Chen quickly moved forward. Damn it, we just took down one wolf cub. How did we attract so many swift wolves? A few people were running for their lives, led by the president of the World Domination Guild, the unyielding berserker. However, he looked somewhat disheveled now, no longer the arrogant figure he once was. As Chu Chen climbed a tree to observe the situation, he saw a group of people being chased by the pack of swift wolves. At their speed, it wouldn't be long before they were caught. Among the wolves, a batch of larger wolves, more than twice the size of ordinary swift wolves, was howling angrily, directing the pack. There really is a wolf king, what a pleasant surprise. Chu Chen was calculating how to better intercept the wolf pack. After all, it seemed they were being commanded by the wolf king in their pursuit. As for the few players, whether they could survive depended on their own luck. After all, who told them to provoke the wolf king? Chu Chen was no saint. He wouldn't go out of his way to help strangers who had gotten into trouble. However, he did need to stop the wolf pack, as no one knew if they would regroup after killing a few players. It was at this moment that Yi Xiaolong finally arrived, but before he could say anything, Chu Chen's voice rang out, Fat dragon, you keep an eye here. If any of the gale wolves slip past, take care of them. I'm going in first. With a push of his feet, Chu Chen flipped in the air and landed steadily, sword in hand, ready to charge at the wolf pack. He then saw that the few players had already been caught up with. Under the assault of over 100 gale wolves, they didn't last even 5 seconds before being sent back to the resurrection point. Watching this scene, Chu Chen couldn't help but facepalm. These guys dared to provoke the wolf pack, thinking they were some formidable characters. But it turned out they were just a few small-time players. Without hesitation, since they had already been killed by the wolves, he needed to act quickly. With a swing of his sword, several gale wolves fell, and soon, the size of the wolf pack visibly shrank. On the other side, at the village resurrection point. Fuck! Why did we provoke such a massive pack of gale wolves? That little wolf cub didn't even drop anything good. What bad luck! The first thing Immortal Mad Warrior did after respawning was to vent his frustration. The nearby guild members were also complaining. Great, we lost a level and have to grind again. We finally made it to level 10. Immortal Mad Warrior's eye twitched. It was bad enough they lost a level, but at least their gear wasn't dropped. However, his own weapon was gone. That bronze-level weapon was something he had worked hard to obtain through a quest, and he had even rallied dozens of guild members to help him. And now, it was gone. Of course, Chu Chen was unaware of these circumstances. He had just taken down the Wolf King with a single strike and called Yi Xiaolong over to collect the wolf pelts. He didn't overlook the Wolf King's teeth either, gathering them all up, as there might be some hidden rewards. Immortal Mad Warrior's dropped bronze-level weapon was assumed by Chu Chen to be a boss drop. This time, luck was not on his side. It was all bronze-level gear, and none of it was useful for Chu Chen. After handing the bronze-level warrior weapon to Yi Xiaolong, he kept the rest as they could be sold to Luo Hong for gold. After finally collecting the wolf pelts, there were a total of 1,031 pieces. Chu Chen shook his hand and said to Yi Xiaolong, "Let's go back and see if this quest has any surprises." Yi Xiaolong's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly followed. After all, this quest, with Chu Chen's help, had taken several hours, and it was almost midnight. After a day of gaming, Yi Xiaolong was a bit tired and wanted to quickly turn in the quest and log off to rest. Chu Chen was thinking the same way. After all, he had a big challenge to face tomorrow and needed to rest well. The journey was silent. Chu Chen looked at the shopkeeper, who was smiling and staring at him, and his mouth twitched. If there was one NPC he least wanted to face, it was the shopkeeper. If he had known that Yi Xiaolong's quest NPC was her, he would have let him come alone. Suppressing the urge to turn and run, Chu Chen steeled himself and walked in. Without saying a word, he dumped all the wolf pelts and the wolf king's teeth from his backpack, along with a few from Fat Dragon's bag. A small mountain of wolf pelts appeared at the entrance of the shop, drawing gasps from the surrounding players. After all, some of them had taken on this quest too, but they never expected anyone could collect so many wolf pelts. Even the boss lady was taken aback, staring at the mountain of wolf skins in front of her, unsure of what to do as she rubbed her hands together, momentarily at a loss for words. It was Yi Xiaolong who timely spoke up. "Boss lady, look at how we have exceeded our task. Shouldn't the reward be even better?" The boss lady kept her gaze fixed, not glancing at Yi Xiaolong even once, her eyes moving between Chu Chen and the pile of wolf skins. After a while, she finally regained her composure and said, "Of course, congratulations on exceeding your task. Wait here. I'll go get your reward." Before long, the boss lady emerged holding a piece of parchment, which she handed to Chu Chen with a sigh. "This is one of the few treasures in my shop, and it's your task reward. Take it." Chu Chen was taken aback. A piece of parchment was considered a treasure? Curiously, he began to examine it, and soon his eyes lit up with joy. At that moment, Yi Xiaolong also received a task notification. "Congratulations, you have completed the unique chain task Wolfskin Collection and obtained the crafting blueprint for the bronze level set Gale set. This set is a universal set for melee professions: swordsman, warrior, assassin." Yi Xiaolong was shocked as he looked at the task notification. This was a rhythm that could lead to mass production. Although it might not be of much use to just a few of them, selling it to those large guilds would definitely yield a hefty profit. Moreover, it seemed that this task reward was unique, with only this one blueprint, making it even more valuable. Chu Chen and Yi Xiaolong exchanged glances, both aware of the importance of this blueprint. Chu Chen planned to craft a set for Yi Xiaolong first before considering whether to sell it to Luo Hong. After all, if this kind of set could be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly be the strongest equipment combination for ordinary players at this stage. After putting away the blueprint, Chu Chen and Yi Xiaolong both logged off. After logging off, Chu Chen hurriedly washed up and lay down on his bed, quickly falling asleep. He had a dream where, after the arrival of Tianwen into reality, the demon race was rapidly destroying Blue Star, and he, clad in a divine-level set and wielding a divine-level sword, rode a gigantic flying dragon, charging towards the demon army. He felt that at this moment he was incredibly cool. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, spilling onto the bed, while sparrows chirped outside the window. Hearing the sound, Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, still immersed in that dream, unable to extricate himself. But he soon shook his head, forcing himself to wake up. A dream is just a dream, but even in reality, Chu Chen would only be stronger than the self in his dream. He quickly got up, washed up, and grabbed something from the fridge to fill his stomach. It was almost 11 o'clock, and the boss would appear in about an hour. Chu Chen hurriedly logged into the game, as there was still something to do before fighting the boss. As soon as Chu Chen logged in, he noticed several unread messages from friends. Xiao Yixue said that she and Yi Xiaolong were currently grinding monsters together to hone their combat skills and would come to find him at 11:30. The rest were messages from Luo Hong. She had already found several skill books for swordsmen and wanted Chu Chen to log in and meet her at the central square for a trade. Luo Hong was waiting in the central square with a few female players. When she saw Chu Chen approaching from a distance, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly ran towards him. "Great God! Luckily you came in time. Our guild is about to prepare to tackle the world boss. By the way, great God, you're going too, right?" Before Chu Chen could respond, Luo Hong quickly pulled out 3 skill books from her backpack. Chu Chen nodded and began to examine the 3 skill books, 1 bronze level and 2 black iron level, which were somewhat disappointing. Chu Chen frowned slightly, but then thought that it was just a temporary measure anyway. Besides, it was still quite difficult to find skill books of silver grade or above in the novice village. Even he didn't have any, so others were even less likely to. After a moment's thought, Chu Chen only took the bronze grade book and returned the other 2 to Luo Hong. After all, the black iron grade skills were indeed a bit useless, and he was too lazy to learn them. Luo Hong looked at the 2 skill books that Chu Chen returned to her, stunned for a moment, thinking, the great God has such high standards, he doesn't even look at black iron grade skills. The elites in her own guild generally only had one black iron grade skill, and that bronze grade one was a lucky find that had just dropped that morning, which she had acquired at a high price. Name, Gale/level, bronze effect, active use, increases your attack speed by 50% for 10 seconds, and adds 50 points of wind attribute damage to your attacks. Restrictions, level 10, swordsman. Chu Chen looked at the skill's effect, it was not bad. The increase in attack speed would allow him to deal damage more quickly. And as for the 50 points of wind attribute damage, he wondered if it could be enhanced by the chaotic sword heart. If it couldn't receive the enhancement, then it would be negligible. Without hesitation, he learned the skill, but what surprised Chu Chen was that there was no prompt for proficiency after learning this skill. It seemed that not all skills could have their effects improved through proficiency, and Chu Chen sighed. He then took out the extra bronze grade equipment from before and the silver grade staff from yesterday and said, one bronze grade skill book isn't enough to match the value of this silver grade staff. How about you give me 500 gold coins for it, considering the other bronze grade equipment? While having breakfast, Chu Chen had specifically checked the current prices of equipment on the forum created by players. A bronze grade piece of equipment was generally around 100 to 120 gold coins, while silver grade was between 500 to 600 gold coins. Skill books were usually 3 to 4 times more expensive than equipment of the same level. After all, skills could be used long-term, but equipment would eventually be outdated. Luo Hong was no longer in the mood to listen. To this, her gaze was fixated on the silver grade staff, swallowing hard, and she said without hesitation, no problem. Great God, you even gave us a discount, we definitely can't be ungrateful. Saying this, she directly traded 500 gold coins to Chu Chen and immediately hugged the silver grade staff to her chest, afraid that someone might come and snatch it away. Chu Chen looked at this scene, feeling a bit amused and helpless. He didn't expect that the seemingly aloof and charming Luo Hong was actually a little girl inside. Glancing at the time, there were about 50 minutes left until the world boss would appear, so he prepared to find Xiao Yishui and the others. Before leaving, Chu Chen didn't forget to say to the girl who was infatuated with the staff, when the boss appears later, just go and deal a bit of damage and then leave, that's not something you can defeat. This statement brought Luo Hong back to reality. Although she didn't understand the meaning behind Chu Chen's words, she had blind trust in her idol. She immediately instructed a few people nearby to inform the guild members to just deal a bit of damage from a distance and not to approach the world boss. Of course, if anyone insisted on seeking death, that was none of her business. As soon as Chu Chen walked out of the village, he was met by a large wave of people, each wearing a confused expression, surrounding him. Chu Chen was puzzled. He remembered that he had been leveling up and doing quests honestly, and hadn't provoked anyone. Why was he being surrounded? Although he wasn't afraid, there had to be a reason for surrounding him, right? A warrior slowly walked up from behind, standing opposite Chu Chen, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, so you are Chaos? Do you know that this number 666 novice village is the territory of my undying berserker? If you dare to kill a boss in my territory, that means you're stealing my loot. If you don't hand over all the good stuff on you, don't even think about leaving this village. Chu Chen finally understood their reason for blocking him. They just wanted to rely on their numbers to snatch the loot from his boss kill. After all, whether it was high-quality equipment or the job change vouchers from the announcement rewards, they were extremely tempting for them. At that moment, Chu Chen finally saw what the undying berserker looked like and was surprised, saying, aren't you the warrior who got rubbed into the ground by the Gale Wolf Pack yesterday? How did you level up so quickly again? The undying berserker was stunned. What? He was there yesterday too? Otherwise, how would he know about this? You should know that he lost a level yesterday and spent over 2 hours just to get back to level 10. Along with his anger towards the Gale Wolf King, the undying berserker didn't want to waste any more words and directly commanded his underlings to attack. In an instant, the ranged archers and mages began their assault, while the melee classes were a bit slower but also rushed towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen watched this scene and sighed. It's like hitting a stone with an egg. Chu Chen moved with the high-speed boost from the Tiger Step. The ordinary members of the Pinnacle Guild couldn't keep up with his speed. Before they could even defend, they were taken down by a single sword strike. -1 -1 -593,844 -593,721 numbers flashed by, and the players from Pinnacle Guild saw their health continuously decrease. The damage from the distant mages and archers couldn't even break through his defenses, resulting in health being deducted drop by drop. In just a few minutes, with the support of the new moon slash, Chu Chen eliminated the last enemy, and then strolled towards the undying berserker. The undying berserker was already in shock, watching Chu Chen effortlessly handle the siege from his subordinates, taking down several, even dozens, with a single sword strike. Devil, you're not a player, you're a devil. The undying berserker broke down. He originally intended to rob Chu Chen first to prepare for the upcoming world boss. But who would have thought this killing god would clear out his underlings in just a few minutes? Thinking of this, the undying berserker's legs went weak. With a thud, he knelt before Chu Chen. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Just let me go this time. I promise I won't dare to mess with you again. Shuchen squinted, looking at the terrified undying berserker before him. He didn't need to know why they came to ambush him, he only needed to know that once they made a move, they were enemies. Since they were enemies, there was naturally no reason to let the tiger return to the mountain. With a wave of his sword, the undying berserker's head fell to the ground and his body gradually dissipated. After being delayed by a few small fry, Shuchen had to hurry. There were less than 30 minutes until the boss descended, and he needed to find Xiao Ishui and the others first, then head directly to the teleportation array. On the other side, the undying berserker walked out of the resurrection point with a gloomy face, and his underlings were waiting for him outside. Boss, we can't just let this go. This chaos is too arrogant. When have we, the Pinnacle Guild, ever suffered such humiliation? His underlings spoke up one after another. They had always been tyrannical in other games, but who would have thought that upon arriving at Tianwan they would be wiped out by Chuchen alone? In their eyes, this was unforgivable. The undying berserker said coldly, this chaos is too arrogant, but everyone don't worry, let's focus on leveling up these days. I don't believe that a lone wolf can outgrow our entire guild. When we get to the level 3 city, we'll settle the score with him slowly. The time was approaching midnight, and dark energy began to slowly gather around the teleportation array. Above, the sky was also thickening, with dark clouds interspersed with flashes of lightning, making it look as if someone was undergoing a tribulation from a distance. A large number of players had gathered near the teleportation array. After a whole day and morning of leveling up, most players had reached around level 8. They weren't afraid of level 10 small monsters when grouped, so they all chose to come here, preparing to take down the boss the moment it appeared. After all, the top 10 could earn them bronze level accessories. At a time when most players didn't even have bronze level equipment, a bronze level accessory was enough to drive most people crazy. Watching the teleportation array crowded with players, with even more arriving from behind, Shuchen couldn't help but feel a headache. He had originally wanted to let Xiao Ishui and Yi Xiaolong leech some damage for a ranking, but with so many people, how could they do that? One was a warrior and the other a priest, neither had ranged attack capabilities at this stage, and Xiao Ishui could only rely on basic attacks for damage since the priest's skills were healing spells. However, thinking it over, since it was a world boss, it probably wouldn't die so easily. There would still be opportunities later if worse came to worst, he would have to take the highest damage himself. Time ticked by, and the clouds in the sky grew denser, shrouding the entire dark forest in darkness. As a thick bolt of lightning struck down, the ground at the teleportation array was split open, and endless demonic energy surged forth. The demonic energy continued to gather, coiling to form a body several meters tall. The surrounding players were stunned by the scene before them, slowly retreating, their instincts telling them that this was not a situation they could easily meddle in. A hand slowly emerged from the demonic energy, directly grabbing a few players who were retreating too slowly. The hand tightened slightly, and those players were crushed to death. A flash of white light left only a few pieces of equipment behind, marking their presence. A voice like thunder echoed from the demonic energy. High case, in the end, this general is superior. At the same time, an announcement rang out. Ding! World boss. Demonic bloodthirsty General Alagai has descended. Kill countdown 1 hour. As the voice faded, the massive body finally appeared before the crowd. He wore pitch black armor, stained with dark red blood, his face twisted and fierce, with green skin and sharp fangs. Aside from his somewhat terrifying face, his physique was very similar to that of a human. A tremendous sense of oppression hit the players, causing them to retreat in fear, especially after witnessing the fate of those few who had just been crushed to death. It was only at this moment that most realized this boss was not something they could handle. Shuchen stood at a distance, watching the players' actions, and couldn't help but scoff. A bunch of reckless fools, daring to come for a share without understanding the situation. I overestimated them. At this rate, they probably won't even get close to the boss before being wiped out. With that, Shuchen moved a bit closer to check the boss's attributes. Name: Alagai level 20, silver level boss, damaged, HP 10,300,000, world boss bonus, skill bonus 3%, attack 2575, skill bonus 3%, physical resistance 2060, skill bonus 3%, magical resistance 2060, skill bonus 3%, skill bloodthirsty slaughter. Boss passive effect increases all attributes by 1% for each kill, stacking up to 100%, lasting 10 minutes. After stacking, the kill refresh duration, blood rage, as 60%. Health limit skill, Aelage emits a roar, communicating with the demon realm through magical power, charging for 3 seconds, then summoning a bloody thunder punishment from the demon realm to attack all targets within a 30-meter radius, dealing 230% attack damage. Bloody devour. A 30% health limit skill, Aelage, under the protection of the Blood Demon King, harnesses the bloodline power to control the characteristics of the Blood Demon King, consuming blood to restore his own health, recovering 10% health for each person's blood absorbed. World boss characteristics: at 60% and 30% health, there will be a protective rule, granting a 3-second invincibility state. Shuchen was stunned. Could such attributes really be tackled by a novice village player? What Chu-Chen didn't know was that this boss would only return to trigger after subsequent players accepted the task of investigating the teleportation array anomaly from the level 3 city. If he hadn't taken on the demon Plan's conspiracy in the chain quest earlier, the world boss wouldn't have been summoned. He could have just completed the initial task from the village chief to repair the teleportation array and change jobs. However, knowing this now was useless. Just while Chu-Chen was checking the attributes, the boss had already killed 10 more players, and all attributes had increased by 13%. With the dual resistance exceeding 2200, no one could break through the defense, and with an attack close to 3000, no one could withstand even a single hit except for himself. Chu-Chen had to abandon the idea of letting Xiao and the others leech damage and urge them to stay far away, lest they become fodder for the skills. Then, looking at the demon general who was continuously slaughtering players, Chu-Chen's gaze slowly turned cold. Since you are my task boss, then it should be me to deal with you. After all, if this hidden dragon race profession comes too easily, it would be too hot to handle. Let you be the starting point of my invincible path. Players around were fleeing in panic as no one wanted to die for nothing, losing experience and equipment. They had already given up hope of defeating this boss and were starting to think about how to survive the subsequent penalty period. As everyone retreated, there would always be someone stepping forward. Chu-Chen held his sword in one hand, dressed in the Suki Set, slowly moving against the flow of people, directly facing the demon clan. At this moment, Yi Xiaolong had taken Xiao far away. He had often been jokingly called Master of Escape by Chu-Chen in previous games, as he was exceptional at running away, which was why Chu-Chen had no worries after giving a simple instruction. Xiao looked ahead at that thin figure with concern, her hands slowly clenching into fists in front of her chest, whispering, "You must be okay, Xiao." As the players fled in droves, Aeolige's attribute growth finally stopped at an increase of 64%, with health reaching a terrifying 16 million. Now, even Chu-Chen could only withstand one hit, but fortunately, with Chu-Chen's damage, combined with the bloodthirsty effect, as long as he didn't get hit by the boss's skill at 60% health, he should be fine. However, although Chu-Chen wouldn't be instantly killed by Aeolige's damage, judging from the earlier instance of him crushing 2 players, this boss had high intelligence. He didn't seem like an NPC but rather more like a sentient being. So Chu-Chen didn't dare to stand and take hits. Instead, he moved quickly, striking Aeolige's health down with each sword. Minus 594,000. Another strike, and the boss's health had dropped to 11 million. A few more strikes and it would enter a special phase. Chu-Chen became even more cautious. With his current speed, combined with the tiger step, he could reach a maximum burst of 22 meters per second. Although he couldn't maintain it for long, it was enough to keep him 30 meters away when the boss began to charge, preventing him from being killed. With the agility and positioning skills honed from playing games in the past, Chu-Chen carefully dealt damage from the shadows. As expected, after a few strikes, the boss's health plateaued. At the same time, Aeolige was enraged, furious that such a weak little ant could force him into this phase. The moment Chu-Chen noticed the health bar had stopped, he seized the opportunity, using his speed to burst forth, and in just over a second he was already standing 30 meters away, quietly watching Aeolige perform. A surge of crimson blood power continuously gathered above Aeolige's head, and a spatial vortex slowly opened. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, and immediately, everything within a 30-meter radius of Aeolige was hit by the lightning. The bloody lightning mixed with the wails of countless vengeful souls, striking the surrounding air violently. TSK, how terrifying. Even with my attributes, I wouldn't be able to withstand such damage. I'd be instantly killed. Chu-Chen watched everything before him with lingering fear. As the ground around Aeolige turned pitch black, all the plants reduced to nothingness by that blood-colored lightning. At this moment, Chu-Chen returned to Aeolige's vicinity, continuing to maneuver while attacking Aeolige with his sword. Each strike dealt around 600,000 damage, and whenever the cooldown for his vertical slash was up, he would casually unleash it. One strike brought nearly 1 million damage, and the boss's health plummeted rapidly, yet he couldn't even touch Chu-Chen. After all, his agility was top-notch. Simple attack moves posed no threat to him whatsoever. Just as Chu-Chen was locked in fierce battle with the boss, many fleeing players gradually stopped, realizing that the boss was not pursuing them at all. In fact, at the spot where it had just broken free, blood-colored lightning was gathering, making them aware that someone was attacking the world boss. After all, they had seen the boss's introduction and naturally knew this was the boss's health-limited skill. Whose general is this? To be able to suppress the boss to 60% health. Who else could it be but Chaos? Who else has such ability? I don't think so. No matter how strong Chaos is, he's just one person. We just tried it. We couldn't even break the boss's defense. No matter how high his damage is, it can't exceed the boss's dual defenses. He can't defeat the boss. That may not be the case. After all, he has killed a silver-level boss. Everyone began to discuss, but no one dared to step forward to check the boss's progress, as that terrifying damage was not something they wanted to encounter. At this point, Chu-Chen had whittled Aeolige's health down to 30%. Aelij's entire body was crimson, especially his face, as if drops of blood were about to fall. Just as Chu-chun prepared to wait for the 3 seconds to pass and then finish off the boss, an unexpected change occurred. From the woods behind the boss, demonic energy began to surge outward, strands of demonic energy merging into Aelij's body. His crimson form slowly calmed down, and at the same time, his health began to rise. 32%, 38%, 45%. Chu-chun stared dumbfounded at this scene. What he thought would be an easy kill turned out to have unexpected developments. At the current rate of recovery, it wouldn't be long before Aelij's health returned to 100%. Thus, Chu-chun took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and gradually distanced himself from the boss, seemingly ready to give up on the assault. Aelij's boss health quickly began to recover, while the demonic energy behind the forest gradually dissipated. Unlike before, there were now several demons behind the boss, including the scout Gambard he had encountered earlier, as several demons escorted a dozen villagers. Chu-chun's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. So these are the sacrifices that the boss used to recover health? No wonder there were no humans nearby, yet its health was quickly replenishing. It turns out it was carrying sacrifices with it. Chu-chun glanced at the time. 10 minutes had already passed. This won't do. The demon clan's sacrifices are enough for Aelij to recover full health several times. If we keep using the same method as before, it will be impossible to defeat Aelij before the countdown ends. Chu-chun squinted deep in thought. Then, a smile appeared on Chu-chun's face as he called out to the back. Filong, you two come over quickly. Come and deal some damage. Yi Xiaolong was momentarily taken aback by Chu-chun's words. Although he didn't understand what Chu-chun meant, he still brought Xiao Ishuai over. Chu-chun looked at the boss and said to Yi Xiaolong, you two take advantage of the boss's health recovery interval and quickly attack it a few times. If you can deal 8 or 10 points of damage, that would be just about right. Since there was an opportunity, it couldn't be missed. Yi Xiaolong followed Chu-chun's gaze to the boss and found it stuck in a strange position, not moving, while its health was slowly recovering. Instantly, Yi Xiaolong's eyes lit up. He rushed over with Xiao Ishuai to attack the boss, dealing 1 point of damage with each hit. Especially Xiao Ishuai. Her adorable appearance as she tapped the boss with her priest staff was so cute that Chu-chun wished he could capture this moment and watch it multiple times. Soon, the boss's health recovered to 90%, and it was estimated that in a few seconds it would be back to full health. Xiao Ishuai had just hit it 5 times before retreating, while Yi Xiaolong, greedy for more hits, had attacked a few extra times and now dared not be greedy anymore. He hurriedly ran back and stood behind Chu-chun. Seeing that both of them had finished, Chu-chun fixed a fierce gaze on the boss and said, you two stay back. This boss is about to die. With a roar, Aelij awakened from its recovery state, but the dark energy behind it did not stop. It continued to surge into Aelij's body, and Aelij's attributes slowly increased with the influx of dark energy. Chu-chun's pupils constricted as he sensed something was off with Aelij in this state. Adhering to the principle of striking first, he decided not to think too much and swung his sword down. Minus 490,000. Ha! The damage was off. Chu-chun's gaze sharpened as he rechecked Aelij's attributes. Its health had reached 20 million and its defenses were over 3,000. However, at the end of the panel, there was a crucial piece of information. Blood Demon True Body Aelij has partially restored its strength, receiving the baptism of the Blood Demon bloodline, gaining 17% damage reduction. And just as Chu-chun was checking, the damage reduction percentage increased by another 1%. This is going to be troublesome. Chu-chun looked at the dark energy continuously flowing into Aelij's body, estimating that once the sacrifices were completed, Aelij's health would at least reach 30 million. The damage reduction ratio could reach at least 30%, which posed quite a challenge for Chu-chun. However, he couldn't just let it keep increasing. Chu-chun kept moving around Aelij, and with the attack speed boost from his tiger step being fully stacked, he could attack once every second, dealing over 400,000 damage each time, slowly whittling down Aelij's health. Aelij, on the other hand, was quite furious. This little bug was too agile, he could hardly hit it. Even if he managed to land a hit occasionally, it wasn't enough to take Chu-chun down. He could only watch as Chu-chun struck again, restoring his health to full. Damn bug, if I were at my peak, I could wipe you out with a single finger. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Aelij roared in anger. Chu-chun was quite surprised. He had felt that these boss seemed to have self-awareness, and now that Aoli-gu had spoken, it confirmed his suspicion. This game, Tianwen, seemed to be more than just a simple game. However, although he was astonished that Aoli-gu possessed self-awareness, it did not stop Chu-chun from continuing to maneuver around him. As he saw Aoli-gu's health drop to 60%, Chu-chun quickly dodged to a distance of 30 meters. Aoli-gu unleashed Blood Fury Judgment once again, and this time the power was even greater than before, as if the entire world was enveloped in blood-red lightning. Everything around Aoli-gu was obliterated, but ultimately he still did not break through the 30-meter range, so Chu-chun's position remained very safe. At that moment, Chu-chun noticed a crucial detail: the boss this time did not have that layer. of crystal and light surrounding its body before releasing its skill. This meant that the invincible state was no longer in effect. After Aoligo finished casting the skill, the demonic aura behind him became fainter, and the villagers held by Gonba all collapsed to the ground as dried corpses. Chu Chen checked Aolige's attributes again and found that damage reduction had reached 30%, and the overall increase in health meant that even with only 60% health, Aoligo still had over 30 million health points. Chu Chen's eyes hardened as he stood 30 meters away from Aoligo and said, "Your ultimate move is quite entertaining. Have you had enough? It's my turn now." Aoligo was about to retort, thinking that even if he couldn't win, he could still run away. He didn't believe this weak little ant could keep him here. At worst, he would slowly recover after returning to the demon realm, and once his strength was fully restored, he would definitely come back to crush this ant. But then, he saw swords appearing behind Chu Chen. However, he could tell at a glance that they were merely black iron level. He mocked, "What's this? Although I don't know how you can control so many weapons, you don't think 10 black iron swords can kill me, do you?" Chu Chen's lips curled into a radiant smile. "Whether it works or not, we'll have to try." The 10 swords spun continuously behind him, and with a thought from Chu Chen, they instantly soared into the sky, their blades splitting apart in midair. 10, 20, 40, 80. When they reached several hundred meters in the sky, they stopped, and countless sword shadows filled the entire sky. Each sword tip emitted a chilling light, the blades pointing directly at Aoligo. Although they were all black iron level, their sheer number could crush everything. At this moment, all the players and NPCs in the 666th Novice Village saw the myriad sword shadows in the distant sky. The sharp sword aura, even from several kilometers away, still stung their cheeks painfully, leaving them unsure if it was an illusion. What the heck? This can't be the work of chaos, right? While we're grinding levels, this guy has already ascended to immortality? Impossible. Just one day after the server opened, you're telling me this is a skill a player can release? There must be a mysterious NPC powerhouse from the 3rd level city coming to support. Exactly. If this is a skill a player can use, I'll livestream eating a pound of rice. Oh my gosh. I've witnessed a miracle. The chat channel exploded. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them, unwilling to believe this was an attack that players could unleash at this stage. Meanwhile, Aolige's eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly at the sky. He was certainly familiar with such a skill. He had seen a human sword saint unleash a similar attack during his battles with the Blood Demon King, annihilating all demons within a kilometer with a single strike. However, that sword saint had created the sword shadows from his own power, unlike Chu Chen, who had manipulated weapons to create them. But that didn't stop Aoligo from knowing the power of this move. Under the countless sword shadows, he felt completely immobilized, forced to stand still and endure the attack. At this moment, Chu Chen's eyes widened in fury, his body radiating intense sword energy. He let out a loud shout. All swords returned to their origin. The sword shadows in the sky descended rapidly towards Aolige, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Countless sword shadows pierced into Aolige's body, and in an instant, his health was in dire straits. Covered in wounds, he hoarsely roared at the sky. "After tens of thousands of years, this general has finally revived. I am unwilling to accept this." But all that responded to him were endless sword shadows. When the last sword shadow arrived, Aolige's massive body had already fallen. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task Resurrection of the Demon General. You have gained 100,000 reputation, 10,000 gold, a choice of 1 golden grade accessory set, 2 golden grade equipment, and the key to the Dragon Clan's secret treasure. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task Invasion of the Dark Forest. You have gained 100 gold, the Dark Forest set, and the village chief's recommendation letter. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task The Demon Clan's Conspiracy successfully disrupted the Demon Clan's plan to conquer the world. You have gained 10 points of favorability with the Dragon Clan. Current favorability 10 points. Gain 10 points of favorability with the Divine Clan. Current favorability 10 points. Gain 10 points of favorability with the Human Clan. Current favorability 60 points. Note, favorability is the overall initial impression of your race towards you. Individual special cases are not included. Meanwhile, a world announcement appeared. Congratulations to newbie village number 666 for defeating the world boss Aolige within the time limit. Players belonging to newbie village number 666 will receive a 100% experience boost, and the drop rate will double for 3 days. The teleportation array to Silvermoon City is now open. Players who reach level 10 can go to Silvermoon City for class change. The damage leaderboard has been activated, and all players can check and claim rewards. Yi Xiaolong was completely stunned, staring blankly at Chu Chen's back, his eyes vacant, murmuring, "Is he cheating? How is he so powerful?" Xiao Xue, pinch me, I feel like I'm dreaming. Xiao Yixue didn't understand what the skill just meant, but she felt that Chu Chen standing under the sword shadows looked incredibly cool. The scene of him swinging his sword down was deeply etched in her heart, unforgettable for a lifetime. Hearing Yi Xiaolong's words, Xiao Yixue dazedly tapped his head with her priest staff. Thud! It jolted Yi Xiaolong awake. Wow! Xiao Xue, you really hit me. Luckily, we're still in a party state, so I won't lose health. Yi Xiaolong covered his head with both hands, looking as if he had suffered a great injustice. When Chuchen turned around and saw the scene, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile, walking over. Alright, the boss is defeated, let's see where you rank. You should be in the top 10, there are rewards. After claiming the rewards, we'll head straight to Silvermoon City. I also need to complete my class change task, otherwise the registration card will take too long and this broken game has no experience storage mechanism. Wow, Xiaohai, you're ranked first, with a damage share of 99.99%. So impressive. As soon as Chuchen opened the leaderboard and hadn't had time to look, Xiao Ishua's excited voice came over. He affectionately patted Xiao Ishua's head and didn't bother to look anymore. Ha, I'm ranked second. Xiao Xue, you're third, we're really strong. Yi Xiaolong exclaimed after checking. The three of them each claimed their rewards, and Chuchen directly handed his to Xiao Ishue. After all, he still had a set of chosen accessories. Xiao Ishue didn't hesitate, silently accepting it, knowing that only by becoming stronger could she better help Chuchen in the future. At this moment, Chuchen also took out the remaining 2 pieces of the Suki Set, finally completing the collection. The black Zaki boots provided Chuchen with a speed boost of 30 points, a dual resistance boost of 30 points, and an active skill, Blink, which allows him to blink in any direction within 10 meters. The first attack after blinking deals an additional 30% of his attack power as extra damage, with a cooldown of 1 minute. The black Zaki helmet offered Chuchen 200 health points and 40 points of dual resistance. It also came with a passive skill, Zaki's Envy, which increases damage to demon creatures by 25%. Finally, the set bonus from the 6-piece set increased damage to demon creatures by 50%, allowing Chuchen to boost his damage against them by a total of 75%, nearly doubling it. The attribute boosts weren't very high, but the 2 special skills, especially the blinking skill from the boots, could play an unexpected role at critical moments despite the 1-minute cooldown. Next, Chuchen took out the golden level accessory selection. Although it was called a selection, there was actually only one set, but he could freely choose the class. Chuchen decisively chose the swordsman accessories. He was eager to see how strong he could become with a full set of golden level equipment. The golden level accessory set, the black Zaki set, consisted of the black Zaki mask, black Zaki earrings, black Zaki necklace, and black Zaki ring. Is there only the black Zaki for swordsman in this game? Why is all the equipment his? Chuchen was a bit confused. Although the effects were indeed impressive, it made him look entirely black, which wasn't very cool at all, right? It didn't fit his bright and great image. Ding, reminder, when the equipment quality reaches the holy level, you can change the appearance color. Goodness, thank you for the special reminder. Holy level? Why not just say divine level, since I can't obtain either right now anyway? Chuchen rolled his eyes. This annoying game was really getting on his nerves. Other swordsmen looked both handsome and dashing, but he was stuck looking all in black. Fortunately, the effects provided by these 4 accessories were excellent, so Chuchen stopped complaining and equipped them all. Black Zaki mask, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20. Passive effect, Zaki's Grace, allows attacks to inflict a killing state on the target. If the target dies in the killing state, the player will drop an additional level and increase the equipment drop rate by 50%. Killing wild monsters and bosses grants an extra 100% drop reward. An outrageous passive effect, the cost for players killed by Chuchen would significantly increase, while his leveling and equipment farming efficiency would also rise. Black Zaki earrings, strength plus 20, spirit plus 20. Active effect, Zaki's Despair. Doubles all attributes for 10 seconds and grants a 10% lifesteal effect and a 10% attack speed increase. After 10 seconds, the user enters a weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 50% for 1 minute. A desperate skill, but it probably wouldn't be needed for now, as no one could force Chuchen to go all out yet. Black Zaki necklace, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20. Active effect, Zaki's Protection, grants a shield equal to 100% of his maximum health for 1 layer. While the shield is active, it provides immunity to negative effects, lasting for 1 minute. Another life-saving skill, and its immunity to negative effects is quite good, as it can be used as a form of crowd control immunity at certain times. Black Zaki ring, strength plus 20, spirit plus 20. Passive effect, Bloodthirst, grants 50% penetration of dual defenses and adds a 10% lifesteal effect to attacks. A straightforward and brutal combat skill that directly ignores 50% of dual defenses, while also providing a lifesteal effect, meaning the previous Bloodthirst ring could be retired. Equipping all the gear, Chuchen's attributes were nothing short of invincible. He also gained 2 powerful passive effects and 2 decent active effects, giving him even more confidence in facing the trials of the dragon race. Immediately, Chuchen leveled up his fully mastered vertical slash by 1 level, increasing its damage to 180%, while the rest remained unchanged. Finally, it came to the most critical moment, upgrading the level of his talent skill. It was hard-earned to reach full proficiency. Damn, this is such a scam. After all that effort to max out my proficiency, and you tell me I can't upgrade? This is as frustrating as saying you got your period right after I took my pants off. Chuchen wailed. Forget it, if it can't be upgraded, then it can't be upgraded, there will be opportunities later. Anyway, it's sufficient for the current stage. He then called out to Xiao Ishua, who was admiring her new equipment, and the two prepared to return to the village to log off for dinner. After dinner, they could head to the level 3 city to change jobs, as there were no more bosses or wild monsters in the novice village for Chu Chen to hunt. If he didn't go to the level 3 city soon, he wouldn't know what to do anymore, especially since even the world bosses were being taken down in an instant. After having dinner at home, Xiao Ishua and Yi Xiaolong both came to Chu Chen's house as he was home alone. Xiao Ishua wanted to keep him company, while Yi Xiaolong simply felt more comfortable at his place. After all, his parents always nagged him about playing games, and even though the official channels now encouraged people to enter Heaven's Inquiry, his parents still couldn't change their ingrained mindset for the time being. Chu Chen got drinks for the two and prepared to log into the game. He had to complete the job change quest today. All that experience he had accumulated before was gone. The three of them sat on the sofa, their bodies slowly disappearing as they each entered the game. As soon as he logged in, Chu Chen sent a message to the two, instructing them to head to Silvermoon City first and then use the hidden class scroll to complete their job change. After sending the message, Chu Chen rushed to the teleportation array. After Alagi was killed by Chu Chen, the village chief immediately dispatched mages to rebuild the teleportation array. Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to teleport to the destination, Silvermoon City? Chu Chen chose yes without hesitation. His last thought before teleporting was, thankfully, he had given each of them 100 gold coins as a backup, otherwise, they probably wouldn't even be able to afford the teleportation array. A towering wall of pure silver stood before Chu Chen, and at the city gate and along the walls, he could see squads of soldiers in silver armor patrolling. However, he didn't see any other players at the city gate. At this stage, most players were still at levels 8 and 9, so he estimated that a large number of players would appear here tonight. He still had a recommendation letter from the village chief in his backpack, with the system's description stating that it could be given to the Lord of Silvermoon City to accept additional quests. This wasn't urgent for now, he needed to prioritize completing the job change quest first. Looking at the key's guidance in his backpack, he needed to head to a wild monster map outside Silvermoon City, the ruins of the fallen dragon clan. After killing 100 dragon hybrids in that place, a stone tablet would appear in the center of the ruins. Placing the key in the center of the stone tablet would open a portal leading to the hidden treasure of the Dragon Clan, where he could accept the Dragon Clan's trial to obtain the hidden class. Chu Chen opened the map and was relieved to find that the ruins of the fallen Dragon Clan weren't too far from Silvermoon City. At his speed, he estimated he could reach it in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Chu Chen soon arrived. He checked the information on a few dragon hybrids. They were all around levels 15 to 17, and their attributes were nearly equivalent to those of a level 10 bronze boss. No wonder they had a hint of dragon blood, albeit very thin, but still powerful. However, for Chu Chen, they were no different from regular small monsters, easily taken down with a single sword strike. The only difficulty was that the hybrids were not very numerous, scattered sparsely throughout the ruins. Chu Chen decided to clear monsters horizontally, slowly moving toward the center of the ruins. With just one sword strike, a level 15 dragon hybrid fell to the ground. Ding, you have killed a dragon species variant and gained 1000 experience points. For every 5 levels of monster kills, you gain an additional 500% experience. Double experience is in effect, totaling 12,000 experience points stored. Chu Chen's face lit up with joy. It turned out that only after reaching a high-level map could one store experience. This way, it prevented players from lingering in the novice village at level 10 to grind experience, as the wild monsters in the novice village were still relatively weak. Moreover, the double experience reward from the world boss was calculated at the end, meaning the experience Chu Chen gained was substantial. With this, he might even level up several times upon changing jobs. With the experience storage, Chu Chen felt more motivated to grind monsters, no longer hesitating, and turned to kill another dragon species variant. On the other side, Xiao Ishuet and Yi Xiaolong were moving slowly, just having arrived at Silvermoon City through the teleportation array. Using hidden profession scroll, choose profession, light priest/berserker. The two didn't have time to admire the splendor of Silvermoon City and quickly used the device scrolls. Ding! Congratulations to players Shue Yuha/Ultimate Storm War God for successfully using the hidden profession scroll and changing to the powerful light priest/berserker. Please head to the priest's sanctuary/warriors sanctuary to find a mentor and learn your job skills. At this moment, inside the priest's sanctuary, several old men with white beards were arguing fiercely. The old man in the purple robe said, "This is a blessing for my priest's sanctuary. So soon, an adventurer has completed their job change, and it was done outside, which means it must be a hidden profession. No one can compete with me for this disciple. I have decided to take him." Next to him, an old man in a blue robe immediately felt uncomfortable. "What, old 7, can't you hold back any longer? The older brothers haven't even spoken yet. What right do you have?" "Yeah, I haven't even opened my mouth, and you want to snatch a disciple, old 7? On what basis?" "Your crooked ways," said an old man in a green robe sarcastically. Instantly, the other old men couldn't sit still either, all chiming in. "If we're talking about taking disciples, it should be based on seniority, it shouldn't be up to you few Finally, the old man in the red robe, sitting in the first position, spoke up. Everyone, stop arguing. In this situation, it depends on what the child wants to choose. What use is your bickering here? As soon as the red-robed old man spoke, the others fell silent, but each sat in their place, glaring at each other, unwilling to back down. The night sanctuary wasn't much better. Several burly men were arguing fiercely over taking a disciple. After all, this was the first warrior in the entire server to change jobs, and it was a hidden profession. Whoever took him as a disciple could at least cultivate him into a holy-level powerhouse in the future. Chu Chen was focused on grinding monsters, motivated by the experience. In a short while, he had already killed over 50 dragon species variants, and he estimated that soon he would complete the task and head to the center of the ruins to open the teleportation portal. Seeing the world announcement, Chu Chen smiled slightly, knowing that Xiao Ishue and Yi Xiaolong had completed their job changes. He then relaxed and murmured, "Little Snow and Fat Dragon have successfully changed jobs, so I need to work harder too." With that, he continued to focus on killing ahead while slowly moving towards the center of the ruins. Finally, after about half an hour, with the last dragon species variant falling before Chu Chen, the task of killing 100 was finally completed. Just in time, Chu Chen had also arrived at the center of the ruins. At this moment, in a clearing at the center, a stone tablet slowly rose, with a groove in the center that matched the shape of the key in Chu Chen's backpack perfectly. Taking the key out of his backpack, he placed it into the groove, and the stone tablet began to slowly emit a radiant glow. The surface stones and soil gradually fell away, revealing a swirling portal that appeared before Chu Chen. He took a deep breath, slightly adjusted his state, and checked the 10 black iron-grade long swords he had purchased earlier. These were his strongest trump cards and the source of his confidence in facing the Dragon Clan's trials. Without hesitation, Chu Chen stepped into the portal. As the light and shadow swirled, Chu Chen felt as if he had been in the transmission passage for a long time, yet it also seemed like just a moment. Slowly opening his eyes, he was greeted by towering trees that reached into the clouds, their trunks as thick as a dozen people encircling them. The dense trees filled the entire forest, seemingly endless. A voice seemed to call out to him in his mind, prompting Chu Chen to rush in a certain direction. Perhaps, beyond this forest lay the true hidden treasure of the Dragon Clan. He didn't know how long he had been walking, all he felt was that this world was filled only with towering trees. He had become numb, unsure if he could ever find his way out. Finally, a point of light appeared ahead, as if telling Chu Chen that the exit was there. Like a drowning person grasping a life-saving straw, he moved straight toward the light, but it seemed to evade him. As he got closer, it slowly faded away. Instead, it appeared on the other side, and Chu Chen, feeling helpless, had no choice but to change direction and continue toward the light. Thus, every time he approached the light, it would slowly dissipate and then reappear in a completely different position. What remained unchanged was that each time, the light was far from him, so far that he had thought about giving up more than once. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, "Chu Chen, you gave up the job transfer scroll you had in hand for this hidden Dragon Clan profession. You've wasted so much time, and you haven't even seen the Dragon Clan yet. Are you sure you want to give up?" "No, I won't give up. I will definitely gain the power of the Dragon Clan so I can better protect those I want to protect." Chu Chen's eyes gradually brightened as he murmured. This time, he did not head straight toward the light but returned to his original direction. Since he had marked it at the beginning, it was easy to find his way back. Regardless of how the light flickered around him, Chu Chen acted as if he didn't see it and continued forward. Finally, the scenery began to change and the trees grew shorter. Chu Chen knew he was about to exit this forest. When the trees beside him were no different from those outside, he arrived at the edge of a cliff where he could see a city in the distance. Rather than a city, it was more like a gathering place for the Dragon Clan. In the distant sky, many colorful dragons soared and roared, their roars penetrating the heavens and the earth. Even from such a distance, Chu Chen could feel their power. "Ding, congratulations! You have passed the first trial of the Dragon Clan's hidden treasure original intention." In times of despair, a person can easily be influenced by so-called hope, leading them astray. Only by adhering to one's original intention can one achieve their goal. The system's prompt echoed in Chu Chen's ears. "Damn it! You didn't even give a warning before starting the trial. Since this is just the first trial, there must be a second and a third, right? What are the subsequent trials?" Chu Chen asked in confusion. The system did not respond. After all, it only notified players due to rules and had no provision for answering questions. Chu Chen didn't wait idly. Since he didn't know what the trial was, he might as well head toward the Dragon Clan's gathering place. He would find out eventually. Looking at the cliff before him, with an abyss below, even with Chu Chen's current attributes, falling would mean instant death. Fortunately, there was a small path beside him, winding and seemingly endless, but it must lead down the mountain. Chu Chen slowly walked down the path strewn with pebbles and nothing else. Occasionally, the distant roar of a dragon could be heard, its powerful bellowing making Chu Chen yearn for dragons even more. If only he could have a dragon mount soaring through the sky with Xiao Ishua on its back, what a wonderful scene that would be. Gradually, Chu Chen sensed something was amiss. This small path indeed led downward, but after walking for so long, he felt no change in height. The distant gathering place looked exactly the same as when he first set out, until he turned around and discovered he was still at the entrance of the path. Chu Chen's expression darkened. What the hell? There's a path, but I can't walk it. What's the point of this path then? How am I supposed to get down? Feeling the agitation within, Chu Chen was startled and forced himself to calm down. This place felt a bit strange, as if it were slowly eroding the player's mind. Normally, Chu Chen wouldn't be this irritable, he would have carefully searched for clues instead. Sitting down, he took a few deep breaths, gradually calming his heart. Chu Chen pondered, this place must be passable. Since the visible path is blocked, perhaps the way down is invisible. Chu Chen walked back to where he had just emerged, gazing at the sky. Directly ahead, with the abyss beneath him. Taking a deep breath, he slowly stepped forward. Tap. He stepped onto the air. No, to be precise, there was an invisible path in the sky, right in front of him, and Chu Chen was standing on it. Indeed, I was right. Chu Chen's tense mind relaxed. Since this was designed, it must be passable. Most people wouldn't think of this, and coupled with the strange force in this area affecting people's minds, making them more irritable and unable to think calmly, they would eventually go mad at the edge of the cliff. Thankfully, he had just calmed down, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Ding, congratulations! You have passed the second trial of the Dragon Clan's secret treasure, composure. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Negative emotions can easily lead to chaos. Only by maintaining a calm heart under extreme emotional influence can one seize the only chance of survival. As the system's prompt echoed, the path beneath Chu Chen's feet gradually became visible. It was a wide path, basically, anyone stepping off the cliff would end up on this path, so it wasn't that there was no way, just that it depended on whether one could find it. Continuing forward, this path led straight to the distant gathering place, but strangely, the closer he got to the dragons, the narrower the path became, until it eventually disappeared. Chu Chen stopped at the end of the path, sat cross-legged, and began to contemplate how to break through the current situation. Going back would lead him to the cliff, but he wouldn't know how to get out after returning, and he hadn't yet achieved his ultimate goal. Retreating like this left Chu Chen feeling unwilling. But there was no way forward, although he was extremely close, being thousands of meters in the air posed a dilemma on how to descend. As if he understood something, Chu Chen slowly curled his lips. You think you can scare me off just like this? Impossible. Chu Chen slowly stood up, looked up at the dragons soaring in the sky, and then leaped, jumping directly off the small path. In midair, his body felt weightless and his speed was increasing. If he hit the ground, Chu Chen would die instantly, and the hidden dragon profession would be out of reach for him, but there was not a trace of panic in his heart. Just as Chu Chen was getting closer to the ground, a white giant dragon lying on the ground suddenly raised its head, and in its gaze towards Chu Chen, there seemed to be a hint of admiration. Immediately after, the giant dragon opened its mouth wide, and a dazzling light enveloped Chu Chen. In the next moment, they both disappeared together. Ding, congratulations! You have passed the third trial of the Dragon Clan's secret treasure land, courage. In the face of adversity, your tenacity and fearless courage will bring us the best rewards. It was unclear how long it had been, but Chu Chen slowly awakened. What met his eyes was a vast blue sky, with only a few white clouds drifting lazily. A heavy voice came from beside him. Human, you are awake? Chu Chen sat up and found himself lying on a stone platform, next to which lay a white giant dragon. Though it was lying down, the dragon's body was still 3 or 4 stories high, and it was currently looking down at him. Chu Chen was startled. He only remembered jumping down from a high place and being surrounded by a white light, feeling warm all over, but he had no recollection of what happened afterward. The dragon exhaled a heavy breath, causing Chu Chen's cheeks to sting and his head to throb. He quickly got up and moved aside, tapping his head, and asked, "Hello, Dragon Elder, may I ask where I am?" The white dragon gazed at him quietly and replied, "This is the entrance to the Dragon Clan's secret treasure land. The fact that you have passed the first 3 trials indicates that you are qualified to receive the Dragon Clan's inheritance. However, the next trial is even more important, as it concerns whether you can gain the recognition of the clan members and thus accept the inheritance." After a pause, the white dragon continued, "If you proceed from here, you will enter the gathering place of the clan. However, remember, do not cause trouble in the gathering place, otherwise, even if the 7 gods of the human race come, they cannot protect you. Go now, and I hope you achieve a satisfactory result, human boy." With that, without waiting for Chu Chen to respond, the white dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It had only stopped to explain the rules after waiting for Chu Chen to wake up. After all, its main duty was to guard the front and await other challengers. More challenges? Chu Chen looked ahead in confusion, slowly regaining his composure, his gaze becoming resolute. No matter what other trials await, since I have come here, I have no intention of returning empty-handed. With that thought, he strode forward. This was a dense forest, with trees the same size as those in the forest on the cliff. If it weren't for the path in the middle, Chu Chen would have doubted whether he had been sent back. Fortunately, the path was not long, and after a short walk, he saw a stone door in the distance, tall and large, clearly not meant for humans to pass through. However, Chu Chen was also puzzled. Dragons usually flew, so what was the purpose of building a stone door on the ground? No dragon walked through it. With a hint of confusion, Chu Chen approached the stone door. It was adorned with many exquisite patterns and some characters he could not understand. But Chu Chen noticed that the entire stone door emitted a faint glow. The moment Chu Chen walked through the stone door, he felt an unstoppable great power descend upon him, giving him a sense of being completely exposed and transparent, as if all his information was laid bare before someone. Fortunately, at the last moment, the jade pendant on his chest flickered, helping him conceal his greatest secret. After all, the game had not yet opened the Super God level at this stage. If others knew he possessed Super God level talent, it could lead to some irreparable consequences. Therefore, even Xiao Yishui and Yi Xiaolong were unaware of his talent, and every time they asked, Chu Chen had managed to deflect the question. Fortunately, once Chu Chen stepped through the stone door, that feeling of being watched disappeared. As Chu Chen walked, he turned back to glance at the stone door. It seems that this is something everyone must go through to enter the gathering place to prevent dark scouts from the demon race from infiltrating. The dragon race is quite cautious. It makes sense, after all, they have fallen into decline, and most of their kin are hiding here. If they don't ensure safety, danger can easily arise. What Chu Chen didn't know was that at the moment he was scanned by the stone door, in a cave at the very center of the gathering place, a golden giant dragon, several times larger than the previous white dragon, suddenly opened its eyes, incredulously staring at a golden giant egg that was slightly shaking in front of it. How is this possible? What happened? The child that I have not hatched for thousands of years actually shows signs of breaking out. The golden giant dragon quickly rose and flew out of the cave. It needed to find the reason for the child's unusual movement. The massive golden figure soared into the sky, letting out a series of dragon roars. Instantly, the dragons in the gathering place responded, flying out of their caves to gather before their king, awaiting the king's command. Chu Chen had just stepped through the stone door and had not taken 2 steps when he saw the enormous dragon shadow soaring in the distant sky, followed by several dragons flying out from the ground. The sight of hundreds of dragons soaring was breathtaking for Chu Chen. Even though the dragon race was now in hiding, Chu Chen believed that the combined power of these hundreds of dragons could rival any race other than the divine and human races. It was hard to imagine just how powerful the dragon race had been in its prime. Chu Chen gazed longingly at the distant sky. I don't ask for much, just to gain the recognition of that golden giant dragon in the center. If Yi Xiaolong were here, he would definitely scold Chu Chen for being shameless. That golden giant dragon was clearly their leader, and Chu Chen had his eyes set on it right away, not even fearing being incinerated by a dragon breath. Chu Chen couldn't care less about that. He was now the strongest player, so it seemed reasonable to be paired with the strongest giant dragon, right? However, Chu Chen also knew that this was impossible. If the leader of the dragon race had come with him, then who would lead the dragon race? Chu Chen thought far ahead. Since the demon race had already awakened, a final battle was inevitable, and the subsequent plot would surely revolve around the war between the human race, divine race, and demon race. At that time, the power of the dragon race would be particularly important. After all, a dead camel is bigger than a horse, and no one knew what hidden cards the dragon race still held. Just then, Chu Chen saw the dragon group in the distance, seemingly receiving some kind of command, scattering in all directions, most of them heading towards him, especially the golden giant dragon flying towards him from above. No way, are they going to capture me as soon as I arrive? Why is my life so miserable? Chu Chen's face was filled with despair, and he had no intention of running away. After all, how could he compare the speed of those on the ground to those in the sky? He could only close his eyes tightly and quietly wait for death. After a long time, the anticipated attack did not come. No way, did they all miss? Chu Chen cautiously opened his eyes to observe the situation, only to be startled. The head of the golden giant dragon was right in front of him, its enormous golden pupils staring at him, and he was surrounded by the other giant dragons. Well, this is it, there really is no way out. I can't really be stuck here, can I? Please don't let my equipment drop. Not knowing whether these giant dragons were friend or foe, Chu Chen could only silently pray in his heart. The golden giant dragon looked at Chu Chen, observed him for a moment, and spoke. Human boy, I have a question for you. Did you just come in through the Eye of Heaven gate? Chu Chen was taken aback by the question, opening his eyes to look at the golden dragon. It should have been a long time since any humans came here. If that's the case, then it must be me. Hearing Chu Chen's affirmative answer, the golden dragon nodded in satisfaction, grabbing Chu Chen with one claw and soaring into the air, heading towards the central cave. Although he had anticipated this, Chu Chen was still shocked when he saw the dragon egg before him. The egg was over 7 feet tall, towering over Chu Chen, and was enveloped in a faint golden light flickering rhythmically. As Chu Chen approached, the dragon egg swayed back and forth, as if eager to break free from its shell. The golden giant dragon stared intently at the dragon egg. It seems I was right. Then, its massive dragon head turned to Chu Chen and said, Human, your arrival may be destined. My child has remained in this state for thousands of years. If I hadn't sensed the immense vitality within, I would have given up long ago. But the moment you stepped into the Eye of Heaven gate today, it finally reacted. After saying this, its eyes, like the sun and moon, fixed fiercely on Chu Chen. I know that you must have some skills to pass by Yu's test and come here. In the end, as long as you can pass my assessment, I will allow you to form a contract with my child. How about it? If you fail the assessment, I would rather my child stay in the egg for another 1,000 years than let him go with you. Upon hearing this, Chu-chen first felt excited, then quickly calmed down. After all, he didn't even know the most basic rules and content of the assessment. Blindly agreeing wouldn't be wise. So he looked up and met the Golden Dragon's gaze, neither servile nor overbearing, and said, "May I ask, esteemed elder of the Dragon Clan, what are the rules and content of your assessment?" The Golden Dragon saw that Chu-chen did not blindly agree and could remain so composed, and couldn't help but nod, a hint of appreciation in its eyes. It continued, "The rule is that there are no rules, you just need to survive in the illusion created by the Eye of Heaven Gate. Of course, rest assured, the strongest demons in the illusion will not exceed your current level. What do you think?" Hearing this, Chu-chen immediately felt relieved, thinking to himself, come on, even a level 10 demon lord wouldn't scare me, passing this assessment should be a piece of cake. He promptly agreed. The Golden Dragon, seeing the confident look on Chu-chen's face, couldn't help but feel curious about what means this human boy had to be unafraid of opponents at the same level. However, all of this would be revealed in the illusion later, so the Golden Dragon was not in a hurry. Just like before, it grabbed Chu-chen and transformed into a streak of golden light flying out of the cave. In the high sky, the fierce wind whipped against Chu-chen's face, distorting it. Chu-chen looked up and shouted, "Elder, can we change positions next time? Or at least give me a heads up so I can prepare? Being dangled like this is really uncomfortable." The Golden Dragon glanced at Chu-chen playfully. It was intentional, wanting to see if this kid could remain unfazed by anything. It then spoke, "Sure, once you pass the test and form a contract with my child, you can ride any dragon of the clan. But for now, you can only be dangled." After saying this, it fell silent and instead increased its speed, heading straight for the Eye of Heaven Gate that Chu-chen had just passed through. What could Chu-chen do? After all, the one with the bigger fist has the say, and besides, this was someone else's territory. He could only sulk inwardly. "Once my strength increases, I'll make sure to dangle you in the sky too." Before long, the Golden Dragon landed in front of the Eye of Heaven Gate, gently tossing Chu-chen to the ground with a flick of its claw. Chu-chen quickly turned over, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and was about to complain when he heard the Golden Dragon start speaking. To himself, "This Eye of Heaven Gate was crafted for us by the god of craftsmen of your human race long ago. In the blink of an eye, it has been over 10,000 years, yet it has remained here as a detection instrument. Once it was a divine artifact capable of surveying the world, but unfortunately, after being severely damaged by the demon race, it has never been repaired." Listening to the Golden Dragon's words, Chu-chen asked in surprise, "Senior, are our strongest human beings really called gods? What about the divine race? Are they all god-level powerhouses?" The Golden Dragon glanced at Chu-chen, seemingly curious about how he didn't know this, but still replied, "What are you thinking? If the divine race were all god-level powerhouses, they would have long since ruled the Tianwen continent. The reason they are called the divine race is that they are born with divinity, and the role of divinity is significant. It can enhance damage, assist in cultivation, and even endow weapons, improving their attributes and effects, etc. So, one could say that the divine race has the highest lower limit among races, apart from our dragon race. However, because of the divinity they carry, it is difficult for them to break through and condense divine status. So actually, the god-level powerhouses of the divine race have always been inferior to your human race. Then what about your dragon race and our human race?" Chu-chen continued to ask. The Golden Dragon was displeased and pretended to be angry, saying, "Are you a curious baby? Are you here to take a test or to listen to stories?" Chu-chen stuck out his tongue, awkwardly scratched his head, and said softly, "Isn't it because you said things I've never heard before?" Then he straightened his face and said, "I'm here for the test. Let's get started." Without waiting for the Golden Dragon to signal, Chu-chen walked up to the Eye of Heaven Gate and quietly waited. The Golden Dragon looked at Chu-chen in surprise, thinking, "Can this kid really be this obedient?" He didn't think much more about it, his eyes emitting a golden light that surged into the round stone above the stone door, and then Chu-chen felt a dizzying sensation and the surrounding environment slowly began to change. The next second, he lost consciousness. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It seemed like water was dripping onto Chu-chen's face. He slowly sat up, rubbed his eyes, and found himself in a grassy field, with light rain drizzling from the sky, and the entire sky was gray and hazy. Chu-chen got up and observed that the grassy field stretched far into the distance, where several dark figures seemed to be rushing towards him at high speed, though not very fast. Chu-chen felt a bit confused and shouted at the sky, "Senior, you still haven't told me how long this trial lasts, and what should I do now?" The Golden Dragon, watching the scene projected by the Eye of Heaven from outside, rolled his eyes. "Huh? Didn't I say it? I must have mentioned it, right? It's all this kid's fault for interrupting me and making me forget." "Forget it, it only lasts for an hour, it won't take long, let him play slowly." In the illusion, seeing that there was no reaction, Chu-chen decided not to care anymore. Since it was an illusion trial, it shouldn't last long. He decided to first approach those few people ahead to gather some information. Chu-chen dashed out, rapidly moving towards the dark figures in the distance. With his tiger steps, his speed had now reached over 50 points, not far off from a level 10 assassin with full speed points. Before long, he got closer to those dark figures, which looked like humans but were entirely black, with faint black mist surrounding their bodies. Damn, these are demons. Forget it. Since they're about my level, they can be taken down with a single sword strike. I'll catch one and ask what's going on. Chu Chen muttered to himself, quietly tightening his grip on the crescent moon sword, ready to take down two first and then talk. Since he was gathering intelligence, capturing one would be enough. Demon soldier, so this is how my fate is arranged? Isn't that a bit hasty, big brother? As the two sides drew closer, Chu Chen was finally able to check the information and discovered that several demons were level 10 and their attributes were quite poor, not much different from ordinary level 10 players. He immediately lost interest, casually swinging his sword twice, even using a vertical slash to brush up his proficiency. Choosing to level up, the damage bonus for the vertical slash reached 190%. The next level up required 100,000 proficiency, which couldn't be achieved with just one sword strike, but it didn't matter for Chu Chen. A basic attack could take down most monsters anyway. After all, a 1,000-fold increase in sword damage wasn't just talk. In just a few seconds, only the last demon remained. He stared blankly at Chu Chen, then glanced at the corpses on the ground, frightened enough to drop his weapon and turn to run, gritting his teeth, wishing he could grow a third leg. However, unfortunately for him, his efforts were destined to be in vain. Chu Chen easily caught up, smiling as he looked at him and said, "If you don't want to end up like them, you'd better stop and answer a few of my questions. Who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might let you go." The demon soldier looked at Chu Chen's eerie smile and, hearing his warning, immediately stopped, bending over in a flattering manner and said, "Respected human lord, please ask away, I will tell you everything." Chu Chen glanced at him with disdain and asked, "Where is this? What are you all doing here? Where is your boss?" Chu Chen's thought was simple, the task required him to survive, right? So he could just go and take down the strongest boss and then no one would be able to threaten him, which would be equivalent to completing the task. The demon soldier answered truthfully, "My lord, this is the Dark Plains, located on the outskirts of Dark Demon City. If you go further in, you'll pass through the muddy marsh and the decaying jungle to reach Dark City. Our team was sent by the captain to capture the assassin's accomplices. By the way, those assassins are also humans like you. They attempted to assassinate Lord Dark Demon King and were eventually caught, preparing to be publicly executed in an hour. It's said it's to serve as a warning." At this point, the demon soldier noticed Chu Chen's expression had noticeably darkened, and he didn't dare to continue. Chu Chen slapped the demon soldier on the head. "I didn't tell you to stop. Keep talking. That Dark Demon King is your boss? What's his strength? Also, where are those human assassins being held? Take me back to Dark Demon City now and talk while we walk." With that, he grabbed the soldier and headed back in the direction they came from. Chu Chen vaguely felt that these human assassins should be related to his trial, so he had to change his plan and rescue them first. On the way, the soldier continued, "Lord Dark Demon King is one of the three great kings under the Demon Emperor, but he had a conflict with Lord Blood Demon King and got into a fight, and now he's injured and has been recuperating in Dark City. Today, two humans disguised as guards attempted to assassinate Lord Dark Demon King, but they were discovered and captured. They should now be imprisoned in the dungeons beneath Dark City." Just as he finished speaking, the demon soldier saw Chu Chen throw a headless corpse to the side of the road and then continue forward. He tried to move but found he had already lost connection with his body. Thud! The head fell to the ground and then there was no sound. Chu Chen, sword in hand, continued on his way and he could already see the muddy marsh that the demon soldier had mentioned, even spotting a few wild crocodiles swimming in the swamp. Regardless of whether what a soldier said was true or not, Dark City had to be dealt with. After all, Chu Chen couldn't just stand by and watch his fellow humans being bullied by demons. Fortunately, the muddy swamp was just a bit difficult to traverse and the mutated monsters in the swamp posed no threat to Chu Chen. With two swift sword strikes, he cleared a path. Chu Chen rushed through, leaving only a few mutated crocodiles staring at each other in the swamp. After all, that little soldier had said that the two humans would be executed in an hour, and Chu Chen had no time to waste. On the road, he needed to get to Dark Demon City quickly, as he still had to sneak into the dungeon to rescue them. Gradually, a dark green jungle appeared before him, with yellow-green miasma floating in the trees, looking quite nauseating. As Chu Chen stepped into the jungle, a debuff appeared, miasma losing 0.5% of maximum health per second. Chu Chen glanced at the debuff description. Fortunately, it wasn't too high enough for him to cross this jungle. Moreover, there would be mutated monsters inside, and Chu Chen could use the lifesteal effect of the black edge ring to recover health, regaining it fully with just one sword strike. After a while, Chu Chen emerged from the other side of the jungle, panting heavily, and sighed as he looked at his remaining 5% health. Damn it, not a single monster in the entire jungle, and I was just seconds away from dying. Luckily, I ran fast. He then took out a large health potion from his backpack and started drinking it, his health slowly recovering. He had almost forgotten to take potions while running due to the urgency, but thankfully he made it out, looking at a massive Black City in the distance. Chu Chen guessed that it was indeed Dark Demon City as the little soldier had said. He could vaguely see a squad of demon guards stationed at the city gate, and a look of frustration crossed his face as he thought getting in there is going to be a bit tricky. After pondering for a long time without coming up with a solution, he decided to adapt on the fly. After all, he was dressed in black and looked quite like a demon. He approached cautiously, thinking that if worse came to worst, he could just charge in. They were all level 10, and the Dark Demon King was injured, so he might not even be able to defeat him. Outside the illusion, the Golden Dragon watched as Chu Chen swaggered toward Dark Demon City and couldn't help but sigh. This human kid clearly hasn't experience to spare. He can't possibly defeat a level 10 Dark Demon King. Charging in like this is just too foolish. Chu Chen, of course, had no idea what the Golden Dragon was thinking. He only knew that he was invincible at his level. As he gradually approached the city gate, that squad of demon guards indeed marched toward him with a fierce demeanor. Chu Chen sighed inwardly. Looks like I have to fight after all. Without hesitation, he drew his great sword. No, the New Moon sword, and charged directly at the guard squad. With a swift motion, he struck down, and with the New Moon slash, several guards were instantly killed. Sheathing his sword without even glancing at the corpses of the guards, Chu Chen continued to rush into the city, leaving behind a remark. You can only blame yourselves for not being strong enough to stop me. As he burst through the city gate, the sight of demons filled his vision. They were oblivious to the fact that the patrol outside had already been dealt with, still busily shouting about their trades. Chu Chen didn't go on a killing spree. Instead, he curiously observed the city as he walked. Aside from the architectural style, it was basically no different from a human city. Chu Chen randomly stopped a passing demon brute, flashing a big grin and asking, "Hello, do you know how to get to the dungeon?" The demon seemed unable to tell that Chu Chen was human, pointed in a direction, and hurriedly left. Chu Chen couldn't help but marvel. What a nice demon. He actually pointed me in the right direction. Without doubting the truth of it, he headed straight in that direction. After all, with strength, one could act without worry. If he made a mistake, he could always kill his way back and ask another demon for directions. Little did he know, the demon man who had just pointed him the way turned and walked into a nearby alley, his form slowly shifting until he quickly transformed into a tall, handsome succubus. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he watched Chu Chen's departing figure, muttering to himself, another human has come, the Dark Demon City is about to get lively. Fortunately, the demon man did not deceive Chu Chen. After walking in the indicated direction for a short while, he spotted a pitch-black entrance leading underground, which should be the dungeon entrance. However, there were several squads of guards patrolling back and forth at the entrance. Without some special means, it would be impossible to get in. But for Chu Chen, was that a problem? He had come to cause a ruckus in the Dark Demon City, otherwise, how could he lure out and eliminate that so-called Dark Demon King? Without hesitation, Chu Chen charged straight towards the entrance with his sword drawn. Alert! Alert! Someone has intruded into the dungeon, requesting backup. The squads of guards were cautious. They did not underestimate Chu Chen just because he was alone, but chose to report the situation directly. However, his shot also confirmed to Chu Chen that he had not taken a wrong turn. With every swing of his sword, Chu Chen took the life of a demon guard, and there were even some unfortunate souls who stood too close together and met their ends simultaneously. With agile footwork and a swift pace, Chu Chen's figure moved gracefully like an immortal, weaving skillfully between the squads of guards. In just a few seconds, when Chu Chen reached the entrance, the ground behind him was already littered with the bodies of the guards, adding a significant amount of experience to his account. He sheathed his sword with a flourish, leaving only his silhouette as he slowly walked into the dungeon. The entire dungeon was dim and damp, the air filled with a foul stench of decay. It was hard to imagine what it would feel like to be locked up in such a place. Fortunately, it seemed there were no guards inside the dungeon, only the occasional one standing watch, which was good news for Chu Chen. He headed straight for the innermost part of the dungeon, as typically, prisoners would be held deepest inside. After a short while, Chu Chen arrived at a more solid-looking cage, where two figures, one fat and one thin, were chained and lying on the ground, unconscious with their backs to him. Judging by their silhouettes, they appeared to be two humans. Chu Chen raised his sword, Crescent Moon, and struck the cage door with force, causing the lock to snap and fall to the ground. Chu Chen hurriedly held the two up, and when he saw their faces, his pupils constricted. He never expected that the two humans who had been captured after failing to assassinate the Dark Demon King would be them. The two before him were none other than Xiao Yixue and Yi Xiaolong. Xiao Yixue was still wearing the priest robe that Chu Chen had given her earlier, and the accessories they wore were indeed the rewards from the previous World Boss leaderboard. Was this place really an illusion? If it was an illusion, why were they here? Questions swirled in Chu Chen's mind, but the two were still unconscious and could not answer his doubts. However, he couldn't take them away either, leading to a stalemate. Fortunately, after a while, Xiao Yixue slowly regained consciousness, her bright eyes blinking as she looked at Chu Chen anxiously, saying, "Who are you? Are you here to save us? Hurry! The Dark Demon King will definitely know about your intrusion into the dungeon. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to escape." With that, she struggled to stand up and pushed Chu Chen, handing him a letter while repeatedly urging, "Hurry. After you escape, go to the royal city and find Commander Wang Liang. Give him this letter, he will understand after reading it." During the struggle between Xiao Ishui and Chu Chen, Yi Xiaolong also slowly woke up. He looked at Chu Chen with a wary expression, not forgetting to pull Xiao Ishui behind him, seemingly afraid that Chu Chen might suddenly turn on them. Chu Chen looked at the two in disbelief and said, "Xiao Shui, Fat Dragon. Don't you recognize me? It's me, Chu Chen. And who is this Commander Wang Liang you just mentioned? What's this letter about?" Xiao Ishui saw that Chu Chen was still not leaving and knew she couldn't persuade him. Ignoring Chu Chen's questions, she retreated to the corner, squatting down, murmuring, "It's over. If the letter can't be sent out, the royal city will suffer heavy losses without prior warning." Instead, Yi Xiaolong tentatively spoke up, "Xiao Shui and Filong, are you calling us? Ha? What's going on? Aren't you Xiao Ishui and Yi Xiaolong?" Chu Chen was puzzled. Yi Xiaolong continued, "We are indeed called Xiao Ishui and Yi Xiaolong, but we don't know you. As for what Xiao Ishui just said, please don't leak it, and could you return that letter to us?" Without waiting for Chu Chen to react, he snatched the letter from the dazed Chu Chen's hands. "What's going on? Their appearance, equipment, and names all match. But why don't Xiao Shui and Filong recognize me?" The indifference of his two close friends made Chu Chen's mindset crumble a bit. He didn't understand why this situation had arisen. Could it all just be a coincidence? Suddenly, a large group of demon patrols surged into the dungeon, charging towards Chu Chen and the others. The deafening shouts of battle jolted Chu Chen awake. His eyes narrowed, and the veins in his right hand, gripping the sword, bulged slightly, just in time. "I'm just looking for a place to vent my anger." Activating the active effect of the Hisaki necklace, a faint shield appeared around Chu Chen, equivalent to 100% of his maximum health. After all, the number of demons was overwhelming, and he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't take damage. The shield lasted for 1 minute, which was enough. A flash of light appeared on Chu Chen's shoes, and suddenly, his body appeared right in front of the leading demon patrol, beheading it with one sword strike. The passive effect of the new moon sword was triggered, sending a crescent-shaped sword energy flying back, severing the heads and bodies of several more demon patrols. The active skill of the Hisaki shoes, Hisaki Flash, allowed Chu Chen to blink within a 10 range, with the first attack after blinking dealing an additional 30% damage. Chu Chen's damage was already enough to defy the heavens far beyond what this group of demon patrols could withstand. Moreover, the Hisaki Set effect increased his final damage to demons by 75%. For the demons, Chu Chen's attacks could be summed up in 4 words: touch and die. This was his first time using the active effect of the Hisaki Set, and at least the effects of Hisaki Flash and Hisaki Protection were incredibly powerful. The paths in the dungeon were already narrow, and with a large number of patrols flooding in, it became even more crowded, making every one of Chu Chen's attacks reap a large number of demon lives. Looking at the terrifying human drenched in demon blood before them, the patrols were filled with fear. They wanted to ask Chu Chen, "Who among us is the demon?" Fear lingered in the hearts of the frontline patrols as they desperately tried to push back, wanting to escape this hell. But there were still patrols at the dungeon entrance behind them providing support, so their fate was already sealed. The chaotic situation made Chu Chen's kills even easier, and his shield had not dropped below 80% since the demons had stopped trying to attack him, all fleeing instead. But could they escape? In just a few minutes, the dungeon was already piled high with corpses, and no patrols dared to enter. Rivers of blood flowed, all of it demon blood. Chu Chen was soaked in blood, staining the Hisaki Set a reddish-brown. Xiao Ishui and Yi Xiaolong hid behind Chu Chen, staring at the corpses and blood on the ground, momentarily forgetting to follow Chu Chen's footsteps to escape. Tap, tap. Chu Chen's footsteps echoed on the steps at the entrance, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. As he reached the door, he couldn't help but glance back at Xiao Ishui and Yi Xiaolong, his blood-soaked face appearing particularly terrifying, the corners of his mouth curling up as if mocking the arrogance of these demon clan members. "Come on, why are you still dazed? Whether you are Xiao Shui or Fat Dragon, since I'm here, I will take you out." In just these few minutes of battle, Chu Chen had figured it out. This was ultimately an illusion. As for why these two looked exactly like Xiao Ishui and Yi Xiaolong, it was likely because they had been scanned through the Heavenly Eye Gate, altering their appearances and names based on Chu Chen's memories. Shaking his head, Chu Chen thought, forget it, being able to transform into the exact likeness of Xiao Ishui and Yi Xiaolong must be part of the test. In fact, the Golden Dragon thought the same way. Only by manifesting the most important companions in Chu Chen's heart could they determine whether he was trustworthy. After all, his child was the future leader of the Dragon Clan, and it was impossible for him to partner with a mere mortal. Just as Chu Chen stepped out of the entrance, he saw the demon army surrounding the entire dungeon entrance, blocking any escape. At the forefront of the army stood a demon general, and in the center of the troops was a palanquin, seemingly occupied by someone. If Chu Chen guessed correctly, that would be the biggest boss in this illusion, the Dark Demon King. The fake Xiao Ishui and Yi Xiaolong following Chu Chen were so frightened by the scene before them that they could hardly move, especially the fake Yi Xiaolong, whose legs were trembling. Seeing their expressions, Chu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, You two have low strength and such small courage. How dare you come to assassinate the Dark Demon King? The fake He Xiaolong forced out a breath and said, "Humph, what small courage? I call this knowing the times. Being afraid doesn't mean I'm cowardly. Being afraid doesn't mean I will surrender. We humans would rather die than yield." Shu Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this fake to say something so magnanimous, but why? Did the first sentence sound so familiar? At that moment, the general standing at the front of the army spoke up. "Kid, no matter who you are, since you dare to come here to break into the prison, you must be prepared for death. Remember, the one who will end your life is the ruler of the Inferno under the Dark Demon King. To die at my hands is your honor." Ha ha ha. The army beside him erupted in deafening shouts. "Inferno! Inferno! Inferno!" The Dark Demon King, sitting in the palanquin, rested one hand on her head, reclining in her chair, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. She wondered where this human had the courage to invade the Dark Demon City. At that time, she happened to be inspecting the city defenses when she noticed that a guard at one of the city gates had been taken out, and this human was swaggering down the street asking for directions to the dungeon. How could these lowly demon clan members on the street possibly know the location of the dungeon? Intrigued, she transformed into another appearance to guide Shu Chen, wanting to see what he was up to. What the Dark Demon King did not expect was that he actually dared to break into the prison. Now, the long-quiet Dark Demon City could finally liven up, and she could find some amusement in this human. Shu Chen looked at the scene before him. It seemed that an invisible momentum was gathering above the demon army towards the infernal leader, causing the demonic energy beside him to surge outward wildly, faintly showing signs of breaking through level limits. This startled Shu Chen, and he quickly checked his information. Name, Infernal Leader, Hazek, Level 10, Holy Level Boss, HP, 300 million Attack, 33,000 Physical Resistance, 200,000 Magical Resistance, 180,000 Skills, Inferno Domain, Hazek's Innate Domain Skill, consuming 1% of Inferno's maximum health per second. It can cover a radius of 1 kilometer, and enemies within the realm of Purgatory will take 5% of their maximum health as fire damage every second, along with an additional burning effect, and enemies in the realm cannot use recovery items. No cooldown. Burning, recovery effects are weakened by 40% within 10 seconds. Purgatory Fairy has consumes 100% of his soul power to control the vengeful spirits in his Purgatory realm, dealing 80% of his attack power as soul damage to enemies within a 1 kilometer radius, continuously applying resentment. Creatures killed by this skill will have their souls unable to escape, becoming part of the Purgatory realm. After the skill is released, Hazek will fall into an extremely weakened state, with all attributes reduced to 1/10, and he cannot use the skill again for a month. Soul damage can directly damage the souls of creatures. This damage can be resisted by magic resistance but has a 50% magic resistance penetration. Additionally, the player's soul power limit is 10 times their mental attribute, and the soul affects the player's resistance to control effects, etc. Resentment, a type of negative emotion. When the resentment value reaches 100%, the target will fall into a state of confusion. Note, players killed by this skill will also become vengeful spirits in the Purgatory realm and cannot be resurrected. Lava Pillar, Hazek sacrifices 20% of the number of vengeful spirits in the Purgatory realm to summon a lava eruption in a 500-meter diameter area ahead, dealing 260% attack power as fire damage and applying a fragile state. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Fragile damage taken increases by 20% for the next 10 seconds. Purgatory Contract Hazek consumes 20% of his health to summon 3-headed demon wolves from Purgatory to assist him. The demon wolves possess 50% of Hazek's attributes and have the Purgatory Breath skill. No cooldown. Purgatory Breath, a talent skill of the 3-headed demon wolves, gathering all their firepower to spit purgatory flames forward, dealing 240% attack power as fire damage. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Shu Chen was shocked. A level 10 holy level boss had such attributes? Not to mention having 4 major skills, each more perverse than the last, and that Purgatory Fairy could directly prevent players from resurrecting. It was equivalent to a complete kill. No wonder the Golden Dragon said that the final task of the illusion was to survive. This was something that a level 10 player could not handle, directly crushing them from the essence of life. And this was not even the strongest boss. Intuition told Shu Chen that the Dark Demon King sitting in the palanquin, whose face he could not see, would be several times more terrifying than this Purgatory Lord. It was laughable that after obtaining a super god level talent, he felt invincible at his level. But no matter how strong the talent, it could not cross so many levels of life. In front of a true high-level boss, his current strength was merely that of a slightly larger ant. However, such a blow would not crush Shu Chen. Instead, it would be the driving force for him to keep moving forward. After all, he possessed a super god level talent, Chaos Sword Heart. Now he was merely losing in terms of life level. Once he reached the holy level, he believed he could slaughter Purgatory like butchering a dog. Since he knew that the demon race before him was beyond his strength, Shu Chen's strategy needed to change. After all, surviving until the end of the illusion was the ultimate goal. It had been about an hour since he entered the illusion. Although he was unsure how long this trial would last, it probably wouldn't be too long. Thus, Shu Chen signaled to the two behind him to go ahead. And Chu Chen, although he couldn't defeat this purgatory now, retreating without a fight was not his character. As long as he wasn't hit by his purgatory fairy, it shouldn't be a big problem. Thinking it over, he no longer hesitated. With both hands gripping the sword, he silently activated all the active effects except for the despair of Hisaki, stepping forward with a tiger's stride, charging towards the Inferno. The Inferno leader, Hask, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He could clearly sense that this human kid before him was genuinely a level 10 novice who had not yet advanced. Hask simply could not understand why Chu Chen dared to attack him. Chu Chen didn't care about that. In his eyes, this was merely an illusion, and at most, he would be wary of Hask's Inferno ferrying skill. After all, he didn't know if it had the ability to break the rules of the illusion. But once that skill was used, Hask would essentially lose his combat power. It could be considered a self-destruct skill, which he generally wouldn't use. So, he wasn't that terrifying. It's important to know that outside, encountering a level 10 holy level boss was simply impossible. Therefore, for this rare opportunity, Chu Chen would not let it slip by. He wanted to see how much health he could take off a holy level boss with his current abilities. Chu Chen flickered into the air, the crescent moon sword descending from above, executing a vertical slash, the sword body shimmering with wind attribute sword energy. Clang! The Inferno leader raised his hand to block above his head, the crescent moon sword striking against his gauntlet, sparks flying. Hask exerted a slight force, directly sending Chu Chen flying. A deep sword mark was left on the gauntlet, penetrating his skin and reaching into his arm. Drip! A stream of blood flowed from the sword mark. The sound of it dripping onto the ground was particularly jarring. The surrounding demon army immediately fell into chaos, the invincible Inferno leader in their minds had actually been injured by this human kid with a single sword strike. Although the injury was not severe, it was still astonishing. This sword strike from Chu Chen was essentially his strongest attack method at the moment. Hisaki's flash caused 130% damage, stacking with the 190% damage from the vertical slash, plus the wind attribute bonus damage from gale transmission, along with a 75% final damage increase against demons and 50% penetration against dual resistances. The damage from this sword reached a terrifying 3 million, making it seem as if Hask had been injured, but it only deducted about 1% of his health, which made Chu Chen feel a bit desperate, and further realized the gap between him and the holy level boss. Even if he activated Hisaki's despair to double all attributes, the damage would only be over 6 million. Compared to Hask's 300 million health, it was simply a drop in the bucket. Chu Chen spat heavily on the ground, muttering to himself, as expected, it's not even on the same level. It's a pity my 10,000 swords return to origin isn't off cooldown yet, otherwise I would definitely make this Inferno leader taste my power. On the opposite side, Hask stared at his bleeding arm, momentarily stunned, then his expression turned sinister, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light as he looked at Chu Chen. He hadn't expected that a weak little bug would actually make him bleed. Although it was due to his carelessness, such behavior was absolutely unforgivable. He decided to crush Chu Chen with absolute power, making him understand what despair truly meant. Hask tightened his grip on the chain in his hand, swinging it twice in the air before forcefully launching it, intending to kill Chu Chen with a single blow. The speed of the chain was incredibly fast, closing in on Chu Chen in an instant. Chu Chen's skin tightened all over, as if he could smell the deathly aura emanating from the chain. Hisaki's flash wasn't off cooldown yet, he couldn't dodge the strike, and if he took it head-on he would die. Chu Chen closed his eyes tightly, murmuring, in the end, I still can't survive, huh? What a pity, after trying so hard for so long, I'm still fated to be unable to advance to the Dragon Clan. Had he known it would end up like this, Chu Chen wouldn't have been so bold as to charge into the Dark Demon City. People must be saved, but he would have taken a more cautious approach. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Just as the chain was about to pierce through Chu Chen's head, it suddenly stopped. After waiting for a long time and realizing that death had not come, Chu Chen opened his eyes in surprise. In front of him stood a demon woman. How could one describe her beauty? Her eyes were like the bright moon, her skin as smooth as cream, and on her flawless white face was a pair of fiery red lips. Her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Dressed in a black gown, she exuded a cold elegance and nobility, crowned with a tiara embedded with black gemstones. Her tall figure towered over Chu Chen by half a head. The woman crossed her arms over her chest, one hand playing with her hair, looking at Chu Chen with a smile in her eyes. Behind her, countless demon soldiers knelt on the ground. Even the terrifying Hell Commander Hask, who had just made Chu Chen feel a sense of dread, knelt on one knee, not daring to raise his head to look directly at her. Chu Chen was entranced. He had never seen such a woman, seductive yet graceful, so close yet seemingly far away, like the stars in the sky. Put. The woman laughed, her smile dimming the starlight and making the crescent moon shy, as if the entire world lost its luster because of her smile. Finally, she spoke, little brother, with your strength, what gives you the courage to cause trouble in my Dark Demon City? I'm quite curious, come with me. She then turned to the army and waved her hand, you all disperse, go do what you need to do. Hell, go catch those two humans who just escaped. Then she glanced back at Chu Chen and continued, don't be too rough, just bring them back. Yes. Commander Hask and the soldiers replied in unison. Chu Chen looked at the woman with gratitude, understanding that her last words were said because of him. However, he was puzzled. He had never seen this woman before, so what reason did she have to help him? The woman paid no mind to Chu Chen's puzzled expression, instead beckoning him with her hand, saying, "Come on, little brother, follow your sister, and you'll find out the answers to your questions soon." With that, she slowly walked towards the palanquin, signaling for Chu Chen to follow. Hearing her words, Chu Chen could only temporarily suppress the many questions in his heart and climbed into the palanquin with her, slowly heading towards the palace in the center of the city. A few minutes earlier, the Golden Dragon had been observing Chu Chen's situation through the heavenly eye, witnessing his calm demeanor as he emerged from the dungeon to face the army. He also saw that even after realizing the people he rescued were not his true companions, Chu Chen still let them escape first, staying behind himself. He had just seen Chu Chen force Commander Hask to sustain an injury with a single sword strike. Initially, the Golden Dragon had prepared to close the illusion and teleport him out when he saw that Chu Chen was about to be killed by Hask. After all, in the Golden Dragon's view, Chu Chen had already passed his test. He had strength, courage, resilience, and most importantly, the belief in protecting his companions. It could be said that Chu Chen perfectly met all of the Golden Dragon's requirements, though he was a bit reckless, rashly attacking without knowing the disparity in strength between friend and foe. However, this time had given him enough of a lesson, and he would gradually change in the future. But then something unexpected happened. The Demon Queen in the illusion actually saved Chu Chen. Although her strength was not as great as his, she was still a genuine god-level powerhouse. Why would such a strong being suddenly decide to save Chu Chen? This left the Golden Dragon deep in thought and curiosity. He wanted to observe what would happen next. Because this so-called illusion was actually a historical event that had occurred in the past, only slightly altered by the heavenly eye and then projected, so the beings within were essentially projections of the original, possessing all the memories and consciousness of the original. This was also the terrifying aspect of the heavenly eye. Yet precisely because of this, the Golden Dragon was even more astonished. After all, logically speaking, Chu Chen and the Demon Queen should not know each other. Just as the Golden Dragon was focused on watching what the Demon Queen intended to do with Chu Chen, the image before the heavenly eye suddenly turned pitch black, rendering everything invisible. A sense of horror surged within the Golden Dragon. How is this possible? The historical projection of the Dark Demon King actually possesses such strong power, capable of blocking the gaze of the heavenly eye. The Golden Dragon felt uneasy. After all, the current situation had completely exceeded his control. If Chu Chen died in the illusion, his child would have to remain in the egg for thousands of years again. No! I must think of a way to rescue that kid. Right, I should go find Baiyu's father. That old fellow's mastery of space is unparalleled in my lifetime. He might even surpass the space god of the divine race. He should have a way. After coming up with a plan, the Golden Dragon hurriedly rose and flew towards the gathering place. Indeed, not all dragons reside in the gathering place. Most here are descendants born from years of seclusion, while the true elite and elders of the dragon race are located elsewhere. As the Dark Demon King entered the palace with Chu Chen, the probing of the heavenly eye was also blocked, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in the corner of her eye. She walked to the throne above and sat down, crossing her legs, her long white legs nearly blinding Chu Chen's eyes, and he could even vaguely see. The Dark Demon King looked at Chu Chen alluringly and spoke. "Little brother, before sister answers your question, can you answer me one question first?" Chu Chen stood awkwardly in place, not expecting the Dark Demon King to be such a stunningly beautiful woman. He had no idea what her intentions were, but since he was already here, he had to focus on surviving first. After all, his assessment wasn't over yet. Thinking this, Chu Chen gently nodded. "I don't know what beautiful sister wants to ask, but I will definitely speak without reservation." Chu Chen thought, when under someone's roof, one must bow their head. Those who know the times are the true heroes. Wait, why does that sound so familiar? The Dark Demon King looked at Chu Chen's awkward demeanor and heard him call her beautiful sister, unable to help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. Then she shot Chu Chen a playful glare, her beautiful eyes seeming to flow with the stars. "Smooth talker. But I must say, I do deserve to be called beautiful sister. From now on, you can call me Sister Yi. Now, let me ask you, where did that jade pendant around your neck come from? As long as you answer this question, I will clarify all your doubts and even help you leave this illusion." Chu Chen was taken aback. This Dark Demon King actually knew this was an illusion? But wasn't she a character within the illusion herself? Chu Chen felt as if there was an invisible vortex behind it, pulling him deeper and deeper. However, Chu Chen did not show it. He took off the jade pendant from his neck with one hand and slowly spoke. "This was discovered by my grandfather in a relic cave. He thought it was very spiritual and made me wear it on my chest since I was little. Also, I think the name Sister Yi doesn't sound nice. How about adding a word? I'll call you Shi Yi sister. How does that sound?" When the Dark Demon King heard the name Shi Yi, her previous composure and elegance vanished. In a flash, she appeared before Chu Chen, looking down at him, murmuring, "Shi Yi, how long has it been since I heard that name? Is it a coincidence?" It was as if she saw a little girl playing in the grass at night thousands of years ago, a man holding a jade pendant saying to her, "You were born to love the dark. I hope you won't lose your original intention, even in the long night. From now on, you will be called Shi Yi." The little girl was overjoyed, particularly fond of the name, and sweetly replied, okay, then I will be called Shi from now on. Shi trembled as she reached out her hand, gently caressing Chu Chen's cheek, the faint sound of buzzing insects entering Chu Chen's mind. You look so much like him. Then, she gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, swiftly returned to the throne, and transformed back into her previous composed and elegant demeanor, playing with her hair as she said, alright, I really like the name Shi. You can call me Sister Shi. Now, tell me, little brother, what do you want to know? I can tell you anything. After saying that, without waiting for Chu Chen to speak, she continued to herself, your biggest doubt should be why those two humans had the chance to assassinate me, right? They almost succeeded. After all, my strength is not something they can compare to. Chu Chen was taken aback. This was indeed his biggest question. After all, even he was not a match for the Infernal leader, so how could two people weaker than him almost succeed in assassinating Shi? Shi looked at Chu Chen and slowly said, because I did it on purpose. This way, I had the chance to meet you, didn't I? Chu Chen looked at Shi in shock. What did she mean by that? Did she know I would come here? Shi explained, brother, you haven't grown up yet and don't understand the means of divine-level powerhouses. The heavenly eye is indeed a powerful artifact, but, at most, it can only reflect the holy level. If I didn't want it to, how could it project my image? This is something even the Dragon Emperor outside doesn't know. After all, he has never been reflected by the heavenly eye. It was in this illusion that I sensed your aura, which is why I came. To be more precise, I sensed the aura of the jade pendant on your chest. As for the rest, it's not something you can understand at this stage. You just need to know that your sister will always stand by your side in the future. Alright, you should go now. If you don't leave, the Dragon Emperor will probably come in to snatch you away. Remember, we will meet again. As she said this, she slowly stepped down from the throne, gently embraced Chu Chen, kissed him on the forehead, looked at him with tears in her eyes, and her figure slowly disappeared, leaving only a kiss mark on Chu Chen's forehead. Just then, the palace door opened, and the figure of the Infernal leader appeared, kneeling on one knee before Chu Chen. Young master, the two humans have been brought back. How should we deal with them? Chu Chen raised his hand to wipe away the kiss mark, feeling the lingering aura left by Shi on him. He glanced in surprise at the kneeling Infernal leader and quickly reacted, saying, it's fine, let them go. I should leave too. After all, this was just an illusion. The real Xiao Yishui and Yi Xiaolong were still waiting for him in Silver Moon City. Now he needed to return to the Dragon Clan to undergo the job transfer baptism. With a flash of white light, Chu Chen disappeared before the Infernal leader, and as he left, the entire illusion world slowly collapsed, eventually vanishing. Chu Chen found himself back in front of the Heavenly Eye stone door, staring blankly at the enormous stone eye on the door, unable to calm his emotions for a long time. Shi, the jade pendant, and the coincidence she mentioned, all of it felt like a huge mystery enveloping Chu Chen. Suddenly, a dragon roar echoed from the horizon. Chu Chen looked up to see a golden and a white giant dragon flying towards him, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Kid, you actually came back unscathed? That dark demon king woman didn't do anything to you? She's a ruthless character, the Dragon Emperor said anxiously as he checked Chu Chen's body, only to find nothing unusual. Chu Chen had already learned from Shi Yi that the Dragon Emperor could see the heavenly eye outside, so he wasn't surprised that the Dragon Emperor knew he had been taken by Shi Yi. He shook his head and laughed, saying, she saw how handsome I am and fell in love at first sight, so she let me go and insisted on following me, but I firmly rejected her. But speaking of which, Senior Dragon Emperor, I should have passed the assessment, right? The Dragon King was taken aback, seeing that Chu Chen didn't want to elaborate on what happened. In the illusion, he said no more and nodded his dragon head in a daze. Of course, you passed the assessment. If you wish, you can now form a contract with my child. The white dragon beside him quickly interjected. Wait, old Jean, your child? Didn't your child not hatch for thousands of years? How can it form a contract with this human kid? Chu Chen then looked at the white dragon behind the Dragon King, whose size was not much smaller than that of the Dragon King, and quickly asked, Senior Dragon King, who is this senior? The golden dragon glanced at the white dragon, seemingly a bit displeased that the white dragon called him old Jean in front of outsiders, and said in a low voice, this guy is the father of that kid Bai you met when you came in, Bai Fei. His mastery of space can be said to be among the top 3 in the continent. So, do you want to pursue the path of space? If you do, let him form a contract with you. After saying this, the Dragon King looked at Bai Fei with a mischievous grin. Bai Fei immediately retorted, I'm an old man, and you want me to form a contract with this human junior? Old Jean, have you lost your mind? Or is your bone itching again? Should I help you with that? The Dragon King was furious. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of outsiders. After all, he was the nominal leader of the Dragon Clan. He shouted angrily, come on, who's afraid of who? If you have the guts, don't run around, let's have a real fight, and I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Although the Dragon King was angry, he hadn't lost his reason. Bai Fei's spatial abilities were mysterious and unpredictable. Under normal circumstances, he could hardly touch Bai Fei and would only be on the receiving end of the beating. Moreover, Bai Fei's attack methods were not weak either, as the path of space was not just about movement. Bai Fei grinned and directly slapped the Dragon King with a wing, the immense force causing the Dragon King to stagger, nearly losing his balance and falling over. Then, with a flash, he disappeared, leaving behind a taunt. Why can't I use my own spatial abilities? If you have the ability, go comprehend it yourself. Since I have nothing to do here, I'll be leaving now. Goodbye. Only one person and one dragon were left staring at each other. The Dragon King was furious and vowed that after Chu-Chen left, he would definitely find a few old fellows to beat up by Faye. This guy often relied on his spatial abilities to mess with others. It was only a matter of time before he got his due. He didn't speak again, and just like before, he grabbed Chu-Chen and headed straight for the central cave. Once again, the wind in the air stung Chu-Chen's cheeks, and he protested, "Senior, didn't you say that after I passed the assessment I wouldn't have to do this anymore? You're not keeping your word." The Dragon King looked at the frustrated Chu-Chen, and his gloomy heart finally felt a bit better. He said lightly, "I also said that you have to form a contract with my child first. What if you fail to form the contract later?" Chu-Chen was left speechless and didn't know how to refute, so he could only obediently hang on to the Dragon King's claw, looking both aggrieved and furious. But in his heart, he thought, "Just wait, old dang, one day I'll make you experience this feeling too." Finally, the torturous time passed, and Chu-Chen returned to the Dragon King's cave. Last time he left in a hurry and didn't have time to take a look, but this time he discovered that the entire cave was adorned with gold and jewels shining brightly. Chu-Chen roughly estimated that if all these jewels were pried off, they would be worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins, and that was just the decorations. He couldn't imagine how many real treasures the Dragon King had. He silently calculated in his heart that he must clean him out in the future. The Dragon King looked at Chu-Chen's wandering eyes and quickly glared at him. "Kid, I warn you not to have any ideas about my jewels." Chu-Chen waved his hand in annoyance. "Don't worry, Senior, how could I possibly have any ideas about yours?" But in his heart, he thought, "Old dang, are you scared now? I'll move everything away sooner or later." The golden giant egg was glowing more and more intensely, and as Chu-Chen approached, it seemed to know that it was about to be born, the entire egg shaking continuously, as if anticipating the outside world. At this moment, the Dragon King also understood the importance of the situation and said solemnly to Chu-Chen, "You will drop a drop of your blood onto the eggshell. If my child is willing to form an equal contract with you, that drop of blood will be slowly absorbed by the eggshell, and due to the power of your blood, it will influence my child's attributes to a certain extent." "Wait, an equal contract? Shouldn't it be a master-servant contract?" Chu-Chen quickly asked. The Dragon King sneered, "What, do you want to sign a master-servant contract with my child? Do you think I, as the father, don't exist? Or do you want to be the servant?" Chu-Chen hurriedly waved his hand, laughing, "How could I let this little guy be a servant? An equal contract sounds great to me." Without giving the Dragon King a chance to speak, he quickly walked in front of the dragon egg, forcibly drew a drop of his blood, and let it fall onto the dragon egg. The moment the blood touched the dragon egg, a brilliant light erupted, with the original golden glow, the gray from accepting Chu-Chen's blood, and the silver glow of the equal contract intertwining in a dazzling display. The entire dragon egg began to tremble incessantly, as if it would shatter at any moment. The Dragon King's gaze sharpened, and his mind became active. Gray? What attribute is gray? Death. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something incredible, his face filled with disbelief as he said, "No, the gray of the death attribute wouldn't have such a restrained glow. So there's only one attribute left, that legendary attribute." Of course, Chu-Chen was unaware of the Dragon King's thoughts. He was now fixated on the dragon egg, his palms even starting to sweat. After all, this might be the only dragon he would ever have in his life, and under the equal contract, their statuses as one person and one dragon would be equal, making them the closest of partners. As he watched the dragon egg develop cracks, the young dragon was finally about to break free, when the originally silver glow of the equal contract suddenly changed. The silver gradually transformed into red, entwining around Chu-Chen and the dragon egg like blood. The Dragon King, still in shock over Chu-Chen's attributes, was taken aback by this scene, staggering and falling to the ground, repeatedly lamenting, "A contract like blood, life and death intertwined. This is the highest level of life and death contract." Hearing the Dragon King's cries, Chu-Chen roughly understood what this blood-red glow meant. It seemed that this little guy had actively upgraded the contract, choosing to become a companion bound by life and death with him, and had voluntarily taken the weaker position. Chu-Chen could clearly feel the bloodline connection between him and the young dragon, as if they were one, born with a mutual understanding. At this moment, the Dragon King could no longer contain himself, quickly getting up and threatening Chu-Chen fiercely, "Kid, this is my child's own choice. I can't blame you for anything, but remember this, if anything happens to my child in the future, I will hold you accountable." Chu-Chen, with a serious expression, patted his chest and said to the Dragon King, "Rest assured, I will protect it with my life in the future. After all, in a certain sense, it is already one with me. The reason the life and death contract is called life and death intertwined is that the lives of both are interconnected. Moreover, because the young dragon actively chose the weaker side, if it dies, Chu-Chen will not be affected at all. However, if Chu-Chen truly dies, it will also die alongside him. Of course, the effects of the life and death contract go far beyond this. Life and death intertwined not only means that their lives are interconnected, but the damage each receives can also be chosen to be linked, and the ratio can be selected. For example, if Chu Chen suffers 10,000 points of damage, he would definitely not be able to withstand it in his current state, but he can choose to transfer 70% of the damage to the other party of the contract, thus leaving him with enough damage to bear. The two who signed the contract could communicate telepathically, engaging in direct dialogue on a spiritual level transcending space. Moreover, once their strength increased later on, they could even disregard time. The most important point is that the two who signed a life and death contract could even use each other's skills across professions. Of course, the effectiveness would not be as good as if they used their own skills. Additionally, during battles, both would receive a 120% experience bonus. For instance, if Chu Chen killed a boss and earned 10,000 experience points, that would turn into 12,000 points each for him and the dragon. Naturally, there were more effects to discover, which would require Chu Chen and the young dragon to explore gradually in the future. After all, a life and death contract was rare, and the later effects were known only to the parties involved, with no records left behind. As the contract was successfully signed, the blood-red glow gradually faded, leaving only a golden light on the surface of the eggshell, beneath which a faint gray luminescence swirled. As the cracks on the eggshell grew larger, a crisp sound echoed through the cave. Crack! At the same time, above the dragon territory, the sun's rays shone brightly, casting the entire land in a golden hue, accompanied by a hint of gray halo. The giant dragons in the gathering place were awakened by this phenomenon, flying out of their caves and circling around the central cave of the Dragon King. In the distance, from many unknown places, several dragons, only slightly smaller than the Dragon King, also looked up towards the direction of the dragon territory. Among them was the white dragon by Fei, whom Chu Chen had seen before. One of the red dragons sighed. After thousands of years, that Gai Jinyu's child has finally been born. This commotion is quite significant. Come on, old fellows, since the future Dragon King is born, we, as the elders, should go take a look. Returning to this side, as the light in the sky grew more intense, the eggshell finally shattered, and a crisp dragon roar echoed in the cave. At last, a golden young dragon slowly crawled out of the shell, then flapped its wings and gently flew into Chu Chen's arms, finding a comfortable position to lie down. The Dragon King watched this scene with a hint of envy, sarcastically saying, "Just hatched and already has a partner," forgetting about its father. The little dragon, hearing the Dragon King's words, called out in dissatisfaction a couple of times, then ignored the Dragon King, stretching out its tongue to lick Chu Chen's face incessantly. Chu Chen glanced at the Dragon King with pride, as if to say, "Your child, who you couldn't hatch for thousands of years, comes out and runs to me right away. Aren't you mad?" The Dragon King was about to explode, but seeing the child's slightly threatening gaze, had to relent, turning his head aside to avoid looking at Chu Chen. Chu Chen then carefully examined the little dragon. Like the Dragon King, it was entirely golden, but upon closer inspection, one could see a faint gray halo beneath the golden brilliance, though it was very subtle. Its eyes were also different from the Dragon King's. While the Dragon King's pupils were golden, the little dragon's pupils were gray, and not just any gray, but a deep, radiant gray, likely due to absorbing Chu Chen's blood essence. Chu Chen himself was unsure of his attributes. After all, he was a swordsman, unlike a mage or archer with clear attributes. He felt as if he could use any attribute, and if he had to attribute it to something, it would be his talent. Chaotic Sword Heart. The Dragon King spoke at the right moment. "Kid, since my child has signed a contract with you upon birth, you should give it a name." Holding the little dragon in his arms, Chu Chen looked at it with joy in his eyes and said, "Since it is bound to me for life from the moment it was born, let's call it Jinbu Ju. In truth, there will never be a moment of parting between us." The Dragon King looked at Chu Chen in surprise, then nodded. For the dragon race, names were merely codes, so it didn't matter what title was chosen. Even if Chu Chen named it Jinda, he wouldn't mind, as long as the child accepted it. Due to their mental connection, even though Jinbu Ju had just been born, it could understand Chu Chen's words. It seemed quite pleased with the name, flapping its wings and flying around Chu Chen's body continuously. The Dragon King watched this scene with satisfaction and said to Chu Chen, "Let's go, the future Dragon Emperor is born. I imagine it's quite lively outside the cave now. We need to let Buju go out and receive the blessings and baptism of the entire dragon race. By the way, you've been stuck at level 10 for a long time, haven't you? It's time for a job change." Outside the cave, hundreds of dragons of various colors were swirling in the sky, celebrating the birth of the future Dragon King. The older generation of dragons respectfully lay prostrate at the cave entrance. Although they had a good relationship with the Dragon King, this was a formal occasion, and the necessary etiquette could not be overlooked. Chu Chen followed behind the Dragon King, with little Buju resting on his shoulder, as the three of them slowly walked to the flat ground at the cave entrance. Suddenly, all the dragons let out a dragon roar, the sound piercing through the heavens and earth, lingering for a long time. The Dragon King gave little Buju an encouraging look, signaling it to fly out and dance with the dragons. Chu Chen gently patted its back, urging it to listen to its father. Finally, Jinbu Ju flapped its tiny wings and slowly flew into the sky. As hundreds of dragons soared, their bodies gradually emitted different colored lights, which slowly converged towards the little one, enveloping it. At that moment, the Dragon King and the older generation of dragons also moved, their bodies radiating even stronger light, all rushing into Jinbu Ju's form. Just then, the Dragon King flew to Chu Chen's sighed, grabbed him, and threw him towards the light cluster where the little one was. Shu Chen was bewildered and was about to speak when he felt his body touch the light, and at that moment, the bottleneck of his level seemed to slowly disappear. As the light continued to gather, Shu Chen could feel Jin Buju's momentum growing stronger, and his own attributes were also increasing. This wonderful feeling was intoxicating. After a long while, a system notification sounded in Shu Chen's ear. Congratulations, job change successful, current profession, first job Dragon Sword Master. At the same time, Shu Chen noticed a tremendous increase in all his attributes and couldn't help but open his panel to check. Player, Chaos level, 17, first job, 38%, talent, Chaos Sword Heart, Super God level, profession, Dragon Sword. Master health 5300 plus 4000, attack 650 plus 510, physical defense 530 plus 220, magical defense 530 plus 220, strength 50 plus 80, constitution 225 plus 40, spirit 10 plus 40, speed 10 plus 30, dragon bloodline power 10 out of 10, divine level, automatically recovers 1 point every half hour, skills, chaos sword technique, super god level, all swords return to origin, super god level, do as you will, super god level, vertical. / initial tiger step silver level gale / bronze level special effects new moon / black Zaki flash black Zaki's jealousy black Zaki's grace black Zaki's despair black Zaki's protection bloodthirst set effect dragon sword master effect strength and constitution attributes permanently multiplied by 5 spirit and speed attributes permanently multiplied by 2 the effect of constitution on health is adjusted to 20 times, the effect on both defenses is adjusted to 2 times, and the effect of strength on attack is adjusted to 5 times. Note: Dragon Sword Master is a hidden profession of the Dragon race. For subsequent job skills, please go to the Dragon Heritage Stele for learning. Remaining free attribute points 35. Looking at his exaggerated attributes, Shu Chen felt that he was more than 10 times stronger than before, unable to help but exclaim, "Is this the power of the hidden profession of the Dragon Clan?" Shu Chen looked at his panel and gasped. No wonder it was a class change he had obtained after enduring countless hardships. The powerful effect was simply boundless. However, the final power of the Dragon Clan's bloodline had yet to show its effects, but he assumed he would find out soon enough. After a brief contemplation, Shu Chen realized that with the powerful effects of his profession, his health and attack had already surpassed others by a significant margin, while his speed and spirit remained at their initial values. There was no need to elaborate on speed, as it affected both his movement and attack speed. As for the spirit attribute, it seemed more useful for priests and mages. But in reality, it had its benefits for all professions, as it related to the control over one's own power. For instance, at present, Shu Chen's strength attribute far exceeded his spirit attribute, and he could already feel that he was unable to exert 100% of his power. At the same time, Shu Chen estimated that the spirit attribute would also influence the critical hit rate and critical damage of physical professions. Having fought so many battles before, Shu Chen had never landed a critical hit. Thus, he pondered that it must be due to his low spirit attribute. Looking at the 35 attribute points gained from leveling up, Shu Chen thought for a moment and allocated 30 points to spirit and 5 points to speed. After all, he now had the tiger step and his speed was already far ahead of other players. There was no need to excessively pursue speed, as he could take down anyone with a single strike, and with his agility, it was sufficient for boss fights. Instead, he wanted to test whether the spirit attribute was related to critical hits. Now, his spirit attribute had reached 100 points. Including his equipment, it was already 140 points. If he still didn't land a single critical hit in future battles, then critical hits must be a hidden attribute that required other means to change. With the points allocated, Shu Chen no longer hesitated and approached the Dragon King, asking, "Senior, may I ask where the Dragon Clan's skill inheritance stele is? I would like to learn some skills." The Dragon King suddenly realized and spoke, "I almost forgot about that. You need to learn all the skills after your class change at the Dragon Clan's inheritance stele. Here, take this." Saying this, the Dragon King pulled out a token from somewhere and handed it to Shu Chen, on which was inscribed a large character for transmission. The Dragon King continued, "This is a transmission token. When you need to use it, just infuse your strength into it, and after 5 seconds, you will be transported to the inheritance stele. But remember, once you learn the skills, hurry back using the token. There are a few stubborn old-timers inside, so be careful they don't make things difficult for you. The way back is the same as the way in, it will transport you back to where you were before. Quickly learn the skills and then find that brat by you, he will send you back. The baptism of the unbreakable should last for a few hours, and once it's done, you can summon it over." It seemed the Dragon King did not want to see the kid who had taken his child again, and after speaking, he no longer looked at Shu Chen. Shu Chen noticed the Dragon King's impatient expression, scratched his head helplessly, and activated the token in his hand. After 5 seconds, Shu Chen vanished from the spot. What he didn't see was the sly smile in the Dragon King's eyes at the end. In a secluded valley filled with legendary and starry-grade spiritual herbs, even holy-grade spiritual herbs were not uncommon. At the very center of the valley stood a black flower stem with white petals, quietly Emanating a halo of black and white light, this was the divine-grade spiritual herb Yin Yang Soul Severing Grass. In the valley, faintly visible were several massive figures lying low and sleeping, guarding from all directions. However, Chu Chen was completely unaware of the situation in the valley. The teleportation token had brought him to the outside of the valley, to a dilapidated stone tablet covered in moss. If it weren't for the 4 large characters Inheritance Stone Tablet carved on it, Chu Chen would have thought he had come to the wrong place. Little did he know that the Dragon Clan's skills were passed down through bloodlines, and there was no need for an Inheritance Stone Tablet. This stone tablet was merely used for the hidden professions of the Dragon Clan. However, for thousands of years, the Dragon Clan had lived in seclusion, and no Dragon Clan job changers had appeared in the world, so the stone tablet had naturally become more and more worn down. Chu Chen slowly walked forward, carefully clearing away the weeds and moss around the stone tablet, then gently placed a palm on its surface. Detected player profession: Dragon Swordmaster. Would you like to begin learning Dragon Swordmaster skills? Yes. Suddenly, Chu Chen felt as if something was missing from his backpack, but since he was currently learning skills, he couldn't be bothered to think about it. Instead, he calmed down to observe the skills available for learning. Dragon Roar Sword Epic Level consumes 1 point of Dragon Bloodline power, causing your attacks to carry a Dragon's Roar, dealing 200% attack power in light attribute damage to enemies, while applying Dragon Might to enemy units within a 5m radius of the target. Duration depends on the player's Dragon Bloodline level, lasting from 1s to 3s, current time 3s. Dragon Might causes a deterrent effect on enemies, rendering them unable to act while in a stun state. Dragon Breath / Epic Level consumes 1 point of Dragon Bloodline power, condensing the power of Dragon Breath. Swinging the sword forward to deal 150% attack power in light attribute damage to enemies within a 10m range, while adding effects based on the Dragon Bloodline attribute. Current Bloodline effect: Blindness. Duration depends on the player's Dragon Bloodline level, lasting from 2s to 5s, current time 5s. Blindness: the intense light attribute power temporarily blinds the opponent. While in a blinded state, hit rate is greatly reduced. Looking at the 2 skills he could currently learn, Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of a Dragon Clan job change, the starting skill level was epic, capable of adding negative effects, and it consumed Dragon Bloodline power, which could be restored every half hour, enough for Chu Chen to use. He directly chose to learn both skills. With such powerful skills, why not learn them? With these 2 skills, Chu Chen's area attack capability greatly increased, and he would no longer have to rely solely on the crescent slash. After all, weapons would eventually need to be changed, but skills could always follow him. However, that strange feeling returned, as if something else was missing from his backpack. At the same time, Chu Chen noticed that proficiency indicators had appeared behind these 2 skills, but both skills required 1 million proficiency to upgrade. Even with Chu Chen's 10,000-fold proficiency boost, it would take a long time to level up, so he decided to put it aside for now. However, it could be inferred that proficiency should only belong to skills learned from the profession itself, while skills learned from skill books did not have proficiency. After completing the learning of the 2 skills, Chu Chen activated the teleportation token and returned to the Dragon Clan gathering place. He saw Baiyu already waiting for him. Chu Chen walked over to greet Baiyu and quietly waited for it to teleport him back to the dilapidated Dragon Clan ruins instance. After all, he had come from there. While waiting, Chu Chen opened his backpack, wanting to see where that strange feeling had come from and what exactly was missing. Suddenly, Chu Chen froze, for he saw that the gold column had changed from over 10,000 to 0. He didn't have a single copper coin left. He immediately understood that this was due to the Inheritance Stone Tablet. However, Chu Chen no longer had time to find the Dragon King. With a whoosh, he was teleported away by Baiyu, leaving behind a roar. Dragon King. I swear we will not coexist. Baiyu looked around in confusion. Who has the guts to say such things? Don't they know the Dragon King is the most petty? He quickly teleported himself away. He was afraid the Dragon King would come looking for him to settle the score. A flash of white light, and Chu Chen appeared in the center of the dilapidated Dragon Clan ruins. The stone platform summoned by the monsters had returned underground, but in the future, if Chu Chen wanted to go to the Dragon Clan's secret treasure, he only needed to activate the inheritance token in his hand. Chu Chen's face twisted in anger, and as soon as he teleported, he collapsed to the ground. Damn Dragon King! I've saved up so many gold coins, I couldn't even bear to buy a better sword, and now it's all gone. Chu Chen roared to the sky. Over 10,000 gold coins, even at the previous exchange rate, would amount to over 1 million, but unfortunately, it was all taken by the Dragon King in one go. However, Chu Chen had wrongly accused the Dragon King. The money had indeed disappeared, but it was merely collected by the Inheritance Stone Tablet, which received not a single penny. Yet, he was aware of this effect of the Inheritance Stone Tablet and deliberately didn't tell Chu Chen, who told him to take his precious child away. After a long while, Chu Chen gradually calmed his emotions, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. As he thought, well, the money is gone, I can earn it back. I just need to kill a few more bosses. He glanced at the time and realized it was almost midnight. Completing this job change had taken quite a bit of time. At this moment, Chu Chen noticed several friend messages, mainly from Xiao Ishui and Yi Xiaolong. They both said they were worried about him since he hadn't replied, but since they couldn't reach him all evening, they went back and asked him to send them a message to report his safety after completing the job change. Looking at their messages, Shuchen felt warm inside. Indeed, the real Xiao Yixue and Yi Xiaolong were still around. The two people in the illusion must have been the heavenly eye using their appearances. Shuchen also felt it was time to log off to rest well, especially since the game would be updating soon and he wouldn't be able to play anyway. However, he couldn't log off in the wild dungeon to avoid being attacked by monsters when players logged in, so Shuchen spent about 10 minutes quickly returning to Silver Moon City, and as soon as he entered the city he chose to log off. Ha! Shuchen let out a long breath, stood up, and stretched his body that hadn't moved all day. He glanced at the time, it was just midnight. He sent a message to Xiao Yixue and Yi Xiaolong telling them he had completed his job change, then went to wash up and sleep. Ding ding ding. A phone rang. Shuchen tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep due to the noise. Suddenly sitting up, he pressed the answer button. You little rascal. Are you still sleeping in? Let me tell you, just because the official announcement says you don't have to go to school doesn't mean you can sleep in every day. Don't you like playing games? Hurry up and play that Tianwen for me. I'm busy with work, so you help me play my share too. A stream of nagging came through. I know, Mom. Your son is now a big expert in Tianwen. Shuchen glanced at the time, it was just past 7 and he complained, and the game is updating now. It won't open until 8, so I can't play. After saying that, without waiting for his mother to reply, he hung up the phone and lay back down. That's right, Shuchen came from a single-parent family. His father, Shu Tianyu, went to an archaeological site with his grandfather when Shuchen was very young and never returned. In one night, Shuchen and his mother, Yang Yuyan, became orphans. The young Shuchen stayed with Yang Yuyan in the safety bureau all night while his mother cried the entire night. Since then, the heavy burden of the family fell solely on mother Yang Yuyan. Fortunately, Shuchen's mother was a strong businesswoman. Although she had spent a few years at home raising children, her skills and intellect remained sharp. She quickly established a new company which, while not large, was enough to provide a comfortable life for the two of them. However, both of them were nostalgic, and since their current home was sufficient, they chose not to move. It was also after this that Shuchen's grades plummeted, and he, in a sense, gave up on himself, preferring to indulge in games. Mother Yang Yuyan felt guilty towards Shuchen and thus rarely interfered with him, but she provided ample living expenses and pocket money. Hoping to love Shuchen silently in this way, Shuchen was in a daze when another phone call rang. Hello, who is it? Disturbing my sweet dreams is a crime, you know? Heezy, you're still not up? It's past 8 o'clock. The game has been updated. Hurry online and check it out. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm logging in first, so hurry up. Yi Xiaolong's excited voice came from the other end of the line before hanging up. Listening to the beep beep sound from the phone, Shuchen checked the time and, sure enough, it was almost 8:30. He hurriedly got out of bed, quickly washed up, and logged into the game. Soon, the scenery in front of Shuchen shifted, and he found himself on the streets of Silver Moon City. A few players who had completed their job changes were already bustling about in the streets. Some were looking for shops to open, some were teaming up to level up, and Shuchen even saw a flamboyantly dressed male mage giving a speech in front of a crowd, seemingly imparting some secrets to leveling up. Shuchen thought that guy looked a bit familiar, but he didn't have time to think about it and quickly opened the world announcement. Next, as players began to change jobs, 108 level 3 cities had been opened. Players could choose to teleport to a level 3 city after reaching level 10 in the novice village to challenge higher level monsters and bosses. When the number of players entering the level 3 cities globally reached 100,000, a version event, Awakening of the Human Race, would be triggered. This event was a leveling activity limited to 7 days. Additionally, 1 hour later, the World Level Leaderboard, Combat Power Leaderboard, Equipment Leaderboard, Wealth Leaderboard, and Pet Leaderboard would be opened. Players in the top 100 of each leaderboard would receive ranking rewards every Sunday morning at 9 o'clock. During the leaderboard period, players on the list could enjoy the worship of other players, and the worshipped players could receive prestige rewards based on a certain ratio. Awakening of the Human Race. As many players embark on their journey, it seems that the evil forces of the Tianwen continent can no longer hold back. They appear to be plotting some conspiracy, and it is even possible that they will descend upon Blue Star in the future. Players are encouraged to take this seriously and become stronger to protect their homeland. After 7 days, the rankings will be settled based on the level leaderboard. The player ranked first will receive an epic title reward, a legendary treasure chest, and a massive amount of experience, prestige, and gold, along with a chance to draw for legacy level equipment. Note, legacy level equipment is independent of ordinary levels and will grow stronger as the player becomes stronger, reaching up to divine level. The top 3 players will receive a golden title reward, an epic treasure chest, and a large amount of experience, prestige, and gold. The top 10 players will receive a silver title, a golden treasure chest, and a substantial amount of experience, prestige, and gold. The top 100 players will receive a silver treasure chest and a small amount of experience, prestige, and gold. This update also opened the guild system, allowing players to obtain a guild establishment order by defeating bosses of level 1 or higher. Once they have the order, they can find the city lord to pay gold and apply for a piece of territory in the city to become the guild's base. Warriors strive to explore and become stronger. Time is running out. Chu Chen looked at the world announcement and first noticed the new events and leaderboards, and the level cap had also been adjusted. This meant that for a long time, Chu Chen wouldn't have to worry about getting stuck at a level. After all, with his combat power, he could farm monsters several levels higher, and leveling up was incredibly fast. So, he could basically secure the first place in this upgrade event. Next, there were those few profound words. After 28 days, an evil force might descend upon Blue Star? Chu Chen certainly knew what that so-called evil force was. It was none other than the demon race. And that last profound statement, no matter how he looked at it, felt like something a human would say. Behind this celestial inquiry seemed to hide a deep secret, waiting for Chu Chen to uncover. As Chu Chen pondered, a surprised voice suddenly came from in front of him. Chaos God. It's really you. I thought I had mistaken you since you hadn't moved for so long. Chu Chen closed the game announcement and looked up to see a face that was extremely annoying yet somehow cool right in front of him. He suppressed the impulse to slap him away, clenched his fists tightly, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Don't you know it's rude to disturb others without warning? If this weren't in the city, I'd definitely teach you a lesson." Chu Chen recognized him. Wasn't this the flashy mage Wei Junjie he had encountered in the novice village? At that time, he had wanted to forcefully buy equipment but was scared out of his wits by Chu Chen's imposing aura, even saying that those who know the times are the true heroes. Now Chu Chen remembered why that phrase sounded so familiar. It was from this guy. Wei Junjie chuckled and said flatteringly, "Great God, I was just over there spreading your teachings. Ever since I learned from you, my leveling speed has skyrocketed. I logged in this morning and completed my job change. Now I'm a first-tier mage and I'm no longer doing those previous things. How about that? I didn't embarrass you, right?" Chu Chen was surprised. When did he ever teach him anything? Then he slapped his forehead, recalling the nonsense he had told him back then. Read more books, watch more news, eat fewer snacks, and sleep more. Isn't that common knowledge? Yet to this guy, it had become a teaching he treasured like a gem. He couldn't have not seen a TV drama, could he? However, this guy really did seem to have a sudden epiphany, which surprised Chu Chen. He began to coax, "That's good to know, that's my secret teaching. But at this critical moment, it's understandable for you to spread it to help more people, so I won't hold it against you. Now, tell me, what do you want from me?" Wei Junjie rolled his eyes and quickly spoke. "It's like this, Great God. After I spread your teachings to a few of my friends, they all admire you greatly and want me to ask if you have any plans to establish a guild. If you do, can we join?" Wei Junjie looked at Chu Chen with anticipation. After all, this was a big shot capable of killing silver-level bosses, and almost solo. If he could cling to his thigh, he would be one of the noblest players in the Celestial Inquiry. Facing the impending arrival, he would have a better chance of surviving. Chu Chen pondered. He had just seen the content in the announcement and knew that players could now establish guilds. However, it seemed that so far, no guild had been officially established. Logically, with the gathering power of those large guilds, killing a first-tier boss shouldn't be a problem. It seemed that the drop rate for the guild establishment order wasn't very high. Thinking about the previous few server-wide announcement rewards he had triggered, and considering that he currently had not a single gold coin in his bag, it seemed establishing a guild wasn't out of the question. After all, everyone would contribute to the construction, and he could also bring in Xiao Shui and Yi Xiaolong. When his mother, Yang Yuyan, entered the game later, they would have a safe leveling environment. Thinking of this, Chu Chen waved his hand grandly and said, "Then let's build a guild to have some fun. But if you want to join, I need to observe for a while. After all, my guild cannot accept bullies who oppress players." Upon hearing this, Wei Junjie knew it was almost certain. Anyway, he had already led his friends to turn over a new leaf, and they even helped old ladies cross the street now. So passing the examination of the Great God was a sure thing. He immediately said, "All right, Great God, I'll go tell my friends to behave themselves from now on. Once you establish the guild, you must remember to pull me in." After saying that, he hurried off to find his friends, who seemed to still be doing their job change tasks. Indeed, apart from certain hidden professions obtained through special means, all other job changes required completing job change tasks. This was also the reason why Chu Chen had given the 2 hidden profession scrolls to Xiao Ishua. The scrolls did not describe any job change tasks, and as long as they arrived at the level 3 city, they could complete the job change directly. After sending Wei Junjie off, Chu Chen messaged Xiao Ishui and Yi Xiaolong to meet him at the city gate, then he would take them to level up together. The rewards for the top 3 in this event made even Chu Chen's heart race, especially the chance to draw a legacy level equipment for the first place. If Chu Chen could get that, he wouldn't need to change weapons for a long time, and it would grow stronger as he did. It should be noted that Chu Chen's speed of becoming stronger was incredibly fast, his super god level talent destined him to be far ahead of others. Therefore, his equipment update speed was also rapid. Right now, this set of golden level gear was indeed quite good, but the golden level weapon, the new moon sword, had already provided little improvement for Chu Chen. So, if he could draw a legacy level weapon, he wouldn't have to think about changing weapons until he reached level 100. Although the unrestricted passive talent allowed Chu Chin to equip sword-type weapons without limit 10,000. Bronze-level longswords could never compare to the effect of a legendary-level longsword. Thus, he had to do his utmost to secure that first place. Just as Chu Chin was planning his level up, a world announcement came, and at the same time, he received a system prompt. You are about to be on the leaderboard. Please choose whether to hide your personal ID. No. Chu Chin replied without hesitation. The young man loved to show off, especially since he would be establishing a guild in the future. Using his name for promotion would be even more effective. Not to mention the worship rewards from the leaderboard. Even if Chu Chin was first, if others didn't even know his ID, how could they worship him? World announcement. The 5 major leaderboards are now online. Congratulations to all players who made the list. Please continue to maintain your performance. For those who have not yet made the list, do not lose heart. Keep working hard, and there will be a day when you make it. Chu Chin noticed a small leaderboard icon had appeared in the upper right corner of the chat interface, and he was quite curious about where he currently ranked. After all, this was the world leaderboard, and once on it, he would be among the world's top 100. Level leaderboard, first place Chaos, level 17. Combat power leaderboard, first place Chaos, 1,070,000. Combat power is mainly calculated based on maximum damage per second, as well as a comprehensive assessment of talents, equipment, skills, pets, etc. Equipment leaderboard, first place Chaos, New Moon Sword, golden level. Pet leaderboard, first place Chaos, pet quality, divine level. The second place on the combat power leaderboard was also that Blood Rose, reaching a terrifying 9,700. Of course, it couldn't compare to Chu Chin. After all, his combat power looked very high but was actually quite hollow. He could only match that combat power with his damage output, while the rest was only about 10 times stronger than the current players. The main combat power boost still came from his super god level talent and the divine level pet he had just contracted. The top 10 on the equipment leaderboard were all claimed by Chu Chin. After all, both the Hiki set and the Hiki accessory set were all gold grade. However, what surprised Chu Chin was that the Crescent Moon Sword actually took first place. He had thought it would be one of the Hiki accessories, considering how powerful those pieces were. As for the pet leaderboard, there were only 2 players, with the second place being a player named Jungle Archer, who was probably a bowman. It was quite lucky to obtain a pet at this stage, especially since Chu Chin was using hacks, which didn't count. On the wealth leaderboard, Chu Chin's backpack full of gold coins had all been drained by the inheritance monument, otherwise he could have made it into the top 10. The first place wealth was a staggering 132,465 gold coins. 13,000 gold coins. One can only imagine how much money was spent to acquire that gold. However, this person's ID was hidden, so Chu Chin had no idea who it was. What Chu Chin didn't know was that the moment the leaderboard was released, the chat channels of level 3 cities around the world exploded. Silver Moon City chat channel. I can't believe it. It's that Chaos again. Who knows which city this Chaos is from? I want to challenge him. One-on-one. Why does he occupy 4 number 1s by himself? Upstairs. You're not from the 666 newbie village, are you? Yeah, I'm from the 667 newbie village. What's wrong? Isn't the 666 newbie village the one where the world boss appeared? Exactly, the Great Chaos is from our 666 newbie village. He's probably in Silver Moon City now. Go challenge him. Haha brother, remember to turn on the video recording when you challenge him. Let us see how you beat Chaos. I've never seen someone so thick-headed, actually wanting to challenge the world's number 1, the Great Chaos. At first, the person didn't reply, fearing that Chu Chin would notice him, but little did he know that Chu Chin had already blocked these chat channels. If he didn't actively open them, he wouldn't see these comments. Sakura Country's level 3 city chat channel. Baka. How come none of our great Sakura Country's warriors are on the top 5 lists? That damn Dragon Country must have exploited a game loophole. I suggest the officials ban their accounts. A Dragon Country player in Sakura Country spoke up. Come on, you don't even know how this game came about. Where are you going to find the officials? Exactly, as a Dragon Country player, I am the rightful world number 1. In the Cold Country's level 3 city chat channel. Damn, how could those cunning Dragon Country people be the world number 1? Exactly. I bet this Chaos has our Cold Country's blood flowing in him. Right. Our Cold Country is the strongest nation in the world. Chaos, hurry up and recognize your roots. Come back to our Cold Country's embrace. A Dragon Country player in Cold Country saw these comments and couldn't even be bothered to refute them. After all, the shamelessness of these Cold Country brats was world-renowned. Instead of wasting time arguing with them, it was better to level up more. The most intense discussions were happening in the beautiful country's level 3 city chat channel. Damn it, this Dragon Country person is actually higher level than Our Lady of the Blood Rose. This battle power leaderboard must be fake. Only 2 levels apart. How could that Chaos possibly have over 1 million battle power? Lady of the Blood Rose has all silver grade equipment, and even a gold grade accessory only gives her 9,700 battle power. How could that Dragon Country person have such high stats? It must be because of that pet. Chaos must have found a divine pet from somewhere, which is why his battle power is so high. Right, even if he had all gold grade equipment, it shouldn't be that high. Don't say that, he really does have all gold grade equipment. Lady of the Blood Rose's gold grade accessory is ranked 11th. I suggest we use international means to pressure the Dragon Country. Make them hand over chaos, otherwise this game will be chaos's alone. Yes, let's write to the parliament together. I'm sure the governor will agree. Of course, Chuchen couldn't possibly know the content of those chat channels, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. After all, human nature is such that there are always those who can't stand to see others do well. It all depends on whether they come looking for trouble. Anyway, only Xiao Ishue and Yi Xiaolong knew his true identity, and they would never betray him. Chuchen was happily leveling up with Xiao Ishue and Yi Xiaolong in a level 20 dungeon. With the double experience buff and having farmed monsters all afternoon yesterday, both Xiao Ishue and Yi Xiaolong had reached level 13, placing them in the top 50 of the level leaderboard, which was quite impressive considering they were just 2 people, so their monster farming efficiency was naturally lower. However, in the short time since Chuchen arrived, both of them had swiftly leveled up to 14, while Chuchen himself had reached level 18. After allocating all 5 attribute points to Spirit, Chuchen felt that his control over skills and weapon handling had become much easier. With the double experience boost and the passive effect of the Korazaki mask, the monsters killed by Chuchen would drop 100% more loot, including experience, effectively giving him triple experience. So even though his level was higher, his leveling speed was still impressive. After Yi Xiaolong picked up the loot from a wild monster, which included a pair of silver-level warrior boots, he sat down next to Chuchen, changing his equipment while saying, "Heezy, I know you want to level up with me in Xiaoshui, but at this stage, we might be a bit of a burden to you. You should go level up on your own for now. Xiaoshui and I can level up just fine together. Just make sure that second place doesn't surpass you." Chuchen glanced at Yi Xiaolong, seemingly surprised that he could say such a thing, considering he used to cling to him in games. Chuchen patted Yi Xiaolong on the shoulder and slowly stood up. "It's fine. If I want to level up quickly, it's easy, I can just go hunt high-level bosses. Didn't you see my power ranking on the leaderboard? I reckon even the so-called gold or even epic level bosses wouldn't be my match, and the event hasn't even started yet, we don't know when it will end." Then, Chuchen walked over to Xiao Ishue, who was resting nearby, and waved to Yi Xiaolong, "Let's go. Since you're so eager, I'll take you to farm high-level monsters. I guarantee you'll level up quickly." Immediately, Chuchen began selecting dungeons on the map. Dungeons that were too high-level weren't very safe, as Xiao Ishue and Yi Xiaolong could easily get one shot, while those that were too low wouldn't provide enough experience to level up efficiently. Finally, after checking all the dungeons around Silvermoon City, Chuchen's eyes lit up as he said to the two, "We're going here. I guarantee you'll be thrilled." Yi Xiaolong's eyes sparkled. "Heezy, what do you mean by thrilled? Is it something inappropriate for children?" Hearing Chuchen's words and seeing Yi Xiaolong's lewd expression, Xiao Ishue's face turned a shade of crimson, making her look extremely cute. Unable to help herself, she pinched Chuchen. "Little he, do you usually go to those kinds of places?" Chuchen winced at the pinch on his waist and couldn't help but hiss. He thought to himself, sure enough, pinching is a talent all women possess. I didn't expect such a cute girl like Xiao Shui to pinch so hard. He quickly waved his hands. "How could that be? You misunderstood, Xiao Shui. When I said thrilled, I meant leveling up quickly." After saying that, he didn't forget to give Yi Xiaolong a slap on the head. It was this guy's loose tongue that got him pinched. "Let's go, we'll teleport directly there. Our target is this level 38 to 40 wild monster dungeon, Whispering Prairie." Choosing this map was a well-considered decision by Chuchen. After all, he should still be able to directly take down monsters around level 40, and with his speed, protecting the two of them would be more than enough. Moreover, since it was a grassland, there should be plenty of wild monsters that live in groups, making leveling up much easier. The benefits of reaching level 40 are also enormous. It's estimated that the 3 of them could break through to level 25 or higher in just one day. Somewhere in the Whispering Grassland, a girl dressed as an archer was dragging her injured body as she fled. One of her arms was broken, blood streaming down, making it impossible for her to shoot her bow. Not far behind her, a group of wild monsters was relentlessly pursuing her, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty red light. The girl's delicate face was pale, devoid of any color, and she murmured, "Uncle Luo, Uncle Wang, don't worry, I will escape and bring my father to avenge you." After several minutes of travel, the 3 finally arrived at the Whispering Grassland. Legend has it that as you delve deeper into this grassland, you will hear the whispers of the gods coming from the depths, but no one has ever reached the deepest part, nor do they know what kind of scenery lies there. As soon as Chuchen entered, he felt something was off. It was too quiet. There was not a single rustle of wind or grass. Logically, there should be wild monsters everywhere on the grassland, given the excellent visibility, but no matter which direction Chuchen looked, all he could see was grass, not even a hint of a northwesterly wind, let alone any wild monsters. Yi Xiaolong also sensed it and quickly said to Chuchen, "Heezy, this place looks a bit eerie. I feel like it's not a good place. How about we leave?" Shu Chen, unusually, did not refute him but instead nodded in agreement. I feel like something must have happened here, and the answer lies in the depths of that grassland. I've decided to go in and take a look. Why don't you two level up somewhere else and wait for me? Unexpectedly, Xiao Yixue spoke up. No, Xiaohe, I want to go in with you. I've already changed my class. I'm now a powerful light priest. If I keep hiding behind you, how can I grow? I want to truly help you. Xiao Yixue's eyes were slightly red, looking at Shu Chen with a longing gaze, her eyes rarely showing a hint of stubbornness. Yi Xiaolong opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Instead, he silently walked to Shu Chen's side and placed his hand on Shu Chen's shoulder, the meaning clear. Shu Chen felt a slight warmth in his heart. He was never fighting alone. Feeling invigorated, Shu Chen said, "Don't worry, the reason I want to go deeper is not without confidence. I can ensure your safety." Yi Xiaolong thought Shu Chen was trying to comfort them and quickly replied, "It's fine, we're partners. Isn't it a must to go through life and death together? Besides, at worst, we just die once and lose a level. There's no need to be so serious about it." Hearing Yi Xiaolong's words, Shu Chen realized that dying once would only result in losing a level and there was a chance of dropping an item. For them, it wasn't a big deal. However, if possible, it would still be better not to die. He then looked at his talent skills. Now that he had completed his class change, it was time for them to level up as well, silently choosing to upgrade in his heart. Upgrade successful. Chaos Sword Technique. 10,000 swords return to origin, freely enhanced. Awakened the exclusive passive skill of the Chaos Sword Heart. Chaos Emergence, breaking 10,000 laws. Shu Chen's pupils slightly constricted. Had he awakened a new skill? Was his talent not in its complete state yet? Originally, Shu Chen thought leveling up would only enhance the effects of the existing 3 exclusive skills, but he didn't expect to awaken a new exclusive skill, and just from the name, it sounded incredibly powerful. Shu Chen quickly checked the effects of the new skill. Body of Chaos. Chaos Emergence, breaking 10,000 laws, exclusive passive of the Chaos Sword Heart. The owner of the Chaos Sword Heart is born with one of the highest attributes, the Chaos Attribute, their body filled with the power of chaos, granting them an extraordinary resistance to all lower-level attributes. The owner reduces damage from all lower-level attributes by 90% and has a 90% resistance to all lower-level negative effects. Note: this skill has no proficiency, it will only level up when the other 3 skills do. It should be noted that, apart from Shu Chen, it is difficult for others to possess upper-level or higher attributes, so at this stage, almost all attribute damage will be reduced by 90% due to the chaos body. Moreover, they will also have a 90% resistance to negative effects caused by lower-level attributes, such as the burning effect from fire attribute damage, which will weaken the effect in duration on Shu Chen by 90%. This newly emerged skill can be said to perfectly compensate for Shu Chen's current shortcomings, making him a truly versatile player. Shu Chen quickly looked at his original 3 exclusive skills. Chaos Sword Technique, an exclusive sword technique of the Chaos Sword Heart. When the owner of the Chaos Sword Heart uses a sword, they deal an additional 20% true damage, ignoring defense, ignoring damage reduction, and ignoring invulnerability. Skill proficiency 0/1000000 10,000 swords return to origin, an exclusive sword move of the Chaos Sword Heart, instantly consuming all swords except the main weapon, minimum of 10, summoning thousands of sword shadows to deal 150% of attack power multiplied by X, then multiplied by 10,000, depending on the quality of the consumed swords, damage to enemies within a 100 by 100 range, while applying a deterrent effect to enemies in the area. X is the number of consumed swords. Note: 10,000 swords return to origin is a consumable skill and can only be used once a day. Skill proficiency 0/1000000. Proficiency is based on the number of swords consumed to use 10,000 swords return to origin. Do as you wish. An exclusive passive of the Chaos Sword Heart, originating from the beginning of chaos. It is the pinnacle of all sword type physiques, capable of equipping and using all swords in the world. The owner comes with a chaos space that can store 100 additional weapons and gains a 20% attribute bonus from extra weapons. These 3 skills have not changed much compared to before, mainly with some numerical increases, but they have greatly enhanced Shu Chen's output capability. Shu Chen contentedly closed his personal panel. The upgrade of skills gave him stronger confidence. If he had previously worried about not being able to protect the 2, now, with the increase in strength, that worry had completely vanished. After all, today his 10,000 swords return to origin skill had refreshed. If they encountered something they couldn't defeat, they could just throw out the big move and run. Shu Chen called to the 2 and sped deeper into the grassland. Today, he wanted to see what secrets this grassland held, as opportunities always come with crises. If they could find the truth, the strength of the 3 would leap further. After a long time, as they ventured deeper, it felt as if they were going in circles. What Shu Chen and the others saw and heard was no different from when they first entered. According to their speed, they had advanced at least several kilometers. If it weren't for being able to check their position and direction on the map, the 3 would have almost gotten lost. Just as Yi Xiaolong was preparing to Persuade the two to go back out of boredom. A group of indistinct black shadows suddenly appeared in the distance, rushing towards them. Shu Chen stopped, blocking the two, his expression serious as he looked ahead. It seems like a beast tide? But why would it suddenly appear here? There was no sign of it before. He turned to Yi Xiaolong and said, Fat Dragon, you stay back and protect Xiaoxue. This grassland is flat and we have no way to retreat. The scale of this beast tide doesn't seem very large, let's deal with it directly. With that, he dashed forward at high speed. He didn't expect the two to be of much help. After all, the level gap was too great. Even the most ordinary level 40 wild monsters are comparable to a level 20 bronze boss, which neither Yi Xiaolong nor Xiaoxue can withstand. Therefore, he prepared to single-handedly eliminate this beast tide. At that moment, Xiaoxue's shout came from behind. Xiao He, look in front of the beast tide, it seems like someone is escaping. Shu Chen followed Xiaoxue's hint and indeed saw a female archer frantically fleeing not far in front of the beast tide. Her condition looked dire and she could be caught by the beasts behind her at any moment. Although Shu Chen was surprised at why she was here, there was no time to waste and he hurried towards the woman. After all, as a fellow human, it was not in Shu Chen's nature to stand by and watch someone die. Yi Xinran could barely feel her legs anymore. She was completely relying on her subconscious to keep running. But her speed was gradually slowing down and the beast horde was almost upon her. Despair filled Yi Xinran's eyes as she murmured, in the end, I still can't escape, can I? Uncle Luo, Uncle Wang, and our soldiers, it's my fault. If it weren't for my greed for that treasure map, how could everyone end up buried here? Indeed, the legends are true. Deep in the whispering grasslands, there are gods that should not be provoked. She could no longer run. The beasts behind her were getting closer, and she could even smell the bloodthirsty scent emanating from their mouths, the blood of the soldiers from Silvermoon City. Finally, Yi Xinran stopped. She knew she couldn't escape. The exit was still at least 10 kilometers away. Turning around to face the unseen horde of beasts, she slowly drew her bow, preparing to unleash her final strike. Swish! A streak of swordlight, like a shooting star, sliced through the air, and the few swift moon wolves at the forefront of the beast tide were instantly severed in two, their blood splattering out with the force of their original attack, showering Yi Xinran. Feeling the hot blood on her body, Yi Xinran opened her eyes and stared blankly at the bow and arrow in her hands, seemingly surprised at how she had achieved such high damage. At the same time, a refreshing male voice came to her ears. Miss, are you giving up just like that? Yi Xinran turned around sharply to see a swordsman clad in black standing beside her, holding a long sword as bright as a new moon, exuding an ethereal aura. The swordsman's expression was serious, yet calm, his knife-like face free of any dust. Is this a fantasy before I die? Yi Xinran murmured to herself, her voice barely audible. To her surprise, the swordsman smiled at her and said, Of course not, I'm a living person. Alright, I'll handle things. Here for now, you go rest for a bit. I'll need to ask you some questions later. This person was undoubtedly Shu Chen. Without waiting for Yi Xinran to respond, Shu Chen dashed into the beast horde, as the current situation was not suitable for conversation. With a demeanor that disregarded everything in a powerful sword technique, he immediately attracted the attention of all the wild monsters, who no longer paid attention to Yi Xinran behind him and charged at him instead. Yi Xinran didn't have time to stop him and could only watch as a figure plunged into the beast horde. Despair filled her silent scream. Am I going to cause another compatriot's death? Unexpectedly, the anticipated scream did not come. After Shu Chen entered the beast horde, his agile movements evaded most of the wild monster's attacks, and those he didn't dodge were not fatal. With the bloodthirsty effect of the black blade ring, he instantly returned to full health. Instead, his swordsmanship, as artistic as it was fierce, took the lives of a large number of beasts with each strike. The health of these ordinary level 40 wild monsters was only around 200,000, which could not withstand Shu Chen's damage, and even the 30% dissipating damage from the crescent slash was too much for them. Moreover, with the beast tide being so dense and the monsters grouped together, it allowed Shu Chen's attacks to achieve maximum effectiveness. The new moon slash comes with a 5m range sword energy dispersion damage. Each strike results in the death of several, even dozens, of wild monsters. Along with that comes a rapid increase in levels. Although they are currently in a 3-person team, let's not forget that Shu Chen now has a 3x experience bonus. So on average, he can still gain normal experience points, and with the bonus for defeating higher level monsters, he basically levels up every few seconds. Level 19, 20, 21. Meanwhile, Xiaoxue and Yi Xiaolong, who had just caught up from behind, were also shocked by the speed of their level increases and wanted to help. After all, this was a beast tide. Who knows how much pressure Shu Chen was under? They soon realized that he seemed to need no help at all. Facing these wild monsters, Shu Chen was like an adult stepping on ants, completely effortless. However, Xiaoxue still cast a skill on Shu Chen, Light's Protection, providing a single unit with 5% health recovery per second and a 20% increase in both defenses, lasting for 10 seconds. This was a professional skill she learned after advancing, currently only at the silver level. After all, her skill proficiency didn't have the exaggerated bonuses that Shu Chen had. but under her legendary talent, the effect doubled. It reached 10% health recovery per second and a 40% increase in both defenses, lasting for 10 seconds. And let's not forget, her talent could provide additional blessing effects to the healing target. The higher the job transfer, the more blessing effects provided. This time, the blessing effect was astonishing: a 30% increase in movement speed, a 30% increase in attack speed, lasting for 1 minute. The moment the skill was applied to Chu Chen, he felt his speed elevate to another level, making him even more adept at handling the chaotic beast tide. If before he would inevitably take damage every 10 attacks, now that number had at least become 15, even higher. And his attack speed had also significantly increased. Now Chu Chen could basically achieve 2 attacks per second. After casting a buff skill on Chu Chen, Xiao Yixue hurried to support the wobbling Yi Xinran, gently laying her down on the grass while Yi Xiaolong stood guard with his warrior's great sword, vigilantly watching over the two, ready to bite Chu Chen. Time for rescue if any stray monsters charged in. Xiao Yixue then realized that Yi Xinran had already fallen into a coma. After all, running this far alone was purely driven by will. Her stamina and spirit had long been exhausted. Xiao Yixue quickly cast a healing spell on her, but the effect was minimal. It was then she discovered that this young lady was at least level 30 or above, otherwise her healing spell couldn't possibly be this weak. Although Xiao Yixue had just gained experience and leveled up, she was still only in her teens and crossing such a high level gap to heal Yi Xinran. Even with the boost from her legendary talent, the effect remained weak. There was no choice, Xiao Yixue could only disregard her mana consumption and repeatedly use skills to heal Yi Xinran. Fortunately, the world boss chest that Chu Chen had given her earlier yielded a necklace usable by both priests and mages, which restored 1% of maximum mana every 5 seconds when worn, quite practical for priests and mages. Otherwise, Xiao Yixue wouldn't dare to squander it like this. After all, if Chu Chen showed signs of decline, she needed to provide him with timely healing. Fortunately, facing the beast horde with the boost from New Moon Slash, Chu Chen was also handling it with ease. After all this time, the number of beasts had already decreased by a third. It wouldn't be long before they were all wiped out by Chu Chen. But gradually, as more and more wild monsters died, the remaining ones began to retreat, as if they knew they couldn't deal with the few in front of them today. In an instant, it seemed as if someone was whispering in Chu Chen's ear, though he couldn't quite make out what was being said. The beast horde appeared to hear the murmurs as well, and they began to retreat in an orderly fashion, not a single wild creature willing to fight, all decisively sprinting deeper into the grasslands. Watching the beast horde gradually pull away, Chu Chen suddenly slumped to the ground, panting heavily, unable to even lift the crescent moon sword. Although his health was still full, the intense battle had drained both his physical strength and mental energy significantly. After all, surrounded by a tide of beasts, any moment of carelessness could lead to attacks that even Chu Chen couldn't withstand, resulting in death. Thus, he had to constantly use his speed to dodge while also counterattacking with his sword, which showed just how exhausting it was. This was also why Chu Chen, having played various games for years, had developed an instinct for movement that was ingrained in his mind. Coupled with his formidable attributes and high damage output, he managed to survive. If it happened again, Chu Chen might not be so lucky to escape unscathed from the beast tide. Fortunately, Chu Chen succeeded. The only cost was the exhaustion of his physical and mental energy. However, the benefits were also evident. Although they were just ordinary wild creatures, their sheer numbers had caused Chu Chen's level to soar. He had already reached level 24, and he was just a little short of level 25. As for the team, Xiao Yixue and Yi Xiaolong had also leveled up to 22. But now, they naturally couldn't afford to be happy, as the unconscious female archer in front of them had yet to wake up, and Xiao Yixue had to continue healing. Chu Chen sat on the ground, quickly allocating all 30 free attribute points from leveling up to his mental attribute, which made him feel a bit better. After resting for a while and barely recovering some stamina, he finally picked up his sword and walked towards Xiao Yixue and the others. Originally, Xiao Yixue wanted to heal Chu Chen first, but he signaled that he was fine, so she had to give up. Chu Chen was covered in blood, all from the wild creatures he had killed, and the deep black armor was stained with bright red blood, giving him a somewhat sinister charm as he smiled at Xiao Yixue. Xiao Yixue gazed at Chu Chen dreamily, even slowing down her healing actions. Ahem. Yi Xiaolong, watching the two from the side, couldn't help but cough a few times. This was still in his presence. If he weren't there, who knew what might happen between the two? Yi Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a twinge of gloom. It seemed these two were getting closer, but he was still a lonely single, always being the third wheel. How could he stand it? Xiao Yixue finally snapped back to reality, playfully sticking out her tongue and quickly starting to heal Yi Xinran. On the other side, Yi Xiaolong pulled Chu Chen aside and chattered. Hey, what kind of job change is this? You seem so strong, spill the beans. Chu Chen crossed his arms over his chest, wearing a mysterious expression. As he said, want to know? Call me daddy. Hearing Chu Chen's infuriating words, Yi Xiaolong pretended to throw a punch at him. Chu Chen quickly dodged and said, I'm scared of you. Dude, I'm a hidden class of the Dragon Clan Dragon Swordmaster. Pretty cool, right? A look of shock flashed across Yi Xiaolong's face as if he had been struck by lightning. Trembling, he pointed at Chu Chen and said, "Dragon Clan? Hey, does your job change have anything to do with dragons?" Seeing Yi Xiaolong's reaction, Chu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He knew that Yi Xiaolong was obsessed with dragons to the point of being fanatical, and he said openly, "That's right, it's a dragon, but not the kind from our Huagua, it's the western kind of giant dragon. It seems that in this world, all dragons are giant dragons." Yi Xiaolong was extremely excited, but that's still a dragon. So, does that mean the god-level pet displayed on the pet leaderboard is a dragon? Hearing Yi Xiaolong mention it, Chu Chen suddenly remembered that it had been a while and the baptism of Jin Buju should be coming to an end soon, right? Quickly opening the pet panel, I found that the Jin Buju was still undergoing baptism, but the progress had already reached 95%, almost finished. So I said, "It's still being baptized, but it won't be long before you can see it." "Alright, stop getting all excited here. That girl seems to be waking up, let's hurry over and take a look." Chu Chen didn't wait for Yi Xiaolong and quickly jogged over. Where am I?" Yi Xinran frowned tightly. Although her wounds had mostly healed, her fractured hand was still not better, and the sharp pain radiating from her arm had woken her up. Looking at the few people in front of her, a vague memory surfaced. The man in black seemed to be the one who saved her before the beast tide, and her eyes widened in fear as she shouted, "Run! You all need to get out of here. The beast tide is coming." Xiao Ishua's gentle voice timely rang out, "It's okay, miss. That beast tide has already been repelled. You are safe now." She kept patting Yi Xinran's back to calm her down. Hearing Xiao Ishua's words, Yi Xinran incredulously said, "You repelled the beast tide?" Then she looked at Chu Chen. "Right, you were so powerful just now, you must have been able to fend off the beast tide." She quickly continued, "I am the daughter of the Lord of Silver Moon City. I encountered the beast tide deep in the grasslands, which led to the annihilation of my entire army. I need to return and report this to my father. Could you please escort me back to the Lord's mansion? There might still be dangers on the way, but of course, once we return, I can have my father reward you." Ding! Hidden quest triggered, divine treasure of the deep grasslands. Yi Xinran ventured deep into the whispering grasslands for treasure hunting and unfortunately encountered a beast tide that led to the annihilation of her army. The Lord is extremely anxious. If you can fend off the beast tide and escort Yi Xinran back to the Lord's mansion, there may be unexpected tasks and additional rewards. Basic quest rewards: 5 million experience points, 100,000 gold coins, 100,000 reputation. The system's prompt echoed in Chu Chen's ears, and he was stunned by the generous rewards. However, he quickly realized that the first difficulty of this quest was to stop a level 40 beast tide and save Yi Xinran, which was not a task for the current stage. 5 million experience seemed like a lot, but in reality, for players around level 40, it would only allow them to level up 1 or 2 levels, and it was a team task. After all, with such a massive beast tide, it was almost impossible to stop it alone. However, for the 3 of them at this stage, it was an enormous amount, enough for each person to level up 4 to 5 times. So, Chu Chen no longer hesitated and directly accepted it. Since they were going to grind levels anyway, why not take on a quest while they were at it? He then had Xiao Ishue support Yi Xinran in the middle, with Chu Chen and Yi Xiaolong in front and behind, checking for any abnormalities. However, since they hadn't encountered anything unusual on the way here, they felt relatively relaxed. After all, they had already faced the beast tide. What could be worse? A gigantic blue wolf lay on a rock, its eyes half closed, a long scar running across its face. Its body rose and fell rhythmically as if it were sleeping, but the sharp claws glinted with a cold light, appearing particularly fierce. Not far from the blue wolf, an old man wearing a straw hat and a raincoat was tending to the land. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked up at the gradually clearing sky, his deep-set eyes seeming to hold many untold stories. "Ah, the dark clouds have receded, and the little ants have also left." The old man called out to the blue wolf, "Little Qing, let's go see if the fish are biting." If Chu Chen were there, he would realize that this old man was the source of the murmuring voice he had heard earlier. The blue wolf instantly sprang up, its eyes black and red, and the figures of the wolf and the man gradually disappeared at the edge of the grasslands. Silver Moon City, at the entrance of the Lord's mansion. Xiao Ishua supported Yi Xinran, while Yi Xiaolong and Chu Chen stood behind them. Yi Xinran looked up, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at the place she had lived since childhood, murmuring, "Finally, I'm back. Uncle Luo, Uncle Wang, warriors, don't worry, I will make sure my father avenges you. What does God matter?" The guard at the entrance rushed over upon seeing Yi Xinran. "Miss, you're finally back. The Lord of the city is very worried about you." Without looking up, Yi Xinran quickly replied, "Hurry and report to my father. Tell him I have something important to discuss." The guard nodded and hurriedly opened the large door before returning to relay the message. "Let's go, we'll meet my father in the hall." "Don't worry, I will make sure you get your rewards," Chu Chen said, and the others nodded. They still trusted the lord of the city. However, Chu Chen couldn't shake off the previous system prompt. There might be unexpected tasks and rewards. He had a premonition that this hidden task wouldn't be so simple. A stern Middle-aged man was pacing back and forth in the hall. It was Yi Tion, the Lord of Silvermoon City. He looked anxious. I can't wait any longer. I must see Shinran first. He prepared to head out to greet her, and just as he reached the entrance of the hall, he saw a girl supporting his daughter, accompanied by two men walking towards him. Yi Tion quickly stepped forward. Shinran, how are you? What happened? Luo Hao and Wang Tao. Why didn't they come back? With you? Yi Shinran looked at her father standing before her and couldn't help but hug Yi Tion, crying, Father, Uncle Luo and Uncle Wang, it's my fault. If I hadn't gone after that treasure, this wouldn't have happened. Hearing Yi Shinran's words, Yi Tion's expression turned sorrowful. He gently patted her back, comforting her. It's okay, it's not your fault. That treasure map was given to you by me. Don't blame yourself for Luo Hao and Wang Tao. It's my responsibility, and I will compensate their families. Yi Shinran's emotions gradually stabilized, and only then did Yi Tion notice Chu Chen and the others, asking, Are these young friends your companions? Yi Shinran quickly wiped her tears and replied, They are my saviors. If it weren't for them, I would have perished in the beast tide. Upon hearing this, Yi Tion immediately called over a nearby guard to arrange seats. I see, young friends, thank you for saving my daughter's life. Please take a seat. As soon as Chu Chen sat down, he remembered that he still had a letter of recommendation from the village chief, given when he completed the task which he needed to present to the Lord. He casually took it out and handed it to Yi Tion. After reading the letter, Yi Tion laughed and said, What a coincidence. Old Jack has already contacted me through letter saying you are a young hero, and it seems to be true. You have the strength to stop the beast tide at such a young age. However, Yi Tion then added, Old Jack wanted me to help you find a good mentor at the Swordsman Sanctuary, but I see you should already be over level 20, right? You must have a mentor by now. Do you still need one? Chu Chen hadn't expected this letter of recommendation to serve such a purpose. It was almost useless to him now. However, it would be good to visit the Swordsman Sanctuary later, as he was still technically a swordsman. He declined the Lord's goodwill, deciding to go on his own, as he wasn't looking to become a disciple to avoid any misunderstandings. Seeing Chu Chen refuse, Yi Tion didn't press further but instead showed a troubled expression from his seat. Chu Chen, noticing Yi Tion's demeanor, thought he was unhappy about his refusal. Lord of the city, please forgive my presumptuousness. It's mainly because my profession is quite different from an ordinary swordsman. Yi Tion glanced at Chu Chen, then at Xiao Ishui and Yi Xiaolong, and slowly spoke, It's not because of that. Although you, my young friend, were able to stop the beast tide in the grasslands at just over level 20, I must commend you as a prodigy. However, the matters that follow are still beyond your reach for now. Chu Chen was taken aback. It seemed he hadn't met the conditions to accept a hidden quest. Beside him, Xiao Ishui and Yi Xiaolong also showed anxious expressions, as they had come here specifically to take on this hidden quest. If they couldn't accept it, wouldn't that mean they had wasted a lot of time? Yi Tion looked at Chu Chen and continued, Young friend, normally, since you saved my daughter, you would be qualified to participate in our subsequent actions against the grasslands. However, it appears you have not yet reached level 40, and due to the rules, I cannot issue you a quest. Rules? This city lord was aware of the existence of rules and the limitations on players? This statement stirred up a storm in Chu Chen's heart. He had previously felt that Tianwen was not merely a game, but more like another world where the NPCs and wild boss monsters seemed to possess their own consciousness. Yi Tion's words undoubtedly confirmed Chu Chen's suspicions, otherwise, why would he mention the word rules? Seeing Chu Chen stunned in his seat and not speaking, Yi Tion thought he was dissatisfied with his words. Young friend, please don't be angry. After all, this matter is not something I can decide. How about this? I can postpone the quest for a few days. If you can reach level 40 during this time, you can accept the quest. What do you think? Yi Tion's voice interrupted Chu Chen's thoughts, and he nodded at the city lord. Then I will trouble you, Lord City Lord. I will work hard to level up in the next few days. Yi Tion also showed a look of joy, as this was the savior of his daughter, but due to the constraints of the rules, he could only do so much. That's good. I will await your good news. Take this token. You can freely enter some non-core areas of my city lord's mansion. If you reach level 40 within 7 days, just bring the token to find me. However, young friend, I can only postpone it for 7 days because this news has already spread to the second level Chiang City. They will likely send a team here within 7 days. Chu Chen nodded. 7 days should be enough time for him to level up. With that thought, he led Xiao Ishui and Yi Xiaolong out of the city lord's mansion. Since the subsequent quest had not yet begun, they naturally had not received any quest rewards. On the way, Yi Xiaolong patted his chest and said, Phew, that city lord's pressure was too strong. I guess that's still a result of him holding back. I almost couldn't catch my breath. Xiao Ishui rarely agreed with Yi Xiaolong's statement and nodded. In agreement. Chu Chen chuckled lightly. That's because you haven't seen a true powerhouse. You haven't been to the priest's sanctuary or the warrior's sanctuary, have you? Let's go take a look since we're back. After all, the core skills of real professions need to be learned in the sanctuaries. The two had no objections to Chu Chen's arrangement, as they had been leveling up since arriving in Silvermoon City and had yet to visit the sanctuaries, relying solely on the skills they had from their class transitions. Now that they thought about it, indeed, learning skills should not be neglected. Suddenly, Shu Chen stopped in his tracks, causing Yi Xiaolong, who was behind him, to crash to the ground. Yi Xiaolong rubbed his backside and complained, "Ouch, what are you doing?" Shu Chen's excited voice rang out, "The baptism of the unbreakable has been completed." Just then, a timid voice of a young boy appeared. In Shu Chen's mind, "Master, my baptism has been completed." Shu Chen opened his panel and discovered that the golden unbreakable pet icon had lit up, and it seemed to have skipped the juvenile stage. That was why Shu Chen had suddenly stopped. Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Yishua hurriedly gathered around, eagerly looking at Shu Chen, their intentions clear. They wanted to see his dragon pet. Shu Chen shook his head helplessly. "This is in the city. Do you two want to cause a panic? If I summon the dragon clan here, we'll probably get arrested on the spot. Let's go to the temple first. You'll have plenty of chances to see it later." Hearing Shu Chen's words, the two couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, but they nodded nonetheless, understanding that summoning the dragon clan in the city would indeed cause a huge uproar. After all, the dragon clan had disappeared for over 10,000 years. Their sudden appearance would surely stir up a great commotion. As they reached the central square of the city, pedestrians and players were everywhere. This place led to any street in Silvermoon City and was the most prosperous trading area in the entire city. Countless shops lined the square, including equipment stores, item shops, fashion boutiques, and even restaurants. Many players were loitering in front of the shops, but it was clear that with the current wealth of the players, very few could afford to spend here. Alright, the 6 major temples are distributed in 6 directions in Silvermoon City. Let's split up for now. You two can practice leveling up together after learning your skills at the temple. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be taking you with me for now. The two nodded. They couldn't always rely on Shu Chen to level up and needed to put in their own effort. They understood that only the results earned through their own hard work were the best. After bidding farewell to Shu Chen, Yi Xiaolong was the first to leave. Shu Chen held Xiao Yishua's small hand, the delicate touch feeling particularly comfortable in his grip. He gently stroked Xiao Yishua's silky hair and said softly, "Xiao Shui, you should go to the priest temple. You should be able to learn some good skills. If you run into any trouble, just message me." A hint of reluctance flashed in Xiao Yishua's eyes, but she wasn't entirely a little girl. She knew that the most important thing now was to become stronger. She firmly nodded her head and turned to walk towards the priest temple. Watching Xiao Yishua's departing figure, Shu Chen shook his head, trying to refocus his thoughts on his current plan. First, he would check out the swordsman temple to see if he could learn some skills. Secondly, Shu Chen planned to level up on his own for better efficiency, and after reaching level 40, he would go to the Lord's mansion to participate in that quest. Indeed, Shu Chen did not intend to bring the two along this time. He still felt uneasy about the beast tide. Although it was said that they wouldn't truly die, he was still worried about the two of them. He decided to participate alone, as it was a team-based quest and they would still receive rewards. However, Shu Chen's gold coins had all been spent on the Dragon Clan's inheritance stone tablet, so he needed to think of a way to earn some gold coins. It would be awkward if he couldn't afford to learn skills at the temple. Suddenly, Shu Chen remembered the set blueprint he had obtained in the novice village. Although he didn't care much for the bronze-level quality, someone else might. This blueprint is for a bronze-level set, suitable for melee combat. Do you think your guild needs it? Shu Chen sent a message out, and the response came back almost instantly. "Boss, where did you get such a good thing? We really need it, as most of our members still don't have bronze-level equipment, and the drop rate from wild monsters is too low." The reply came from Luo Hong, who had previously collaborated with Shu Chen. After all, Shu Chen had learned that she was in charge of a fairly large guild, and although it was all girls, there would always be a demand for melee equipment. "I'll be waiting for you at the central square of Silvermoon City. If you want it, just bring enough money." Shu Chen cleverly didn't specify how much money Luo Hong should bring, as this way he would maintain the initiative in the transaction. Before long, a charming figure in a red robe appeared at the edge of the square, but this time she came alone. "What's this? No entourage? Aren't you afraid I'll just rob you?" Shu Chen joked for a rare moment. Falling Red shot a reproachful glance at Shu Chen, her alluring eyes almost causing him to lose his composure. "If you want to rob me, no matter how many people I bring, it probably won't be enough, considering your combat power is a bit terrifying." Shu Chen chuckled, not saying much more, and directly took out the blueprint for the Gale set from his backpack. This set is universal for melee classes and has a decent combat power boost at this stage. Why don't you see how much it's worth? Falling Red took the blueprint that Shu Chen handed over and found that, as he said, this set had a very strong set effect, which could increase a player's movement speed by 30% and attack speed by 10%, and even added wind attribute damage. For melee classes, it could be considered a god-tier item at this stage. However, unsure of Shu Chen's attitude, Falling Red tentatively said, 3,000 gold? Shu Chen frowned. To be honest, that price was already quite high. Although it was a set blueprint, it was still just for the bronze tier, and players would struggle to use it until level 30. But since it was a blueprint, as long as there were materials, it could be produced continuously. Seeing that Chu Chen's expression seemed a bit displeased, falling, Red gritted her teeth. 4,000 gold. This is the highest price I can offer. You know, the depreciation of equipment is very fast, and this extra 1,000 gold is just out of respect for you. Chu Chen knew it was about time. Asking for more would make him seem unreasonable, especially since they could continue to cooperate in the future. Alright then, 4,000 gold it is. But I want it now. Falling Red raised her eyebrows, seemingly surprised by Chu Chen's decisiveness. Feeling a bit upset inside, oh no, I offered too much. I should have said 3,500. However, since she had already said it, Falling Red didn't backtrack. After transferring the gold to Chu Chen, she left with the blueprint. Not far from the exit, Falling Red's expression was no longer the seductive one from before. She laughed wildly. Ahahaha, what a huge profit. Although I gave away a bit more gold, this is a starting set blueprint. Even if I can't use it all myself, I can still make it and sell it. Hahaha, what big shot. She's just been played by me. No one would expect that the tall, alluring Falling Red had such a personality behind the scenes. If Chu Chen saw this, he would probably exclaim, women are truly born deceivers. However, Chu Chen was now happily heading towards the night sanctuary with his gold as in his eyes. Bronze equipment was just trash, completely unaware that for most players, leveling up wasn't that simple. Naturally, the effective usage period of bronze equipment was also quite long. We common folks are really happy today. Feeling like he had made a profit, Chu Chen hummed a tune as he walked. After all, he initially thought over 3,000 gold would be about right, but he didn't expect to sell it for 4,000. Now he could buy 10 bronze long swords to keep. What? A bronze long sword costs 120 gold each? Chu Chen blared angrily at the equipment store owner in front of him, a fat man with a long beard looking like a shady businessman. That's right. Who doesn't know that my store is the best weapon shop in Silvermoon City? Fair prices for everyone. Bronze weapons are 120 gold. Pa! Other weapon shops sell them for 100 gold each. Why are you so much more expensive? Chu Chen was really furious. He thought the prices were the same and had directly asked for 10 bronze long swords. Who would have thought that when it came time to check out, they were actually 200 gold more expensive than at the equipment shop in the novice village? If he had been scammed by the inheritance monument before, he could have let it slide, as Chu Chen was quite wealthy. But now, he only had the 4,000 gold he earned from selling the blueprint, and every bit saved counted. The fat merchant boss sneered. I see you're probably just here to cause trouble because you can't afford anything. The enforcement team is nearby. I'll call them over right now. You don't need to call, we're already here. What's going on? A team of enforcers clad in the standard armor of Silvermoon City approached, with the captain leading the way. The fat boss exchanged a glance with the captain, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he preemptively accused, enforcement officer, this guy insists that my shop is a black market. Chu Chen's face was filled with anger. If this isn't a black market, then what is it? Why are the prices of the equipment you sell so much higher than everyone else's? The captain of the enforcement team paid no heed to Chu Chen's words and signaled his subordinates to arrest him. He knew this shop was a black market, but the extra profits were shared with him every month, so he naturally needed to help the boss deal with some trouble. Seeing that the enforcement team was about to arrest him, Chu Chen realized they were in cahoots. However, he remained calm and activated the token given to him by the city lord, which also had a communication function to contact the city lord directly. The city lord received Chu Chen's message and was surprised. They had just parted ways. Why did Chu Chen need him so soon? Nevertheless, he didn't hesitate and rushed towards Chu Chen's direction with his men. His speed was naturally unmatched by Chu Chen, and within just 2 minutes, he arrived at the scene where Chu Chen was confronting the enforcement team. What's going on here? Yan Quan, explain. Yan Quan was the name of the captain of the enforcement team. Upon hearing the city lord's question, a sense of foreboding flashed through his mind, but he steeled himself and said, City lord, this kid is causing a scene here and resisting arrest. My men are trying to capture him. The city lord was puzzled. Since Chu Chen had saved his daughter, he assumed he wasn't a person of bad character, which was why he had been willing to wait for Chu Chen for 7 days. Could it be that he had misjudged him? Chu Chen quickly spoke up. City lord, don't listen to his nonsense. This equipment shop is a black market. He and the boss are in cahoots. Yi Tian, hearing Chu Chen's words, asked, young friend, what exactly is going on? As Chu Chen recounted the events, Yi Tian's expression gradually darkened. Yan Quan, is this the central square you manage? It seems you don't want to live anymore. You dare to do such things right under my nose. Seeing that the situation was exposed, Yan Quan quickly knelt and begged for mercy. City lord, I was just confused for a moment. Please forgive me. The shop owner was also terrified, kneeling before Chu Chen and pleading. Young man, it was wrong of me to deceive you. I beg for your mercy. I won't dare to do it again. I'll compensate you with 10 bronze level, no, silver level long swords. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Hearing about 10 silver level long swords, even Chu Chen felt a bit tempted. That was worth at least 10,000 gold coins. However, seeing Yi Tian's increasingly dark expression, Chu Chen didn't dare to push his luck and stood silently. Yi Tian noticed that Chu Chen didn't plead for the two and was very satisfied. After all, he prided himself on being rigorous and just. If Chu Chen had asked him for a few silver-level weapons, he would have been very disappointed. Young friend, you don't need to concern yourself with this matter. I will give you an explanation later. Come, take this fat man and Yen Quan back. I want to see where they got the guts to pull such tricks right under my nose. The enforcers and the guards brought by Yi Tian quickly apprehended the two, ignoring their pleas and wails as they dragged them towards the city lord's mansion. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen knew that the fate of the two wouldn't be good, and he bid farewell to Yi Tian. After this incident, Chu Chen no longer wanted to buy weapons. At this stage, he didn't feel an urgent need for them anyway. A building filled with the aura of swordsmanship stood before Chu Chen, its style magnificent. The main hall in the center resembled a giant sword plunged into the ground, its hilt soaring into the clouds. Truly spectacular. Is this the Swordmaster's sanctuary? No wonder it's the most popular profession. Even the sanctuary is so lavish. The building before him was even more luxurious than the Lord's mansion. Chu Chen stood at the entrance, steadied himself, and stepped inside. There were still many players in the hall. After all, the swordmaster profession was very appealing to most boys. Who wouldn't want to be a sword-wielding immortal? Upon seeing Chu Chen's impressive equipment and the invisible sword intent radiating from him, the hall's manager was taken aback, realizing this young man was extraordinary. He quickly sent someone to find an elder while he himself approached Chu Chen. May I help you with something? The manager asked softly with a slight smile. Chu Chen then noticed the manager beside him and replied, I'm here to learn skills. Are there any procedures I need to follow? The manager quickly responded, no procedures are necessary. If you want to learn skills, just look for a mentor. But it seems you don't have one yet? Indeed, I didn't change my class at the sanctuary. This is my first visit. Hearing Chu Chen's answer, the manager was somewhat surprised. No wonder this young man had a hidden class. He felt he had struck gold and might even receive a reward from the elder. While the manager was lost in thought, a young man dressed in luxurious clothing also noticed Chu Chen. The golden level gear on Chu Chen caught his attention, and a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Hey, you're here to learn skills? How about this? Let's make a deal. I'll ensure you find the best mentor in the Swordmaster's sanctuary on the condition that you give me your gear. What do you say? The flamboyant young man said arrogantly. Chu Chen glanced at him and spat out a few words. Crazy. You, kid, don't be ungrateful. I'm offering you a deal. Because I respect you. The flamboyant young man appeared flustered upon hearing Chu Chen's response. The manager, seeing this, thought to himself, oh no, it's this troublemaker. He quickly slinked away, realizing he couldn't afford to provoke this person. It was just bad luck for the young man to have caught his attention. Chu Chen crossed his arms, looking disdainful as he said, What? Am I ungrateful today? What are you going to do about it? The flamboyant young man clearly didn't expect Chu Chen to be so bold in front of him. You dare speak to me like that? Do you know who my father is? Who your father is? Didn't your mother tell you? That I really wouldn't know, Chu Chen replied calmly. You, what a sharp-tongued brat. I'm telling you, you're in big trouble. Just wait here if you have the guts. After throwing down a harsh remark, the flamboyant young man left in a huff, knowing he was no match for Chu Chen alone, and went to find help. The manager hurried over to remind Chu Chen, young man, you should leave quickly. That person is the son of the 7th elder of our Swordmaster's sanctuary. He's usually arrogant here, and if you argue with him, you'll definitely come out worse. Chu Chen didn't expect the manager to come back and warn him. You're quite nice, aren't you? But it's fine, a mere 7th elder is nothing to me. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept through the entire hall, dispersing most of the low-level players. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing that this pressure was primarily directed at him. An angry voice rang out, Oh? You don't take me, the 7th elder, seriously? What a bold statement. A middle-aged man in a gray robe entered through the side door of the sanctuary, followed by the flamboyant young man who had just gone to fetch help, now looking at Chu Chen with a defiant expression from a distance. The middle-aged man in a gray robe had a sinister appearance, with broken eyebrows and a hooked nose, looking every bit like a villain. He approached Chu Chen with a sullen face, clearly the one who had just spoken those words. You are the 7th elder of the Swordmaster's sanctuary? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow and casually cast a detection spell. Now at level 24, his basic detection technique could reveal the attributes of targets no higher than 15 levels above him. Name, Lily. Position, 7th elder of the Swordmaster's sanctuary. Level, 38 health, 560,000 attack, 3,481 physical defense, 2,189 magical defense, 1,473 skills. Gale sword technique, gold, gale thrust, silver, 1,000 winds blade strike, silver. The 7th elder Lily was just within the detection limit, and his attributes were quite average. However, he was merely a low-ranking elder of the sanctuary, and Chu Chen felt bold because he had heard the title of 7th elder. If it had been the Great Elder or the 2nd Elder, you could bet Chu Chen would have run away. That man in fine clothes was Lily's son, Lily, who rushed forward first, pointing at Chu Chen and cursing, You little brat, my dad is here, and you still dare to act tough? Hearing Lily's words, Chu Chen casually cast another detection spell. Name, Lily. Position, intern swordsman of the Swordmaster's Sanctuary. Level 17. Great, just a piece of trash. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to look any further, swatting Lily's hand away and giving him a slap across the face. You wouldn't believe it, though Lily's level was low, his skin was surprisingly tough. Chu Chen's hand went numb from the hit. Looking down at the fallen Lily, he said, I absolutely hate it when people point fingers at me, especially someone like you. You look to be in your 20s, yet you're only level 17. Aren't you embarrassed to show your face? The seventh elder Lily, watching this scene from behind, felt a twitch in his eyelid. He never expected Chu Chen to be so bold as to hit his son right in front of him. Lily scrambled up from the ground, wanting to say a few harsh words. The seventh elder shouted angrily, Enough! Are you trying to embarrass us even more? Come back! Lily unwillingly glanced at Chu Chen, only to find him making a face in mockery, instantly turning his face the color of liver. Plus, after being slapped by Chu Chen, his entire left cheek was swollen, making it hard for those around to stifle their laughter. Lily didn't dare defy his father's orders and was genuinely afraid of this kid he really dared to hit. The seventh elder Lily turned back and glared fiercely. I told you to practice hard, and look at you, wasting your days away. Now you've gotten yourself into trouble? I'll deal with you later. Then he looked at Chu Chen, his aura slowly gathering, and a faint wind attribute sword energy appeared in the hall. Kid, my son makes mistakes, and it's my duty to educate him, not yours. Since you've taken action, you must pay the price. Surrender obediently and go repent for your sins in the Swordmaster's Sanctuary prison. Old man, do you think a few harsh words can scare me? If you want to take revenge for your son, then come at me. Don't just stand there talking nonsense and polluting the air. Chu Chen continued to taunt, but his grip on the crescent moon sword tightened slightly, always ready to counterattack. If the seventh elder dared to make a move against him, he wouldn't mind educating both father and son together. However, Chu Chen also had concerns. After all, he hoped to learn some skills at the Swordmaster's Sanctuary. If he really got into a fight with this so-called seventh elder, he probably wouldn't be able to learn anything here in the future. Good kid, stubborn as a mule, then I won't hold back. As he spoke, the sword energy in the air became increasingly sharp, as if an attack would land on Chu Chen at any moment. Stop! A voice of authority rang out. The moment the voice sounded, the atmosphere in the entire hall instantly calmed, as if nothing had happened. Hearing this voice, Chu Chen understood that a higher authority had arrived, and he knew that the fight was unlikely to continue. With a thought, he retracted the new moon sword. An old man in white suddenly appeared between the two, his head full of white hair, looking ethereal and otherworldly, yet the sword intent radiating from him involuntarily made Chu Chen's pupils constrict. This old man's strength is not simple, Chu Chen thought, casually trying to probe the old man's information, but it was clear that he could find nothing. The white-haired elder glanced at Chu Chen, and with his keen perception, he naturally sensed the young man's scrutiny, but he did not take offense. Old 7. It's one thing if you can't manage your own child, but to lay hands on a junior at this age? Do you think I can no longer control you? The elder looked at Elder 7 with a calm yet undeniable authority. Elder 7 quickly retracted his demeanor, lowering his head in fear. Great elder, I dare not. But this brat openly attacked someone in the hall of the Holy Temple. If we don't handle this, what will happen to the dignity of our Sword Saint Temple? The dignity of the Sword Saint Temple is indeed important, but it should not be manifested in such a manner. Moreover, do you think I am unaware of the root cause of this matter? The great elder's gaze sharpened as he spoke each word clearly. Elder 7 seemed to bear immense pressure, beads of sweat appearing on his lowered forehead, and he hurriedly said, No, I was wrong. Please punish me, great elder. Upon hearing this, the great elder finally looked at the father and son with satisfaction and said lightly, To know one's mistakes and correct them is a great virtue. I will punish you to face the wall in the sword shrine for half a month. As for your son, he has already received his due punishment. In the future, manage him well and do not let him bring shame to our Sword Saint Temple. Elder 7 felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly agreed, pulling the still indignant Lily away. Oh, so this is your backing? I don't think it's that strong. Chu Chen shouted at Lily as he watched the two leave. It was evident that their footsteps paused for a moment before they quickly departed. At that moment, the white-haired elder looked at Chu Chen with a kind expression. Young friend, I wonder if you are satisfied with this handling? Chu Chen was taken aback, not expecting the old man to ask for his opinion, and nodded. It's passable, after all, I wasn't really harmed. The great elder smiled and said, I wonder what brings you to our Sword Saint Temple today. If you need anything, I happen to have some free time and could show you around. How about that? Thinking of how the imposing elder was now speaking to him so kindly, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit wary. What? Are you trying to take the opportunity to lure me away and capture me? Ha ha ha, young friend, you really have a sense of humor. You haven't done anything wrong, why would I capture you? I already know that this matter arose because of that Lily. Your counterattack, while somewhat unexpected, is still within reason, the great elder said with a smile. Moreover, if I wanted to capture you, why would I have stopped old 7 from attacking you just now? Chu Chen thought for a moment and felt that made sense. I suppose I was overthinking it, but I came today to learn some skills. Since there was such a person willing to take him around, Chuchen did not refuse. After all, this old man might have better offerings. Oh, the great elder was surprised. Could it be that you are here to change jobs? Chuchen shook his head. Not exactly, I just haven't come to learn skills after changing jobs. The grand elder blinked upon hearing this, as if pondering something. I said, I observe that young friend's sword intent is imposing, radiating a strong sword aura throughout, and deep within that aura lies an indescribable charm, indicating that he has already made some progress in the way of the sword. After praising Chuchen a couple of times, he inquired, may I ask where you come from, young friend? How old are you this year? Chuchen shot an unhappy glance at the grand elder. Old man, are you here to check my household registration? Are you going to teach me skills or not? The grand elder chuckled, feigning ignorance. It seems I have been too abrupt. Come, I will take you to the Hall of Inheritance. However, young friend, I must remind you in advance that the skills of the Swordmaster Sanctuary are only taught to the disciples of the Sanctuary. This is a rule passed down through generations. So, if you wish to learn skills, you must first join my Hall of Inheritance. Chuchen frowned. Initially, he wasn't very resistant to joining the Swordmaster Sanctuary, but after witnessing the style of the 7th Elder and his son, he felt a bit worried, as they might target him in the future. Although Chuchen wasn't afraid, having a fly buzzing around his ear was quite annoying. The Grand Elder seemed to see through Chuchen's concerns. If you are worried about the 7th Elder and his son, I can assure you that they will not bother you again. The 7th Elder, Lily, dragged his son towards their residence, his face dark and silent the entire way, making Lily feel anxious, fearing that his father would vent his anger on him later. As soon as they entered the house, the 7th Elder looked around and, seeing no one, quickly shut the door and cursed, damn brat, if it weren't for that old coot, the Grand Elder, arriving so quickly, I would have chopped him up. The pressure emanating from his anger involuntarily spread out, leaving poor level 17 Lily unable to withstand it, hastily kneeling on the ground. Dad, please don't be angry, I can't take it anymore. Lily glanced at his son kneeling on the ground, snorted coldly, reigning in his aura, and said with disappointment, and you, kid, causing me trouble is one thing. That brat's equipment looks extraordinary. Why did you provoke him? I was just momentarily blinded by greed. Besides, who knew that brat looked young but was so strong? Lily's voice grew softer as he knelt, realizing he had caused trouble and dragged his father into it as well. The 7th Elder sighed, alright, get up. He then added, that kid is also a swordsman, and will likely join the sanctuary. But with the Grand Elder's attitude, I don't know what his relationship with that kid is, so for now, we can't openly go after him. Come here. The 7th Elder then whispered a few words in Lily's ear, his eyes growing brighter, and he quickly stood up. Father has a plan. I'm going to find the senior brother right now. With that, he hurriedly left, leaving the 7th Elder, Lily, alone in the room, a cold smile on his face. Kid, if you want to compete with me, I'll make you lose all face and not be able to stay in the sanctuary. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder finished speaking and looked at Chuchen with a smile, not in a hurry to take him to the Hall of Inheritance, silently waiting for Chuchen's response. After pondering for a moment, Chuchen realized that he must learn this skill. If that 7th Elder dared to provoke him again, he would just teach him a lesson. With that thought, he said to the Grand Elder, since you are so enthusiastic, I can't refuse, so I'll join our Swordmaster Sanctuary. Receiving a satisfactory reply, the Grand Elder's face lit up with joy. That's great, huh? Come, I'll take you to the testing hall, and after testing your talent, I will select a teacher for you, so you can learn skills in the Hall of Inheritance and also be taught by your teacher. As they walked, the Grand Elder introduced things along the way. The Inheritance Hall allows one to learn all the ultimate skills of our Swordmaster Hall, but it requires a certain status and contribution points. However, there are no restrictions when it comes to teachers. As long as the teacher is willing, you can learn all their skills, and they can even teach you in real time without needing contributions. That being said, the Grand Elder had already made up his mind. As long as the talent test wasn't too poor, he decided to personally take this young swordsmanship genius as his disciple. Along the way, Chuchen had also learned quite a bit about the identity system and contribution points of the Swordmaster Hall. Disciples are divided into 3 categories: apprentice swordmasters, entry-level swordmasters, and true inheritance swordmasters, with no upper limit on their numbers. Above them are the 10 royal swordmasters of all the halls on the continent, the 3 emperor swordmasters, and the sole Holy Sun. The status and power of a royal swordmaster are equivalent to that of a branch hall elder, while an emperor swordmaster is equivalent to a branch hall master. The position of Holy Sun in the Swordmaster Hall has been vacant for many years, with the 3 emperor swordmasters vying for it both openly and secretly. However, due to insufficient talent, they have never gained the recognition of the 2 vice hallmasters, leaving the position unfilled. In reality, reaching the level of royal swordmaster is already considered graduation. They no longer belong to the disciple category but hold a certain status and power directly under the jurisdiction of the main hall. However, swordmasters above the royal level tend to gather the elders and hall masters of various branches to form their own factions, vying for more benefits, and the major branches are also keen to place their bets on them, as they can bring significant benefits to the branches. After all, where there is power, there will be factional struggles, which is unavoidable. Contribution points are generally obtained by completing tasks issued by the task hall, with a variety of tasks such as gathering, forging, and monster hunting. It is worth mentioning that, as learned from the Grand Elder, whether players or NPCs, once they reach level 30, they can choose an auxiliary profession. Some people, if they do not wish to continue fighting, can also take up auxiliary professions full-time, such as blacksmiths, enchanters, or scroll engravers, which are all quite sought after. Being able to assist combat professions is certainly in high demand, as most players and NPCs still choose combat. Their earning and spending abilities are the strongest. Soon, the two arrived at the testing hall, which was not far from the main hall. To Chu Chen's surprise, there were many players in the hall. It seemed that the number of Swordmaster players was quite large, and they leveled up relatively quickly. Notably, Chu Chen also spotted quite a few female players, which was a bit surprising, as girls generally tend to choose mages, priests, or archers, ranged in supportive professions, while swordmasters engage in close combat with real weapons. In the center of the testing hall stood a tall sword steel filled with powerful sword intent that seemed to last forever. The Grand Elder spoke. These are the sword intents left by the past hall masters and vice hall masters for future generations to admire. Behind the sword steel, several long lines were formed, with a few middle-aged men in black holding crystals for players to touch. That should be the place for testing talent. Let's go, since I brought you here. There's no need to queue. We can go straight to the test, the Grand Elder reminded, leading Chu Chen directly forward. Hey, how can this person cut in line? Hey, do you have any manners? Can't you see we're all in line? Go to the back like a good person. This behavior sparked dissatisfaction among many, but the Grand Elder remained silent, watching Chu Chen with great interest, curious to see how he would respond. Chu Chen smiled nonchalantly, slightly tilted his head, and spread his hands wide, looking as arrogant as possible. I want a queue too, but my strength doesn't allow it. Frustrating you all, ha ha ha. The crowd in line. Ignoring the noise of the crowd, Chu Chen followed the Grand Elder straight to a middle-aged instructor in black robes. The middle-aged instructor looked at the Grand Elder, who nodded slightly, and then the instructor spoke. This is the testing crystal of our swordsman sanctuary. You just need to place your hand on it and inject energy into it. The crystal will evaluate your talent level based on your physique and energy. There are a total of 9 levels: white, black, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Those in the lower 3 levels can become apprentice swordsmen. Those in the middle 3 levels can become entry-level swordsmen, while black and red levels can become true disciples. As for the white level, theoretically, they are also true disciples, but as long as your strength is sufficient, you can directly challenge a king-level swordsman. If you succeed in the challenge, you will naturally be promoted. If you fail, you will still be a true disciple. However, true disciples have one opportunity each year to challenge a king-level swordsman, and being at the white level is equivalent to having the qualification for the first year upon joining. Now, when you're ready, you can place your hand on it to test. Chu Chen reached out and touched the crystal. It feels cool, and then I don't feel much else. The man in black continued to explain. After placing your hand on it, there will be a process of color transformation. Of course, the better the talent, the faster the color changes. What is this? Before the man could finish his sentence, the crystal before them burst forth with brilliant light, a dazzling white radiance shooting up like a bright sun, illuminating the entire testing hall, plunging it into an incredible silence. Everyone was blinded by the intense white light, unable to open their eyes, except for the Grand Elder, who stared blankly at the crystal. Crack, crack. In the dead silence, the crisp sound seemed so loud. The testing crystal could no longer withstand it. Such a dazzling white light consumed all the energy inside, leading to its ultimate shattering. As the crystal shattered, the blinding white light gradually faded, and the hall returned to its previous state. Everyone, whether in line, working, or the other black-robed instructors conducting tests, now stared in shock at Chu Chen and the broken pieces of the testing crystal. The Grand Elder's gaze was unfocused, lost in thought, but the dazed smile on his face revealed his true emotions at that moment. After a while, everyone regained their composure. What the hell was that? An atomic bomb explosion? Who unleashed the solar fist? Oh my gosh, I'm blinded. Boo-hoo! The intense clamor pulled everyone back to reality. The instructor responsible for the test looked at the broken pieces of the crystal as if he had seen a ghost, pointing at Chu Chen, stammering, I. Chu Chen, puzzled, asked, what's wrong? You just said the better the talent, the faster the what? This should count as white light, right? Does that mean I can directly become a true disciple and then challenge a king-level swordsman? Can I challenge now? The man in black was taken aback by Chu Chen's question, then sighed helplessly. You can. But are you sure? The strength of a king-level swordsman is far beyond that of an ordinary elder of the sanctuary. After all, there are only 10 of them across all the swordsman sanctuaries. Don't rush, Chaos, come with me. This test is inaccurate. I'll take you for a retest. The Grand Elder, who had been standing aside, suddenly spoke up. We need to test again? Chu Chen was distressed. He wanted to quickly learn skills to level up, but this had already delayed him for a long time. The Grand Elder showed an undeniable expression for The first time towards Chu Chen. We must retest. This concerns your foundational status in joining the Swordsman Sanctuary. Chu Chen looked at the Grand Elder's serious expression and could only nod, thinking, fine, let's test. How long can a talent test take? Behind the sanctuary hall, in a courtyard, a giant sword stood in the center, embedded upside down in the ground, with only half of its blade and hilt exposed. It was the same giant sword that Chu Chen had seen outside earlier. Elder, didn't you say you were going to take me to test my talent? Is it here? Chu Chen was utterly confused. This giant sword was indeed spectacular, but it didn't seem related to testing talent at all. The elder nodded solemnly, gazing at the giant sword, and slowly spoke. This sword was left by the founder of the Swordmaster Sanctuary 1,000 years ago. Every city has its own Swordmaster Sanctuary, and it serves as a symbol for us. Legend has it that it was the sword of the sword god of humanity back in the day. The sword of the sword god? A sword this big? How large must the sword god himself be? Chu Chen's thoughts were quite peculiar. You brat, that doesn't mean it's the actual sword. To be precise, it's a manifestation of the sword god's sword. The true form is within the royal city. The elder's expression faltered. After making an effort to calm himself, he continued, these giant swords are actually used to test the talent of disciples who are royal-level sword users and above. After all, talent is influenced by many factors, and the comprehension of sword intent can change. Ordinary testing crystals, like the one you just encountered, can't measure that. Though it's called a talent test, I've always believed that only the pure compatibility of body and swordsmanship can be called talent, since everything else can be changed, but compatibility cannot be faked. However, it's more than enough to test you at this moment. You should know that even among the top 10 royal-level users, their strength is not much inferior to mine. Their talent is naturally astonishing. After saying this, the elder gestured for Chu Chen to step forward for the test. Infuse your understanding and comprehension of swordsmanship into the sword, then directly attack this giant sword. Understanding of swordsmanship? I don't have that. By the way, the skill enhancement from the Chaos Sword Heart should count as swordsmanship comprehension, right? Chu Chen thought to himself, forget it, I'll just activate all the skills I can. Besides the 10,000 swords returning to origin, Chu Chen used all the skills he knew, including instant flash and vertical slash. In the next moment, Chu Chen appeared beside the giant sword, and with the new moon sword in hand, he struck fiercely at the giant sword's blade. Clang! A loud sound echoed. A powerful backlash sent Chu Chen flying, and even the elder seemed unable to withstand the residual force from the two strikes. The ground began to glow, surging upward along the giant sword at an incredible speed. The elder looked up, murmuring, this speed? It must be at least 80 stars, right? This is truly a treasure. The light surged wildly, seemingly encountering no obstacles, as if it were about to break free from the giant sword's constraints. Soon, the light broke through the elder's so-called 80 stars, continuing to rise without losing momentum. Could it be 90 stars? My goodness, the sword saint body has emerged. But as if to slap the elder in the face, the barrier at 90 stars could not stop the frenzied light. Ultimately, when the entire giant sword was covered, the light surged magnificently, resembling a divine sword of the heavens, visible throughout the entire Silver Moon City. At the same time, the giant swords in the Swordmaster's sanctuaries of all cities also emitted light, covering them simultaneously. This extraordinary phenomenon caused the leaders of various branches to panic, frantically sending messages to the main sanctuary. In Long City, one of the 5 royal cities of Tianwan, in a courtyard of the main sanctuary of the Swordmaster Sanctuary, 2 old men were sitting across from each other, drinking tea. There was not even a hint of weak aura leaking from the old men. If they weren't ordinary people, they were exhibiting an extremely high level of power and control. At this moment, on the ground not far from the 2 elders, a sword about 4 feet long was embedded. The blade shimmered like glass, like jade, and the hilt moved slowly like scales, as if it were breathing, yet it exuded an intimidating chill. Suddenly, the sword began to tremble, incessantly, emitting a brilliant light as if it were about to break free. The 2 elders were startled by the sudden commotion and quickly worked together to stabilize the sword. They exchanged glances and spoke in unison. What is this? The sword god's body has appeared? The Grand Elder stared blankly at the sky, tears unconsciously sliding from the corners of his eyes. A miracle. This generation, our sword saint hall is finally going to rise. In the city lord's mansion, Yi Tian gazed at the radiant light in the east, reminiscent of a sword god descending upon the world, and couldn't help but grip the sword tightly in his hand. Indeed, Yi Tian was also part of the Sword Saint Hall, serving as a senior elder in the main hall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to attain the position of a level 3 city lord. His face flushed with excitement, as if he had received immense encouragement. Finally, it's our Sword Saint Hall's turn to produce a holy son. Although sword cultivators were a popular profession on the continent and also the most powerful in terms of attack, the influence of talent was significantly greater for sword cultivators compared to other professions. Without good talent, no matter how hard one worked, they could never reach the peak. Thus, with the other 5 major halls having god-level powerhouses, the Sword Saint Hall had not produced a sword god for thousands of years. Currently, the two leaders of the main hall were merely saint level, so every 10 years during the grand competition of the halls, the Sword Saint Hall would always be the subject of gossip from the other halls. Although the mid to high level powers were undoubtedly the strongest, they lacked a top-tier powerhouse. Now, with the emergence of the sword god's body, as long as he did not fall midway, he would surely become a sword god. Yes, the probability was 100%, because the foundation left by the Sword Saint Hall was too profound. The last sword god thousands of years ago had infused his lifelong insights into the holy sword of the main hall. As long as one could gain the holy sword's recognition, they could ascend directly from saint level to god level. But alas, for thousands of years, no one had ever manifested the sword god's body, and no one had been able to grasp the insights within the holy sword. The person in question, Chu Chen, was currently looking at the Grand Elder as if he were a fool. He waved his hand in front of the Grand Elder's eyes and found him frozen in place, staring blankly. "Hey, old man, how did the talent test turn out? It should be good, right? Hurry up and take me to learn skills." Chu Chen impatiently shouted into the Grand Elder's ear. The Grand Elder trembled even more with excitement, and one could faintly see the roots of his beard shaking. "Good, good, not just good." With a loud shout, the Grand Elder finally regained his composure, looking at Chu Chen with a complex expression. Suddenly, the Grand Elder knelt on one knee and bowed to Chu Chen, Grand Elder of the Silver Moon City branch. "I greet the Holy Sun." Chu Chen was confused. "Old man, are you trying to scam me? I don't have any medical fees to pay you. Hurry up and take me to learn skills." The Grand Elder remained kneeling, looking up and saying, "Holy Sun, with your talent, it would be a waste to learn skills in our branch. However, due to the world's rules, you cannot go to the main hall right now, but I have already reported the information. I believe the main hall has already learned of your existence and will send the skills most suitable for you as soon as possible." "Wait a minute, Holy Sun? Why are you calling me Holy Sun? Didn't you say the position of Holy Sun has been vacant for many years? What is going on?" Chu Chen felt like the world had gone mad. "Family, who understands? This old man is kneeling and begging me to be the Holy Sun on our first meeting." Of course, this was what Chu Chen thought in his heart. The Grand Elder replied, "The position of Holy Sun is meant for geniuses with a talent of 90 stars or above, but it has not appeared for over 100 years. In fact, it would be an injustice to you to be made the Holy Sun based on your talent. The 6 major halls originally each had 3 Holy Suns and 1 Divine Sun, but alas, our Sword Saint Hall has not produced a Divine Sun for thousands of years and cancelled it long ago. Even the position of the Holy Sun has been vacant for a long time, but don't worry, once the main hall learns of this matter, they will certainly re-establish the position of the Holy Sun, and the significance of the Holy Sun in the Holy Temple is equivalent to that of the young master. In the future, he will surely ascend to the position of the Hall Master." Chu Chen rubbed his nose, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. "So if I become this so-called Holy Sun, does that mean I can learn the inheritance and skills of the Swordsman Holy Temple?" The Grand Elder quickly replied, "Of course, after all, there are only 2 Vice Hall Masters in the main hall now, and the position of Hall Master has been vacant for thousands of years. If you become the Holy Sun, your status will be equivalent to that of a Vice Hall Master, so naturally, everything belonging to the Holy Temple can be learned by you." Upon hearing the affirmative answer, Chu Chen thought to himself, "Then this Holy Sun position isn't impossible to take on." He then spoke up, all right, get up. In any case, I was going to join the Holy Temple, and since it benefits me, I have no reason to refuse." The Grand Elder was overjoyed. "Thank you, Holy Sun." He then continued, "Your Highness the Holy Sun, due to the special nature of your identity, your Holy Sun enthronement ceremony will need to wait until the main hall sends down the news. During this time, please be patient. If you need anything, you can come to the Holy Temple to find me at any time. You no longer need to call me Grand Elder. My real name is Jian Woman, so you can just call me by my name from now on." Chu Chen nodded. "So does that mean I can't learn skills for now?" Jian Wuhan replied, "If your Highness the Holy Sun wants to learn, it is certainly possible, but my suggestion is that swordsmanship is about precision rather than quantity. It would be better for the Holy Sun to wait until later to learn the skills that the main hall assigns to you." Chu Chen thought about it and agreed. He wasn't lacking in damage for the time being, and blindly pursuing the present without considering future development was undoubtedly unwise, so he chose not to say more. In a courtyard in the back, this was the courtyard of Wang Defa, the most capable disciple of the 7th Elder Li Li. At this moment, Li Li was standing in the courtyard with Wang Defa, both of them looking serious and puzzled by the strange phenomenon they had just witnessed. "Junior brother, the person you want me to deal with isn't the one who caused the phenomenon, right? Because I can't handle that," Wang Defa said directly to Li Li. Li Li quickly reassured him, "How could that be, senior brother? That kid is a bit strange, but how could he possibly have such high talent? With your abilities, dealing with that kid will definitely be a piece of cake." Only then did Wang Defa nod in satisfaction. "That's good, then just wait for me to take revenge for you." It's rare for our master to ask me to do something, so I will definitely do it beautifully. In 3 days it will be the Holy Temple's grand selection competition. As long as that kid joins our Swordsman Holy Temple, he will inevitably have to participate. At that time, I will pretend to use too much force and directly cripple him. After saying that, the two of them began to laugh wickedly together. Meanwhile, Chu Chen, having taken Jian Wuhan's advice, chose not to learn skills for the time being. During this period, while waiting for the Holy Sun's decree from the main hall, he decided to go hunt monsters and level up to 40 as soon as possible to take on the City Lord's quest. Just then, Chu Chen received a message from Yi Xiaolong. Heezy, come quickly. Xiao Xue is being bullied in the Priest Holy Temple. Chu Chen's pupils constricted, and he quickly changed direction towards the Priest Holy Temple. The fact that the message was sent by Yi Xiaolong indicated that Xiao Xue's situation might be very urgent. Chu Chen increased his speed to the maximum, not caring at all about his stamina, and rushed over. At the Priest Holy Temple, in front of the hall, a group of young rascals surrounded Xiao Xue, and Yi Xiaolong had already been knocked to the ground. The surrounding crowd was filled with onlookers, but not a single person dared to step forward to help. These rascals are up bullying people again. This poor girl is really pitiful, stopped for no reason, and even that little fatty next to her got beaten. Sigh, what a sin. Why is there no one to take care of these young masters? Who would dare to take care of them? Behind them are the 5 great families of Silver Moon City. The heads of these families are figures who must be treated with respect even by the city lord. Who can afford to provoke them? Exactly, haven't you noticed? It's been a long time since this incident happened, and the law enforcement team hasn't even shown up. In the center, the leading man in luxurious clothing said with a sinister smile, little sister, just come with your brother. Once you follow me, I guarantee you'll have the wind at your back and the rain at your command in Silver Moon City. The group of young rascals behind the leading man all laughed heartily. After all, they had done this kind of thing many times before. Yi Xiaolong was in a precarious state, heavily injured and lying on the ground. My brother will be here soon. You'll get what you deserve. Although these young rascals were not high level, their equipment was top-notch, all in golden grade gear, far beyond what Yi Xiaolong could handle alone. Xiao Yishue's face turned red with anger as she glared at them. Get lost. I told you I don't want to know you. Can't you understand human language? The leading man chuckled creepily. Little sister, the more you resist, the more excited I get. It doesn't matter what you want, what I want is what counts. As he spoke, he lewdly moved closer to Xiao Yishue, about to grab her wrist, just as he was about to say, little sister, brother will take good care of you. Bang! Suddenly, a figure appeared, and a fist smashed into the leading man's face, sending him flying to the side in an instant. A few teeth scattered on the ground. The group of rascals and the surrounding crowd were stunned. How did the young master of the Yin family get sent flying? As the dust slowly settled, they saw a tall man in black with a grim expression and sharp eyes standing in front of Xiao Yishue. It was Chu Chen. Chu Chen gently hugged Xiao Yishue and comforted her. Xiao Xue, I'm here, don't be afraid. Those few short words gave Xiao Yishue immense security. Her earlier strength instantly turned into grievance, and tears streamed down her face, making Chu Chen's heart ache. He quickly wiped her tears and softly reassured her, it's okay. I'll handle this. You go check on Fat Dragon and give him some treatment. Yi Xiaolong thought to himself, you finally remembered me lying on the ground. I'm so touched, that's what brothers are for. On the other side, the group of rascals hurriedly helped the fallen Yen Yi. At this moment he looked utterly miserable, half of his face caved in, most of his teeth gone, blood continuously flowing from his mouth, and he couldn't even open one eye. With the help of a few people, Yen Yi steadied himself, squinting his eyes, and pointed a finger at Chu Chen, shouting angrily, you lowly commoner, you dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Chu Chen looked at him with sympathy. Earlier, someone didn't know who his father was and came to ask me, and now there's a fool who doesn't even know who he is. How pitiful. He shook his head as he spoke. Seeing Chu Chen's expression and hearing his words, Yen Yi's face twisted with rage, and the wound at the corner of his mouth tore open. He quickly yelled at the people beside him, what are you standing there for? Go get him. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, not expecting these people to actually dare to make a move. Just right, he had been holding back his anger with no place to vent. It was their fault for walking into the line of fire. With a thought, the new moon sword appeared in his hand. Instant flash. His body vanished into thin air, and the next second he appeared behind the crowd. Dragon Breath Slash. Activate. The epic skill of the Dragon Sword Master made its debut in the Tianwen continent for the first time, and its opponent was a group of so-called noble rascals. A blazing light wrapped around the sword, and a faintly visible golden dragon appeared behind Chu Chen. As Chu Chen swung his sword, the dragon's figure instantly merged into the new moon sword, and the powerful force seemed to overwhelm even the new moon sword. The sword trembled slightly, and even with Chu Chen's current strength, he couldn't fully control it. A light like dragon breath instantly engulfed a few people in front of him. The intense light made it impossible for the surrounding crowd to open their eyes. Chu Chen, however, was unaffected by the skill's effect. He could clearly see as the figures of those young rascals slowly disappeared in the dragon's breath. After a few seconds, the bright light gradually dissipated, and the crowd gasped. What kind of skill is this? What happened to those young masters? They can't be dead, right? They must be dead. Such a powerful move, at least an epic level attack. Quick, let's go. The 5 great families will soon find out their children died here, and if they come, none of us will escape. Someone suggested, and in the next moment, the onlookers scattered in a hurry, running as fast as they could. A large pit appeared where the few had stood, and not a single figure was seen in the pit. Clearly, they had gone to where they were meant to be. At this moment, Yenny was terrified. A stream of yellowish liquid flowed down his pants, and even Yi Xiaolong, who had just healed his injuries, caught the smell and quickly covered his nose. Yen! He shouted in a panic, no, don't kill me. I'm the second son of the Yen family. My elder brother is the young master. If you kill me, the Yen family won't let you go. While begging for mercy, he didn't forget to inform Chu Chen of his identity, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Chu Chen looked at Yenny as if he were a dead man. If you had just insulted me, you might have escaped with your life, but you absolutely should not have set your sights on Xiao Shui. Now, it's time for you to join your friends. Hearing Chu Chen's words from behind, Xiao Shui couldn't help but blush, but inside, she felt as if she had eaten honey. She knew this was Chu Chen showing he cared for her. Yi Xiaolong was displeased. Hey, Heezy, I was injured while protecting Xiao Shui, right? Why don't you care about me at all? Have we lost our love? Chu Chen's eye twitched. He suddenly realized that this fat dragon seemed quite deserving of a beating, pondering whether to find an excuse to deal with him. Ignoring Yi Xiaolong's complaints, the cooldown for his blink had completed. In the next moment, Chu Chen's figure vanished from his spot and suddenly appeared in front of Yen Yi. Seeing Chu Chen suddenly close in, Yen Yi's heart trembled. It seemed he knew he wouldn't survive today. Just as he was about to curse Chu Chen, he found he couldn't make a sound, until he saw that his body was still standing in place, but that body had no head. Yen Yi's consciousness gradually blurred, and the unwillingness and resentment in his heart vanished. Watching Yen Yi's head roll to the ground, both Xiao Shui and Yi Xiaolong turned pale, their stomachs churning. Although the previous few had also died, they were turned to nothing by Chu Chen's strike. This Yen Yi was different. In Tian 1, he was considered a person. Yet, just like that, his head was directly severed by Chu Chen, which made the two feel a bit queasy. Chu Chen watched without speaking. After all, humanity was not completely united, and there would always be battles with others in the future. If they couldn't act because of disgust, then it would be their own demise. After all, Chu Chen couldn't always be by their side to protect them. They had their own paths to walk. Outside the city, in a level 30 dungeon, 2 people were slowly advancing. If they encountered wild monsters, the man in black would draw his sword and deal with them. These 2 were Chu Chen and Yi Xiaolong. After killing a few young rascals in front of the priest's sanctuary, Chu Chen brought Yi Xiaolong to this dungeon to level up. Xiao Shui, unable to cope with what had just happened, logged off to rest. Before leaving, Xiao Shui told Chu Chen, I know you mean well, but I'm still feeling a bit psychologically unsettled. I might need to log off for a while to adjust. Don't worry, I'll log back on to find you once I'm better. Chu Chen looked at Xiao Shui, her eyes slightly red and swollen from crying. He gently nodded in agreement. Yi Xiaolong was better off. His ability to accept things was stronger, and his understanding was quite good. In his view, although it was indeed very realistic, those few people were just NPCs. Killing them was no big deal. Yi Xiaolong suddenly looked up at Chu Chen and said, Heezy, did you take out those rich kids? Will the 5 major families come after you? Chu Chen scoffed, let them come. I'll kill them all if they do, and if they don't, I can't be bothered to look for them. By the way, Heezy, that move you just did was a skill you learned after changing classes, right? So cool. It must be an epic one, right? No wonder it's a hidden profession of the Dragon Clan. Chu Chen nodded, which was his way of answering Yi Xiaolong. Yi Xiaolong suddenly became smug, but Heezy, even though you're strong, I'm not a pushover either. This time I joined the warrior sanctuary, and the Grand Elder there directly accepted me as a true disciple. I've learned a few really strong skills, though not as good as your epic ones, but they're all golden level. Chu Chen was surprised, but thinking of his hidden profession, he felt relieved. However, he still couldn't stand Yi Xiaolong's attitude and retorted, so what? You still can't even handle a few rich kids? Yi Xiaolong's face turned bright red from Chu Chen's jab. That's because they had better equipment. I'm basically wearing all bronze gear. It's understandable that I can't beat them. Chu Chen smiled and stopped talking. He knew Yi Xiaolong had a point, but there weren't many high-level gears available for him now. Previously, the beast tide had dropped quite a bit of equipment, but they were too high-level for Yi Xiaolong to wear. Chu Chen paused his steps and stopped. Fat Dragon, let's go, I'll take you to farm some gear. Yi Xiaolong immediately got excited. Really? Heezy, you're so good to me. Boo-hoo, I knew we were true brothers. Chu Chen added, just in time. You wanted to meet Buju, right? Now you can. As he spoke, Chu Chen focused his mind and summoned Jin Buju. In the next second, a golden dragon figure slowly appeared. Perhaps it had been cooped up for 2 long. As soon as Jin Buju appeared, it shot straight into the sky, flying and circling continuously. The powerful dragon pressure scared all the nearby wild monsters into hiding, not daring to move. Yi Xiaolong looked at the figure in the sky with surprise, his eyes revealing a hint of longing and envy. Chu Chen opened the panel to check Jin Buju's attributes. Name: Jin Buju. Growth stage: race: Dragon Clan. Divine Bloodline. Attributes: Light System, Chaos System. Level 24. Due to the life and death contract, matches the owner's level. Health: 480,000 attack, 2,500 physical defense, 2,000 magic defense, 2,000 strength, 500 constitution, 1,000 spirit, 500 speed, 500 traits. Mount: as a dragon pet, Jin Buju can also be used as a mount, increasing speed by 100% when mounted, but reducing other attributes by 50%. Dragon Might: as a dragon, Jin Buju exerts pressure on all wild monsters with a bloodline level lower than its own, which can weaken the enemy's fighting spirit depending on the bloodline level difference and level difference. The greater the difference, the better the effect, with a maximum weakening of 100%. Inheritance: as a contracted pet of the Dragon Sword Master, Jin Buju can use all dragon-related skills of the owner. Life and death bond: bound by the life and death contract, when the owner dies, it dies as well. When the owner is not dead, it can be resurrected after 12 hours. The influence of basic attributes on external attributes is adjusted to match the owner. Skill: Radiant Holy Body. Divine level: Jin Buju possesses the bloodline of the Radiant Dragon King with the highest affinity for light attributes. When using light attribute skills, damage is increased by 10 times. Immune to all light attribute damage and negative effects. Half Chaos Body. Divine level. During its hatching, Jin Buju absorbed a certain amount of chaos power, gradually transforming into a half chaos body, granting resistance and suppression against all lower attributes. Reduces all lower attribute damage taken by the owner by 50% and increases resistance to all lower negative effects by 50%. Minor Radiance Spell. Epic level. Jin Buju condenses light power, transforming itself into a small sun, dealing 360% attack power and light attribute damage to enemies within a 100 m radius, while also inflicting a blindness effect for 10 seconds. Cooldown time: 1 hour. Judgment of Light. Epic level. Jin Buju can forcibly pull up to 10 enemies whose levels do not exceed its own by 15 levels into the judgment space, where it weakens enemies' all attributes by 90%. At the same time, it invokes the power of the Radiant Holy Sword to judge the enemies, dealing light attribute damage equivalent to 0% to 1000% of its attack power based on the darkness deep within the enemy's hearts. Cooldown time: 6 hours. Ultimate Flash. Epic level. Jin Buju releases all the light power stored within its body, unleashing Ultimate Flash on any enemy within a 10-kilometer range, dealing 2000% attack power in light attribute damage. This skill ignores evasion, immunity, blocking, resistance, and damage reduction, and even ignores invulnerability. Note: usage requirement: Radiant Holy Body. Divine level. No cooldown, but after use, the Radiant Holy Body is downgraded to Holy level, and Jin Buju's all attributes are reduced by 30%, lasting for 7 days. As a dragon, Jin Buju's attributes in the growth phase are already more than 10 times higher than Chu Chen's. Moreover, it possesses 4 major traits and 5 major skills, all at least epic level. Is this the talent of the first race on the continent 1,000 years ago? What makes Chu Chen happiest is the mount trait. This way, he doesn't need to look for a mount anymore. After all, where can you find a mount with a speed of 500? Not to mention that Jin Buju's speed will increase by 100% when it is a mount. As for the negative effects of being a mount, they can be completely ignored, as it can be switched at any time. Chu Chen's eyes were filled with affection for Jin Buju, allowing it to soar continuously in the sky. After a while, Jin Buju seemed to sense Chu Chen watching it and quickly swooped down. The growth phase Jin Buju is a world apart from when it was just born. Now, its body length has exceeded 5 meters, and its wingspan can even reach 7 meters. There is enough space on its back for 4 or 5 people to sit. Jin Buju slightly lowered its head, signaling Chu Chen to get on. Chu Chen didn't hesitate, flipping over and sitting directly on Jin Buju's back, while extending his hand to Yi Xiaolong, who was enviously turning purple beside him. Come on, don't you want to try what it's like to ride a dragon? Woohoo! So awesome! This is the feeling of freedom. This is the feeling of flying. Chu Chen looked at the excited and shouting Yi Xiaolong, pretending to be angry. If you keep acting crazy, I'll have Jin Buju throw you off. Hee, this isn't my first time riding a dragon, I'm just excited, I'll behave. Yi Xiaolong reluctantly settled down, but his eyes still couldn't hide his excitement. Chu Chen facepalmed. To be honest, it was also his first time soaring through the sky on a giant dragon, so he was naturally excited, but more than that, he felt a sense of emotion. After all, Chu Chen knew this was just the beginning. He would eventually step onto the peak of the heavenly inquiry. Therefore, as a strong person, managing one's expression is a necessary skill. If one is startled by everything, they are either a lackey or a villain. Have you ever seen a strong person who gasps in surprise at every little thing. The true protagonist is always calm, displaying a disdain for all hostile forces. That is how a protagonist should be. And Chu Chen is also striving towards that direction. Calm my foot. Get up and have fun. Woohoo. This is awesome. Well, clearly, Chu Chen is not that kind of person. He can only maintain seriousness for a few seconds before revealing his true nature. Jin Buju listened to Chu Chen's shouts, and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. This is how a master should truly be. Full speed ahead. Like a golden ray of light, it flew towards the horizon. Heezy, didn't you say you'd take me to farm equipment? Isn't this map for level 25? Although Yi Xiaolong's strength isn't particularly high, he can easily protect himself in such a map, so he wasn't afraid but rather confusedly asked Chu Chen. Chu Chen slapped Yi Xiaolong on the head. What do you know? It was because of the level 10 cap in the novice village that you could wear any equipment that dropped. Now, if I give you a level 40 golden piece of equipment, can you equip it? Oh, right, I forgot about that. Yi Xiaolong clapped his hands in agreement and stopped talking. Chu Chen continued walking and said, just in time, I'm planning to establish a guild. The guild token can also drop from bosses, so I can help you in Xiuxiu farm equipment, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As if to help Chu Chen speed up, just as he was speaking, a powerful roar echoed from not far away, filled with anger and a hint of sorrow. Chu Chen and Yi Xiaolong slowly approached the source of the sound and discovered 2 bosses grappling. One was a dark blue water buffalo, and the other was a yellow rhinoceros covered in rocks. The horns of the 2 bosses clashed against each other. Although the water buffalo had an extra horn, it was clearly at a disadvantage, and that roar just now seemed to have come from it. Chu Chen checked the information on the 2 bosses. One was level 23, the other level 25, neither particularly strong, at least not for Chu Chen. Other teams would need at least several top-tier squads to take down these 2 bosses, and even then, the chances would be slim as the level difference imposes a certain attribute suppression. Watching the water buffalo sustain more and more injuries, Yi Xiaolong couldn't sit still any longer and urged, Heezy, when are we going in? If that rhinoceros kills it, we won't get anything. Chu Chen appeared very patient. Like a seasoned hunter, no rush. Didn't you see that the water buffalo has a dying counterattack skill? Let it wear down that rhinoceros a bit more, and then we'll go in. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the water buffalo, seeing the situation becoming increasingly dire, could no longer hold back and unleashed its ultimate move, its health dropping to the freezing point. In an instant, with that came a surge of power. The rhinoceros clearly didn't expect this situation and was caught off guard, getting gored in the abdomen by the water buffalo's horn, creating a large hole, blood gushing out, and its health dropping below half. After goring the rhinoceros, the water buffalo didn't linger in battle and quickly turned to flee. Now's the time. Fat dragon, you go hold that rhinoceros back, don't let it escape. Chu Chen activated his instant flash, appearing beside the water buffalo without hesitation, and slashed down with his sword. A strike that could hardly be withstood even at full strength, let alone now when the water buffalo's health was already extremely low. In its final moments, Chu Chen could still see the disbelief in the water buffalo's eyes. It didn't know where Chu Chen had come from, but as soon as Chu Chen's sword struck the water buffalo, it completely drained its remaining health, and ultimately, it fell to the ground unwillingly. Congratulations, you have killed the level 23 silver boss. Mighty Black Bull, gaining 180,000 experience points, you have reached level 25. Immediately, several clusters of white light appeared on the ground, which were the spoils of the mighty Black Bull. Chu Chen temporarily did not pick them up and turned to support Yi Xiaolong. Although this process only lasted a few seconds, Yi Xiaolong was already in a perilous situation. After all, it was a level 25 boss, not something Yi Xiaolong could face alone. Not to mention that since its health had dropped below 50%, the rhino's passive skill had been triggered, greatly enhancing its strength and defense. Heezy, hurry up. I can't hold on any longer. Yi Xiaolong had just been accidentally knocked by the rhino and was left with very low health. The situation was critical. Seeing this, Chu Chen didn't hold back either, consuming a bit of his dragon blood power and unleashed the dragon breath slash once more. The blazing white light gradually faded, and the rhino fell lifelessly, its death a gruesome sight. Congratulations, you have killed the level 25 silver boss Earthrock Rhino, earning 210,000 experience points. You have leveled up to level 26. Phew, thank goodness for you, I was scared to death, Yi Xiaolong gasped, having survived a close call, and quickly down a health potion. I almost lost out big time. Dying once would be a huge loss. Chu Chen chuckled, saying nothing, silently allocating the points gained from leveling up twice to speed. After all, his only shortcoming now was speed. Without the Tiger Step enhancement, he was indeed not fast enough, otherwise, he wouldn't have had to use the Dragon Breath slash just now. With the massive experience from the 2 bosses, Yi Xiaolong also leveled up to 23. Hee, double experience is awesome, the leveling efficiency is through the roof. Yi Xiaolong grinned foolishly and quickly began to loot the spoils. In the end, he found 2 pieces of warrior equipment and 1 piece of priest equipment, all silver. Great and exactly level 23, so he equipped them immediately. Naturally, Chu Chen looked down on these silver items. Although his gear was still level 10, the golden set was quite good, and the effects from Korazaki were indeed impressive, so he didn't change. He stored the remaining equipment in his backpack, planning to sell them all at once when he had gathered more. Unfortunately, neither of the bosses dropped a guild establishment order. Let's go, keep looking for bosses. It's just around 7 o'clock now, we can play until 9 and then log off for dinner and sleep. Yi Xiaolong nodded, having no objections to Chu Chen's words. It was uncertain whether their luck had been spent earlier, but in the remaining 2 hours they encountered 2 more bosses, totaling 3 pieces of warrior gear and 2 pieces of priest gear. Fortunately, none of them were duplicates, and both of them leveled up again, with Chu Chen still allocating points to speed. It's worth mentioning that Chu Chen still hadn't obtained a guild establishment order, indicating that the drop rate was unusually low. He decided to let the 2 of them level up on their own tomorrow while he tried a higher level area to resolve the guild issue as soon as possible. The 2 said their goodbyes and logged off. After sending a message to Xiao Ishue, he learned that she had no plans and would continue playing the game tomorrow, which put Chu Chen at ease. June 4, 2040, 7 a.m. Chu Chen rarely woke up early, having done too much yesterday, which left him mentally exhausted. After logging off, he hadn't even eaten and had gone straight to sleep after washing up. After washing up, he looked at his reflection in the mirror. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but Chu Chen felt like he had grown a lot in just a few days since the arrival of the Heavenly Inquiry. Maybe I'm just being too sensitive, he shook his head, somewhat reflecting on why he had such thoughts. Chu Chen decided to visit Xiao Ishue today. After all, even though she said otherwise, he and Yi Xiaolong were comforting her. The Heavenly Inquiry felt too real. When Yenny died in front of Xiao Ishue, it seemed no different from a real person. Chu Chen had a vague idea that perhaps the people in the Heavenly Inquiry were all real, not just simple NPCs, but he wouldn't say it. After all, he needed to make it easier for Xiao Ishue to accept. Hey, Xiaoyi, up so early to go to school today? Want to grab a bun? Chu Chen was walking down the street, thinking about how to comfort Xiao Ishue later, when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. He turned to see a beautiful woman at a breakfast stall smiling at him. The woman was named Lu Xiaolan, whom Chu Chen referred to as Aunt Lan. Chu Chen waved back with a smile. Hey, Aunt Lan, the school has already suspended classes. Didn't the authorities call for people to enter? Tion 1? Lu Xiaolan was taken aback. Oh? But Xiaoye didn't tell me that. She still goes to school every day. Chu Chen thought to himself, this is not good. Xiaoye is Lu Xiaolan's daughter, full name Wang Manhwa, 13 years old, just started middle school. After Lu Xiaolan's husband passed away in an accident when Xiaoye was young, she had to run her business and rarely disciplined her, leading to a lack of parental love that made Wang Manhwa quite rebellious. Fortunately, she had a good relationship with Chu Chen, and often stuck by his side. Now, Chu Chen remembered that he hadn't seen Wang Manhwa for several days, but seeing Lu Xiaolan's worried expression, he could only advise, Aunt Lan, don't worry, maybe the middle school hasn't suspended classes. I'll go check for you later. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaolan nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Xiaha. Come over for dinner at Auntie's house tonight. Chu Chen forced a smile. It's nothing, don't trouble yourself, Aunt Lan. I have something to do tonight, so I won't be coming. Lu Xiaolan had to give up, but still insisted on stuffing 2 large meat buns into Chu Chen's hands. He couldn't refuse and had to accept them. After bidding farewell to Lu Xiaolan, Chu Chen began to ponder about Wang Manhwa. They were in the same school, and he remembered that all classes had been suspended that day. But Wang Manhwa still went out to school every morning and returned home on time in the evening, which seemed a bit suspicious. In the past, she often came to visit Chu Chen in the evenings, but she hadn't come in the last couple of days, making him a bit worried. However, since she still returned home at night, he decided to check on her tonight and ask what was going on. Kids can play around, but hiding things from their family is still a bit inappropriate. Not thinking any longer, Chu Chen quickly finished the buns and headed straight to Xiao Ishue's house along the riverbank. For some reason, the journey that usually took 10 to 20 minutes only took him less than 10 minutes today, yet Chu Chen felt he hadn't intentionally sped up. He could only attribute the reason to wanting to see Xiao Ishue sooner. Knock, knock, knock. The door creaked open. It was Xiao Ishue's mother, Zhang Yu, an elegant and gracious woman who smiled kindly upon seeing Chu Chen. Ah, Xiahai is here? Are you looking for Xiao Shue? She just got up. Come in and sit for a while, I'll go call her. Xiao Ishue's home was decorated with a strong ancient charm, all traditional wooden furniture, and the sofa was made of pure fabric, very comfortable to sit on. This wasn't Chu Chen's first visit to Xiao Ishue's house. He had previously come here for tutoring, so her parents recognized him. At that moment, Xiao Ishue's father, Xiao Zhenyu, came out holding a cup of tea, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Chu Chen. Xiahai is here. Xiao Shue is still getting ready. Come, let's play a game while we wait. Saying this, he eagerly pulled Chu Chen towards the study. Xiao Zhenyu was a university professor, usually very interested in ancient Chinese culture and loved playing chess. Ever since that time when Chu Chen accidentally won against him, he insisted on challenging Chu Chen to a match every time he saw him. Chu-Chen helplessly said, "Uncle, slow down, I never said I wouldn't play with you." Passing by the bathroom, he saw Xiao Ishua still getting ready, and they exchanged a glance, sharing a sunny smile. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. "Ha ha ha, Xiao, how about it? This new move I learned is pretty good, right?" Xiao Ishua went back. She decided to stay at home and level up honestly. She would no longer be a burden to Chu-Chen. No matter how much Chu-Chen tried to persuade her, he could not change her mind. So he let her be. It was fine at home. If anything happened, she could come over any time. Walking by the river, Chu-Chen clearly felt this time that his speed had increased. It wasn't the kind of speed that changed from walking to running, but a fundamental increase. The frequency of Chu-Chen's steps hadn't changed, but it seemed like the distance he covered with each step had become longer. Chu-Chen quickly rubbed his eyes, looking at his own feet, and felt as if the distance hadn't changed but the frequency had increased. But Chu-Chen knew best that he was still walking the same way as before, without any deliberate changes. So why was this happening? He was a bit puzzled. After pondering for a while without coming to a conclusion, Chu-Chen gave up and prepared to head home to play games. What Chu-Chen didn't notice was that with each step he took, a surge of tiger-like energy seemed to appear behind his feet, involuntarily accelerating his speed. After returning home, Chu-Chen lay directly on the sofa and logged into the game. As soon as he exited the city gate, with a thought, Jinbu-ju appeared, and the figure of a person and a dragon rushed towards a distant high mountain. On a mountain that was almost as high as the highest peak of Blue Star, there was no imagined blanket of white snow. The bare rocks had been scorched black by years of lava and high temperatures, with a hardness comparable to the materials used for crafting golden-grade weapons. This was a level 40+ dungeon, Black Flame Mountain, and it was also an active volcano. The entire mountain resembled a pyramid, wide at the base and tapering to a point at the top, which was a unique sight. Chu-Chen and Jinbu-ju landed at the foot of the mountain, not putting Jinbu-ju back into the pet space but transforming it into pet form to follow Chu-Chen. Jinbu-ju's level was bound to the life and death connection, and it had now reached level 27. The most terrifying part was that for every level Jinbu-ju gained, it received 50 points in strength and constitution and 10 points in spirit and speed. That totaled 120 attribute points, which was 24 times Chu-Chen's. Chu-Chen could only sigh. It was indeed a divine bloodline. However, humans could wear equipment and accessories, and in the later stages, attributes might not differ much from those of the dragon race. Now, Jinbu-ju was basically equivalent to a level 30 silver grade boss. Of course, Chu-Chen understood that this was his own shortcoming. After all, Jinbu-ju's attribute bonuses were consistent with his due to their life and death bond. Otherwise, a level 27 Jinbu-ju could probably hold its own against an ordinary level 50 golden boss. But it was also understandable. After all, since ancient times, those who washed white were weaker by 3 points, let alone starting off as white, which would definitely be weaker. The reason a person and a dragon came directly here was that Chu-Chen learned through the city lord's connections that this was the dungeon with the most bosses, with basically no ordinary mobs. Chu-Chen's purpose for coming here was simple. He had to obtain the guild establishment order that he failed to get yesterday. After all, he was determined to be the first. Bu-ju, you fly up to the sky first. When you see me fighting that boss, you can ambush from above. Chu-Chen directly commanded Jinbu-ju through mental interaction, and following the direction of his finger, he could see a pitch-black leopard lying on a rock, sleeping. He wondered how it could sleep in such a hot place. Chu-Chen muttered to himself, but didn't pay much attention, quietly approaching the Black Panther. Chu-Chen slowly gathered his sword intent, his palms a bit sweaty as he gripped the crescent moon sword tightly. He felt a bit nervous. After all, previous boss fights had been a breeze, but this time it was an ambush. Moreover, Chu-Chen had also discovered the attributes of the Black Panther. It was a level 41 silver boss. Its health and dual defenses weren't particularly high, but its attack and speed were very impressive, so it would be best to ambush it now. As he closed the distance, Chu-Chen consumed 1 point of dragon bloodline power to activate the dragon's roar sword. After all, the damage boost from the dragon's roar sword was higher, and it also came with a stunning effect. Even if it dodged, he could still activate a quick kill with Jinbu-ju during the control time. Otherwise, if it ran away, how would he explain it? Seeing that the distance was less than 10 meters, Chu-Chen took a deep breath. Instant flash. Dragon's roar sword. A faint dragon's roar emanated from the new moon sword, instantly controlling the Black Panther, rendering it immobile. Chu-Chen's eyes lit up with joy. It turned out that the dragon's might from the dragon's roar sword was applied the moment he swung it. This skill was indeed divine. As long as its bloodline was lower than his, it would be directly stunned by the dragon's might and could only obediently take a hit. The damage, exceeding 3 million, instantly killed the Black Panther. The bewildered look in the Black Panther's eyes lingered, but it would never awaken again. At the same time, a white light flickered around Chu-Chen, and he leveled up twice. After casually adding his attribute points to speed, Chu-Chen looked at the spoils on the ground, among which was a token that had dropped, and he quickly picked it up to examine it. Guild Establishment Token. After use, you can pay a certain amount of gold coins to the city lord to acquire a piece of land in the city for guild construction. Today's luck is pretty good. The first boss dropped something. Just then, Jinbu-ju dove down from the sky, growling unhappily. Shu Chen could also feel Jinbu Ju's resentment. Wasn't it supposed to be a collaboration, and yet you killed it? Shu Chen patted the dragon's head and comforted. Alright, next time we fight a boss, I'll let you go first. Jinbu Ju nodded in satisfaction and flew Shu Chen towards Silver Moon City. Holding the guild establishment token, Shu Chen gazed towards the distant city, murmuring, this first guild will be mine too. You say you want a piece of land? The city lord Tion sat at the head of the hall, holding the guild establishment token that Shu Chen had just handed him, looking at Shu Chen with a playful glint in his eyes. It's not impossible to get land, but the question is, do you have gold coins? The more gold coins you have, the better position I can offer you. Shu Chen stood firmly in the center, looking directly at Tion and his senior. This is exactly what I need your help with. Due to some special reasons, my gold coin count is indeed low, so I'd appreciate it if you could make an exception and allocate me a piece of land. Shu Chen appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was somewhat nervous. He didn't know if his limited relationship with the city lord would be enough to get this done. At the same time, he cursed himself inwardly. How could I forget about gold coins? It's all the Dragon King's fault for draining my gold coins, otherwise, would I be in such a predicament now? Some Dragon King, huh? What does that have to do with me? Continuing to smile cheerfully, he said, I know you are a person of great integrity. I promise I will make up the gold coins within 7 days. After 7 days, Shu Chen estimated he would have already reached level 40 and completed that task. By then, with 100,000 gold coins, wouldn't it be easy to make up for it? Unfortunately, ideals are often grand, while reality is stark. The city lord still firmly refused him. Shu Chen, feeling helpless, could only step back, tightly clutching the guild establishment token, pondering where to get some money. Currently, he had less than 5,000 gold coins. The gold dropped by wild monsters was simply too little. A level 40 boss had only dropped 500 coins, and the few monsters in their 20s dropped even less. Now, while he had some high-level silver gear in his backpack, the current players couldn't wear them at all, so naturally, they wouldn't buy them. Tentatively, he sent a message to Luo Hong, and sure enough, a reply came back. Boss, I want to buy too, but our guild is only at level 19 at most, and your gear is completely useless to us. The starting point is all level 24 or 25. How about selling it to the equipment shop in the city then? A little cheaper won't hurt, right? A penny can be a hero's downfall. Shu Chen felt a deep sense of helplessness. He vowed that he would never let himself be in such a situation again. Just then, a blue-clad apprentice swordsman finally found Shu Chen, his eyes lighting up as he hurried over. Senior brother, the Grand Elder, sent us to find you. He said there seems to be something important, and you should hurry to the Holy Temple to see him. Shu Chen was momentarily stunned but quickly realized what the important matter was, thinking to himself, oh, this is quite effortless. I guess it's someone from the main hall. Now that I'm a holy son, it wouldn't be too much to ask for some pocket money to spend, right? Well then, I'll head back to the Holy Temple first. Thank you for your hard work. What's your name? I have high hopes for you. Shu Chen patted the apprentice's shoulder and casually exchanged a few pleasantries. The blue-clad disciple was overjoyed, quickly nodding and bowing. It's my honor to serve you, senior brother. My name is Wang Ergu. Shu Chen pretended to think for a moment and nodded. Not bad, you have great potential. After a couple of compliments, seeing that Wang Ergu wanted to continue chatting, Shu Chen hurriedly interrupted and headed straight for the swordsman's holy temple. Has the holy sun not been found yet? The messenger from the main hall has been waiting for quite a while. In front of the conference hall, the Grand Elder no longer wore his previous calm demeanor, anxiously pulling a junior disciple to ask. Not yet, Grand Elder. We've already sent out over a dozen disciples to search separately. The junior disciple was also seeing the Grand Elder in this state for the first time and was curious about who this so-called Holy Sun really was. However, his rank was too low to usually be involved in matters concerning the Holy Sun, so he naturally had no idea. Old man, I heard you were looking for me? Shu Chen swaggered in. Most people had seen the Grand Elder lose his temper with the 7th Elder to protect him, so naturally, no one dared to cause trouble. The Grand Elder's face instantly broke into a smile upon seeing Shu Chen. The speed of his change in expression was beyond imagination. Holy Sun, you finally arrived. He immediately began to instruct Shu Chen. Holy Sun, once you go in, try not to act too high and mighty. The one coming this time is the Swordmaster from the main hall, second only to the 2 Vice Hall Masters, a presence that is 1 person below and 10,000 above. Moreover, it's said that he has high hopes for one of the royal level swordsmen, so he might make things difficult for you today. However, I believe the 2 Vice Hall Masters must already know about your talent and have made arrangements, so he won't dare to go too far. As Shu Chen listened to the Grand Elder talk about these factions, his head began to spin. After all, he was just a teenager, and the intrigues among these big shots were still too complex for him. However, one thing stuck with him: the person coming today might make things difficult for him. Shu Chen wasn't too concerned. He always believed in his own strength, and that was his greatest confidence. Nodding at the Grand Elder, Shu Chen pushed open the door and walked into the conference hall. As soon as he entered the hall, Chu Chen saw a figure standing on the platform facing away from him. The moment he stepped in, he felt a surge of sword intent slowly rising, enveloping the entire hall. However, this level of sword intent was still manageable for Chu Chen, who possessed the chaotic sword heart. But as time passed, the sword intent became increasingly violent. Yet it targeted only Chu Chen. The structure of the hall remained completely unharmed. Under this pressure, Chu Chen gradually felt an invisible and formless power surging from his heart, spreading throughout his body with the flow of blood. The influence of the violent sword intent became almost inaudible against this power. Chu Chen looked at his body with slight surprise. On the surface, it appeared no different from before, but he knew that if he used a sword technique now, he could feel that his damage could at least double. Never underestimate this small factor of 2. It was a doubling under the 1,000-fold enhancement of the chaotic sword heart, and it was far from reaching its limit. Chu Chen ignored the figure in front of him, disregarding the violent sword intent that filled the entire hall. He silently felt the power circulating within him and eventually discovered that it came from his heart. Chaotic sword heart. Sword heart. Chu Chen involuntarily emitted a barely audible sound, gradually gaining insight in his heart. This was unrelated to levels or attributes, but rather an understanding of his innate power, the chaotic sword heart. With just over level 20 and without having undergone the second transition, Chu Chen gained insight into his own talent. The figure ahead seemed to sense Chu Chen's anomaly, and the corner of his eye twitched. This child's talent is terrifying. Under my violent sword intent pressure, he not only feels no discomfort but even enters a state of enlightenment. Forget it, such a gifted individual is no longer comparable to those 3 little ones. The sword wielder shook his head slightly, sighed, and slowly withdrew his sword intent, looking at Chu Chen with a complex expression no longer disturbing him. He knew that this person before him was the son of God appointed by the 2 Vice Hall Masters. The Sword Saint Hall had reinstated the position of Son of God after 1,000 years, which would undoubtedly stir up a tremendous wave among the 6 major halls. Chu Chen felt as if he had fallen into a very peculiar state. He was clearly in a game, yet it felt as if he were not in the game. If he had to pinpoint it, he felt he was in the gap between the game and reality. It was a very strange feeling, as if Chu Chen could enter reality in the form of a game character, but when he tried, he could clearly feel an invisible barrier blocking him from the outside. He sensed that the power of the barrier seemed to be slowly dissipating. Is this the barrier blocking arrival? Indeed, it seems that something unpredictable will happen after 27 days. Since he couldn't get out, Chu Chen stopped thinking too much and turned to carefully observe the internal state of his body. His originally bright red heart seemed to be coated with a layer of invisible and formless power. Chu Chen couldn't see it, but he could feel its presence. Under the influence of that power, each beat of his heart became increasingly powerful, so much so that Chu Chen could clearly hear the sound of his heartbeat in his ears. With each heartbeat, Chu Chen felt the power filling his body growing stronger. If at first it could only double his damage, now it could at least triple it. Adding the original enhancement of the chaotic sword heart, that would be 3,000 times. Chu Chen estimated that the power of his sword strike now could even take down a level 40 golden boss in an instant. However, this was merely an illusion. After all, he had yet to encounter a golden boss and didn't know what means it might possess, but it was certain that there would likely be life-saving methods like golden body or dominant body. Therefore, the increase in damage was more about enhancing Chu Chen's deterrent power. After all, if a single sword could force you into a life-saving state, wouldn't you be afraid? Gradually, Chu Chen felt that power slowly dissipating, as if it had returned to his heart once more. However, in this state, Chu Chen's comprehension had significantly improved. He had already grasped the kind of power he had just experienced to a certain extent, though not to a very high degree. Nevertheless, Chu Chen estimated it to be around 2 to 3 times. As the power gradually converged, Chu Chen slowly emerged from that strange state. Finding himself still standing in the conference hall, he felt as if he had been in another world, as if a long time had passed, but in reality, only a few minutes had gone by. The Sword Master had turned around, clapping his hands as he walked towards Chu Chen, a rather unpleasant smile forced onto his face, as expected. Of the Sword God body seen once in a millennium, this talent and comprehension truly are unparalleled. The other 5 holy sons of the major sanctuaries are indeed inferior in comparison. During the few minutes of Chu Chen's epiphany, the Swordmaster had already seen the immense potential within him. Coupled with the fact that he was jointly nominated by the 2 vice presidents, he no longer harbored any intention to make things difficult for him, but instead quickly chose to align himself. It should be noted that if it weren't for the current time rules limiting holy level powerhouses, it wouldn't be him here, but rather the vice president himself making an appearance. The closer he got to Chu Chen, the more he could feel the pressure left behind by Chu Chen's recent comprehension of the chaotic sword heart, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Since he had risen to a high position, it had been a long time since he had felt such fear. Fortunately, Chu Chen's expression did not reveal any anger, which somewhat calmed the Swordmaster's heart. Chu Chen looked at the man before him and said something surprising. How about we say, you might as well stop smiling? It really doesn't look good. The swordmaster's smile instantly froze on his face, but he quickly transformed it into a serious expression, though his words still carried a hint of respect. What the Holy Sun says is true, I will stop smiling right away. Chu Chen flashed a big white smile, grinning. As he said, that's more like it. I prefer your unruly demeanor. So, tell me, why did you call me here? Unconsciously, the dialogue between the two shifted to a dynamic where Chu Chen took the lead, but the swordmaster did not notice this. When it came to business, he hurriedly took out a letter and handed it to Chu Chen. This is a message from the two vice presidents. Secondly, my main purpose for coming here is to preside over your consecration ceremony as the Holy Sun. Since the Holy Sanctuary Grand Competition is approaching, the vice presidents have chosen to keep things simple and will hold a grand consecration ceremony later when you go to the main hall. Chu Chen took the letter and, without hesitation, opened it on the spot. The general content praised Chu Chen, expressed regret for not being able to attend in person, and mentioned that they would make up for it when Chu Chen went to the main hall. It also stated that Chu Chen could make any requests to the swordmaster and the main hall would do its best to accommodate them. After that, it was mostly polite and formal language, which Chu Chen found rather uninteresting. However, it was worth mentioning that the letter also included a token. The front of the token bore the image of a sword, resembling a smaller version of the giant sword in the backyard, while the back was stamped with the character God. The swordmaster quickly explained, this is the Holy Sun token personally crafted by the two vice presidents. All members of the Swordmaster Sanctuary will treat this token as if they were seeing the vice president. You also have the authority to issue orders to the branch sanctuaries, but this is limited to the vice presidents and below, as the branch masters are directly dispatched by the Elder Council of the main hall. Chu Chen casually placed the token into his backpack and continued speaking to the Swordmaster. Is that it? Don't you have any tangible offerings for your Holy Sun, like advanced skills or gold coins? The Swordmaster was taken aback, seemingly not expecting that Chu Chen would care more about these things. After all, that was the Holy Sun token, signifying the highest echelon of the Swordmaster Sanctuary. With this identity, what could he not obtain? Even the dignitaries in the royal city's cabinet would treat him with respect. However, he still mustered the courage to speak up. The exclusive resources of the Sun are stored in the main hall. After all, that is not something at your current level can utilize. It is meant to pave the way for your future. At this stage, according to the two vice hall masters, you will be under a free-range system. Only when you go to the main hall in the royal city can you use those resources. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking, it seems the main hall is still wary of this suddenly appearing genius. In the end, they just gave me a token that's of no real use. However, Chu Chen did not show it and continued. We can talk about the resources later, but what about the gold coins? As the Sun, can't I even ask for some gold coins? He was still thinking about the guild that had yet to materialize, and this was a rare opportunity to take advantage of, which he had to seize. The sword bearer was already stunned by Chu Chen's line of thought and answered intermittently, of course, that's not a problem. I believe the vice hallmaster will certainly meet the Sun's request. How much does the Sun need? The sword bearer had already made up his mind that if the amount was within his capacity, he would directly give it to the Sun in his personal name, considering it an early investment. Chu Chen looked at the sword-bearer, his eyes spinning a couple of times, and tentatively said, how about 1 million? Upon hearing this number, the sword-bearer visibly breathed a sigh of relief. With his strength and status, taking out 10 or 18 million was no problem. 1 million was quite easy. However, he was still a bit surprised. Was 1 million a lot? Then he realized the Sun was testing him, checking if he was qualified to stand by his side. More convinced of his thoughts, he decided to secretly take out 10 million gold coins to give to Chu Chen. After all, this was the first request the Sun had made of him, and if he could fulfill it, he would be the first person by the Sun's side in the future. Thinking this, a rather unpleasant smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Chu Chen, however, was unaware of the sword-bearer's mental activity. Looking at his ugly smile, he felt a wave of disgust in his heart, thinking he was being turned down. He quickly changed his words. If 1 million is not possible, then 50,000 should be fine, right? Otherwise, this Sun's identity would be too devalued. The sword-bearer finally reacted and hurriedly said, sure, of course, how could it not be? To show my admiration and anticipation for the Sun, I will personally fund it. His expression was that of a newly rich person, leaving Chu Chen dumbfounded. He felt a pang of regret in his heart. Damn, should have asked for less. However, Chu Chen felt embarrassed to speak up again. After all, 1 million gold coins was still a significant amount for him, enough to squander for a long time. When Chu Chen walked out of the hall, he saw the Grand Elder Jin woman pacing back and forth at the door, looking anxious. Chu Chen curiously asked, what's wrong, old man? Why are you pacing here? You're going to make my eyes go cross-eyed. Hearing this, the Grand Elder quickly approached when he saw Chu Chen had come out. How was it? Did the sword-bearer make things difficult for you? Has your identity as the Saint Sun been confirmed? Chu Chen shrugged, wearing a helpless expression. The Grand Elder's heart suddenly sank, thinking that Chu Chen had been put in a difficult position by the sword-bearer. Who would have thought the next sentence would leave him frozen in place? It's nothing much, that sword-bearer is actually quite nice, and the main hall didn't seal me as the saint's son but as the son. Look, this is the son's token. Saying this, Chu Chen took out the token and waved it in front of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder had a dazed expression, his eyes fixated on the token in Chu Chen's hand, repeatedly muttering, "Son. Son." Startled, Chu Chen quickly put the token away. "What are you doing, old man? Are you trying to rob me?" The Grand Elder suddenly burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha. The son. It's actually the son. Now I have hope of returning to the main hall." Pulling Chu Chen along, he asked him to recount what had happened in the hall and learned about the actions of the sword master. "Did the son say that he walked alone in the end and even asked you to find him in his room at night?" Chu Chen nodded. "Yeah, old man, you don't think he wants to harm me, do you?" Jian Wuhan laughed heartily. "Rest assured and go find him. The son is preparing to give you a great gift. How could he want to harm you?" Hearing this, Chu Chen seemed a bit surprised, but he didn't say much more. Whatever it was, he would find out tonight. "Why are you here again, young friend?" "It's not that I don't want to help you, but the rules don't allow it if you don't have gold coins." Yi Tian looked helplessly at Chu Chen standing below, having learned that he still wanted a piece of territory, and the biggest and best one at that. "Young friend, let me tell you the truth. That piece of land is right next to the city center square, a full 100 acres. It was originally intended for building a city defense barracks, but it was later put on hold. That piece of land requires at least several 100,000 gold coins. How dare you set your sights on it?" Chu Chen slightly curled his lips. "How do you know I can't come up with several 100,000 gold coins? Please, city lord, just give me a number. I want that piece of land." Yi Tian felt a bit surprised. He didn't know where Chu Chen had managed to gather so much money in such a short time. But he still spoke up. "That piece of land costs 1 million gold coins and you need to pay 100,000 points of reputation. From my own perspective, I can give you a 20% discount. As for the rest, I'm afraid I can't help you." Seeing that the city lord finally relented, Chu Chen also smiled. "No problem, city lord, I have it." Although more than half of his gold coins were spent in an instant and the hard-earned reputation was gone, Chu Chen felt it was worth it. From then on, he would have his own power in Tianwan. Rather than saying this is a guild territory, it is more like a luxurious military camp, buildings clustered together surrounding the grand hall at the center. It really is quite suitable as a guild residence, but it seems a bit too big. Chu Chen stood at the entrance looking at his own territory. However, the city lord was indeed not wrong. This was truly the best residence in Silver Moon City, not only spacious but also convenient. It was equivalent to having the square as the center, dividing the surrounding area into 8 territories, with the rest being streets or residences for organizations like the temple, one of which was Chu Chen's territory. Coincidentally, this place was very close to the swordsman temple, separated only by a middle area, which was quite convenient. After all, Chu Chen was the son. It was reasonable for him to stroll around the temple when he had nothing to do. At the same time, Chu Chen opened his backpack, looked at the guild building token inside, and silently chanted, directly using it. Immediately, the token emitted a strong light, enveloping the entire area, visibly dismantling and reorganizing some places. TSK, as expected. Of a game, one-click construction? Chu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the scene. After all, based on some of his previous thoughts, Tianwan could very well be a real world, but now it had features that truly belonged to a game. "Please name your guild." A prompt appeared before Chu Chen, and without much hesitation, he directly entered 2 characters. Tanya. The Tanya Guild is officially established today. At the right moment, a server-wide announcement rang out. "Congratulations to player Chaos for founding the Tanya Guild, the first guild in the entire server, rewarding the Tanya Guild with 100,000 gold coins in liquid funds, 10,000 territory construction materials, guild upgrade token ×1, and rewarding the Tanya Guild leader Chaos with 100,000 gold coins and 50,000 reputation." Chu Chen smacked his lips. This reward is too low, but he can only comfort himself that it was better than nothing. He looked at the guild upgrade token. Name: guild upgrade token. Level: none. Attributes: none. Features: can directly upgrade a level 1 guild to level 5. Description: it is said to be crafted by the god of craftsmen, awarded to the first guild created in the world. Chu Chen raised his eyebrows, playing with the upgrade token in his hand. "This thing is pretty good. Upgrading directly to level 5 will save me a lot of trouble." Saying this, he directly used it on his territory. The maximum capacity of the Tanya Guild instantly changed from 100 people to 1,000 people. At the same time, many functions of the guild were also unlocked. Functions like the guild warehouse, guild prison, and the most core function, guild bonuses. Guild bonuses are divided into 2 types. One is combat power bonuses, which at level 5 of the Tanya Guild can enhance all attributes by 5%. The other is guild experience bonuses, which can provide guild members with an additional 10% experience points. As for the rest, Chu Chen planned to take his time to look at them later. After all, the territory was right here, it wouldn't run away, and he could come back anytime. Shu Chen opened the guild operation list and found that in just a short time, the guild application list was already full. Shu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Why are these people like this? Can't you just level up honestly on your... Oh, they were crazy about adding friends before, and now they're going wild applying to create a guild. Perhaps Shu Chen didn't realize how attractive he was to other players right now, but even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care about it. He directly chose to block outsider applications and sent invitations to Xiao Yishui and Yi Xiaolong. When the two saw the world announcement, they knew this guild must have been created by Shu Chen, and without hesitation, they chose to agree. Yi Xiaolong trusted Shu Chen's strength. He was sure that the first guild must have been created by him. Xiao Yishui recalled the young boy's innocent words from deep in her memory. If I have the chance in the future, I want to roam the world. Wow, Heezy, you're amazing. How did you get such a large territory? You're not planning to marry into the Lord's house, are you? Yi Xiaolong said with a smirk, deliberately glancing at Xiao Yishui, looking like he was enjoying the show. Hearing Yi Xiaolong's teasing, Xiao Yishui looked at Shu Chen with a face full of suspicion, waiting for him to speak. Shu Chen pretended to hit Yi Xiaolong, scaring him to quickly hide behind. Xiao Yishui, what, marrying into the Lord's house? How could you say that? It's like this, my status in the swordsman's sanctuary is a bit high, so they gave me a little subsidy and then I used it to buy this land, but the Lord did indeed give me a discount. At this point, Xiao Yishui's expression gradually improved. That's true, after all, we helped him save his daughter, so it's only right for him to give you a discount. Yi Xiaolong then changed the subject to another matter. Heezy, did you know? The officials have not only called for help but have personally entered the game. I heard that things have been quite unstable around the world these days. Our dragon country is fine, but some small countries in the Black Continent are on the verge of extinction due to natural disasters. Shu Chen frowned. Ever since he got closer to the truth of the arrival, he had a certain premonition, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. It's only the fourth day, and small countries are already on the brink of extinction? Yi Xiaolong continued chattering. Moreover, the officials have established a Tianwen forum to facilitate all players in the Dragon Country to exchange experiences and insights. Right now, there's a post about you that is firmly at the top. If it weren't for me always being by your side, I would have wanted to join in their speculations. Ha ha ha. Some people even say you're a cheater. How could there be cheats in this game? Yi Xiaolong said, looking amused. Shu Chen's lips curled slightly. What if I said I really am cheating? Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Yishui were both momentarily stunned. Yi Xiaolong stammered out a few words. No way? Heezy, you really have hacks? Then he became unusually excited, running over to cling to Shu Chen's shoulder, looking quite comical. Heezy, are we really brothers? If we are, you should share some of those hacks with me. Come on, you really believe that? How could there be hacks in this game? I'm just a bit luckier. Shu Chen brushed Yi Xiaolong's hand away, delivering a blow to his enthusiasm. At the same time, he silently thought, Filong, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I don't even know if this thing is useful to you. He also touched the jade pendant hanging around his neck. After a while of playful banter, they assigned the 2A vice president position, and Shu Chen prepared to log off. He intended to check some official news online, as well as forums and such. Longwa Evening News. According to the latest reliable information, our distant Enigwe in Heizhou has officially announced its demise. The entire Enigwe was engulfed by a suddenly erupting volcano, with only a very few people escaping. Longwa News statistics show that since the launch of the game Tianwen 3 days ago, there have been 48 earthquakes, 34 hailstorms, 12 tornadoes and sandstorms, and 8 tsunamis across the country, seriously threatening the safety of residents in coastal and border cities. The current government has decided to initiate the Great Migration Plan, which is expected to relocate all residents of border and coastal cities en masse to inland cities within 10 days, centering on the 5 major cities of Shidu, Jiangnan, Shandong, Modu, and Daidu, to fully assist in the implementation of the Great Migration Plan. Longwa News. Due to the ineffectiveness of the official appeal, a mandatory order has now been issued. All individuals aged 16 and above and under 60 must enter Tianwen. This is not a joke. I repeat, this is not a joke. Please strive to become stronger in the game and seek ways to rescue and protect yourselves. Shu Chen stared at the news on the computer screen, lost in thought. I can't believe the world has become this chaotic. Shu Chen's home was located in Jiangnan City. Fortunately, although there might be a large influx of migrating residents, for now, those natural disasters couldn't threaten Jiangnan City. However, Shu Chen was a bit worried about his mom. She had gone on a business trip to Aoshi, which was a coastal city. Shu Chen quickly called his mom, but it showed that the other party was out of service. Shu Chen's heart gradually sank. Fortunately, after a while, his mom's call came back. Hello, Mom, how are you? Is it peaceful over there in Aoshi? How many times do I have to say it? Don't call me Mom. Am I that old? Shu Chen felt embarrassed. With everything going on, she was still concerned about such details. Don't worry, I'm fine. I've just landed at Jiangnan City Airport and I'll be home soon. Aoshi is indeed not peaceful, so as soon as I saw the news, I booked a return ticket. Phew, that's good. After hanging up, Chuchen let out a sigh of relief. He was really worried about his mom encountering any accidents. Glancing at the time, it was just past 6 p.m. Chuchen wasn't very hungry, so he decided to wait for his mom to come back and have dinner together. He didn't log back into the game that Swordmaster had asked him to find him in the evening but hadn't specified a time, so being a little late shouldn't be a problem. At that moment, Chuchen slowly began to recall the surge of power that had pumped from his heart after being influenced by the Swordmaster's sword intent in the Swordmaster's sanctuary. Chuchen felt that if he could master that kind of power, his strength could leap forward. Sitting cross-legged on the bed at this moment, it felt as if the world had quieted down. Chuchen seemed to be able to introspect his own heart like in a novel. It must be said that Chuchen's super god-level talent might not solely come from the Jade Pendant. He himself possessed a god-level talent. Chuchen sensed that formless, colorless power continuously pumping from his heart, spreading throughout his body with the blood. However, the pressure exerted by the sword during his enlightenment state greatly accelerated this process, which is why Chuchen felt it so distinctly. Now, after calming his mind, Chuchen finally discovered the power within his body, and it was growing stronger with the passage of time. Although the increase was minimal, over time, the enhancement was considerable. Chuchen also finally understood why he had felt his speed suddenly increase before. It was because he hadn't gone out much in the past 2 days, causing a mismatch between the accumulated power and his body, resulting in a loss of control. A smile appeared on Chuchen's face. If this power can grow faster, perhaps it won't be long before he can become a superhuman existence in reality. Continuing to focus on his heart, this time, Chuchen wanted to see if he could use his mental power to achieve the same effect as before in the Swordmaster's sanctuary. Ha! Chuchen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The degree to which the heart is pumping chaos power is now almost close to double what it was before, which means that in a short time, Chuchen's overall attributes and perception have doubled. However, after reaching this level, Chuchen found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not enhance the power's pumping anymore. Chaos was the name Chuchen had given to this special power. After all, his talent was called Chaos Sword Heart, and this power was pumped from the heart, so Chuchen felt that chaos was its name in a mysterious way. At that moment, Chuchen's amplified hearing picked up footsteps approaching outside the door, followed by the sound of the door opening. "Hey, you little brat, your mom is back. Hurry up and come out to greet me." Upon hearing the voice, a trace of barely noticeable helplessness flashed across Chuchen's face, but he still opened the door and walked out. The woman in front of him, dressed in an OL professional outfit, was his mother, Yang Yuyan. Although she was already in her 40s, she was well-maintained and looked under 30. Despite her exquisite appearance and great beauty, she had to disguise herself as a strong woman to support Chuchen. Chuchen looked at her with a twinge of pain, walked up, and gave her a big hug, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. "Hey, you little brat, what's wrong? Your mom is still alive, why are you crying?" Yang Yuyan hugged Chuchen with some heartache. She always felt guilty towards Chuchen. With his father passing away early, she had to work hard outside, so the love she could give Chuchen was really very little. To make up for it, she had always let Chuchen do whatever he wanted. Seeing Chuchen, who was now taller than her, crying like a child, Yang Yuyan felt as if she had returned to when Chuchen was little. The corners of her eyes slightly stung, but she didn't cry. Ever since Chuchen's father passed away, she had never cried in front of him again. She knew she had to set a good example for Chuchen and should appear resilient. Gently patting Chuchen's back, she softly comforted him. "What's going on? The son I remember wouldn't cry like this while hugging his mom." Chuchen's eyes were red as he stared blankly at his mother, and he realized that despite her youthful appearance, there were wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Chuchen wiped his tears and said, "Mom, you should just rest at home from now on. You don't need to worry about your company anymore. I'm really strong now, I can make money." Yang Yuyan smiled. "You don't need to say that. I'm always keeping an eye on the news. I heard that Tianwan is now a global sensation, even the officials have joined the game. I estimate that future competitions will revolve around Tianwan. As for me, I've already sold the company." "Sold it? When did you sell it?" Chuchen was surprised. He never expected his mother to be so decisive, rendering the excuses he had prepared useless. "Just today, I signed the contract. I plan to use this money to recruit players and establish a studio. After all, I don't understand games, but this way I'll have resources to help you in the game." Yang Yuyan's calm words were filled with concern for Chuchen, making his heart tremble. "Mom, there's no need for that, but since you've already sold the company, just rest at home. Take care of pets, water the plants, our yard has been neglected for so long. Right? You could plant some flowers and plants." Yang Yuyan laughed and scolded back. "Do you think your mom is an old lady? Still planting flowers?" Then she changed the subject. "But you do have a point. I've been tired for so many years, it's time for me to rest." Chuchen quickly nodded in agreement. After all, the outside world was complex, and the government's large migration plan would inevitably lead to a massive population movement. With disasters continuously occurring, this situation would only worsen. It was better not to go out if possible. At that moment, Yang Yuyan remembered to change her slippers and walked into her room, leaving a parting remark. "Alright, I just ran into Aunt Lan when I got back. She wants us to go to her house for dinner later. She said she called you this morning, but you refused. I don't care, I'm going, and you have to come with me. After finishing with a commanding tone, she closed the door, leaving no room for Chu Chen to argue. Chu Chen shrugged, feeling indifferent. The reason he hadn't agreed to Aunt Lan before was purely because he had been thinking about Xiao Ishui. Now that there was nothing going on, he might as well go and ask what was up with Wang Manhwa, who even dared to deceive her own mother. Lu Xiaolan's house was very close to Chu Chen's, just separated by a yard. When Yang Yuyan brought Chu Chen into the yard, they heard Lu Xiaolan's questioning voice. I heard your brother Chu Chen say that your school had a break a few days ago? Wang Manhwa retorted, no way. Brother Chu Chen is from the high school department, our middle school department is different from him. Yang Yuyan quickly knocked on the door and then pushed it open. Given the relationship between the two sisters, knocking was already quite polite. Yang Yuyan quickly spoke up to persuade, what's wrong, Xiaolan? Manhwa is still a child. Don't be so fierce. Wang Manhwa pretended to nod with a mature expression. Exactly, Aunt Yuyan is right. Mom, don't be so fierce. However, her tender little face looked somewhat out of place. Then she noticed Chu Chen, who was following behind Yang Yuyan. Her big almond-like eyes blinked, sparkling with a hint of light, making her look particularly adorable. She took a few small steps and ran to Chu Chen, leaping onto his back, her hands hanging around his neck, her little feet swinging back and forth, even kicking off her slippers. Hee, brother Chu Chen, you weren't home when I came to find you these past few nights. I missed you so much. The soft, sweet voice came from behind, like a gentle little kitten. It was hard to imagine that this little girl was the same one who had just been throwing a tantrum. Chu Chen then realized that Wang Manhwa hadn't stopped looking for him. It was just that every time she came, he was in the game, so naturally, she couldn't find him. As she hung on his back, Chu Chen turned his head and quietly asked in her ear, where have you been during the day these past few days? I know the middle school department is on break too. If you don't honestly confess, I'm going to tell your mom. The little girl's bright eyes twinkled mischievously as she replied, then if I tell brother Chua, you have to help me keep it a secret, okay? Chu Chen nodded in agreement, and only then did Wang Manhwa continue, I went to play Tianwen at my good friend Zhao Ying's house. I'm really good at it now. Do you want me to carry you along, brother Chu Chen? Chu Chen was both amused and exasperated, being carried along? This was the first time he had heard someone say that, but considering Wang Manhwa was just a little girl, he didn't dwell on it. He also understood why Wang Manhwa didn't dare to tell Aunt Lan the truth. After all, the official policy only allowed people aged 16 to 60 to enter the game. Children who are too young might not have fully matured thinking and could be impacted by the completely different worldview of Tianwen. But since Wang Manhwa had already entered the game and had been playing for several days, Chu Chen couldn't stop her from continuing. He could only advise, then starting tomorrow, come to my house to play so your mom won't worry, okay? Wang Manhwa's eyes curved into crescent moons. Brother Chu Chen was inviting her to join him. She nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll come find you tomorrow morning. At that moment, Yang Yuyan and Lu Xiaolan had finished their conversation, and Lu Xiaolan quickly called everyone to sit down for dinner. Chu Chen looked at the steaming dishes on the table, and his stomach betrayed him with a growl. After all, he hadn't eaten such good food in days. After a satisfying meal, Yang Yuyan and Lu Xiaolan sat at the table discussing some women's topics. Wang Manhwa was stubbornly wanting to go to Chu Chen's house tonight. After all, she had stayed at his house before, and even Yang Yuyan had specially asked a housekeeper to tidy up a small room for Wang Manhwa. Seeing Wang Manhwa's pitiful expression, her big eyes blinking as if she might cry at any moment, Chu Chen still firmly refused, telling her to come tomorrow morning instead. Wang Manhwa, seeing that Chu Chen was determined not to let her follow, stomped her little feet in frustration and returned to her room. Humph. Stingy. Brother Chu Chen is no good at all. Big bad guy. Bullying me. Chu Chen pretended not to see. After all, he knew this little girl, who had grown up beside him, very well. On the surface, she seemed soft and cute, but in reality, she was a little schemer, a bit proud. After washing up, Chu Chen lay on his bed, glanced at the time, and saw it was just past 10, so he directly entered the game. Chu Chen's figure flickered as he walked out of the guild territory. After observing the surroundings and finding no one around, he quietly made his way to the swordsman temple. Just as he reached the temple entrance, a hand like a ghost landed on Chu Chen's shoulder. Chu Chen's hair stood on end, instantly alert, and he activated his instant flash, gripping his crescent slash tightly, ready to strike at the person behind him. Divine Son, what are you sneaking around at the temple entrance for? Jian Wuhan effortlessly deflected Chu Chen's strike with one hand, causing Chu Chen's pupils to constrict. This strike could easily take down a level 40 silver boss, yet Jian Wuhan caught it with just one hand. Chu Chen was once again astonished by the strength of this elder from the Silver Moon City branch. Gracefully putting away the crescent slash into his backpack, he coughed lightly. Just out for a stroll. What's the problem? Jian Wuhan immediately showed a knowing expression. Oh, so it turns out the Divine Son enjoys wandering around at night? Of course, that's fine, there's no place in the swordsman temple that you can't go. Chu Chen tidied up his clothes and replied lightly, that's good. I'm done here, I'll just take a stroll before heading back. You should go do what? you need to do. Jian Wuhan looked at Chu Chen's demeanor and revealed a faint smile, but it quickly vanished as he hurriedly responded, understood, then I shall take my leave. With a flash, Jian Wuhan had already disappeared without a trace. Only then did Chu Chen slowly glance at his right hand, which had just held the sword. He clenched his fist slightly, thinking, Jian Wuhan's strength is somewhat exaggerated, he definitely can't be below level 50. However, for now, Jian Wuhan was on his side, so Chu Chen chose to disregard the earlier incident as a minor episode. After all, I am the son of God. What place in the Sword Saint Hall is off limits to me? Why sneak around? Chu Chen held his head high and strode towards the backyard. Knock, knock, knock. With a creak, the door opened, revealing the sword wielder he had just seen during the day. The sword wielder quickly ushered Chu Chen inside, then glanced around before closing the door. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow quietly lurked on the roof, eavesdropping on their conversation. Subordinate, the sword wielder of the main hall, Jian Wuli, pays his respects to the Son of God. I hope you won't mind my earlier rudeness in the main hall. Jian Wuli knelt on one knee, bowing to Chu Chen. For a moment, Chu Chen didn't know what to say, but it seemed that if he remained silent, Jian Wuli would stay kneeling. Moreover, his sword-intent pressure had allowed Chu Chen to comprehend the power of chaos, and he wasn't injured or anything. He could only help Jian Wuli up while saying, all right, get up. I'm not holding it against you. Hearing this, Jian Wuli quickly stood up and took out a storage ring, handing it to Chu Chen. What is this? Chu Chen wondered, but seeing Jian Wuli's determined expression, he accepted it. Jian Wuli then revealed a relaxed expression and said, this is a gift I prepared to make up for the fright you experienced today, my lord. I believe you will like it. Chu Chen became curious about the contents of the ring, but he had always used a backpack. This was his first time seeing a storage ring from the Tianwen continent, and after fiddling with it for a long time without success, he quickly asked, how do you open this thing? Jian Wuli was taken aback by Chu Chen's question, feeling that this son of God seemed a bit foolish, not even knowing how to use a storage ring? Nevertheless, he patiently replied, you just need to infuse a bit of mental energy into it to open it. The mental imprint inside has been erased by me and is now given to you, my lord. Chu Chen suddenly understood and quickly controlled a bit of mental energy to enter the ring. Immediately, he saw a dazzling golden light inside, as if it were going to blind him. Inside the ring was a small mountain. A mountain of gold coins. At least several million. Chu Chen quickly put away the ring, cautiously checked his surroundings, and then relaxed his expression. Wow, I've never seen so many gold coins before. Chu Chen sighed in relief, shocked by the sheer amount of gold. Jian Wuli revealed that unpleasant smile again, as long as the Son of God is satisfied. Currently, the Deputy Hallmaster hasn't provided you with training resources, so consider these gold coins as my personal support for you, my lord. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Jian Wuli's smile, he found it somewhat pleasing. Surely, this was the power of money. Seeing that Jian Wuli had nothing more to say, he prepared to leave. Jian Wuli quickly opened the door for Chu Chen, checked the surroundings, and then watched as Chu Chen's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. After Chu Chen left, Jian Wuli's expression suddenly vanished, and a sharp light flickered in his eyes as he spoke in a voice only he could hear. I hope this investment of mine doesn't go to waste. With such talent in this kid, perhaps my hope of being promoted to Vice Hall Master lies with him. After standing at the door for a while, Jian Wuli returned to his room. The shadow on the rooftop also disappeared. The courtyard was silent, as if nothing had happened. Chu Chen carefully examined the storage ring on his hand. After checking with the system, he discovered that it wasn't a piece of accessory equipment but rather a type of auxiliary gear that didn't occupy the accessory slot. Chu Chen didn't take out the gold coins inside, he just roughly counted them and found there were about 9 million. This is truly a night of getting rich. In the pitch-black night, a silly laugh occasionally echoed. Ever since he was inexplicably tricked by the Dragon King out of his gold coins, Chu Chen had been cautious, so he decided it was better to store the gold coins in a safe place. The guild's warehouse was a good choice. Chu Chen placed the ring in the guild's warehouse and set the permissions so that only the guild leader could operate it, clapping his hands. I stored the gold coins here. Let's see if that old Dragon King can trick me again next time. After saying that, he took a look at the storage ring quietly resting in the warehouse and then logged off satisfied to sleep. A certain Dragon King, is this ever going to end? I told you it wasn't me who tricked you. June 5, 2040, 26 days since the arrival. Sleeping soundly, Chu Chen felt a soft object added to his body. Instinctively, he hugged it and turned over. Drowsily opening his eyes, he saw Wang Mingyue's petite face. Chu Chen was startled and jumped straight out of bed. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? A glimmer of mischief flashed in Wang Mingyue's big eyes as she grinned. Brother Chu Chen. The sun is already up, of course, I'm here to wake you up. Chu Chen felt a bit exhausted and sat on the edge of the bed. How did you get in? Aunt Yu Yan gave me a key yesterday, so I came over by myself when I woke up. After saying that, Wang Mingyue lunged towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen quickly dodged to the door, using even the power of chaos in his panic. Alright, Xiaoyu, I'll wash up first, and then we can have breakfast and I'll take you to play some games, okay? Looking at the tall and beautiful female archer in front of him, Chu Chen was a bit confused. Miss, who Are you? The female archer laughed. Ha, I knew brother Chu Chun wouldn't recognize me. I'm Wang Mangyue, Chu Chen. So you realized you could change your height and figure when confirming your character's appearance? Yes, I found I could adjust it and I didn't want to look so small, so I changed it. How about it, brother Chu Chen, do you like it? Although she had changed her figure, Wang Mangyue still had the personality of a middle school girl, bouncing around as she walked, looking very lively. However, it was worth mentioning that she seemed to treat this Tianwan as a brand new game only at level 5. Chu Chen had to run to the novice village to pick her up, otherwise she wouldn't be able to reach the level 3 city. Wow, this is Silver Moon City, it's so big. Wang Mangyue's eyes were filled with curiosity about the new map. I need to level up quickly. I've played in that novice village for several days and I'm already bored. Chu Chen looked at Wang Mangyue with a doting expression. He planned to take her to the guild base first, then have her join the Tanya guild and let Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishue help her level up. He opened the friend panel and sent messages to the two, agreeing to meet in the guild. It is worth mentioning that both Xiao Ishue and Yi Xiaolong know Wang Mangyue. After all, whether it was Xiao Ishue tutoring Chu Chun or Yi Xiaolong playing games with him, Wang Mangyue was always around. Tianya guild. I'm not saying, easy, why don't we recruit some people? Right now, it's just the three of us in the guild and we can't do anything. No one is doing tasks and no one is building. Yi Xiaolong rarely offered a serious opinion. At this point, Chu Chen remembered that he had promised Wei Junjie he would let him join, so he quickly pulled Wei Junjie into the guild. However, he wasn't online at the moment, so Chu Chen sent a message. I've added you to the guild. Bring your friends along for the vice presidents to interview later. Then Chu Chen left everything to Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishue as he really wasn't good at managing the guild. The reason he created the Tanya guild was simply to gather his friends together. Just then, Chu Chen's divine token began to flash. A message had arrived. Divine Son, we have prepared your enthronement ceremony. Please take some time to come and participate. It was a message from Jian Wuli. Since that was the case, attending was fine. At least it would let the people from the Holy Temple get to know him, making it easier to ask for help in the future if needed. The Swordsman Holy Temple, as one of the 6 major temples, was certainly not to be underestimated. Chu Chen had always taken this seriously. After all, he was far from the level of a lone swordsman traveling the world. A strong backing or ally was essential to avoid a lot of trouble. Swordsman Holy Temple Conference Hall. The vast conference hall seemed a bit crowded at this moment. Anyone in the Swordsman Holy Temple, from the elders to the apprentice swordsman, was basically present. Senior brother, what do you think this Divine Son is all about? Didn't they say that the position of Divine Son in our Swordsman Holy Temple has been cancelled? Could it be fake? Li Li curiously asked Wang Defa beside him. Wang Defa shot Li Li an annoyed glance. If you ask me, who should I ask? This Divine Son position is said to have been conferred by the Master Swordsman of the main hall personally, along with the orders of the 2 Vice Hall Masters. Keep your voice down. If the Master Swordsman hears you, even your teacher can't save you. Yes, I'll shut up now. Li Li was also frightened and quickly fell silent. Finally, after Master Swordsman Jian Wuli gave an impassioned speech on stage and praised the Divine Son's extraordinary talent, everyone turned to the entrance beside the podium, quietly waiting for the Divine Son's appearance. 5 minutes passed and the Divine Son had not arrived. 10 minutes passed and the Divine Son still had not come. 30 minutes passed and the Divine Son was still nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Where's the Divine Son? Who knows? Maybe they're just trying to scare us. Is this how you give a show of strength? Leaving all of us here waiting? The Master Swordsman was also somewhat puzzled. Although these disciples and elders from the branch halls were not in his eyes, the Divine Son's continued absence was indeed a mistake on his part. So he quickly contacted them through the token. At this moment, Chu Chen was wandering aimlessly in the Swordsman Holy Temple, unable to find where the enthronement ceremony was being held. Moreover, since everyone had gone to watch the ceremony, the entire temple was empty, and Chu Chen couldn't even find someone to ask for directions. With no other choice, he could only choose to slack off and start wandering around. The token's light flashed again. Divine Son? Where are you? The ceremony has been going on for a long time, and everyone is waiting for you. Chu Chen. Why the hell don't you just tell me where it is? You only told me it's in the temple, but I've hardly been here, so I can't find it at all. Damn. Jian Wuli. After this little interlude, Chu Chen finally arrived at the hall, gradually walking towards the center of the podium. To be honest, Chu Chen wasn't very keen on speaking in such an occasion, but unfortunately, Jian Wuli had given him 10 million gold coins yesterday, so Chu Chen decided to do it for the sake of that 10 million gold coins. As Chu Chen stepped closer to the center of the podium, in a corner of the audience, Li Li was completely stiff, cold sweat pouring out, his clothes soaked, and it even seemed like there was a faint smell of urine. Wang Defa, standing next to him, was also surprised to see Li Li like this. Li, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Li Li wanted to speak, but looking at the figure on the stage, he could only stammer out a few words. That son of God. Wang Defa was getting impatient. Who the hell are you talking about? Li Li seemed to use all his strength to quietly point at Chu Chen. He is the one we need to deal with. After saying this, it was as if all his strength had been drained and he leaned back, uncontrollably falling to the ground. Wang Defa followed his finger and saw Chu Chen at the center of the podium, basking in the admiration of the crowd. His eyes widened in terror, hair standing on end, and he slapped Li Li across the face. Are you trying to get me killed? You want me to deal with the Son of God? Isn't that asking for my life? I'll take you out first. As he spoke, his hands kept moving, hitting Li Li in circles. Of course, he didn't dare to hit too hard. After all, he couldn't afford to provoke the seventh elder. For now, Li Li lay on the ground, silent, feeling Wang Defa's punches and kicks, a tear slowly rolling down his cheek, dripping onto the ground. Chu Chen, of course, had no idea what was happening in the corner at that moment. If he did, he would probably go over and kick a few times. However, since today, it seemed that Chu Chen had not seen the seventh elder or that arrogant Li Li in the holy temple. After barely enduring half an hour of everyone's flattery, Chu Chen finally found an opportunity to escape the crowd. Damn, dealing with these people is more annoying than fighting a boss. Chu Chen quickly walked towards the outside of the holy temple, really not wanting to stay there any longer. Even in Tianwan continent, a place where strength is respected, one cannot escape the interactions of human relationships. Sitting on Jin Bujua's back, Chu Chen was now heading towards a map, specifically the Black Flame Mountain where he had previously farmed the guild establishment order. On the outskirts of Black Flame Mountain was a Blackwood Forest, where the plants and wild monsters had been influenced by Black Flame Mountain for years, gradually turning black. It was a level 35 to 40 dungeon, and most of the wild monsters inside were elite level, just below the boss level. After witnessing the powerful strength of Jian Wuli and Jian Wuwen, Chu Chen had realized that the NPCs he was currently encountering were too strong, and he had no resistance against them at all, which made him eager to improve his strength. Therefore, Chu Chen chose to come here to level up. He was now level 29, just a few 100,000 experience points away from reaching level 30, and after reaching level 30, he could undergo a second-class change, at which point his strength would leap forward. Even though he knew that after level 30 he still couldn't compare to them, growth comes step by step. One can't expect to become a big shot overnight, right? With a whale, Chu Chen killed another level 43 elite monster, gaining 150,000 experience, just one step away from level 30. Just as Chu Chen sheathed his sword and prepared to continue searching for the next unfortunate soul, a sudden pressure descended. Chu Chen looked up at the sky, where a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 10 meters was flapping its wings, hovering above his head, its sharp eyes fixed on Chu Chen as if it had already locked onto its prey. Name: Black Flame Swift Eagle. Level 44, Golden Boss, HP 13 million, attack 5600, physical defense 4220, magical defense 4105, speed 2400, skills Black Flame Blood. The Black Flame Swift Eagle has long resided near the peak of Black Flame Mountain. Its bloodline mutated into Black Flame Blood, reducing fire attribute skill damage by 60% and fire attribute damage taken by 60%, while increasing fire attribute damage dealt by 60%. Swift Flight. The attack power of the Black Flame Swift Eagle is influenced by its speed, gaining a 50% speed bonus. Black Flame Divine Speed. The Black Flame Swift Eagle activates its Black Flame bloodline, engulfing itself in black flames, forcibly increasing its speed by 100%, lasting until the end of the battle. Black Flame Gale Slash. The Black Flame Swift Eagle possesses both wind and fire attributes, evolving the original Gale Slash and gaining the enhancement of Black Flame power. In the state of Black Flame Divine Speed, the Black Flame Swift Eagle circles in the sky to gather energy, and after 5 seconds, unleashes 10 elemental slashes within a 100m straight line, each slash dealing 50% attack as wind attribute damage and 50% as fire attribute damage. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Eagle's Cry. The signature skill of the Black Flame Swift Eagle. When its HP drops below 30%, it calls upon the power of its ancestors, gaining significant bonuses. Increases base HP and dual defenses by 50% and base speed by 100%. Blue Invincibility. Exclusive to bosses above golden level. When HP drops below 30%, it gains Blue Invincibility, lasting until the end of the battle. Blue Invincibility. Immune to all negative effects, immune to all control effects, gains 50% damage reduction when receiving lethal damage, immune to death once, locking HP at one point, while also immune to subsequent source damage. Chu Chen felt the pressure from the golden level boss, a hint of fear creeping into his heart. The attributes of this golden boss were beyond his expectations, surprisingly weak. However, the challenge of this boss did not lie in its attributes, but in its ability to fly. Its speed reached 2400. Moreover, several of its skills provided percentage increases to speed. It was estimated that at its peak, this boss's flying speed exceeded 7000. This terrifying speed, combined with its flying ability, meant that Chu Chen might be directly killed without even being able to touch it. Feeling the difficulties posed by this boss, Chu Chen's grip on his sword tightened involuntarily, even trembling slightly. He had never considered fleeing. With a speed of 2400, even Jin Buju could not compete. If he tried to escape, he would soon be caught and become the boss's plaything. Summoning Jin Buju, he slowly took off with it. Although Jin Buju would reduce all attributes by 50% as amount. Unfortunately, Chu Chun himself could not fly. It was impossible to face this boss alone with Jin Buju. Under the immense level suppression, Jin Buju could not defeat this boss. Moreover, Jin Buju's speed was also inferior to that of the Black Flame Swift Eagle, so Chu Chun could only fight while riding Jin Buju. Fortunately, although attributes would be reduced, Jin Buju's HP would not change, and with nearly 500,000 HP, even a boss would find it difficult to kill it. At that moment, as if realizing that the human before it did not possess flying ability, the Black Flame Swift Eagle directly attacked Chu Chun, who was sitting on Jin Buju's back. What does a speed of 2,400 mean? It is several times the speed of sound. Chu Chun felt as if, in an instant, the Black Flame Swift Eagle was right in front of him. A pair of eagle claws, sharp as steel, turned directly towards Chu Chun. He could not dodge. If he evaded, Jin Buju would not be severely injured, but it would definitely be knocked down, and then he would truly become a turtle in a jar. Chu Chun activated Instant Flash, moving to the side of the boss, and using the momentum of his descent, he unleashed the Dragon Roar Sword. The speed of the Black Flame Swift Eagle granted it an incredibly strong reaction ability, almost responding the moment Chu Chun swung his sword. In the blink of an eye, it flapped its wings at an astonishing speed, narrowly dodging Chu Chun's Dragon Roar Sword. Not even taking the accompanying dragon might affect. Seeing his strike miss, Chu Chun felt a bit annoyed, but quickly adjusted himself. Jin Buju appeared just in time beneath Chu Chun, catching his falling body. Jin Buju, this boss is not easy to deal with. Jin Buju nodded at the dragon head, agreeing with Chu Chun's assessment. So what if it's hard to deal with? We can't run away, we can only fight. With a command from Chu Chun, Jin Buju flapped its wings and charged directly at the boss. Chu Chun changed his strategy. With the speed of the Black Flame Swift Eagle, single target attacks were nearly impossible to land, so he could only use area attacks. Chu Chun took out another silver weapon, gripping the Crescent Moon Sword tightly behind his back. Pretending to repeat his previous tactic, he charged straight at the Black Flame Swift Eagle. The eagle's sharp eyes seemed to see through Chu Chun's scheme, and it disdainfully refused to move to dodge the strike, instead increasing its speed to charge at Chu Chun. A dragon and an eagle rapidly approached each other in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they were right in front of each other. The Black Flame Swift Eagle, just like before, quickly flapped its wings, brushing past the long sword, only dropping a few feathers. At the same time, its sharp claws reached out directly towards Chu Chun, wanting to eliminate this weak human bug. Who would have thought that Chu Chun, seeing the iron claws drawing near, showed no fear at all. His right hand suddenly shot out from behind, Dragon Breath Slash. A dazzling light radiated from the Crescent Moon Sword, momentarily blinding the Black Flame Swift Eagle. The damage of over 2 million directly reduced the boss's health by 16%. Moreover, it carried a 5-second blindness effect. The blindness effect didn't care whether you closed your eyes or not, it was forcibly induced. Now, with the boss's health not below 30% and without the blue invulnerability effect, it was inevitably controlled. The blindness effect not only made the enemy lose their vision but also their ability to perceive the outside world. The Black Flame Swift Eagle's world turned pitch black and it could not sense any information from the outside. Seizing the first moment of blindness, Chu Chun quickly activated the Dragon Roar Sword. This time it was truly a repeat of the previous tactic. 278W. A long damage number lit up above the Black Flame Swift Eagle's head, and at the same time, the dragon might took effect. The Black Flame Swift Eagle entered a 3-second state of immobility. If it had been able to fly away at the first moment of blindness, Chu Chun naturally wouldn't have been able to hit it afterward, but unfortunately, it was stunned in place due to losing all perception, making no movements. The result was predictable. It was directly controlled by Chu Chun with the Dragon Roar Sword, and then both man and dragon unleashed a frenzied assault. The two attacks had just knocked off 37% of the Black Flame Swift Eagle's health. At this moment, with 3 seconds of control time, Chu Chun's current speed was enough to attack 6 times. Although Jin Buju did not activate any skills, it could still contribute a bit of damage. Soon, as Chu Chun dealt over 1.3 million in normal attack damage, reducing the boss's health below 30%, a deep blue glow began to emanate from the boss's surface, covering its entire body. At the same time, all negative effects and control effects on the boss were completely cleared. It returned to its normal state. A layer of black flame slowly burned on the surface of the boss's body, the black and blue contrasting, creating a strange beauty. Chu Chun's face showed fear, and he quickly commanded Jin Buju to descend to the ground. The current boss had fully unleashed its power, and its speed was something he could not contend with. The only way was to land on the ground. The boss's main speed is displayed in its flight. It can only be pulled down to the ground for combat. Otherwise, even if Chu Chun uses his ultimate move, the boss will dodge during the wind-up. After all, it is a golden boss and possesses a certain level of intelligence. The eyes of the Black Flame Swift Eagle are devoid of any emotion, filled only with a bloodthirsty intensity, while a drop of black tear slowly flows from the corner of its eye. It did not stop Chu Chun's descent because, in its eyes, the enemy before it would not escape. Chu-Chen slowly landed, directly instructing Jin Buju to retreat while he held the front, hoping Jin Buju could find an opportunity. After all, he might not have forgotten the effect of the blue dominance body, which grants one chance to avoid death. Avoiding death means that even if Chu-Chen can bring the boss down to one hit point, all subsequent damage of the same source will be immune. The Black Flame's Swift Eagle firmly locked onto Chu-Chen, and then, with the speed boost from its two major skills, it continuously circled in the sky, gradually forming a storm, and it was the eye of the storm. Black flames mixed with the azure storm, as if the apocalypse had descended. Finally, after 5 seconds, the fierce wind and fire dual attribute storm struck Chu-Chen at an imperceptible speed. It was the boss's ultimate move. Chu-Chen had no time to react and was directly hit by the first attack. -1. Is that it? Chu-Chen looked at his unchanged health bar, scratching his head in surprise. Hey, are you just tickling me? After realizing that this skill posed no threat to him, Chu-Chen decided not to dodge. Instead, he opened his arms in enjoyment, as if he were not being attacked but rather the boss was giving him a bath. The Black Flame's Swift Eagle was also stunned, staring blankly at Chu-Chen from dozens of meters high in the sky. It was at this moment that Chu-Chen remembered the fourth skill he had obtained when upgrading his talent. Skill Chaos Body. This passive skill granted Chu-Chen a 90% reduction in all lower-tier attribute damage, and since the Black Flame's Swift Eagle's skill dealt continuous and segmented damage, each instance of wind and fire attribute damage after reduction could not even break through Chu-Chen's defense, only inflicting 1 point of forced damage. Soon, all 10 slashes ended, causing a terrifying total of 10 points of damage to Chu-Chen. However, unfortunately, with Chu-Chen's automatic healing, that 10 points of health had already been restored. At the same time, Chu-Chen summoned all the black, iron and bronze long swords from his backpack, a total of 11. Chu-Chen's expression was calm, the long swords floating behind him, making him appear like a deity in the world. Sorry, I've had enough of this. All swords returned to the sect. With a command, the long swords quickly ascended, and the sword shadows multiplied in the air, soon covering the entire sky. Looking at the myriad sword shadows in the sky, Chu-Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Although it's not the first time, such a scene still leaves me in awe. The body of the Black Flame's Swift Eagle was pointed at by the myriad swords in the sky, and the terrifying momentum rendered it unable to move, causing the immunity of the blue dominance body to directly fail. Its once proud speed of over 7,000 was now just a string of numbers, devoid of any meaning. As Chu-Chen raised his finger and sword, the myriad sword shadows ruthlessly tore through the Black Flame's Swift Eagle's feathers, breaking through its defenses. Even with the blue dominance body's effect of avoiding death, it could avoid death but could not escape its current predicament. After all, the myriad sword shadows continued to penetrate its body, and the immunity effect of the blue dominance body only allowed it to be immune to subsequent damage from the same source skills. But let's not forget one thing. After landing, Chu-Chen had ordered Jin Buju to seek opportunities in other directions, and Jin Buju's damage was of a different source than the myriad swords returning to the sect. Buju, it's time. With a furious shout from Chu-Chen, a resounding dragon's roar echoed. Jin Buju had been circling at a higher altitude for quite some time, and it had witnessed the process of Chu-Chen's myriad swords returning to their origin, turning the boss into a sieve, which made it admire Chu-Chen even more. The moment it heard Chu-Chen's command, it flapped its wings and dove down at high speed. The light elements within its body coalesced, causing Jin Buju's form to resemble a falling sun, heading straight for the boss. Little light spell. It erupted 100 meters from the boss. Like the extreme brilliance emitted during a solar flare, it bathed the entire Black Flame forest and half of Black Flame Mountain in a layer of white. The last drop of health from the Black Flame's Swift Eagle also fell to 0 under Jin Buju's attack. Congratulations, you have killed the level 44 golden boss Black Flame's Swift Eagle. You have gained 1.2 million experience, and you leveled up. The boss's body transformed into several clusters of white light that fell to the ground. Chu-Chen glanced over and saw 2 pieces of golden equipment, 3 pieces of silver equipment, and some other loot, but he didn't examine them closely, planning to check them later when he returned. He waved to summon Jin Buju to him, flipped over, and sat directly on its back as the man and dragon flew towards Silver Moon City. World announcement. Player Chaos has slain the golden boss Black Flame Swift Eagle, achieving the first kill of a golden boss, and received a reward of 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 reputation, an epic treasure chest, and an equipment evolution scroll. Epic. The chat channel erupted in an instant. Silver Moon City chat channel. What? Who is this Chaos? It's always him. You don't know him? He's my dad. At Chaos, Dad, I'm hungry. Can you be any more shameless? Exactly, people like this are really shameless, seeing others get rich and then licking up to them. I wouldn't stoop to such things. If I were to lick, I'd do it quietly. While you guys are here messaging, I've already added Chaos as a friend. Damn, you're not playing fair. I'm the most beautiful player in Tianwan, and Chaos has accepted my love confession, so you can all call me Lady Chaos from now on. Come on, how about you consider me? I'm quite curious about how beautiful you really are. +1, I'm curious too. Chu Chen was comfortably lying on Jin Buju's back counting his loot. No, he was counting his spoils. Just a moment ago he was worried about another golden boss appearing, and now he was taking the opportunity to check what he had while on the way. The first item was very familiar, another guild establishment order. Although he had already claimed the announcement for the first guild establishment, this item was still in demand. After all, while the second guild establishment didn't come with an announcement reward, it could still gain fame, allowing his guild to develop better. Moreover, at this stage, players couldn't tackle bosses above silver level, so this guild establishment order was essentially monopolized by Chu Chen, and he could consider selling it since keeping it was of no use. Chu Chen casually sent a message to Luo Hong asking if she needed this item. Next were the few pieces of equipment, one of which was a swordsman's top. Chu Chen took a look. The attributes were quite good, but unfortunately, it required level 40 to equip, which left Chu Chen feeling a bit troubled. Given his current strength, by the time he reached level 40, he wouldn't need golden equipment anymore. He would need at least epic gear, but finding an epic boss at level 40 was not easy. Chu Chen thought it was time to look for items that could cancel level restrictions. Fortunately, he was now a holy temple son and could inquire through them, so he directly sent a message to the Grand Elder and the Swordbearer through his token. Finally, there was only a golden level skill book left, which was for assassins. This skill book had no level restrictions, but it seemed he didn't know any assassins among his acquaintances. Chu Chen temporarily set it aside, tossing it into his backpack, thinking he would deal with it when it became useful. A golden level skill book should sell for quite a bit. He turned his gaze to the chest and scroll in his backpack, both shimmering with a rich purple light, which meant 2 pieces of epic equipment. First, Chu Chen bowed 3 times to the distant sky, then pressed his palms together, mumbling a string of incomprehensible words. Jin Buju glanced back at Chu Chen, his thoughts racing. Is my master perhaps a fool? But Chu Chen didn't care about that. The necessary mystical rituals were essential. After finishing his incantation and rubbing his hands together, he swiftly took the chest out of his backpack and, taking advantage of its moment of inattention, opened it directly, the whole process smooth and without a hint of hesitation. You have opened the epic chest and obtained a one-time item, Invisibility Talisman. After use, you will enter a 1-hour invisibility state, concealing all aura fluctuations, undetectable by detection skills below legendary level. If you launch or receive more than 3 attacks during this time, you will exit the invisibility state. It is the perfect choice for home travel or committing murder and robbery. Damn! Chu Chen couldn't help but curse, his expression somewhat gloomy. What use is this? Who can I use this item on at this stage? It's just useless. Frustrated, he tossed a invisibility talisman back into his backpack to gather dust, but fortunately, there was still an equipment evolution scroll. Equipment evolution scroll, epic. Can evolve any piece of equipment below epic level into an epic level equipment of the player's current level without changing the essence of the equipment. Chu Chen stroked his chin. This item had indeed come at the right time. After all, his entire set of level 10 golden equipment was about to wear out, but the effects of the Korazaki set were too enticing to give up. However, this item could only evolve 1 piece of equipment, which was simply not enough. And Chu Chen didn't know if the set effect would still exist after evolving 1 piece, so he didn't dare to try. In the end, Chu Chen's gaze fell on the Crescent Moon Sword, his first golden level equipment and the only golden level weapon he had, with a passive effect that was very useful, greatly speeding up his monster clearing speed. Since that was the case, let's evolve the Crescent Moon Sword. Do you want to use the equipment evolution scroll on the Crescent Moon Sword golden level? Yes. Evolution successful. The Crescent Moon Sword has evolved into the Sunken Moon Sword. Name: Sunken Moon Sword level. Epic attributes: attack power plus 500, health plus 2000, strength plus 50, agility plus 30 additional. Sunken Moon Strike. The Sunken Moon Sword possesses the power of the Sunken Moon, dealing an additional physical damage equal to 50% of attack power with each attack. Cannot be used simultaneously with Breaking Moon Strike. Breaking Moon Strike. The Sunken Moon Sword possesses the power of the Breaking Moon, dealing physical damage equal to 50% of attack power to targets within a 5m range with each attack. Cannot be used simultaneously with Sunken Moon Strike. Falling Moon Strike. A perfect combination of Breaking Moon and Sunken Moon powers. Actively used, the next attack will deal an additional physical damage equal to 100% of attack power to the target, while dealing physical damage equal to 100% of attack power to targets within a 10m range. Cooldown time 30s. Restrictions: level 30. Swordsman Chu Chen nearly jumped off Jin Buju's back. 3 special effect attributes with both single target and area damage. Although they couldn't coexist, they could be switched at any time, which was equivalent to coexistence. Not to mention it also came with an active skill, and it was an area skill with a short cooldown. Now, Chu Chen completely forgot the annoyance of the junk he had just opened from the chest and jumped up on Jin Buju's back. If there hadn't been no music, he would have danced right there on the spot. Directly equipping the, feeling the powerful force emanating from it, Chu Chen's lips curled slightly upward. Just now, due to the consumption of excess weapons from using, his attack had plummeted, but now a single had compensated for that, even surpassing it. Once he returned to the city and replenished his equipment, it would be a qualitative leap. Just as he was about to fly to the city gate, Chu Chen suddenly received several messages. Luo Hong, you're still amazing, big shot. You managed to get a second piece of the guild building order, and you even thought of us. This little girl truly has no way to repay you, so I can only offer myself in return / winks. Chu Chen remained unfazed. Ahem, don't come at me with that. The money owed still needs to be paid. Elder Jianwuan, as far as I know, there are skills that can cancel level restrictions, but we can't learn them in our branch. Hall. You might need to go to the main hall to learn them. Swordmaster Jianwuli, does the Divine Sun need skills in this area? I could ask the Vice Hall Master if he can get them for you, but such skills are quite rare. Currently, the main hall has a legendary quest reward for this. I'll send it to you when the time comes. The last message was just sent by Wang Manhwa. Brother Chu Chen, we are surrounded by a group of NPCs at the city gate. They want to bully Sister Xiao, and Xiao Long has already been killed by them. Hurry up. You and Xiao Shui hold them off for now. I'll be at the city gate soon. Chu Chen warned and quickly urged Jin Bujue to speed up. Fortunately, he was already not far from the city gate and could see it from a distance. From afar, he could see a group of family guards surrounding Wang Manhwa and Xiao Ishue slowly closing in. Behind the guards stood a young man. Roar! From over 100 meters away, a dragon's roar echoed, leaving the guards on the city wall momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do. After all, this was a dragon clan that had been silent for thousands of years on the continent. The guards surrounding Xiao Ishue were also affected by Jin Bujue's dragon might, their bodies trembling slightly, unable to advance. The young man, however, seemed to be the least affected, whether due to his strength or because he wore equipment that shielded him from pressure. As Chu Chen landed, he immediately recalled Jin Bujue to the pet space. It was still not the right time to reveal himself too much. The previous situation was truly unavoidable, as Jin Bujue's speed was faster, and Chu Chen could only rely on it to get here quickly. Habitually checking the information of these people, he found that the family guards were all level 30 bronze NPCs, posing no significant threat. Instead, it was the young man in front of him that surprised Chu Chen. Name: Yenli, level 41, level Flame Blood Warrior, Golden Grade, Health 300,000, Attack 4,200, Physical Defense 3,800, Magical Defense 3,700, Skills: Dragon Flame / Flame Fury, Blood Burning, Flame Blood Body. It wasn't that his attributes were particularly astonishing. After all, NPC attributes could never compare to a boss, which had bonuses. It was that skill called Dragon Flame / the Dragon Clan had been silent on the continent, and ordinary people had never seen a dragon. What was Yen Li's background to possess a dragon skill? Although it seemed to be relatively weak, based on its effects, it still made Chu Chen wary. After all, he had heard from the Dragon King that there hadn't been a dragon class changer for thousands of years, so where did Yen Li learn this? Just as Chu Chen was puzzled, Yen Li turned around. Kid, you were the one who saved this girl, right? Wasn't my brother killed by you? Upon hearing the question, Chu Chen searched his mind and soon recalled, are you talking about that wastrel? I think I heard someone say he was a young master of the Yen family. What's wrong? Do you want to take revenge for him? Yen Li sneered. No matter how useless my brother is, he is still a member of the Yen family, not some lowly commoner like you can kill. Just admit it, and go accompany my brother in death. As for these two girls, I will take care of them for you. Get him. The guards directly abandoned Xiao Ishue and the others, turning to surround Chu Chen. Xiao Shue, take Xiaoye back to the guild. Chu Chen shouted to Xiao Ishue. After all, having them stay here wouldn't help him, and they might even get hurt in the battle, so he could only let them go back. Xiao Ishue understood this reasoning as well and forcibly dragged the unwilling Wang Manhwa into the city. Yen Li didn't care about them. Instead, he mocked, it's fine, as long as they are in Silvermoon City, they can't escape. That useless warrior just now wanted to stop me desperately, but I cut him in half with one blow. Although you adventurers can resurrect, I still enjoyed it. Ha 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 ha. Chu Chen's expression was calm. Have you laughed enough? Yen Li was taken aback. Stop pretending. Get him, capture him, but don't kill him. Chu Chen smiled wickedly. Just got a new weapon. Let's try it out on you. A cold light flashed, and the Chenyu sword appeared in his hand. Epic weapon? Yen Li's eyes gleamed with greed. Tisk tsk. Didn't expect you to be a lucky kid. I hope I can get this sword after I kill you. He licked his lips as he spoke. Do you think you look cool like this? You're just a fool. Yen Li didn't understand, but he could tell from Chu Chen's expression that the words were an insult. He didn't bother looking back, kicking aside two guards and stepping forward to take matters into his own hands. Surround him. Don't let him escape. Yen Li's body ignited with blood-red flames, wielding a warrior's heavy sword, charging directly at Chu Chen. Chu Chen didn't even bother using skills. Yen Li's speed was too slow. After all, he was a clumsy warrior. Flash. This divine skill was something Chu Chen truly loved, allowing him, a swordsman, to move like an assassin. Let's use you two. Unveil the Chenyu. Chu Chen appeared behind Yen Li, his gaze sharp and merciless, and struck down with his sword. With 300,000 health points, Yen Li couldn't withstand Chu Chen's strike. However, the expected blood splatter did not occur. A faint milky white light enveloped Yanli, directly blocking the blow. Didn't expect you to have such speed, but this is an epic equipment skill that can block 3 attacks. Can your skill be used 3 times in a row? Yanli reacted quickly, and after Chu Chen's strike was ineffective, he swung his heavy sword towards Chu Chen's chest. Chu Chen couldn't dodge and could only take the hit, but he gritted his teeth and swung his sword again towards the white shield. Isn't it just 3 blocks? After I break your block, I can kill you with 1 strike. A powerful force hit Chu Chen, causing his health to drop by about 1/5. How about it, kid? How many more can you take? Yan Li still wore a smug expression, relying on his blocking opportunity, not planning to give Chu Chen any breathing room. He stepped forward and directly activated the skill Dragon Flame Slash. A crimson fire dragon flew out from Yan Li's sword, heading straight for Chu Chen. No matter how Chu Chen moved, it locked onto him, a targeting skill. Then let's see whose Dragon Flame Slash is stronger, yours or my Dragon Roar Sword. Chu Chen consumed 1 point of Dragon Bloodline power and directly activated the Dragon Roar Sword, a golden giant dragon roaring out to meet the fire dragon head-on. How is this possible? How do you have dragon skills? Yan Li was confused. His skill had gained a hint of dragon power through some inexplicable means, but this kid clearly had pure dragon skills. You mean this? After Chu Chen swung his sword, he did not pause but directly unleashed the next strike, the Dragon Breath Slash. Because I am a member of the Dragon Clan. A blazing light erupted, and the guards surrounding Chu Chen disintegrated without even a scream, while Yan Li, whose Dragon Roar Sword had just broken his equipment skills. Wait, brother, we can talk this out. There might be a misunderstanding here. Faced with death, he felt fear. He was the young master of the Yin family, the future head of the family, and he had no resurrection ability. Once dead, it was truly over. Misunderstanding. My ass. Chu Chen cursed directly. Yi Xiaolong had been killed by them. Although it didn't have much impact, they hadn't even killed Yi Xiaolong, so how dared they? Not to mention insulting and bullying Xiao Yixue and Wang Mengyue. Chu Chen's face was cold. He didn't want to hear any more nonsense from Yan Li, and he swung the Dragon Breath Slash directly at him. You have killed Yan Li, the young master of the Yin family in Silver Moon City. The Yin family's favorability towards you is -100, currently at -100. Hatred. The head of the Yin family is extremely angry and vows to kill you 100 times if he sees you. Since killing NPCs does not drop any items, the ground was very clean except for the corpse. Chu Chen had no comment on the system's prompt. After killing Yan Yi, he hadn't thought about what to do, and now with Yan Li showing up, who knew if there would be a Yan Di or Yan Air next? He wasn't afraid, but they always targeting Xiao Yixue was a problem. Just right, now that the Yin family was after him, wanting to kill him 100 times, then Chu Chen could only find an opportunity to wipe out the Yin family. Chu Chen sheathed his weapon and headed straight for the guild. Sister Xiao, do you think brother Chu Chen will be okay? In the guild hall, Wang Mengyue looked worriedly at Xiao Yixue. Yi Xiaolong sat beside them, looking displeased. Xiao Yixue was quite calm. She knew Chu Chen's strength. Just a level 41 NPC couldn't do anything to him. She comforted, Xiao Yu, don't worry, your brother Chu Chen is strong. He will be fine, and he should be back soon. Who is coming back soon? Chu Chen's voice timely entered the hall. Brother Chu Chen. Wang Mengyue hurriedly rushed to Chu Chen's side, looking left and right as if checking if he was hurt. Chu Chen joked, this is a game, how could I get hurt? It's just health points. Oh. Right, I forgot about that, hee. Wang Mengyue smiled shyly. At this moment, Chu Chen turned his gaze to Yi Xiaolong. Oh, isn't this our ultimate storm? War god? Why are you sulking here after being killed once? Yi Xiaolong felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he thought he was strong now, especially since Chu Chen had helped him level up several times, placing him in the top 5 of the level rankings. Yet, he was directly killed by an NPC with 1 sword, which greatly hurt his pride. It's your fault. If you had given me a good set of equipment, would I have been bullied like this? Yi Xiaolong complained. Come on, I know you well enough. Even if I gave you epic level equipment, you still wouldn't be able to beat that NPC. Just focus on leveling up and farming for gear. Chu Chen retorted. Xiao Yixue quickly advised from the side. The main reason is that our levels have increased too quickly, and because of that previous quest, the NPCs we encounter are all high level. Normally, players need to be above level 40 to interact with these. Chu Chen agreed. Exactly, that's my view too. But it's okay, once our levels and combat power increase, it will be fine. Yi Xiaolong could only nod. He was lucky this time, only losing a level, but his equipment remained intact. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. You don't need to worry about those NPCs, there are law enforcement teams in the city, and they wouldn't dare to act openly against you. Chu Chen concluded, then turned his attention to Xiao Yixue. Wasn't Wei Junjie saying he wanted to bring a few friends in? I had you two interview them, what do you think? Yi Xiaolong spoke up at the right moment. I was just about to mention that. I actually have a pretty good impression of those guys. Their personalities and character seem quite good, so we could bring them in. Yi Xiaolong assured that he said this not because those people had given him gifts, but because he genuinely thought they were decent individuals. All second generation with good temperaments, and bringing them in could also benefit the guild. Yes, that was exactly what he thought. Chu Chen didn't expect Yi Xiaolong to give such an evaluation, but his opinion wasn't that important. Chu Chen still trusted Xiao Ishue's judgment more. Xiao Ishue paused for a moment and slowly spoke. Those guys seem a bit aimless, but I can sense that they value friendship. Moreover, they all have considerable backgrounds in Jiangnan City. If our guild needs help in the future, I believe they wouldn't just stand by. I think we can accept them. Alright, since Xiao Shui thinks they are acceptable, let them apply for membership. For now, they can start as ordinary members, and we'll see how they perform later. That's it for today. I have other arrangements. You three, remember to level up together and contact me if anything comes up. Chu Chen stood up. He was now level 30 and needed to undergo the second job transfer. However, before that, he had to make some preparations. First, he went to the equipment shop and spent 10,000 gold coins to buy over 100 bronze-level long swords to expand his equipment inventory. Phew, now I feel completely secure. Although the 10,000 swords return to 1-foot skill won't cool down until after midnight, I can't feel safe without at least 100 swords on me. Chu Chen looked at the fully packed chaotic space and couldn't help but sigh. However, he didn't immediately use the token to teleport to the Dragon Clan's secret treasure location. Instead, he returned to the guild warehouse. Chu Chen took out all the gold coins from his backpack, leaving only 100 coins, and stored the rest in the guild warehouse. What exactly happened last time? I'll find out soon. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his state, Chu Chen activated the token given to him by the Dragon King. In the Dragon Clan's secret treasure location at the Eye of Heaven Gate, a flash of light appeared, revealing Chu Chen's figure. Sensing the excitement of Jin Buju in the pet space, Chu Chen summoned it out. Feeling that he was back in the clan, Jin Buju excitedly flapped its wings, circling above Chu Chen's head. Although it hadn't been long since they left, it was important to know that Jin Buju was the first dragon to leave the clan in many years, and it had only recently hatched, still possessing a child's temperament. Naturally, it was thrilled to sense the familiar atmosphere of home. The Dragon King sensed Chu Chen's presence the moment he appeared and soon noticed the presence of his child as well, immediately rushing over from the cave. Kid, why are you here again? The Dragon King was incredibly fast, almost instantaneously arriving in front of Chu Chen and asking. After all, it had only been 2 days since Chu Chen's job transfer. What could happen in such a short time? Chu Chen bowed respectfully. It's like this, Senior Dragon King, I've reached level 30 and need to undergo the second job transfer, so I need to trouble you again. What? Second job transfer? The Dragon King felt a bit incredulous, but after seeing Chu Chen's level, he said with both surprise and concern, I didn't expect you to level up so quickly, but leveling up too fast isn't necessarily a good thing. Chu Chen was puzzled. Why would leveling up too quickly be a bad thing? However, the Dragon King clearly had no intention of explaining to him, remaining silent as he let out a roar towards Jin Buju, signaling Chu Chen to follow him. Chu Chen also refrained from asking. Further, the Dragon King must have his reasons for not speaking, so he would just follow the Dragon King. By the way, Senior Dragon King, why didn't you tell me last time that the inheritance monument would consume gold coins? The Dragon King felt awkward, glancing at Chu Chen, thinking how this kid was so clueless. Just a bit of gold coins and he was being so stingy. Oh, you mean that? I forgot. With no justification, he was even more indignant. Speaking of which, you little miser, it's just a bit of gold coins. Do you think I'm lacking in your little bit of gold? The Dragon King seemed quite displeased, his face full of pride. Chu Chen looked at the Dragon King's expression, pondered for a moment, and suddenly raised his head. Yes. His tone was as firm as if he were answering I do. The Dragon King was sweating coldly, but fortunately, his large size meant Chu Chen couldn't see his expression clearly. Ahem, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Great achievers don't sweat the small stuff. Aren't you here to change jobs? Let's go, I'll take you there. The Dragon King's gaze was somewhat erratic, but the thought in his heart was incredibly strong. I absolutely cannot admit it. Moreover, that gold coin is essentially a contribution to the inheritance monument, so what's wrong with charging him a bit of tuition? Jin Buju did not follow, influenced by the life and death contract. As Chu Chen advanced in his job change, it would also advance, needing only to slowly adapt to that power. However, this time it definitely wouldn't directly become mature. The Dragon King took Chu Chen directly flying outside the gathering place. It's worth mentioning that this time, Chu Chen finally sat on the Dragon King's back, no longer being held in the dragon's claws. Senior Dragon King, aren't we supposed to be changing jobs? Last time, didn't we do it inside the gathering place? The Dragon King's speed was more than 100 times faster than Jin Buju, and this wasn't even at full speed, so the pressure Chu Chen felt while sitting on the Dragon King's back was immense, making his voice come out in intermittent bursts. The Dragon King patiently explained, the first job change is mainly about connecting your bloodline with Buju, which is what we call signing a contract. In fact, the one who benefits the most is Buju, as it directly gains your bloodline, while you, although inheriting a certain amount of dragon bloodline power, must have noticed that the degree isn't very high, and the recovery speed is relatively slow. Chu Chen pondered, it was indeed like that. After his job change, using dragon skills, required consuming 1 point of bloodline power, and it took half an hour to recover 1 point. At this stage, it was definitely enough. After all, there were only 2 skills in total, but as the number of dragon skills increased later on, he might not have enough dragon bloodline power to even fight around. The Dragon King glanced back at Chu Chen's expression, knowing he was indeed correct, and continued, the subsequent job changes will expand your bloodline based on your current foundation, allowing you to better accommodate the dragon bloodline power without affecting your own bloodline strength. Of course, there will definitely be other changes later, but that's not something you need to understand at this stage. Kid, if you think the dragon profession is just this, you're gravely mistaken. There's a reason why our dragon clan dominated the Tianwen continent thousands of years ago, just wait and see. After saying this, the Dragon King couldn't help but roar excitedly a couple of times, filled with pride and honor. Chu Chen suddenly realized. In fact, Chu Chen had previously suspected that the attribute boost brought by the Dragon Knight was undoubtedly huge, but for a prestigious hidden dragon profession to only provide a significant attribute boost and a few skills seemed a bit unworthy of its name. Now I realize that it's not just that the Dragon Clan has hidden professions like this, but rather that at this stage, this is all I can do. Unavoidably, Chu Chen grows increasingly excited about the upcoming job advancement. As the Dragon King flies higher and longer, Chu Chen can't help but marvel at the Dragon King's speed. They must have flown at least tens of thousands of kilometers by now, yet he still cannot see the edge of the Dragon Clan's continent. Moreover, he wonders if it's just his illusion, but he feels like he's getting closer to the sun of this world. Kid, I am of the light attribute. And the essence of the contract itself is also of the light attribute. After you sign a contract with me, the skills you learn should also be related to the light attribute, right? I've learned a total of 2 skills, one adds a dragon's might effect, and the other adds a blinding effect, and the damage type is all light attribute damage. Then that's correct, because the power of the Dragon Clan bloodline within you comes from me, and the essence of the Dragon Clan job change is the process of completely transforming half of your bloodline into Dragon Clan bloodline, and this half will have double the strength of the original. The Dragon King begins to explain. So, in the end, it's equivalent to me using half of my bloodline power to unleash the full power of my bloodline, so it's like I have 2 types of bloodlines, right? Chu Chen immediately follows up. Correct, your understanding is not wrong, but the problem now lies with you. The Dragon King suddenly stops, hovering in the air, and turns to ask, Kid, I want to know, what is the attribute of your original bloodline power? Why did a gray attribute appear after you signed a contract with me? The Dragon King's eyes, like 2 small suns, gazed directly at Chu Chen, as if they could see through his heart. As far as I know, there is only one gray attribute, and that is the death attribute, which is also a high-level attribute. Chu Chen is startled, but for now, he doesn't plan to reveal his suspicions directly, as the power within him is formless and colorless, not the gray that the Dragon King mentioned. The Dragon King notices the change in Chu Chen's expression, and his scrutiny intensifies. Do you know that the death and darkness attributes are completely opposed to the light attribute? If that gray truly is the death attribute, the bloodline power of the contract would still be suppressible at this stage, but as you continue to advance, the fusion of the contract's bloodline will become more apparent. It might even fall before reaching the starry level due to the conflicting attributes within you. Chu Chen is alarmed. He never expected the consequences to be so severe. However, he is relieved, knowing that the power within the contract is indeed his chaotic power, not a death attribute, so what the Dragon King said will not happen. But Chu Chen is unsure whether to disclose this to the Dragon King. After all, his chaotic power comes entirely from the chaotic sword heart, which is a god-level talent. A god-level talent that he does not possess at this stage. Although Chu Chen is confident that he will not fear strong enemies in the future, right now, he is just a novice about to undergo a second job change, and even an epic-level existence might not be able to cope. If his god-level talent is exposed, he doesn't know what the consequences will be, but they will surely be serious. In the end, Chu Chen can only speak ambiguously. Rest assured, Dragon King, the power within the contract will definitely not be a death attribute. As for why it appears gray, it may be because my attribute power is somewhat special. Please allow me to keep the specifics confidential for now. You will know in the future. The Dragon King's gaze remains sharp, quietly staring at Chu Chen, no longer speaking. After a long while, he slowly begins to speak. Fine, since you are unwilling to say, I won't force you. As long as it's not a death attribute, please understand my concern as a father. After all, I do not wish for my child to be destined for a fall in the future. Chu Chen quickly pats his chest in assurance. Don't worry, the contract will be fine. It is now my closest companion, and I won't let it fall into danger. The Dragon King nodded, his sun-like fiery gaze no longer directed at Chu Chen, continuing to fly towards the distance. In fact, he had already investigated earlier that gray power did not possess the eerie and terrifying death attribute, but was instead filled with the unknown, as if it were the essence of all things. To be cautious, the Dragon King chose to personally inquire with Chu Chen. Although he did not receive the answer he wanted, this was sufficient for now. After all, Chu Chen was the result of his own child's choice. Finally, the endless forest was nearing its end. As the Dragon King's form slowly descended, Chu Chen knew they were close to their destination. At this moment, the sun of this world was directly above Chu Chen's head. It seemed so close that the scorching light shone upon Chu Chun, and with his current physical attributes, he even felt a bit of heat. It seems we are about to reach the edge of the continent? Chu Chun felt a bit puzzled, for looking into the distance, there was no longer land, but a void of space. However, it seemed there was a protective barrier enveloping the entire boundary, so Chu Chun could not see the specific situation outside clearly. Kid, we have arrived. The Dragon King's deep voice resonated. How to describe the scene before him? At the edge of the main road, several buildings resembling gigantic dragon bones extended outward. Below those buildings was the boundless void. If one were to fall, even a starry-level powerhouse would meet their demise. As the Dragon King landed, a majestic dragon roar echoed, and from the caves within those buildings, golden dragons flew out, initially estimated to be close to 100. Each of their auras was as deep as the abyss, with the lowest being starry level. Moreover, most were holy level powerhouses, a few were divine level, and with the Dragon King beside him, Chu Chun even thought that relying solely on their strength could likely annihilate most forces on the Tianwen continent. As the golden dragons flew towards them, the Dragon King timely explained to Chu Chun, the gathering place you saw earlier mostly consists of juvenile or newly adult dragons, while the truly adult dragons have their own respective habitats. After all, they all need to cultivate. And here is the source of light for the dragon realm, so cultivating here is the most suitable for us light attribute beings. Chu Chun looked at the sun above, seemingly puzzled. The Dragon King sensed Chu Chun's inner confusion. I know what you want to ask. You want to know why this sun, which doesn't look like a normal sun, is called the source of light, right? It's simple, because that sun in the sky was created by our light dragon clan. The Dragon King's tone shifted, looking at Chu Chun with a teasing expression. So, the source of light is not because of the existence of the sun. As for the specifics, you don't need to know. Chu Chun was greatly shocked. The sun was made by them? Do you know how much of an impact this has on a modern person's worldview? As an outstanding youth of the 21st century, although Chu Chun had a strong capacity for acceptance, even being able to accept that Tianwen was a real world, he could never have imagined that the Dragon Clan's power was so immense that the Light Dragon Clan could create a sun. To know that just now, the Dragon King had flown from the gathering place for nearly an hour at his speed, at least tens of thousands of kilometers, which means that the area of this continent is more than 10 times larger than that of the entire blue star. And you tell me that the sun illuminating the entire continent was created by you? How come you're not going to the heavens? Oh, sorry, I forgot, you already go to the heavens. Chu Chun couldn't help but complain inwardly, but looking at the teasing expression on the Dragon King's face, he knew he couldn't show it, otherwise he would definitely be laughed at. The Dragon King chuckled lightly. Enough, the power of a god-level expert is beyond your imagination. When you reach this realm in the future, you'll understand why they are called god-level. It's because they can do things that ordinary people can't even fathom, and it's quite simple. Finally, as Chu Chun gradually accepted this fact in his heart, the main force of the Bright Dragon Clan also arrived, each one arranging themselves to sit on the ground, as if they were a human army being addressed. The Dragon King spoke, no longer addressing Chu Chun. Fellow compatriots, after thousands of years, our Dragon Clan has finally welcomed a new hidden class member. This young man beside me, his name is Chaos, and the entity that Chaos has contracted with, I believe you are not unfamiliar with, is my child who was not hatched for thousands of years, who has now officially signed a life and death contract with Chaos. Instantly, there was an uproar below. The young master has hatched? How come I didn't know? I told you to pay more attention to current events. Didn't you see the light that enveloped the entire continent a few days ago? I estimate that was the phenomenon of the young master hatching. Hey, this young man is impressive. Being able to contract with the newly hatched young master, and it's the highest level life and death contract, it seems the Dragon King values him highly. How can he not value him? This has brought us to Mingguang Cliff. Chu Chun looked at the hundreds of Bright Dragon Clan experts above the starry level who were now chattering like middle school students and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Is this what the strong of the Bright Dragon Clan are like? They really are a bit unconventional. The complaints flowed from Chu Chun's mouth like the sound of mosquitoes, but unfortunately the Dragon King, being a god-level expert, heard it clearly. Unable to help but feel his face flush, he couldn't blame him too much. After all, he usually guarded the juvenile dragons in the central gathering place of the continent. The Dragon Clan had been hidden for over 10,000 years, and these adult dragons had long forgotten what rules were, having grown lazy. Silence. The Dragon King, unwilling to lose face in front of Chu Chun, had to maintain some order. There's not much more to say. Today's purpose is just to let you know that our Bright Dragon Clan has gained Chaos as an ally. That's all, you can disperse now. Oh, and Elder 5, stay for a moment. Then, the Dragon King looked at Chu Chun. Let's go. Your second transformation will be conducted by Elder 5 to further activate the power of the Bright Dragon Clan bloodline within you. Before the words had even finished, a massive golden figure soared up from below, flying directly towards the high platform where the Dragon King and Chu Chun were. As Elder 5 landed with a thunderous crash, he slowly transformed into a human form, a 2-meter-tall bearded man with exaggerated muscles, his large face looking extremely serious, his sharp eyes seeming to directly intimidate the hearts of enemies. Chu Chun involuntarily made eye contact with him, feeling as if he had fallen into a sea of corpses and blood, struggling to breathe. Just as Chu Chen's face turned red and he was on the verge of fainting, the pumping of his heart began to intensify. Thump, thump. The muffled, powerful sound resonated in the ears of the Dragon King and Elder Five, followed by an invisible, colorless gray power beginning to circulate throughout Chu Chen's body again. This time, it was even more intense than the last time in the conference hall. And the effect was even more astonishing. The Dragon King was about to intervene to protect Chu Chen, but in this situation, he actually forgot to tell Elder Five to stop. Indeed, this was also within his expectations. Elder Five was the most straightforward and emotionally unaware, and he would definitely test this kid, Chaos. However, the current situation was something he had not anticipated. Elder Five did not expect this kid to be so easily overwhelmed, standing there at a loss, unable to advance or retreat, awkwardly scratching his head. Of course, if Chu Chen were fully aware, he would definitely say, "Push harder. Don't stop. I want it." Chu Chen arrived again at that barrier. Feeling the chaotic power continuously erupting from his heart, the speed and frequency far exceeded before. If the sword intent pressure from Jian Wooly had made the chaotic power erupting from his heart resemble a small stream, then this time the scale of the eruption was like a great river. An endless stream of chaotic power surged madly from his heart, constantly impacting the meridians and bones throughout Chu Chen's body. 8 times, 9 times, the feeling that the chaotic power brought to Chu Chen was so wonderful, as if he had already become a god-level powerhouse. That terrifying power seemed to suggest that with just a light swing of his sword, Chu Chen could slay countless demons. Chu Chen knew that this chaotic power was only temporarily squeezed out and was not something he could control, but as long as he could ultimately retain a portion, that would be enough. Enduring the discomfort caused by the chaotic power rampaging within his body, Chu Chen tried to control a strand of it. Unfortunately, he failed. That strand of chaotic power did not reject his control, but it did not accept it either. It was like a devoted admirer trying to please a goddess. No matter how hard the admirer tried, the goddess would always welcome them but would not easily agree to their requests. Chu Chen felt like a devoted admirer himself, except that others were trying to please a goddess while he was trying to please the chaotic power within his own body. Chu Chen tried again and again. He didn't know if it was effective, but he knew that if he could control one strand, he could control 2, 3, until he could control them all. At that time, he would be close to becoming a god. Moreover, Chu Chen had a premonition that if he could control a strand of chaotic power, then ultimately, when he exited this marvelous state, the amount of chaotic power he could contain within would exceed his imagination far more than the last time. As Chu Chen tirelessly communicated with that strand of chaotic power, it seemed as if the goddess had finally been moved. It actually began to follow Chu Chen's will, slowly wandering within his body. Gradually, it approached Chu Chen's right hand, slowly gathering at the tip of his right middle finger. Finally, under Chu Chen's mental control, it began to move outside his body. Chu Chen didn't know if it was his illusion, but he could feel that in this gap between reality and the question of heaven, all matter was afraid of that wandering chaotic energy. Wherever the chaotic energy passed, nothing dared to approach. It continued to move forward under Chu Chen's control, occasionally twisting its body, although colorless and shapeless because it was controlled by Chu Chen's mental power. He could sense its existence. Pop! A crisp sound rang out. If it were any other time, Chu Chen might not have paid it any mind. But now, he was at the barrier between the question of heaven and reality, and it could be said that he was currently on the side of the question of heaven. On the other side of the barrier was the real world, and he was very clear about the source of that sound because his mental power was attached to it. That strand of chaotic power controlled by Chu Chen was like breaking through the surface of water, encountering no resistance and directly penetrating through. At the moment the sound came, Chu Chen lost his perception of that strand of mental power and lost control of that strand of chaotic power. What surprised Chu Chen even more was that he had just clearly felt that the barrier was composed of chaotic power. That was why that strand of chaotic power could easily penetrate the barrier and reach the other side. That's it, colorless and shapeless. I should have thought of this last time. Chu Chen muttered these words. In the Dragon Realm, the territory of the Light Dragon clan inside Elder Five's cave, the Dragon King and Elder Five anxiously looked at Chu Chen, who was lying on the ground, his face pale and devoid of any color. The Dragon King spoke urgently, "Old Five. You little brat, who the hell told you to be so heavy-handed? Do you know that if this kid dies, my child will die too? Just wait, I'll make sure you pay for this." At this moment, the bearded man that Elder Five had transformed into was no longer as serious as before. His expression was filled with fear and regret, though it was unclear whether he regretted being too heavy-handed or if Chu Chen was just too fragile. Elder Five stammered, "My Lord Dragon King, this really isn't my fault. I didn't expect this kid to look so tough but actually be so weak." Cough. Who are you calling weak? Chu Chen felt as if his eyelids were weighed down with 1,000 pounds, unable to open them, and could only muster all his strength to speak. "Family, who understands? I ran into a lower dragon. This guy is so violent. After he finished with me, he still says I'm weak." This was Chu Chen's inner voice. "Kid, you're awake? What the hell happened?" With your level 30 strength, it shouldn't be possible for you to not withstand Elder Five's pressure. The Dragon King quickly leaned in closer to Chu Chen, his words revealing a hint of concern. Uncle, who are you? Chu Chen adjusted his state slightly, managing to open his eyes a crack, and saw the bearded man Elder Five, along with a face that bore authority and looked weathered. The Dragon King's eyes twitched, his fists clenched tightly. Who do you think I am? I'm the Dragon King. Oh, Dragon King, I didn't expect you to look quite handsome in human form. I thought you'd look similar to Elder Five. The Dragon King was filled with black lines. This kid had just woken up and was already making him half mad, yet he couldn't do anything about it since his son's life was in this guy's hands, one that couldn't be taken back. Cough, my Lord Dragon King, it seems that the job change today is impossible. I'm in so much pain all over that I can't muster any strength. Chu Chen realized this as soon as his consciousness emerged from that world's crevice. Although Elder Five's pressure had indeed allowed him to grasp a significant amount of chaotic power, the traces of that chaotic power crashing within his body had also left their mark. Chu Chen's condition could be described as extremely poor. His health was still full, but the internal pain rendered him immobile. The Dragon King had originally stood up and moved aside, no longer looking at Chu Chen, but upon hearing his voice, he snorted coldly, "Humph. Wait until you've rested before discussing the job change. For now, you'll recuperate in Elder Five's cave, and you can change jobs whenever you feel better." With that, the Dragon King took the bearded man Elder Five and left the cave, leaving Chu Chen alone on the ground. Hey, at least get me a bed. Chu Chen glanced at his position and couldn't help but shout in anger. The Dragon King paused, suppressing a laugh, and quickened his pace to leave, pretending he hadn't heard Chu Chen's words. TCH, a Dragon King, huh? With so much money in the cave, he can't even spare a bed. Calling you a stingy old rooster would be more fitting. Chu Chen continued to grumble, but inwardly he didn't dare to waste time and quickly checked his status. As expected, his mental strength had dropped from 110 to 105 because that sliver of mental power could no longer return. However, the improvement in chaotic power this time is so significant. A mere 5 points of mental strength is nothing. I'll get it back when I level up. Just then, a sound echoed in his mind. World announcement. It has been detected that the number of players who have completed the job change in the third-level city has reached 100,000. The event Awakening of the Human Race will officially commence tonight at 12 o'clock, lasting for 7 days. 7 days later, the rankings will be settled, and those on the list will receive a large number of rewards. On June 6, 2040, it had been 25 days since the arrival. Chu Chen woke up from his bed. Yesterday, he had chosen to log off and rest in the cave of the Fifth Elder, and to his surprise, the injuries inside his body had also manifested in reality after he logged off. Just after exiting the game, without the support of in-game attributes, Chu Chen was nearly in agony, tossing and turning in bed, trying to alleviate the pain through sleep. Fortunately, the chaotic energy flowing within him had a certain restorative effect, and after a long time, he finally felt that his body could barely endure. Until just now, Chu Chen finally felt that his body had returned to normal and he could log back in to change his class. Moreover, he had a busy 7 days ahead of him, and he had to secure the first place in the event. Before logging off, he checked the leaderboard. He still held the top position at level 30, but a girl from the beautiful country named Blood Rose had already reached level 28. She was closely chasing after him. But that was only because Chu Chen hadn't been grinding levels much. His main goal was still to enhance his combat power. Now, his combat power had increased from 1.07 million to over 3 million. It had basically tripled, while the second place on the combat power list had become a player from Sakura country, reaching over 53,000, and Blood Rose was in third place with 48,000. And this was just yesterday's data. Chu Chen estimated that after completing his class change today, combined with the advancement of Jin Buju, his combat power would exceed 5 million. I hope to reach epic level combat power after the class change, Chu Chen thought to himself, then opened the door and walked out. A fragrant smell of meat buns wafted in, and Chu Chen's mother, Yang Yuyan, and Wang Manhwa were sitting at the table, laughing and chatting, not knowing what they were discussing. Seeing Chu Chen come out, his mother spoke up. "Oh, isn't this the Chaos God? How can I trouble you to come eat yourself? Let me feed you." Chu Chen's face turned bright red, and he hurried over to sit down, grabbing a large bun and starting to munch on it. It was easy to guess that this little girl, Wang Manhwa, must have told his mom about his situation. "Mom, please don't tease me. By the way, did you try the game yesterday?" Chu Chen quickly changed the subject, otherwise he wouldn't be able to eat his breakfast in peace. Speaking of this matter, Yang Yuyan became unusually serious. "I tried playing yesterday, but I really feel that this game isn't suitable for me. However, I heard from Manhwa that you seem to have created a guild. Do you need help managing it? After all, I used to manage a company." Chu Chen was overjoyed. "That's great. To be honest, I created this guild for 2 reasons. One is to earn rewards, and the other is to make it easier for acquaintances to join. I can protect everyone's safety, especially since more and more people are entering Tianwan, and all sorts of strange characters are showing up. If you come to manage this guild, that would be perfect. After we finish eating, I'll add you and pull you in." Yan Yuyan nodded, clearly pleased with Chu Chen's performance, feeling very proud to gain her son's recognition. I heard from little you that you seem to be the #1 player now? Does that mean you're already the strongest in the game? Chu Chen shot a glare at Wang Manhwa, who seemed to ignore him and made a face at him. Don't bully little you. Yan Yuyan quickly admonished him upon seeing Chu Chen's expression. Chu Chen helplessly spread his hands, wearing a face of indignation. How could I dare? It's a miracle she doesn't bully me. Immediately following, he spoke again. Don't listen to Xiaoya's nonsense. I'm just the top player among the players right now. I'm still far from the true peak in the game. Yan Yuyan rarely praised Chu Chen. That's still very impressive. After all, you just started playing. Mom believes in you. She knew that Chu Chen was very skilled at games. She often heard Yu Xiaolong bragging about how amazing Chu Chen was at various games when she occasionally returned home, so she was somewhat mentally prepared. However, after the compliment, Yan Yuyan became serious. Since the officials value this game so much, you need to use your power to do more righteous deeds. With great power comes great responsibility. You must not lose your true self because of your strength. Got it, Mom, I won't. Chu Chen understood the importance of this matter and didn't make any jokes. But, Mom, please don't spread this news yet. I don't plan to reveal my true identity for now. After all, everyone is on edge. Last night, I saw the news saying that there have been frequent terrorist incidents around the world. Right now, I'm only strong in Tianwan and I can't reflect that in reality, so it's better to keep a low profile. Wang Manhwa, rarely mischievous, expressed her agreement. That's right, Aunt Yuyan. Let's wait until Brother Chu Chen becomes truly powerful before considering other matters. The world is not peaceful right now. Yan Yuyan nodded silently. She understood the gravity of the situation and naturally had no objections. After breakfast, Chu Chen returned to his room to prepare for the game. The event lasted a total of 7 days, but he didn't plan to take that long to level up. By tomorrow at the latest, he would be killing it in the competition. In the capital, a base located 100 meters underground. This is the safest underground survival base in Manhwa, capable of effectively resisting various natural disasters. Due to the capital's proximity to the vast desert to the north, since the launch of Tianwan and the onset of global disasters, the capital has suffered from sandstorms, and now the sky over the entire capital is gray and shrouded, with no sunlight seen all day. The high-ranking officials immediately decided to move all upper management to this underground base. At the deepest part of the base, there is a spherical building surrounded by rows of troops, known as the Imperial Capital's Imperial Guard, one of the world's top 3 military forces, currently securing the entire building with tight defenses. In front of a huge round wooden table, a cabinet meeting composed of 10 of Manhwa's highest leaders is being held, with each person having a document in front of them, the cover boldly stating Tianwan's #1 chaos. The person sitting at the front spoke, his voice old yet extremely resonant. You all must have logged into the game by now. The undisputed #1 in Tianwan is this player named Chaos. It is said that he emerged from the 666th novice village, pushing through and growing at an astonishing rate. Another person spoke up. According to the results analyzed by our intelligence department yesterday, Chaos's talent is god level from the start. The other 8 were in an uproar. Silence. The elder at the front shouted, continuing, at present, it seems that this Chaos is relatively safe. We should try our best to win him over and not provoke him. Our current task is to find Chaos and express our goodwill to him. He can be said to be the hope of Manhwa. After all, time is truly running out. The content of the meeting that followed was unknown to anyone, but 80% of the personnel from Manhwa's top intelligence agency were mobilized, all receiving a common task. Chaos is very likely in Jiangnan City. Find him and represent the officials to form an alliance with him. In the Dragon Realm, in the cave of the Fifth Elder, Chu Chen's figure slowly appeared. Isn't it strange that injuries sustained in the game can be brought back to reality, and once healed in reality, they also recover in the game? Chu Chen assessed his physical condition. He had basically returned to his peak and was ready to change classes. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, the Dragon King and the Fifth Elder sensed Chu Chen's presence and quickly approached. The Fifth Elder had transformed into a bearded giant, indicating that when the dragon race takes human form, their appearance is fixed. Accompanying the Fifth Elder was a middle-aged man of similar height, with a solemn expression and an air of imperial authority that exuded a strong sense of oppression. Hello, Fifth Elder, who is this? You little brat, you're back again? I am the Dragon King. So it's the esteemed Dragon King, huh? Ha, I was wondering why you had such a regal aura. Chu Chen awkwardly laughed. But it was understandable. After his body was damaged yesterday, he had no energy to observe his surroundings and had forgotten that the Dragon King had already taken human form. By the way, since you can transform into a human, why did you always maintain your dragon form before? Chu Chen had a knack for changing the subject. You brat, what do you know? As the Dragon King, I can do as I please, and you have no say in it. Chu Chen pretended to understand and nodded, but in his heart, he thought, yes, you're the Dragon King, you're the biggest. Just wait until I can beat you. I'll make sure to give you a good thrashing. However, he dared not voice this thought, or he would be the one getting beaten now. Alright, enough of this nonsense. You're not going to change classes, are you? Let's go. The fifth elder could no longer hold back. He was naturally impatient, or he wouldn't have released his pressure so directly yesterday. Seeing that a man and a dragon were about to start bickering, he quickly intervened. Let's go, kid. You'll know what cruelty is when you change classes later. The Dragon King was haughty, with a hint of a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. What the hell is this? Isn't it obvious? You're about to change classes, right? Above Mingguang Cliff, a bright white spring flowed out from the void barrier, directly pouring into a lake suspended in the sky. The shimmering lake water flowed through a narrow river, and at its end was the sun of the dragon realm. Such a magnificent sight greatly shocked Chu Chen's young heart. The fifth elder introduced, "This is the source of our bright dragon clan's cultivation, known as the source of light. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the ancestors of the bright dragon clan discovered that this barrier contained extremely pure light elements, so pure that it liquefied into spring water. The ancestors set up a formation here to connect the external light elements, allowing them to flow into the dragon realm, and used the light elements here to create the sun of the dragon realm. This lake has gradually accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. The light elements outside the barrier are simply too vast and dense for us to consume, and gradually, they accumulated into this lake of light." Chu Chen quickly asked, "Wait, are you saying that the sun of the dragon realm is actually composed of liquefied light elements?" "Yes." Now Chu Chen understood why the Bright Dragon Clan was so powerful, even reigning as the Dragon Clan kings for generations, with such a massive source of light elements for cultivation. It would be hard not to become strong. He then asked, "Over hundreds of thousands of years, hasn't the light element outside the barrier ever been depleted?" This time, it was the Dragon King who spoke. "Never. That's exactly what puzzles us. Such a vast source has even surpassed the total light element content of the Tianwan continent, yet, setting up a formation to breach the barrier is the limit of what we can do. We simply cannot go out to check the situation. Not even a god-level powerhouse can?" The Dragon King once again adopted at Sundaratone. "Kid, divine-level experts are indeed powerful, but in the face of the vast universe, what do divine-level experts really amount to? Alright, let's end the history lesson here. This is not something you need to understand right now. If you gain the strength in the future to break through the spatial barriers and travel beyond the realms, then you can seek the truth then." Chu Chen nodded, understanding that the most important thing at the moment was to change his class. Elder Wu spoke up, "Your class change does not require a quest, you just need to enter the lake and endure the baptism of the purest light elements. When you elevate the bloodline of the Light Dragon clan to 10%, your class change will be complete. Remember, do not be greedy, take it one step at a time. At level 30, a 10% bloodline power is your limit. If you try to take more, it could cause a backlash of bloodline power within you, turning you into a waste." Chu Chen's expression turned serious as he realized the gravity of the situation. Without further hesitation, he jumped directly into the Lake of Light. "Just wait, Xiao Wu. This kid is pioneering the second-class change in the Lake of Light. I estimate he will succeed in no time." At the same time that Chu Chen was undergoing his second-class change, in a dungeon outside the Inferno City of the third-tier city, a woman dressed provocatively, causing anyone who glanced at her to feel their blood pressure rise, plunged a dagger into the throat of a level 25 silver boss. The boss's eyes glazed over as it fell to the ground, unwilling to accept its fate. At that moment, the woman flashed with light and leveled up to 29. She was none other than the Blood Rose, ranked second on the leaderboard. Surrounding her were over 100 players, many of whom had died while hunting the boss, now respectfully awaiting the next command from the Bloody Rose. A handsome blonde man with blue eyes stepped forward, admiration flickering in his gaze. "Miss, you are now level 29, just a step away from the top-ranked chaos. Should we continue hunting monsters to level up?" The woman extended her tongue, licking the blood off her dagger, creating an extremely bizarre yet stunning scene. "Of course, in this event, I will be the ultimate winner. At that time, all of you will receive the rewards you desire." "Thank you, miss." Over 100 voices chimed in unison. The Blood Rose's gaze was slightly dreamy as she looked at the leaderboard. "Chaos? Just a lucky Dragon Kingdom person. Jackie, the young lady of the Jack family, will be the final victor." If someone familiar with the situation in the beautiful country were present, they would be astonished, for the Jack family is one of the three major financial conglomerates in the beautiful country, possessing wealth that could rival nations. The hundreds of players around her were all tools bought by Jackie to level up. In the team settings, the experience distribution was set to 0 for all of them, meaning that all the experience from the monsters they hunted belonged solely to Jackie. That's right, the experience distribution in a team can be modified. The hundreds of players in the leveling group were the secret to Jackie's rapid leveling. As time passed, the speed at which Chu Chen absorbed the light elements slowed down, indicating he was nearing saturation. Not bad, it took about 5 minutes to complete the enhancement of the bloodline concentration. This kid has a high affinity for light elements. In fact, what the Dragon King and Elder Wu had not mentioned earlier was that this lake was not so easily formed. It was forged from the flesh and bodies of countless ancestors of the Light Dragon clan over hundreds of thousands of years. Every giant dragon of the Light Clan, upon death, would be cast into the lake, their bloodlines gradually transforming into the power that stabilized the lake. Otherwise, if the Lake of Light were to collapse, such a massive force of light elements flowing into the dragon realm would turn the entire dragon realm into a vast world of light. Otherwise, why would Chu Chen's bloodline power be enhanced just by soaking in the lake? One reason is the power of his life and death contract with Jin Buju, and the other is that this lake also contains a vast amount of the Light Dragon Clan's bloodline power. Finally, as Chu Chen felt that his Light Dragon Clan power had reached a critical point, he leaped out of the lake with all his might, landing in front of the Dragon King. Congratulations, you have successfully changed your profession. Your current job is now Dragon Sword Master. The upper limit of your dragon bloodline power has increased to 20 points, recovering 1 point every 20 minutes. Your strength and constitution attributes have permanently increased by 8 times, and your mental speed and speed attributes have permanently increased by 3 times. The impact of constitution on health has been adjusted to 30 times, the impact on both defenses has been adjusted to 3 times, and the impact of strength on attack has been adjusted to 8 times. The moment Chu Chen left the lake, the system notification echoed in his mind, and at the same time, he felt all his attributes had significantly improved. The Dragon King looked down and examined him, praising, "Not bad, it seems your adaptability and affinity for the Light Dragon Clan's bloodline are indeed strong." The job change went smoothly. "Now that it's done, let's head back." After saying this, the Dragon King nodded to the bearded elder, transformed back into his golden dragon form, and gestured for Chu Chen to climb on. With a deep dragon roar, the man and dragon left the Light Lake, heading straight for the center of the dragon realm. "Kid, yesterday I added your token to the contact list in location transmission with Elder 5, so from now on you can directly use the token to come to Mingwenjia for your job change inheritance. As for learning skills, you can also go directly to the inheritance monument with the token. Next time, don't bother looking for me, I'm usually very busy, and don't have time to bring you for your job change every time," the Dragon King said as he flew. "Okay." Chu Chen immediately agreed, feeling a bit guilty for always troubling the Dragon King. The Dragon King's speed was several times faster than when he came before, and even after Chu Chen completed his job change, he was still nearly blown off balance by the wind. In no time, the man and dragon returned to the Dragon King's cave. "Kid, from now on, go learn your skills by yourself. After you finish, just find that kid by you to send you back. Don't come to disturb me unless it's necessary." The Dragon King transformed into human form, waved his hand, and walked into the cave without looking back, his tone seemingly carrying a hint of disdain. Chu Chen was not surprised. After all, he had just taken his child away. Jin Buju was not a mother dragon, so he didn't understand why the Dragon King always looked down on him. Taking out the token and holding it in his hand, Chu Chen glanced at the 100 gold coins in his backpack and then activated it directly. Once again, he found himself in that secluded valley, where the inheritance monument stood quietly like a mountain gate. In the next moment, Chu Chen's figure slowly appeared. He wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but he felt that the inheritance monument seemed even more magnificent than the last time he came. Chu Chen shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions, and touched the inheritance monument with one hand. At the same time, the strange feeling of having lost something from last time resurfaced in his heart, and Chu Chen quickly opened his backpack. Sure enough, activating this inheritance monument requires consuming gold coins. Chu Chen looked at the number of gold coins in his backpack, which had changed to 50, and couldn't help but grit his teeth, starting to complain about the Dragon King in his heart. It seemed that the gold coins consumed to activate the inheritance monument were calculated as a percentage of the total amount, consuming a total of 50%. Fortunately, Chu Chen was prepared this time, otherwise he would have lost 100,000 gold coins in one go. The news that dragons love gold and treasures is indeed not unfounded. Even the inheritance monument requires gold coins, and it's charged by percentage, truly heartless. But luckily, I'm clever and resourceful. Now that I know this secret, don't even think about scamming me. Of course, this is just a small episode. Chu Chen quickly calmed down and began to seriously examine the new skills he could learn this time. Light Dragon Spirit Sword Epic Level consumes 1 point of Dragon Bloodline Power, temporarily enchants the sword with the power of the Light Dragon, allowing the user to manipulate the weapon for attacks using mental power from a distance, dealing an additional 20% light attribute damage on attacks. Duration is mental. ×1's cooldown time is 1 minute, and the timer starts after using the skill. Extreme Day Dragon / Epic Level consumes 1 point of Dragon Bloodline Power, instantly drains the light elemental power within a radius of 100 meters, illuminating the sky with extreme light attribute power, capable of turning night into extreme day, and then condensing X light swords to strike any target within a 100-meter radius, each light sword dealing 25% attack power as light attribute damage. Note, the stronger the drained light elemental power, the higher the damage of this skill. Cooldown time is 30 minutes. Once again, 2 powerful epic skills, one that allows Chu Chen to gain sword control ability with almost no cooldown. After all, with Chu Chen's current mental power, he could maintain it for several minutes, while the skill's cooldown is only 1 minute, allowing for seamless connection. As for the second skill, it is a powerful area damage skill with all targets within a 100-meter radius being Chu Chen's targets, which can also be considered a form of ranged attack. Why do I feel like I'm becoming less and less of a swordsman? Chu Chen muttered to himself with self-deprecation. Of course, this was just a joke. Chu Chen has always been a swordsman, but the Golden No formula brought him significant changes. After all, light attributes are generally associated with priests or mages. Despite the Dragon King's massive and strong physique, he is also a magic god, not a melee fighter. The Dragon King's powerful physical qualities and speed are entirely due to his divine dragon bloodline, but his main attack methods are still mage-based. This has resulted in Chu Chen, who is clearly a powerful hidden dragon swordsman, learning skills that seem to lean towards ranged attacks. However, this also perfectly compensates for Chu Chen's lack of ranged damage. After all, with the 1000-fold damage boost from the chaotic sword heart, a few melee skills and normal attacks are sufficient. At this moment, Chu Chen also noticed that the gold coins in his backpack had reset to 0 again. No wonder there are only 2 skills each time. It turns out it's because the gold coins in my backpack, after deducting the cost of activating the inheritance monument, are only enough to learn 2 skills, with each skill consuming 25% of the total gold. Chu Chen couldn't help but look up at the inheritance monument with a complex expression. Clearly, he had learned powerful skills from here, yet he couldn't feel happy about it. Do I have to obediently hand over gold coins every time? Next time, I might as well try coming with an empty backpack. Just as Chu Chen left the Dragon Clan's secret realm, he received a message from Yi Xiaolong. Easy, quickly check the level leaderboard. That blood rose is already level 31. Chu Chen opened the leaderboard and indeed found that he had dropped from first to second place. However, he wasn't surprised. After all, he had been quite laid back about leveling up. He replied to Yi Xiaolong, indicating that he didn't need to rush. Closing the chat interface, Chu Chen gazed into the horizon with deep eyes. This is more interesting. I've been crushing my way through, and it's taken away some of the fun of playing the game. With a flash of light, the Golden No formula emerged. Now, with Chu Chen's successful job change, it had also advanced again, significantly enhancing all attributes, and his health was not far from breaking 1,000,000. Well, no formula. Why don't I just train you to be a meat shield? Chu Chen joked. The Golden No formula looked at him with a resentful gaze, communicating telepathically. With Chu Chen, master, only you could have this idea. I'm a light dragon, isn't powerful light magic enough? You actually want to treat me as a meat shield? Ah, just a joke. For me, there's no need for a meat shield. Chu Chen chuckled lightly, flipping over to climb onto Jin Buju's back. Together, they soared into the distance. This time, Chu Chen had arrived at the most suitable map for leveling up Shadow Abyss. This map was located at the very edge of the Silver Moon City area, separated by a chasm from another level 3 city's territory. However, no one had ever been able to pass over the Shadow Abyss. The abyss was filled with a strong aura of death, which erupted outward at intervals, the dense death energy containing a mysterious power. Anyone below level 50 who touched it would surely perish. This phenomenon was officially referred to by Silver Moon City as the Death Tide, signifying an absolute dead zone. Strangely, beneath the abyss, there was no trace of that mysterious power, only a strong aura of death remained. Thus, this place became a paradise for undead creatures and skeletons, with a vast number of death attribute monsters, which even a typical level 50 team from Silver Moon City dared not venture into. After all, the negative effects brought on by the death aura would greatly limit their combat effectiveness, not to mention that in the Shadow Abyss, monsters were nearly impossible to kill. As long as they weren't killed in one hit, their condition would rapidly recover, making this area a long-standing forbidden zone for the residents of Silver Moon City. However, these issues were of no concern to Chu Chen. Ever since he learned from the Dragon King that he had a strong affinity and adaptability to the light attribute, Chu Chen had formed a hypothesis. Coupled with the description of his chaotic body, which had a strong resistance and immunity to all lower attributes, it made Chu Chen realize the hidden effects of his chaotic body. That is, it could encompass and resist all attributes. Of course, this was still just a hypothesis. The specifics would have to wait until Chu Chen entered the Shadow Abyss to discover. Another issue was that needing to kill monsters in one hit was no challenge for Chu Chen. Since his advancement, all of Chu Chen's basic attributes had significantly increased. Now, with just a normal attack, he could deal over 3 million damage. This was considering the effects of physical defense resistance and damage reduction. Without damage reduction, a single strike could approach 4 million damage. Although the Shadow Abyss was a level 50 map, Chu Chen didn't believe that level 50 monsters could have more than 3 million health. After all, Jin Buju's health had not even surpassed 1 million after 2 advancements. Jin Buju stopped several hundred meters away from the Shadow Abyss. Its mind was in turmoil, conveying a message to Chu Chen. It flowed with the bloodline of the light dragon race and was particularly sensitive to the aura of death, unwilling to approach any closer. Chu Chen understood, as he had already considered this issue on the way. Moreover, for Chu Chen, at this stage, even if Jin Buju advanced again, it would still be difficult for it to provide him with significant help. Thus, with a thought, Chu Chen recalled Jin Buju into the pet space. Before disappearing, Jin Buju warned Chu Chen through their mental link to be cautious, as it sensed that the shadow abyss was not so simple. The distribution of the death aura inside did not conform to normal patterns. Chu Chen took Jin Buju's warning to heart. After all, its affinity for light was extremely high, indicating that it had indeed discovered something unusual which could pose a certain threat to Chu Chen at present. Otherwise, it wouldn't have spoken up. With Chu Chen's current speed, a few hundred meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Standing at the entrance of the abyss, the situation below was shrouded in a grayish death aura, making it impossible to see the specifics. Not hesitating any longer, Chu Chen leaped directly down the crack at the entrance of the abyss was relatively close, and Chu Chen swiftly maneuvered between the cliffs on either side, racing toward the bottom of the abyss. In the air, strange cries occasionally echoed. Although Chu Chen couldn't see them, he understood that they were flying undead monsters. However, since they did not attack him actively, there was little he could do to deal with them. Soon, Chu Chen sensed that he was approaching the abyss. The distance between the cliffs on either side was widening, making it increasingly difficult for him to leverage himself against them. Sure enough, after passing through a thick cloud of death energy, Chu Chen arrived at the outermost layer of the shadow abyss. After checking his status briefly, a look of joy appeared on his face. Indeed, his chaotic power had a strong adaptability to all attributes, and the dense death energy here had no effect on his strength. Of course, this did not mean that he could move freely anywhere. Chu Chen speculated that his chaotic body currently had a resistance and adaptability of about 90% to these attributes, and although the death energy here was quite dense, its level was not high, which was why he could remain largely unaffected. However, as he delved deeper into the abyss, the level of the death energy would increase, and even if his chaotic body could resist 90%, the remaining effects would still impact his strength to some extent. Nevertheless, Chu Chen did not mind these things. After all, he was here to level up, not to face challenges. For now, being in the outer layer was sufficient, because Chu Chen had already sensed that beyond the mist composed of death energy lay a vast number of death attribute monsters. Welcome to the Shadow Abyss, the paradise of death, the end of all things. Are you ready to embrace the baptism of death? The Shadow Abyss is divided into 10 layers, corresponding to regions of level 41 to 50 monsters. You are currently at the first layer. This system prompt seemed a bit different, giving Chu Chen the impression that the two sentences did not come from the same person. However, he had no time to ponder this now. At the moment the prompt echoed in his mind, countless monsters turned to face Chu Chen, poised to strike, as if they were ready to tear him apart. Chu Chen silently gripped the Chenyu sword in his hand and slowly moved through the mist. Even though he was mentally prepared, the sight before him and the sheer number of death monsters still astonished him. The two pitch-black cliffs divided the entire battlefield into an irregular oval shape, narrow at both ends and deep in the middle, with not a single living creature in sight. The deep gray rocks were everywhere. That was the color that could only be manifested through years of erosion by death energy. Aside from that, there was nothing else to be seen. Countless death monsters stood like zombies in the abyss, but they all faced Chu Chen, as if any movement from him would provoke them to charge wildly. TSK, rather than saying this is a monster map, it's more like a trial ground. It was no wonder Chu Chen felt shocked. After all, in the previous maps, although there were many monsters, there were never large groups of them outside of social species. However, this suits me just fine. Chu Chen no longer hesitated and consumed 1 point of Dragon Bloodline power to activate Dragon Breath Slash. A strong light attribute energy radiated from the Chenyu sword. The light attribute could, to some extent, restrain the death attribute. Sure enough, the monsters closest to Chu Chen began to panic. Even though they had no emotions or consciousness, their instinctive fear of the light power caused their bodies to retreat uncontrollably. However, Chu Chen would not give them a chance. The next second, like a dragon of light exhaling, a powerful dragon breath enveloped the sword energy and sliced straight ahead. 5.53 million. 5.62 million. Dense numbers of damage appeared before Chu Chen's eyes. Chu Chen had just checked. These level 41 small monsters had a maximum health of just over 2 million, and that was for the toughest melee skeleton type monsters. In reality, most wild monsters had health of just over 1 million. How could they withstand Chu Chen's damage? With just this one sword, Chu Chen had already wiped out over 100 wild monsters. With the passive effect of the Heike Mask, each wild monster provided him with 200% experience points. This was still because the experience bonus from the previous world boss had expired. Otherwise, with just this one sword, Chu Chen could have leveled up by more than 5 levels. However, even with only an additional 100% experience bonus, it was enough. The light on Chu Chen's body flashed 3 times, and he directly leveled up 3 times. This was also because his current level was not high, only level 30. Killing level 41 wild monsters gave him extra experience points, and as his level increased, the speed of leveling up would only slow down. Chu Chen wasn't using skills. That last Dragon Breath Slash was purely out of curiosity and impatience. Now, with the effect of the Chenyu sword, there was no need to waste points on the Dragon Bloodline power. Shuchen stood firm, and with a 50% speed boost, he felt like a storm, rampaging through the crowd of wild monsters. With every sword strike, a large number of wild monsters fell. Only a few monsters with thicker health could withstand the Chunyu sword's moonbreak effect. The rest, with weaker bodies, were all sliced in half by a single sword. But that was fine. If one sword couldn't kill, then two would do. As for more? Sorry, there were no small monsters here that could survive 2 strikes. The dense numbers of damage and experience points mixed together made Shuchen a bit dizzy. There was no choice but to open the settings panel and choose to hide these 2 values. This was a function he had discovered before, but since he didn't think it would be used often, he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, it came in handy. Suddenly, Shuchen felt the scene before him became much clearer, with only wild monsters continuously falling under his sword. Even the so-called skeletons, undead, and even the immortal beings, though they claimed to master the death attribute and be immortal, could only be shattered into pieces under absolute damage. Sorry, here with me, there is no true immortality. Not being killed is just the excuse of the weak, it's simply a lack of damage. Shuchen's figure moved like a stunning dragon, weaving through the throngs of wild monsters. Although these monsters' attacks couldn't take away much of Shuchen's health, let alone kill him, he was a man with a lifesteal effect. However, Shuchen didn't want these filthy monsters to touch his body, otherwise, the Suki Set would probably be ruined. In his frenzied slaughter, Shuchen felt as if he had an endless supply of strength. No matter how he swung his sword or dodged, there were no signs of exhaustion. However, Shuchen was so caught up in the killing that he didn't pay attention to this aspect. Behind Shuchen, the bodies of the wild monsters that had been killed scattered everywhere, releasing a gray aura that was terrifying yet mysterious. Unlike mere death energy, the gray aura silently approached Shuchen's body from behind, directly passing through the protection of the Heike clothing, slowly entering Shuchen's body through his pores. Shuchen was completely unaware of this, he only felt that he seemed to be growing stronger and that no wild monster could withstand the damage of the moonbreak. Yet, he didn't notice anything amiss. A bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes, appearing extremely eerie. Die. All must die. Ha ha ha. Shuchen laughed maniacally, his movements becoming faster and faster. The speed of leveling up should have slowed down as the levels increased, but because Shuchen was killing monsters faster and faster, the time to level up became even shorter. His level was rapidly rising. He had already reached level 38. Yet, Shuchen's movements in his hands did not stop, and the more monsters died, the more gray aura emerged from their corpses. What had originally entered Shuchen's body as wisps had now transformed into a river, directly pouring into him. The intense aura dyed Shuchen's eyes with a layer of gray. His self-awareness was increasingly suppressed, and at this moment he had completely turned into a machine that only knew how to kill. In the pet space, Jin Buju sensed Shuchen's change. It tried to communicate with him telepathically, but all the messages sent out fell into silence. Shuchen completely ignored them. Jin Buju grew more anxious. If this continued, Shuchen's mind would be consumed by madness. Due to the life and death contract, Jin Buju could forcibly break the constraints of the pet space through certain means. Seeing Shuchen becoming more and more frenzied, Jin Buju could no longer hold back. Letting out a mournful roar, it flashed and appeared beside Shuchen. Forcibly placing Shuchen on its back, it shot up into the sky, aiming to fly out of this strange abyss. However, just as Jin Buju took off, a mocking voice echoed from deep within the canyon. What's this? After killing so many of my subordinates, you think you can just leave? At the same time, a massive barrier covered the entire area where Shuchen was located, and no matter what, Jin Buju could not break through the barrier. The moment the voice sounded, all the wild monsters on the first level of the Shadow Abyss seemed to receive some command, standing quietly to the side, just as they had when Shuchen first arrived. Shuchen gradually stopped moving on Jin Buju's back, his head tilted, and he fell unconscious on Jin Buju's back, while at that moment, his level had reached 41. Jin Buju noticed that Shuchen had fallen into a state of unconsciousness and shouted in panic. The sorrowful dragon's roar echoed endlessly in the abyss, but there was no sign of Shuchen waking up. That mysterious voice sounded again. Don't bother, he won't wake up for a while. After killing so many of my subordinates, he has already been tainted by a strong aura of slaughter. When he wakes up again, he will become a machine that only knows how to kill. Hearing the voice, Jin Buju became even more anxious, releasing a strong light element that continuously attacked the barrier. With Shuchen's level rising, it had also synchronized to level 41, and the damage of its skills was even greater than before. Moreover, the light attribute had a certain restraining effect on all the death aura here, making its skills even more powerful. Unfortunately, the level gap between them was like a chasm. The source of that mysterious voice was at least an epic level boss, and the barrier it had set up was simply not something Jin Buju could break through. The mysterious boss sensed the light aura emanating from Jin Buju, snorted coldly, and exclaimed in surprise, "You are from the Light Dragon clan? Judging by the intensity of your aura, your bloodline level is not low either." Then came a burst of arrogant laughter. "But unfortunately, you have only just entered the growth stage, you cannot break my barrier." He, the Light Dragon clan. The clan of the Dragon King. Even at my peak, I could not provoke such an existence, but now, I actually have the chance to kill a light dragon. This feeling is truly wonderful. The owner of the voice was getting closer, moving at an extremely fast speed towards Jin Buju. However, to break the barrier in front of it, Jin Buju would need to attack continuously for at least 10 minutes. The owner of that voice clearly wouldn't give it so much time. At most, he would arrive in 2 minutes. Just when Jin Duke was at a loss for what to do, within Chu Chen's consciousness, his soul was struggling against the aura of slaughter, trying to prevent the will to kill from taking over his body. Deep in his mind, a swirling mass of gray tinged with blood was attempting to seize more territory. The reason Chu Chen fell into a coma was that his soul sensed the movement of this aura and activated a self-protection mechanism. At the same time, a small figure opened its eyes. Its face was identical to Chu Chen's. It was indeed Chu Chen's soul. Chu Chen looked at everything in front of him in astonishment and murmured, "Where am I?" But no one could answer him. Chu Chen could clearly perceive the situation outside and learned that Jin Duke and he were in great danger. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wake up and could only drift in a state of soul within his mind. This feeling was quite strange, somewhat like when Chu Chen was at the barrier before. However, unlike before, at that time, Chu Chen's soul was not this small but the same size as his body. But upon reflection, since this was deep within his own mind, Chu Chen felt relieved. He saw the large mass of slaughtering will existing elsewhere, slowly expanding, intending to erode his mind and soul. But Chu Chen could also feel how weak his soul was, making it impossible to resist that will. However, to wake up and fight alongside Jin Duke, he had to first resolve this trouble before him, otherwise he would remain trapped in his own mind, and if he allowed the will to kill to go unchecked, his soul would be devoured by it. The situation was urgent, and Chu Chen couldn't afford to think too much. That mysterious boss would likely arrive at Jin Duke's location soon, and if he couldn't wake up quickly, Jin Duke would be in danger. Chu Chen struggled to control his soul to approach that massive slaughtering will. He attempted to make contact, but his hands immediately felt as if they were being corroded by acid, emitting a hissing sound. He quickly withdrew his hands, only to find they were already tainted with a layer of slaughtering aura that he couldn't remove. What should I do? What can I do? Chu Chen's expression was anxious. He somewhat regretted coming to this map and regretted not taking Jin Duke's earlier warning to heart. Chu Chen didn't know if he could be resurrected. If killed here, after all, now that the slaughtering aura was invading his soul, it was uncertain whether the game's protective rules would still apply. Moreover, even if he was killed and resurrected, would this slaughtering will in his mind be eliminated? The answer was uncertain. Chu Chen didn't know and didn't dare to gamble. His only hope now lay in the power of chaos. Last time, due to the powerful pressure from Elder Wu, the chaotic sword heart erupted with a strong chaotic power. Although not much remained in the end, this was Chu Chen's last trump card. Chu Chen stopped being anxious. That would only disrupt his thoughts. He forced his soul to calm down, temporarily releasing the binding on that slaughtering will. In an instant, the slaughtering will charged wildly in Chu Chen's mind like a runaway horse. At this rate, in less than a minute, it would completely occupy Chu Chen's mind, and his soul would be enveloped by the slaughtering will. However, this scene did not cause Chu Chen to panic again. He tightly closed his eyes and slowly began to mobilize the chaotic power within him. Previously, the chaotic power flowed through his blood to his entire body. Naturally, as it passed through the brain, some of the chaotic power also seeped into his mind. At this moment, what Chu Chen was doing was controlling those residual chaotic powers with his soul. Time passed bit by bit, and it was almost a minute. As the will to kill was about to completely occupy his mind, Chu Chen's eyes opened. Clearly a soul entity, yet those eyes appeared exceptionally spirited. It seemed to contain the power of the galaxy flowing within, as if radiating endless sacred and luminous rays. A wisp of colorless and shapeless chaotic power, under Chu Chen's mental control, slowly formed a large net, enveloping the massive killing intent that nearly filled his entire mind. This time, it was not the chaotic power being eroded, but rather that massive killing intent, upon contact with the chaotic net, seemed to shrink back in fear, beginning to frantically contract inward. Any that moved too slowly upon encountering the chaotic power would directly dissolve, even assimilating into the chaotic power. The net inched closer, like a patient fisherman, drawing in his net, trapping the killing intent tightly, leaving no chance for escape. Watching this scene unfold, Chu Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, after successfully changing jobs, my mental attributes have significantly increased again. Otherwise, controlling this chaotic power would be even more difficult. Previously, Chu Chen had exerted all his strength and could barely control a wisp of chaotic power, but now, he could weave the chaotic power into a large net. The enhancement of mental strength brought by the successful job change was undoubtedly extremely important. Outside, just as Chu Chen was controlling the chaotic power to eliminate the killing intent, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed, and even from hundreds of meters away, Jin Buju could feel the immense pressure emanating from that body. The Light Dragon Clan, a synonym for strength and holiness. But unfortunately, today, I will trample you who once stood so high, underfoot. A tall figure clad in scarlet battle armor gradually appeared, with a pair of scarlet eyes locking onto Jin Buju, as if it would suddenly strike at him in the next moment. Surrounding his body were swirling circles of gray death energy mixed with faint blood-red hues, identical to the killing intent that had invaded Chu Chen's mind. Jin Buju abandoned the attempt to continue attacking the barrier and slowly landed on the ground. His body tilted, and Chu Chen, who was on his back, gently fell to the ground, still unconscious. Jin Buju stood protectively in front of Chu Chen, his white and gray intermingled eyes looking at the scarlet figure without a hint of emotion. His meaning was clear: if you want to touch Chu Chen, you must first get past him. The close bond of the life and death contract meant that from the moment it was signed, Chu Chen held the supreme and unique position in Jin Buju's heart, even surpassing his own father and his own life in priority to Chu Chen's safety. A useless dying struggle. The bloody figure spoke lightly, his tone revealing a hint of disdain for Jin Buju's actions. The proud dragon Clan King's race would actually give up its life for a human no bigger than an ant. How absurd and laughable is that? If only Jin Buju could speak, he would have scolded this bloody figure with the witty remarks he had learned from Chu Chen over the past few days until it couldn't find north from south. However, not being able to speak did not mean Jin Buju was without anger. On the contrary, at this moment he was filled with extreme rage. The mocking derision from the bloody figure was not aimed at him but was an insult to Chu Chen, which he would never allow. Jin Buju secretly gathered his strength, ready to strike without reservation. The moment the bloody figure made a move. I know what you are waiting for. You are merely hoping that this weak human can break free from the influence of the killing intent and then join forces with you to deal with me. But unfortunately, you will be disappointed. The influence of the killing intent is absolutely inescapable for beings below the third transition. It is not merely a high-level attribute, it possesses the power to affect the depths of the soul. Perhaps it had been a long time since life had appeared in the depths of the shadow abyss. This crimson figure, clearly mocking Chu Chen and Jin Buju with every word, did not make a move. Instead, it set down the giant axe weapon in its hand, slowly sat cross-legged on the ground, a hint of a sneer at the corner of its mouth, quietly watching Jin Buju, with no intention of attacking. Jin Buju couldn't understand what this enemy across from him was thinking, but since the other party did not strike first, he was happy to continue waiting. After all, in his mind, Chu Chen was invincible. As long as Chu Chen could wake up, this enemy, reeking of foul odors, would surely be beaten to a pulp. For the naturally holy Light Dragon clan, the deathly aura and murderous intent surrounding the crimson figure were the dirtiest sense in the world. Jin Buju wished he could directly attack with an ultimate flash of light, but his deep-seated concern for Chu Chen restrained that thought. The crimson figure spoke again, its tone lacking the initial aggressiveness. That little dragon, how about we make a deal? Jin Buju was puzzled, not understanding what trick it was trying to play. Originally, that human brat killed so many of my little brothers. I was definitely going to kill him, and I despise you, the light dragon. But I've changed my mind. As long as you agree to one thing, I'll let you go. How about it? Jin Buju let out a low growl, signaling it to continue. The crimson figure was not surprised. Although the dragon clan was powerful, they could not speak until they reached maturity, and it understood this. I want you and that human brat to help me find something in one of the human kingdoms, the Dragon City. As long as you agree, I can let you leave immediately, and I can even help that brat expel the killing intent from his mind. Of course, just to be safe, I need to sign a contract with this brat to prevent you from forgetting about this matter after you leave. Naturally, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll give you enough time, 1 year. After 1 year, bring that thing back here to me, and the contract will naturally become void. How about it? It's a good deal, just one item, and you can exchange it for your and this human brat's lives. Jin Buju's thoughts were relatively simple. He understood the crimson figure's meaning. As long as they could find this item within a year, Chu Chen could wake up immediately. As for anything else, it was not within his consideration. Chu Chen's life was the most important. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a sudden coughing sound came from beside him. Cough, cough, cough. Where am I? Buju, what happened? Chu Chen cautiously manipulated the chaotic net, finally swallowing all the killing intent in his mind. Although the process was quite exhausting, it was not impossible to recover. The benefits for Chu Chen were also immense. The vast killing intent had all transformed into pure chaotic power, which had already merged into Chu Chen's body. However, when Chu Chen tried to control the chaotic power to escape his body, he still couldn't do it, which meant that the chaotic power could only remain as it was before, silently lurking within him, guarding his internal body, but unable to be used for combat. Due to severe mental exhaustion, he still needed some time to recover, so Chu Chen's face appeared somewhat pale at this moment. He slowly stood up, moving his body a bit, and found no significant injuries. When he had just fainted, he could still grasp the situation outside, but once he began to manipulate the chaotic power to devour the killing intent, he lost all understanding of what was happening outside. At this moment, the crimson figure that had just been sitting cross-legged looked as if it had seen a ghost, its expression filled with terror. Hastily picking up the giant axe weapon beside it, trembling as it pointed at Chu Chen. Are you human or ghost? You, a second transformation human, your life essence can never exceed the golden level. How could you possibly escape the influence of the will to kill? Chu Chen heard the voice and slightly tilted his head, noticing the tall figure standing beside him, who poked his ear with a finger and disdainfully said, "Oh, so that thing is called the will to kill. It's a bit troublesome. It takes quite a bit of effort to devour the crimson figure." Chu Chen ignored him, patted the dragon head of Jin Buju that had come over, and continued, "Alright, sorry to worry you, but it's fine. This so-called will to kill no longer affects me. I need to continue leveling up. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, the crimson figure laughed in anger. Kid, I don't know what method you used to rid yourself of the will to kill, but if you think that your two casual remarks can scare me, then you're mistaken. My little brother is not so easy to kill. Since that's the case, the deal I just mentioned is off. Let's have a proper fight. With that, the death aura and will to kill surrounding the crimson figure surged violently, as if at his command, he would mercilessly devour Chu Chen. Name, Killing. Demon General, Gansny, Level 50, Epic Boss, Sealed, Health 50 million Attack, 13,000 Physical Defense, 8,800 Magical Defense, 8,600 Skills. Killing Karma. Gansny is surrounded by the death aura and will to kill, accumulated over countless years of battle. Enemies within a 100m radius with a level lower than Gansny will have their minds affected by these two evil auras, losing 1% of their maximum health per second. Frenzied. Slaughtered. Gansny's immense will to kill escapes his body, infecting his soul. After entering combat, his attack power and dual defenses increase by 1% per second, up to a maximum of 100%. Once fully stacked, Gansny's attacks will ignore 50% of the target's dual defenses. Dragon-slaying Great Axe. Gansny harbors extreme hatred for the dragon race, but with his strength, he cannot match an adult dragon. However, he found another way and developed a technique called the Dragon-slaying Great Axe, which can deal 1000% physical damage to juvenile dragons and ignore 100% of their dual defenses, but this move is ineffective against adult dragons, which may even find it a bit ticklish. Mad Demon Dance. Having been influenced by the will to kill for years, Gansny has become somewhat unhinged, greatly amplifying his lethality. He swings his Great Axe, wildly slashing all enemies within a 20m radius, dealing 500% physical damage. Blue Body. Gansny's original golden body is at the level of the golden body, but in a sealed state, it cannot be manifested, downgraded to the blue body. Upon entering combat, he gains the blue body, which lasts until the battle ends. Status: confused. Since the Great War 10,000 years ago, Gansny has been sealed here by a human saint-level powerhouse, never seeing the sun, spending his days in darkness and death, causing his soul to approach collapse, sometimes clear-headed, sometimes mad. Chu Chen focused his thoughts and probed the attributes of the crimson figure. So he's a demon general. I just don't know which demon king he belongs to. If he's one of Sister Xie's subordinates, then if I kill him, Sister Xie shouldn't come looking for trouble with me, right? A hint of worry appeared on Chu Chen's face. But clearly, Jin Buju didn't care about all that. It didn't know about Chu Chen's relationship with the Dark Demon King Xie. At this moment, it just wanted to unleash an ultimate flash and hit this guy hard. As Gansny's words fell, he seemed to gradually fall into a mad state, continuously roaring and howling, while the surrounding minions, hearing Gansny's roar, began to stir, preparing to launch an attack on Chu Chen. Seeing this, Chu Chen no longer tangled over who Gansny was subordinate to. Even if he was a demon general under the Dark Demon King Xie, if he wanted to attack me, I certainly couldn't just stand there and let him hit me, right? As for the issue of so many small monsters plus an epic level boss being unbeatable, Chu Chen hadn't really thought about it. The myriad swords returning to their origin. Have you heard of it? This powerful weapon was already cooled down, and Chu Chen had even filled the chaotic space to the brim. A full 100 bronze level long swords. With this move, let alone an epic level boss, even a legendary level boss would be taken down on the spot. Moreover, this boss had no other life-saving skills besides the blue body, so if it couldn't hold up, what could it use to counter if I threw a big move back at it? Just as Chu Chen was pondering this in his mind, Jin Buju could no longer hold back. It had wanted to act when Chu Chen was unconscious, but considering the need to protect Chu Chen's safety, it had been enduring. Now that the battle had begun, its temper was truly reaching its limit. Just now, you mocked my master, right? Take a hard hit from me. Jin Buju roared in its heart. It soared into the air, flying above Gansny, who was still pounding his chest with both hands, continuously howling. Little light magic. With Jin Buju's advancement, although the skill hadn't leveled up and remained epic, the skill's enhancement and range had significantly increased, and the cooldown time had been reduced from 1 hour to 30 minutes. A rich light burst forth from Jin Buju's body, instantly covering all the small monsters within a 300m radius, including Gansny. Due to the light attribute having a certain restraining effect on the death attribute, the final damage multiplier reached over 2 times. So, the damage that was originally just over 1 million actually turned into over 2 million. All the small monsters within the 300m range were obliterated under Jin Buju's skill. The intense power of the light attribute fused with the death attribute inherent in the shadow abyss, producing a sizzling sound. Unfortunately, Jin Buju's light element was limited, and in the end, it could not withstand the nearly endless death aura within the abyss. Ultimately, the surrounding scene reverted to the same deep gray as before. Hundreds and thousands of undead small monsters turned to dust under the powerful light attribute force, creating a large vacuum area around Gansny. This move also dealt over 2 million damage to Gansny, reducing its health by about 4%. There was no way around it, epic level bosses had too much health. With this strike, Chu Chen directly leveled up 3 times, reaching level 44. It should be noted that he had already reached Level 41 before, which meant that killing the small monsters here did not provide experience bonuses for defeating higher level enemies. There was only the 100% experience bonus from Haikiensi, yet it still allowed him to level up 3 times, which was enough to show how many small monsters had perished under Jin Buju's attack. Chu Chen's pupils constricted. Jin Buju had flown out too quickly just now, causing him to be unable to intercept it in time. But Jin Buju had proven with its own strength that its combat power was now strong enough. It was laughable that Chu Chen had previously thought Jin Buju wouldn't be of much help in his battles. Such damage was enough to stand by Chu Chen's side. Not Ju, well done. Wait for me to come over and let's take him down. Chu Chen did not hold back in praising Jin Buju. After witnessing Jin Buju's performance, Chu Chen also felt a bit restless. He couldn't just watch his pet fight while he, as the master, remained indifferent. Chu Chen slowly loosened his grip on the heavy moon sword, consuming 1 point of dragon bloodline power. Light Dragon Spirit Sword. Activate. The body of the Chunyu sword began to flicker with a faint white light, and at the same time, it seemed as if a pair of ethereal wings appeared on the sword. It slowly floated in front of Chu Chen, the chilling sword light particularly piercing. Chu Chen could feel that he only needed to control his mental power to attach to the Chunyu sword for remote manipulation, and this range, as he sensed, was roughly the same as his mental attribute points. Looking at the previous upgrades and the recent 3-level increase that granted him 70 attribute points, Chu Chen hesitated, no longer allocating 20 points to speed and putting the remaining 50 points entirely into mental power. Thus, Chu Chen's speed broke through to 190 points. His mental power soared to 340 points. The Dragon Sword Master could triple Chu Chen's mental and speed attributes permanently. Therefore, 1 point of attribute was equivalent to 3 points. The increase was quite terrifying. After allocating his points, Chu Chen's mental power was even more formidable. He could feel that the range of the spiritual sword he could control had expanded significantly, reaching a radius of 340 meters. Moreover, since it was a mentally controlled flying sword, there was no impact from attack speed. The Chunyu sword, under Chu Chen's mental command, rampaged through the small monsters on the field. Unfortunately, after reaching level 41, the experience gained would be reduced, otherwise, just this short while would have been enough for Chu Chen to level up again. Gansni's massive body was entwined with a thick aura of death and slaughter, and at this moment he was furiously glaring at Jin Buju in the sky. There was nothing he could do. After being sealed, his strength had plummeted from starry level to epic level, rendering him incapable of flight. He could only watch helplessly as Jin Buju flew back and forth in the sky, occasionally gathering a breath of dragon fire to spit down on him. Although the damage was only around 100,000, it was extremely humiliating. He was already in a frenzied state, his mind dominated by the will to kill, making him even more agitated. As Chu Chen walked along, the Chunyu sword continuously darted through the air, harvesting the lives of the small monsters. Before the duration ended, Chu Chen gradually approached. Finally, when he was not far from Gansni, he leveled up to 45. With a thought, he allocated 5 attribute points to mental power again, slightly enhancing the control range and speed of the Chunyu sword. Clang! A crisp sound of impact rang out. The Chunyu sword struck heavily against Gansni's shoulder. The armor on him barely held for a moment before being sliced through by the Chunyu sword. Minus 3.9 million. With Chu Chen's skill enhancement and the 75% damage bonus from the Haizaki set against demon races, a single sword strike dealt nearly 3.9 million damage. Gansni's health bar instantly dropped by about 8%. It should be noted that aside from Jin Buju's small light spell not being affected by the blue body's damage reduction, from that point on, Gansni had the blue body effect, gaining a 50% damage reduction. In other words, without this damage reduction, Chu Chen's sword could have dealt nearly 8 million damage. However, although the damage from this strike was indeed high, Gansni was currently in a frenzied state and felt no pain at all. Instead, after being attacked by Chu Chen, he found a new target and no longer cared about the rampaging Jin Buju in the sky, turning to charge at Chu Chen. His speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he entered within 100 meters of Chu Chen. At the same time, Chu Chen was affected by the effect of the Slaughter Lotus, losing 1% of his maximum health per second. After 100 seconds, he would die directly. However, Gansni would not give Chu Chen that long to survive. Swinging his giant axe, he brought it down heavily towards Chu Chen. At this point, nearly 30 seconds had passed since the battle began, and Gansni had gained a 30% increase in attack and dual defenses, with his attack now reaching around 17,000. With just one axe, he could directly bring Chu Chen to the brink of death. Chu Chen felt helpless and quickly used his movement technique, gently shifting his body to the right while mentally controlling the Chunyu sword to stab at Gansini from behind. The Chunyu sword gradually shimmered with the light of the long Yin sword. That's right. While using the light of the Dragon Spirit Sword, other skills can still be employed. After narrowly dodging Gansini's attack, the Chunyu sword was ready. The incredibly sharp tip of the sword gleamed with a fierce light, piercing directly through Gansini's back and emerging from his chest. This strike dealt nearly 10 million damage to Gansini, reducing his health to below 60%. Unfortunately, in his blue dominant state, Gansini was immune to negative effects, so the dragon might did not take effect. A strong light elemental force clung to Gensini's wound, attempting to purify the aura of death and slaughter surrounding him, but it was clearly ineffective. After the strike, Chuchen activated the skill of the Heike Shu's Instant Flash. However, previously, Instant Flash was used to approach the enemy while finding a good angle for attack, but this time, Chuchen wanted to test his ranged capabilities. Thus, he flashed directly 10 meters away while controlling the Chunyu sword that had just pierced through Ganzini, quickly turning it around for a dragon breath slash. Despite suffering significant damage, Ganzini did not hesitate in his movements. Instead, he became even quicker, agilely retracting his hand that had just attacked and attempting to dodge this sword strike. A slight smile curved at the corner of Chuchen's mouth. "You big fool, the dragon breath slashes area damage, you can't dodge it like that." As if to confirm that what Chuchen said was true, the Chunyu sword changed from a thrust to a slash, directly cutting down, and the dragon breath slash transformed into a beam of sword light heading straight for Ganzini. Clearly, he did not evade this blow. Minus 8.9 million. With another heavy hit, Ganzini's health dropped to 39%, putting him in a dangerous state. If it were any other boss, they would be close to using their life-saving skills by now, but unfortunately, Ganzini did not. Even if he had them in his current frenzied state, he would not release them. Instead, he chose to continue closing in on Chuchen and confront him head-on. As expected, even with his health in a dangerous state, Ganzini, under the control of the will to kill, showed no hesitation in his actions, as if his body was not his own. Chuchen's gaze darkened, not because he felt he couldn't defeat him, but because this state was too terrifying. It was called a frenzied killing state, but in reality, it seemed not quite fitting. It should be described as an extremely focused and cold-blooded killing state. If I hadn't devoured the will to kill that invaded my body, I might have become like this too, and my family and friends would surely be killed by me without understanding why. Thinking of this consequence, Chuchen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He raised his head again, a trace of barely perceptible hatred flashing in his eyes. He hated this will to kill for almost turning him into a machine that only knew slaughter, and he also hated the source of this will to kill, Ganzini. "That's enough, I've played with you long enough, it's time to end this." The Chenyu sword quietly hovered in front of Chuchen. Chuchen's eyelids slightly lowered, no longer looking at Ganzini, and shouted, "Jin Buju, activate skill. Judgment of Light." Jin Buju had been circling in the sky, knowing that Chuchen did not want him to intervene in the battle, so he had not acted. Now, upon hearing Chuchen's command, he hesitated not at all. Instantly spreading his wings, and a powerful wave of light energy began to emanate from him. Following that, a brilliant white chain emerged from the void, directly pulling Ganzini into the judgment space. In the next moment, Jin Buju and Chuchen's figures appeared simultaneously. "You, Ganzini, with your hands stained with the blood of countless humans, your sins are unforgivable. I represent humanity to judge you. Do you acknowledge your crimes?" Chuchen stood firmly on the back of Jin Buju, speaking clearly as if he were a supreme judge passing judgment on a criminal. But Ganzini still looked mad, blood continuously flowing from several wounds on his body, letting out bursts of howls. Chuchen frowned, knowing that further words would be futile, and signaled Jin Buju to launch an attack directly. The Judgment of Light limits the damage range based on the darkness within the target's heart, and Ganzini's intense aura of death and slaughter represented the depth of his inner darkness. Sure enough, a low, divine-like chant echoed, "This judgment, the target's inner darkness is extremely severe, damage multiplier 1500%. Chuchen's eyelids twitched. It seemed that every skill of Jin Buju had improved with advancement, but he couldn't help feeling a bit frustrated that his own skills remained the same. After finally learning a powerful move, he found it impossible to use it in this place. The power of the Extreme Day Dragon Slash depended on the light element content in the surrounding environment. And in the Shadow Abyss, there wasn't a trace of light element. Even if he used this skill, it would basically just be a light scratch on Ganzini. However, after a moment of frustration, Chuchen quickly controlled the Chenyu sword to unleash the Dragon Roar sword against Ganzini. Although Jin Buju's Judgment of Light was a powerful skill combining control and damage, its damage was not enough to put Ganzini into a state of immunity to death. The main output still relied on Chuchen. Jin Buju's Judgment of Light could reduce the target's attributes by 90%, but it couldn't lower their health. Since Chuchen's damage multiplier was too high, the slight reduction in dual defenses had little impact on his damage, and the Dragon Roar sword still dealt nearly 10 million damage. At this moment, the attack of the Judgment of Light was almost ready to unleash. Once the judged target was hit by the Judgment of Light, they would be sent out of the judgment space, and unexpected events could follow. Chuchen couldn't afford to think about that anymore. His brows furrowed, and he had to kill Ganzini before he was sent out of the judgment space. Without hesitation, Chuchen summoned the Chenyu sword back to his hand. He raised the Chenyu sword high above his head with both hands. "I haven't used this ultimate move yet. You are the first to taste it, but certainly not the last. Extreme Day Dragon Slash." As Chuchen consumed a bit of dragon bloodline power, the entire judgment space began to tremble. The judgment space was already small, and the Extreme Day Dragon Slash could drain the light element power within 100 meters, enough to cover the entire space. Countless brilliant white light points began to gather from all corners of the space towards the Chunyu sword in Chu Chen's hand, the density seemingly filling the entire space. This scene completely exceeded Chu Chen's expectations. He had guessed that the light element power in the judgment space would not be lacking, but he didn't expect there to be so much. Endless light elements rapidly gathered, and the dazzling light rendered the entire space a blinding white to the point where Chu Chen could no longer see Gansny's imprisoned position. Chu Chen sensed something was wrong. The light elements here were too dense, so dense that it was impossible for the Extreme Day Dragon Slash to completely drain them at this stage. The power gathering on the sword had already exceeded Chu Chen's control. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and forcibly activate the Extreme Day Dragon Slash, interrupting its absorption of elemental power. Boom! A light sphere as bright as the sun exploded instantly, and countless light swords shot towards Gansny. Even though he had already fallen into madness and lost his reason, Gansny was still shocked by this overwhelming strike, his face showing a dazed expression as his rigid body was pierced by countless light swords, his eyes gradually losing their luster. At that moment, the judgment of light arrived. Gansny had already been struck into the immunity state by the Extreme Day Dragon Slash, and naturally, he could not withstand this blow from Jin Buju, which came from a different source than the Extreme Day Dragon Slash. The power of judgment directly emptied his last bit of health. Epic boss is nothing much. Congratulations, you have killed the epic boss, the Slaughtered Demon General Gansny, and gained 5 million experience. Current level detected, level 45. Killing a boss 5 levels above you grants an extra 500% experience, totaling 35 million experience. You leveled up, current level 49. World announcement: Player Chaos has successfully killed the epic boss Gansny, achieving the first kill of an epic boss, and received a reward of 100,000 gold, 100,000 reputation, a legendary treasure chest, and a hidden second job transfer scroll. I don't even want to say much anymore. Chaos is amazing. Our entire team of level 20 went to hunt a level 20 silver boss. Guess what happened? Total wipe. Us. Too. The bosses in this game feel like they aren't meant for small teams. At least several top teams are needed to take them down. Their health is just too thick. So how did Chaos manage it? You ask me? Do you think I'm Chaos? At Chaos, please, let me join the Tanya guild. I can be cute, sweet, and warm your bed. +1, let's both be bed warmers for Chaos. TSK TSK TSK, the world is going downhill. People's hearts are not what they used to be. Boss, what do you think about a guy? At the moment Gansny was killed, Chu Chen heard all sorts of notifications, but as the judgment space was released, both he and the dragon returned to the first layer of the shadow abyss. The ground was littered with the corpses of small monsters, but it wouldn't be long before they respawned. As for the slaughtered demon General Gansny, his massive body had permanently vanished into the judgment space, leaving only a few glowing white loot items quietly hovering on the ground. Chu Chen took a look. All were level 50 gold and epic equipment. Notably, there was an epic accessory that seemed perfect for him. Name: Ring of Slaughter and Death level. Epic attributes: +50 strength, +50 strength, +80 spirit. Additional: Dance of Slaughter. The Ring of Slaughter and Death contains the will to kill of the slaughtered demon General Gansny, greatly enhancing the owner's combat power in battle. After entering combat, it increases attack power and dual defenses by 1% per second, up to a maximum of 100%. When fully stacked, attacks will ignore 50% of the target's dual defenses. Blood Feast: the owner gains a 20% lifesteal effect. In combat, for each enemy killed, the lifesteal effect increases by 5%, up to a maximum of 50% until the battle ends. When fully stacked, each kill grants a temporary 50% boost to attack power and speed, lasting 10 seconds, refreshing upon subsequent kills. Restrictions: Warrior, Swordsman, Assassin, level 50. A very strong piece of accessory equipment, not to mention the high attribute bonuses. Both additional skill effects are particularly suitable for Chu Chen. The first effect is powerful in both team battles and duels, while the second skill makes him invincible in team fights. As long as he kills 6 small monsters, he can significantly boost his speed and attack, refreshing with each kill. It's simply a perfect match for Chu Chen. Moreover, even in a duel, it provides a 20% lifesteal effect, far stronger than his current Korazaki ring. The only pity is that it requires level 50 to equip, and Chu Chen is still about 30% short of experience, needing a few million more. Furthermore, the first layer of the Shadow Abyss is almost cleared by him, which cannot provide enough experience, so he can only set it aside for now. Chu Chen didn't feel discouraged. He was already level 49 and could prepare to find the City Lord to complete that quest. He casually put the ring into his backpack, but unfortunately, no skill book dropped. After all, skill books are not level restricted. Casually adding the 20 points from the upgrade to speed, Chu Chen rode onto Jin Buju's back and headed straight for Silver Moon City. He planned to log off once he arrived and go find the City Lord tomorrow. As for the treasure chest from the first kill reward, Chu Chen felt a bit unlucky today. He almost had his soul eroded while grinding a dungeon, so he decided to leave it unopened for now and deal with it tomorrow. In beautiful country, in a lavish villa, a girl who looked no older than 20 was elegantly enjoying her dinner, gently slicing a piece of tender steak and bringing it to her mouth. The medium-rare steak still had a hint of blood in the center, making her red lips even more enticing. A handsome Man from beautiful country, dressed in a suit and looking quite tall, crawled around the girl's chair like a dog, wearing a collar around his neck, continuously circling her while making dog-like sounds, seemingly trying to please her. At that moment, a middle-aged butler hurried over and whispered a few words in the girl's ear. Smack! A high-stemmed glass filled with fine red wine was smashed directly onto the head of the man crawling on the ground. The red wine slowly trickled down his cheek to the floor, but he dared not move an inch, trembling all over, afraid that the girl would vent her anger on him. However, the girl then calmly sat back down in her chair, licking the red wine residue off her fingertips, a strange smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. It's okay, it seems this chaos has some skills. No rush, we still have 6 days, let's take our time. On June 7, 2040, 24 days until the arrival. Early in the morning, Chu Chen got up full of energy. Ever since he started playing Tianwen, his habit of sleeping in seemed to have changed unconsciously. Opening the door, he found Wang Manhwa and Yang Yuyan having breakfast. I've gotten up this early, yet I still can't compare to you two, Chu Chen said, somewhat frustrated. He had thought he was getting up early enough, but why was he still behind the two? The breakfast on the table was almost finished, and without time to say another word, he hurried over to sit down and started competing for food with them. Wang Manhwa cheerfully said, Brother Chu Chen, slow down, there's still more. We saved some for you. However, she didn't discourage him. Instead, she bounced off to the kitchen to bring out the remaining food, her eyes never leaving Chu Chen. Yang Yuyan's eyes sparkled, but she said nothing, only reminding Chu Chen to wash his bowl after he finished eating, as she wanted to catch up on some beauty sleep. Mom, by the way, did you go to the guild yesterday? How was it? Was it impressive? Chu Chen asked, trying to boast. He expected to be criticized by Yang Yuyan but was pleasantly surprised to hear her praise him. I went to Tanya yesterday, and indeed, the scale of this guild is larger than I imagined. But don't worry, your mom isn't a pushover, I'll make sure everything is well managed. It's just that I don't understand many game-related things, and I have to rely on Xiao Shui and Xiao Long to help me. Then, in a familiar tone, she continued, other people's kids are so considerate and know how to help, but my own kid just knows how to give his mom more work, not letting anyone rest properly. Hearing his mom's slightly sarcastic remark, Chu Chen smiled awkwardly and retorted, Mom, you still don't know your own son. I'm just not cut out for management, and besides, leaving it to you to handle is a sign of trust. You child. It sounds like we're not mother and son. If you don't trust me, who else can you trust? Fine, you don't need to worry about the guild. If I need you, I'll call you. Wang Manhwa was quietly nibbling on a bun with her head lowered, burying her small head deep, afraid that Chu Chen would notice her. But fate had other plans. The next moment, Chu Chen's voice rang out, Xiao Manhwa, can we discuss something? Wang Manhwa looked up and saw Chu Chen's handsome face right in front of her, his eyes, as beautiful as the starry sky, gazing at her with a hint of a smile. Her little face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly buried her head again, asking in a muffled voice, Brother Chu Chen, what do you want to discuss? Only in front of Chu Chen would this rebellious girl, Wang Manhwa, show such a demeanor. Xiao Manhwa is so obedient, can you help your brother wash the dishes? Chu Chen was eager to finish his meal and jump into the game to complete that quest. After all, he had been thinking about it for several days. Wang Manhwa, hearing Chu Chen's request, couldn't bear to refuse, and gently nodded in agreement, but she didn't lift her head to look at him. Getting the answer he wanted, a smile spread across Chu Chen's face as he quickly finished the porridge on the table and dashed back to his room, leaving Wang Manhwa alone at the empty dining table, feeling a bit lost. At the entrance of the Silver Moon City, at the Tanya Guild's base. After Yang Yuyan's adjustments and renovations yesterday, it was already quite different from before. After all, as long as you spend money and materials, building anything is a quick matter. Chu Chen looked at the two big characters Tanya on the plaque with satisfaction but didn't go inside. He turned and left. After all, his mother and Xiao Yixui were here, along with the materials and several million gold coins he had left behind, so he could leave it to them. As for himself, Chu Chen decided to head straight to the Lord's mansion now. Inside the Lord's mansion hall. Exclamation point. Young friend, how have you reached level 49 in just a few days? The Lord's eyes widened in surprise, like two big lanterns. It's nothing much, just took a stroll in the shadow abyss. Chu Chen waved his hand, speaking casually, but the proud expression and gleam in his eyes betrayed him. The shadow abyss, that makes sense. The monsters there have been around for thousands of years, so their numbers are indeed vast. But they are also extremely difficult to kill. For a young friend to level up quickly there, your strength is indeed not to be underestimated. During the ceremony for the knight's sanctification at the Sword Saints Hall, the Lord couldn't attend due to official duties, so he didn't know that Chu Chen was the saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found it strange. After all, it would be no surprise for a talent as high as the saint to achieve astonishing results. Lord, since my level is sufficient now, do you think we can set off for that previous quest right away? Chu Chen quickly reminded, fearing that he might forget about it if they got sidetracked. Oh, you mean the quest to explore the Whispering Grassland, right? No problem, my team has been ready for a long time. As soon as you say the word, they can set off immediately. The Lord waved his hand decisively. Chu Chen was overjoyed. Then please have the Lord call them over. I can set off right now. The Lord nodded, signaling a nearby guard to gather the remaining participants for the quest. Before long, the hall was filled with people bustling about. Chuchen took a look around. They were all silver-level NPCs above level 40, a lineup that was completely unmatchable for ordinary players. However, in front of Chuchen, they seemed a bit lacking, as he could easily wipe out most of them with just a casual move. After a long while, seeing that no one else was coming, Chuchen was about to ask the Lord when a light, cheerful sound of footsteps came from the back of the hall, and a girl appeared before everyone. "It's you!" Chuchen exclaimed in surprise. The girl who had arrived was none other than the city lord Yi Tion's daughter, Yi Shinran, the very woman Chuchen had saved on the Whispering Prairie. If it weren't for this incident, Chuchen wouldn't have been able to receive this task from the city lord, let alone have someone wait for him for several days. So, at the moment he saw Yi Shinran, he couldn't help but gasp. Yi Shinran naturally noticed Chuchen's figure in the crowd. It was unavoidable. With his sharp brows and bright eyes, tall stature, and handsome face paired with a sleek black suit, it was hard not to attract attention. However, Yi Shinran didn't speak. Instead, she looked at Chuchen with a joyful expression for a moment before shifting her gaze away, standing quietly beside Yi Tian without saying a word, though her eyes occasionally flicked towards Chuchen. At that moment, the city lord gestured for Chuchen to step forward and stand by his side. Chuchen didn't know why but complied obediently. "Everyone, this young adventurer beside me is the highest authority for this operation. I hope you all will follow his instructions while in the Whispering Prairie. If anyone disobeys, I, Yi Tian, will certainly hold you accountable afterward." The hall erupted in an uproar. Chuchen looked at Yi Tian and Yi Shinran in astonishment, but Yi Tian ignored him, maintaining a serious expression as he looked down at the crowd. Yi Shinran turned to Chuchen and gave him a playful smile without speaking. "City Lord, why have you made me the commander of this task?" As people dispersed, everyone went to prepare the necessary equipment for the mission. Only Chuchen and the Yi father-daughter pair remained in the hall. Chuchen asked in confusion. Yi Shinran's cheeks were flushed and she seemed lost in thought, staring intently at Chuchen with affectionate eyes. Yi Tian cleared his throat. "Young friend, it is naturally due to your strength. Ever since you managed to single-handedly halt the beast tide last time, I decided that you would be in charge of this mission. The reason I allowed you to level up above 40 was partly due to rule restrictions and partly because we needed to inject a dose of confidence into this team." Yi Tian's voice came through clearly, word by word. Chuchen furrowed his brows slightly and tentatively asked, "Are you saying that this team is not just for this task?" Yi Tian looked at Chuchen appreciatively. Only those who possessed both strength and wisdom could go further, and he couldn't help but agree more with his daughter's judgment. Indeed, the reason Yi Tian decided to let Chuchen lead this team was not only because of his solid strength but also due to Yi Shinran's suggestion. Of course, if Yi Tian discovered that Chuchen was merely a brave but foolish person, he would naturally cancel it. However, the facts proved that Yi Shinran had good judgment. Chuchen could glean other information from his words, indicating he was also a clever person. That's right, this team does not entirely belong to the city lord's office. Among them, some come from the 5 great families, and even more come from the city's mercenary guild. The mercenary guild? Chuchen looked puzzled. He knew about the 5 great families. The people who had previously caused trouble for him and Xiao Ishue were from the Yin family, one of them. However, he had indeed never heard of the mercenary guild. Yi Tian explained, the mercenary guild is a massive organization whose influence can rival that of the 6 great sanctuaries. Essentially, every city in the Tianwan continent has a mercenary guild. The entire organization exists in teams, and any human team can register with the mercenary guild to accept tasks and receive rewards. In fact, many people in the Tianwan continent publish or accept tasks through the mercenary guild, which itself serves as a kind of trading platform. The mercenary guild is a powerful force spread across the continent, and its status is even higher than that of the 6 major sanctuaries. You can learn more about it yourself later. Chuchen then realized that such a force existed, and he had been completely unaware of it before. Yi Tian seemed to see what he was thinking. It's normal that you could rise so quickly without having any contact with the mercenary guild. After all, you haven't spent much time in the city. By the way, in this mission, there are 2 yellow-level mercenary teams in the group, one of which has a close relationship with my lord's mansion, and they should be quite dedicated in helping you. However, you need to be careful with the other team. The captain of that team is named Yen Kai, a member of the Yen family, a level 50 half-epic expert. I heard that you seem to have quite a conflict with the Yen family, and he is very likely to trip you up during this mission. After giving another warning, Yi Tian left, still believing in Chuchen's strength, leaving only Yi Shinran and Chuchen looking at each other in silence. After a long while, Yi Shinran was the first to break the silence. "Xiao Chun, my dad is right, you must be careful of this Yen Kai. It seems that their team took this mission just to level up. I heard he holds grudges, and the young master of the Yin family you killed before seems to be quite close to him, as they are uncle and nephew, so he will definitely look for an opportunity to get back at you." Hearing this, it seemed that Yi Shinran still didn't know that he had killed that so-called young master of the Yin family at the city gate. Otherwise, she might be even more anxious, Chuchen thought with a hint of mischief. However, he didn't take this matter to heart. A level 50 half-epic NPC was nothing more than that. To put it bluntly, he wasn't even a gold level, and he wasn't worth Chu Chen's concern. If he didn't provoke him, that would be fine, but if he really didn't know better, then Chu Chen wouldn't mind giving him a taste of the dragon's roar sword and collecting that head. However, he was quite interested in what Yi Tian had just said about the mercenary guild. And hearing Yi Shinran mention that Yen Kai took this mission to level up made him a bit curious. Seeing Chu Chen's expression, Yi Shinran felt helpless, but she also thought that with Chu Chen's strength, even if he couldn't defeat him, he should be able to protect himself, so she let him be. The mercenary guild requires a team of 6 to register, which is also to ensure that a team can cover the 6 basic professions and avoid obvious weaknesses. Of course, this rule is not mandatory, as long as you don't worry about the future development of the team. Having 6 priests is also fine. However, once the team members are confirmed, it becomes very difficult to change them, which is also to prevent those with ulterior motives from entering high-level mercenary teams through certain means to gain benefits. Mercenary teams are divided into 6 levels from low to high: yellow, mysterious, earth, sky, holy, and divine. However, I haven't heard of any team currently being divine level. The highest is just a holy level team from the headquarters. The task levels are also divided into the corresponding 6 levels, and only when your team reaches a certain level can you accept tasks of that level. For example, a mysterious level team can only accept yellow level and mysterious level tasks. Team upgrades are also achieved by completing tasks to gain contribution points. Generally speaking, a yellow level team needs to complete at least 20 yellow level tasks to possibly upgrade to a mysterious level team, and there must be at least 1 epic level or higher expert in the team to complete the upgrade. As for going further up, that's beyond my reach. There are only 3 mysterious level teams in Silver Moon City. Yi Shinran shared almost everything she knew with Chu Chen. Truly speaking, without reservation, Chu Chen had officially come into contact with this colossal entity known as the Mercenary Guild. Chu Chen was preparing to visit the Mercenary Guild in Silver Moon City, as he still had about an hour before departure. Since he had some free time, he decided to go and understand the situation on the ground. However, according to Yi Shinran, it seemed that they couldn't register a mercenary team for the time being. Counting everyone, only Xiao Yixue, Yi Xiaolong, and Wang Manghue were trustworthy companions. His mother was more suited to manage the guild rather than take on these tasks. Therefore, Chu Chen was more curious about what kind of magic the mercenary guild possessed that allowed their status to even surpass that of the 6 great sanctuaries. It was important to note that the 6 great sanctuaries encompassed all combat professions and even included some high-level life professionals. Yet, such a powerful sanctuary had to bow its head before the mercenary guild. Chu Chen couldn't help but feel immense curiosity about such a force. What was its secret? Level 40 clear shadow ghost wolf fur, made into clothing, warm in winter and cool in summer, a must-have for nobles, now only 10,000 gold. Dragon blood pill on sale, a potion containing a trace of dragon blood, obtained from the Dragon Clan ruins, only 10 left, each for just 8,000 gold. Looking for a level 40 or above golden tier priest to form a team? Our team is all level 40 or above golden tier. Let's work hard to level up together. Across from the square where the Tanya guild was located, the entire street was filled with vendors, and many NPCs were looking for teammates. Chu Chen had never been here before and was surprised by how lively it was. Yi Shinran, dressed in a cool women's outfit, walked alongside him with her long, fair legs, attracting a lot of attention, smiling lightly as she followed Chu Chen. This is the area where the Mercenary Guild is located, and this street has naturally become the territory of mercenaries, essentially a default trading area, which my father values highly, Yi Shinran explained to Chu Chen. She insisted on accompanying him, claiming to be his guide to prevent him from getting lost. Chu Chen felt helpless, but considering Yi Shinran's status, he let her be. He had to admit that having someone familiar with the situation by his side was indeed very convenient. At that moment, Chu Chen noticed a rather unconventional vendor. The reason he found this vendor unconventional was that the person was dressed in a black robe, completely shrouded, sitting on a chair without saying a word, standing out awkwardly from the surrounding vendors who were shouting. In front of the robed figure lay a black cloth with nothing on it. Chu Chen couldn't help but feel curious and stepped forward to ask, "May I ask what you are selling?" The robed figure seemed a bit surprised but still did not look up. Hunched over, a hoarse voice came out, "Little brother, I only sell one thing here, and that is the map of the Shadow Abyss." Chu Chen was shocked. There was a map of the Shadow Abyss? Wasn't it said that no one had ever been there in thousands of years? Where did this map come from? Yi Shinran seemed to understand the situation of the robed figure. Seeing Chu Chen standing in front of the stall, she hurried over and said, "Chaos, this robed person suddenly appeared here more than half a month ago. No one knows where he came from or where he is going. However, the things he sells are always different. Several people have bought from him only to find out it was the same item, but he always mutters, 'You are not fated with this item,' and then moves on." Chu Chen found it's strange. Did none of those people think about taking action to get their money back? Yi Shinran shook her head. "This is the territory of the Mercenary Guild, and with my father's oversight, no one dares to cause trouble here. Besides, those people did voluntarily purchase the items, so they had no sufficient reason to confront the robed figure. Chu Chen suddenly realized why the man in the black robe could sit here unharmed after all this time. His curiosity grew, and he couldn't help but cast a probing spell. Name, level, attribute, skill, damn it. Chu Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. All the information about this man in the black robe was a question mark. This was the first time Chu Chen had encountered such a situation. It should be noted that Chu Chen's level had always been at the forefront of players, and he had now reached level 49, meaning his probing spell could detect beings no higher than 15 levels above him. So, does that mean this man in the black robe is at least a legendary being above level 65? The man in the black robe finally looked up, but surprisingly, his face was obscured in a haze, making it impossible to see his features. His hoarse voice was sharp and piercing, like nails scraping. A blackboard, little guy, it's quite impolite to probe others. It seemed he was laughing, but it sounded worse than crying. The moment Chu Chen heard the man in the black robe speak, all the hairs on his body stood on end, as if he were facing a ferocious beast, cold sweat pouring out. Little guy, so do you want to buy it or not? The figure of the man in the black robe flickered like a fishhook in water, gently stirring Chu Chen's restless heart, as if he were the fish being eyed by someone on the shore. Chu Chen gritted his teeth and said, I'll buy it. How much? The man in the black robe seemed to have heard some great news. Ha, it's good that you want to buy it. Good indeed. No need for money, this is a gift for you. The man in the black robe took out a deep gray stone from his pocket, intricately carved with dense routes resembling a map, and casually tossed it to Chu Chen. He turned around and glanced back at Chu Chen. You'll find a use for it one day. Immediately after, the man in the black robe's figure flickered and disappeared. Without a trace, Chu Chen held the deep gray stone in his hand, feeling a familiar aura emanating from it, identical to the one in the shadow abyss, along with a faint fragrance. He quickly put the stone into his backpack, not daring to examine it further. Yi Shinran looked at the spot where the man in the black robe had vanished, along with the empty cloth. He had placed in all traces of his presence over the past half-month, which had completely disappeared. Chaos? Who is this man in the black robe? What did he give you? Why did he give it to you for free? You should know that the previous few people were all scammed out of many gold coins. Chu Chen changed the subject. Ha, maybe he thinks I'm dashing and sees me as a future god-level powerhouse, so he wants to befriend me. Alright, let's not dwell on these details. In a moment of urgency, Chu Chen quickly pulled Yi Shinran away. Completely unaware that at the moment their fingers touched, a layer of alluring redness crept onto her face, and there was a hint of inexplicable affection in her eyes. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity with the fragrance on this stone? Chu Chen thought to himself, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember where he had smelled this scent before, so he decided not to dwell on it. However, it is indeed true that this stone contains the aura of death and the will to kill, exactly like the aura in the shadow abyss. Whether it is a map or not will have to be studied later. Chu Chen also knew that even if he unraveled the secret of this stone now, he wouldn't have time to study it, and without being fully prepared, he didn't want to return to that eerie place. Last time, he had almost not made it back. A few minutes later. Here. This is the Mercenary Guild, Yi Shinran said as she stood in front of a building. Chu Chen was speechless, his face showing a hint of doubt and disbelief as he spread his hands, clearly indicating, "Are you sure?" It's no wonder that Chu Chen was skeptical. It was because the building in front of him was simply too ordinary. It looked like just a slightly larger shop. There were quite a few people coming and going, a steady stream, but that was the only aspect that matched Chu Chen's imagination of a mercenary guild. In every other regard, Chu Chen felt that it had nothing to do with this mercenary guild, which was supposedly stronger than the 6 great sanctuaries. Yi Shinran also wore an awkward expression, which was why she insisted on coming with Chu Chen, but he definitely wouldn't have found the mercenary guild on his own. That's because the mercenary guild is not an organization that exists for profit. It was established to unite freelancers across the continent, or you could say, the Mercenary Guild is actually a kind of public service. A voice suddenly rang out beside them. A beautiful woman in a blue robe had appeared behind them at some point, her exaggerated figure stretching the robe tightly, creating a wave-like effect. With long blue hair cascading down her back and holding a staff taller than herself, she stood quietly, gazing blankly at the building in front of her. Yi Shinran recognized the woman and quickly bowed. Greetings, Vice President. Chu Chen's eyes narrowed. This woman was the Vice President of the Mercenary Guild? The blue-robed mage raised her hand gently. There's no need for such formalities, Shinran. I haven't seen your father in a while. I hope he's doing well. Father is doing well. He often mentions Aunt Bing, Yi Shinran replied. A clear glimmer of joy flashed in the woman's eyes as she nodded, then turned to Yi Shinran, signaling her to introduce Chu Chen. And this young friend is? He is an adventurer named Chaos. A few days ago, I encountered danger on the Whispering Prairie, and thankfully, he saved me in time, allowing me to escape unharmed. Father thinks highly of him, and this exploration mission has been entrusted to him as the team leader, Yi Shinran quickly answered, continuously praising Chu Chen while also turning to explain to him, this is Lady Li Yanbing, the vice president of the Silver Moon City Mercenary Guild and also the captain of the Frost Squad, one of the 3 major Xian-level teams I mentioned to you before. Chu Chen suddenly understood and quickly spoke up. Hello, Vice President. May I ask what you meant when you said that the Mercenary Guild is a kind of public service? What does that mean? Li Yanbing waved her hand. Young friend, since you are Shinran's friend and have the recognition of that guy Tion, you can just call me Aunt Bing like Shinran does. As for what I said about being a public service organization, it's because the Mercenary Guild actually plays more of a middleman role, maintaining the balance and stability between task issuers and takers. The guild only takes a 10% cut of the profits to maintain its operations, with no excess income. At this point, Li Yanbing paused, seeming a bit lost in thought, but quickly adjusted herself. So, while the Mercenary Guild appears powerful and prosperous, in reality, it does not exist for profit. Naturally, it cannot afford to build grand structures, but this is precisely the fundamental reason why the Mercenary Guild can attract waves of freelancers. Those mercenaries registered in the guild are its greatest wealth. Chu Chen suddenly realized and understood the operational mechanism of the Mercenary Guild. The person who founded the guild valued the power of freelancers, which, although individually weaker compared to armies or sanctuaries, was vast in number. When the numbers reached a certain level, it would lead to a qualitative change. One must say, the founder of the Mercenary Guild had great foresight in being able to harness this power. Shinran, I haven't asked you yet. What are you doing here at the Mercenary Guild today? You know, you've hardly been here a few times. Yi Shinran did not answer, her big eyes constantly glancing at Chu Chen as if waiting for him to speak. Unfortunately, Chu Chen was currently preoccupied with thoughts about the Mercenary Guild and naturally did not notice Yi Shinran's gaze. Li Yanbing smiled slightly, seemingly understanding something. Between the two, Yi Shinran was clearly taking the lead with Chu Chen. One was the daughter of the city lord, and the other was merely an adventurer, yet the status between them seemed to have flipped, and Yi Shinran's expression showed no discomfort at all, her gaze lingering on Chu Chen. As someone who had been through it, Li Yanbing certainly knew the reason behind this. Without saying much, she gave Yi Shinran a look, signaling the two to follow, and walked into the hall of the Mercenary Guild. Inside, although it still appears simple, the areas are clearly defined, and everything is very neat and orderly. The management of the guild is quite impressive, Chu Chen remarked as he looked around. To his surprise, Yi Shinran gently patted his shoulder. The management here is done by Aunt Bing. Li Yanbing turned back with a smile. Young friend, you flatter me. It's just some ordinary management techniques. After all, I prefer fighting. Managing this place is merely out of my love for the Mercenary Guild. Oh, isn't this Vice President Yanbing? What's up? I heard that a few members of your team were seriously injured during yesterday's mission. Why aren't you out on a mission today and instead playing the tour guide? For newcomers? Ha ha ha. Just as Li Yanbing was speaking, a sharp and piercing shout rang out from ahead of the three. A burly man, bare-chested and dragging a massive iron hammer, looked fierce and cold, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Beside him clung a woman in a red robe, whose looks and figure paled in comparison to Li Yanbing's. She was currently wrapping one arm around the burly man's arm, her face bearing a subtle hint of malice. The words just spoken had come from her. Li Yanbing's expression remained indifferent. Xiu Hong, you needn't concern yourself with our team's matters. Focus on your own crazy bear team. At this moment, Yi Shinran quietly moved closer to Chu Chen and reminded him they are another Xian-level team. That burly man is the captain of the Crazy Bear team and also another vice president of the Silver Moon City Mercenary Guild, named Yen Xiong, one of the strongest in the Yen family. The woman beside him is Chiu Hong from one of the 5 major families, a side branch of the Chiu family, who has always been at odds with Aunt Bing. The reason? It's simply because Aunt Bing outshines her in every aspect, which has bred jealousy. Moreover, the Crazy Bear team is notorious for being overbearing and ruthless in Silver Moon City. It's best not to provoke them unless necessary. Chu Chen raised his eyes and scanned the members of the Crazy Bear team, signaling to Yi Shinran that he understood. Why is it that I keep running into people from the Yen family wherever I go? If they don't come to provoke me, that's fine, but if they dare to, I wouldn't mind making the Yen family lose another epic level. Expert, Chu Chen thought to himself. Upon hearing that they were from the Yen family, he already felt no goodwill towards them. If it weren't for being in the Mercenary Guild, he might have already taken action. Li Yanbing stood in front of the two, confronting Yen Xiong and his group. Chiu Hong could never stand Li Yanbing's indifferent demeanor and couldn't help but continue with her sarcastic tone. We are all part of the Mercenary Guild, so my concern for Vice President Yanbing is only natural. Brother Xiong, I remember that Xian-level teams must complete one Xian-level mission each month to maintain their status, right? Yen Xiong looked at Li Yanbing with unabashed greed in his eyes and bluntly stated, that's right. If a team fails to complete a Xian-level mission in a month, they risk being demoted. With the confirmation, Xiu Hong appeared even more arrogant, casting a triumphant glance at Li Yanbing. Is that so? Given the current situation of Vice President Li Yanbing's team, it seems they won't be able to take on any Xian-level tasks. What a pity. Li Yanbing tightened her grip on her staff, her expression dark and unreadable, and she fell silent. Opposite her, Xiu Hong had achieved her goal, which was to publicly humiliate Li Yanbing. Filled with jealousy towards this woman who constantly overshadowed She seized the opportunity without hesitation. Before leaving, Yin Xiong cast a meaningful glance at Li Yanbing and noticed the familiar face of Shu Chen standing nearby, though he couldn't recall where he had seen him before, and ultimately he was pulled away by Chiu Hong. After the crazy bear team left, discussions began to swirl around, mostly expressing concern for Li Yanbing. After all, compared to the treacherous and domineering crazy bear team, Li Yanbing's Frost team was known for being good-hearted, often helping other mercenary teams, which naturally earned them a good reputation. When they learned that the Frost team might be unable to complete their task due to an injured teammate, potentially leading to a downgrade, they all expressed regret. However, they dared not provoke the crazy bear team and could only silently wish the Frost team well. Li Yanbing was also feeling down. She had been troubled since yesterday over her teammate's injury, and now being publicly exposed by Chiu Hong made her feel even worse. She quickly bid farewell to Chu Chen and hurried away. Chu Chen watched her retreating figure and continued to ask, Shinran, you mentioned there are 3 Shin-level teams in Silver Moon City. I know about these 2, but what's the name of the last one? Hearing Chu Chen's question, Yi Shinran's expression turned serious as she replied word by word, whether it's Aunt Bing's Frost team or the Crazy Bear team we just saw, both have not been promoted to Shin level for long, not even a year. This is why Yen Xiong mentioned that they must complete an Shin level task every month, or they risk being downgraded. This is a rule aimed at newly promoted teams to prevent some from advancing due to luck. The last team is different. They have been a Shin level team for a long time and are the first Shin level team in Silver Moon City. Their captain is even known as the second strongest in Silver Moon City. That team is called the Heavenly King Team, and its captain is from the Wang family, the head of the 5 great families, and is the strongest combat force of the Wang family, named Wang Tang. Yi Shinran continued. At the same time, Wang Tang is also the president of the Silver Moon City Mercenary Guild. Although he is very strong, he is extremely fair and does not abuse his power, which is why he was elected as the guild president. At this point, Chu Chen spoke up. The second strongest? Then who is the first? Yi Shinran replied with a smile. The first, of course, is my father. After all, he is the city lord. I knew it. Having learned enough about the mercenary guild, Chu Chen strolled away with Yi Shinran. As for the danger of Li Yanbing's Frost team facing a downgrade, Chu Chen felt helpless. After all, he wasn't even a mercenary yet and couldn't offer any help, so he let it go. Young friend, you're finally back. Everyone is ready and just waiting for you. When the two returned to the Lord's mansion, Yi Tian was pacing back and forth in the hall. Seeing them finally return, he hurriedly approached Chu Chen, afraid he might run away. Dad, what are you doing? Yi Shinran couldn't bear to watch, feeling it made them look like thieves. Yi Tian, rarely ignoring Yi Shinran's feelings, put on a serious face and pretended to be stern. This task is extremely important. There must not be the slightest mistake. Otherwise, if another beast tide occurs like last time, it will lead to massive casualties. After quickly briefing them, Yi Tian led the two to the city gate, where the others were already waiting. Trigger hidden mission: the divine treasure in the depths of the prairie. Since the last time Yi Shinran led a team and encountered a beast tide deep in the Whispering Prairie, resulting in the complete annihilation of her team, she vowed to lead a group once again to investigate the truth behind the divine mission. Completion conditions: successfully lead the team into the deepest part of the Whispering Prairie, find the buried treasure, and collect clues about the divine mission. Rewards: 10 million experience points, 200,000 gold coins, 200,000 reputation. Hidden reward ×1. The 3 moved swiftly and soon arrived at the city gate. This time, there are nearly 100 people on the mission. I don't expect you to protect them all. I just hope you can take good care of Shinran. Yi Tian was no longer the city lord at this moment, but just a simple father who hoped for his daughter's safety. Chu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. You don't need to say more. I will do it. Don't worry, if I can make it out of the shadow abyss, then I will definitely see what this so-called divine is all about in this mere Whispering Prairie. Dad, I'm already level 40, right? I won't just be a burden to chaos. Yi Shinran protested from the side. However, both of them tacitly ignored her. In the end, Yi Shinran followed Chu Chen. Somewhat sullenly, along with the large group of over 100 people, they set off together. Yi Tian stood at the city gate, gazing into the distance. Watching the figures of the crowd leave, his heart still filled with worry for Yi Shinran. I hope that Chaos Kid can protect Shinran's safety. If it weren't for the fact that he was the city lord and could not leave the boundaries of Silver Moon City without special circumstances, he would have probably gone along. If this kid can really return safely from the Shadow Abyss as he claims, then this trip should be without any problems. After all, the aura of death and slaughter in the Abyss has a tremendous impact on people. If Chu Chen had heard Yi Tian's words, he would have been shocked, wasn't it said that no one had explored the Shadow Abyss for thousands of years? Yet here was City Lord Yi who had been there. The Whispering Prairie is actually not far from Silver Moon City, and the team consists of experts all above level 40, so naturally, their travel speed was also very fast. Time passed quickly, and a team of over 100 people finally entered the entrance of the Whispering Prairie. It's still the same as the last time I came here. After entering, I can't see a single wild monster, Chu Chen said to Yi Shinran, who was walking beside him. Yeah, ever since the Meteor shower a few days ago, it has become like this. Yi Shinran also looked puzzled. The previous Whispering Prairie had one of the highest numbers of wild monsters around Silver Moon City. Chu Chen was surprised and raised his voice. Meteor shower? A few days ago? When exactly? He had a vague feeling that the key to the entire mission might be that so-called meteor shower. Yi Shinran was startled by Chu Chen's sudden increase in volume but still explained specifically it should have been at noon 6 days ago. That meteor was quite impressive. The entire Silver Moon City saw it. Moreover, according to what my father said, it seems that not only our Silver Moon City but many cities also experienced the phenomenon of falling meteors. 6 days, noon 6 days ago. Chu Chen calculated carefully and suddenly realized. Noon 6 days ago, wasn't that exactly when Tianwen went online? It seems that the meteors Yi Shinran mentioned are all mysteriously connected to Tianwen going online. Perhaps it was the person behind the voice that appeared in everyone's mind that day. Chu Chen's expression was unprecedentedly serious as he murmured, Tianwen, Blue Star, the descent. What secrets are hidden behind all of this? His voice was too soft for Yi Shinran to hear clearly, but she rarely disturbed Chu Chen when he was deep in thought. After a while, the team behind them began to stir restlessly, not understanding why they had stopped just after entering the dreaming grassland. I just feel this young man is unreliable. Could he be scared? Exactly, who knows what the city lord is thinking? At such a young age, even if he's above level 40, what combat power could he possibly have? I bet he's just some young master from a faction here to gain experience. The murmurs from the crowd reached Chu Chen's ears, but he remained unaffected, his gaze gradually clearing as he thought, forget it. No matter what the person behind this is plotting, I just need to become strong enough to fear nothing. He raised his weapon, the heavy moon, pointing it towards the depths of the grassland. Everyone, listen up. Move out. The people behind him did not hesitate much upon hearing Chu Chen's command and chose to obey. After all, Yi Shinran was still standing beside Chu Chen. She was the only daughter of the city lord, pampered since childhood. They had some doubts about Chu Chen, but they still needed to consider Yi Shinran's expression and attitude. It is worth mentioning that those following Chu Chen were mainly combat personnel from the city lord's mansion or scattered cultivators selected through recruitment. They generally held a certain respect for the city lord, Yi Tian, and temporarily regarded Chu Chen as the leader of the team. The members from the 5 great families, while not directly defying the city lord's orders, also showed no intention of following Chu Chen's commands, trailing behind the main group and slacking off. The 2 special yellow-level teams had a close relationship with the city lord's mansion. One team was called the Haiga team, led by a rare water attribute warrior named Haiga, who had already greeted Chu Chen on the road and was relatively friendly, though still skeptical of Chu Chen's strength, currently following closely behind him and Yi Shinran. The other team, led by Yen Kai, had completely separated from the group. As a level 50 semi-epic powerhouse, Yen Kai looked down on Chu Chen, and given the grievances between the Yin family and Chu Chen, neither side had a good attitude towards the other. Chu Chen was glad to see him not by his side, otherwise he would have to worry about being stabbed in the back. They hung back several hundred meters from the main force, almost like a separate team. Yi Shinran was carefully scouting the situation ahead and around her, feeling disgruntled. The Yin family are not good people. This Yen Kai too, since he chose to participate in this mission, how can he be so uncooperative? When we get back, I must tell my father. Yi Shinran strode forward with her long, fair legs, her small face puffed up in anger, her feet kicking at the weeds along the path. I know you're angry, but don't be. After all, these little weeds are innocent, Chu Chen teased, unable to resist commenting on Yi Shinran's pouting expression. Yi Shinran huffed proudly, of course. With them like this, they still want to advance to the mysterious level team? However, she stopped kicking and leaned slightly towards Chu Chen, exhaling softly. Chu Chen, smelling her fragrance so close, couldn't help but blush, but his gaze remained firm. Don't worry, just a semi-epic level. I can handle it. Since they are here, they shouldn't think about going back. Yi Shinran seemed startled. Wow. I just wanted to go back and complain. I didn't expect you to be even fiercer. Planning to kill them all? Chu Chen recalled the system prompt from when he killed the young master of the Yin family, his eyes filled with determination. If you don't remove the roots when cutting grass, it will grow back with the spring breeze. I killed the young master of the Yin family, and our relationship has dropped to freezing point, so naturally, I won't show mercy to their subordinates. But we are still nominal teammates, all here to complete a mission. Isn't it inappropriate to act now? Yi Shinran tentatively spoke up, as in her heart this mission could not fail again. She needed to prove her abilities to the city lord. Chu Chen strode boldly at the front of the team, his gaze unwavering. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, if I need to act, I will wait until the mission is completed. Moreover, I need to find a suitable reason, preferably to lure them into acting first. If I kill them all in self-defense, it will also provide a reasonable explanation for the city lord. Only then did Yi Shinran feel reassured. She had genuinely worried that Chu Chen would act recklessly, which would surely cause the little cohesion the team had to collapse. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A place that Chu Chen had just Past suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep pit several meters wide, with sharp earth spikes buried beneath, glimmering with a faint metallic sheen, making them even more lethal. Even a golden-level powerhouse could be injured if they were not careful. Fortunately, the members of Haya's team, all above level 45 and golden-level NPCs, were strong and suffered no casualties. However, one person accidentally fell halfway into the pit, but thankfully did not suffer any damage from the spikes, only getting covered in mud, looking somewhat disheveled. Stay alert! Haya summoned a water blue shield, raising it in front of him to protect all the members of his team behind him. The other members quickly took their positions. The assassin went into stealth mode, beginning to scout the area around the main force, while the swordsman drew his blade, standing slightly behind Haya, allowing him to fully utilize Haya's protective role while being ready to counterattack. After all, ordinary swordsmen did not have a class change like Chu Chen's. Their skills were mostly melee and difficult to extend beyond 10 meters. The remaining archer readied his bow, primarily responsible for the rear, while his pet, a wind chime bird, soared into the sky. It didn't have strong attack power, but it was fast and had a long line of sight, making it particularly suitable for reconnaissance in the grassland terrain. The mage had just raised his staff, ready to chant spells at any moment. At the center of their protection stood a male priest, the class with the weakest survival ability, usually protected by teammates. This positioning was quite standard. Chu Chen's gaze lifted slightly. In just a moment, they had implemented such a response. The combat quality of this yellow-level team was exceptionally strong. In contrast, the personnel behind them, belonging to the city lord's office, could still quickly adjust their combat status under the team leader's command, but their response speed was clearly lagging behind that of Haya's team. As for the freelancers summoned by the 5 great families in the government, it was even more evident. They hadn't even been attacked yet, but the team was already in complete disarray, noisy and chaotic. And this was just an ordinary yellow-level team. There were even more advanced existences above it. Thus, it is clear that the mercenary guild's ability to overshadow the 6 great temples on the surface is not without reason. The 6 great temples serve more as a symbolic and educational force, while the mercenaries in the guild are essentially hunters who constantly walk the line of danger for resources, making their combat power naturally formidable. Moreover, Chu Chen also realized the advantages of such a team. There were tanks, melee damage dealers, assassins for quick strikes, long-range scouts, as well as mages with wide-area AoE and priests for healing. A well-coordinated team could easily handle enemies that outnumbered them several times. Although he possessed powerful attack and survival abilities capable of soloing bosses, being alone still had many drawbacks, such as being unable to scout from a distance. Chu Chen pondered, feeling an even stronger urge to help his companions grow. However, for now, the more pressing matter was to get through the current crisis. Previously, both Chu Chen and Yi Shinran had been to the Whispering Prairie, but after a simple exchange of glances, they realized they had never encountered such a situation before. This is troublesome. Such a huge pit must have been dug by a level 40 or above burrowing mouse, and those soil spikes should be the work of a diamond mouse. If there aren't too many pits, we can slow down and scout carefully, but if there are too many, it will severely affect our journey and could even lead to losses. Haya shouted seriously at Chu Chen. Chu Chen responded with a glance to indicate he understood, but the urgent task was to reorganize the team. They could not remain as loose as before. They had to enforce strict orders, or else just these deep pits could cost the team more than half their numbers. Chu Chen looked at the disordered team behind him, his gaze turning cold. He could no longer afford to hide his strength. The reason he had previously ignored the doubts of others was partly due to disdain and partly out of concern for scaring Yen Kai, who he dared not provoke. However, now he could not afford to think about that anymore. The most important thing for this operation was to complete the Lord's task. Not only could he break through level 50 and complete his third-class change, but the excess experience could also allow Xiao Yishui and Yi Xiaolong to level up several times. After all, he had accepted this task in the name of the team. Although the two had not come, the rewards could still be shared. Moreover, he was very eager for that hidden reward. It could very well be the equipment advancement scroll or an item that could ignore equipment levels, though the chances were slim. But what if? Chu Chen took a deep breath, activated the Light Dragon Spirit Sword, and let the Silent Moon Sword slip from his hand, quietly hovering above his head. At the same time, he consumed another point of dragon bloodline power to unleash the Polar Day Dragon Slash. The light elements within 100 meters began to stir, continuously transforming into white light that merged into the Silent Moon Sword. It should be noted that although the team was currently in chaos, there were only about 100 people, and their standing range did not even reach 100 meters. At this moment, they were within the influence range of the Polar Day Dragon Slash, and upon seeing the sky full of white dots, they couldn't help but show expressions of fear. Among them were several light attribute mages and priests, who were astonished to find that the light elements around them were completely unresponsive to their commands. Under such circumstances, they couldn't even cast their skills. The severity of the situation where mages and priests could not cast skills was very clear to them. To put it bluntly, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, easily killed by a level 20 first class professional. Others did not feel as strongly as these light attribute professionals, but they could sense the energy contained in the silent moonsword, hovering above Chu Chen, capable of easily destroying any of their defenses. In other words, none of them could withstand this move from Chu Chen. Only at this moment did they realize how ridiculous their previous doubts about Chu Chen had been, and they were grateful that he had not held their disrespect against them. As Chu Chen saw the panicked crowd gradually quiet down, a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. It was precisely because he still needed their help to complete the task that the Shinyu sword was merely floating above his head rather than indiscriminately attacking everyone. Although Chu Chen's bloodline power limit had already increased to 20 points and he could recover 1 point every 20 minutes, he still had to use it sparingly. Fortunately, spending those 2 points of bloodline power was worthwhile, as it could intimidate these disobedient individuals. The Shin Yu sword above Chu Chen's head continuously absorbed the surging light elements, and the brilliance emanating from the sword became increasingly dazzling. That oppressive force had begun to affect Yi Shinran and the members of the Haya team who were closest to Chu Chen. Yi Shinran had never doubted Chu Chen's strength. Instead, she looked at him with admiration, her eyes shining with light. The expressions of the Haya team members were somewhat complex. It had to be said that they found it difficult to withstand Chu Chen's move, and this certainly could not be all of his power. The reason they had previously been willing to follow Chu Chen's orders was ultimately due to their close relationship with the Lord's mansion, and more so, for the sake of Lord Yi Tian. However, now they genuinely recognized Chu Chen's strength. Finally, as the light absorbed by the Shinyu sword reached its peak, the pressure of the extreme day dragon slash almost enveloped everyone present. Chu Chen spoke up. I know that many of you here have never been fully convinced of my abilities and seem to question my strength. Previously, I thought it best to prioritize the overall situation in the task, and I didn't want to have disputes with you all. However, now that we have entered the Whispering Grassland for only a few dozen miles, we have already encountered traps and ambushes from level 40 and above, such as the Burrowing Mouse and the Diamond Mouse. As we delve deeper, there will surely be more difficulties and dangers awaiting us. Since you all chose to participate in this task, you naturally hope for its successful completion. But the prerequisite is that we must unite and follow orders, so I had no choice but to let you witness my strength to avoid similar doubts in the future. Of course, if you believe you can defeat me, then you may disregard my orders. As long as it does not delay our progress, I won't hold it against you. Chu Chen's speech, combining both grace and authority, made it easier for most people to accept. After all, they had come here primarily to complete the task. Lord Chaos is right. We should prioritize the task. I believe Lord Chaos's strength can lead us to better accomplish this task. I have no objections. Yes, Lord Chaos is powerful. He is the most suitable person to be in charge of the task. After a period of silence, more and more people began to speak in support of Chu Chen, their words fervent and their expressions passionate, as if those who had initially doubted him were not the same individuals. However, Chu Chen would not hold it against them. At least his most basic goal had been achieved successfully, intimidating the majority. Far at the back of the team, Yen Kai's team members, being distanced from the main group, had not noticed the traps encountered. Ahead, they only saw the team fall into chaos, and then Chu Chen unleashed a powerful skill with a thunderous force that struck fear into their hearts. This chaos does have some strength. No wonder he could kill the young master and Yen Yi's nephew. Yen Kai glared at Chu Chen's position ahead, spitting contemptuously. But such strength won't scare me. He's still too young, revealing his strongest trump card right after entering the Whispering Grassland just to intimidate these minor characters is a loss rather than a gain. Captain, how do you know this is all the power that Chaos has? What if he has more hidden strength? A member of the team questioned. Yen Kai shot a cold glare at the member who spoke, seemingly reprimanding him for his chatter, but he wasn't angry. He continued, our Yen family has investigated this. Chaos is an adventurer from another world. Although he has the protection and assistance of rules, he looks no more than a teenager. And our Yen family captured a few adventurers a couple of days ago. From them, we learned that Chu Chen is only level 45. The fact that he can unleash such an attack is already beyond my expectations. He can't possibly be stronger. His tone carried a hint of firmness, yet it seemed to hide a trace of uncertainty. However, the most troublesome part is that these adventurers are protected by the rules and won't truly die. So, completely eliminating this chaos is currently beyond our capabilities, but death is not. Without cost, they will be downgraded. I wonder what expression he will have when we kill this chaos a few times and drop him below level 40. Ha! Yen Kai laughed arrogantly. The member who had just spoken seemed to want to say something else but was silenced by Yen Kai's glare and had to close his mouth in frustration. At this moment, Chu Chen was up ahead discussing the next formation with Yi Shinran and Haya. After all, it was unrealistic to advance in such a loose manner as before. Of course, Chu Chen was clueless about this aspect. The main arrangements were still being made by Yi Shinran and Haya. He was also a bit worried that Yen Kai might be scared, leading them to hesitate in taking action. However, if Chu Chen knew that Yen Kai, this clever fellow, thought that what he had just shown was his strongest move and even believed he was only level 45, then sorry, Chu Chen would let Yen Kai know what cruelty truly meant. In the depths of the whispering grassland, beside a small stream, a grayish-blue giant wolf was crouching down, dipping its head into the water to drink. Next to it sat an old man wearing a straw hat and a raincoat. The old man was cradling a soil-colored wild creature that resembled a mole. The mole was chattering away, but the old man seemed to understand its words. Before long, the mole quieted down, as if it had delivered its message, and slipped away from the old man's arms. Hee, these little mice are still not giving up. Xiao Qing, go create some trouble for them, the old man said. The gray wolf immediately leaped up from the stream, its strong limbs firmly landing on the ground, and it howled at the old man before slowly turning to leave. By the way, remember to make a big noise, leave them with a deep impression. The old man, with his back to the direction the wolf left, picked up a fishing rod that had fallen nearby, and his figure slowly disappeared from sight. The main force continued to advance slowly, without a hint of slackness. Everyone was focused intently on the ground beneath their feet, afraid of falling into a pitfall. As Chu Chen and the others delved deeper, the number of traps gradually began to thin out, and fortunately, there were no casualties among the main force. I really didn't expect that you two have a talent for troop deployment and military strategy, Chu Chen said, gradually, relaxing and joking with Yi Shinran and Haya. Yi Shinran stuck out her tongue, looking lively and cute. Of course, my father made me learn everything. Otherwise, this young lady's level would definitely not lag behind yours. Ah, right. The young lady's talent is indeed the best in Silver Moon City, Chu Chun chuckled. But Haya nodded in agreement from the side. Miss was already level 30 at 13 years old, and at 15 she broke through to the golden level. Her talent is indeed among the top in Silver Moon City. Yi Shinran proudly puffed out her ample chest and said, did you hear that? If it weren't for my dad thinking I was advancing too quickly and telling me to calm down and learn some other knowledge, I would at least be a level 50 epic powerhouse by now. Chu Chen was surprised. He didn't expect this girl he had saved to be such a genius. However, he knew that it had only been less than a week since he had become what he was now, and he hadn't really paid much attention to the level system in the Tianwan. After all, he felt that even if he reached the maximum level, it wouldn't take long. The three were joking around when the personnel behind them began to relax their vigilance after passing through the trap danger zone, and the formation they had maintained for a short while gradually began to disperse. Look over there, how can there be a sandstorm on the grassland? A scout archer, using the shared vision with his pet, saw a sandstorm rising ahead of their team. The stirred up dirt and dust were several meters high. Where? Are you just scaring yourself? How could there be a sandstorm on the grassland? The people nearby thought he was joking and laughed in response. But after several seconds without a reply from the archer, he stood there dumbfounded. Don't scare me, is there really a sandstorm? No, it's not a sandstorm. Phew, I knew it, don't scare yourself. It's a beast tide. What? The beast tide is coming. A sharp cry rang out, and the entire team heard the archer's warning. Everyone stopped and looked ahead. They saw a group of shadows kicking up several meters of dust, rushing towards the troops at an incredible speed. At the forefront of the shadows was a giant gray-blue wolf, several meters tall and over 10 meters long, its fierce face and strong body and limbs showcasing its immense power. Undur. The giant wolf's excited howl. The beasts behind it were extremely agitated, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Light Spirit Dragon Sword. After a period of travel, Chu Chen's dragon bloodline power had fully recovered. Golden Notation. A flash of light appeared, and the massive body of the Golden Notation appeared beside Chu Chen. In terms of size, the growing Golden Notation was enough to crush most wild monsters and bosses. With a wingspan of nearly 20 meters and a body length of over 10 meters, the moment it appeared, it seemed as if the ground sank a bit. Chu Chen, at 1.8 meters tall, looked like a tiny figure next to the Golden Notation. He jumped with all his might and landed steadily on its back. The Chenyu sword, under the enhancement of the Light Spirit Dragon Sword, continuously circled around Chu Chen's body. At the same time, endless white light points began to gather towards the Chenyu sword. It was the charge for the Extreme Day Dragon Slash. Chu Chen sat firmly on the back of the Golden Notation, directly commanding it to fly low and quickly towards the beast tide. After undergoing another revolution, the Golden Notation, now at the same level as Chu Chen, had also reached level 49. At this moment, its speed had already exceeded 1,000, and with the passive enhancement of the mount, it doubled again. It reached 2,800 points. What seemed like several kilometers of distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Haya, who was behind Chu Chen, reacted immediately, quickly arranging all combat personnel to form a formation, protecting the ranged classes behind, with warriors at the front, while swordsmen prepared to counterattack as soon as the beast tide reached the warriors. All assassins went into stealth mode, trying to disrupt the beast tide's attack as much as possible. But at this moment, Yi Shinran's eyes revealed a hint of fear. Her whole body began to tremble, her face turned pale, and she murmured, Why is it another beast tide? What is hidden deep in this grassland? Haya looked at Yi Shinran in confusion, not knowing what she had encountered in the grasslands before, but the situation was urgent, so after a glance, she said no more. She raised her water blue shield and, along with the other members of Haya's team, protected Yi Shinran behind them. Above the beast tide, Chu Chen deliberately had Jinbuju fly a little further in, maintaining a relatively stationary position against the beast tide. Finally, the Extreme Day Dragon Slash had completed its charge. Endless sword shadows of light scattered outward. Chu Chen did not control the sword shadows to attack specific targets. Instead, he aimed to disperse the targets as much as possible. His primary goal now was not to kill a certain number of wild monsters but to slow down the charging speed of the beast tide. Compared to Jinbuju, the speed of the beast tide was not fast, and one could even say it was a bit slow. However, most of the troops behind Chu Chen did not have mounts. With the howling of the blue wolf enhancing them, the beast tide appeared exceptionally excited, with both speed and attack power significantly increased. If they launched an attack in their current state, it would only take an instant for half of the entire troop to be killed or injured. The scattered light swords under Chu Chen's deliberate control began to indiscriminately attack the wild monsters at the forefront of the beast tide. Although a single light sword would only deal 25% of its attack power and damage under the incredible enhancement of the chaotic sword heart, it could still severely injure or even kill these level 50 small monsters. Seconds later, the wild monsters at the very front of the beast tide were either dead or injured, forcing the speed of the monsters behind to slow down. However, they seemed undeterred by death, directly ignoring their fallen companions and even collapsing over their bodies. Although their speed was somewhat affected, the intensity of the charge had not decreased much. Chu Chen watched as the troops were about to meet the beast tide and couldn't help but close his eyes. He knew that under this impact, most of the people in the team would not survive, and that blue giant wolf at the forefront of the beast tide, despite Chu Chen's high damage, was not significantly affected by the dispersed attacks. Instead, a hint of mockery appeared in its copper bell-sized eyes. As the distance between them closed, the beast tide also entered the attack range of the mages and archers. Colorful area skills were unleashed from the team towards the fearless beast horde. Surprisingly, these NPCs, who ranked among the upper echelons of Silvermoon City, found that their skills could barely hinder the approaching beast tide. Most of the skills only scraped off some fur from the wild monsters, not even causing light injuries. The arrows shot by the archers also failed to break through defenses, making it difficult to inflict substantial damage on the beast horde. Some archers noticed that all the wild monsters were shimmering with a faint blue light, greatly enhancing their defensive capabilities. What the hell is this thing? Everyone focus fire on that leading blue giant wolf. If I'm not mistaken, it can grant these wild monsters a buff. But it was already too late to realize this. Previously, when they saw Chu Chen easily annihilate a large group of wild monsters with a single skill, they mistakenly thought that these wild monsters had low defensive attributes, but who knew that was only because Chu Chen's damage was high enough. In reality, after the blue giant wolf's enhancement, the beast horde's speed and attack were not the only things that improved. Their defense had also increased significantly. For Chu Chen, these attributes were not a big deal, but for these NPCs, who were already insufficiently powerful to form a crushing force, it was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. The mages and archers dared not pause for a moment, frantically unleashing attacks on the beast tide, but to little effect. The lurking assassins could no longer hold back, circling around to the side of the blue giant wolf, attempting to launch a sneak attack to interrupt the buffs it was providing. Things did not go as planned. The azure giant wolf, as the old man's pet, was already stronger than an ordinary level 50 epic boss, though it lacked the boss's attribute enhancement template. Nevertheless, to the NPCs, it remained an unstoppable force. The seemingly massive body of the blue wolf was, in fact, extraordinarily agile, and with its powerful defense, it easily withstood the assassins' ambushes, its claws striking out to directly kill several assassins who couldn't dodge in time. Yet, its speed was not affected in the slightest. At this moment, Chu Chen was riding on Jinbuju's back, racing back, and had already closed the distance with the azure giant wolf. The Chunyu sword was even faster, shimmering with a faint white light under Chu Chen's control, and it swung down towards the blue wolf. Dragon Breath Slash. The dazzling light radiated directly in front of the blue wolf, but it was not blinded. Chu Chen then realized that although this azure giant wolf was not a boss, it possessed a skill that granted it immunity to control effects. However, the damage from the Dragon Breath Slash still erupted forth. Minus 5,380,000. Such a high damage of 5 million was not something the blue wolf could ignore. The intense pain affected the blue wolf's speed, and the azure light that enhanced the beast tide began to dim. Effective. Chu Chen was about to continue his assault, not giving the blue wolf a chance to catch its breath. Suddenly, the situation changed. The blue wolf's massive body vanished from Chu Chen's sight in an instant. The next second, it appeared right in front of the team, just a few meters away. At this distance, the damage from the mages and archers could no longer be fully exerted, and the swordsmen beside the warriors finally made their move. However, their damage was clearly incomparable to Chu Chen's. The combined attacks of over a dozen people barely caused the blue wolf to lose less than 3% of its health. Although the blue wolf did not have the attribute template bonus of a boss, its health had reached a staggering 30 million. It was easy to imagine that the attacks from these dozen swordsmen combined only dealt less than 1 million damage to the blue wolf, which was less than 1/5 of Chu Chen's The problem was that the Blue Wolf's teleportation skill had reached several dozen meters, and with the suddenness of the event, Chu Chen had no time to react. After this round of attacks from the swordsman, Chu Chen hurriedly urged Jin Buju towards the Blue Wolf. However, it was at this moment that the Beast Tide also encountered the team. A fierce battle erupted instantly. The front line of the entire team, made up of warriors, was on the verge of collapse, having barely held for a few seconds before a breach appeared. The wild monsters surged forward, charging directly into the gap without caring about the attacks coming from elsewhere. The Haya team and Yi Shinran, being at the front of the team, had already been surrounded by wild monsters. Fortunately, as the captain of a yellow-level team, Haya was strong, and the other members of the team were clearly a notch above these ordinary NPCs, so they were not in immediate danger. Yi Shinran was protected in the middle by her teammates and had not yet suffered from the Beast Tide's attacks. However, her body was still trembling slightly, and even her hand holding the bow was somewhat unsteady, resulting in her attacks lacking much power, almost like just scratching the wild monsters. Fortunately, it was evident that Yi Shinran was trying her best to adjust. She truly was the genius she had been described as, with a strong adaptability. Even in the face of her inner fears, she could quickly adjust her state. Chu Chen rode Jin Buju, diving down from the sky, charging straight towards the gap torn open by the wild monsters. Before he arrived, the sword was already there. The Chenyu sword continuously slashed at the wild monsters rushing forward. With each sword strike, several wild monsters lost their names. Congratulations, you have gained 29,871 experience points. You leveled up, current level 50, and gained 5 free attribute points. Under the massive number of kills, even with the experience reduction caused by a certain level difference, Chu Chen still leveled up. Without hesitation, he allocated his points to speed, feeling his body become lighter once again. However, now that he was on the back of Jin Buju, he couldn't test his speed. But as mentioned earlier, the scale of the Beast Tide was too enormous. Countless wild monsters were frantically crashing against that gap, causing the nearby warriors to be unable to resist and gradually fall. The gap was widening, and the ranged classes behind the human wall had no power to fight back in such close combat, with people continuously dying at the jaws of the beasts. Hundreds of people, 90, 80. The size of the team was sharply decreasing, NPCs falling one after another. The body of Xinyu sword was now covered in blood, and Chu Chen had already jumped down from Jin Buju's back. After all, Jin Buju was also an important combat force, and as a mount, it would have its attributes reduced by 50%, so Chu Chen chose to release it. Jin Buju charged directly at the blue wolf that was slaughtering the warriors, a beam of holy dragon breath striking the wolf's back. Minus 189,760, over 100,000 damage might not seem high, but the holy dragon breath was merely Jin Buju's normal attack. Now at level 50, Jin Buju's attributes were extremely high, gradually revealing the powerful strength of the holy dragon race. Little holy light spell. In the current situation, Jin Buju unleashed its area of effect skill. The seemingly warm light appeared to slowly melt the wild monsters within a 300 m radius, dealing over 1,000,000 damage, something these wild monsters could not withstand. As the light gradually faded, a vacuum area formed around Jin Buju, including all the NPCs, with only a few wild monsters with thicker health surviving. The damage from the little holy light spell was not high against the blue wolf, but seeing all its minions perish under Jin Buju's skill, the blue wolf became furious. No longer targeting the human ants before it, its sharp gaze locked onto Jin Buju, a pale blue light swirling around its 4 legs, and in the next moment, it vanished. Another sneak attack? Chu Chen's pupils contracted. This blue giant wolf loved to ambush. A blue claw appeared beside Jin Buju, and the next second, the attack would land on it. Ju, ascend! Chu Chen saw the scene and shouted hoarsely. The iron-like claw reflected a chilling light, the blue wind attribute aura swirling. Upon hearing Chu Chen's warning, Jin Buju immediately flapped its wings and ascended, but it was still struck by the giant wolf's claw. Just as the claw made contact with Jin Buju, the golden body erupted, with a gray aura illuminating Jin Buju into a gray giant dragon, half-chaos body. This physique formed by the integration of Chu Chen's bloodline power. Initially, the half-chaos body provided a 50% resistance to lower attributes, and with Chu Chen's second-class change, Jin Buju evolved alongside him, now achieving a 55% resistance to lower attributes. And the wind attribute was just right to be resisted. The wolf's claw, seemingly a physical attack, actually carried more wind attribute damage. This attack could have severely injured Jin Buju, but unfortunately, after being weakened by the half-chaos body, it only took away less than 100,000 health, not even an eighth of Jin Buju's total health. Although there was some impact, it was ultimately the best outcome. Chu Chen's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down. The blue wolf stood in shock, staring blankly at its claws, a hint of confusion and fear in its eyes. At the very moment the half-chaotic body erupted, it felt as if it were facing a deity, and an urge to kneel in submission rose within. Just as it forcibly expelled these thoughts from its mind, it sensed that its attack on Jin Buju was weakened by more than half, otherwise, that strike would have at least severely injured the radiant giant dragon. Most of the team was struggling to resist the beast tide, and hardly anyone noticed the scene that had just unfolded except for one person. Yenkai, hiding at the back of the team, wore a face of uncertainty. He had just seen the gray halo that flickered around Jinbuk, and he could clearly sense that it bore no death attribute. Yet in his understanding, the gray attribute only represented death. Moreover, although he felt confused and fearful about Chu-Chen having a dragon pet, he could at least force himself to comfort that it might just be a sub-dragon species, not a true giant dragon. But aside from the bone dragon in the sub-dragon category, there were no races with a gray attribute. Thus, there was only one answer. This gray attribute was an unknown, high-level attribute, and it originated from Chu-Chen. Coupled with the constant dragon pressure emanating from Jinbuk, he could sense it even from hundreds of meters away. At that moment, he began to feel a bit scared. The sword he previously thought contained powerful light energy was Chu-Chen's strongest trump card. Now it seemed like a joke. Chu-Chen's strength was unfathomable, far beyond what he could handle. But he had already chosen to accept this task. If he were to defect now, not only would he lose his chance for promotion, but he might also incur the Lord's wrath. His life could very well be at stake. Yenkai gritted his teeth, hoping that Chu-Chen would not turn against him during this mission. He immediately called for his team to head forward, preparing to boost their favorability. There was no choice, he had to go through with it. Now he couldn't fight back, nor could he escape. It could be said that Yenkai's fate was entirely in Chu-Chen's hands, and he dared not watch the show as he had before. Of course, at this moment, Chu-Chen was still unaware that the mere eruption of Jinbuk's half-chaotic body had completely intimidated Yenkai. However, even if he knew, it wouldn't change his decision. He had said he would deal with Yenkai after the mission was completed, and he could not allow him to return alive. At this moment, Chu-Chen was particularly furious. A strong sword aura spread wildly from his feet, expanding in all directions. The Chen Yu sword emitted clear sword cries under Chu-Chen's control, its blade weaving through the air, ready to strike at the blue wolf from any direction. A cunning beast daring to use such despicable means. A voice devoid of any emotion escaped Chu-Chen's lips. The surrounding sword aura grew increasingly violent. As a somewhat delusional youth, Chu-Chen had always harbored a vague expectation for the battles in the martial world. He imagined that encounters with masters would involve graceful movements and fierce techniques rather than constant sneak attacks through treacherous means. This was also the spirit of swordsmen in the Tianwen continent. They had always looked down on the assassin's way of sneak attacks, believing that a fair duel was where the charm of battle lay. Chu-Chen was even more extreme. Unless under special circumstances, he would rather not win in a direct confrontation than resort to ambush. At this moment, he was consumed by his own ideals and will. I won't use the 10,000 swords returning to the sect to kill you because you don't deserve it. The duration of the light spirit dragon sword had ended, but Chu-Chen chose not to activate it again. He checked the blue wolf's remaining health, which was still over 20 million. Fortunately, since it wasn't a boss template, this blue wolf did not possess any invincibility or death immunity skills, so over 20 million was not too much. Chu-Chen's talent destined him for a confrontation where, if he fought head-on without holding back, no one could stop his damage. Chu-Chen silently removed the black ring he wore and replaced it with the epic ring dropped from Killing Gansny, the Ring of Slaughter and Death. With a 100-point strength boost and an 80-point spirit boost, his attributes surged significantly. Considering his equipment, his attack power had already reached 3,790 points. At the same time, although he hadn't worn it before, the passive effects of the Ring of Slaughter and Death stacked up since it had been in his backpack. Attack power and both defenses increased by 100%. His attack power soared to 7,580 points. But that wasn't all. The skill of the Black Ring, Despair of the Black Ring, was activated. For 10 seconds, all attributes doubled, gaining a 10% lifesteal effect and a 10% attack speed increase. After 10 seconds, he would enter a weakened state lasting 1 minute, with all attributes reduced by 50%. This life-saving skill had never been used by Chu-Chen, as he had never encountered a boss that could threaten his life. Even now, he was only compelled to use it because he was enraged by the blue wolf, wanting to deliver a fatal blow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have activated it, given its negative effects. But Chu-Chen didn't care about that. He only knew he wanted to slay this ambushing beast with one strike. Attack power doubled again, 15,160 points. The Chenyu sword was tightly gripped in Chu-Chen's hand, gathering power continuously, the low growls of a dragon resonating throughout the arena. Although the sound was not loud, everyone heard it clearly, and a pressure from the dragon race immobilized everyone. The blue giant wolf was no exception. Initially, it looked at Chu-Chen with a hint of mockery, as its teleportation ability allowed it to move freely within 100 meters, easily dodging Chu-Chen's attacks. But now it was dumbfounded. The dragon's might held it firmly in place, and not only could it not activate its skills, but even the wind elements around it seemed to abandon it, fleeing in all directions. Chu-Chen seemed to notice the blue wolf's predicament, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. You can't teleport, but I can. Instant flash. The dragon's roar from The Chenyu sword was fully unleashed, covering hundreds of meters with its powerful sound. The blue giant wolf could only watch helplessly as the Chenyu sword drew closer to its head, unable to resist, its eyes filled with despair, knowing it could not escape. You shouldn't have provoked a swordsman with a sneak attack. Especially not me. Chu Chen's light voice declared its fate. A brilliant dragon flew out from the Chenyu sword, carrying the sword light piercing through the blue wolf's body. The despair in the wolf's eyes slowly faded, its gaze becoming vacant. Minus 24,898,265. A damage number exceeding 20 million appeared above the blue wolf's head, and this was not even Chu Chen's limit. Over 20 million was merely the blue wolf's remaining health. The true damage of this strike approached 40 million. If there were no health-locking mechanism, it could even one-shot a weaker epic boss. A flash of white light passed, revealing several pieces of dazzling purple epic equipment and multiple pieces of golden equipment on the ground. The momentum of this strike completely intimidated everyone present, including the wild monsters. The blue wolf was dead. The monsters, having lost their backbone, didn't even care about the human in front of them, choosing to endure damage to escape. All the surviving humans looked at Chu Chen with a hint of reverence, a respect for the strong. If Chu Chen's previous Daylight Dragon Slash had merely intimidated everyone, then this last strike had made everyone fully acknowledge him, including Yen Kai. This strike is like a miracle. Indeed, it's terrifying. Just how strong is the power of Lord Chaos? I don't know how strong it is, I only know that with the presence of the Chaos Lord on this mission, we will be much safer. After surviving the disaster, everyone bore scars to varying degrees, and many had perished under the beast tide. However, in the Tian continent, life and death had long become the norm, so there was not much sadness among the crowd. The two strongest yellow-level teams, although injured, fortunately did not suffer any fatalities, and their combat effectiveness remained relatively intact. Jin Buju slowly descended from the sky, standing beside Chu Chen, and there was a hint of human-like trust in its gaze towards him. The initial reason for signing a contract with Chu Chen was largely due to the chaotic attributes contained within Chu Chen's Chaos Sword Heart, which drew it in with a strong attraction. Moreover, under the suppression of the Chaos Sword Heart, it could only sign a life and death contract with Chu Chen. Even after the contract was signed, it felt more of Chu Chen's strength but did not gain further insight into his character. Although Chu Chen had passed a series of tests from the Dragon King, tests were ultimately just tests. Only when faced with real crises could one's true nature be reflected. Fortunately, judging from Chu Chen's recent actions, it did not feel disappointed. Thus, even though Jin Buju was injured, it felt more joy than anything else, glad to have encountered such a remarkable master. Chu Chen did not speak, gently touching the injured abdomen of Jin Buju. The wound was not very deep and should heal in a short time. With a flash of golden light, he recalled Jin Buju back into the pet space. The next moment, Chu Chen felt a strong sense of weakness. The despairing negative effect of Heike had arrived, and Chu Chen would enter a state of 50% reduction in all attributes for 1 minute. Fortunately, the beast tide had receded, and the remaining 50 or so NPCs were clearing the battlefield. The wild monsters that made up the beast tide were mostly between level 40 and 50, and the dropped equipment was just right. However, it was a pity that since they were all minor monsters, the drop rate was not very high. At this moment, Yi Shinran finally came to her senses and hurriedly bypassed the Haija team, running straight towards Chu Chen. Chaos. How are you? Yi Shinran cautiously began to check Chu Chen's body, finally stopping when she found no injuries on him. The tear stains on her face had not completely dried, and her choked voice rang out again. I'm sorry, Chaos. The moment the beast tide struck, I felt as if I were reliving the previous scene. At that time, we had very few guards, and we simply couldn't withstand the impact of the beast tide. In just the initial clash, more than half of our team was dead or injured. If it weren't for Uncle Luo and Uncle Wang sacrificing their lives to cover my escape, I didn't mean to hold back just now. Chu Chen raised his hand, interrupting Yi Shinran's words. I know, it's not your fault. If I had experienced such a horrific escape, my performance wouldn't be any better than yours when facing the beast tide again. If you don't believe me, ask them if they blame you in their hearts. Chu Chen gestured for Yi Shinran to look at the people behind her. Yi Shinran turned to look, and the members of the Haija team were not looking at her with blame, but rather with understanding and compassion. Haija hesitated for a moment but still stepped forward slowly. Miss, we do not blame you. As Lord Chaos said, if we were to face the beast tide again, our performance would not be any better than yours, so you need not blame yourself any further. Haija's rough voice sounded particularly gentle at this moment. He had had close ties with the Lord's mansion for over a decade, and one could say that he had watched Yi Shinran grow up. At this moment he was like a wise elder, continuously comforting Yi Shinran. Chu Chen no longer paid attention to the conversation between the two, struggling to support his body with the Shinyu sword as he walked towards the surviving troops. Everyone, this beast tide has caused heavy losses, and it is due to my poor command. Once the mission is completed and we return to Silvermoon City, I will personally apologize to the city lord. But for now, our task is not yet finished, so we must continue moving forward. If anyone wishes to withdraw, you may do so now. Lord Chaos, you need not blame yourself. With such a terrifying beast tide, we have managed to survive with nearly half of our forces intact. Lord Chaos, your contributions are undeniable. How could there be any blame? That's right. If it weren't for your powerful outburst, Lord Chaos, slaying the leader of the beast horde, we would have surely perished under their hooves by now. Exactly. With Lord Chaos's strength, we should be grateful. If we have dealt with the beast tide, what more difficult situations could lie ahead? Unexpectedly, none of the remaining team members chose to withdraw. Chu Chen's recently displayed strength had completely conquered them. The Yen Kai team was at the back of the group, their strength already the strongest, and with fewer wild monsters rushing in from behind, they had essentially suffered no losses. At this moment, Yen Kai looked at the crowd-supported Chu Chun with suspicion. If I'm not mistaken, that kid unleashed such a strong attack, but it seems like he's injured? He had been fixated on Chu Chun from the start, unable to defeat him now, he could only remain on guard. So when Chu Chen had just been affected by the negative effect of the Kurosaki earrings, his body had visibly trembled, and he needed to use his sword to support himself to stand up. If I were to make a move, now would be the best opportunity. Yen Kai pondered, but looking at the crowd surrounding Chu Chen, he had to abandon his thoughts. No, I can't ascertain Chaos's true capabilities. Was that last sword strike really his final trump card? Can he unleash it again? Is his weakened state genuine or a deliberate ploy to confuse me? Countless thoughts raced through Yen Kai's mind, leaving no room for carelessness. The strength Chu Chen displayed far exceeded his own. A moment's inattention could lead to the same fate as the young master of the Yen family. Just then, Chu Chen's gaze swept over the contemplative Yen Kai, instantly snapping him back to reality. Chu Chen shot Yen Kai a slightly provocative glance before turning to approach Shinran and Haya. No, I can't make a move. He must be deliberately luring me. Once I act, he will have legitimate reason to kill me on the spot. Yen Kai saw the look in Chu Chen's eyes, and after some thought, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This Chaos, not only is he strong, but he's also so despicable. He actually intends to lure me into action. Chu Chen thought to himself, I'm not being despicable. How am I luring you? I'm genuinely weak. Although the duration is almost over, you can really give it a try. Watching Chu Chen slowly approach, Haya's eyes were filled with complexity. At first, he hadn't taken Chu Chen seriously, more so because of the city lord's orders that he chose to follow him. After all, a teenager in his teens, even if he had broken through to level 40 or above, he didn't believe the other had the qualifications to lead him. But now he realized how wrong he was. This refined young man was not only powerful and decisive in battle but also had strong means of rallying the team's morale. Yi Shinran had completely regained her composure, returning to her youthful and lively demeanor, smiling as she spoke. Chaos, shall we take a moment to rest and then set off again? Don't worry, I've overcome my inner fears, there's nothing to be afraid of, and I definitely won't hold us back. Chu Chen nodded, saying nothing more, and sat down to adjust his state. In fact, Chu Chen hadn't consumed much energy, it was just a bit of physical exhaustion, but with his current level 50 attributes, this little bit of fatigue was nothing. Unfortunately, the team was not like him, and the mages and priests needed time to recover their mana, so he can only sit on the ground. About a quarter of an hour later, Haya stepped forward. Lord Chaos, everyone has adjusted enough, we can continue our journey and reach the depths of the grassland as soon as possible. The use of honorifics in his address showed that Chu Chen's powerful strength had already conquered everyone present. With a sudden opening of his eyes, Chu Chen leaped up. Let's go. At the back of the team. Boss, this kid is so strong, should we just let it go for now? Let's spare him this time and come back later with more experts from the family to deal with him. An assassin hidden in the shadows quietly approached Yen Kai and whispered his advice. Let it go? How could that be possible? According to the information we received earlier, this kid wasn't that strong when he killed the young master in Yen Yi. This can only mean that either he was hiding his strength before or he has grown too fast. Whichever it is, he cannot leave the Whispering Grassland alive. Don't worry, I've already informed the family. The experts sent by the elders should be arriving soon. The moment the task is completed, we will strike swiftly and block him in the Whispering Grassland. Yen Kai sneered, his sinister face appearing somewhat terrifying. But boss, didn't you say that adventurers like Chaos would resurrect in the city after they die? How can we block him in the grassland? The assassin's expression was unclear, but his voice revealed a hint of doubt. Hey, you don't need to worry about that, the family has its ways. Alright then, I'll continue to lurk ahead and observe the situation. With that, the assassin's vague figure disappeared. Damn it, I've followed this Yen Kai for so many years and I haven't gained much benefit, just a pile of trouble. Bah! What 5 great families, they're just a stingy family. The assassin thought indignantly. He had been part of Yen Kai's team for over a decade, always hoping to climb the ranks of the Yen family through his connection with Yen Kai. But after all these years of doing dirty work, he had only received a few pieces of golden equipment, and he had long grown dissatisfied with Yen Kai and the Yen family. This time, the pressure brought by Chu Chen was too great, his unfathomable strength and obvious hostile attitude forced him to reconsider his options. No matter what, even if Chaos can't get through this challenge on his own, others are closely related to the Lord of the City. Who knows what life-saving treasures the Lord might have given him? Since there's no future following Yenkai, I might as well switch sides and join Chaos. Who knows, I might even get close to the Lord of the City, and then what can the Yin family do to me? After struggling with this thought for a long time, the assassin finally made up his mind and quickly headed towards Chu Chen and the others at the front of the team. Shinran, you have been deep into the grassland before. Did you see anything in the depths? Chu Chen turned to the distracted girl beside him and asked. However, Shinran seemed not to hear, still walking with her head down, ignoring Chu Chen. Shinran? Chu Chen couldn't help but raise his voice to call her again. What's wrong? Is there another beast tied? Shinran suddenly looked up, seemingly startled by Chu Chen's voice. Chu Chen wore a playful expression. Not at all. I called you several times and you didn't respond. What's wrong? Are you worried again? Shinran fidgeted like a child who had done something wrong, fiddling with her fingers. I'm not. I already said I've completely overcome my fear of the beast tied. Then what are you thinking about so intently? I was just thinking that the two beast tides we encountered seem a bit different. What's different? I was there during the last beast tide too. I didn't notice anything. Shinran rolled her eyes. Hey, you've killed them in seconds during both beast tides. What can you even tell? Chu Chen scratched his head. Seems like that's true. Haya, who was nearby, was drawn in by their conversation and quickly leaned over to ask, what's wrong, miss? What's different about the two beast tides? Shinran hesitated. I don't know if it's just my illusion, but I feel like this time's beast tide is much stronger than the last one, and the scale is larger. Chu Chen remained oblivious. This time the beast tide has that blue giant wolf buffing the beast horde. Isn't it normal for them to be stronger? Shinran couldn't stand Chu Chen's constant interruptions anymore. Her small hand quietly reached behind him, found a soft spot, and pinched hard. Is this your women's innate skill? You all like to pinch people. Ouch, that hurts. Chu Chen jumped in pain. Shinran clapped her hands, looking at Chu Chen with a proud expression. That's what you get for interrupting. Just listen. Haya gave Chu Chen a sympathetic look but didn't dare to speak. What I'm saying isn't about the blue wolf's buffs but about levels. Didn't you notice? The last beast tide had a lot of monsters, but most were around level 40, while this time most of the monsters are above level 45. Shinran's face was serious. Haya glanced at the sulking Chu Chen and couldn't help but say, it's also possible that the lower level monsters were all killed, so naturally the higher level ones came. No, even though I repelled the beast tide last time, there were still a huge number left. Logically, even if some high level monsters were added this time, it shouldn't be that most of them are high level, with very few below level 40. Chu Chen explained at the right moment. Shinran shot him a glance and continued, exactly, so I have a guess that the treasure deep in the grassland can significantly raise the levels of people or monsters. As soon as she said this, Chu Chen and Haya exchanged surprised glances. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and find that treasure. Chu Chen's eyes sparkled. Although it wasn't difficult for him to level up with his strength, the problem was that Xiao Ishue and the others weren't leveling up quickly, and on top of that he had to manage the guild. Now, their levels had all dropped out of the top 10. He couldn't just do nothing and only help them level up. But once they had that treasure, wouldn't leveling up be a breeze? Securing a top 3 spot would be simple. If even level 40 monsters could be quickly leveled up. And with such a large number, how fast would it be for those in their 20s? Don't rush, I've said this is just my speculation. Besides, we only know it can quickly raise the levels of monsters, but whether it works for people is another matter. Shinran quickly doused Chu Chen with cold water. After all, one shouldn't be hasty in anything. I understand, but finding the treasure quickly is also to complete the task sooner. The event lasts for a total of 7 days, and today is already the second day, leaving only 5 days. Chu Chen couldn't help but feel anxious, as he had always wanted to secure a top 3 spot with Xiao Ishue and the others, and now with his mother and Wang Manhwa added, the goal had risen to securing a top 5 spot. If he relied solely on himself to level them up one by one, wouldn't that wear him out? Moreover, he was already level 50 and still needed to undergo a third job change. After all, he was already level 50, yet still wearing a level 10 black cape set. For Chu Chen, the first person of Tianwan, this was simply a disgrace. But he couldn't bear to part with the effects of the black cape set, so he had to keep wearing it. If only there were items like inheritance entries, this trouble would be perfectly resolved. The conversation ended abruptly, and the two could not persuade Chu Chen, so they had to order the team to quicken their pace. Just a few meters away from them, unnoticed, an assassin was lurking nearby. It was the assassin from Yen Kai's team. I didn't expect that the final treasure might have such a function. The assassin had originally planned to approach Chu Chen and betray Yen Kai's scheme, but as he got closer, he happened to overhear Shinran's speculation about the treasure, which made him hesitate, wondering whether to act according to his previous thoughts. This is a treasure that can quickly level up. If I can get it, who knows, I might become a fourth transformation powerhouse above level 80 in the future. At that point, would I still need to care about the Yin family in the small Silver Moon City? Even this chaos might come begging to cling to my leg. Gradually, greed consumed all his thoughts. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to temporarily not help either side, waiting for the last moment to secretly seize the treasure using his stealth abilities. Indeed, being a member of Yen Kai's team meant he had exceptional skills. Although his level was only 46, he had accidentally opened an epic treasure chest before, gaining a powerful stealth skill that allowed him to become completely invisible in front of beings no more than 10 levels above his own. Without an epic level or higher detection skill, it would be impossible to discover his presence. This was also why he could eavesdrop on the conversation so close to them. The assassin forcibly suppressed his longing and impulse for the treasure and continued to lurk not far from Chu Chen and the others. The team walked for a long time and finally reached a small stream. After being covered in blood from the previous battle, the men could still endure it, but for the naturally clean women, it was unbearable. There had been no water source to wash up before, but now seeing this clear stream, the women in the team could no longer hold back. Fortunately, with Chu Chen's authority still strong, they did not leave the team on their own, and all looked at Chu Chen with hopeful eyes. Ahem. If anyone wants to wash up, go ahead, don't mind me. But make sure to wash downstream, don't dirty the whole stream. Under the gaze of many girls, even Chu Chen could not avoid the custom and felt a bit shy, quickly pretending to cough a couple of times to signal everyone to move freely, while he himself was a bit thirsty and prepared to go upstream to drink some water. Chu Chen, come look. There are signs of human activity here. Yi Shinran, who had been protected by the Haya team during the battle and had not gotten any blood on her, was eager to drink water when she saw the stream. At this moment, she was standing next to a rock, waving to Chu Chen. Signs of human activity? But logically speaking, ever since the Whispering Prairie underwent changes, hasn't it been rare for anyone to come in? Moreover, this is deep in the prairie. Chu Chen was somewhat puzzled. Yeah, I didn't reach here last time I came, and look, these traces are quite new, indicating they were made recently. Yi Shinran pointed to the footprints by the stream with a serious expression, explaining to Chu Chen. Chu Chen lightly jumped over the stream and reached the other side. Shinran, look. Doesn't this footprint resemble that of the previous green wolf? After jumping over, Chu Chen discovered some huge animal paw prints next to a flat green stone. Yi Shinran hurried over to Chu Chen's side, crouched down, and examined it closely. That's right, the size matches. It should be from that green wolf. It seems that the green wolf is likely closely related to the human who left these footprints. There are no signs of a struggle here. But that blue wolf's strength is at least equivalent to a level 50 epic powerhouse. How terrifying must this human's strength be? Yi Shinran's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. The weak naturally fear the strong. If it weren't for Chu Chen earlier, that blue wolf alone could have wiped out their 100-man team. But now they discovered it might be a human's pet or mount? Yi Shinran found it hard to believe. Chu Chen spoke again, and his words brought back the fear that had just faded from Yi Shinran. Is there a possibility that this isn't a trace left by humans? Not human, then what could it be? Are you suggesting? Chu Chen remained calm. After all, he still had his trump card. Previously, he had only used the skill from the black edge earrings to deal with the blue wolf. Moreover, this gave him some inspiration. If he first stacked the passive effects of the Ring of Slaughter and Death, then activated the earring skill, using the 10,000 swords returning to origin in that state might even allow him to touch a legendary boss. Exactly, it seems you thought of it too. After all, didn't we mention it before? Deep in the grassland, there seems to be a deity. Of course, I'm just speculating. You two don't need to worry too much. The dreaming grassland is still within the territory of Silver Moon City. How could there be a deity? Chu Chen chuckled, signaling Yi Shinran and Haya not to be overly concerned. Ahaha, I knew it. Chaos, you must be doing this on purpose, trying to scare me, right? Yi Shinran's expression was not good. She looked quite frightened by Chu Chen, but she forced a smile. However, both Chu Chen and Haya could see the deep-seated fear hidden in her eyes. What surprised Chu Chen was that the fear in Yi Shinran's eyes seemed to be deepening. What's wrong? Chu Chen waved his hand in front of Yi Shinran, but she still showed no reaction. Haya, standing beside Chu Chen, also sensed something was off, he thought. The atmosphere was just too heavy. Yi Shinran slightly raised her trembling hand, pointing behind the two, her voice quivering. Look, isn't that what we just referred to as a deity? Chu Chen turned around abruptly and saw a hunched figure slowly moving toward their location in the distance. It seemed to be walking slowly, but in reality, it covered an immense distance every second, as if teleporting. Get ready for battle. Haya's face turned pale, seemingly feeling a sense of dread from the unknown and powerful enemy, even struggling to hold his shield steady. Whoa! The sound of a dragon's roar echoed as Jin Bujue appeared beside Chu Chen, its massive body exuding a powerful pressure. Chu Chen gripped the Chenyu sword tightly, keeping a close watch on the approaching figure. The hunched figure moved quickly, even if it couldn't match Chu Chen's speed while riding Jin Bujue. It was not far off. Soon, it arrived in front of them. Dressed in a tattered raincoat, wearing a conical hat, and carrying a fishing rod over its shoulder, the wrinkled old hand dragged A fish basket. If Chu Chen hadn't witnessed the old man's earlier speed, he might have thought he was just an ordinary fisherman. Yo, what a lively scene. Little kids, this old man has a question for you. Have you seen a blue little dog? The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. A blue little dog? Yi Shinran hadn't reacted yet until Chu Chen gently patted her shoulder. Why are you patting me? We've never seen a blue little dog. Big sister, it's obvious that what he means is that blue giant wolf we saw earlier. Chu Chen rubbed his forehead, expressing his helplessness. Yi Shinran truly lived up to her status as the young lady of the city lord's mansion. Her mind was completely stuck. Oh, is it that blue giant wolf? Although Chu Chen and Yi Shinran were speaking in low voices, the old man still heard them. Little girl, it seems. You have seen it before? His tone was the same as before. But Yi Shinran felt as if the person standing in front of her was not a kind old man, but a merciless deity. His tone was chilling, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Chu Chen had just used a detection spell, but all the information about this old man was a question mark. Impossible. How could there be something in the map around Silver Moon City that I can't detect? Although Chu Chen's detection skill was just the most ordinary, it could still detect beings no higher than 15 levels above him. This could only mean that the seemingly amiable old man in front of him was at least a level 65 or higher powerhouse. Coupled with his previous speed, it was clearly achieved purely by himself, and he looked extremely relaxed, indicating that his speed attribute was at least over 4,000 points. With such a high speed attribute, one could imagine how difficult it would be to deal with this old man. Chu Chen felt a bit anxious. This was the first time he felt that things had completely exceeded his expectations. Even if he fully entered battle mode and used the 10,000 swords return to origin, he might not be able to deal with the old man in front of him. Silently sending messages to the city lord and the elder of the temple. Through several tokens, Chu Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, if the mission failed, it would just fail. Even if he died, he could be resurrected, and at worst, he would drop back to level 49. But once a fight broke out, everyone remaining here would completely die, including Yi Shinran. This was something Chu Chen did not want to see. This lively and beautiful girl was, after all, his friend. Watching a friend die right in front of him would be utterly despairing. Little girl, don't worry, just tell the old man the truth. Have you seen my blue little dog or not? The old man moved closer to the group, pressing for answers. Yi Shinran seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure any longer and was about to speak. I saw. Whoosh! An arrow shot out from behind the group, heading straight for the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. The fast arrow slowed down as it approached him, finally landing on the grass less than a meter from his chest with a soft thud. Haya was furious and turned to the team, shouting, "Who fired that attack?" The archer intended to provoke the old man directly, which was truly reckless. The NPCs in the back shook their heads, looking around as if trying to find the culprit. Only Chu Chen noticed that the arrow had come from the back of the team, where, if he remembered correctly, was Yen Kai's squad. I was planning to deal with you after the mission, but you just love to jump around. After this matter is resolved, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. The old man still wore a smiling expression, staring intently at Yi Shinran, as if this answer was very important to him. Yi Shinran finally spoke the words. We haven't seen the blue little dog, but we did see a blue giant wolf. I don't know if it's the dog you mentioned. The old man smiled even more happily. Yes, that's it, it seems it really is you. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The fishing rod the old man had slung over his shoulder was instantly in his hand, rushing towards Yi Shinran with the speed of a gale. The sudden movement caught the group off guard. I knew he was a smiling tiger. Both he and the wolf loved to sneak attack. Yi Shinran and Haya had no time to react and could only watch helplessly as the fishing rod came crashing down. It was clearly an ordinary fishing rod, but Yi Shinran knew in her heart that this strike could be lethal. Fortunately, Chu Chen reacted in time. Dragon Breath Slash. He aimed directly at the old man, trying to force him to change his technique. At that moment, Haya finally reacted as well. As Chu Chen executed the Dragon Breath Slash, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. The power of this move feels a bit off. After saying that, he released the fishing basket with one hand, letting it fall to the ground, while with the other hand, he struck towards Chu Chen. This move was infused with a strong wind element, appearing somewhat greenish, and pushed straight towards the Chunyu sword, while the fishing rod he had been holding crashed heavily against Haya's shield. Poof! Haya's shield was shattered by the fishing rod. At the same time, the fishing rod continued its momentum, swinging towards Haya. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, but the anticipated scene of Haya being hit did not occur. A faint light curtain enveloped Haya and Yi Shinran, blocking the old man's strike. Simultaneously, the Chunyu sword collided with that greenish palm. The negative effect of the Dragon Breath Slash, as always, did not activate. This old man seemed to have built-in immunity. Since he had just entered combat mode, the passive effects of the Ring of Slaughter and Death had not stacked yet, so Chu Chen's current attack wasn't particularly high. However, the passive effect of the Chaos Sword Heart activated as long as it hit, and under a thousandfold amplification, the Dragon Breath Slash and the old man's strike seemed evenly matched, locked in a stalemate. Chu Chen's pupils constricted. It was the first time he had encountered a boss that could withstand his attack after all this. Time. Ignoring his shock, Chuchen quickly activated the passive Moonfall Strike of the Chenyu sword, while silently consuming 1 point of Dragon Bloodline power, launching the Dragon Roar sword again on top of their clash. A roar that echoed all around erupted from the Chenyu sword, combined with the Moonfall Strike and the nearly depleted power of the Dragon Breath Slash, instantly overwhelmed the old man, sending him retreating several dozen meters. 6785673! Exclamation point. Chuchen looked at the numbers above the old man's head, not because the damage was too high, but because it was too low. One must know that the damage from a Dragon Roar sword, combined with the damage from the Moonfall Strike, should at least reach over 13 million, yet it only caused a little over 6 million damage. This indicated that aside from his own defensive attributes, the old man's damage reduction ratio was at least 50%. What an exaggerated number! Even the bosses Chu Chen had encountered before with their blue invulnerability were not this high. Moreover, the blue invulnerability had conditional triggers, usually activating only when health dropped to 50% or even 30%. But this old man was clearly in his normal state. Based on previous boss mechanics, when his health dropped below 50%, this damage reduction ratio would likely increase, making him practically an unkillable blood cow. If not being able to see the old man's information had only made Chu Chen a bit wary before, now he felt utterly powerless. The key point was that the damage of over 6 million hadn't even caused the old man's health to fluctuate at all, not even by 1%. This indicated that the old man's total health was over 700 million. How could he possibly defeat him? However, just having high health wasn't enough to make Chu Chen feel apprehensive. After all, his Ring of Slaughter and Death granted him lifesteal effects, so he could just grind it out slowly. But in reality, the old man's casual strike had been able to match his Dragon Breath Slash, indicating that the old man's damage level was not far from his own. Starting from 1 million damage, even after the 90% reduction from the Chaos Body, it was still a starting damage of 100,000, enough to kill him in one hit. The prolonged war of attrition and tug-of-war was the most exhausting, and Chu Chen couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be attacked by the old man at any moment. Therefore, this was a boss that they simply couldn't handle at this stage. I didn't expect that among the human race there would be such a genius as you. A mere level 50. Third transformation swordsman can actually overpower me in attack. The old man stood at a distance, one hand holding a fishing rod, the other hand behind his back, looking like a reclusive master. And this little girl, if I remember correctly, that protective shield was crafted by a sword saint, right? I didn't expect you to have such a background. The three of them were momentarily stunned by the old man's words. Yi Shinran was surprised because this protective necklace was given to her by her father just before this mission. Haya was simply shocked to hear the term sword saint. As for Chu Chen, he was puzzled because he had previously investigated the information about the city Lord Yi Tion. Although it was all question marks, based on his deductions, Yi Tion, as the lord of the level 3 city Silver Moon City, wouldn't be too weak, but he couldn't possibly reach the saint level. Could it be that city Lord Yi Tion has a powerful backing? Chu Chen thought to himself. However, now was not the time to delve into this artifact. After a brief exchange, Chu Chen understood that they were not a match for this old man. Once a fight broke out, Yi Shinran might survive temporarily due to the protective necklace, and as long as he was careful, he would be fine, but the rest of the team would all perish. Just as Chu Chen's mind raced, trying to find a way out for everyone, the old man spoke again, but what he said left the three of them in shock. I am old now. It seems this world ultimately belongs to the youth. Forget it, Xiao Chang, come back, let's go. Xiao Chang? That blue giant wolf? Wasn't that giant wolf killed by me? The rewards were all dropped, it can't be fake. Chu Chen couldn't understand what this old man was trying to do. Young friend, could you return the spoils dropped from Xiao Chang that you killed earlier? Chu Chen glanced at the few epic items in his backpack. Although they were precious, he couldn't use them, so he steeled his heart and took them out to return to the old man. And what about the golden items, young friend? Are you still reluctant to part with them? Chu Chen smiled awkwardly. Those few golden items were all vitality-enhancing tools, which simply meant they could quickly restore health. Chu Chen had planned to take them back to distribute among Xiao Shui and the others, as Xiao Shui was only in her 20s and it would be somewhat difficult to heal everyone. He didn't expect the old man to mention it right there, which made him feel a bit embarrassed, but since they couldn't win, he could only take them all out of his backpack. The old man then looked contentedly at the pile of materials on the ground, and the hand that had been behind his back reached out again. At that moment, Chu Chen noticed that on that aged hand, there was a distinct sword scar, and a drop of bright red blood flowed out, dripping onto the items. TCH, so it turns out he was pretending to be a master with his hand behind his back. I said, with over 6 million damage, there would definitely be some scars. Chu Chen thought to himself. As the old man's blood dripped, the rich wind elements around began to gather on the ground, and before long, a blue giant wolf slowly took shape. Xiao Cheng is not a real creature, it is merely a product created by condensing the ultimate wind elements supplemented by these items. The old man continued to speak cheerfully, placing one hand on the blue wolf's head and gently stroking it. The blue wolf seemed to have forgotten that it had been killed by Chu Chen earlier, ignoring the three of them and obediently lying beside the old man. It really does. Look quite like a dog. Yi Shinran's sudden remark broke the harmonious atmosphere. Seeing that several people were looking at her, including Qinglang, Yi Shinran forced a smile and said, I didn't say anything wrong. Doesn't it look just like a little dog? Ha, this little girl is quite amusing. The old man laughed heartily. Haya also relaxed his guard. Only Chu Chen remained tense, feeling that something was off. The old man had attacked as soon as they met. If it weren't for the life-saving necklace the city lord had given Yi Shinran, she would have already perished. Yet, the old man seemed to act as if nothing had happened, his moods unpredictable and hard to gauge. He could attack at will and then decide to stop just as easily. The key was that he was simply too strong for Chu Chen to handle. What could he do? Could it be that all the strong ones in the Tianwen continent are like this? Chu Chen couldn't help but worry about his future, fearing that all the powerful beings he might encounter would be like this old man. After Qinglang was revived, the old man didn't linger any longer. After saying his goodbyes, he mounted Qinglang's back and left directly. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Chu Chen, leaving him wondering what the old man was thinking. Am I overthinking this? I just feel like this old man isn't a good person, Chu Chen said with a worried expression as he watched the old man's retreating figure, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. By the way, when you return, please tell Yi Tion for me. There are no treasures in this EU grassland, so there's no need to investigate further. The old man's voice drifted back. No treasures? How is that possible? Chu Chen was astonished. Be careful with your words, Lord Chaos. Haya quickly interjected, preventing Chu Chen from saying more. If he says there are no treasures, then there aren't. This is no longer something we can interfere with. With our strength, we wouldn't last even a quarter of an hour in front of this old hand before being wiped out. Only you might be able to escape a calamity. There's no need to continue probing deeper. Let's just report back to the city lord about the situation here and see how he decides. Chu Chen turned to look at Yi Shinran, who unexpectedly nodded in agreement. This old man clearly knows my father. This matter is no longer something we can meddle in. Hearing this, Chu Chen realized that continuing to investigate was unlikely, so he stopped speaking. Yi Shinran and Haya turned to explain to the team, preparing to conclude this mission. Miss Shinran, why are we suddenly ending the mission? We haven't even reached the deepest part of the grassland. Yeah, thanks to Lord Chaos, our casualties aren't particularly high. Why stop here? Was that old man related to you? Otherwise, why let him go? The chatter annoyed Chu Chen, as these people didn't understand the dangers of battle. They only saw the old man's whip strike being blocked by Yi Shinran's barrier, and then he was pushed back by Chu Chen's sword, thinking it was an easy boss to deal with. The abrupt interruption of the mission only made him more displeased. He raised the Chunyu sword above his head. What are there so many questions for? You don't understand how strong that old man is. If you want to continue deeper, I have no objections, just go on your own. The rewards after completing the mission will be yours to claim. With that, Chu Chen pulled Yi Shinran along, called out to Haya's team, and started the journey back. The group exchanged glances. Finally, as the first assassin, unable to resist the temptation, chose to delve deeper, relying on his stealth abilities, it completely ignited the faith of these NPCs. One by one, the assassins felt their stealth could help them evade the old man's perception, breaking away from the group to move forward. Most of the others, except for the occasional one or two who were oblivious to the danger, stayed behind. Those brainless fools, I wonder how badly they'll die. This is truly a case of wanting money over life. Even Lord Chaos openly stated he couldn't defeat them, yet they dared to provoke? TCH, they think their stealth skills are strong enough. These assassins already have strong survival abilities, why should we care about them? Most people heeded the advice, silently turning around to follow behind and begin their return journey. Yen Kai, who had originally fallen to the back of the group, was startled when he saw Chaos and Yi Shinran walking back. He thought Chu Chen was about to take action against him. To his surprise, they didn't even glance at him and simply walked straight back along the path they had come. What's going on? Are we retreating? Yen Kai furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat conflicted. He hadn't been at the front just moments ago and hadn't even seen the old man appear. He only heard a few sounds ahead, like the outbreak of a battle. But how could it have ended so quickly? And from the looks of it, it seemed that Chaos had lost, forcing them to leave the Whispering Prairie? It must be said, Yen Kai was indeed quite talented, managing to guess most of it correctly. However, there was one thing he hadn't considered. That was why Chu Chen only brought Yi Shinran back with him while leaving the Haya team behind to hold the rear. This was actually Chu Chen's way of luring Yen Kai into action. After all, if he acted first, even with the grievances of the Yin family in play, it would be hard to explain. If he attacked someone for no reason, it might even provoke the displeasure of the majority. Of course, Chu Chen didn't care what these people thought, but he wasn't a lone wolf, and these NPCs were considered strong figures in Silvermoon City. If they spread bad rumors about him, it could affect the future development of the Tanya Guild in Silvermoon City. After all, Chu Chen had long believed this was a real world, where NPCs possessed independent consciousness rather than being fixed programs. Thus, he had always hoped that Yen Kai would strike first, giving him a reason to retaliate. Even if he killed him, the Yen family would have to accept defeat. At that moment, not far away, a pair of hidden eyes was quietly observing the cunning assassin from Yen Kai's team. He was the only assassin who hadn't gone deep into the fray and was still hanging back not far from Chu Chen. He had actually been close to the battlefield, so he was aware of the true situation. That old man wasn't even a match for Chaos. If he acted alone, he had no hope of obtaining the treasure that could allow for rapid leveling. So he decided to wait for Yen Kai and Chaos to fight and then join the winning side, enticing them to help him seize the treasure. As for the reason, he had it all figured out. He would say that he discovered the old man was gravely injured while scouting, and he didn't believe they wouldn't be tempted. The journey back was uneventful. Without the worry of a sudden beast tide or traps underfoot, they simply needed to follow the traces of their path back. Thus, the main group moved at a steady pace and soon reached the place where they had fought the beast tide earlier. The corpses of the beast horde had completely vanished, but the bloodstains had not returned to their original state. The group continued to move, and at this speed, they would soon leave the Whispering Prairie. Chu Chen subtly glanced at Yen Kai, but he seemed completely focused elsewhere, hardly looking at him. Could it be that I'm overthinking this? Is this Yen Kai not from the Yin family? Or does he not care about my enmity with the Yin family? Logically speaking, after killing that so-called young master of the Yin family, Chu Chen's relationship with them had reached a freezing point, a situation of no survival. But why was it that this Yen Kai, despite the opportunity one had given him, dared not make a move? However, since he had not acted, Chu Chen naturally wouldn't concern himself with him. Finally, seeing that they were not far from the entrance, Chu Chen glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the evening. Phew, I'm starving. Once I get out, I'll hurry back to the city and log off. This damn quest, I can't even be bothered to submit it. Let it be. Chu Chen felt a bit defeated. After working hard all day on the quest, he ended up with nothing. He had originally planned to take down Yen Kai, but he had never made a move. Just as Chu Chen relaxed his guard, an unexpected change occurred. Chu Chen, who was at the front of the group, seemed to have stepped into some kind of barrier. As he reached the center of the barrier, several walls rose around him, isolating him within. Earlier, as they were about to leave the grassland, Chu Chen had sent Yi Shinran to follow the Haya team while he went ahead alone. Who would have thought that Yen Kai would make his move at this moment? Chu Chen looked towards the spot where Yen Kai's team had been and found that several of them had already vanished. It seemed they had been prepared for this. Could it be that they set up these props when they came in earlier? But with just a few of them, they should know they aren't my match. Why would they choose to activate the props? Chu Chen was puzzled. The next second, he found the answer. Several figures slowly materialized, and they were not Yen Kai and his team. Chu Chen frowned slightly and cast a detection spell at the figures, discovering that they were all from the Yen family, specifically the 4 great elders of the Yen family. Level 50 epic powerhouses. As they gradually approached, the elder in the middle spoke. You are Chaos? The adventurer who dared to provoke the dignity of our Yen family? And what if I am? So, the Yen family sent you old geezers to target me? Chu Chen scoffed. The Yen family's power seemed rather lacking. The 4 epic level powerhouses appeared strong, but to Chu Chen now, they were not a significant threat. You arrogant brat. With the 4 great elders of the Yen family taking action, do you think you can leave here alive today? To tell you the truth, to deal with you, we even used the Yen family's treasured artifact. If we don't kill you here today, the family head will probably lose sleep over it. Next to the Grand Elder, a sinister-looking elder with a cold aura mocked him. He was the 2nd elder of the Yen family. Chu Chen snorted coldly. Just you few? Not to mention whether you can defeat me as one of the 5 great families. Don't you know that adventurers are protected by the rules of the Tianwen continent? Ha 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 ha. The 4 elders laughed heartily. Our Yen family, as one of the 5 great families, naturally knows these secrets. This oblivion of 4 directions is prepared just for you. Oblivion of 4 directions? Seeing that death is imminent, I don't mind telling you. This is the Yen family's treasured artifact, capable of sealing off and isolating a space. Within this space, it can eliminate the protective rules for adventurers. In other words, in here, if you die, it's truly death. Moreover, once the effect of oblivion of 4 directions is activated, those outside will be completely unaware of what's happening inside. They won't even realize you've been trapped in a barrier. They will only think you've left the grassland. Ha ha ha. The youngest of the 4 elders couldn't stand Chu Chen's indifferent expression. It was an insult to their Yen family. Oh, a pleasant surprise? Chu Chen didn't expect such a good thing to exist. If he could seize it, wouldn't that give him another means to target players in the future? As for the consequences they mentioned, sorry, but Chu Chen didn't think they could defeat him, and as for whether the outside world could see what was happening inside, it was better if they couldn't. That way, who would know he had taken down these elders and obtained such a treasure? Since you've brought me this treasure with such enthusiasm, it wouldn't be appropriate for me not to accept it, so thank you. The young man's handsome face broke into a bright smile, his eyes shining with excitement. Just this one item makes today's mission worthwhile. Facing death, still putting on a brave front. Make your move. The 4 elders are all swordsmen, which shows just how high the proportion of swordsmen is in the Tianwen continent. The youngest and most hot-tempered of the 4 elders charged to the front. He is a fire element. Swordsman. Crimson flame burning heaven. The fourth elder instantly transformed into a walking flame, the surrounding space distorting due to the extreme heat. Kid, are you scared, silly? Where's that bravado you had just now? Chu-Chen stood still, feeling that the fourth elder's sword posed no threat to him. Of course, that didn't mean he would do nothing and just take the hit. Light's Dragon Spirit Sword. The Chunyu sword danced around Chu-Chen like a nimble dragon, and in the next moment it slashed towards the fourth elder at incredible speed. In the distance, the eldest elder looked on in disbelief. Sword control? Isn't that a technique only a starry-level swordsman can possess? He quickly negated his own thought. No, this kid is too young to be a starry-level powerhouse. There's only one possibility left: legendary-level sword control. Skills. The second elder beside him spoke up. Elder brother, why legendary level or above? Where would this kid find such high-level skills? That's because sword control skills start at the legendary level. Otherwise, why do you think sword control skills are so rare, hardly ever appearing within the third-tier city? Even in second-tier cities, they are seldom seen. Could it be that this kid has some background? Impossible. He's just an adventurer. What background could he possibly have? Chu-Chen, sorry, the Swordsman Sanctuary and the Dragon Clan are both my backgrounds. Are you scared? Of course, a few elders from the Yin family wouldn't require Chu-Chen to bring out his backing to deal with them. Second and third, get ready to act. The fourth elder probably won't be a match for the chaos. As soon as the words fell, a scream rang out. Chu-Chen's current mental power allowed him to control the speed of the Chenyu sword with terrifying precision. The fourth elder had no strength left to resist and was directly struck, severing his left arm, while his health dropped below 50%. The flames that had surrounded his body had completely dissipated, revealing the fourth elder's twisted face in pain from the loss of his arm. Damn you, kid! The fourth elder glared at Chu-Chen with venomous eyes, wishing he could tear him apart. Elder 4. The other three elders shouted in unison, their faces filled with anxiety. No, the intelligence on the chaos's strength is wrong. It's definitely not half-step epic or just breaking through epic. Damn Yin Kai, how could he send false information? The fourth elder, with his severed arm, couldn't help but speak. Oh, so it was Yin Kai who sent you the message to ambush me. Now Chu-Chen finally understood why they had set up a barrier here. It was likely also Yin Kai who had informed them of their team's itinerary. But since these few had shown up, where was Yin Kai? They had no idea that Yin Kai had already slowed down with his team members, gradually falling to the back of the group. These elders had been called when Chu-Chen first revealed his strength. At that time, Yin Kai thought Chu-Chen was at most just entering epic-level combat power. But during the Beast Tide, after witnessing Chu-Chen's true strength, Yin Kai realized that the four elders would definitely not be able to deal with him. And he had no idea when his communication token had gone missing, so he couldn't notify these elders and had to give up. Chu-Chen looked at the four elders, who were on high alert, still wearing a calm expression. He even felt like laughing. Yin Kai, oh Yin Kai, how should I thank you for such a grand gift? Hey, tell me, how do you want to die? The youthful voice rang out, but the words sent chills down their spines. Do you really think you've won? That's right, just a kid with no experience, talking big without fear of being laughed at. Our four elders of the Yin family have never feared anyone in Silver Moon City. Do you dare to speak such wild words? Only the fourth elder remained silent, his left arm wrapped in red flames, temporarily stopping the bleeding, but his combat power was greatly affected. His gaze towards Chu-Chen seemed to carry a hint of fear and hesitation, his body subtly retreating half a step. Go! Individually, we are no match for him. Let's not give him the chance to take us out one by one. Let's use that move directly. The elder was decisive, having seen from the few exchanges between the fourth elder and Chu-Chen that Chu-Chen's strength far exceeded any of them, so he decided to launch a joint attack. Oh, with this kind of momentum, do you have some big move? Chu-Chen still feigned disdain for the few of them, but inside he felt a slight tension. Becoming an epic-level powerhouse was probably not that simple. Sure enough, the four of them positioned themselves in the four cardinal directions and attacked Chu-Chen, different elemental powers dyeing the entire space into four colors. Wind Extreme, Falling Kill Without Trace, Raging Thunder Moonstrike, Great Cold No Snow, Crimson Flame Burning Heaven. The four elders unleashed their ultimate moves. Four sword intents containing different attributes surged from different directions: wind, thunder, snow, and fire, and during the convergence, the four attributes grew increasingly powerful. The sword paths we four cultivate complement each other. Wind and thunder clash, snow and fire merge, for moves combine into two, and those two merge into one. Chaos. If you wanna blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the Yin family. Heh, is that all you've got? I provoked the Yin family? If it weren't for your spoiled brats bothering me, there wouldn't have been so many subsequent issues. But it doesn't matter, this dreaming prairie can be considered a decent burial ground. No judgment. Judgment. Ever since Chu-Chen accidentally discovered that he could maximize the power of the Extreme Day Dragon Slash in the judgment space of the Jinbu Ju, this set of combo techniques became the second most powerful move after the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Moreover, it was extremely unreasonable. The light judgment was not a control skill, so it wouldn't be immune to control immunity effects. However, in reality, once pulled into the judgment space, not only would one be locked and unable to act, but all attributes would also be reduced. until the judgment was over. This was far stronger than mere control. Roar! Just moments ago, Jin Buju had been unable to act deep in the prairie, but now he couldn't hold back any longer and immediately unleashed his skill. Is that a giant dragon? How is that possible? Didn't the dragon clan vanish thousands of years ago? Upon seeing Jin Buju appear, the emotions of the elders were like a roller coaster. They had just thought they could combine their strength to deal with Chu Chen, and the next second, they were pulled into the judgment space by Jin Buju. Naturally, Chu Chen also entered. After the 4 sword moves lost their target, they collided with each other and exploded. What kind of place is this? Let me go. Once the 4 regained their composure from the shock brought by Jin Buju, they found themselves in an unknown space, their bodies seemingly bound by invisible chains and gallows in midair, like criminals awaiting judgment. Welcome to the judgment space of Buju. Here you will receive the fairest judgment. Not far away on a high platform, Chu Chen's figure gradually appeared, holding his sword in one hand at his chest, the other hand behind his back, elegantly bowing to the 4 like a swordsman. The massive figure of Jin Buju slowly rose, positioned above Chu Chen. Accept the judgment of light. At the same time, Chu Chen threw the Chenyu in his hand, instantly activating the dragon controlling spirit sword. He had become increasingly skilled with this move. Extreme Day Dragon Slash. The same situation as last time reappeared. The light elements in the judgment space were too dense, and strong light points continuously surged into the Chenyu endlessly. Let go of me. Chaos. Do you know what you're doing? The Yen family won't let you off. The terrifying pressure loomed before the 4, and no one could ignore the weight brought by the Chenyu sword at this moment. The several elders couldn't help but threaten Chu Chen. The Yen family? Ha, don't you find that amusing? It seems we've entered a relationship of no return. Ignoring the words of the elders, the Extreme Day Dragon Slash had already gathered its power, and the judgment targeting the few was descending. One could only say that the elders of the Yen family were indeed formidable. The damage ratio of the judgment was over 1000%. A bunch of scoundrels, not worth pitying. Chu Chen's gaze turned slightly cold, but there was also a hint of eagerness. These elders could be considered some of the few epic-level powerhouses of the Yen family. He wondered what they might drop. Unfortunately, he was already level 50, having reached the cap of the version, unable to store any more experience. Chaos. Chaos. Listen to me. This is all that bastard Yen Kai trying to deal with you. It has nothing to do with me. I beg you, please let me go. I will immediately withdraw from the Yen family and never oppose you again. The 4th elder, already severely injured from his severed arm, could no longer bear the threat of death he faced at this moment. He wept and pleaded for mercy from Chu Chen. However, it was unfortunate that his timing for begging was off. Once the judgment began, it would not stop until it ended. His fate was destined to be death under the judgment, or perhaps even death under the Extreme Day Dragon Slash. The blinding light filled the entire space, the intense visual shock rendering people speechless. Gradually, the judgment space melted away like ice and snow, revealing only Chu Chen and Jin Buju's bodies. The 4 elders could no longer return, forever buried within the judgment space. However, they were not the first, nor would they be the last. With the death of the 4, the space that trapped Chu Chen slowly disappeared, revealing the grassy land of the Whispering Prairie, filled with the breath of nature. Such a view, as your place of demise, is quite fitting. Having dealt with the 4 elders, Chu Chen felt good. The frustration of not completing the task was mostly washed away. Phew, time to check the loot. Chu Chen's eyes sparkled as he looked at the items dropped by the 4 in his backpack, rubbing his hands together, his gaze filled with possessiveness and greed, like a lecher seeing a ripe fruit. Forget it, I'm still in the prairie, and I was suddenly pulled into this space by those people. Yi Shinran and the others probably don't know what's going on. I should get out first. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Chen used the entrance to teleport out of the Whispering Prairie. As soon as he emerged, a soft figure rushed into his arms, hugging him tightly. Hey, what are you doing? Trying to take advantage of me? Be careful, my little shui will fight you. Chu Chen quickly pushed Yi Shinran away, looking at her warily, as if he had suffered a great loss after being hugged. Yi Shinran was taken aback by his reaction, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. I was worried about you, and this is how you treat me? Taking advantage of me? Why don't you just die? Yi Shinran turned and walked away, not giving Chu Chen another chance to speak. She was afraid he would say something to make her lose sleep that night. After confirming that Chu Chen had returned safely, Yi Shinran and the Haya team did not linger and headed straight back to Silver Moon City. After all, that old man had asked Yi Shinran to deliver a message to the city lord. Moreover, they needed to inform the city lord about the information they had gathered during this trip. Chu Chen did not accompany them any longer. As soon as he came out, he opened the leaderboard to take a look, and there was no doubt that he was first on the level ranking. The second place, Blood Rose, was only at level 35. This was not unexpected for Chu Chen. After level 30, the experience required for leveling up was a stark contrast compared to the experience needed in the 20s. Chu Chen was able to reach level 50 so quickly, partly because there were enough wild monsters in the Shadow Abyss, and partly because leveling up by defeating monsters of a higher level provided a significant experience boost. However, having a combat power like Chu Chen's, which allowed him to easily defeat monsters across more than 10 levels, was unique among all the players in Tion 1. Therefore, it was only natural that others' progress gradually slowed down. However, it is worth mentioning that on the combat power leaderboard, the Blood Rose at level 35 had already reached nearly 100,000 in combat power. Yet, such a combat power value had already been pushed out of the top 5. It was ranked 6th. The second, third, and fourth places on the leaderboard were all anonymous, with their combat power exceeding 100,000, and the second place had even reached 230,000. Although it was still far less than Chu Chen's, it also meant that more and more people were rising to prominence. This kind of game is much more interesting. I certainly don't want to turn Tion 1 into a single-player game. Chu Chen pondered. Unfortunately, after checking the loot in his backpack, it completely exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect these elders to be so poor. Aside from that legendary item, the Desolation of Four Directions, there was nothing else of value. It seemed they had left everything valuable at home before going on the quest. Well, it's fine. Having this item is not a loss. I'll just leave it at that for today. Chu Chen chose to log off directly from the original underground. On Blue Star, the night sky appeared exceptionally clear. The stars twinkled, calm and peaceful. It was past 11 o'clock and both Wang Mangyue and Yang Yuyan had already fallen asleep. The house was particularly quiet. After carefully washing up, Chu Chen stepped out into the yard. Lying on the swing chair in the yard, he gazed at the endless starry river, his eyes filled with longing. I wonder if I gain powerful strength in Tion 1, will I have the chance to see the starry sky? Chu Chen murmured to himself, not expecting anyone to answer, as this was a question no one knew the answer to. He tightened his fist slightly. With the increase in his level in the game, he felt the chaotic power within him growing stronger, seemingly transforming his body at all times. However, no matter what, he could not actively use the power of chaos. Yet, he had a premonition that when the game updated again, this power would completely descend into reality. But it is somewhat strange, this power cannot be used in reality, and in the game, it seems to be non-existent. This was the most surprising aspect for Chu Chen. Tracing back, this power first appeared in the Swordsman's Sanctuary, when he was pressured by Jian Wuli's sword intent, and his soul entered that mysterious place, the boundary between reality and Tion 1. Logically speaking, since this power appeared there, it should also be considered a power within the game, right? At that time, Chu Chen felt the same way. He could clearly sense that the chaotic power within him could multiply his damage several times. But in reality, once he left that place, he could no longer feel the chaotic power flowing within him in the game. Instead, in reality, he could clearly sense this power within his body, greatly enhancing his physical qualities, yet he could not actively use its strength. He could only passively accept the transformation of his body by the chaotic power. Forget it, why think so much? If I gain it, I'm lucky. There will always be a day when it reveals its true form. Chu Chen lay on the swing chair, his eyes slowly closing. He didn't know how long it had been when a faint snore sounded. On June 8, 2040, 23 days until the arrival. Early in the morning, Chu Chen was awakened by Wang Mangyue and his mother, Yang Yuyan. Guests were coming to the house. With the enhancement of chaotic power, Chu Chen could sleep anywhere, even in a pile of snow, without any issues. And I don't know if it's because of the power of chaos, but now Chu Chen's mental state is recovering particularly quickly. The old him could never get enough sleep every day and often woke up late in the morning. But recently, he feels energetic every day and wakes up especially clear-headed. At first, Chu Chen thought this was just because he enjoyed playing games, which made him seem a bit excited. But gradually, he realized that his love for gaming was merely a psychological comfort. The fundamental reason was still the enhancement of his physical fitness due to the power of chaos, which also improved his mental state. So even though he didn't sleep early last night and was on a swing chair when Wang Mangyue woke him up just now, Chu Chen didn't feel particularly tired. At this moment, the three of them were busy having breakfast. Well, only Chu Chen was busy. He was so hungry. This was the strongest feeling he had since waking up today. He had spent the whole day yesterday doing tasks in the Dreaming Prairie and didn't have time to log off for a meal. After logging off at night, he found only some snacks at home, so he gave up, finally managing to hold on until breakfast. He devoured it like a homeless person who hadn't eaten for days. Eat slower. Seriously, look at you, which girl would ever like you like this? His mom, Yang Yuyan, teased him as she watched him eat. Me. I like brother Chu Chen. Always have. Wang Mangyue raised her chopsticks and said seriously, like a little adult. Little Mangyue doesn't count. Why doesn't it count? I'm a girl too. You're too young. The kind of liking we mean is not the same as what you mean. Mom, who's coming today? Why does it feel so mysterious? I don't know anything. I don't know either. They contacted me anonymously, but they should be good people. After all, even the security bureau sent me a letter. Security bureau? Is it related to the authorities? After breakfast, Chu Chen slumped on the sofa watching TV where the news was playing, but it kept repeating the same few lines, urging everyone to enter the Tion 1. Sigh, to be honest, Tion 1 has been around for a week now. Those who were going to enter the game have already done so, the rest either completely don't believe it or are willing but unable. Chu Chen felt a bit emotional. Although his current strength is unique among players, no one knows if someone with even higher talent will suddenly appear later. Everything is unknown. All he can do is work harder to become stronger at this stage. Accompanied by the news on TV, Chuchin felt like he was about to fall asleep again, yet he was very clear-headed. This state was quite wonderful, as if he were viewing the world from a god's perspective. It seems like someone is coming. Just as he finished speaking, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. That state lasted only a moment before disappearing. Chuchin looked at the two people standing at his door, and neither side spoke. Momo and Jiang Nanhai never expected that the person who exerted pressure on Tianwan would turn out to be a boy who looked no older than a teenager. Before coming, they had many speculations about chaos. Momo thought that since he could fight against one of the 5 major families of Silver Moon City for a girl and even killed several of the family's young masters, Chaos should be a sentimental young man in his 20s. Jiang Nanhai, on the other hand, thought that since Chaos was extremely mysterious in the eyes of ordinary players and had never been seen, combined with his unparalleled combat power and leading level, he was more likely to be a powerful recluse, perhaps even a legendary cultivator. Finally, Chuchin couldn't hold back anymore. Who were these two lunatics standing there motionless after knocking? Hello, may I ask what you need? Under Chuchen's proactive opening, the seemingly more mature and composed Jiang Nanhai finally regained his composure. He also felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had lost his focus while looking at a young boy. Apart from being somewhat handsome, there didn't seem to be anything particularly special about him. Jiang Nanhai sensed something was off with himself, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it, so he decided not to dwell on it. Hello, we are staff from the National Intelligence Agency, and we need to collect some information from you. We hope you can cooperate with our work. National Intelligence Agency? Chu Chen had never heard of this organization, but he couldn't be blamed. He had only been a high school student before, and the only official organization he knew of was the Security Bureau. So what was this intelligence agency all about? Chu Chen's expression had already conveyed his thoughts completely, and Jiang Nanhai understood, quickly tugging at Momo's sleeve and starting to explain. I know that for someone your age, the only organization you might be aware of is the Security Bureau. But rest assured, our intelligence agency's capabilities and status are no less than theirs. Jiang Nanhai wore a proud and boastful expression, but unfortunately, the petite girl beside him was still staring blankly at Chu Chen, seemingly lost in her thoughts, even drooling slightly. These two clowns, are they serious? It wasn't that Chu Chen didn't believe them, it was just hard to trust these two in front of him. How about you think of a way to wake your companion up first? What's wrong with this kid sleeping wherever she goes? Chu Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer and gestured for Jiang Nanhai to take Momo to sit in the yard instead of standing dumbly at the door. My goodness, what's going on with you? We're supposed to be secretly contacting Chu Chen without the boss knowing. The intelligence in the bureau hasn't confirmed the identity of Chaos 100%, just that there's a high possibility it's this boy right here. But you said you wanted to bring me out to make a big contribution, and that's why I came with you. Why are you dropping the ball at such a critical moment? Jiang Nanhai dragged Momo back toward the yard, continuously talking to her. Chu Chen gently closed the door behind him and followed them out. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Nanhai, and this is Momo. We are here representing the intelligence agency, and we have some doubts about your identity, Mr. Chu Chen. Seeing that no amount of persuasion could wake Momo, Jiang Nanhai decided to ignore her. Hello, you said you have some doubts about my identity? Is this on behalf of that intelligence agency? I'm a law-abiding citizen, not a spy from an enemy country. Chu Chen joked, trying to lighten the mood. In his eyes, it seemed like these two were a bit nervous. He couldn't figure out what they were nervous about. Well, Mr. Chu Chen, before we begin, could you please answer a few of my questions? May I ask if you are currently in Tianwan? What is your ID in Tianwan? Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat. His identity as the top player in the server had been exposed so quickly. Just as he was about to answer, he thought about it and realized that while he was powerful in the game, in reality he was still just an ordinary high school student, even though his physique had been enhanced by the power of chaos. Ultimately, he couldn't protect his family and friends. I can't admit that for now. Who knows what this intelligence agency is up to, whether they have any malicious intent towards me and Xiao Shui. Everything is uncertain. Chu Chen thought to himself. He had never heard of this intelligence agency, so naturally he had no trust in them. In today's world, due to various disasters, significant changes had already occurred, and many places around the world had fallen into chaos. Although Huagua had temporarily stabilized the situation due to a series of policies and measures from the authorities, there were always some lawless individuals attempting to provoke the bottom line of Huagua's rules. With the recent large-scale population migration, the city of Jiangnan, where Chu Chen resides, has experienced a population explosion, now reaching tens of millions. Nowadays, neither Huagui nor Jiangnan can be considered absolutely safe. One could even say there are signs of impending chaos. In chaotic times, heroes emerge, but Chu Chen does not see himself as a hero. He simply wants to become stronger so he can protect his family. Coming to this realization, Chu Chen feigned ignorance.
T-on-1? Are you talking about that new game? I'm really good at it. My ID is Ultimate Storm War God.
Meanwhile, he silently thought, sorry, Phylon, I'll just borrow your disguise for a bit.
Jiang Nanhai. Momo. The moment Jiang Nanhai asked about his identity, the confused girl Momo snapped back to reality, sitting up with her ears perked like antennas.
Although she was already 80% sure that Chu Chen was chaos, she still wanted to hear him admit it.
But who knew Chu Chen would pull this stunt?
That Ultimate Storm War God wasn't weak either. They had seen him in the top 10 of the level rankings before, but he had long since dropped down, so he could be considered a skilled player.
However, the gap between him and chaos was simply too vast. There was no comparison at all. Jiang Nanhai chuckled awkwardly. Please don't joke around. We are professional staff from the Intelligence Bureau, and we naturally came to find you after having a certain understanding of your identity. Chu Chen blinked, seemingly surprised by Jiang Nanhai's words. What are you talking about? My ID is indeed Ultimate Storm War God, and I'm a hidden class berserker. Jiang Nanhai rubbed his forehead. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. How could I forget my own ID? Jiang Nanhai couldn't help but feel puzzled, glancing at Momo, his eyes clearly asking, did you get it wrong?
The confused girl had just snapped out of her daze, and now faced with this situation, she looked even more bewildered, two silly strands of hair sticking up on her head, as if saying, I don't know anything. Sigh. Seeing Momo like this, Jiang Nanhai knew today's trip was in vain. He quickly bid farewell to Chu Chen, taking Momo by the hand and heading outside. Chu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, leaning against the door, watching the two leave with a distant gaze, not knowing what he was thinking. Hey! A quirky voice rang out, and then a lively little girl jumped straight onto Chu Chen's back, her slippers flying off. Brother Chu Chen, what are you doing standing here? The newcomer was, of course, Wang Manhwa. She had just heard the commotion with Yang Yuyen inside the house and knew the officials had arrived, so she didn't go out to interrupt their conversation. Plus, since the three had come to the yard, she was naturally unaware of what they were discussing. At this moment, Yang Yuyen also came out in her pajamas, wearing slippers, leaning against the door with a folding fan in hand, gently fanning herself. Shoha, what did the officials talk to you about?
Mom, not much.
They said they were from the Intelligence Bureau, but I've never even heard of them.
You, day after day. No, nothing at all.
The Intelligence Bureau was established a long time ago. It said their personnel are spread all over the world, and no matter what news it is, it can't escape their control. They are considered the eyes of Huadwa that can see through the world.
So amazing? How do you know this, Mom?
Oh, I was bored and searched it online.
You're not joking, are you? You can find this stuff online?
Of course. The netizens on the forums know everything. I saw a post about this Intelligence Bureau before.
Is there any more information about the Intelligence Bureau? What are the benefits? How's the salary level? I don't know, that's all the information I have.
What's up? Why are you asking so many details?
Are you planning to work for the intelligence agency?
That's right. They just came to recruit me, saying I have a unique bone structure and a natural talent for intelligence work, but I
haven't agreed to them yet. Wang Manhwa laughed heartily while hanging on Chu Chen's back. I don't believe it. Since Auntie says this intelligence agency is so impressive, why would they come to recruit you specifically? What? Xiamenjiu, you actually don't believe me. Just watch me spank you. Saying this, Chu Chen pretended to grab Wang Manhwa from his back,
scaring the little girl into jumping down quickly, not even bothering to find her slippers, and hopping behind Yang Yuyen, peeking out with her head and making a face at Chu Chen. Hee.
Brother Chu Chen can't catch me. Yang Yuyen also pretended to stand in front of Wang Manhwa, feigning anger as she said, you can't bully Xiamenjiu.
She's right, the intelligence agency.
Coming to visit you just to recruit you? I don't believe that for a second.
Chu Chen slowly approached, looking somewhat helpless. Alright, I'm really scared of you guys. They just came to investigate some matters and specifically asked for my ID in Tianwan. Yang Yuyen was taken aback. Could it be that the news of her son being the top player in Tianwan had leaked? Seeing Yang Yuyen's expression, Chu Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. It was rare to see her like this. Don't worry, Mom, I didn't tell them the truth. I just made up a name to fool them. Yi Xiaolong OS, right, you made it up, and it sounds exactly like my name. Yang Yuyen still didn't relax. They are the intelligence agency, even if it's not as exaggerated as what I saw on the forum. As an official organization focused on intelligence, their capabilities must be top-notch. Your lie won't hold for long. Chu Chen knew this too. He estimated they would come back in a couple of days. However, he already had a solution in mind and comforted her. It's okay, in a couple of days my strength will undergo a transformation. And even in this chaotic world, we can ensure our safety. You don't have to worry, Mom. Despite his words, the worry in Yang Yuyen's eyes did not fade. Given the current state of the world, she didn't know how the authorities would react once they learned of Chu Chen's identity. However, she couldn't help Chu Chen much now. The only thing she could do was manage the Tanya Guild well, ensuring it became an important force under Chu Chen's command. At that moment, taking advantage of Yang Yuyen's distraction, Chu Chen quickly circled behind and grabbed Wang Manhwa's little hand. Hee.
Now you can't escape. Xiamenji, you dare to mock me? Let's see how I deal with you. Ah, I was wrong. Brother Chu Chen, I was wrong. I won't mock you again. Please don't spank me. Unable to break free, Wang Mengyue immediately put on a pitiful look, trying to win over Chu Chen. Useless, don't think you can confuse me. Chu Chen exerted a little force with both hands, lifting Wang Mengyue up and walking towards the room. Hearing their playful banter, Yang Yuyan felt relieved. Well, the order in Huagui is still relatively good. Even if my identity is exposed, with the authorities involved, Xiahe shouldn't be in any danger. Gently closing the door, she followed the two into the room. Chu Chen, dressed in a dark black chichi suit, gradually appeared. If I'm not mistaken, as long as I complete the third transfer, the game will start updating tonight. After silently calculating in his mind, Chu Chen headed straight for the Lord's mansion. There was no rush about the third transfer. Based on the last update's timing, even if he completed the advancement now, the update would only start at midnight. Chu Chen planned to head to the Lord's mansion first. After all, he had not completed the task he accepted, and he had let down the Lord's expectations of him. No matter what, he had to make a trip there. Moreover, the protective shield released by the necklace that Yi Shinran had given him was able to withstand the old man's attack, indicating that the necklace was of exceptional quality. Coupled with the old man's cryptic words, Chu Chen was convinced that the Lord Yi Tion was not an ordinary person, and he wanted to resolve the doubts in his heart. That's right, I'm going to check the situation and clear my doubts. I'm not trying to cling to the Lord's leg. Absolutely not. After encouraging himself in his heart, Chu Chen arrived at the Lord's mansion. His walking speed was incredibly fast, boosted by the Tiger Step, reaching over 400 points. Now, many players with mounts couldn't match his speed, and in no time, he arrived at the Lord's mansion. With the token given by Yi Tian, he had a smooth passage all the way. Just as he reached the entrance of the main hall, a guard stopped him. Lord Chaos, the Lord is waiting for you in the study. Please follow me. Oh, the Lord is waiting for me? Yes, he knows you would come to find him. By the way, Miss Shinran is also here. So what if she is? It has nothing to do with me. I'm here to see the Lord, not her. Yi Shinran thought, alright, so this is how you treat me, Chaos? You will regret it. Chu Chen was not surprised that the Lord knew he would come. Yi Shinran must have told the Lord everything that happened with the old man deep in the dreaming prairie. He also knew he would definitely have questions about some of the old man's words, and since he was puzzled, he needed to seek answers. It was impossible to find that old man again, so he could only come to the Lord's mansion. Sigh. Playing a game, and NPCs love to play these riddles. Am I playing the game, or is the game playing me? At the Tanya Guild's base, it was much livelier here compared to the past 2 days, all thanks to Yang Yuyan and Xiao Ishue. One was Chu Chen's mother, and the other was his girlfriend, whose relationship with him was still not clearly defined. Although they had not officially acknowledged their relationship, everyone around assumed that Xiao Ishue was Chu Chen's girlfriend, the future Lady Chaos. Yang Yuyan, having previously been a female CEO of a company, always presented herself as a fierce mother in front of Chu Chen, but in reality, she was quite adept at management and could easily run a guild. Xiao Ishue also knew that her biggest help to Chu Chen now was to develop this guild well. After all, she was the one who understood the meaning of Tanya better than anyone else besides Chu Chen, and she knew the significance of this guild to him. She didn't want to be someone who could only hide behind Chu Chen. She wanted to do something within her capabilities for him. Just like when they were in school, where she could tutor him. Although Xiao Ishue appeared pure and kind, she was actually a very strong-willed person. Even knowing that Chu Chen was the top player, she was unwilling to fall behind and wanted to help him in her own way, making assisting Yang Yuyan in managing the guild her primary goal. Yang Yuyan was extremely satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. Not only was she beautiful, but she also took a hands-on approach to everything, being meticulous and serious. Sometimes she would wonder why her son, that little brat, deserved such a good girl. Did Chu Chen cast a spell on Xiao Ishue? In the guild hall, people came and went. The enthusiasm for the Tanya guild was incredibly high. Not only because Tanya was the first guild established, but also because the absolute #1 player in the entire server, Lord Chaos, was the president of the Tanya guild. Being able to hug the thigh of the #1 player in the entire server is, for most players, akin to being favored by the emperor during the ancient imperial examination, receiving a golden medal that grants immunity from death. For them, Huanduan is that golden medal. As long as they do not violate the core norms and interests of the Tanya Guild, no matter how big the issue, will be there to back them up. As for the core norms of the Tanya Guild, there are only 3, personally set by Chu Chen. First, maintain good conduct. One must not break the law or engage in misconduct. Regardless of the circumstances, adhere to the official legal bottom line. Second, no infighting. Once you join the Tanya Guild, any past grievances must be set aside. If anyone colludes with outsiders to harm guild members, will personally take action to eliminate them at the resurrection point. Third, do not cause trouble, but do not fear trouble. Be tough against outsiders, we cannot lose ground. In Chu Chen's words, I am the #1 in the entire server. My combat power surpasses the combined total of the top 100 on the leaderboard. If you embarrass me after joining my guild, then why should I keep you? Are you here to bring me shame? It doesn't matter if you can't defeat others, you can recruit help, but if you surrender just because you can't win, sorry, you can go back where you came from. The Tanya guild cannot afford such members. As long as you do not violate the 3 guild rules above, even if you encounter a huge problem, we'll resolve it for you. Shu Chen is that domineering, writing the youthful spirit of the young man vividly. As for Yang Yuyan and Xiao Ishue, they initially couldn't understand this. The first 2 rules were fine, but what was the last one about? However, Shu Chen's attitude towards this matter was very firm, and his exact words were, I named it Tanya, yet guild members still have to be timid in everything they do. What's the point of this name? It would be better to disband. In the end, the 2 women had no choice but to compromise. It turned out that this last rule was what attracted most of the casual players the most. With such a protective big shot around, who wouldn't want to join? This led to a continuous stream of applications to join the Tanya guild over the past few days. Yang Yuyan and Xiao Ishue were so busy every day with member assessments that they had no time to level up. As for Yi Xiaolong, ever since he became the vice president of Tanya, he has been flaunting this title wherever he goes, showing off to everyone. Especially after the number of guild members increased, he did nothing all day but wander around the base, claiming it was a patrol to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from sneaking in. Xiao Ishue really wanted to say, Big brother, this is a game. The guild base is protected by rules. During non-war periods, it is in an invincible state and non-guild members cannot enter. However, Shu Chen was not surprised when he learned about this. In his view, Yi Xiaolong was actually a person of the same kind as himself, but he lacked the super god level talent that Shu Chen had, possessing only an ordinary golden level talent, making it hard for him to find a sense of presence in other aspects. Now that he finally had such an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go. In simple terms, Shu Chen's view was, let him show off, I'll take the responsibility if anything happens. The president has spoken, what else can others do? They could only let Yi Xiaolong wander around the base all day, but it wasn't entirely without benefits. At least he would still take some time to level up and work extra hard, fearing he would lose face in front of the members later. The Tanya guild has now grown to over 500 members, with hundreds more joining every day. The personnel limit for a level 5 guild is just 1,000, and at this rate, it won't be long before they reach full capacity. Fortunately, with the influx of members, daily guild tasks and contributions are being completed at a high rate and the leveling progress is rapid. Plus, with the previously initiated guild announcement rewards, reaching level 6 before hitting full capacity is definitely not a problem. And that despicable person, Wei Junjie, along with his few wealthy friends, was also thriving. He spent his days identifying himself as the #1 lackey of chaos, gathering a large group of little brothers in the guild, and every day he led them to level up with great enthusiasm. At the same time, he turned the secret that Shu Chen had previously told him into something like the greatest secret of the Tanya guild and the core technique that can make chaos the #1 in the entire server, constantly repeating it in front of that group of little brothers. Some people had heard this phrase before and had scoffed at it, but seeing Wei Junjie and those rich kids genuinely believing it, they began to doubt themselves. Could it be that they had misunderstood the depth of this statement? Otherwise, why was the chaos boss so strong while they could only be little Karamis? Yang Yuyan was quite happy to have a few people help her manage the members, and teaming up for leveling could also enhance the cooperation among the members, so why not? However, she was a bit worried these days as her son entered the game early every day and didn't come out for lunch or dinner, concerned about his physical condition. But she also knew how to prioritize. Since Shu Chen didn't even have time to glance at the guild, he must be busy with something important. As long as she and her daughter-in-law managed the guild well, that would be enough. While talking with Yi Tian in the study, Shu Chen suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose. Damn, who is cursing me? So your former identity was the holy son of the Sword Saint Hall? Shu Chen was shocked. The elder of the Silver Moon City branch, Jian Wuan, had told him that the Sword Saint Hall hadn't had a holy son for hundreds of years, yet the city lord Yi Tian suddenly claimed he was the holy son? Ahem, well, I'm a quasi-holy son. I haven't officially taken that position yet. Yi Tian looked a bit awkward. After all, he should have taken that position long ago, but due to some unfortunate events, his quasi-holy son title was revoked by the 2 Vice Hall Masters. Isn't that almost the same? If so, why did you end up here in Silver Moon City as a small city lord? A city lord of a level 3 city seemed to hold a decent position, but compared to the holy son of the Sword Saint Hall, it was a far cry. Sai, young and reckless, made some mistakes and got punished. Yi Tian was reluctant to discuss these matters in front of a junior. It wasn't something to boast about, so it was better left unsaid. However, he added, but I am ultimately still a person from the Sword Saint Hall. I heard that this generation has produced a sword god body, directly conferred as a son by the Vice Hall Master. There's someone to carry on the legacy. Yi Tian sighed. If I have the chance, I really want to meet this son and see what kind of person he is. My swordsmanship talent was once praised by the Vice Hall Master as extraordinary, and he even personally taught me a sword god body. I can't even imagine. TSK.
Now it was Chu Chen's turn to feel awkward, as he was indeed the holy son of the Sword Saint Hall, but he was not a sword god. Body, he was the Chaos Sword Heart. Chu Chen's mind was racing. Could it be that the sword god body is the Chaos Sword Heart? But those two names don't sound alike at all. In the end, Chu Chen still didn't reveal that he was the Holy Sun, as the previous ceremony for the Holy Sun's conferment had been extremely simple, and Jian Wooly had specifically reminded him not to expose his identity as the Holy Sun before the grand competition of the hall. He was the hidden trump card of the Sword Saint Hall. Ultimately, it was Chu Chen who changed the subject. After glancing at Yi Xinyan, who was standing beside Yi Tian and seemed distracted, he posed the question that had been on his mind. So who was that old man we met deep in the grassland? How did he know you? Yi Tian pondered for a while before speaking. That old man, if what you and Shinran observed is true, he possesses the ability to communicate with wild beasts and can even help them level up quickly. There is only one identity that fits Beastmaster Divine Clan. Divine Clan? Yi Shinran and Chu Chen exclaimed in unison, surprised to find out it was indeed a deity. Yes, there are many branches of the Divine Clan, and the Beastmaster Divine Clan is one of them. Their inherent power isn't particularly strong, but their innate divine nature allows them to bond closely with beasts, quickly establishing connections and significantly enhancing the combat abilities of the beasts. They are not a very powerful clan, classified as a secondary divine clan. Chu Chen's lips twitched. Just a single palm could match my current swordplay without losing ground. In your world, this is considered weak? Am I really that weak? Just wait, I'll be at the third transition soon. The third transition is a watershed moment. After advancing my class, my strength will at least multiply several times. Then, I'll see how you, the former quasi-saint, will fare. If I can't beat you now, does that mean I won't be able to in the future? I have my own advantages. Yi Tian didn't notice Chu Chen's expression, and continued explaining to the two. I don't know much about the Divine Clan either, just that their hierarchy is very strict. It is divided into 3 levels of Divine Clans: secondary Divine Clans, primary Divine Clans, royal clans, and imperial clans, with significant gaps between each level, as it is judged based on the overall strength of the entire clan, not individual power. As for why he knows me. At this point, Yi Tian grinned, looking quite smug, which was only possible because Chu Chen couldn't beat him right now. Seeing that the reputation of the heavenly sword that once robbed the heavens is still alive, even a divine clan recognizes me. Ha ha ha. Yi Xinran couldn't hold back any longer. She grabbed Yi Tian's ear with one hand, looking somewhat impatient. Can you speak properly? Damn. Chu Chen was dumbfounded. Yi Xinran looked like a lively and generous girl with a hint of adorableness. So how did she suddenly become so willful? Yi Tian winced in pain and quickly begged for mercy. No. Good daughter, I was wrong, don't pull. Got it. It seems this is Yi Xinran's true nature. What she showed in front of Chu Chen before was all an act. Yi Xinran twisted for a while before reluctantly letting go, taking a deep breath. Phew, this feels good. It's nice not to have to pretend. So, Miss Yi, why did you pretend before? Isn't it because of my dad? He insists that I'm too carefree and wants me to be a bit more reserved in front of outsiders, or else I'll be gossiped about. Yi Tian chuckled awkwardly. My little friend from Chaos, please don't mind, I only have this one daughter, spoiled since she was little. I'd appreciate it if you don't spread the word about this. I still want to keep some face. Cut it out. You still want to keep face? Who in Silver Moon City doesn't know that my dad was once a henpecked husband, famous for being afraid of his wife? Yi Xinran scoffed, crossing her arms and sitting without any decorum on the chair next to Chu Chen, her 2 snow-white long legs casually resting on Yi Tian's desk. Hiss. So white. Chu Chen didn't want to look, but those long legs were too eye-catching. Yi Xinran wore a triumphant smile, leaning close to Chu Chen's ear, speaking sweetly. Do they look good? They look good. They look good. Chu Chen was almost drooling. Do you want to touch them? Yi Xinran continued to probe. Of course. I don't want any more. Chu Chen suddenly came to his senses, not daring to look into Yi Xinran's eyes, saying her legs look good in front of her father and wanting to touch them. Isn't that asking for trouble? However, Yi Tian seemed unfazed by such matters. He knew his daughter's personality all too well. But Chu Chen was scared. Deep down, he wished he could slap himself. It's just 2 legs. She's just an NPC. Are you dreaming? You want to touch them too? Isn't Xia Xue's leg fair enough? Isn't it long enough? He forced himself to calm down and ignored Yi Xinran's swaying long legs. He quickly stood up to take his leave. Since I've understood most of the situation, I won't stay here any longer. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. With that, Chu Chen stepped forward, intending to leave. Yi Xinran's crisp voice came from behind. What? Don't you want the task reward anymore? Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? But didn't we fail to complete our task? Hearing the words task reward, Chu Chen instantly turned around. That reward was rightfully his. After all, he had put in so much effort, if not merit, at least hard work. Yi Xinran smiled sweetly. Alright, you be my boyfriend, and the reward is yours. Yi Tian, holding a teacup, suddenly lost his grip, and the tea slowly spilled out, soaking his clothes, yet he seemed oblivious, staring at Yi Xinran in disbelief. In his impression, although his daughter was a bit willful, she wouldn't joke about such matters, which could only mean one thing: she really liked this kid in front of her. Yi Tian, who had always thought highly of Chu Chen, now looked at him with a different gaze, feeling that everything was wrong. Chu Chen didn't need to say more, he almost stumbled. What did you say? You don't know I have a girlfriend? The girl from last time, the one you've met. A smug smile flashed across Yi Shinran's face as she casually replied, I know. So what? Just a girlfriend, what's the big deal about having one more? Isn't it natural for a strong person to have many wives and concubines? Don't think my dad was called the most henpecked man in Silver Moon City for nothing, he still has several concubines. Besides, who can guarantee you won't break up in the future? So, what do you think? As long as you agree, not only can I get my dad to give you this reward, but the entire Lord's mansion will be your backing. You'll have everything you want. After the shock, realizing Yi Shinran wasn't joking, Chu Chen's expression became unusually serious. I don't know how it is in your eyes, but in mine, a partner can only be one for life. Don't talk about the Lord's mansion. Even if you were the daughter of the elder of the royal city, I wouldn't agree. I've always regarded you as a friend, with no other intentions. I hope you don't misunderstand. I'm taking my leave. With that, Chu Chen left with firm steps. He knew that such a straightforward statement would hurt Yi Shinran, but compared to ambiguous, illusory hopes, it was more appropriate to stop everything with a more resolute attitude from the very beginning. The smile in Yi Shinran's eyes vanished. Chu Chen's words deeply hurt her, although he didn't say it outright. The meaning was clear. Yi Shinran, you don't have the right to make me give up my girlfriend. Suppressing the loneliness in her heart, Yi Shinran also left, leaving Yi Tian sitting alone in the chair. He wasn't happy either. He felt that Chu Chen looked down on his daughter, even going so far as to say that the daughter of the elder of the royal city wouldn't change his mind. But this was Chu Chen's right. He had no position or qualification to criticize, especially from a father's perspective. After all, his daughter was the third party. No, not even a third party. Chu Chen hadn't accepted her at all. Sigh. In the end, a long sigh echoed throughout the study. Chu Chen moved quickly, heading straight out of the Lord's mansion and towards the city gates. It's impossible to say that Yi Shinran's words didn't affect him. After all, a young lady of noble status, with an impeccable appearance, suddenly confessing to him, despite his righteous refusal, it would still leave some ripples in his heart. After all, Chu Chen was just a teenager. Every aspect of him could grow and mature quickly, except for emotions, which had no shortcuts. Damn it! Chu Chen, how could such a trivial matter affect you? Chu Chen hated his own ineptitude but felt helpless, forcing himself to suppress his inner emotions and trudging along the road. Forget it, let's go for the third job transfer first. It would probably take a while, and by the time the third transfer was over, it would be evening. Plus, there would be updates after completing the job transfer, so today's schedule was pretty packed. Starting tomorrow, all things considered, there were only 4 days left for the entire event. The treasures in the dreaming grassland that could help one level up quickly simply didn't exist, and the rewards for the current task were gone. Xiaoi Shui and Yi Xiaolong beside him hadn't even reached level 30, while his mother Yan Yuyan and Wang Manhwa were only in their teens in levels. If he wanted to achieve a good ranking in the event, there was still a long way to go. He needed to do his best to help them level up. Lost in thought, Chu Chen had already arrived outside the city. Just as he was about to summon Jin Buju to continue his journey, he suddenly remembered that the Dragon King had told him last time that the token could directly teleport to the habitat of the Bright Dragon Clan. Chu Chen slapped his forehead. I really got muddled up by Yi Shinran, damn it. With that, he took out the teleportation token from his backpack, infused it with a trace of dragon bloodline power, and his figure slowly vanished. Ming Guanjia, the fifth elder, revealed his true form, accompanied by a golden mother dragon, both lying on the high platform where the Dragon King had brought Chu Chen down last time, gazing into the distance. Alien, the Dragon King really knows how to pick a spot. The view here is quite nice. The mother dragon alien's eyes sparkled as she looked at the boundless dragon realm continent. Yeah, how come I didn't notice this good place before? The fifth elder, with his massive dragon head, looked around but didn't see any dragon shadows. He then leered at the mother dragon. Alien, this place is quite spacious, and the scenery is so good, why don't we? The fifth elder didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. The mother dragon alien shyly lowered her head. How embarrassing. It's so high up. Dragons might see us. They won't. At this hour, they're all cultivating in the bright lake. The mother dragon was tempted, gently nodding her head and slowly lying down, getting into position. The fifth elder was about to take out his big weapon for an earth-shattering battle when suddenly, a flash of light appeared beside him, and Chu Chen's figure slowly materialized. The fifth elder was nearly scared stiff. He quickly retracted his actions, transforming into human form, placing his arms behind his head, looking at the bright lake in the sky, humming a tune. Old 5, why are you humming a tune? You're in such high spirits. Come on, I can't wait. The excited voice of the mother dragon alien came through. Chu Chen and the fifth elder heard it clearly, and the fifth elder's face turned noticeably awkward, his dark face even slightly reddening. Seeing the scene before him, Chu Chen quickly realized what was happening and cautiously spoke up. Did I come at a bad time? Should I leave first, and you two can continue?
A strange male voice startled Alien, who quickly turned around and found two figures, one large and one small, standing opposite each other. Ah! Alien was taken aback, frightened into taking flight, cursing as she flew away, her voice fading. Old 5, you pervert. You actually like this kind of thing. Don't come looking for me again, I can't handle it. Well, that was a misunderstanding. Elder Wu's dark face flushed even more, and after coughing twice, he quickly changed the subject. What are you doing here, kid? You just completed your second transition, you need to settle down and not come here for no reason. It was only then that Chuchen realized he was here for serious business. Oh, right, I'm here to undergo the third transition. I'm already level 50. What? Have you been taking drugs? Leveling up this fast? At this moment, Elder Wu had completely forgotten about the good fortune that Chuchen had just disrupted. His bearded face trembled uncontrollably. In shock. While Chuchen might think that reaching level 50 was just a simple achievement, Elder Wu saw far more than that. As a god-level powerhouse, although he was new to this level, he himself had reached level 92, and he was naturally well aware of the paths and experience required for leveling up. He also understood clearly that Chuchen's ability to leap 20 levels in such a short time was due to something extraordinary. No, it couldn't be called a battle, it should be called a massacre. This indicated that Chuchen's actual combat power far exceeded what his level would suggest, and this was not something that could be achieved through external equipment. The only thing that could bring about such an exaggerated increase in combat power, as far as he knew, was one thing. That was talent. Only an extremely powerful talent could help Chuchen leap such a significant level to massacre enemies, which explained his rapid leveling. But there was also a problem. As far as he knew, even a god-level talent couldn't be this exaggerated, so there could only be one answer. Chuchen's talent surpassed the god level. After sorting all this out, Elder Wu looked at Chuchen with an extremely complex gaze filled with envy, jealousy, greed, and desire, but most of all, there was relief and reassurance. The two stared at each other in silence for a long time before Elder Wu slowly spoke, and his words left Chuchen in shock. From now on, you must never casually reveal your talent that surpasses the god level. At least until you reach level 80, you must not let the demon race and the divine race know. His words carried a heavy tone and were not open to discussion. It was clear that he was not negotiating with Chuchen but was issuing a strict order. An order for Chuchen not to expose his talent before reaching level 80. Chuchen felt a bit anxious and uneasy. He hadn't expected that just by quickly reaching level 50, Elder Wu could deduce that he possessed a talent beyond the god level. How could this be possible? But what Chuchen didn't know was that it was only because the previous people didn't understand what a god-level talent was and what kind of power it held. Otherwise, they would have certainly discovered that the combat power Chuchen displayed had already far exceeded the limits brought by a god-level talent. In summary, although Chuchen had encountered many powerful individuals, including City Lord Yi Tian, the Grand Elder of the Holy Temple Jian Wuwen, and the Swordmaster, they could all potentially be legendary or even star-level powerhouses, but their level had not yet reached the god-level talent. Even the two vice masters of the sword same temple were merely at the peak of the saint level and had not reached the god level, so they only considered Chuchen to have a god level talent. But Elder Wu was a genuine god level powerhouse. He had encountered countless god level powerhouses and naturally understood what a true god level talent was like. It wasn't that god level talents were weak, since they could be called god level, they were naturally powerful. Even after becoming a god level powerhouse, god level talents could play a crucial role in battle. But the problem was, a level 32nd transition, even if he had a god-level talent, could at most fight or even kill monsters that were 10 levels higher, which was already impressive. It was simply impossible for someone like Chuchen, at level 30, to kill a group of level 40 monsters with a single sword strike. That was simply unfathomable. This matter is known only to me for now, and I will definitely report it to Lord Dragon King later. As for others, you must not tell anyone. Understand? Elder Wu looked at the tense-faced Chuchen and spoke again. This time, his tone was less severe and more gentle, like a kind elder. I understand. Chuchen breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, only Elder Wu knows, and later there will be one more, the Dragon King. These two should not leak the information, so I am still safe for the time being. Power. It's all about power. I lack strong power, strong enough that I can fear nothing, so I don't have to hide my own talent. Chuchen roared angrily in his heart. He actually knew that Elder Wu's concern was not solely for him, or rather, it was not just because of him, but more so because of Jin Buju. Jin Buju is the next Dragon King of the Light Dragon Clan and even the entire Dragon Clan. Now that he has signed a life and death contract with me, his life is bound to mine. If I die, Jin Buju will also die. Moreover, from the ambush by the Yen family on the Dreaming Grassland, it was evident that a family from a Tier 3 city could obtain items that block world rules, preventing players from returning to their resurrection points after death, instead reviving them on the spot. This only indicates that it should not be difficult for high-level NPCs to acquire such items, meaning that this player-friendly auxiliary rule is gradually becoming ineffective. Future players will only have one life. Once they die, they will be repeatedly killed until they are completely dead. Thinking of this, Chu Chen couldn't help but shiver. It was only because his strength far surpassed that of the Yin family's elders that he felt secure. If a legendary or starry-level powerhouse came, he would definitely be unable to fight back, and even the ultimate stacking version of 10,000 swords returning to the sect would be powerless against them, and then he would truly be dead. Alright, I'm just reminding you, keep it in mind. Aren't you here to change jobs? Let's go, same old place, I'll take you there. Elder Wu stopped provoking Chu Chen. Too much of anything is not good. The final decision still lies with Chu Chen himself, and they cannot interfere. A golden dragon, slightly smaller than the Dragon King, appeared, its large eyes making Chu Chen feel uneasy. Come on kid, let's go to the Light Lake. At this moment, the Light Lake was much livelier than last time. Today, many giant dragons were frolicking and cultivating in the lake, beams of white light shining like stars in the water. Those were the giants of the Light Dragon clan. Elder Wu quickly brought Chu Chen here, and looking at the giant dragons crazily absorbing the power of light in the lake, Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, wow, these seniors are really efficient at absorbing. If I could do that, wouldn't I be able to complete my job change quickly? The elder, transformed back into a burly man, couldn't help but chuckle at Chu Chen's words. Of course you can. You can try to absorb like them, but how long you can last depends on your luck. What do you mean? What do I mean? You, a level 50 kid who hasn't even undergone a third job change, trying to compare your efficiency in absorbing light elements with a group of starry level and holy level light giants? That's just seeking death. Saying you can last a few seconds is already flattering you. In less than a second, you would be blown apart by the dense light elements. I was just thinking. He was very cautious about his life. If he were to be blown apart by light elements during the job change, it would not only be embarrassing but also cause him to lose a level. The hard-earned level 50 would drop to 49. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Splash! Chu Chen stripped off his clothes and jumped straight into the light lake. The lake water, made of liquid light elements, immediately stirred up layers of ripples that spread outwards. Eldest Elder proposed that stripping off clothes would accelerate the absorption of light elements, helping to enhance the bloodline concentration and complete the job transition faster. Don't be fooled by how quickly Chu Chen completed his second transition last time in just a few minutes. Each transition increases the difficulty of enhancing bloodline concentration not additively but exponentially. Last time, it took 5 minutes to increase half a concentration. This time, the first half might take 20 minutes and the second half 40 minutes. In short, it would be impossible to complete in just a few hours, which left Chu Chen with a faint sadness in his heart. Does that mean that when it comes to the fourth and fifth transitions in the future, the time spent would have to be counted in days? That really pained Chu Chen. There are only 22 days left until the arrival, and time is money. However, worrying now is useless. The priority is to complete the third transition in front of him, and the rest can be dealt with later. As Chu Chen jumped into the lake, several nearby light dragons were startled awake by the splash, their eyes fixed intently on Chu Chen, who was diligently absorbing the light elements, curiosity evident in their gazes. How long do you think it will take for our only dragon practitioner in thousands of years to complete the third transition? Hard to say. Our Light Dragon clan's highest record was set by a Light Dragon mage 1,000 years ago, right? Exactly, that one was said to have reached the peak of holy affinity, not far from divine level, and took 11 hours. For the third transition, 11 hours isn't fast either. Considering our absorption speed, we could probably absorb and convert the energy needed for a human's third transition in just a few hours. As soon as the dragon finished speaking, he noticed that his companions were looking at him as if he were a fool. What's wrong? I didn't say anything wrong. Are you stupid? We are the Light Dragon clan, all born with holy level or higher affinity for light elements, and our physical strength is the best among all races. How can humans compare to us? One of the dragon's companions, unable to watch him make a fool of himself any longer, couldn't help but retort, then quietly moved away, his expression seemingly saying, I don't know this guy, don't call me. What are you all chattering about? If you don't want to train, get out. I'll personally practice with him. The eldest elder's voice echoed throughout the area, and immediately all the dragons dared not speak, quickly shutting their mouths. However, the exchange of glances among them became more frequent, clearly still discussing how long it would take Chu Chen. After a loud shout, the eldest elder prepared to leave. After all, it would still take a long time for Chu Chen to complete his transition. He needed to hurry and find a Lien to apologize. After all, she was the female dragon he had just managed to woo, and he hadn't had the chance to enjoy her company much yet. It was a rare opportunity for something exciting today, but it was ruined by Chu Chen. He didn't dare to get angry at Chu Chen for fear he would complain to the Dragon King, so he had to swallow his anger and flew away silently. Outside Silver Moon City, in a level 20 dungeon called Moonlight Forest, a team of about 10 people was leveling up. Not far away, a warrior was joking with 2 attractive priestess players, while the remaining members were grouped in threes, scattered around hunting wild monsters. It seemed like an unfair treatment, but these people didn't complain. After all, they were being paid. They only needed to help this young master level up, and they could earn tens of thousands each month, which was no small amount. One of the female priests leaned against the warrior's chest, a flash of light indicating she had leveled up. Then her soft voice chimed in, Brother Jean, didn't you Say that if I accompanied you for a week, you would help me reach level 30? I've been with you for 3 days and I just reached level 21. Immortal Mad Warrior grinned maliciously. You haven't made me feel good these past 3 days. If you don't put in the effort, they naturally won't put in the effort to help you grind monsters. As he spoke, one hand was mischievously roaming over the female priest, causing her face to flush crimson, her eyes seemingly on the verge of overflowing with tears. Oh, Brother Jean, I've just learned a few new tricks. Tonight I'll definitely make you feel amazing. Ha ha ha. Alright, I'll be watching your performance tonight. If you do well, not to mention a week, in just 3 days I can help you level up to 30. The person speaking was none other than the president of the Wending Tianxia Guild, who had previously had a conflict with Chu Chun, Immortal Mad Warrior. That's right, the one who was beaten to his knees calling someone daddy. Although he had been wiped out by Chu Chun in the novice village before, he had money. So he waved his hand and hired over a dozen people to help him grind levels, and his level shot up to 30. However, he hadn't completed the second transfer quest yet, so he was stuck here. He had already ranked around 50th on the leaderboard. In fact, there were many players at level 30, roughly from the 20th to the 60th rank, all of them level 30 players, which shows that the level 30 second transfer quest had indeed blocked many people. He was just one of them. These two girls had only recently met because the awakening event of the human race had sparked a frenzy among players to level up, grinding day and night, which naturally led to the emergence of many leveling teams. These two girls had agreed to sell their bodies for a level boost because Immortal Mad Warrior promised he could help them reach level 30 before the event ended. There was no choice, the rewards for the event were too tempting. As long as they ranked in the top 100, they could get a silver level treasure chest. Everyone had already concluded that the equipment obtained from the treasure chests would definitely match their levels, and some would go to any lengths for the rewards. Immortal Mad Warrior also chose to flirt with girls because he couldn't get past the second transfer quest for the time being. Just then, another woman linked her arm with Immortal Mad Warrior's other arm and curiously asked, Brother Jean, I heard you were in the same novice village as Chaos and even had a confrontation. Is that true? Immortal Mad Warrior, who had been teasing the female priest, suddenly stopped, his gaze turning increasingly brutal and fierce as he stared at the woman. Who told you that? Don't mention the name Chaos in front of me. The fierce glare startled the woman, who quickly shut her mouth, not daring to provoke Immortal Mad Warrior further. Upon hearing the name Chaos, Immortal Mad Warrior lost interest in teasing. The two girls slowly walking aside to open the level leaderboard, looking at the name at the top with a twisted smile. Soon, I'll be able to find out your true identity. Dare to oppose me, I'll write my name, Lu Yang, backward if I can't kill you. The reason he had the capital to hire people to level up and even find ways to investigate Chu Chen's true identity was that his real name was Lu Yang, the son of Lu Qingming, the local emperor of Jiangchang. In Jiangcheng, he also had a nickname, the Prince. In the city center of Jiangchang, a building surrounded on all sides stood in the most prosperous and expensive area. This was the Jiangcheng Security Bureau, also the highest authority aside from the Jiangcheng Municipal Hall. In an office occupying an entire floor of a building, rows of computers were set up, with dedicated intelligence staff sitting in front of them. Jiang Nan and Momo had just walked in, and upon seeing this scene, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile, looking at this setup. If it weren't for the fact that this is the Security Bureau, I would think I walked into a scam den. The naive Momo then hesitantly spoke. I feel that Chu Chen must be Chaos. What he said about the ultimate storm war god is just his own ID. Jiang Nanhai widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Momo. My dear aunt, why didn't you say anything when we were at his house? Why tell me now? Momo still looked as confused as ever. Because I didn't react at the time. He really is so handsome. As she spoke, drool uncontrollably dripped from the corner of her mouth. Jiang Nanhai, I knew I shouldn't have come on this mission with you. Seriously. Momo seemed not to hear him at all, still wearing a silly grin on her face. Sigh. Fine, I'll just consider myself unlucky. Since that's the case, let's go to Chu Chen's house again tomorrow. For today, let's leave it at that. I need to contact the higher-ups, so you go find somewhere to have fun. Jiang Nanhai gave up, directly leaving Momo behind. Once he entered his exclusive office, he opened his computer and initiated a call with his superior through the internal security software. What's going on, Xiaojiang? Has the identity of Chaos been confirmed? An elderly voice came from the other end. This leader sounded quite old. Jiang Nanhai immediately shed the frantic demeanor he had in front of Momo and said seriously, it's roughly confirmed. It's Chu Chen. I've already sent you his information via email, you can check it later. The elderly voice continued. That's good to hear. You must remember, the higher-ups are trying to win over Chaos even at any cost. Recently, the number of supernatural events in Huagua has surged, and the higher-ups are increasingly paying attention to Tianwan. Some radicals even believe that only Tianwan is the sole path for humanity's future. The outside world is completely unaware of this, but as Intelligence Bureau staff, we must inevitably understand it. And you are the person I value the most. I believe you can handle this matter well. I appreciate your efforts. No need to be polite, leader. It's my duty to share the burden for the country. Haha, I know you well. You just put too much pressure on yourself, trying to get quick results in everything. But this matter cannot be rushed. We don't have a clear understanding of Chaos's attitude, which is why I asked you to bring that girl Momo along. Upon hearing Momo's name, Zhang Nanhai immediately made a bitter face. Leader, please don't say it. Momo was really too confused. We could have confirmed Chaos's identity today, but she couldn't say a word the whole time just because that Chuchin is handsome. It drove me crazy. Ha ha ha, that's Momo for you. She has a pure heart and yearns for beautiful things. Since that Chuchin is handsome, it's only natural for Momo to be attracted to him. Learn from her, you might gain unexpected insights. Alright, let's leave it at that for today. I'll go check the materials you sent me. Do. The call ended, leaving Jiang Nanhai mumbling to himself, what can I learn from Momo? To be infatuated like her? The office fell into darkness. At this moment, Momo was sitting on the sofa outside, one hand holding snacks and continuously stuffing her mouth, while the other hand held her phone, browsing the Tianwen forum. It had been several days since the arrival of the rankings, but the topic of chaos remained the hottest on the forum. After all, his level had skyrocketed to level 50 in just a few days. More than 10 levels above the second place, Blood Rose. And as for the battle power rankings, there was no need to mention it. While others made significant progress, Chaos's progress was even greater, with his battle power doubling again, completely crushing all players in the world. Most of the discussions about Chaos in the forum are filled with praise and admiration. Of course, there are also the presence of haters. Not only are there dedicated posts like 36 ironclad proofs of Chaos is cheating, and Chaos is just a cheating little person. Countless haters leave comments under various posts, their words brimming with insults and mockery towards Chaos. Although everyone knows that these are just the twisted remnants of jealousy and envy towards Chaos, there are still some loyal fans fiercely countering the haters. The intense arguments and insults swept across the entire forum. It could be said that it was a fierce battle. And Momo is one of those loyal fans. With her innate pure heart, she always harbors the greatest longing for beautiful things, and Chaos, after the launch of Tianwen, is the most wonderful person among the players, incredibly powerful and ranking first on all major leaderboards, bringing glory to the country. Of course, whether he himself has this thought, Momo cannot know. However, in her heart, Chaos must be an incredibly perfect person, so she transformed into Chaos's most loyal fan. Especially after meeting Chuchen today, she could say that this fan has completely fallen, becoming a diehard fan of Chuchen. At this moment, although one hand is eating snacks, the hand holding the phone is not affected at all, as she frantically comments under the haters' messages, speaking well of Chaos. Because she won't curse. Although she understands the insults from those little haters, she deeply despises those words, so she counters each of their comments word by word. Unfortunately, her rebuttals seem weak and powerless, not even making the haters feel a hint of guilt, but rather making them more rampant. In the end, Momo unsurprisingly lost the battle. Just then, Zhang Nanhai came out of the office and happened to see Momo angrily putting down her phone, unable to help but chuckle. What's wrong? Did you lose the argument again? Tears were welling up in Momo's big watery eyes, making Zhang Nanhai feel a pang of heartache. It's okay, these online trolls are like that, they won't reason with you at all, and you don't curse, so losing is normal. Who would have thought his comfort was of no use at all? Momo just looked up at him, then choked out, I don't want you to comfort me, you're not good looking, I want brother Chuchen. After saying that, she didn't give Zhang Nanhai a chance to respond, grabbed her snacks, and ran back to her room. The sound of the door locking followed, leaving Zhang Nanhai frozen in place. So, should I leave? Mingguangya, Guangming Lake. Time trickled by, and Chuchen had been in Guangming Lake for over 3 hours, the absorbed light elements rendering his entire body radiant and his form becoming somewhat transparent. Of course, not truly transparent, but the powerful light elemental force radiating from within made him appear so. If one were to approach and observe closely, they would notice that the white light elemental force within Chuchen seemed to be competing with another force for control of his body, causing beads of sweat to cover his forehead. The power of chaos within him was too strong. As one of the highest level elemental forces, chaos is far beyond the comparison of light. If the status of light elements among all elements is likened to one of the 8 planets in the solar system, then chaos is undoubtedly the sun. The difference between them is not just a matter of energy intensity, but a fundamental difference between planets and stars. This also led to the increasingly slow enhancement of the concentration of Chu Chen's light dragon bloodline power. During the second transformation, the concentration requirement was not high, so this property did not manifest. But now, to completely finish the third transformation, the concentration of the light dragon bloodline power within him needs to reach 30%. The power of the dragon bloodline can be transformed between Chu Chen and Jin Buju due to the life and death contract. This is also why every time Chu Chen successfully advances his class, Jin Buju can synchronize his progress, because whenever the concentration of the dragon bloodline power within Chu Chen increases by 1 part, the bloodline power within Jin Buju diminishes by 1 part. However, this reduction in concentration does not affect the quality of Jin Buju's bloodline itself, which is the most secretive function of the life and death contract assimilation. The reason Chu Chen needs to undergo class Advancement in the Light Lake is to enhance the concentration of the dragon bloodline power through pure light elemental energy and the guidance of the light dragon bloodline.
But now, more than 3 hours have passed and the concentration of the dragon bloodline power within Chu-Chen has only increased from 10% to 20%, and it has been over an hour since reaching 20%. No matter how Chu-Chen absorbs light elements to guide it, that massive dragon bloodline power seems to be firmly choked by fate, making no progress. Chu-Chen also realizes the seriousness of the problem. If this continues, he will never be able to complete his class advancement. He will be stuck at level 50. The Chaos Sword heartbeats powerfully, each beat making Chu-Chen's mind more tense as he can clearly feel the surging chaotic power erupting with the heartbeat, firmly suppressing the light elements and dragon bloodline power.
A long sigh echoed in Chu-Chen's mind. Sigh. It seems
that having too much talent isn't necessarily a good thing. He understands where his problem lies. It is precisely because the Chaos Sword Heart is a god-level talent, completely surpassing any existing level of Tianwan, that the powerful talent not only grants Chu-Chen combat power far beyond his peers but also brings more trouble.
He cannot fully control his talent.
The Chaos Sword Heart has always been like an independent entity residing within his body, unable to be mobilized no matter
what, only passively erupting when it senses intense external pressure and intent.
There have been 2 previous eruptions. One was in the Sword Saint's Hall, triggered by the sword intent of Jian Wuli, and the other was during his last visit to Mingguanjia, when he felt the powerful divine pressure from Elder Wu, leading to an eruption, and this time is the third. However, there is a difference. During the first 2 eruptions, Chu-Chen felt as if his soul had gone to another place, the barrier separating Tianwan from reality, and the chaotic power that erupted at that time was solely to strengthen his physical body and meridians. But this time, the chaotic power erupted due to the rich light elements and dragon bloodline power, no longer to protect Chu-Chen, but more like a king responding to a provocation from his subjects, fiercely defending his sovereignty and protecting his territory. Outside, someone had already reported Chu-Chen's situation to Elder Wu half an hour ago, and at this moment he had transformed into a bearded giant and was quietly standing beside Chu-Chen, his brow furrowed. Glancing at the surrounding dragons, Elder Wu snorted coldly. Enough, disperse. I have already notified Lord Dragon King. He is on his way and should know what is happening with the chaos now. Chu-Chen is the key to whether the dragon race can once again appear in the Tianwan continent, and he is also the future partner of the Dragon King. No dragon wants to see Chu-Chen in trouble at this critical moment, and their eyes are filled with concern. Roar! A roar that resonated through heaven and earth came, the immense pressure contained in the voice shaking the vast light lake, stirring up considerable waves everywhere. The Dragon King's massive wings gently flapped a few times, and in an instant he transformed into the middle-aged man filled with imperial aura from before. What happened? The Dragon King asked, but his gaze remained fixed on Chu-Chen. The 5th Elder hurriedly bowed and replied, Lord Dragon King, chaos has been like this for over an hour now. It seems that there is another powerful force within him that is preventing the concentration of his bloodline from increasing. The Dragon King's eyes emitted a faint golden light, as if he could see through all the illusions of the world. The eye of the celestial dragon. The Dragon King had controlled the celestial eye for thousands of years, studying its ability to detect the world and dispel illusions, creating skills of his own. In his vision, he could clearly see that within Chu-Chen, an invisible and colorless force seemed to have formed an indestructible barrier, firmly suppressing the power of the bloodline in a corner. Even with so many light elements absorbed and combined with the dragon bloodline power, they could not contend with that force. His own attributes are too powerful, leading to an imbalance between the light element power and the dragon bloodline power, which is why this situation has arisen. If I'm not mistaken, this force should be emanating from his heart, and its concentration is continuously increasing. At this rate, not only will he be unable to complete his job change, but even the mere 20% of his dragon bloodline power will be completely eradicated. The Dragon King immediately identified the problem with Chu-Chen. The 5th Elder was taken aback. Huh? Is there any way to balance this drumming force within him? It's already so difficult to reach 30%. Even if he can complete this job change, he absolutely won't be able to achieve the 4th transition. The Dragon King lowered his head in contemplation. Earlier, when Chu-Chen formed a contract with Jin Buju in the cave, he had noticed that Chu-Chen's attributes were unusual, which was why he brought him to Mingguan Cliff during the 2nd transition, to use the pure light power from the Light Lake to assist him in his job change. Normally, one would at least need to use the power of the Light Lake during the 4th transition. But unexpectedly, despite that, Chu-Chen couldn't even pass the 3rd transition. Could it be that I can only use that thing? Which thing? The 5th Elder's simple expression perfectly illustrated what it meant to be brawny but simple-minded. The Dragon King glanced at the 5th Elder with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Enough, you're not needed here. I have a way to handle chaos. You can go back where you came from. The 5th Elder was somewhat baffled by the Dragon King's words, scratching his head, his gaze darting back and forth between Chu-Chen and the Dragon King. In the end, he still couldn't figure it out and transformed into his original form to fly away. It was no wonder the 5th Elder was confused. If it were a matter related to combat, no matter how small the detail, he would have noticed it, just like how he deduced Chu-Chen had god-level talent merely from his rapid leveling speed.
But now, Chu Chen's situation was unrelated to combat, it was purely a matter of cultivation, which the Fifth Elder naturally couldn't grasp. The Dragon King evidently understood the Fifth Elder as well, so he assigned him tasks akin to that of an instructor, not mentioning any secretive events, not out of distrust, but simply knowing that even if he told the Fifth Elder, it would be of no use. Instead, his careless words might disrupt certain plans. Do you remember when the Dragon King once asked Chu Chen a question? Is your attribute the death attribute? The mighty king of the dragon race, a peak god-level powerhouse, one of the strongest beings in the Tianwen continent, could he not recognize the death attribute? So why did he go out of his way to ask Chu Chen? It was not just out of concern for his child, it was more about wanting to confirm the speculation in his heart. That attribute which had appeared in the world but had never been controlled by anyone, chaos. Because at that time, the Dragon King felt a vast and overwhelming sensation from the faint gray light on Jin Buju's surface, as if it could encompass all things yet also transcended all things. A contradictory explanation, but when applied to chaos, it seemed incredibly reasonable. It is like the king among attributes, born from countless elemental properties yet completely out of place with the others. In the Dragon King's perception, chaos is the strongest attribute, without exception. As for the claims of others who place time, space, and other powerful attributes on the same level as chaos, he has always found them utterly ridiculous. He believes those who make such statements have never truly witnessed what real chaos is like. But he has seen it. He still remembers. 1,000 years ago, before the Great War of the Three Clans erupted, when he was not yet the Dragon King, but like the current Jin Buju, a young master of the Dragon Clan, and his father, the supreme being who had severely wounded the demon god during the war, once took him into the starry sky. Indeed, the former Dragon King had already stepped half a foot into a realm beyond the divine level, initially possessing the ability to explore the cosmos. When they roamed the vast star fields back, then they encountered a wisp of chaotic energy. What a force it was, formless, colorless, vast, and ethereal, yet it allowed you to distinctly feel its existence. Clearly right before them, yet it seemed to exist in a different space, a different dimension. His father once said that from that wisp of chaotic energy he felt a power capable of transcending countless levels, just that single wisp could severely injure or even kill him, a being who was gradually transcending the divine level. In the end, the previous Dragon King paid the price of consuming half of his brilliant divine blood to wrap that wisp of chaotic energy and bring it back to the Dragon Clan, which now exists in a space independent of the Dragon Realm, a location known only to the Dragon King. And it was precisely because of the effort to bring back this wisp of chaotic energy that the previous Dragon King suffered irreversible injuries, losing all hope of breaking through the divine level, and faced the fully powered demon god with a damaged body, ultimately sacrificing his life to seal the demon god. Since then, the Dragon Clan has been without a supreme being, and the Dragon King at that time had not yet grown up, so they had no choice but to hide the entire Dragon Clan. His father's words echoed in the Dragon King's mind at this moment. Child, it seems I have taken half a step, but the true situation is known only to me. The remaining half step I can never take. That wisp of chaotic energy is the real hope. It contains the secret to breaking through the divine level. And at this moment, the Dragon King was utterly certain that the power contained within Chu Chen was chaos. This kid, named Chaos as well, is it just a coincidence? The Dragon King's eyes held deep meaning, along with a hint of hesitation and struggle. He could not afford to be careless or struggle. That wisp of chaotic energy could be said to have been brought back at the cost of his father's life. Even though 1,000 years have passed, he himself has not been able to comprehend the power within the chaotic energy, yet now to hand it over like this, he felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. Time ticked away. Chu Chen had maintained his current state for over 2 hours, and it was clear to see that his lips had lost all color. To control the chaotic power within him, he had been frantically consuming his mental energy for these 2 hours. If Chu Chen were to open his attribute panel now, he would find that his mental attribute had dropped from 355 to 2 digits, and it was still slowly decreasing. This was irreversible mental damage. Falling from a height to the mundane world is far more painful than always being mundane. His body had long adapted to over 300 points of mental energy, but now, as time passed and it continued to decrease, the burden on Chu Chen's body and mind was immense. Yet, no matter what, the power within him seemed to belong to Chu Chen not at all. No matter how much mental energy he consumed, he could not change the chaotic power's resistance to the Dragon Clan's bloodline power. If this continued, he would die. Die from the exhaustion of mental energy. Even if one could be resurrected, it would not compensate for this depletion. And reality would plunge into a state of dementia due to the exhaustion of spirit, perhaps even becoming a vegetative state, never to awaken. Finally, the Dragon King looked at Chu Chen's increasingly pale face, as if he had made a certain resolution. He extended a hand, directly plunging it into the space. It seemed as if he had grasped something, then yanked it out forcefully. A brilliant mass of golden blood coalesced in the Dragon King's palm, a pressure surpassing that of divine-level beings, gradually spreading out, while a regal aura that transcended all attributes slowly emerged. The pure light elements in the light lake seemed to sense the majesty of this aura, daring not to provoke it, retreating in droves. However, after more than
10,000 years had passed. Although this massive essence still shone brilliantly, the divinity and power contained within had diminished to almost nothing. Even the aura of the chaotic energy that isolated it could not be maintained, and the pressure emitted by the essence was not very strong, slowly dissipating under the Dragon King's control. The Dragon King looked at this massive essence with a complex expression, then glanced at Chu Chen, who seemed on the verge of fainting, and finally gritted his teeth, sending the essence, along with the chaotic energy wrapped around it, forcefully into Chu Chen's body from his heart. Sigh, who told my poor child to sign a life and death contract with you? Helping you is also helping the future of the Dragon Clan. A somewhat lonely sigh echoed, revealing the Dragon King's inner desolation. He had given away something brought back at the cost of his father's life, something he had studied for over 10,000 years without results. To hand it over to a human he had known for only a few days, such a thing would be hard for anyone to accept. But the Dragon King was not a selfish person. He understood that this strand of chaotic energy might have originally belonged to Chu Chen, merely retrieved early by the Dragon Clan for safekeeping. Everything seemed to be driven by an invisible hand behind the scenes. However, the Dragon King was not indecisive. Since he had already given it to Chu Chen, he could only hope that this strand of chaotic energy would help him through the current difficulties. Kid, you better work hard. In the future, dominate the heavenly inquiry and travel the universe, otherwise I'll be at a great loss. The moment the essence, along with the wrapped chaotic energy, made contact with Chu Chen's chest, it was absorbed. This was half the essence of a half-step super divine level light dragon. Even though it had been over 10,000 years and the power contained within was nearly depleted, its essence remained. With the blessing of this half-step super divine level light dragon bloodline power, the bloodline power within Chu Chen, which had been firmly suppressed by the chaotic energy, gradually grew stronger, violently crashing against the barrier formed by the chaotic energy. Not enough. Just this alone could not break the barrier. At this moment, Chu Chen clearly sensed another strand of chaotic energy within him, coming from the outside world. But now was not the time to dwell on its origin. This strand of chaotic energy was extremely pure, comparable to the chaotic energy emitted by the chaotic sword heart. At this moment, the incoming chaotic energy seemed to have caught the scent of its kind, slowly flowing into the chaotic sword heart along Chu Chen's blood vessels. He could distinctly feel two emotions, both sharing the same desire, differing only in their sources, one from the vigorously beating chaotic sword heart, the other from the external chaotic energy. Chaotic energy has emotions? Chu Chen felt very surprised. Strictly speaking, chaotic energy is still a type of attribute, an element. But how could elements and attributes have emotions? If the chaotic sword heart had emotions, Chu Chen could understand. After all, it was part of his body, it was alive, but chaotic energy was dead. Could it be that chaotic energy also has life? Yes. Chu Chen suddenly realized. Who says that elements and attributes have no life? No emotions? The chaotic power within me frantically suppressing the spread of the dragon bloodline power is not also a manifestation of emotion? And the dragon bloodline power, although suppressed by the chaotic force, has never given up, constantly wanting to spread under the relentless pull of the light element, trying to break through the barriers set by the chaotic force. Is that not also an emotion? I always thought that my chaotic sword heart was merely a talent, but now it seems that it is also a life that can think and has emotions, somewhat like a rebellious child who refuses to be disciplined. I no longer try to control or guide the chaotic power within me. Instead, I place it on the same level as myself, communicating with it and listening to its demands. Of course, the chaotic power will not speak, but that does not mean I cannot feel what it wants to express with my heart. At this moment, I can clearly sense that the external chaotic power has vanished. It has completely merged into my chaotic sword heart, and at this moment, as I resonate with the emotions of the chaotic power, I discover that the chaotic power within me seems no longer uncontrollable, but rather like a group of blushing children, rebellious yet still willing to follow their parents' teachings. Crack. I don't know if it's my illusion, but it seems I heard a faint sound coming from within me. At the same time, the barrier formed by the chaotic power shattered. The dragon bloodline power, which had been suppressed for a long time, began to frantically draw on the external light elemental power while continuously assimilating the blood essence that had just merged into my body. 2 parts 1, 2 parts 2, 2 parts 3. The concentration of the dragon bloodline power within me skyrocketed, almost increasing a level every second. Soon, the dragon bloodline power reached 3 parts, and the conditions for the job change had been met. But the dragon bloodline power was like a wild horse that had broken free, still galloping around, seemingly far from satisfied with its current state. Oh no! I can control the chaotic power now, but I can't control this dragon bloodline power. It seems like it's about to go berserk. I know that if this continues, my body will eventually explode due to the runaway bloodline power, but right now it is like a heart-dead criminal, disregarding everything, only wanting to take revenge on the chaotic power that has just suppressed it. There's no choice. I can only communicate with the chaotic power within me again, using its strength to suppress the dragon bloodline power once more. I don't know what consequences this will bring or if it will further infuriate it, but I have no other options. If I don't suppress it, my body simply cannot withstand a higher concentration of bloodline power. Level 50, 3rd job change. 3 parts is already the limit. Only when I reach level 80 and undergo the 4th job change can I increase the concentration of the dragon bloodline power to 5 parts, with the chaotic power each occupying half of my body, but certainly not now. I slowly opened my eyes. Due to the inherent strength of the chaotic power, it temporarily suppressed the runaway bloodline power. But this is not a solution. I can clearly sense that my job change has not been completed. If I don't resolve this issue, the job change will still fail. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw the face of the Dragon King again, but this time I felt lucky. Thankfully, the Dragon King was right beside me, so he must have a way to resolve the runaway bloodline power within me. Before the Dragon King could ask about the situation, my slightly weak voice came through. Senior Dragon King, do you know how to completely control the bloodline power within me? It's being a bit unruly right now. The Dragon King was taken aback, then quickly understood what I meant. However, he did not answer directly. Instead, he asked Chu Chen a question. Do you know what it means for the Dragon Clan's hidden profession? Chu Chen's eyes showed a hint of confusion as he shook his head. The Dragon King was not surprised. If Chu Chen knew, they wouldn't be in this situation now. He continued, the Dragon Clan's hidden profession essentially transforms a human into a half-human, half-dragon being, containing half-human blood and half-dragon blood. The process of class advancement is about constantly maintaining the balance of these two bloodlines within, achieving both the powerful abilities of the Dragon Clan and the infinite possibilities of humanity. This is also why the Dragon Clan's hidden profession is the most powerful hidden profession. Chu Chen nodded thoughtfully but couldn't help but ask, what does that have to do with my current state? It has a lot to do with it. Right now, you are treating the dragon bloodline power as an external force, and you haven't fully recognized or accepted it within yourself. How can you achieve communication and integration with it? The Dragon King spoke pointedly, seeing through Chu Chen's true attitude. Chu Chen was taken aback. So the problem lay here? He began to reflect on everything that had happened in the past few days. Ever since Tianwen went online, he had gained a super god-level talent through the Jade Pendant, and the powerful strength seemed to be capable of anything. He found a joy here that he had never experienced while playing games before. Moreover, Tianwen was not just a game. Chu Chen had long realized that this place resembled a real world, only that some unknown existence connected Tianwen with Blue Star, creating the so-called game Tianwen. And with the daily decreasing countdown to arrival, Chu Chen was eager to become even stronger, strong enough to fear no enemies in the future, so he wanted to gain all powers. Levels, equipment, including his own talents, were merely forms of power in Chu Chen's eyes. The reason he initially gave up the hidden profession within reach was also because he saw hope in transitioning to the Dragon Clan's hidden profession, right? In the Tianwen continent, the Dragon Clan represented strength and power, so he naturally believed that the Dragon Clan's hidden profession was the most powerful hidden profession. For this, he even sacrificed a lot of leveling time just to complete tasks and obtain the key to the Dragon Clan's secret treasure. Fundamentally, he just felt that the power of the Dragon Clan's hidden profession was stronger and could bring him greater enhancement. The facts also proved that his choice was correct. The Dragon Sword Master profession provided him with power far beyond other hidden professions. With one powerful force after another empowering him, he began to become unrestrained, wild, and reckless, releasing the wildness that had been hidden deep within his heart. If he had acted according to his past character, even with youthful arrogance and vigor, he would never have set such a requirement. For the Tanya Guild's third guild rule, Chu Chen finally realized that he had been blinded by powerful forces, always paying attention to the outside world, but never properly examining his own heart or understanding the power he possessed. The chaotic sword heart was like this, and so was the Dragon Clan's bloodline power. At this moment, under the Dragon King's remarks, Chu Chen gradually calmed his mind and began to carefully observe the two powers within him. After the earlier communication and sensation, he could now wield the chaotic power as if it were an extension of his arm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control the chaotic power to form a barrier again to suppress the rampaging dragon bloodline power. At this moment, the mental attributes that Chu Chen had previously consumed had been completely replenished by the chaotic power. He cautiously controlled a faint thread of spirit to pass through the barrier, attempting to communicate and connect with the dragon bloodline power. The completely uncontrollable bloodline power would not be so easily soothed. Although it is essentially not as strong as the chaotic power, it is, after all, derived from the dragon race, this most powerful race, so how weak could it possibly be? As Chu Chen's strands of spiritual power just crossed the barrier, they were overwhelmed and swallowed by the surging dragon bloodline power, then disappeared. Fortunately, it was not like before when it truly vanished. It was merely consumed and could slowly recover over time. Chu Chen did not give up. If one attempt failed, he would try again, and if that failed, he would try a third time. He continuously controlled his spiritual power to calm the agitated emotions of the bloodline power. His face, once rosy, began to turn pale again, a sign of excessive spiritual power consumption. However, even if he exhausted himself, he would only fall into a coma at most, without endangering his life or reality. Worst case, he could log off and take a nap. He could come back after waking up. Chu Chen was somewhat determined, increasing the output frequency of his spiritual power, continuously flooding into the bloodline power. Finally, as the spiritual power kept pouring in and being consumed, he could feel the frenzied bloodline power gradually calming down. There's hope. Chu Chen's spirits lifted. As long as he saw a glimmer of hope, he would have greater motivation to pursue and move forward. It was like a boy pursuing a girl. If the boy kept giving without seeing any response from the girl, he would ultimately give up. Conversely, even if the girl initially showed great disdain, as long as her attitude softened slightly later, it would give the boy a glimmer of hope, and he would have stronger motivation. After all, he had received a response. And now, Chu Chen was like that boy pursuing a girl, with the dragon bloodline power being the girl who initially had a very bad attitude. But as Chu Chen continuously poured in his spiritual power to soothe it, the dragon bloodline power gradually settled down, no longer as frenzied as it had been at the start. Naturally, Chu Chen saw hope. The spirit that had seemed somewhat listless due to excessive spiritual power consumption now felt like it had seen the dawn before sunrise, so uplifting. Chu Chen was now able to clearly communicate with the dragon bloodline power, feeling its emotions akin to a discarded concubine. He finally understood why the dragon bloodline power had gone out of control. To it, occupying half of Chu Chen's bloodline was something it should do, yet it had only completed 30%, just over halfway, while the true master of this body, Chu Chen, had used chaotic power to form a barrier to block its progress. Of course, it would be furious. It was not just because its path was obstructed, but more so out of fear that Chu Chen, its master, no longer needed its power and wanted to suppress it completely. So, it went mad. The spiritual power that Chu Chen initially released was seen by it as merely symbolic soothing, unwilling to accept it. It was only after Chu Chen continuously communicated with it through spiritual power that it gradually realized that it was not that Chu Chen no longer needed it. On the contrary, its role was still very significant and could provide strong assistance to Chu Chen. However, due to current level restrictions, it could not accept a higher concentration of dragon bloodline power, and because it had just clashed with the chaotic power in a fit of rage, it somewhat disregarded Chu Chen's feelings, which led to it being suppressed again by Chu Chen using chaotic power. Fortunately, now it had completely established communication with Chu Chen, gained his recognition, and no longer existed merely as an external force but had become a part of Chu Chen. Thus, it was happy and no longer caused a ruckus, quietly occupying 30% of the territory without resistance. Feeling the stable power within him, Chu Chen smiled, genuinely happy. Although there had been many twists and turns, he had ultimately completed his third transformation. As for the title of his profession after the third transformation, it was also displayed on the attribute panel. Dragon Sword Master. At the bottom, there was a line of small text explaining the effects of the Dragon Sword Master. Strength and Constitution attributes permanently multiplied by 15 times, while Spirit and Speed attributes permanently multiplied by 5 times. The impact of Constitution on health was adjusted to 50 times, the impact on both defenses was adjusted to 5 times, and the impact of Strength on attack was adjusted to 15 times. At this moment, Chu Chen could only use a few words to describe his feelings. Strong. Very strong. Extremely strong. Ridiculously strong. Just as the job change was completed, a familiar world announcement appeared before all Tion players worldwide. The moment he saw the announcement, a smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. Indeed, his estimation was correct. Chu Chen eagerly opened his attribute panel to see just how strong he had become. Player, Chaos level, level 50, third transfer, 0%. Talent, Chaos Sword Heart, Super God level. Profession, Dragon Sword Master. Health 35,750 plus 5,500. Attack 5,850 plus 1,230. Physical defense 3,575 plus 220. Magic defense 3,575 plus 220. Base attributes, Strength 150 plus 240. Constitution 675 plus 40. Spirit 595 plus 100. Speed 450 plus 30. Dragon Bloodline. Power 40/40. Divine level, recovers 1 point every 10 minutes. Skills, Chaos Sword Technique, Super God level, all swords return to origin. Super God level, do as you please. Super God level, Chaos Body, Super God level, Tiger Step, Silver level. TSK. I'm so handsome and so strong, how can others survive? Looking at the panel, Chu Chen couldn't help but boast a little. However, he also noticed one thing: the 5 points of spirit that had been severed in the realm of the two worlds did not recover with the job change. Advancement, indicating that they had indeed been permanently reduced. Although it was only 5 points, he wondered if it would have any impact later on. But this doubt was soon cast aside by Chu Chen because the Dragon King called him. Not bad, it seems your talent is indeed very strong, and your comprehension is good. You managed to grasp what I said so quickly and successfully changed jobs? As the saying goes, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. It's all thanks to you being by my side, otherwise, I would have definitely failed this job change. Chu Chen said with a grin, and the Dragon King seemed quite pleased. Good to know my role. Alright, now that the job change is complete, there's nothing else for you here. Go learn your skills at the Inheritance Monument and then head back. I'll take my leave first. With that, the Dragon King transformed into his dragon form and was about to ascend, when Chu Chen's voice came from behind. Senior, I have to ask, can I only learn 2 skills after each job change? I feel like that's a bit insufficient. The Dragon King did not turn back, his voice flat, but Chu Chen could hear a hint of a scoff within.
2 skills aren't enough for you? The skills that hidden professions of the dragon race can learn are exceptionally powerful, and some skills are even coveted by our dragon race. You, on the other hand, want to learn more. Greed can lead to indigestion. Just master the skills you currently have. The Dragon King's figure grew more distant, but those words lingered in Chu Chen's mind. Chu Chen looked at the Dragon King's back with a doubtful expression, muttering to himself, "Is it really like that? I thought it was simply because the inheritance monument was too greedy. But if it's just 2, then so be it. It's barely enough." Thousands of meters in the air, the Dragon King's body suddenly trembled, as if he had heard something surprising. "Phew, here I am again. This job change doesn't seem that difficult. I'll come back every couple of days." Chu Chen looked at the inheritance monument, which seemed unchanged, and felt a twinge of emotion. "Although I forgot to take out the gold coins this time, fortunately, I don't have much in my backpack. Otherwise, I'll be tricked by the Dragon King again. Is it easy for me to earn some money?" Looking at the thousands of gold coins in his backpack, Chu Chen still felt a bit of pain, but there was no time to go back and put them away now. Previously, Elder Wu had specifically warned him when he learned about Chu Chen's rapid leveling progress that the inheritance monument wasn't something you could just come to whenever you wanted. You could only come through the token after completing each job change. Therefore, every opportunity to learn skills was precious. Chu Chen wouldn't do something foolish like dropping a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. In the face of 2 powerful skills, thousands of gold coins were nothing. Taking a deep breath, he gently pressed his palm against the monument's surface and immersed himself in his thoughts. In the next moment, Chu Chen almost gasped in surprise. These thousands of gold coins were worth it. Light Shadow Thousands legendary level consumes 3 points of Dragon Bloodline power, using the Light Dragon Bloodline as a medium to gather the power of light on the sword, refracting the power of light into thousands of sword spirits, dealing 100% attack power light attribute sword energy damage to all enemies within X meters every second for a duration of 10 seconds. During the duration, each time the target takes damage from Light Shadow Thousands, a layer of Light Shadow Mark will be stacked. When the number of Light Shadow Marks reaches 5 or more, it can be detonated, dealing light attribute sword explosion damage equal to the number of Light Shadow Marks multiplied by 120% attack power to that unit. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Note, can only be cast in the state of the Light Dragon Spirit Sword. X is the attack range of the Light Dragon Spirit Sword. Energy Light Explosion legendary level consumes 3 points of Dragon Bloodline power, using the Light Dragon Bloodline as a medium to gather the power of light at the sword tip, compressing the ultimate brilliant light into a singularity that can be left inside the target when it pierces the enemy. After that, within 5 minutes, you can choose to detonate the light sword energy left inside the enemy, causing 300% attack power light attribute sword explosion damage. If the target's health is below 10% at the time of detonation, it will directly kill, ignoring damage reduction, invulnerability, and immunity states. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Note, the killing effect is ineffective against boss. Instead, when the target's health is below 10%, the damage caused by the detonation is doubled. Oh my goodness. 2 major skills, 1 area attack, and it's a continuous damage area attack. The most important point is that it is released relying on the Light Dragon Spirit Sword, and the damage range is also calculated based on the damage range of the Light Dragon Spirit Sword. But the range of the Light Dragon Spirit Sword is calculated based on mental power. The higher the mental power, the farther the damage range. For example, based on Chu Chen's current mental power, it can reach a radius of 695 meters, and it will continue to expand. A legendary level growth skill. Chu Chen couldn't even imagine how large the range of this skill would be after he levels up a bit more and completes a few more job changes. Describing it as world-destroying would not be an exaggeration. At the same time, if he takes damage more than 5 times, it can also cause a marked explosion damage, which, for Chu Chen, is essentially a kill, right? And the most important point, the skill is of the light attribute. The special effects are cool. Chu Chen's mind had already begun to fantasize about the scene of himself enveloping the surroundings with a single move of Light Shadow Thousands, and he was almost drooling. The other skill, Energy Light Explosion, is a powerful single-target damage skill. Not to mention anything else, just its high attack power bonus of 300% is enough to keep Chu Chen excited for a long time, surpassing the Dragon Chant Sword and becoming Chu Chen's strongest single-target attack skill. However, the killing effect that comes with this skill is somewhat optional for Chu Chen. After all, apart from the boss, there shouldn't be any opponents capable of withstanding the damage from my move. Whether I kill or not doesn't matter much. As for the boss, this skill doesn't have a killing effect, but the final sword explosion damage doubling is quite nice. For high health bosses, triggering this condition can directly put them in a state of invincibility. False kill deals damage to non-boss units at the last 10% of their health. True kill triggers the number of marks on the target, causing massive damage. For Chu Chen, the first skill is undoubtedly the most powerful skill so far. Wide range, high damage, and it can grow. Most importantly, the special effects are cool. One can be weak, but one cannot be uncool. 8 p.m. Chu Chen's home. Yan Yuyen was happily chatting with Lu Xiaolan at the dinner table while Wang Mengyue quietly picked at her food beside them. Suddenly, Lu Xiaolan asked, "Where's Xiaovi? Is he still in the game? Yang Yuyan pouted. Don't mind him, he doesn't eat all day, he wants to cultivate. He won't starve. Not eating is not okay, he's still growing. Lu Xiaolan admonished. It's not that I'm not letting him eat, he's been in the game during mealtimes these past few days. It's fine, we'll eat our food, I've saved him. He'll eat when he logs off and gets hungry. Although Yang Yuyan's tone was firm, a hint of concern for Chu Chen still showed through. Click. The door opened. Chu Chen walked out while doing chest expansion exercises. Mom, I have important things to do. I've been so busy these past few days. How busy can you be? I worry about the guild every day and I never complain about being busy. You just got busy? Anyway, don't you love playing games? Play a bit more if you starve. It's on me. Chu Chen sat down at the dining table with a grin and quickly explained, this is to actively respond to the official call. Wang Manhwa chimed in, exactly, I understand brother Chu Chen. She even gave Chu Chen a sweet smile. Lu Xiaolan immediately interjected, adults are talking, what are you, a child, butting in for? Just eat your food. Wang Manhwa immediately lowered her head, not daring to speak again, and gave Chu Chen a look of self-preservation. Ahem. Xiaohe, auntie and your mom don't mean to stop you from playing. After all, the officials are involved now, which means this Tianwan is indeed quite important. But you can't just play and not eat, it's not good for your health. Lu Xiaolan earnestly advised. Even though 80% of society has entered the game, Lu Xiaolan still had no intention of playing Tianwan. Wang Manhwa had told her many times at home, but she still refused, always saying, I'm old now, you young people can handle these games. I'll just stay home and cook for you. Even Yang Yuyan, her close friend, felt helpless. But everyone knew Lu Xiaolan's temperament. Once she decided on something, she wouldn't easily change her mind, so it eventually just faded away. Chu Chen thought that as long as he was strong enough to protect everyone, it was fine, he didn't need everyone to enter the game. Just after Lu Xiaolan finished speaking, Yang Yuyan chimed in, exactly. No matter what, you're just a teenager. Even if something happens a month from now, there are people above to handle it, it won't be your responsibility. Chu Chen smiled wryly, Mom. No one can predict what will happen in the future, but since I'm in this top position, I have to take on my responsibilities, so please don't advise me, I know what I'm doing. Alright, you know what you're doing, you don't need your old mom anymore. You can manage your Tanya guild by yourself, I won't interfere. Don't. I was wrong. You will always be my dearest mom. If you don't help me, who will, right? Chu Chen immediately begged for mercy, he really wasn't good at managing the guild. I thought you had it all figured out, but it turns out you still have to rely on me, your mom. Yeah, I can't do without you, With that, Chu Chen dared not speak again, fearing that the two adults would start lecturing him once more. He picked up his bowl and began shoveling food into his mouth, though his heart felt warm. You act tough, but you still prepared all the bowls and chopsticks for me, Wang Manhwa chuckled and let out a satisfied burp. Mom, auntie, I'm full. You've only eaten this little? Eat more. You're still growing. Mom, I've gained so much weight lately, if I eat more, I'll really become a little chubby girl. Without giving Lu Xiaolan a chance to speak, she dangled her little feet and flopped onto the sofa, wearing an expression of enjoyment. The sound of news came from the television, reporting on recent natural disasters. However, the good news was that, over time, the frequency of these disasters was gradually decreasing and was not as exaggerated as before. Suddenly, the screen changed, switching to international news. This afternoon at 3 p.m., the latest 32nd generation nuclear bomb, Bear Emperor No. 8, developed by Bear Country, failed its test explosion in the Arctic snowfields. According to the latest interviews, no technical issues or errors have been detected. The preliminary stages of the test explosion went smoothly, but it suddenly failed during the final explosion phase, and the reasons behind it are still under investigation. Wow, Chu Chen Gij, I remember that Bear Emperor No. 8 is Bear Country's latest technological nuclear bomb, right? It's said to have over 100 million tons of yield, enough to level the entire Jiang city with just one bomb. They claimed it was successfully developed years ago and called it the perfect ultimate weapon. How come it failed the test explosion now? Who knows, maybe there were technical issues. By the way, why is a little girl like you interested in this stuff? Wang Manhwa suddenly sat up, indignantly saying, what's wrong with a little girl liking military stuff? My original dream was to join the army. Chu Chen didn't even look up, seemingly ignoring Wang Manhwa's expression. Really? I remember. During the new year this year, you told me you wanted to be a model, and last year you said you wanted to be a painter, and the year before. Both mothers burst into laughter, and Yang Yuyan said, I didn't expect little Manhwa's dreams to be so broad, covering all sorts of professions, haha. Wang Manhwa's face turned red, she didn't know if it was from anger at Chu Chen or from Yang Yuyan's teasing. Pouting, she sat back down, ignoring the playful banter from the others. Bad Chu Chen. I don't want to talk to you anymore. The inner thoughts of a little girl are always so rich. At the dinner table, dinner was nearing its end. Lu Xiaolan volunteered to start clearing the dishes, and Yang Yuyan couldn't refuse her, so she let her be. By the way, son, that Xiaoishua has been helping me a lot these past few days. What a nice girl, how did she end up liking you? Why can't she like me? You just don't understand your son's strengths. Oh please. Strengths? All I see are weaknesses. Stop being cheeky. I bought some gifts. You need to go to Xiao Shue's house tomorrow and send my regards to her parents. Shu Chen's face was full of reluctance. He had planned to log on early tomorrow to check for updates. Why don't you go yourself? Hey, you brat, are you ignoring what I said? I told you to go, so go. It's not the time for the two families to meet yet. We'll talk about that later. Got it, I'll go, okay? Shu Chen didn't want to hear any more of Yang Yuyan's nagging and quickly retreated back to his room. Yang Yuyan looked at Shu Chen's door, her eyes thoughtful, but a smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. We can't meet the in-laws so hastily, let's talk about it after a while. Wang Manhwa, still sulking, lay on the sofa half-heartedly watching the news, but her gaze was not on the television, her little head lost in thought. In the kitchen, the sounds of washing dishes and running water could be heard. June 9, 2040, 22 days until the arrival. 8 a.m. Shu Chen opened his eyes on time. Ha! Looking at the sunlight outside, he felt for some reason that the weather in early June was similar to the midsummer of previous years. The morning sun was particularly dazzling, illuminating the earth brightly. Shu Chen didn't think much of it and directly logged into the game, too excited to even bother with washing up. Today was a very important day. In the past, logging in was instantaneous. Consciousness would sink deep within, and then he would feel himself arriving in the Tianwen continent. But this time, Shu Chen felt time passing unusually slowly, as if a moment had stretched into a long while. Finally, Shu Chen opened his eyes to see the familiar streets of Silvermoon City, standing not far from the city gate. Familiar voices came again. Come and take a look. The first person in Tianwen, the chaotic untransmitted spell, learn it and you profit. Don't miss it as you pass by. As long as you learn this spell, becoming the next chaotic one is just around the corner. A few flamboyantly dressed mages had set up a platform at the busiest street corner, continuously advertising from above. Shu Chen immediately noticed that they were all wearing fashionable outfits. Indeed, as a game, Tianwen also had fashion items divided into two types. One type was non-level fashion, purely for looks, with no attributes or bonuses, just looking cool. These could be bought with gold coins. The other type of fashion was level-based, divided into 9 tiers, usually possessing powerful attribute bonuses and effects even stronger than a full set of the same level gear, while also boasting a gorgeous appearance. However, this type of fashion was hard to obtain. Shu Chen had once asked the city lord and learned that it could only be acquired through certain special quests or rare treasure chests, and bosses wouldn't drop them. So until now, Shu Chen still didn't have any fashion items. He looked down on the ordinary ones. But it was just his opinion. The total number of global players in Tianwen had already surpassed 5 billion. Among them, there were countless wealthy individuals who endlessly bought gold coins from ordinary players. For instance, the current wealth leaderboard's top player had amassed millions of gold coins, and the top 10 were all worth over 1 million gold coins. They could naturally buy this type of fashion to wear. Although it didn't assist in combat, it truly looked good. Moreover, a wealthy young master had posted on the forum claiming that fashion items had a certain hidden charm bonus, with a chance to receive better quests and rewards from NPCs. Once this post was published, it instantly ignited the forum, further fueling the sale of fashion items. Finally, as Shu Chen slowly approached, he recognized the face of a man on the platform and suddenly shouted, Wei Junjie, get down here, stop using my name to swindle people. Wei Junjie on the platform, who was shouting with a flushed face, instinctively responded when his name was called. Who the hell is calling me? He then twisted his neck like a duck, looking around for the source of the voice. A dark figure caught his eye, holding a sword that looked to be of high tier. However, the last time Wei Junjie saw Shu Chen had not yet obtained the Korazaki set and was showing his true face. But now, with the menacing Korazaki mask on his face, Wei Junjie didn't recognize him at all. He quickly waved at Shu Chen. Hey, brother, are you also interested in the secret techniques of chaos? Would you like to join our Chaos Reading Society? Chaos Reading Society? What is that? The expression under Shu Chen's mask was extremely vivid. Ahem. Wei Junjie didn't jump off the stage but took the opportunity to clear his throat, looking at the crowd packed around him, and began. This brother asked a good question. The so-called Chaos Reading Society, as the name suggests, is a reading society created by chaos. Created by chaos? When did I create this? I only created the Tanya Guild, didn't I? A small head was filled with egg doubts. However, Shu Chen didn't expose him but continued to watch. After all, Wei Junjie was now a member of the Tanya Guild, and the few people beside him should be the friends mentioned earlier. They were also excited, their faces flushed, standing at the edge of the stage, intently staring at Wei Junjie in the center. Wei Junjie's expression was extremely proud, seemingly very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Our Chaos Reading Society's principle is based on the 13 words that Chaos personally conveyed to me. At first, I thought I was being deceived. But guess what the result was? The audience below became interested, all in unison. What? The result was that after I seriously studied the secret techniques of Lord Chaos, I was astonished to find that my leveling speed greatly increased and my combat ability improved significantly. Is it really that amazing? No matter how powerful he is, he's just a player. Finally, some haters couldn't hold back and started to undermine him. But to everyone's surprise, Wei Junjie didn't even bother to glance at these detractors and continued to explain the so-called Chaos Reading Society on stage. But you have to admit, from what he was saying, it seemed that the four of them had made such significant progress closely related to the secret techniques of chaos. Suddenly, some people started to take out money, ready to buy, but unexpectedly, Wei Junjie didn't accept any money. This surprised Chu Chen a bit. He thought Wei Junjie was setting up a stall at this bustling street corner not to make money. To be honest, even if he squandered his family's money for a lifetime, he wouldn't be able to spend it all. So, his real purpose was to recruit talented players to join the Tanya Guild. These days, although he had been leveling up and fighting monsters with 3 friends every day, he occasionally returned to the guild. Since he was considered a semi-senior member, he was quite attentive to the internal affairs of the Tanya Guild. From Yang Yuyan, he learned that Chu Chen was constantly striving to become stronger to deal with future crises, and he immediately decided that before President Chu Chen returned, he would make the Tanya Guild the strongest guild in the world, not just strong individually but strong as a whole. So, taking advantage of the game update this morning, when the city's traffic and popularity were at their peak, he brought a few friends from the Tanya Guild here, trying to recruit more members for Tanya. Yang Yuyan, thank you. There are countless people wanting to join Tanya now. But this kid looks a bit silly, so let him be. So Yang Yuyan didn't bother with him. After delivering an impassioned speech, the players around were stirred up by Wei Junjie's words, eager to join the Tanya Guild immediately and learn the secret techniques of chaos. Wei Junjie looked at Chu Chen, who was still standing there, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly puzzled by Chu Chen's reaction. What's going on? Aren't they all excited? Why is this guy still so calm? Sure enough, the gap between me and the chaos boss is still very far. If he were to give a speech, the effect would definitely be 100 times better than mine. With that thought, I slowly walked towards Chu Chen. Brother, everyone is fired up by the deeds of the chaos boss, yet you still look so cold and indifferent? Wei Junjie felt a hint of dissatisfaction. Chaos was his biggest idol now, but this man in black armor seemed completely unmoved, as if silently expressing his disrespect for chaos. Oh, Wei Junjie, long time no see, don't you recognize me? Chu Chen spoke playfully, and Wei Junjie was quite satisfied with his current change. He no longer had that rebellious demeanor and wasn't aggressive towards others, nor was he trying to force anything. That so-called chaos technique was merely a means to win people over with no other purpose, so his tone remained relatively gentle. Wei Junjie showed a look of surprise, feeling that he had heard this person's voice somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. After all, Chu Chen's appearance was vastly different from before, making it hard for him to make that connection. It seems you don't actually like chaos as much as you pretend to. Is it all just an act? Nonsense. My admiration for the chaos boss is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. How could it be merely superficial? Besides, what does my not knowing you have to do with my fondness for the chaos boss? As he spoke, the figure in his mind gradually overlapped with the person in front of him. Holy crap! Why you are the chaos boss? His expression shifted from anger to shock, finally transforming into overwhelming joy. The last time there was a game update, he had also encountered Chu Chen here, but at that time, Chu Chen wasn't wearing a mask, so he recognized him. It was only then that he gradually realized that the black armor Chu Chen had worn before was also this one, concealing sword energy and killing intent. Recognize me? Chu Chen thought, retracting the mask into his backpack, which didn't affect the set effect. In fact, he had not worn it for a long time, but as Chaos's fame grew, everyone in the game could recognize his face, making it inconvenient to move around the city, so he started wearing the mask. And just the black armor alone, since the level of the Korazaki set had long fallen behind Chu Chen's current level, it didn't have any special effects. It looked quite ordinary, so it was still hard to recognize him just by that. Boss, ever since I joined your guild, my brothers and I have learned a lot. I feel that my previous understanding of your teachings was merely scratching the surface, so we decided to form a small group called Chaos Reading Society specifically to help the members of the Tanya Guild comprehend your teachings. As he finished speaking, 3 other mages dressed in red, yellow, and green hurried over, standing behind Wei Junjie. Wow, are you guys cosplaying traffic lights? Boss, you're joking. We wear these outfits just to match our attributes. The mage in red spoke up, hiding behind Wei Junjie, seemingly a bit shy. Boss, these 3 are my brothers. They are fire, earth, and wood attribute mages, and I don't need to say much about myself. I'm the water attribute mage. Among you, only your blue outfit is somewhat acceptable. Chu Chen found it hard to express his feelings. He had already thought that Wei Junjie wasn't very bright. Now it seemed that his brothers didn't look too clever either. Alright, you guys did well. If you need help in the future, just talk to the vice president. I have things to attend to now, so go find somewhere cool to hang out. Okay. Chu Chen looked at the departing figures of the 4 wise ones, feeling inexplicably worried about the Tanya Guild. Is my guild going to be destroyed by them? After the interlude, Chu Chen no longer hesitated and quickly opened the world announcement to see the update content. The first and second tier cities of the Tianwan continent are now open, with entry requirements of level 70 4th transfer and level 50 3rd transfer, respectively.
Note, since there are only 36 second-tier cities and 12 first-tier cities in total on the Tianwan continent, players may face competitors from other countries after entering the advanced cities, so please, be mentally prepared. National War Announcement. Due to the regional integration brought by the advanced cities, we will initiate the National War once the average player level reaches 50. The final rewards of the National War will be related to reality, so please be prepared. Awakening of the Human Race. Due to some players leveling up faster than expected, the settlement time for the Awakening event of the Human Race will be advanced by 2 days, meaning it will be settled tomorrow night at 12 o'clock based on the level rankings, with the final rewards remaining unchanged. The fog of war is slowly enveloping the entire Tianwan continent, and the people in major cities are anxious, as if the ultimate battle from 10,000 years ago is about to erupt again. The Royal City's Cabinet Council has unanimously passed a proposal to consume the dragon vein power stored by the Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years to bless all players nationwide, and the final blessing will be distributed according to the results of the National War. Brave adventurers, for your homeland and future, strive to become stronger. Whether this fog that shrouds the continent can be broken ultimately depends on you. This announcement was quite strange. It wasn't that the content was more extensive or anything. On the contrary, the update was minimal. The level system upgrade Chu Chun anticipated did not arrive, and it merely opened higher level cities to players. But now only he could go to the second tier city. The National War announcement was within Chu Chan's expectations. Just like the previous Awakening event of the Human Race, it was meant to enhance the overall strength of players, but this time the reward details were somewhat vague, only mentioning a connection to reality and blessings, which left Chu Chan puzzled. In the entire Tianwan continent, there was only one country for the human race, the Dragon Kingdom. So it wasn't surprising that people from various real-world countries would gather in the final city. What was strange was why the Royal City's Cabinet Council would propose such a plan, consuming thousands of years of foundation just to accelerate the players' growth. Chu Chen felt it wasn't that simple. Even if players grew at an accelerated rate, it was impossible to reach level 90 or above in a short time, which wouldn't be a decisive factor in the final war, as that was a battlefield for divine beings. These players, aside from being unable to die, what could they use to fight against the demon army? The decisive factors of war still lay in the hands of those divine powerhouses. The elders in the Cabinet Council, who held great power, couldn't possibly be unaware of this, so there must be hidden motives behind it, but what those motives were, Chu Chen did not know. As for the war, Chu Chen was clearer about it than other players because he understood the situation of the ultimate battle from 10,000 years ago and knew that the demon race was plotting to conquer the continent. Speaking of the demon race, Chu Chen found himself missing that gentle sister a bit. As for everything else, it didn't matter. Much to Chu Chen, he glanced at it a few times and moved on. Right now, he only needed to do one thing. Since the Awakening event of the human race was forcibly advanced by 2 days by certain players, his task for these 2 days was to take Xiao Yixue and a few others to level up as much as possible. As for who those certain players were, Chu Chen subconsciously ignored it. Tianya Guild. Xiao Yixue had been very busy lately. Even though the guild's entry assessment was already very strict, players continued to join in droves, most of whom were coming for Chu Chen, the top player. Yan Yuyen had to manage the entire guild, so the task of assessing newcomers naturally fell to Xiao Yixue. Every day, her main task was to supervise the newcomers' assessments. As a result, her own level naturally lagged behind. Yi Xiaolong spent his days wandering around the guild, occasionally leveling up, and he was already at level 31 with his second-class change, while Xiao Yixue was still stuck at level 26. Many of the new members who joined the guild were now at a higher level than her, the vice president. However, Xiao Yixue was not anxious at all. She always believed that leveling up could be done at any time. But right now was when the Tanya Guild needed her the most, and it was also when Chu Chen needed her the most. It was impossible for her to rely on Chu Chen for everything in Tianwan, right? She wanted to do something for him. Fortunately, the guild members had reached the maximum limit for a level 6 guild yesterday, so starting today, she no longer had to be responsible for assessing newcomers and could team up with Yi Xiaolong to level up. Xiao Shui, it's been a few days since we last met. Have you missed me? A familiar voice rang out, and Xiao Yixue turned around sharply to see Chu Chen's handsome face adorned with a faint smile, gazing at her intently. Xiao Yixue quickly stood up, almost bumping into the corner of the table in her excitement. Xiao He, what are you doing here? The girl's words were filled with longing for the boy, along with uncontainable joy. Haven't I finished my work? By the way, Xiao Shui, come with me. I'll take you to level up. Ah, you're going to take me? Won't that slow down your progress? It's fine, I'm already level 50. The one in second place on the leaderboard, Blood Rose, is barely at level 39, not even 40 yet. Besides, the higher you go, the more experience you need to level up. A hint of determination flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. And don't forget, I promised I would help you get rewards. Xiao Yixue's eyes sparkled with joy, not just because Chu Chen wanted to help her level up, but because he had always remembered the words he had said to her and had been thinking of her all along. Xiao Yixue shook her head. Xiao Yi, I think you should take Auntie and Manhwa first, their levels are even lower than mine. Chu Chen was a bit surprised. Then what about you?
I can level up with Yi Xiaolong. Besides, there are so many members in the guild now, finding a team to help me level up isn't hard at all. A sly smile flashed across Xiao Ishua's face as she opened the guild chat and sent a message. Is there anyone willing to help this vice president level up? You can earn guild contributions. I will. Vice president, I'm a level 32 mage. I clear monsters super fast. What good is just you? Vice president. We'll take you. Our whole team has an average level of 31. Leveling you up will be a piece of cake. Come on, a level 31 dares to show off? Vice President Xiao, I'm a level 35 warrior and my teammates are all above level 33. Stick with me and you'll hit level 30 in a day. In just a few seconds, Xiao Ishua's message received over 99 replies, all from players wanting to help her level up. The average player level had already reached 27, one level higher than Xiao Ishua. However, due to the skyrocketing experience required to level up after level 30, the speed of leveling had slowed down. Just look at Blood Rose. Despite having so many people in her leveling team, she was still only at level 39. Oh no, she just reached level 40. One can imagine how difficult it was to level up. That's why Elder Wu was so surprised when he learned that Chu Chen had reached level 50 in just a few days. At that moment, the Holy Sun's order in Chu Chen's backpack flickered slightly, indicating a new message had come in. Chu Chen thought there was an urgent situation and quickly took it out to check. After seeing the message on it, even though his breathing was rapid, a look of joy couldn't help but appear on his face. What's wrong? Xiao Ishua asked softly, noticing his expression. Ah, Xiaoxue, you really are my lucky star. Whenever I'm with you, there's always great news. Chu Chen excitedly danced around, lifting Xiao Ishua off the ground and spinning her around the room. Fortunately, this was Xiao Ishua's private office, otherwise it would have been embarrassing if someone else saw them. The girl's fair face, as white as mutton fat, instantly flushed with a layer of shyness that spread downwards, and soon even her arms seemed to be blushing as if they were about to drip with water. What's going on? Put me down. Xiao Ishua's tone was a bit urgent. She didn't expect Chu Chen to suddenly lift her up. After the initial shyness, she felt more embarrassed and annoyed. It's a secret, but you'll find out soon. After spinning for several minutes, Chu Chen finally set Xiao Ishua down and greeted her. Today, you'll have to find someone else to take you. I have something to do and need to go to the Swordmaster's sanctuary. Go on. Xiao Ishua's tone was somewhat hurried. She was afraid that if Chu Chen didn't leave soon, he would forcibly lift her up again. Messages came through the guild channel. Chaos, I'm asking everyone to take Vice President Sha to practice lower levels today. Don't worry, you'll definitely get your rewards. Ice Sky Snowland. Wow. The president really spoke. One Sword West coming. Ice Girl, what are you talking about? The president isn't dead, of course, he can talk. Bull Warrior, I advise you to take that back. If the president sees it, you're done for. One Sword West coming. How can I take it back? Damn, this chat doesn't have a message. Recall function. Ice Sky Snowland. Don't worry, President. I'll take good care of Vice President Xiao. Just as Chu Chen sent the message, he received replies, the first ones being from those who had previously responded to Xiao Ishua. Ice Sky Snowland seemed to be a girl based on her tone, while One Sword West Coming and Bull Warrior were easy to understand. One was a swordsman and the other a warrior, both big guys, but it seemed like this swordsman looked a bit silly. What kind of people are we recruiting in our guild? Chu Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. However, since they could pass the assessments set by Xiao Ishua, they must have some exceptional qualities. It was just that he hadn't interacted with them yet. Not wanting to think too much, he quickly moved forward, heading straight for the Swordmaster's sanctuary. Ever since he completed his third class change, his speed attribute had undergone a qualitative leap, reaching 450 points without counting equipment. It was almost comparable to the initial Jin Buju. But one must know, the reason Jin Buju was so fast was that it could fly. Chu Chen couldn't help but smile. It was even harder to suppress than an AK. He had just received a message from the Grand Elder. The item you wanted that ignores equipment levels wasn't found, but after the Swordmaster returned to report, the two Vice Masters brought in a holy level blacksmith who can reforge and enhance your current equipment. Finally, he wouldn't have to make do with this level 10 set anymore. When Chu Chen rushed to the front of the Swordmaster's sanctuary, the Grand Elder, Jian Wuwen, was already waiting at the door. Noticing the faint sword aura pressure emanating from Chu Chen, Jian Wuwen raised an eyebrow and asked tentatively, "You've completed your third class change?" Chu Chen nodded decisively. Third class change, isn't it just about having hands? Jian Wuhan was somewhat surprised, but thinking about how Chu Chen was the current divine son of the sanctuary, possessing the sword god body that hadn't appeared for over 1,000 years, such a rapid increase in strength didn't seem so hard to understand. Chu Chen no longer discussed levels. His expression was impatient as he quickly asked, "Where is that holy level blacksmith you mentioned?" "Just in the hall. As soon as I arrived, I sent you a message." "Why, are we going straight there now?" Seeing Chu Chen nodding without hesitation, Jian Wuhan understood that Chu Chen's mind was entirely focused on the master blacksmith. As the Grand Elder of the branch hall, he could still distinguish the urgency of the situation, so he said no more, and led Chu Chen directly inside. "Where is the master blacksmith? Do we have a forging room in our branch hall?" Chu Chen's 3 sentences were all about the saint-level blacksmith, which showed how anxious he was at that moment. Jian Wuhun's expression was somewhat unnatural, but he still replied, "Of course, we have a forging room, but the master blacksmith is not there right now." "Not there?" Chu Chen paused, a bit confused. If the master blacksmith wasn't in the forging room, then where could he be? Surely not in the cafeteria eating? Ahem, this master blacksmith is Master Jiang Luyun, ranked 9th among the top 10 blacksmiths of our human race. He loves to drink, and I reckon he's probably off somewhere drinking right now. Chu Chen was somewhat speechless. Why did these powerful figures have such mundane hobbies? The Dragon King was greedy for wealth. This Master Jiang Luyun was crazy about drinking. Jian Wuhan comforted him from the side. "It's alright, Master Jiang is here on the commission of the 2 Vice Hall Masters. He will surely help you wholeheartedly, so there's no need to be so anxious." Chu Chen rolled his eyes. He didn't want to be anxious, but anyone who was level 50 and still wearing level 10 equipment would feel the pressure. Although he could switch to some gear with better attributes, having defeated so many bosses, he wasn't lacking in equipment. However, the various attributes of the Suki Set were just too extraordinary to give up. Just the drop reward increase from the Suki mask had firmly tied Chu Chen's heart. He wouldn't change it until he found similar equipment. In the early to mid-game, the boost from Chu Chen's super god level talent was so immense that it seemed like any equipment he wore would perform adequately. But as he progressed to the later stages, with the increase in boss levels, there would be more special buffs or skills to limit Chu Chen's damage, making the importance of having a set of sufficiently high attribute equipment evident. Now, the attributes provided by the Suki Set compared to his level 50 Dragon Sword Master attributes could be described as tasteless yet regrettable to discard, leaving Chu Chen no choice but to feel anxious. Soon, the two arrived at Jian Wuhan's office, quietly waiting for Jiang Liuyun's arrival. "Sir, you can't drink here." A blue-clad apprentice swordsman was following Jiang Luyun, serving as a guide, responsible for showing him around the holy hall. But who would have thought that when they reached the giant sword, Jiang Luyun would suddenly go mad and insist on sitting under the giant sword to drink? This was the iconic building of the Swordsman Holy Hall, the very soul of the Swordsman Holy Hall. How could they allow someone to drink under the giant sword? The apprentice swordsman could only stand by helplessly, continuously persuading him. Jiang Luyun was in tattered clothes, holding a wine gourd in one hand, with another gourd at his waist, and instead of a forging hammer, he held a roasted chicken in the other hand. At that moment, he was lying under the giant sword, munching away with grease all over his mouth, taking a bite and then washing it down with a gulp of wine, looking quite carefree. Just then, a middle-aged man in a grey robe walked by and, upon seeing Jiang Liuyun's outrageous behavior, instantly flew into a rage. "What is going on here?" The blue-clad swordsman looked at the furious 7th Elder with wide eyes, realizing something was wrong, and quickly knelt on the ground, reporting to the 7th Elder, "This gentleman is a friend brought by the Grand Elder, and I was tasked with being his guide." But who would have thought that as soon as he arrived here, he just lay down and refused to leave, insisting on finishing his drink, and I couldn't stop him. The 7th Elder glared coldly at the unruly Jiang Luyun, snorted disdainfully, and swept away with a flick of his sleeve. It's not that he didn't want to manage this matter, but unfortunately, the blue-clad disciple said that this was a distinguished guest invited by the Grand Elder, and naturally, it was not someone he could provoke, so he could only choose to turn a blind eye. Seeing the 7th Elder leave directly without punishing him, the blue-clad disciple also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly patted his chest. "Phew, I'm glad the 7th Elder didn't blame me." But looking at Jiang Luyun, who was already drunk, the blue-clad disciple quietly moved his feet, preparing to leave this place of trouble. Just because the 7th Elder didn't punish him didn't mean that other elders or deacons passing by wouldn't punish him. "Master, wake up." Jian Wuhan's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of Jiang Luyun. Ugh, good wine." Jiang Luyun slowly opened his eyes, clearly reeking of alcohol, but his sharp gaze still startled the nearby disciple. As a saint-level blacksmith, Jiang Luyun was also a saint-level powerhouse. Such a strong individual, if not intentionally, would find it hard to get drunk, not to mention he had benefited from the 2 Vice Hall Masters, with the only requirement being to help an adventurer upgrade their equipment. This kind of work was quite simple for him, especially since the 2 Vice Hall Masters offered a price he couldn't refuse. So, here he was. "Isn't this the kid Wuhan? What's wrong? Is the person who needs my help here?" Jian Wuhan nodded and then instructed the nearby disciple, "Take Master Jiang to the forging room, someone is waiting for you there." "Okay." In front of the forging room, Chu Chen was anxiously waiting, wishing Jiang Luyun would arrive soon so he could quickly get the equipment forged. Gradually, 2 figures, one old and one young, walked over slowly. Chu Chen hurriedly greeted them. "You must be Master Jiang." His face was full of polite enthusiasm. Jiang Luyun sensed the immense energy within Chu Chen and couldn't help but take him seriously. "At such a young age, you possess such strength. Not bad, kid. Enough, I won't say any more flattering words, but you are indeed among the strongest geniuses I have ever seen. You want to upgrade your equipment, right? Come in." After saying that, without waiting for Chu Chen to respond, he pushed open the door to the forging room. The bustling scene Chu Chen had imagined did not appear. Instead, the forging room was covered in dust, clearly unused for a long time. Jiang Luyun visibly showed his disdain, but there was nothing to be done. He was being paid to do a job, so he might as well clean up. Hey, you there! A finger pointed at the blue-clad disciple. Go find a few people to clean this place up. His murky yet clear gaze turned to Chu Chen, carrying a hint of amusement. And he said something shocking. As for you, take off your clothes. Jian Wuhan? Chu Chen. Why take off my clothes? Chu Chen crossed his arms tightly, as if he was about to shout out loud any second. Zhang Luyun revealed a set of yellow teeth and grinned. If you don't take off your clothes, how can I forge equipment for you? Phew. You old man, if it's just taking off equipment, don't say it so ambiguously, okay? Chu Chen retorted unhappily, dropping the honorifics, and directly calling him old man, then silently took off his black armor and accessory set. Zhang Luyun wasn't angry, he just chuckled and took the equipment Chu Chen handed over. Then he waved his hand. Alright, you two can go out, I don't need any helpers here. Jian Wuhan felt a bit embarrassed. Even if you were a master blacksmith, you shouldn't treat him like this. Old Zhang, you haven't even asked what kind of upgrade the son wants. Who would have thought Zhang Luyun wouldn't give him any face, not even turning his head, and directly started to get busy. To invite me specifically for forging, do I still need to ask this kind of question? Isn't it just to keep the existing attributes? Jian Wuhan's old face flushed red. He didn't want to make a fool of himself any longer and turned to leave. Chu Chen, however, did not walk away, looking at Jiang Liuyun's actions with great interest. Old Jiang, can I learn this forging skill of yours? Jiang Liuyun, who had weathered many storms in his life, couldn't help but tremble slightly at these words, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. You little rascal, how shameless. Just now you called me old man, and now you're calling me old Jiang? Chu Chen, unfazed and with a steady heart, replied, wasn't I just a bit too excited earlier? I heard you've never taken on a disciple. What do you think of me? Ha! You, at first glance, are not cut out for it. Get out, don't disturb me. No, you haven't even seriously tested me. Besides, would you really be willing to let your incredible forging skills be lost to the world? Zhang Liuyun's previously cheerful expression instantly turned serious as he let out a long sigh. Kid, do you really want to learn? 24K pure sincerity. What nonsense is that? Well, if you want to learn, there is a condition. What condition? You tell me. Zhang Luyun set down the high-grade materials in his hands, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. If you can save a person, not only will you be my disciple, I would even be willing to take you as my master. Aren't you making it difficult for me? I'm a swordsman, not a priest. How can I save someone? Zhang Luyun fell silent, seemingly touched by inner pain. Seeing his plan to learn the forging technique fall through, Chu Chen no longer lingered and quietly stepped out, leaving behind a solitary, hunched figure busying himself at the entrance of the forging room. Jian Wuhan, seeing Chu Chen come out with a gloomy face, couldn't suppress his laughter and pretended to be curious. Did the divine sun hit a wall? Chu Chen stared at the ground, lost in thought. I want to ask you something. Does Zhang Luyun have a relative who is in a coma? This matter? It's no longer a secret. Decades ago, a traitor from the demon clan suddenly appeared in the city of Jiuxian, inciting millions of humans to conduct a blood sacrifice. Although the chaos was eventually suppressed by the city lord at the time, many people were harmed in their souls during the blood sacrifice and fell into a coma, and Zhang Liuyun's wife was one of them. It's truly a twist of fate. At that time, Zhang Luyun was renowned across the world, a legendary powerhouse at a young age, and had even obtained part of the inheritance from the god of forging. But after his wife's incident, he fell into despair. Otherwise, he would at least be at the peak of the saint level now. How could he only just enter the saint level? Over the years, he has traveled the continent trying to find divine medicine to restore souls, but unfortunately, every time he ends up empty-handed. This matter has troubled him. For decades, it must be a heavy burden on his heart. Jian Wuhan sighed repeatedly, seemingly lamenting for this once great talent. Soul damage? Chu Chen murmured. I wonder if the power of chaos has the ability to restore souls. The power of chaos was indeed the most unique elemental attribute Chu Chen had ever seen. From his previous experiences, it was completely linked to mental strength, which is the external manifestation of the soul. However, it was hard to say, as all elements are more or less connected to mental strength, but none are as pure as the power of chaos. Jian Wuhan continued to mutter, it's a pity that the profession of soul mage hasn't appeared on the continent for many years. The last soul mage has already become a god and no longer concerns himself with worldly matters. Otherwise, solving his wife's problem would be a piece of cake. A soul mage, huh? I'll remember that. Chu Chen silently noted this profession in his heart. In his view, just because there were no soul mages among NPCs didn't mean there weren't any among players. He could have the Tanya guild pay more attention to this information in the future. Thinking of it, Chu Chen directly told Xiao Ishui about this matter, asking her to mobilize the members of the Tanya guild to pay more attention. If anyone could provide effective information, he would do something for them. There was no way around it, whether it was his identity as one of the top 10 holy-level blacksmiths or the fact that he bore part of the artisan god's legacy. It was incredibly appealing to Chu Chen. Not to mention, if he had such forging skills, would he still need to find someone to forge equipment for him? With suitable materials, he could do it himself, living comfortably. Xiao Ishui also knew how much Chu Chen valued soul mages, so she quickly spread the news, and instantly, the guild's group chat exploded. Everyone expressed that they would do their utmost to complete the task. After all, it was chaos. If they could accomplish this and have him help with boss fights or dungeons, that would be fantastic. Even more, some wanted to use this opportunity to rise to the top and take Chu Chen as their master. A bunch of short-sighted fools. If I could take Chu Chen as my master, wouldn't I be able to ask him for anything in the future? A young man revealed a hint of disdain for everyone, hiding a burning ambition within. In the backyard of the temple, in a room, Elder Chi in a gray robe was fuming, his face dark and grim, shattering the teacup in his hand. Damn it, this brat. It's one thing to leap to become a divine son, but to even attract the attention of two Vice Hall Masters and have Master Jiang personally forge equipment for him. If this continues, won't the humiliation from back then be forever unavenged? Elder Chi paced back and forth in the room while his debauched son, Lily, knelt beside him, trembling in fear, not daring to speak. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Elder Chi scolded angrily, "Look at others, then look at yourself. Chaos is even younger than you, and now he's a divine son, winning the favor of the Swordbearer, and has two Vice Hall Masters valuing him. How did I end up with such a useless son like you?" It turned out that when the Swordbearer was flattering Chu Chen in the middle of the night, the black-robed person eavesdropping was Elder Chi. He originally wanted to see if Chu Chen would be targeted by the Swordbearer, but instead, he happened to witness the Swordbearer flattering Chu Chen with gold coins, which infuriated him to no end, feeling that he would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, the trembling Lily suddenly looked up, letting out a sinister laugh. "I have a way to kill him, it's just a matter of whether you dare to do it." Elder Chi was startled by his sudden laughter and couldn't help but slap him across the face. "You little brat, trying to scare your father to death?" Lily seemed stunned by the slap, staring blankly for a few seconds, his face twisted in anger as he shouted, "You old insect, dare to hit me? Oh, did I give you face? Today, let me show you why I'm your father." Bang! Duong! Ouch! I was wrong. Dad, stop hitting. You still know I'm your dad? Didn't you just call me an old insect? The door opened, and Jiang Liuyun's expression remained unchanged as he shook off his tattered clothes, holding that iconic wine flask, taking a big swig. "All done, let's go in and take a look." Chu Chen's face lit up with joy, eager to see his new equipment, and rushed into the forging room. There hung a set of black robes quietly on a hanger, the originally plain black now shimmering with various colors, as if reflecting a spectrum. TSK. The master blacksmith's reputation is well deserved, just the appearance alone blows the previous one out of the water, and he even changed it to a robe. Although the previous armor was also good, Chu Chen always felt it didn't quite fit the identity of a swordsman. Now, this was perfect. A dashing swordsman should be paired with such an elegant robe. Chu Chen couldn't help but take it down and quickly put it on. The sunlight outside the door shone on Chu Chen, making him appear as if he were a black-clad sword god descending from the heavens, his sharp aura freezing anyone who dared to glance at him. Name: Fury of Haizaki level. Legendary attributes: Health plus 100,000, Dual Defense plus 5,000, Attack plus 3,000 additional. Passive effect: Sword's Grief. When receiving damage, a layer of grief mark is stacked. Each layer of grief provides 1% attack, 1% dual defense, 1% speed, and 1% lifesteal effect, stacking up to a maximum of 100 layers. When the grief marks are fully stacked, gain a 100% final damage bonus and a 100% sharpness increase. Note: Sharpness causes damage with a penetration effect on dual defense, enhancing the damage dealt by sharp-type weapons after penetrating dual defense. A 100% sharpness increase can add dual-type damage equal to 100% of the target's dual defense, meaning 100% physical damage against physical defense and 100% attribute damage against magical defense. Active effect: Instant Flash, can store up to 10 times, recharge time is 1 minute per use. After activation, teleport to any location within the range of mental coverage, can be used continuously. Restriction: Swordsman level 50, third transmutation set effect, 2 halves, strength plus 500, constitution plus 500, 4/4, spirit plus 500, speed plus 500, 6/6, increases 50% dual defense penetration, 50% sharpness. Jiang Luyun actually forged the entire set into one piece. This means that this equipment is the previous Haizaki set. However, after Chu Chen equipped it, he found that there was actually no difference, it just became indivisible, and still occupied all 6 equipment slots. What was I thinking? If it only occupied 1 equipment slot, wouldn't I be able to wear 6 sets? My attributes would be off the charts. Chu Chen shook his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. But this was fine too, at least wearing the equipment was much more convenient. Although it lacked the damage increase effect against the demon race, it added many basic attributes and included the passive effect of Sword's Grief, greatly enhancing his group battle capabilities. Chu Chen couldn't help but fantasize about the scene on the battlefield of the National War, transforming into the ultimate big boss. The sharpness setting also greatly increased his damage against those high dual defense enemies. Your dual defense not only has to be penetrated by me, but it can also backfire on you. Just thinking about it is terrifying. The key point is that the instant flash effect has also been upgraded. It can store 10 times and can be used continuously. The range has also greatly increased. It was previously a fixed 10 meters, but now it has become the range of mental coverage, turning into a growth type effect. This wave of transformation can only be described as a blood prophet. After admiring the appearance effect of the Fury of Suki Set, Shuchen turned his gaze to a few accessories quietly placed on the table, which had also been forged. Name: Suki's Grace, Mask, Level, Legendary Attributes. Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100. Additional passive effect: Grace. When dealing damage, applies a grace mark to the target. When a target with a grace mark dies, the player additionally drops 2 levels, increasing the equipment drop probability by 70%. Wild monsters and bosses receive an additional 200% drop reward and experience. Restriction: Swordsman, level 50, 3rd transmutation. Name: Suki's Despair. Earrings. Level, Legendary Attributes. Strength plus 100, Spirit plus 100. Additional active effect: Desperation. Sacrifice 99% of current health, doubling all attributes for 1 minute, gaining a 20% lifesteal effect and a 50% attack speed increase. After 1 minute, enter a weakened state, with all attributes decreasing by 50%, lasting for 1 minute. Restriction: Swordsman, level 50, 3rd transmutation. Name: Suki's Blessing. Necklace. Level, Legendary Attributes. Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100. Addition: active effect: Protection. Sacrifice 50% of current health to gain a shield with 500% of maximum health. While the shield exists, immune to all negative states, lasting for 10 minutes. Restriction: Swordsman, level 50, 3rd transition. Name: Kurizaki's Slaughter. Ring. Level, Legendary Attribute. Strength plus 100, Spirit plus 100. Additional passive effect: Dance of Death. After entering combat, increases attack power and dual defense by 1% every second, up to a maximum of 100%. Once the state is fully stacked, enter the Dance of Death state, gaining a 50% dual defense penetration effect. Enemies within a 5m radius will be affected by the Will of Slaughter, losing 5% of their maximum health every second. Ineffective against boss. Passive effect: Feast. Gain a 20% bloodthirst effect. In combat, each time an enemy is killed, the bloodthirst effect increases by 5%, up to a maximum of 50% until the end of the battle. Once the effect is fully stacked, enter the Feast state, where kills will grant a 100% temporary attack power and temporary speed boost, lasting for 10 seconds, refreshing the duration upon subsequent kills. Restriction: Swordsman, level 50, 3rd transition set effect. 2 halves, speed plus 500, 4/4, spirit plus 1000. All 4 accessories have been upgraded to legendary level, resulting in a significant enhancement of effects. The mask goes without saying, just the 200% drop reward and experience points make it a leveling artifact. When Shuchen kills a boss, he directly gets triple drops. Can you handle that? The effects of the earrings and necklace have also seen a significant boost. Although there is a certain degree of enhancement, it pales in comparison to the increase in active effects. Moreover, Shuchen discovered an interesting point: both protection and desperation consume a percentage of current health, meaning they can be activated together without worrying about instant death. In that case, all attributes double, and there's also a shield with 500% maximum health, which grants immunity to all negative effects while it exists. Invincible. Aside from those 2 words, Shuchen couldn't find any adjectives to describe how he felt right now. As for the final ring, at Shuchen's request, the previously discarded Kurizaki ring was fused with the current Slaughter and Death ring, resulting in even more powerful effects. In the fully stacked states of Dance of Death and Feast, one can gain a 200% attack power boost, a 100 dual defense boost, along with a 70% bloodthirst effect and 50% dual defense penetration. Coupled with other effects, it can easily stack to over 100% lifesteal. Tisk, it's overflowing. If only I could get a skill that converts the excess lifesteal into a shield. Now, with a single swing of his sword, Shuchen deals damage in the tens of millions or even billions. If converted into a shield, it could be said that below god level, nothing could break through. Then it's decided. Find a skill that can convert the excess lifesteal into a shield. As for the area damage added by the Dance of Death state, for others, it could be considered a divine skill. Just standing there would cause enemies to continuously lose health, dying in 20 seconds. However, it is ineffective against boss, which is of no use to Shuchen, as he can kill them in an instant. Why waste 20 seconds? The set effect is also good, directly adding 1000 spirit and 500 speed, effectively compensating for Shuchen's final shortcoming, turning him into a hexagonal swordsman. Hehe, how many seconds do I need to take down a legendary boss now? All numbers, no skills. Tanya Guild. The entire street is extremely noisy. Many citizens and players from the royal city have gathered at the entrance of the Tanya Guild, watching the man quietly standing at the door. The onlookers, puzzled, quickly turned to their companions and asked, "Hey, who is this guy? He dares to block Chaos's territory. He really isn't afraid of death, huh?" The nearby companion, still shaken, glanced at the man standing on the steps at the entrance. "Shoo, be careful with your words. This seems to be an NPC from one of the 5 major families of Silvermoon City, the Yin family. It said he's the 2nd strongest in the Yin family now, coming from the Warrior Sanctuary. TSK. Is the Yin family really going up against the big boss Chaos? Who knows? But I heard that Chaos killed the Yin family's young master and even the 2nd young master, and he also took out 4 of the Yin family's elders. Hiss. The big boss Chaos is ruthless. The Yin family is like an old turtle hanging itself, asking for a long life. Don't say that. This warrior is said to be almost level 60. Just standing here without making a move, he's blocking the entrance of the Tanya guild, not letting anyone out. It's said he's been blocking for a while now. With it like this, isn't the big boss Chaos going to do anything? I heard they say it's because Chaos has gone out for something and hasn't had the chance to come back. Then won't the people in the guild just take a detour? The earlier player looked at him as if he were an idiot. A hint of mockery in his eyes. You don't understand, do you? The Tanya guild was created by the #1 big boss in the entire server, Chaos. The guild's declaration clearly states that they don't seek trouble but aren't afraid of it either. So do you think they would take a detour? So what can we do? Just let this guy block the way? Aren't we not allowed to fight in the city? I don't know about that. This guy has been blocking here since he arrived, not saying a word. Yen Shue's thoughts were quite simple at this moment. Wait for Chaos to appear, then challenge him to a duel and kill him in the duel to take revenge. He was born into the Yen family, showing extraordinary warrior talent from a young age. Now, at just over 20 years old, he had already become a level 59 third transformation warrior, and he was even a hidden class, the iron-blooded warrior. So, on the eve of the great competition of the 6 major sanctuaries, he had specifically taken leave from the Holy Sun to return home, only to find out that his most beloved younger brother had actually died at the hands of Chu Chen. Since he hadn't returned to Silver Moon City for a long time, he was unaware of the player's existence. To him, how strong could a level 3 city swordsman be? He was one of the top 10 king-level fighters under the Warrior Sanctuary, having followed the Holy Sun of the Warrior Sanctuary for years. Under the Holy Sun's influence, he dared to challenge even those above level 65. A mere nobody, today was the day he would pay the price. Yen Shui stood with his arms crossed, his exaggerated muscles bulging high, his entire figure towering over 2 meters. However, in front of his robust physique, he didn't seem very tall, like a tightly sealed iron wall firmly occupying the center of the Tanya Guild's entrance. He didn't stop people from coming and going, but the implication was clear: they had to take a detour to see him. His eyes were slightly closed, lost in thought. The big boss Chaos is here. Big boss Chaos, this guy seems really strong. Do you have confidence? Someone flattered, following closely behind Chu Chun. Big boss Chaos, let these NPCs see the peak combat power of us players. Others were filled with righteous indignation. After all, during these days, they ordinary players had suffered a lot under the oppression of the Yin family-led forces in Silver Moon City. Inside the city, they didn't dare to act openly, but if they encountered Yin family disciples while leveling outside the city, they would either have to pay a protection fee or be directly killed, losing levels and equipment, which made many ordinary players grind their teeth in hatred. More and more people gathered around, hoping to see Chu Chen teach this NPC a good lesson and vent their frustrations. Chu Chen was just excited about his current attributes and was about to let Jian Wuhan spar with him to test how explosive his damage was now when he received a message from Filong. Heezy, something big has happened. Our spring water has been blocked by someone. It seems to be those people from the Yin family. You need to come back and take a look. With that kind of momentum, I can't handle it. Great. Isn't this just a case of someone delivering a pillow when you're feeling sleepy? Chu Chen didn't chat much with Jian Wuhan and immediately rushed back. Thanks to the powerful attributes brought by his upgraded equipment, Chu Chen's speed increased to about 3 times faster than before, and he quickly returned to Tianya Street, the street where the Tanya Guild is located. However, there were too many people, and he couldn't squeeze in at all. He really wanted to say, "You guys are blocking the way here, not letting the protagonist in. What good show can I see?" Fortunately, he was wearing the newly refreshed Blackblade Fury set, and his whole demeanor was like that of a sword god emerging from the night, which quickly made the players realize who he was, and they all made way for him, leading to the scene just now. Dressed in black, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, Chu Chen walked slowly to Yen Shui, looking up at the warrior who resembled a raging bear, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, is the Yin family sending people to their deaths one after another? Don't you know to send someone stronger?" Boom! As Yen Shui's tightly closed eyes opened, a powerful aura swept around. Some players with lower levels were blown off balance by this aura, seemingly under great pressure. Chu Chen remained unaffected, his expression still calm. "What's wrong? Is this the extent of the so-called second strongest of the Yen family?" Yen Shui was furious. He simply couldn't understand why Chu Chen dared to be so arrogant in front of him. A mere person who hadn't even left a level 3 city. Where did he get the courage? Just because he killed a few elders who weren't at full strength. It's important to know that before the game was updated, the rules imposed the same restrictions on NPCs and players. The highest level of NPCs in a level 3 city couldn't exceed level 50. Even if your own level was higher, you would still be capped at level 50. However, with the game's update, this rule no longer existed. So many NPCs that were previously suppressed were released from their constraints and returned to their original higher levels. The 4 elders that Chu Chen had killed on the prairie were originally epic level beings above level 55, but they were suppressed to half epic level and unexpectedly killed by Chu Chen. In yen, Shue's eyes, Chu Chen was just a lucky kid. Even if he had some strength, it wasn't much. Poof. Did your mother ever tell you that you look like a dog when you're angry? Chu Chen continued to provoke him with words. He wanted Yin Shui to strike first so that when he counterattacked, it wouldn't violate the law. Of course, given his relationship with the city lord, it wouldn't matter. If he did violate it, he hadn't faced any punishment for killing that spoiled young master before. Yen Shui's fists were tightly clenched, veins bulging on his arms, his face flushed red with anger, and his body trembled uncontrollably as if he would strike at any moment. However, the remaining rationality kept reminding him in his mind, you must not act here. The city lord is not to be trifled with. Kid, don't think you're so impressive. Do you dare to fight to the death? Yen Shui's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the black-clad youth before him, the last shred of rationality prompting him to say this. Fight to the death? Chu Chen had never heard of such a thing. After all, he always settled scores on the spot. Others were different from him. He had saved the city lord's daughter as soon as he arrived in Silvermoon City, quickly becoming a guest of honor in the city lord's mansion, so he naturally wasn't afraid of violating some laws. He had someone backing him. But Yen Shui was different. He was also born and raised in Silvermoon City, and being a genius, he naturally knew many secrets. The city lord, Yi Tian, was an unfathomable powerhouse, absolutely not to be provoked. This was something Yen Shui had known since childhood. He didn't dare to act in the city. This brings us to the topic of fighting to the death. In fact, this is a rule that exists in all cities of the human race on the entire Tianwen continent, established by the royal city. Because fighting is prohibited in the city by law, there are always those who need to resolve certain grudges, so this rule was created. The two parties in a life and death duel can engage in combat on a specially designated life and death platform in each city, where even if someone is killed, they won't be held responsible. Yen Shui originally intended to provoke Chu Chen today, waiting for him to lose control and leave the city before finding an opportunity to eliminate him. But who would have thought that after waiting at the entrance for half a day, upon finally seeing Chu Chen, he would become so enraged that he lost his composure before even saying 2 sentences. He no longer cared about being cautious, he just wanted to deal with his opponent in front of him decisively. As for losing? Sorry, that wasn't even a consideration. As one of the top 10 royal level fighters, if he couldn't defeat a mere young man from a small third-tier city, he might as well be reborn and start over, as he would have no face to live in this world. Chu Chen frowned slightly, thinking, is this fool here putting on a show for me? His expressions are changing one after another. By the way, everyone, does anyone know what this life and death duel is? Please explain it to me, thank you. Finally, a player who was more enthusiastic about information squeezed over with his small frame, leaning close to Chu Chen and saying, big shot. I know. Immediately, the little thin guy quickly shared all the information about the life and death duel with Chu Chen. Not bad, not bad. What's your name? Chu Chen's face lit up with joy, his eyes burning with interest as he looked at the little thin guy, a talent indeed. Although his level was a bit low, it was understandable. After all, those who deal in information don't have much time to level up. The little thin guy was flattered, just wanting to get familiar in front of the big shot, and quickly replied, big shot. You can call me Thin Monkey. Ah, don't say, your physique really matches your name. You're joking, big shot. Thin Monkey's expression was full of flattery, but there was not a hint of nervousness, indicating that he was not as simple as he appeared. A flash of light crossed Chu Chen's eyes. He knew that the pressure he was under was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The fact that Thin Monkey could endure it showed he was not as weak as he seemed, but Chu Chen did not reveal this. Thin Monkey, wait for me after this is over. I'm quite interested in you. Shall we chat? Okay, big shot. I'll wait for you right here. After saying that, Thin Monkey did not leave but quietly stood by, a hint of joy in his eyes, though Chu Chen did not notice. At this moment, Yen Shui was already numb, somewhat at a loss due to Chu Chen's behavior. Wasn't I here to challenge chaos? Why is he chatting with a passerby? Is there something wrong with my approach? Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Seeing that the two finally finished their conversation, Yen Shui snorted coldly, what's wrong? Are you afraid? Chu Chen stood sideways, not even looking at him, as he was signing an autograph for a little fan beside him. What a big mouth. Almost choked me. There's nothing in this world that I fear. Then let's go. Yen Shui could no longer tolerate it. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be so angered by Chu Chen that he might have a heart attack. He quickly turned to leave, taking up the heavy sword that had been standing beside him. Just where he had placed the sword, there was already a pit that matched the sword's shape, clearly a heavy sword, yet the edges of the pit were so distinct. Chu Chen glanced at it and didn't take it to heart. Yen Shui's intimidation tactic was simply too childish, but he didn't want to say much. After all, in a little while, the other party might be dead, and he couldn't allow them to be arrogant for a moment. Chu Chen considered himself quite merciful. The army of players behind him continued to surround Chu Chen, eager to see how this number one would face the situation. Alright, everyone disperse. If you want to watch, just go to the death arena. I'll head over there shortly, so don't block the entrance here. Shu Chen waved his hand at the door, signaling everyone to leave, and said no more. He gestured for the thin
monkey to follow him inside, and the two stepped through the large door one after the other. Click! The door slowly closed, and the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only the pit left by Yin Shui. By the way, after the fight, remember to remind me to ask the Yin family for compensation, okay? Shu Chen said something that seemed out of context, leaving the thin monkey a bit puzzled. TSK, I just praised you for being smart. He damaged the floor in front of our guild, shouldn't he pay for it? The thin monkey suddenly realized, got it. Goodness, this is like plucking feathers from a passing goose. No wonder he can be the top player. Just for his frugality, he deserves to be a role model for 99% of players. Before they reached the hall, his mother Yang Yuyan, along
with Xiao Yishue, Wang Mengyue, and others, came to greet them.
Xiao Yishue seemed to have tear stains at the corners of her eyes, as if she had just been frightened. Xiao He, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have killed that spoiled young master, and there wouldn't have been so many problems afterward. Yang Yuyan gently hugged her chosen daughter-in-law and softly comforted her. It's okay, this isn't your fault. Who would have thought there would be such people in a game? Then she turned fiercely to Chu Chen. Aren't you always bragging about being the best in Tianwan? How come they came right to our doorstep? Chu Chen helplessly shrugged. Mom, I'm just the best among players, but this guy is an NPC, he's not a player. I don't care if you're a player or an NPC. Anyway, my future daughter-in-law has been wronged. Aren't you going to get back at him? Understood. Commander. I will definitely teach him a lesson. Chu Chen immediately stood at attention and saluted Yang Yuyan, causing everyone to burst into laughter, lightening the atmosphere considerably. After a couple of chuckles, Yi Xiaolong expressed some concern. But Xiaoyi, I heard that NPC is already level 59, and he's half a step into the legendary tier. Can you handle it? Although Yi Xiaolong knew Chu Chen was strong, the level difference was significant, and even though he hadn't leveled up much, he understood that the gap between levels only widened as one progressed. You fat dragon, who do you look down on? If I can't do it, can you? Why? Don't you give it a try? Chu Chen glared, wishing he could punch Yi Xiaolong directly. Hee, let's skip that. You can do it. I know you can. Yi Xiaolong scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. Seeing that everyone had adjusted their mindset, Chu Chen let out a sigh of relief and said to the thin monkey, let's go, take us to the death arena. I want to see what kind of person this Yin Shui is, daring to block my Tanya's door. The group, along with the members of the Tanya guild, surged toward the death arena. All the major forces in the city and the Lord's mansion received news of this life and death duel and rushed to join the excitement. On one side was Yin Shui from the Yin family, one of the top 10 duel kings of the warrior sanctuary, whose name resonated throughout Silver Moon City among the younger generation. As for Chu Chen, due to the Lord's influence, he had also caught the attention of various major forces and could be considered a rising star. The 6 major sanctuaries, along with 5 prominent families, mercenary guilds, and the Lord's mansion all sent people to watch the battle. Chu Chen walked at the front of the group, observing the throngs of players and NPCs filling the streets and alleys, marveling at the scene. I didn't expect so many people would come to watch a small fight. Chu Chen even spotted the city lord Yi Tian and Yi Xinran by the arena. Yi Xinran seemed to be sulking, merely glancing at Chu Chen before turning her gaze away. Yi Tian exchanged glances with Chu Chen and slowly nodded. Yen Shui's mood seemed to have eased. He quietly stood on the stage, gripping the heavy sword in his hand, resembling a king of war. As one of the top 10 fighters, Yen Shui could be considered one of the top 20 experts of this generation in the warrior sanctuary. The Ironblood warrior class excels in battlefield charges designed specifically for chaotic battles, possessing immense lethality and endurance, while not completely sacrificing defensive capabilities. Aside from lacking speed, he could be described as a pentagonal warrior. As for Chu Chen, no one knew what his class was, nor why he was the top player. Only a small number of players had seen the existence of Jinbu Ju and knew that Chu Chen's class was definitely related to dragons. This small group were also Chu Chen's fervent fans. After all, dragons are among the most powerful beings in the cultural heritage of Huagua. Being associated with dragons could only mean strength. Although the dragons in Tianwan have wings and claws differing from the 5-clawed golden dragon of myth, they are still powerful and handsome, the kind of pet mount people dream of. Chu Chen leaped lightly, his toes barely touching the ground, and slowly landed on the stage. His black robe billowed without wind, and combined with his extremely handsome appearance, he looked like a reincarnated sword immortal. The female players below the stage were completely envious, going into a frenzy. Chaos. Chaos. I love you. Just like a mouse loves rice. Chaos, I want to have your babies. Everyone get out of my way, Chaos is mine. I'm the most beautiful female player in Tianwan. Chaos, I think you qualify to be my man. My number is XXXX, remember to call me offline. Oh, so that's you? I was wondering how someone with a height of 160 and a weight of 160 could dare to call herself the most beautiful player. Ugh, I've seen her speak too. Thought she was a beauty, turns out she's a Pikachu. Xiao Yixue was initially worried about Chu Chen on stage, but the frenzied comments from these female players made her anxious, fearing that another woman would suddenly appear in Chu Chen's arms. She had to glare fiercely at those crazy female fans. However, after a few glances, she realized they were all just odd-looking girls, and her uneasy heart calmed down a bit. The next moment, Yi Xinran, who had been sulking over Chu Chen, spotted Xiao Yixue in the center of the crowd. Her eyes twinkled, and she seemed to think of something, grinning mischievously as she spoke loudly. "Brother Chaos, you have to do your best. My dad said if you can win against Yin Shui, he'll ensure you enter the Swordmaster Sanctuary as a king-level swordsman." After saying this, she blew a kiss to Chu Chen. Chu Chen heard this and felt a cold gaze piercing into his back, a chill sweeping over him as if it would freeze him. Xiao Yixue also heard it and quickly located Yi Xinran. Upon seeing her, her pupils slightly contracted. "It's her?" If someone else had said this, Xiao Yixue might have just laughed it off, but Yi Xinran was different. She knew that Chu Chen and Yi Xinran were acquainted, and they would definitely have further contact during future quests, otherwise they wouldn't be so familiar. Thinking of this, Xiao Yixue felt a pang of jealousy, tears welling in her eyes. Fortunately, Yang Yuyan, her future mother-in-law, was observant and noticed Xiao Yixue's current worries and unease, quickly comforting her. "Xiaoxue, why are you competing with an NPC? You have to trust Chu Chen, he's not that kind of person." It must be said that Yang Yuyan was very good at pinpointing the crux of the problem. Xiao Yixue's anxious heart settled down immediately. "Yes, why am I quarreling with an NPC?" The tears ultimately did not fall. The girl looked at Chu Chen again with eyes full of tenderness. Chu Chen, on the stage, felt somewhat bewildered, but the tingling sensation on his scalp was gone, which was a good thing. Opposite Chu Chen, Yen Shui had originally planned to attack as soon as he saw Chu Chen come up, but he found that Chu Chen had ignored him again and instead started interacting with the female fans. After the interaction, he just stood there, seemingly lost in thought. "How many times has it been? This is the nth time?" Yen Shui roared. As one of the top 10 fighters, even the 3 Do Huang in the Holy Temple and the monstrous Holy Sun would not dare to ignore him like this, yet today in the third-level city he had been continuously ignored by an unknown person. It was as if Yen Shui's face was being rubbed in the dirt. Hearing the noise, Chu Chen showed a look of surprise on his face. "What? Nth time? Are you crazy? Chaos. We agreed on a life and death battle. Since you've already stepped onto the stage, why haven't you started?" Chu Chen rubbed his chin, appearing to ponder for a moment. "Is it possible that I started the moment I stepped onto the stage, and you just stood there like a fool?" This statement was so reasonable that Yen Shui found himself unable to refute it. Right. He had already stepped onto the stage, which meant the deathmatch had begun. No matter what Chu Chen was doing, he could have attacked first. It was all Chu Chen's fault. After a day of this, he was so furious that he was losing his mind. After thinking this, Yen Shui no longer hesitated, brandishing his heavy sword across his chest, his blood energy erupting. And with a furious shout, he charged straight at Chu Chen. Iron Blood Charge. "Not bad, the momentum looks good," Chu Chen commented seriously, but he made no move, still calmly standing in place. As the distance between them closed, Yen Shui seemed to envision Chu Chen being smashed into a mist of blood by his strike, a bloodthirsty smile creeping onto his lips. Swish! Just as the two were about to make contact, Chu Chen's figure vanished. Yen Shui's charge suddenly fell short, feeling quite uncomfortable, as if he had struck a pile of cotton, unable to vent his frustration. Where is he? However, his strength was indeed impressive. Not only did he have a level 59, but he also possessed powerful combat skills. After his charge missed, he quickly reacted, using the momentum to swing his heavy sword down towards the ground to dissipate the force. But to most players, it looked like Chaos had somehow evaded the attack, and the so-called top 10 fighter was now foolishly hacking at the ground, a comical sight that drew laughter from the crowd. From their perspective, Chu Chen was currently right behind Yen Shui, with only a few centimeters between them. "Are you looking for me?" A light voice floated from behind, startling Yen Shui into instinctively swinging his sword backward. He missed. Quickly turning around, he found that Chu Chen had retreated to a safe distance of several meters. Yen Shui felt a bit frustrated, regretting his arrogance in coming to find trouble without fully understanding Chaos's capabilities. The battle had just begun, and Chu Chen had already displayed such speed. It was no exaggeration to say that if this continued, Yen Shui would exhaust himself without even touching the hem of Chu Chen's clothes. However, despite his frustration, he was not at a loss for how to respond. The heavy sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, giving up so soon?" Yen Shui's eyes narrowed slightly, unusually ignoring Chu Chen's provocation. He knew very well that his speed was his greatest weakness. But would a genius give up just because he had a weakness? The answer was no. Yen Shui's killing intent and blood energy began to surge wildly around him, gradually enveloping the entire arena. After doing all this, Yen Shui couldn't help but turn pale, but the moment he opened his eyes again, there was a hint of joy in them. Chu Chen looked at the blood energy spreading across the entire arena and put away his playful smile. This blood energy could restrict his speed. After moving slightly a couple of times, Chu Chen discovered that the speed restriction ratio of the blood energy was about 75%. It was equivalent to directly reducing Chu Chen's speed to a quarter of its original value, turning the speed advantage over to Yen Shui. In this domain of his, not only would it limit the enemy's speed, but it would also temporarily feed some of it back to himself. With this addition and subtraction, the speed advantage between Yen Shui and Chu Chen was directly swapped. This is quite a good skill, Chu Chen said without a hint of panic, even having the leisure to comment. Yen Shui sneered, do you not understand the situation? Your greatest speed advantage has now become mine. What means do you have left to dodge the next move? Chu Chen smiled slightly, then you can come and try. Humph. Playing tricks. Yen Shui knew that using this move came at a cost. Chu Chen was well aware that his health limit had now dropped to 50% of its normal state. That's right, it was the health limit. That's why his face had turned pale. Although his other attributes hadn't changed much, the halving of his health limit had directly transformed Yen Shui from a resilient and powerful warrior into a fragile one who could only attack but not withstand. He certainly knew the cost of this move, but he felt that as long as his speed increased, it didn't matter if his health decreased. In his eyes, this chaos couldn't harm him. Without hesitation, Yen Shui once again lifted the heavy sword that was propped up beside him, radiating a crimson glow. Under the reflection of the blood energy, the heavy sword appeared particularly eerie. Blood energy river, one line of heaven. The blood-red light of the heavy sword surged, mixing blood energy, sword energy, and killing intent together, as if opening up the heavens, charging straight towards Chu Chen. How will you dodge this move? The audience below erupted in an uproar. This move looks incredibly oppressive. I guess it's no wonder he's the champion of the warrior sanctuary. Some players were worried for Chu Chen. Chaos boss, you must hold on. How despicable, using such a skill to restrict the boss. If you have the ability, fight him fairly. Voices rose, some praising Yen Shui, some cursing him, but most were cheering for Chu Chen. They were a group of civilian players and even some NPCs. They had all been bullied by the Yen family and naturally did not want to see Chu Chen defeated by Yen Shui. TSK, I can't believe there are so many ants cheering for you. I'm so envious. A brutal expression appeared on Yen Shui's face as he unleashed another move. Iron Blood Charge. How about it, the same move again, can you dodge it this time? At this moment, the follow-up move was unleashed as the first one approached. The sword energy attack of the blood energy river had already reached Chu Chen, seemingly about to slice his body in half at any second. Swish! Chu Chen's figure vanished once more. The attack that should have hit naturally missed. The blood energy river struck the boundary of the arena, absorbed directly by the barrier formed by the rules. How is this possible? Yen Shui forcibly controlled himself to stop charging, staring intently at the area where the blood energy river had just slashed through. Is that all? Chu Chen's voice came again from behind him. Yen Shui's hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. Things were beyond his expectations. Why did the blood energy swamp domain he released after temporarily losing half of his health limit have no effect at all? Chu Chen could still bizarrely dodge the attack, but this field cannot be casually cancelled. If it were, Chu Chen, who holds an absolute speed advantage, could easily wear down Yen Shui. At this moment, he seems to be in a dilemma. He stands still, panting heavily, his gaze fixed on Chu Chen. What's wrong? Given up? Not going to try anymore? Chu Chen's verbal assault continues unabated. To be honest, I was really looking forward to this duel before I came up. But now, you just feel average. Ah, average? How dare you say I'm average? Yen Shui couldn't contain his anger. No one in the Warriors Sanctuary dares to say I'm average. You, a nobody, where do you get the courage? Dressed in a black robe, Chu Chen appeared particularly ethereal, and with his current calm demeanor, he seemed to overshadow Yen Shui by a considerable margin. If that's how you want to put it, should I say that everyone in the Warriors Sanctuary is average to match you? Damn it, kid, you've completely enraged me. Yen Shui seemed to have shed some inner hesitation, glancing at the audience below, which included elders from the Warriors Sanctuary and members of the Yen family. The disappointment in their eyes as they looked at him was unmistakable. For someone who had always considered himself a genius since childhood, this was undoubtedly the biggest blow. So, he decided to hold nothing back. Chu Chen continued his verbal onslaught. What's wrong? Can't handle dodging my attacks twice? Ready to go all out? Surprisingly, Yen Shui was neither angry nor furious. His gaze was indifferent, as if he were looking at a corpse. I've never used this move in front of outsiders because the opponents I've faced before weren't worthy. You weren't worthy either, but repeated insults have sealed your fate. Oh, I'm so scared. Chu Chen certainly knew what this move was. After all, the two were only 9 levels apart, so all of Yen Shui's information had been analyzed by Chu Chen from the start. This move should be Yen Shui's trump card, capable of inflicting massive damage indiscriminately within a certain range around him, and that range was at least as large as the arena. The reason Chu Chen was not worried at all was due to the high damage reduction from his chaotic body and the exceptional Attributes of the Dragon Sword Master. Even if he took this hit head-on, he wouldn't lose much health. Clearly, Yen Shui was unaware of this. He still wore an indifferent expression, as if Chu Chen's life and death were already in his grasp. Blood explosion. Star. A dense bloodlight enveloped the entire arena in an instant, as if time had stopped. From the outside, all that could be seen was a sea of blood, making it impossible to discern what was happening between the two. The audience whispered among themselves, discussing whether Chu Chen could withstand this move. Xiao Yixue clenched her small hands tightly, her face filled with worry as she looked at the arena. This move appeared overwhelmingly powerful, and all she and her companions knew was that Chu Chen had strong offensive capabilities. As for his defense, it seemed they had never seen it. So everyone was a bit anxious. Fortunately, with Yang Yuyan, a veteran in the workplace, present, she knew what to do. What are you worried about? Didn't that brat say he was the best in Tianwan? A skill like this should be easy for him to handle. Don't think so pessimistically. Her words carried a hint of casual ease, and thankfully, with her as the backbone, the expressions of the others gradually softened. That's right. We should believe in Heezy. However, it was clear that Yi Xiaolong was still very anxious, his voice trembling slightly. On the other side, Father, is there a way to see what's happening on the arena? Others might not be able to, but who is your old man? Just watch. In fact, every city has a life and death platform with a broadcasting station that can be activated with the city lord's authorization. Yi Tian gently pressed on the four corners of the arena, and a wave of regulatory aura enveloped the area. The audience was astonished to find that although the blood energy was still present, it was gradually fading, allowing everyone to see the situation on the arena clearly. Two figures were confronting each other. However, one of the figures seemed to be in a bad state, with one leg kneeling on the ground, the body constantly heaving, as if it had expended a tremendous amount of energy. Is this really that terrifying? Even chaos can't withstand it? Could it be that players really can't defeat NPCs? Not even chaos? Come on, is this it? Ranked first on the battle power list, yet can't even handle a random NPC? All it does is show off in front of players. Not everyone was pessimistic about Chu Chen. Do you think it's possible that the one kneeling is that NPC? Bro, I was just about to say that. I think Chaos definitely took this move easily and then counterattacked, making that Yen Shui kneel. A spectator named Xiaoyi couldn't stand it and mocked, "Is Chaos your dad? Why are you hyping him up so much?" If you said Yen Shui was exhausted after using his ultimate and knelt down, I could understand. QNMD, do you want to die? What? Want to duel? Damn it, if it's a duel, wait until Chaos finishes first and see if I don't take you down. Father, what do you think? That kid is strong. Just now, when I locked eyes with him, I actually felt a hint of danger from him. He's not that simple, so don't worry. I told you, he can hold off the beast tied by himself. Auntie, which one is Heezy? Seeing that everyone was silent, focused on the arena, Yi Xiaolong quickly took on the role of breaking the silence. I just know we have to believe in him, Yang Yuyan said firmly. Xiao Yixue also clasped her hands together. Yes, we must believe in him. In the blood mist. TSK, are you giving me a guasha treatment? Chu Chen lightly patted his sleeve, as if a bit of dust had stuck to it. In reality, it was a dense fog made entirely of blood energy, and the Black Blade's Fury was a legendary set with an automatic cleansing function, so how could it get dirty? However, Chu Chen thought that after a fight, such a gesture would look very cool. One spectator wasn't wrong. This move looked imposing, but for Chu Chen, it was just thunder with little rain. It didn't even take away 10% of his health. Instead, he used the Dragon Spirit Sword, casually slashing through the entire blood mist. Fortunately, Chu Chen held back a lot of power with this strike, so he wouldn't accidentally kill Yen Shui with one hit. After all, today, Chu Chen's target wasn't him, he was merely bait. On the opposite side, Yen Shui was kneeling on one knee, already too weak to stand up. That move had consumed all his energy, and then he was struck by Chu Chen's sword on the leg, leaving him in a terrible state. With his head down, his eyes were vacant. He was a genius, having had a smooth journey since childhood, and after becoming an adult, he joined the Warrior Sanctuary. In just a few years, he reached level 59, half a step into legend, and became one of the top 10 battle kings, even being favored by the Sanctuary's holy son, with a bright future ahead. But now, he thought he was bullying an unknown minor character in a level 3 city, yet from the moment they met until now, he couldn't match him in words, was constantly mocked in attitude, and his proud strength was being rubbed into the ground. From start to finish, Chaos had only made one move, which was the last sword that nearly severed his leg. No, this isn't real. I'm dreaming, right? I, Yen Shui, am a top 10 duel king. How could I possibly lose here? Impossible. Impossible. The blood mist gradually dissipated. A hysterical voice rang out. Everyone was shocked. This is Yen Shui? That genius Yen Shui? The faces of the Yen family and the warriors from the holy hall turned visibly red. They thought victory was in their grasp, only to end up collapsing from their own big move. The figures of
the two gradually became clear. Only then did everyone see that the person kneeling was indeed Yen Shui. In contrast, Chu Chen on the opposite side was spotless, his expression still so relaxed and indifferent, with a hint of a faint smile. The players erupted in cheers. Chaos. Chaos. Meanwhile, some NPCs who had initially supported Yen Shui looked extremely grim. The brother who had just been mocked by Xiao Heezy was now grinning widely, shouting at Xiao Heezy, "Trash. Do you know who's the father and who's the son now? Don't go anywhere, I'll kill you later." Xiao Heezy's face turned truly dark, cursing Yen Shui as trash, not daring to retort, and, seizing the opportunity, he slipped away in embarrassment. Phew! Xiao Yishui and the others all breathed a sigh of relief, and Yang Yuyan timely spoke up, "See, I told you to believe in Xiaohe." Everyone nodded, only Wang Menghua seemed to have anticipated it. "In my heart, brother Chu Chen has always been the strongest." The little lowly's words made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. "Old man, you really called it. Chaos is actually this strong now." Yi Shinran looked at the suave figure on stage with admiration. Yi Tian's mouth twitched, his tone very unnatural. Yeah, I said he's very strong now." But inside, he was quite worried. His daughter looked like she had truly fallen in love, which was troublesome. On stage, with bloodshot eyes, the body that was already exhausted began to swell, as if an inexplicable power was continuously flowing into him. The scars on his legs had completely healed, and the state he had just consumed reached its peak again. Yen Shui's figure, under this power, grew to 3 meters tall, like a giant, looking down at Chu Chen. His mouth opened wide, emitting a deafening sound tinged with a hint of eeriness. "The first round is over, the second round begins." "What is this? Wow, how can someone cheat like this? Didn't he already lose? How is he standing up again? I feel like he's even stronger." "Are you stupid? This is a life and death fight. There are no wins or losses, only life and death." Sigh, Chaos is careless, now he's fully revived. "Don't panic. Chaos didn't even exert himself just now. This guy just looks intimidating. If he fights me, one punch and I can make him kneel and beg me not to kill him." The audience was in an uproar, not expecting that Yen Shui, who seemed destined to lose, had unleashed a big move and fully revived. Xiao Yishui and the others, who had just relaxed, felt their hearts lift again, and the little lowly who had just tried to lighten the mood fell silent. Yan Yuyan's palms began to sweat uncontrollably. In this match, losing wasn't the main concern. At worst, it would just mean losing a level. What she feared was that Chu Chen would be demoralized from then on, and be scorned by all players. She could already imagine how those keyboard warriors would attack Chu Chen if he lost. Still, the number one? Is this it? Beaten to a pulp by an NPC. Stop playing, I'm embarrassed for you. Hurry up and give up the number one position. Some extreme haters might even go to great lengths to find Chu Chen's location to harass and intimidate him. Having once been a company owner, Yang Yuyan had naturally seen the dark side of society. Chu Chen wasn't even 18 yet and surely couldn't handle these things. But what happened in the next second silenced everyone. Seemingly tired of playing, there was a hint of impatience in Chu Chen's eyes. "Are you done yet? Are we stuck in the first and second rounds here?" His goal was to draw out the strongest behind the Yen family through Yen Shui to eliminate this hidden danger in one go, but who knew Yen Shui would drag it on endlessly? Moreover, it seemed that the Yen family would not intervene in this battle any longer, and continuing was meaningless. "So let's end it." The Chenyu sword slowly floated in front of Chu Chen. A voice devoid of any emotion rang out. "Dragon roar." A pressure akin to a true dragon's emergence instantly suppressed Yen Shui's body, rendering him immobile. "Roar." A loud dragon's roar echoed in the void, resounding endlessly around the arena. What is this? Impossible. Unable to move, he could only brace himself for this sword strike. Fear enveloped Yen Shui's heart. He had a premonition that he couldn't withstand it and would die. But he didn't want to die. "No, I can't die." "Right, use that move. I can definitely survive. My talent is so high, I can't die. I must survive." Suddenly, the blood energy surrounding Yen Shui completely disintegrated, a result of his own doing. In its place was a faint black mist filled with violence, slaughter, bloodshed, and all negative intentions. Chu Chen's gaze sharpened. He was very familiar with this aura, having encountered it more than once. Demonic energy. At this moment, the demonic energy swirling around Yen Shui was unmistakable. The dignified warrior temple's dual king has already been infiltrated by the demon race? Below the stage, the players were still confused. They had not encountered the demon race and naturally did not know what demonic energy was. However, a few recognized the aura surrounding Yen Shui. City Lord Yi Tian reacted the quickest, already poised to act. If it weren't for the rule that outsiders couldn't intervene in the life and death arena, he would have rushed up to slay Yen Shui right then and there. So it's the demon race, damn it. Even the warrior temple has been infiltrated? Yi Tian muttered angrily, but he wasn't too worried about Chu Chen. After all, he had already faced the demon race in the novice village. He was aware of that. What worried him more was just how deeply the demon race had infiltrated. Now it was the dual king of the warrior temple. What about the duel Emperor above him? The Holy Sun? What about the other 5 great temples? Was it even possible that the royal city cabinet had also been infiltrated? Thinking of this, Yi Tian shuddered. If that were the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, although Chu Chen was somewhat surprised, it was only that demonic energy? So what? If you survive this sword strike, I'll consider it my loss. The dense black clashed with the dazzling white. It was as if the saying that evil cannot triumph over good was a universal truth. The black demonic energy instantly disintegrated, and the intense white light enveloped Yin Shue's entire body. The next second, in Chu Chen's line of sight, 120 million. Don't even mention a half-step legendary Yin Shui, even a god level. Without a life-saving skill, let's see if I can't kill him. When the white light dissipated, Yin Shui had vanished without a trace. Under this sword strike, he had completely turned to nothingness. Scattered on the ground were a few pieces of equipment and storage. Rings, all the possessions of the defeated, now belonging entirely to the victor. All epic-level equipment. Unfortunately, the rings contained little, just a few 100,000 gold coins. The equipment was for warriors, requiring a level of 55 or above to wear. Great. They would just gather dust in the guild warehouse. However, this also made Chu Chen discover a new path to wealth in the future. If he disliked someone, he could directly challenge them to a life and death duel and seize all their possessions. The crowd below fell silent the moment Chu Chen drew his sword, their eyes glued to such a magnificent strike. This was a game devoid of any simplicity. On the contrary, the more powerful the skills and attacks, the more massive the special effects, the visual impact is off the charts. Yi Tian's grip on his weapon quietly loosened, and he silently put it away. The next second. Damn. Awesome. Unfortunately, I lack culture. A single dam can conquer the world. Now I understand why the Chaos Boss ranks first. With this move, who can withstand it? No wonder it's in existence with combat power over 10 million. Dude, have you not checked the combat power rankings in a while? Right, the last time I checked was a few days ago. Then I suggest you open the combat power rankings now. Upon hearing this, many confused onlookers quickly opened the combat power list, their eyes firmly locked on the number 1, Chaos. Just by looking at the list, most of the onlookers were left dumbfounded. The players nearby, seeing their expressions, couldn't help but curiously check the combat power rankings as well. And then, they were just like them. Did I see that wrong? It shouldn't be. God, can someone help me count how many digits there are? My eyesight is a bit blurry, I can't see clearly. I'll do it. 1, 2, 8, 9. 9-digit combat power? Is this a joke? Listening to the continuous gasps around them, Xiao Shui and the others were also a bit curious. They usually didn't pay attention to this list, and since they hadn't practiced their levels much, they had no time to focus on the combat power rankings. Yi Xiaolong's plump body suddenly jumped high, leaving Wang Mengyue beside him stunned. No wonder Heezy said he was invincible. Turns out he wasn't bragging. The total of the second to last place is still less than Heezy's decimal point. If he's not invincible, who is? Xiao Shui's mouth slightly opened, unable to speak for a long time. Although she didn't understand what combat power meant, just looking at that long number was hard not to be shocked. Yang Yuyan smiled knowingly. That's right. This is my son. After collecting all the spoils, Chu Chen looked at the audience below who were shouting and cheering, coughed twice. Ahem. Everyone, calm down. It was just a small breakthrough earlier. The onlookers were speechless. Last time it was over 10 million, and this time it jumped to over 100 million, a tenfold increase. You call that a small breakthrough? Below the stage, there were basically only players left, as most of the NPCs had already left. One reason was that the battle had ended, and most people were unfamiliar with chaos, so they didn't linger. The second reason was that Yin Shui had actually allied with the demon race, and the implications of this were enormous. Especially for the Yin family and the Warriors' Sanctuary, it could be considered an extremely serious public relations crisis. Betraying the human race. If this charge were to be substantiated, no one could save them. Representatives from the Yin family and the Warriors' Sanctuary hurried back to report. The city lord Yi Tian and Yi Xinran watched from a distance as Chu Chen was surrounded by the crowd. After a long while, Yi Tian finally spoke. Should we go chat? Yi Xinran looked complexly at Xiao Shui standing next to Chu Chen. One black, one white, a match made in heaven. At that moment, she envied Xiao Shui so much for being able to stand proudly beside Chu Chen. However, it was just envy. The seal on her body was almost unbearable, and her carefree life would never return. She would just consider Chu Chen as the most dazzling meteor that appeared in the first half of her life. Although meteors are brilliant, they are always fleeting and cannot stay by your side for long. Yi Xinran gently shook her head, turned, and left, her back so lonely and desolate. Sigh. Yi Tian stood still, sighed deeply, and in the next second his figure disappeared. Below the arena, Yi Xiaolong stood on tiptoe, resting his hand on Chu Chen's shoulder, his expression extremely animated. Heezy, you didn't see it. The expressions of those little black guys when they saw you emerge unscathed from the blood mist were absolutely Priceless. As he spoke, he was about to perform for Chu Chen. However, he was directly rejected, with Chu Chen disdainfully removing Yi Xiaolong's hand and turning to grab Xiao Ishua's small hand. Hey! You forget your friends when a pretty girl is around, have you? Forgotten the days when we, the black and white duo, happily played together? Chu Chen didn't look back. Sigh, I was originally planning to save a set of epic warrior gear for you after Yen Shui exploded it, but it seems you don't need it. Forget it, I'll take it back to the guild and hand it in. Yi Xiaolong's expression changed and he quickly grabbed Chu Chen's other hand, pleading desperately, don't. Heezy, I was just joking. You have to save that gear for me. Humph. I heard you've been slacking off on leveling up these days, showing off in the guild every day? Fat Dragon's small eyes were spinning like wheels, looking a bit guilty. No way, I was just concerned about the new members. Chu Chen continued to hold Xiao Ishua's hand and walk ahead, while the others beside them couldn't help but chuckle at Yi Xiaolong's antics. I don't care about that. Anyway, this set of gear can only be worn at level 55. Whoever in our guild reaches level 55 first, besides me, will get it as a reward. Even if they're not a warrior, they can exchange it for the gear or items they want. After saying this, he had Xiao Ishua post the announcement in the guild chat. The guild leader is mighty. The guild leader is wise. The guild leader's leveling secret: first come, first served. Wait, did something strange just slip in? But Chu Chen didn't pay much attention to it. The players around him were like fervent fans crowding around Chu Chen, with some female fans going so far as to deliberately touch him, trying to get close. This left Chu Chen feeling quite helpless. However, these players were his fans, so he couldn't say much. After all, they meant no harm. Even more outrageous, Chu Chen spotted a spherical figure, perfectly round and extremely revealing, with large amounts of fat exposed, making one want to vomit up last night's dinner at just one glance. The sphere was posing and shouting wildly, "Chaos! I'm the most beautiful player in Tianwan. What's so good about that skinny guy next to you? If you want a girlfriend, you should look for someone as voluptuous as me. Look at me. Look at me." Chu Chen could barely stand it after just one glance, quickly turning his head away to look at Xiao Ishua, purifying his mind. So beautiful. No wonder she's my girlfriend. Chu Chen's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Ishua until her face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, at which point Yang Yuyan quickly interrupted. "You little brat. How can you just stare at a girl like that? Have you no manners?" As she spoke, she even stood on tiptoe and slapped Chu Chen on the head. The damage was low, but the insult was strong. However, there was nothing he could do since she was his mother. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared, blocking everyone's path. "Are you Chaos? We need your cooperation for an investigation, so please come with us." A line of armored warriors stood in formation, the leading warrior staring intently at Chu Chen, his tone stiff, as if issuing a command. "You have some nerve. How dare you speak to my brother like that?" Yi Xiaolong was immediately displeased, quickly stepping forward, casting a glance at Chu Chen, saying no more. But his meaning was clear: if we don't want to go, we won't. Yi Xiaolong certainly recognized these people. They came from the warrior's sanctuary. Due to being the first player to change classes as a warrior and having a hidden profession, Yi Xiaolong joined the warrior temple and directly took the temple master of the branch as his master, which placed him in a very high position, one that a few golden armored warriors could not afford to offend. The disciples of the warrior temple are classified into bronze warriors, silver warriors, and golden armored warriors, similar to the swordmaster temple, which also has 3 levels. Yi Xiaolong had not seen these golden armored warriors before, but there were relatively few people in the warrior temple who had not seen him. Upon seeing Yi Xiaolong, several of them quickly knelt on one knee. "We meet the pre-selection battle king, my lord." "Pre-selection battle king?" everyone exclaimed in unison, looking at each other, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. "You brat, you actually became a pre-selection battle king? Aren't you only level 30, and you haven't even completed your second class change? What gives you the right to be a pre-selection battle king?" Xiao Ishua felt a bit unbalanced. Both of them had changed classes at the same time and were both hidden professions, yet Yi Xiaolong was doing so well in the warrior temple? Fortunately, this topic did not last long. The few golden armored warriors slowly stood up, saluted Yi Xiaolong, and then looked back at Chu Chen. "Lord Chaos, we trouble you. We need to take you with us." Chu Chen frowned, seemingly deep in thought. After a long while, he finally nodded. This made Yi Xiaolong anxious. "Heezy, what are you doing? You're just a swordsman. Why agree to go to the warrior temple? Those people only have fighting on their minds." Chu Chen glanced at the few of them. "It's probably because of Yen Shui's matter. His allegiance to the demon race has been exposed. I estimate the warrior temple is starting to get anxious. After all, the crime of siding with the demon race and betraying the human race is something no one can bear. Alright, you all go back first. I should be back soon." After saying that, several golden figures gradually moved away, while Chu Chen, dressed in black, seemed somewhat out of place among them. The architectural style and layout of the warrior temple were not much different from that of the swordmaster temple. To be precise, the 6 major temples were all
carved from the same mold. It's unclear why, but each temple has a different emblem.
The emblem of the Swordmaster Temple is that
towering giant sword, while the emblem of the Warrior Temple is a pair of large boxing gloves, which, in comparison, does not look
as good as that of the Swordmaster Temple. It even seems a bit comical. After all, in such a magnificent and grand building, the
most iconic structure is actually a pair of boxing gloves. Just thinking about it is amusing. The other temples are not much different. The Priest Temple is said to have a huge statue of a goddess, the Mage Temple has a staff, and as for the Assassin Temple and Archer Temple, Chuchen has not been there yet, so he doesn't know what they are. The armor of the few golden-armored warriors clanked, with each step producing a crisp and pleasant sound. Suddenly, Chuchen blurted out, "If you guys can't make it in the Warrior Temple, becoming street performers to sing is also not bad, you save on accompaniment."
Due to the masks on their armor, it was
hard to see their expressions, but one could imagine they were quite rich at the moment. Finally, they arrived at the conference hall of the Warrior Temple, and even through the heavy door, the noise and commotion inside could be heard. The group stopped in front of the door and signaled for Chuchen to enter.
Creak. Chuchen was not polite, thinking about resolving the matter quickly and returning. He still needed to take everyone to level up, and the event would be settled tomorrow night. Today had already been delayed for so long, and it was almost evening again. As Chuchen entered, the noise in the hall temporarily quieted down. Exclamation point. At first glance upon entering, Chuchen was shocked. Do the people of the Warrior Temple not like to wear clothes? He saw about a dozen burly men in the hall, all bare-chested, and they had even started fighting. Excuse me? What is going on here? Chuchen felt that he had entered at an awkward time, but since he was already there, he decided to inquire about the situation. Ahem. The burly man at the front quickly cleared his throat, and the other men who had been grappling with each other let go, standing in order as if they hadn't just been fighting. At this moment, the leading man finally spoke. "Young friend Han Yuan, welcome to your arrival. I am the hall master of the Silver Moon City branch, named Zhan Wushuang. These are the various elders and vice hall masters of the branch." Immediately, Zhan Wushuang turned his gaze to the elders, signaling them to speak, but one by one, as his eyes passed over them, they either whistled or pretended not to see, clearly not intending to say anything. Zhan Wushuang felt a bit awkward. It seemed that as the hall master, he was losing face. However, he still spoke up. "The reason we invited you here is because of Yin Shui. When he faced you on the life and death platform, he unexpectedly displayed the powers of the demon race, right?" Chuchen was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't this something everyone had seen? Why would they specifically call him over to ask? "That's right, I have fought against the demon race before and am quite familiar with demonic energy. I wouldn't mistake it." "Are you sure?" Zhan Wushuang's expression turned grim, his demeanor anxious. "Absolutely. Then it's over." The other elders and vice hall masters began to sigh, seemingly reluctant to accept this fact. Seeing their expressions, Chuchen found it quite strange. "What's wrong, Hall Master Zhan? Even if Yin Shui is one of the top 10 fighters, it shouldn't be this dire. It's not like the other fighters or emperors have all turned to the demon race." Zhan Wushuang's expression was grim, but he patiently explained. "Whether Yin Shui has allied with the demon race is not the most critical issue. The key point is the secret realm they entered before." "Secret realm? What does the secret realm have to do with this?" Chuchen was becoming increasingly confused. Couldn't they just explain everything clearly at once? Looking at these burly men, it seemed they liked to speak only halfway. "Recently, our warrior sanctuary discovered a secret realm at the edge of a rift. The personnel who entered for investigation found that it contained extremely rich resources and herbs, essentially a paradise for cultivation. The most crucial part is that they discovered that the speed of leveling up inside was enhanced. Different areas had different rates of enhancement, with the highest area even able to increase it tenfold. Tenfold? No way. It can be like that? Chuchen was dumbfounded. He had already felt quite good with the 2x experience from the passive of the Korazaki mask. The leveling speed was incredibly fast. But now, they were telling him that they had casually discovered a secret realm that could provide up to 10 times the experience? Chuchen felt a pang of distress in his heart, wanting to cry. Zhan Wushuang continued, "Yes, such an exaggerated enhancement is unheard of, so we dispatched the current top 10 fighters, 3 emperors, and the Holy Sun to enter the secret realm, hoping to achieve a significant boost before the grand competition of the sanctuary." Chuchen nodded, indicating his understanding. After all, if he encountered such a situation, he would also use it to help those around him quickly enhance their strength. There was nothing wrong with that. But what does this have to do with Yin Shui? The problem lies here. Zhan Wushuang sighed bitterly. You see, the 6 major sanctuaries regularly monitor the mental state of disciples above the king level, worried that they might stray into the demonic path. For this reason, each sanctuary is equipped with a divine treasure, the heart-searching mirror. The heart-searching mirror can check the powers and thoughts within a disciple's body. No matter what kind of power it is, it cannot escape the reflection of the heart-searching mirror. At the same time, it does not pry into the disciple's privacy, it only investigates whether there is any connection with the demon race. Chuchen quickly interrupted. If that's the case, why didn't the heart-questioning mirror detect the anomaly in Yen Shui?
Zhang Wuxuan glanced at Chu Chen, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. The heart-questioning mirror cannot malfunction. After all, it is a divine-level treasure, very difficult to be deceived by other means. Only the heavenly eye, which was once a part of it, could possibly do so, but the heavenly eye has been missing with the Dragon Clan for 10,000 years. So logically speaking, the heart-questioning mirror's detection at that time should not have been an issue. At this point, Chu Chen finally understood the severity of the problem. If there was no issue at that time, doesn't that mean it happened in the secret realm? Yen Shui allied with the demon clan in the secret realm, or was he corrupted by the demon clan? Zhang Wuxuan painfully closed her
eyes and weakly nodded.
Once Yen Shui came out of the secret realm, he returned to Silver Moon City, which means that after leaving
the secret realm, the demon clan had no chance to contact Yen Shui.
Therefore, the problem must have arisen within the secret realm. Chu Chen continued to analyze. Doesn't that mean that besides Yen Shui, the other 9 great fighters who entered at that time, along with the 3 great emperors and your holy son from the holy temple, could also have been corrupted by the demon clan? By the end, Chu Chen's voice trembled slightly. The disciples above the king level in the warrior holy temple could be said to occupy 1/6 of the top talents of this generation. If they were all corrupted by the demon clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Wuxuang's trembling voice sounded. The main temple has already learned about this matter and is using the
heart-questioning mirror to investigate them.
Results will come soon, so I would trouble you, my friend from Chaos, to wait here with
us for the results. Although Chu Chen was somewhat reluctant, after all, what did the warrior holy temple have to do with him? In
the end, he still couldn't bring himself to refuse, quietly finding a chair to sit down and closing his eyes to wait.
The entire hall
fell into a quiet stillness.
The previously noisy elders were now silent.
Just a moment ago, they had been arguing and fighting. Because they didn't believe that the final explosion of demonic energy came from Yen Shui, it just looked somewhat similar. But with
Chu Chen's arrival, this matter was directly concluded, and they could no longer refute it. Now, all they could do was wait for the results from the main temple. The people of the warrior holy temple were the most combative and extremely competitive. In the
previous grand competition, aside from the priest holy temple not participating, the warrior holy temple had won first place 6 out of 10 times among the other 5 holy temples, showcasing their formidable strength. The few times they lost were mostly due to being kite by mages or archers from a distance, ultimately unable to fight back.
However, when facing melee professions, whether swordsmen or assassins, it was very difficult to defeat a warrior in a one-on-one fight. There was no way around it. They had thick skin and could take a beating. Moreover, with their defense attributes maxed out, even if they could break through the defense, the damage dealt would be negligible. Additionally, due to the nature of warrior skills, which were mostly control-type skills, even if their damage wasn't too high, the fragile bodies of swordsmen and assassins couldn't withstand a few hits before they had to surrender on the spot. They simply couldn't win. Only wind or ice-type mages and archers who could pull and kite could rely on speed to exhaust the warrior's stamina. But now that this had happened, if the heart-questioning mirror didn't detect anything, it would be fine. But if it turned out that the other king-level disciples were also corrupted by demonic energy, the consequences would be dire. There was no doubt that they would come in last in the Holy Temple competition. For the competitive warrior Holy Temple, this was simply a disaster. Many elders sat in their chairs, silent and with serious expressions, clearly aware that the other disciples were mostly in grave danger as well. Finally, time slowly passed, and it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. With Chu Chen's current physical condition, he was starting to feel a bit hungry. The news arrived. Zhang Wuxuang suddenly stood up, taking out the message token. There were only 14 big characters on it. King level and emperor level all have fallen to darkness. The whereabouts of the Holy Sun are unknown. As if all his energy had been drained, Zhang Wuxuang felt a wave of dizziness, nearly unable to stand. The Vice Hall Master and the elders looked at Zhang Wuxuang in this state, their hearts sinking, having found the answer. The Vice Hall Master beside Zhang Wuxuang, somewhat unwilling to give up, asked, "Speak. What happened to those disciples?" Zhang Wuxuang trembled as he picked up the token, his once robust body now appearing somewhat frail, handing the token to the Vice Hall Master. King level and Emperor level all have fallen into darkness. The Holy Sun's whereabouts are unknown. The Vice Hall Master trembled as he read the contents of the token word by word. Instantly, all the elders in the hall slumped in their chairs as if their strength had been drained, muttering, "It's over. The great competition of the Warrior Hall is completely finished." One elder, still unwilling to accept, insisted. The news only said that the King level and Emperor level were corrupted. It didn't say the Holy Sun was definitely corrupted, right? Chu Chen looked at that elder as if he were a fool, and even the Vice Hall Master couldn't hold back. Yes, unknown whereabouts don't necessarily mean he has been corrupted, but you must understand, the Holy Sun has always been stationed at the main hall for cultivation, under the careful guidance of the Hall Master. Whenever he needed to go out, the Hall Master would know. But now, he is missing. Isn't that obvious? He must have sneaked away upon learning That we were investigating them. Zhang Wuxuang forced himself to regain his composure. It's okay, we still have a few preliminary battle kings and emperors. If it really comes to it, we can let them take over. At this point, Zhang Wuxuang glanced at Chu Chen. Yi Xiaolong was his disciple, and he had heard Yi Xiaolong say that he and Chu Chen were indeed good brothers. Now, Yi Xiaolong had to participate in this competition. Surely, Chu Chen wouldn't just stand by, right? It must be said, these big shots, even if they seemed simple and rough, were quite sharp, quickly realizing they needed to cling to Chu Chen's leg. Zhang Wuxuang shifted his tone, facing Chu Chen. Young friend Chaos, if I'm not mistaken, you should be one of the participants from the Swordmaster Hall, right? Chu Chen nodded. There was no need to hide such matters. After all, his strength had already been displayed, easily crushing the Battle King Yin Shui, and he was a swordmaster himself. No one would believe him if he said he wouldn't participate. Shun. Wuxuang grinned, but due to his poor mental state, the smile looked particularly unappealing. I heard my disciple is your brother. Coincidentally, he is also a preliminary battle king this time. Although his level is a bit low right now, I can still help him level up quickly. I hope you can take care of the warrior hall when the time comes. Your disciple? My brother? No way. You can't be talking about Fat Dragon, right? Fat Dragon? My disciple's name is Ultimate Storm War God, not Fat Dragon. Chu Chen. That's him. Chu Chen naturally knew Yi Xiaolong's ID. When he just said he was a preliminary battle king, Chu Chen didn't believe it, thinking he was joking, but it turned out to be true. He awkwardly smiled and responded to Zhang Wuxuang, no problem, I'll do my best. Haha, then thank you very much, young friend. I hope you won't speak of what happened in the hall today. After all, no one wants such disgraceful matters to be known by all. Understood. I will. That's good, ha ha ha. Someone escort young friend Chaos out. Chu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally leave. Dealing with these NPCs was truly exhausting. Zhang Wuxuang and the Vice Hall Master stood side by side, watching Chu Chen leave. The Vice Hall Master asked, in confusion, Boss, do you really think this kid can help our warrior hall secure a top 2 finish? You should know that those pre-selection battle kings are generally only around level 30, merely at the golden level. The pre-selection battle emperors are slightly better, but they only have 2 and a half steps into epic and 1 epic level. Such a lineup combined wouldn't be enough to compete with other Temple King level disciples, right? Zhang Wuxuang's gaze was deep as he quietly looked ahead. I'm not sure, but I just have a feeling, an instinct that he can do it. But even if he can do it, why would he help us? We haven't given him any benefits. Zhang Wuxuang shot a frustrated glance at the Vice Hall Master. Are you stupid? Who said I didn't give him benefits? I just didn't make it obvious. Oh, I see, it still has to be you, boss. Of course. Chu Chen's figure gradually disappeared into the night, soon walking out of the warrior temple. It's fine, you all can stay here, no need to see me off. Yes. Chu Chen waved his hand to disperse a few golden-armored warriors and walked alone towards the guild's residence. A transparent crystal material appeared in his hand, about the size of a basketball but very light, almost like air. This was what Zhang Wuxuang had quietly given him earlier, claiming it was his reward. Chu Chen used a detection spell to check the information on this material, but all he got were question marks, leaving him somewhat confused. Is this it? A material I don't even know what it is, and I'm supposed to help? 2A. And he's a hall master, so stingy. Bah! After putting the material into his backpack, Chu Chen didn't delay any longer and directly chose to log off. He was too hungry. Mom, I want another bowl. Chu Chen stretched out his hand to pass the empty bowl. You brat, you still know how to be hungry? I thought playing a game had turned you into a god, not eating every day. Hee, no way. Chu Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Wang Mangyue sat beside him barefoot, propping her head up with her small hands, smiling as she looked at Chu Chen. Brother Chu Chen, you can really eat, be careful not to turn into a big fatso. Chu Chen replied irritably, what do you know? You have to eat more to grow taller. Do you think everyone is like you, such a little thing? Wang Mangyue turned her head away, looking proud. Just know how to tease me. I won't talk to you, so mean. Yan Yuyen came over holding a bowl full of rice. A familiar slap landed directly on Chu Chen's forehead. You brat, don't bully little Mangyue, she's so cute being small. Exactly, how cute? Wang Mangyue quickly chimed in. Auntie is the best, unlike brother Chu Chen, who just knows how to bully me. Chu Chen chuckled and didn't mind taking the bowl of rice and starting to eat. Outside the door, Jiang Nanhai had just walked into the courtyard when he heard the laughter of several people inside, and he couldn't help but feel emotional. Ah, what a warm scene, I wonder if I'll have the chance to see it again in the future. Standing beside him, Mo blinked her bright, pearl-like eyes, licking the lollipop in her hand, and asked curiously, why say such a thing? How regrettable it would be to miss such a warm scene. Jiang Nanhai was instantly filled with black lines. I say, Sister Mo, can you pay a bit more attention to our work? Since the launch of Tion 1, disasters have been happening all over the world every moment, with billions of people displaced. It's only because our Huagua
Responded in time that we can barely maintain order, but now the official side is already overwhelmed. That's why we are here, looking for high-level players in Tianwan to help. Momo continued licking her lollipop, seemingly not hearing Zhang Nanhai's words. No matter how the world changes, as long as our mindset is good, we can have a wonderful day every day, right? So, no matter how beautiful it is, it won't disappear, it will always appear. This time, it was Zhang Nanhai who was stunned. It won't disappear, it will always appear? He murmured this phrase repeatedly, like a tape recorder. After a long while, he finally came to his senses. His eyes seemed to regain their light. Yes, nowadays, disasters are rampant everywhere, and what everyone sees is merely the surface suffering. But who knows that suffering is not the beautiful appetizer? Perhaps it is precisely because of experiencing suffering that one learns to cherish the hard-won beauty even more. Thinking of this, Zhang Nanhai involuntarily glanced at Momo. She was still adorably dazed, licking the lollipop in her hand, her eyes peering through the window at Chu Chen and Wang Mengyue playfully wrestling, seemingly envious. Zhang Nanhai silently smiled. Indeed, Momo shouldn't be working at this age. If it weren't for her special talent, she wouldn't have been sent out to find chaos with him. Gently reaching out to pat Momo's little head, Zhang Nanhai felt a warmth in his heart, unsure whether it was due to the scene inside the room or Momo beside him. He glanced at the door, took a deep breath, and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Chu Chen hurriedly came over in slippers to open the door. Hee, it's me, Zhang Nanhai from the Intelligence Bureau. We met yesterday, do you remember? It's you guys? I already said I'm not chaos, my ID is Ultimate Storm War God. You've got the wrong person, why are you back? Zhang Nanhai smiled and pulled Momo beside him, signaling her to explain. However, after pulling her twice with no response, he turned to look. Momo was still wide-eyed, not blinking, staring straight at Chu Chen, forgetting to lick her lollipop. Zhang Nanhai face-bombed. Great, he couldn't count on her. So he quickly adjusted his emotions and spoke, Mr. Chu Chen? We have already confirmed that Ultimate Storm War God should be your friend Yi Xiaolong's game ID, and all the information we currently have indicates that you are indeed chaos in the game. Alright, I am chaos. What do you want from me? Oh, it's like this. Wait, you're just admitting it like that? Chu Chen shrugged nonchalantly. You all said you've completely confirmed it, so why should I deny it? Wearing someone else's vest is tiring, you know. Then, Chu Chen looked at the two of them with a mischievous glint. Or do you want me to do something? Like, kill someone to keep quiet? Zhang Nanhai chuckled. That's really unnecessary. By the way, do you guys from the Intelligence Bureau like chatting at the door? Want to come in and sit? Zhang Nanhai was taken aback. Ah, really? Can we? Of course. Chu Chen quickly invited the two inside, heading straight for the sofa. Upon seeing Wang Mengyue, Momo finally stopped being infatuated with Chu Chen's looks. The two little girls, with their age and thoughts, naturally found common ground to chat. Chu Chen took a few bottles of drinks from the fridge, handed them to the others, and while opening a can, said, So, what exactly do you want from me? I haven't broken any laws. Facing the current top figure of Tianwan, Zhang Nanhai felt a bit reserved and took a while to speak. It's like this, the situation in Huagua and even the world has become exceptionally turbulent, and the authorities are overwhelmed maintaining social order. Thus, the Wentiang Bureau was established. The Wentiang Bureau is an organization specifically set up to assist the authorities in managing players. Because there are simply too many people entering the game now, the authorities can't keep up. To better reduce the damage caused by disasters, this is the significance of the Wentiang Bureau. The recruits inside are all top players on the current combat power rankings of Huagua. This also helps the Wentiang Bureau to establish its authority more quickly. Zhang Nanhai said a lot in one breath, leaving Chu Chen feeling a bit of a headache. Wait, so you're saying that the Wentiang Bureau is made up of experts from the game, right? And they come to assist the officials in maintaining order? So if a war breaks out in the future, wouldn't the Wentiang Bureau be equivalent to peacekeepers? If you want to understand it that way, it's not wrong. Okay, got it. So it's basically like a safety bureau in the game? Yes, you could say that. Then why are you looking for me? I'm not part of that Wentiang Bureau. Chu Chen took a big sip of soda and spoke calmly. Zhang Nanhai almost sprayed the drink he had in his mouth out. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Chen's words nearly choked Zhang Nanhai, the youngest major general in the Intelligence Bureau, to death right there. So the purpose of our visit is to invite you to join the Wentiang Bureau. By the time Zhang Nanhai said this, he was already gritting his teeth. There was no way around it. Who would have thought that chatting with Chu Chen would be so exhausting? He would have preferred to be sitting across from the little muddlehead, Momo. Originally sitting aside, watching TV with Wang Mengyue, Momo finally turned her head upon hearing this. Brother Chu Chen, there are many benefits to joining the Wentiang Bureau. The treatment is also very good. Chu Chen was immediately attracted by this statement, looking at Zhang Nanhai with a clear expression, asking if it was true. Zhang Nanhai quickly nodded, not even bothering to wipe his mouth. After giving Momo a grateful glance, he continued, That's right. The Wentiang Bureau, as an official organization, is directly led by that person, which means that in the entire official structure you only have one superior, and that is him. Of course, you should also know that during this period, that person is quite busy, so he only occasionally checks in on the Wentiang Bureau's situation. The main person in charge is still the director, but the selection for the director of the Wentiang Bureau has not been finalized yet, so I can't tell you that. Secondly, once you join the Wentiang Bureau, you will be granted a military rank according to your ranking on the game's combat power list, with the highest being the rank of Major General. You should know that although I am known as the youngest Major General in the Intelligence Bureau, I was already 29 years old when I received the rank. As far as I know, you seem to be under 18, right? Shu Chen nodded. John Nanhai nodded in satisfaction. That's right. With your current position, as long as you join the Wentiang Bureau, you can obtain the rank of Major General and directly become the youngest Major General in the history of Huagua. At this point, Shu Chen's expression had clearly changed. What young person hasn't dreamed of becoming a general? Now this dream was right in front of him. As long as he nodded and joined that Wentiang Bureau, he would be the youngest Major General in all of Huagua. And this was just the starting point. Jiang Nanhai noticed Shu Chen's expression and seized the opportunity to say, in addition, you can also hold the position of Dragon King in the Wentiang Bureau, just below the director. Dragon King? Yes, Dragon King. This title is actually specially set for you because your class change to a hidden dragon profession is no longer a secret, and many people know you have a giant dragon mount. So a Dragon King title was specifically created for you. Not bad, quite interesting. Please continue. Jiang Nanhai turned his gaze to Momo, his eyes filled with inquiry. Momo gently nodded and then ignored him, continuing to watch TV with Wang Manhwa. Jiang Nanhai gritted his teeth and laid all his cards on the table. In addition to this, you can receive a starting salary of at least 1 million every month. Moreover, your family and friends can move into the safe zone built by the government, where the military patrols 24/7, so you don't have to worry about any negative impact on your family from being in the spotlight. Finally, in the game, with the authority of Dragon King, you can mobilize up to 100 official experts to assist you in the game. Of course, the premise is that you must ensure their safety. If they lose levels or equipment because of you, you will need to compensate them. At this point, Shu Chen's face showed no expression and it was unclear what he was thinking. Jiang Nanhai tentatively asked, so, do you think these conditions are sufficient? Shu Chen did not answer but instead asked, what are the conditions you offer to the other members? Jiang Nanhai's heart sank, already sensing an ominous premonition. However, he still steeled himself to respond. The title of Dragon King and the rank of Major General are unique to you. The other benefits are quite similar. Shu Chen was initially quite pleased, but as he listened to Jiang Nanhai's conditions, he felt increasingly dissatisfied. Aside from the first 2 points, the latter terms were indeed somewhat lacking in comparison. I'm quite satisfied with the safe zone, although our current life is quite comfortable. No one can predict how things will change in a few days. As for the Dragon King title and the Major General rank, I am very willing to accept them, but Shu Chen's tone shifted and he looked at Jiang Nanhai with deep meaning. Don't you think that just these terms are a bit too few? I don't see any sincerity from the government. You mentioned earlier that the Wentiang Bureau is essentially equivalent to the Security Bureau in the game, and it has even fewer people, all of whom are elite. Isn't it called a Special Forces unit? Jiang Nanhai nodded. Shu Chen continued, then, since that's the case, I don't know what will happen after they arrival, but I do know that the main force will be the Wentiang Bureau, which should be correct, right? A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Jiang Nanhai's mouth as he replied, that's right. Then I don't understand. If we're talking about salary, my mother used to run a company. Although it wasn't large, it was more than enough to cover expenses. Secondly, regarding the safe zone, I think that with my abilities, even after the arrival, I can completely ensure the safety of my family and friends. It may take some effort, but it's not impossible, and it would likely be safer than the so-called safe zone provided by the government, right? As for your final point about being able to mobilize no more than 100 official experts to help me, and that I need to ensure they don't lose levels or equipment, to be honest, this condition makes me want to laugh. It's not an exaggeration to say that with my current strength and influence, I could easily post on the forum and find 10,000 players to help me, right? I would only need to cover their losses, so what's the difference between that and your conditions? Oh, there is still a difference. After all, your condition is that I can only mobilize no more than 100 people? By the end, Shu Chen's voice had gradually become calm. Aside from those empty titles, the government clearly had no intention of investing much in this Wentiang Bureau. To put it nicely, it was recruitment. To put it bluntly, it was just looking for labor to work for free. Without needing to hear more from Shu Chen, Jiang Nanhai already knew his answer. He stood up, pulled Momo along, and after bidding farewell to Shu Chen, he left. Although Wang Manhwa was watching TV on the side, she could still hear the conversation between the two clearly. At this moment, she ran over and, as always, leaned on Shu Chen's back, her voice crisp as she asked, Brother Shu Chen, why don't you agree to him? Didn't you tell me before that you wanted to be a general?
Chu Chen affectionately patted Wang Mengyue's head, his gaze drifting towards his mother's room. The door was slightly ajar, and she must have been able to hear Chu Chen's earlier conversation, yet she had not come out to interfere with his choice. Because if brother Chu Chen becomes a general, he won't be able to protect mom and you all better. But I'm also very capable. I can protect mom and auntie too. Wang Mengyue, unusually spirited, spoke with determination, though her soft and sweet voice made it hard to take her seriously. Chu Chen chuckled and got up to walk towards the room. Little girl, you should get some rest early. We still have to level up tomorrow. Knock knock. Kid, still not asleep? No. Creak. The door opened and Yang Yuyan slowly walked in, sitting by the bed. Chu Chen was lying on the bed, having pulled the curtains open, quietly gazing at the starry sky outside. Mom, look, ever since Tianwen went online, the starry sky has become more beautiful. The dark clouds are gone and the stars are out. Yang Yuyan didn't look up, softly replying, that's just because the weather has been good these past few days. It has nothing to do with Tianwen. As she spoke, she adjusted the blanket for Chu Chen. The next second, Chu Chen sat up. I'm serious, Mom. Haven't you noticed? Ever since Tianwen went online, although natural disasters have been rampant, the environment and weather have really improved. Yang Yuyan shot him a reproachful glance, resting the back of her hand against Chu Chen's forehead. You're not running a fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Forget it, if you don't believe me, that's fine. Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively but didn't lie back down, leaning against the headboard instead, his gaze drifting outside the window, somewhat unfocused. Yang Yuyan stopped moving and gently spoke. Why didn't you agree to him? I remember your childhood dream was to be a general, right? Chu Chen scoffed, but there was a hint of panic in his eyes. You said that was when I was a child. I've grown up now, I'm past that age. Is that so? But you once said that you loved seeing children's smiling faces and the babbling streams of summer. Are those also false? Not at all, those are real. Chu Chen's tone suddenly turned a bit dejected. Yang Yuyan looked at Chu Chen's expression, her eyes filled with concern. How could she bear to ask a child who hadn't even turned 18 to protect this world? I know you're not someone who cares about material things. In fact, when that little Jiang mentioned being a general, you must have been moved, right? The conditions that followed were just additional terms, you wouldn't care about those. So, I'm quite curious, why did you refuse him? There was some struggle in Chu Chen's eyes, but ultimately, in front of his closest mother, it gradually faded away. Because I'm afraid. Afraid? Of what? This time, it was Yang Yuyan who was surprised. I'm afraid that I won't do well enough, and I'm also afraid that if I'm not around, I won't be able to guarantee your safety. Yang Yuyan chuckled softly. What, are you worried about us now? Besides, the son I remember isn't someone who would say he's afraid of not doing well enough. Chu Chen's face turned red from Yang Yuyan's words, but he still insisted on answering. No one knows what will happen in the future. Right now, my greatest confidence can only come from my strength in Tianwen, and I found something different about myself. Yang Yuyan teased. Oh, impressive. You're different from others, huh? Then tell me, how are you different? Chu Chen took a deep breath, his expression serious as he urged. Promise me you can't tell anyone for now. Alright, I promise you, show me what makes you different. Chu Chen fell silent, slowly closing his eyes. Ever since he successfully changed jobs yesterday, he had felt a strange sensation in his heart after logging off. He had thought about it all night and couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. But just now, he suddenly realized that his heart had changed. His original heart was just ordinary, but in the game, it was the chaotic sword heart, and with each beat, it pumped out some chaotic power that swirled within him. However, he had just discovered that he could now see the condition inside his body, just like in the game, and naturally noticed something was off. The originally ordinary heart began to slowly deform, but this deformation was still ongoing, and what it would ultimately become, whether it would be the same chaotic sword heart as in the game, Chu Chen had no way of knowing. But one thing was crucial. Previously, the chaotic power that was pumped out and drifted within his body was something Chu Chen couldn't actively control. He could only let it slowly strengthen his body. This was also why he only felt hungry at night now, because his body was slowly evolving under the nourishment of the chaotic power. And just now, with the slow change of his heart, Chu Chen suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to control the chaotic power within him. Just like in the game, the chaotic power was the source of Chu Chen's thousandfold damage, and now, the chaotic power had appeared in reality. Chu Chen slowly adjusted his state, raising one palm upward and slightly opening it. A faint airflow began to swirl in the room, as if subjects were meeting their king, extremely excited. A thread of extremely weak chaotic power was manipulated by Chu Chen, arriving at his palm. This was the first appearance of chaotic power in this world. The only witnesses were Chu Chen and his mother. Yang Yuyan's lips parted slightly, although in her eyes, Chu Chen's hand was still empty. Strangely, she could feel a terrifying power brewing there. At this moment, the airflow in the room grew stronger, almost forming a small vortex, and Chu Chen hurriedly retracted the chaotic power. The moment he pulled it back into his body, Chu Chen's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Hiss! Headache! Chu Chen couldn't help but rub his temples, which eased the pain a little. Looking at the sun outside, he quickly grabbed his phone. Fortunately, it was just past 7, still early. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Son, are you awake? If you're awake, come out for breakfast." Just as Chu Chen was about to say he wasn't hungry, his stomach let out a grumble. This surprised him. Strange, the past 2 mornings he had woken up without feeling hungry at all, yet today he was actually hungry. Forget it, no need to dwell on it. Since I'm hungry, I might as well eat. With that thought, Chu Chen quickly got out of bed, opened the door, and walked out. "Hey, where's Manhwa?" Yang Yuyan didn't look back, munching on a bun. That little girl came early this morning to deliver breakfast and then went back, saying her mom asked her to go back to help. Chu Chen sat down, picked up a fragrant bun, and started eating. "What time is it? Is Aunt Lu still out selling? Do you think everyone is like you, with only games in there?" Heads. Everyone still has to live. The people around here love Aunt Lu's breakfast. If she stops selling, everyone will be talking about it. Who told Aunt Lu that her buns are so delicious? They are simply a specialty of our Zhengchang. Just eat your food and stop being so chatty. Chu Chen changed the subject. "Mom, what happened last night? I remember I suddenly lost consciousness and fell asleep." Yang Yuyan pouted. "Who knows you? You said you wanted to show me how you've changed, but as soon as I felt something floating in your hand, the next second you just lay down." Chu Chen was also a bit puzzled. Logically speaking, his body should have been of high quality after being transformed by chaotic power, so how could he suddenly faint? But Chu Chen forgot one thing: he had been controlling chaotic power in the game, where he had powerful mental strength backing him up, so nothing would happen. But this is Blue Star. He doesn't have that kind of powerful mental strength here. Forcing a strand of chaotic power out of his body instantly drained his mental strength, even leaving him in deficit. His body reacted quickly, converting the food he ate last night into energy to supply his brain, which saved his life. Otherwise, that attempt yesterday would have truly led to his demise. This is also why he felt hungry when he woke up this morning. All the energy was used to restore his brain state, so he would definitely be hungry. June 10, 2040, 21 days since the arrival. Although Yang Yuyan was somewhat shocked by the invisible power Chu Chen exhibited last night, she didn't show too much concern. Soon, Chu Chen finished his breakfast in a few bites and let out a satisfied burp. Feeling his weak body gradually filling with strength, his brain was no longer fatigued. Before his mental strength had effectively increased, he can only rely on eating a large amount of food to make up for the consumption. Chu Chen had already decided that he would not easily use the chaotic power within him in the future. There was no way, the consumption was too great. Just one use could drain him completely. That feeling of weakness and the heaviness in his brain was truly uncomfortable. After the mother and son finished their meal, they didn't hesitate and directly logged into Tion1. The first thing Chu Chen did after going online was to open his friend list. Fortunately, besides Wang Manhwa, both He Xiaolong and Xiao Ishue were online, plus his mother, making a total of 3 people, all present. He sent each of them a message, agreeing to meet outside the city. Time was tight, the settlement was due tonight. As Chu Chen hurried towards the city outskirts, he opened the level leaderboard. Now, the top 100 levels had all reached level 31 and above, with the threshold for the top 50 around level 34, and the top 10 had already reached level 40. However, aside from the second place, Blood Rose, who reached level 42, the others were all at level 40 or 41. Now, after shifting her focus a bit in the past 2 days, Xiao Ishua's level had also risen very quickly, reaching level 31, having just completed her second transfer quest. As for Yi Xiaolong, he was already in the top 10 of the Tanya guild, reaching level 33. He ranked 52nd on the leaderboard, very close to the top 50. After all, he was a hidden class berserker, and his combat power was quite impressive, leveling up with high efficiency. Moreover, the guild level had already reached level 6. The guild effect could increase experience points by 20%, although the effect wasn't as exaggerated as Chu Chen's equipment skills. For normal players, 20% was already a high value. This was also the reason why their levels could catch up quickly. However, today, Chu Chen was different. First of all, even if he killed enough wild monsters and reached a high level after diluting it, among the 3, there wouldn't be much left. So Chu Chen had an idea. His gaze unknowingly lingered on the hidden mask before him. Grace. When causing damage, it adds a grace mark to the target. When a target with a grace mark dies, an additional 200% drop reward and experience points are granted. 2. Chen was pondering, in a team state, if he chose to disable experience gain, would the experience he received still increase by 200%? If so, even if Chu Chen was leveling up with 3 others, each person could still gain 115% experience, maintaining efficiency. Even with just 1 day's time, it would be enough for them to reach level 45 or higher. At the very least, surpassing that Blood Rose would be a certainty. However, the few of them were still in the guild, and their speed was certainly not comparable to Chu Chen's. It would take a while for them to catch up, so there was no way to experiment right now. In a distant level 3 city, the city of Purgatory, Blood Rose's Jackley's expression was somewhat grim. She had already realized
That by focusing all her energy on leveling up as her level increased, both she and her leveling team saw no significant improvement in combat power. This led to the fact that although she was already level 42, ranking second, her combat power was outside the top 10. Moreover, those leveling teams could no longer keep up with her. Now they could only dare to grind level 30 monsters. But the experience from level 30 monsters was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket for the level 42 Blood Rose, having little effect. In fact, she had noticed this problem since reaching level 40, and at that time, she decisively took action to level up herself, barely maintaining her second position on the leaderboard. However, the gap between her and the third and fourth places was narrowing. Jackie understood that if this continued, by the time the event concluded tonight, she would definitely fall outside the top 3. Thinking of this, Jackie couldn't help but glance at the first place on the leaderboard, Chaos, that man who had reached level 50 in just one day. She licked her somewhat dry lips. If only I could have this Chaos level with me for a day, I wouldn't have to worry about being pushed down in the event rankings. With this thought, she eagerly sent a friend request to Chu Chen through the leaderboard. As she imagined her level soaring with Chaos's help, she even envisioned him being so captivated by her beauty that he would willingly give up the first place. Jackie felt this was only natural. After all, she believed that with her beauty, no man in the world could refuse her. A minute passed and the friend request was still unapproved. 5 minutes passed and the friend request remained unapproved. 10 minutes passed and the friend request still hadn't been approved. Jackie went from being full of confidence at the start to a face full of despair in just 10 minutes. Not to mention leveling with her, Chaos had even completely ignored her friend request. A rare hint of panic began to show in her eyes. She had to secure this second place as it was crucial for her future influence within the family. She was even willing to pay a hefty price for it. Looking at her slowly increasing experience at this rate, she could only level up one more time before the settlement. But that was still far from enough. After all, the 3 behind her were still very close. Especially the third place, who reached level 41 earlier than she reached level 42. If her calculations were correct, he was also close to level 42, but there was nothing to be done. The experience required to level up in the 40s was enormous, and most of her leveling team was only in their 20s. How much experience could monsters in their 20s possibly drop? Fortunately, since the players being killed are not him, but rather a leveling group of the same level in their 20s, the experience points won't be reduced. With a sufficient number, it can still be quite considerable. A hint of madness flickered in Jackie's eyes as she glanced at everyone and then sent a message to someone on her friend list. Chaos, just you wait, I will surpass you as the top level sooner or later. Achoo! Who is it, mentioning me so early in the morning? Chu Chen was sitting on a guard's chair at the city gate, casually crossing his legs. To anyone who didn't know, he looked like an NPC. The guards didn't want this either, but whenever they tried to stop him, he would pull out the city lord's token. Fine. Whoever wants to stop him can go ahead. This gentleman just wanted to sit for a while. What's wrong with that? So, these guards, lacking any backbone, gave up on stopping him and pretended not to see Chu Chen's presence. At this moment, Xiao Shuet and the others had also exited the city, their little heads constantly looking around, but they couldn't find anyone. Xiao Shuet, over here! Exclamation point. The 3 of them turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw a handsome guy wearing a floral shirt on top and beach shorts on the bottom, sporting a pair of sunglasses, waving at them. The group exchanged glances, and after a few seconds, the leader, Yang Yuyan, managed to squeeze out a sentence. You little brat, where did you get those weird clothes? Chu Chen chuckled, took off his sunglasses, revealing his classic signature smile. So, what do you think? Good looking? It is good looking, but isn't this a game? Heezy, where did you get those clothes and sunglasses? Yi. Xiaolong looked at Chu Chen with envy. There was no way around it. He had been wearing his warrior gear in the game all day, which was thick and heavy. Although it looked good, that was only in the absence of comparison. Now, compared to Chu Chen's beach shorts and floral shirt, it was nothing. What? You want to wear it too? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Yi Xiaolong with a proud expression. Of course. Hurry up and get me a set. Oh, I see, but no way. Why not? You can wear it, so why can't I? Because this is my gear, how can I get you a set? Yi Xiaolong was a bit unhappy. If you don't want to get it, just say so. What do you mean it's your gear? Who are you trying to fool? Isn't your gear a set of black robes? We saw it yesterday. Chu Chen smiled slightly, snapped his fingers, and with a thought, the clothes on him slowly began to change, eventually transforming into the long robe he wore yesterday. Wow, Heezy, that's so cool. Your clothes can change shape? Hee hee, it's a secret. Alright, this isn't the time to fuss over clothes. I have a hypothesis I need to test. Let's find a random dungeon to experiment. If my guess is correct, you 3 will definitely reach level 45 or above today. We'll dominate the top 3 on the leaderboard. As he spoke, in the next second, a massive golden dragon appeared out of thin air beside Chu Chen. Its golden scales shimmered in the sunlight, measuring over 30 meters in length, more than 10 meters in height. and nearly 50 meters in wingspan, almost blocking the entire city gate upon its appearance.
With Chu Chen's successful third transformation,
Jean Bourgeois had also advanced again, now nearing the peak of its growth stage, ready to enter maturity with the next advancement.
roar. Perhaps having
been confined in the pet space for too long, Jean Bourgeois couldn't help but roar the moment it emerged, seemingly venting its dissatisfaction.
Fortunately,
there weren't many players at the city gate, otherwise Chu Chen could imagine how chaotic the scene would be. The few guards present had already
gotten used to it.
After all, Chu Chen always exited through the city gate, and the dragon initially caused gasps of surprise, but soon everyone
became accustomed to it.
However, this time, some observant guards noticed that this dragon seemed a bit larger than before.
Xiao Yixue and Yi Xiaolong had seen Jean Bourgeois before, so they didn't react much. It was Yang Yuyan who was seeing Jean Bourgeois for the first time, and also the legendary giant dragon for the first time.
Although she had prepared herself mentally, the massive body and terrifying dragon pressure still left her speechless and
somewhat at a loss. Bourgeois, be good.
Chu Chen's words were like a sacred decree to Jean Bourgeois, the first command received by its brain.
The moment he
spoke, Jean Bourgeois obediently lay down, quieting itself and retracting the overwhelming pressure surrounding it. Chu Chen smiled slightly. He could certainly feel how powerful Jean Bourgeois was at that moment, but since it didn't need to confront anyone now, there was no need to display its pressure.
To put it simply, why show off in front of your own people?
With Chu Chen's support, the three of them climbed onto Jean Bourgeois' back one by one, and Chu Chen lightly pushed off with his toes, jumping directly in front of the three.
Let's go! Roar! Jean Bourgeois let out a dragon's roar, its wings flapping vigorously, and in the blink of an eye, the four of them and the dragon disappeared into the horizon. Damn! Bourgeois, have you taken drugs? Why are you so fast this time?
Yi Xiaolong was nearly blown off by the rushing wind and quickly lay down, clinging tightly to Jean Bourgeois' body.
If he fell from this height, he would definitely die instantly.
It would be tragic to die before even starting the mission, falling a level right away. How miserable
would that be?
Jean Bourgeois tilted its head slightly and let out a few calls, seemingly responding to Yi Xiaolong. Of course,
I've evolved. How could I be as fast as before? Chu Chen, with one hand behind his back, was checking Jean Bourgeois' current attributes. To be honest, he was a bit shocked. As expected of the dragon race, his successful advancement and the reforging and evolution of his equipment had brought him improvements, but it still paled in comparison to Jean Bourgeois' single evolution.
This was the potential of the strongest race on the continent, something to be envied.
Not to
mention, just looking at the health and attack attributes, Chu Chen, with equipment bonuses, had just over 400,000 health and an attack barely exceeding
20,000 points. And Jean Bourgeois?
Its health had already reached 1.2 million. Its attack had soared to 60,000 points. Moreover, just like the previous evolutions, Jean Bourgeois' skills had also evolved, and this time it wasn't just a simple numerical adjustment, all skills had evolved into legendary level skills. Additionally, a new skill was added, called Holy Light Bath, which was a protective skill, but not for itself, it was to protect its master,
Chu Chen.
Holy Light Bath, legendary level. When the master is about to receive fatal damage, Jean Bourgeois sacrifices 30% of its maximum health to bathe the master in the cleansing light, granting a 3-second invulnerability effect, with health reduced to a minimum of 1 point.
No cooldown, a
truly overpowered life-saving skill, invulnerable for 3 seconds. And the cost was merely the consumption of 30% of Jean Bourgeois' maximum health.
And the most crucial point, no cooldown.
This also meant that as long as Jean Bourgeois' health was above 90%, it could even activate this skill 3 times in a row,
keeping Chu Chen alive for 9 seconds.
Of course, this was just an ideal situation. After all, finding an enemy that could deal fatal damage to Chu Chen without pause within 9 seconds was impossible at this stage. Even a starry-level boss couldn't do it, at least not below the holy level. But Chu Chen wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke a holy-level boss at this time. Just as Chu Chen was marveling at the skills of the Golden Unbreakable after its evolution, a few people had already arrived. For Chu Chen, this could be considered an old haunt. The Black Flame Jungle, the guild establishment. Token that Chu Chen had previously obtained dropped from the center of the Black Flame Jungle, Black Flame Mountain. However, the purpose of coming here this time was not for the guild token, but to test the hypothesis that had formed in Chu Chen's mind. After landing, Chu Chen temporarily recalled the Golden Unbreakable into his pet space and sent a party invitation to the three. They confirmed one by one. At this moment, Yi Xiaolong spoke up, again asking, Heezy, why did you bring us here? If it's for leveling, the wild monsters here aren't high enough, right? After all, the Black Flame Jungle was only a level 35 to 40 map. Normally, it should be sufficient, but for Chu Chen, it was definitely a bit low, which was why Yi Xiaolong asked. However, Chu Chen merely made a shushing gesture, waved his hand, and remained silent. He spotted a leopard-like wild monster hiding not far away, which appeared to be an elite monster at level 40. Chu Chen directly activated the Dragon Spirit Sword, and the Shinyu Sword flew towards the wild monster at an extremely fast speed.
In the next second, the elite monster let out a whimper and fell to the ground in defeat. At the same time, a flash of white light enveloped the three and they all leveled up. Yan Yuyen, due to her lower level, leveled up several times in a row, with white light flickering around her. Chu Chen revealed a hint of joy. His hypothesis was correct. There was a problem with the release of this chapter. The timing was set incorrectly and the previous chapter had already been published. I am guilty. Previously, Chu Chen had been thinking that the effect of the blessing was that when he killed a target, if the target was a wild monster or a boss, he could gain a 200% drop in experience bonus plus the experience bonus from the guild. Therefore, the experience he gained from killing wild monsters would ultimately be 320% of the original amount. Calculating this way, even if he did not participate in the experience distribution, the other three could still gain over 100% of the experience, and on top of that, they could receive another guild experience bonus. Now, the facts proved that his guess was right. Thinking of this, a smile of as expected appeared on Chu Chen's face. Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Ishue were both extremely excited. They had also taken some time to level up yesterday, but their efficiency was nowhere near this high. Easy, you can't be cheating, right? Why is it that when you kill an elite monster, the experience allows all of us to level up? Elite monsters don't give that much experience. Yi Xiaolong's level had directly risen to 34, reaching the threshold of the top 50, while Xiao Ishue was now at level 32. Yan Yuyen, due to having enough experience, had leveled up several times and was now at level 20. At this moment, Chu Chen spoke up. How about this? Let's split up for now and look for monsters. You three stick together and I'll go off on my own, mainly to find elite monsters and bosses. When you find one, just send me the location, and if you encounter any small monsters along the way, take them out. Once my mom reaches level 30, I'll take her to complete the job change quest. After that, I'll take you to a good place where we can level up quickly. Don't worry, before we settle tonight, we will definitely secure the top 4. The others had no objections to Chu Chen's arrangement. Especially Yang Yuyen, who knew that in terms of the game, Chu Chen definitely understood more than she did, so she did not refute him. With that, the three headed towards the back, moving closer to the outskirts of the jungle. After all, this was a level 35 to 40 map, which was still a bit high for their team. If they encountered an elite monster, they could hold on for a while, but if they faced a golden level boss, the three could only send Chu Chen there location and wait to die on the spot. Chu Chen also summoned the golden unbreakable again. Now, in this kind of map, with his strength, he no longer needed to worry about anything. Sitting directly on the back of Jin Buju, searching for targets from the sky was much more efficient. If an unwise boss came knocking, Chu Chen might even compliment it, saying, "What a good beast." Knowing how hard it is for me to find monsters, it even came to me. The next moment, a sharp eagle cry echoed through the clouds. A familiar black and red eagle approached rapidly. Its speed was estimated to be at least over 3,000. With Chu Chen's current strength, he could barely make out its form. However, he showed no signs of concern on his face. Instead, he joked, "Buju, it seems we've run into an old acquaintance. Is this Black Flame Jungle and Black Flame Mountain home to only this Black Flame Swift Eagle?" Jin Buju also looked up and murmured in response to Chu Chen, while his inner thoughts were already known to Chu Chen. Previously, when they encountered the Black Flame Swift Eagle, Chu Chen was still under level 30 and had not completed his second class change. At that time, Jin Buju was also very weak, unable to match the speed of the level 40 Black Flame Swift Eagle. They had to rely on the skill 10,000 Swords Return to Origin and their cooperation to barely take it down. Now, this Black Flame Swift Eagle was at a higher level, having astonishingly surpassed the dungeon level of Black Flame Mountain, reaching an impressive level 50. However, it was still a gold level boss, not even half a step into the epic level, which left Chu Chen somewhat disappointed. The value of a level 50 epic boss was extraordinarily high, and the experience would be even greater. What a pity. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and since it had come to him, there was naturally no reason not to accept it. Just now, Jin Buju had conveyed a message to Chu Chen through their mental connection. This time, the Black Flame Swift Eagle wanted to handle it on its own, asking Chu Chen not to interfere. Chu Chen naturally had no objections. With Jin Buju's attributes, it could be said to have reached the threshold of a legendary level boss, and after 2 advancements, its skills had become even more powerful. If it couldn't defeat a gold boss like this, then Chu Chen would need to consider whether to switch pets, as this dragon race seemed a bit underwhelming. Jin Buju, having received permission, was particularly excited, maximizing its speed in shooting straight out. Chu Chen slowly landed, watching the clash between the dragon and the eagle in the sky, lost in thought. The Black Flame Jungle was a level 35 to 40 map, while Black Flame Mountain was a level 40 to 45 map, so the question arose, how did this Black Flame Swift Eagle break through to level 50? At this point, there were generally only 2 possible scenarios. One was that this Black Flame Swift Eagle was an outsider or had previously left this dungeon, thus gaining an increase in level cap. Of course, there was another possibility. The second was that there was a hidden dungeon somewhere in Black Flame Mountain or Black Flame Jungle. And the Black Flame Swift Eagle was the boss that existed within that hidden dungeon. Regarding his two guesses, Chu Chen leaned more towards the latter. After all, gold-level bosses had not yet awakened. Their spirits and their way of thinking was fundamentally different from that of humans, so Chu Chen did not believe that this Black Flame Swift Eagle had the intelligence to study abroad. After all, any boss above the epic level could see that Jinbu Ju was far stronger than this Black Flame Swift Eagle. It could barely stretch its limits in front of Jinbu Ju, so how could it possibly confront it head-on? The battle had only lasted a short dozen seconds, and the Black Flame Swift Eagle was already covered in wounds. It was helpless. After taking a small light magic attack from Jinbu Ju, it almost went down immediately, saved only by the boss's blue invulnerability mechanism. Over here, seeing that the outcome of the battle was already decided and there was nothing more to watch, Chu Chen began to use his mental power to carefully explore the surrounding environment. There was over an 80% chance that this Black Flame Swift Eagle had come from some hidden map here. If we can find it, maybe we won't even need to take them to the Shadow Abyss to level up. That place is still somewhat dangerous. That's right, according to Chu Chen's initial plan, the Shadow Abyss was where he intended to take the three of them for quick leveling. You should know that place has a total of 9 layers, each filled with countless small monster armies. Not to mention, just grinding one layer would yield enough experience for the group to dominate the top 4 on the leaderboard. But now, it seems that we might not need to go to the Shadow Abyss for the time being. Finding this hidden map will suffice. Just as the decision was made, a strong white light once again radiated from Jinbu Ju in the distance, while opposite him, the body of the Black Flame Swift Eagle began to dissolve. Under the intense white light, the few people who were shopping in the jungle in the distance started to flicker with white light again, leveling up. Once more. Xiao Shui, what's wrong? Why aren't you happy about leveling up? The chubby Yi Xiaolong was happily adding points when he noticed Xiao Ishue's gloomy expression. Yan Yuyan had actually sensed it earlier, but she could roughly guess Xiao Ishue's thoughts and chose not to speak. After all, some things need to be figured out on one's own. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaolong, the big-headed one, brought it up himself, and at that moment it felt a bit inappropriate for her to remain silent, so she could only ask, Xiao Shui, do you have something on your mind? If there's anything, just tell. Auntie, I've been through it and can offer you some advice. Xiao Ishue's eyes turned slightly red, and her expression made one feel a pang of pity. Auntie, do you think I'm useless? I need Xiao He to help me with everything. The class I changed to was given to me by Xiao He, and all my equipment was obtained through Xiao He's efforts. Now even my level depends on Xiao He to carry me. Yan Yuyan thought to herself that it was indeed as she had guessed. For a girl like Xiao Ishue, who was exceptionally talented, constantly relying on someone else's help would only lead to feelings of anxiety and insecurity. Yan Yuyan seemed to think of something and gave Yi Xiaolong a look, signaling him to keep his distance. Yi Xiaolong noticed Yan Yuyan's gaze and immediately sulked as he moved to the back, providing protection for the two. Only then did Yan Yuyan speak. Xiao Shui, what do you think? The role positioning should be between a couple? Xiao Ishue clearly did not expect Yan Yuyan to ask such a question, but she still pondered for a moment before answering. Auntie, I think it depends on the actual situation. Between lovers, there shouldn't be a distinction between you and me. Their role should definitely be assigned based on what each is good at. If the male is excellent at work and the female is virtuous and kind, then it's obvious that the male is the breadwinner while the female manages the home. But if the male is not good at socializing and prefers solitude, while the female has more capabilities, then it would be the female who works outside and the male who stays home. Yang Yuyan nodded and then asked back. But you should know that whether male or female, everyone has their pride and will want to be strong. This will inevitably lead to disputes. What should we do then? Xiao Ishue did not answer immediately this time, hesitating slightly before tentatively saying, but shouldn't two people trust and understand each other? Doing what one is better at is only natural. Why would there be disputes? What you said is theoretically correct, but you must understand. In this world, the least likely to adhere to theory is the word emotion. There are too many factors that influence emotions, and I think the most important among them is the word feelings. Yan Yuyan first affirmed Xiao Ishue's response but then immediately presented another viewpoint. Feelings? That's right, feelings. The reason two people come together is because of love, but love itself is also an emotion, a state of mind, and it will naturally be influenced by other emotions such as anger, shyness, and so on. These emotions, whether good or bad, will affect the two people involved. Good emotions do not necessarily lead to positive outcomes. Conversely, bad emotions do not always bring negative effects. Xiao Ishue felt a bit dizzy from Yang Yuyan's words and couldn't help but ask, so, Auntie, after saying so much, what exactly do you want to express? Yan Yuyan looked at Xiao Ishue meaningfully, her tone carrying a hint of consolation. What I want to say is precisely your current situation. I basically understand the matter between you and Xiaohe. You used to tutor him, right? Xiao Ishue nodded, not understanding the connection between the two. Yang Yuyan continued, so, in your opinion, who is better at studying between you and Xiaohe? Well, it should be me, right? No. Need for should be, it's you. I know my son well enough. Xiao Yixue smiled a little shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed. I know you want to say good things about him, but I'm his mother. There are things I don't know. You just need to speak the truth. Now let me ask you again, who do you think is better at playing games, you or Xiaohe? Or rather, who is better at this Tianwen game? Of course it's Xiaohe. He's the best in the world, so amazing. How could I possibly compare to him? After all, this is his area of expertise. When mentioning Chu Chen's achievements, it felt as if she were talking about herself, and Xiao Yixue appeared particularly excited. Yan Yuyan smiled as well. In that case, who do you think is in charge, and who is the supporter between the two of you? Xiao Yixue, who had been smiling, froze, her expression becoming somewhat complex. Of course it's Xiaohe. After all, he's better at these things. You see, since you understand this logic, why are you still unhappy? This brings us back to the emotions I just mentioned. Yang Yuyan didn't give Xiao Yixue a chance to speak and continued. This is also because in the past, your interactions with Xiao he were more about you taking the initiative, but now, the positions between you two have switched, so you're a bit unaccustomed to it. You are eager to prove your own abilities. But think carefully, does Xiaohe need you to prove anything? Since he has always liked you, he likes you whether it's the past you or the present you. It's not that now you need his help to play games, and he won't like you anymore. Besides, which young person doesn't have a hero dream in their heart? Just like us girls who didn't have a princess dream when we were young, fantasizing about a Prince Charming riding in on a rainbow? So, at this moment, you actually don't need to put pressure on yourself, always thinking about proving that you can help him. Instead, it's more important to be a good audience, a spectator watching his heroic performance, isn't it? Xiao Yixue nodded in a daze, as if she understood something, yet felt she hadn't grasped anything at all. Seeing her like this, Yang Yuyan knew her purpose had been achieved. After all, both of them were still young, and it was unrealistic to expect them to have an epiphany overnight. Moreover, the feelings between the two could not be helped by outsiders. Even though she was Chu Chen's mother, she could only express her views through words, and how effective that would ultimately be remained uncertain. However, at least having someone to guide her would make Xiao Yixue feel much more at ease. The words of Yang Yuyan echoed in Xiao Yixue's mind, playing back word for word, each sentence seeming to resonate perfectly with her current feelings, and she could fully understand them. Yet, she still felt a bit uncomfortable, troubled by how little she could help Chu Chen. This problem was one that no one could solve. She could only rely on herself to gradually come to terms with it. Yang Yuyan walked back, preparing to call Yi Xiaolong, while she cast a meaningful glance back at Xiao Yixue, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She still had a fondness for the future daughter-in-law she had chosen, but this strong-willed girl needed to resolve her relationship with Chu Chen on her own. With this thought, Yang Yuyan couldn't help but sigh and began to mutter under her breath. That brat, why does he want me to worry about everything? Even dating, I have to clean up after him. Next time, I'll have to give him a good talking to. Haiyan Mountain. After collecting his spoils, Chu Chen sat on Jin Bujua's back, circling around Haiyan Mountain. However, the entire Haiyan Mountain was barren, with only endless black rocks, making it impossible to tell where a hidden map entrance might be. After searching several times, Chu Chen finally gave up. Sigh, as expected, hidden maps aren't that easy to find. Having already wasted over 10 minutes, Chu Chen decided not to continue. If it didn't work out, he could come back to look at the hidden map another time. He directed Jin Bujue to turn around and prepare to descend the mountain. Just as he was about to return to the Haiyan jungle after flying around the mountain without spotting a single boss, a huge black shadow moved not far away. Chu Chen's eyes lit up, and he hurried toward that position. He saw the massive shadow move without hesitation. Whoosh! It directly dove into the jungle. Wow, quite big and not slow at all. Bujue, fly above the jungle and keep close to me at all times. After giving Jin Bujue the command, he followed the footprints left by the shadow and plunged into the jungle. Awah! Jin Bujue flapped its enormous wings, flying above the jungle as Chu Chen ventured deeper. Although visibility was poor in the jungle, Jin Bujue, as a peak growth stage radiant dragon, had an incredibly terrifying perception of light elements. It could sense where there was abnormal elemental flow and continuously guided Chu Chen through their mental link. With the enhancement of Tiger Step, Chu Chen's speed had reached 2100 plus, making him an indistinct shadow. I didn't expect a silver level skill could bring such a surprise. As Chu Chen frantically pursued following Jin Bujue's guidance, he marveled at the effects of Tiger Step. Initially, he hadn't realized the terrifying nature of this percentage speed enhancement skill. After all, his speed had never been fast, and even with Tiger Step, it was barely adequate. But now, as his stats increased, the powerful effects of Tiger Step became evident. With a full 50% speed boost, Chu Chen's movement speed, considering the set effect, was now 1450 points, directly increasing his speed by over 700 points. It was no exaggeration to say that his movement speed now rivaled that of some legendary level bosses, and the faster you went, the higher the value of the Tiger Step enhancement became. Now, Chu Chen even began to doubt whether Tiger Step was truly just a silver level skill. However, as he continued the chase, he sensed something was off. Despite his current speed, he had been chasing that black shadow for so long without catching up, and at that moment, Jean Bourgeois also sensed something was wrong and quickly relayed the situation it perceived to Chu Chen. What? After chasing for so long, has the distance between me and it never changed? What the hell? Chu Chen didn't think that his speed was exactly the same as that shadow's. If that were the case, then the situation was very clear. This shadow was deliberately toying with Chu Chen. The purpose was still unclear, but it certainly wasn't anything good. With this thought, Chu Chen's speeding body suddenly came to a halt. Jean Buju also timely reminded in Chu Chen's mind, Master, it has stopped too. No, it turned around and is heading towards your position. It's coming over? Is it only targeting you? Yes, the only fluctuation of light elements nearby is from that one spot. It should be the only one. Now Chu Chen was even more certain of his guess. The shadow being encountered outside the jungle was no coincidence. It appeared there to lure me. Boom boom. The ground began to tremble. One could only imagine how massive the approaching target was. But after waiting for a long time, Chu Chen only heard the rumbling of the ground and saw no creatures within his line of sight. Jean Buju's anxious voice exploded in his mind. Master, be careful. It is now in the same position as you. Same position? Chu Chen instinctively looked up at the sky. Nothing. It must be underground? The next second. Boom. Woo. The ground beneath Chu Chen's feet suddenly cracked open with a loud noise, as if the entire jungle could hear it. A creature with a dragon's head emerged from the ground, directly opening its massive mouth towards Chu Chen, attempting to swallow him whole. Chu Chen's gaze sharpened, but he showed no signs of panic. Flash. Just as the unknown creature was about to bite down on Chu Chen, the flash activated. Chu Chen's figure instantly disappeared and reappeared on the ground not far away, looking gravely at the boss before him. It had a head similar to that of a giant dragon, and its body shape was also quite similar, but it had no wings. Meanwhile, its limbs were stronger than those of dragonkind, and it was even larger than a giant dragon. Jean Buju, now at the peak of its growth, was only about 30 meters long and over 10 meters tall. The creature before him, with its massive body still half buried underground, had already reached an astonishing length of about 50 meters, with a height also around 10 meters. Chu Chen quickly used the detection technique. Name, Earth Rock Dragon level 50. Epic Boss, Earth Dragon Clan, HP, 500 million attack, 1888 physical resistance, 58888 magic resistance, 56666 skills. Earth Dragon role, as the strongest physical entity among the Earth Dragon Clan, the Earth Rock Dragon can disrupt the terrain within a certain range due to its innate high affinity for earth elements and powerful physique, while also dealing significant damage to creatures within the terrain. Thick skin, the powerful earth elements grant the Earth Rock Dragon unparalleled defensive capabilities, with a built-in 90% dual damage reduction. Earth Explosion, the Earth Rock Dragon Clan lacks powerful offensive means and can only deal high damage to targets by affecting the terrain structure. The damage value depends on the concentration of surrounding earth elements. Hiss, this is real meat. Chu Chen looked somewhat dumbfounded. He still remembered the sealed demon general he encountered in the Shadow Abyss, also a level 50 epic boss, and he recalled that its HP was only a few million, right? This Earth Rock Dragon had directly multiplied that by 10, and that over 50,000 in dual defenses. One must know that as a being with a pure divine level Light Dragon bloodline, Jean Buju, now at level 50, had only 25,000 in dual defenses, which was more than a difference of one time. However, after reading it, Chu Chen understood that the Earth Rock Dragon had completely sacrificed its offensive capabilities, investing all its points in defense. Although some skills could deal high damage, that was entirely dependent on the terrain and environmental factors. This was somewhat akin to a class that a warrior could become after their second promotion, Knight. Knights are focused entirely on defense, forsaking offense, but they do have certain skills that can unleash extremely high damage under specific circumstances. The Earth Rock Dragon could be considered the Knight of the boss realm. Suddenly, Chu Chen froze. Did that mean he had just been frightened by a boss with little offensive power, and he had used a blink to escape? Chu Chen almost wanted to slap himself. How embarrassing. Jean Buju slowly descended from the sky, landing beside Chu Chen. The intense pressure of the divine dragon bloodline spread out, causing the Earth Rock Dragon to panic and struggle, emitting roars like thunder. Chu Chen was slightly startled. Buju, is the bloodline suppression of the dragon race against the Earth Dragon race this strong? From Chu Chen's perspective, he could clearly see that the Earth Rock Dragon had received a debuff of dragon might, directly reducing its attributes by 50%. The powerful bloodline suppression made Chu Chen's heart race. Master, the Earth Dragon race belongs to a lower tier of the sub-dragon species, so the suppression effect is quite obvious. If it were against bone dragons or flying dragons, which have a higher bloodline level, the suppression would be minimal. Jean Buju's voice echoed in Chu Chen's mind. Chu Chen then realized and nodded, turning to the Earth Rock Dragon that was continuously wailing, asking Jean Buju, did you discover anything just now? What was its purpose in luring me to follow it? Where does it want to go? Jean Buju shook his head. No specific findings, but I can Be certain of one thing, it appeared here because 1. You possess a portion of the bloodline power of the light dragon which it sensed, and 2. Because of me. Because of you? That's right. The Earth Dragon race was a vassal race of the Dragon race 10,000 years ago. Their bloodline power comes from the Dragon race's grace, maintained by absorbing the Dragon race's bestowed essence blood. In other words, the Earth Dragon race is a modified race. To be honest, it's been over 10,000 years, and I didn't expect that the Earth Dragon race still existed outside, because once they lose the essence blood bestowed by the Dragon race to sustain themselves, their bloodline will slowly fade away over time. Oh, are you saying that the Earth Dragon race can not only maintain their bloodline by devouring dragon essence blood but also by cannibalism? Jin Buju pondered for a moment, and his voice continued to resonate in Chu Chen's mind. This possibility cannot be ruled out. 10,000 years ago, the Earth Dragon race was quite large, as a single drop of rich essence blood could sustain the bloodlines of thousands or even tens of thousands of Earth Dragons, so the Dragon race did not overly restrict their numbers. According to what you said, if this Earth Rock Dragon keeps consuming its kind, it could indeed have survived since 10,000 years ago. Wait, that's not right. Jin Buju suddenly changed his tone, denying his previous statement. If what I just said is true, then this Earth Dragon only has epic level strength and wouldn't have the power to survive from 10,000 years ago until now. I got it. Master, I know its purpose in continuously luring you. Chu Chen was puzzled. What is the purpose? If I'm not mistaken, there should be more than just this one Earth Dragon that has survived. There should be a small group still existing, because the Earth Dragon clan from 10,000 years ago was absolutely submissive to our Dragon clan. Without us, they could not exist. Moreover, their bloodline concentration is destined to remain at a peak value, and they cannot break through by absorbing more of the Dragon clan's bloodline. So, the Earth Rock Dragon in front of us must have been born only in these 10,000 years. It has not experienced the rule of the Dragon clan from 10,000 years ago and only knows that it can maintain its bloodline by devouring the Dragon clan's bloodline. Since it can appear here, it indicates that there must be a gathering place for the Earth Dragon clan nearby. It should have been trying to lead you and me to that gathering place. After listening to Jin Buju's speculation, Chu Chen couldn't help but nod. He didn't know the relationship between the Dragon clan and the Earth Dragon clan, but Jin Buju had awakened the memory of the bloodline inheritance and was aware of these secrets. In that case, shall we go take a look at that gathering place? Jin Buju tilted his dragon head, and the meaning in his eyes was clear. How do we go? Chu Chen smiled slightly, a hint of confidence on his face. Since it wants to lure us to the gathering place, let's do as it wishes. Buju, retract your dragon might and let it go. We will quietly follow it. Jin Buju's eyes showed a hint of worry. Master, are you sure? You must know that although the Earth Dragon clan has a thin bloodline, their strength should not be underestimated. 10,000 years ago, the most powerful Earth Dragon King was also a peak saint-level powerhouse, and it was also an Earth Rock Dragon. According to the memories in my bloodline, it even managed to hold its ground against a divine-level powerhouse from the Demon Clan due to its strong defense. Chu Chen patted Jin Buju's body, indicating that he had his own considerations. After all, they were in the territory of the Level 3 city, Silver Moon City. Even if it exceeded the rules, it wouldn't be too much. At most, it would be a legendary-level boss, which Chu Chen believed he could handle. Moreover, hadn't Jin Buju just mentioned that the Earth Dragon clan's bloodline power was thin and that they were under strong pressure from the Dragon clan? Chu Chen had witnessed this and could even suppress 50% of all attributes. Under such circumstances, let alone legendary level, he would dare to take on epic level foes. He had not fought with all his strength since he had advanced to the Dragon Sword Masterclass, and he couldn't measure how strong he truly was. This Earth Rock Dragon was clearly just a punching bag. How could Chu Chen pass up such an opportunity to test his skills? As for leveling up, sorry, they were all epic level bosses. If he casually took down a few, wouldn't everyone's levels shoot up? So, this opportunity to train and level up simultaneously was not something Chu Chen would let slip by. Seeing that Chu Chen had made up his mind, Jin Buju no longer persuaded him and slowly retracted his overwhelming dragon might, releasing the Earth Rock Dragon that had been suppressed and rolling around. The forest within 100 meters had been completely trampled beyond recognition by the massive body of the Earth Rock Dragon. Chu Chen chuckled, oh dear, this is ruining the environment. Little Earth Dragon, you better lead the way for me. The Earth Rock Dragon, having finally shaken off Jin Buju's dragon might, had no intention of luring the two anymore. Its massive body turned and burrowed underground. With a rumble, it directly left the area. Master, should we chase it now? Yes, let's follow it now. I'll go with you. The Earth Rock Dragon is extremely fast underground and I might not be able to keep up. I'll need your help. Chu Chen leaped up and landed steadily on Jin Buju's back, and together they began to track the direction in which the Earth Rock Dragon had departed. At this moment, the Earth Rock Dragon no longer had the composure it had when it was luring Chu Chen. It was completely frightened. You should know that it is the absolute overlord in this jungle and near the Black Flame Mountain. Even if it can't Defeat other epic bosses. Those bosses have no way to deal with it, so it can be said that it thrives in this area. Today, it even encountered a human with dragon blood, and the most crucial part is that a giant dragon was following him. In the eyes of this earth dragon that has never experienced dragon rule, the strong scent of dragon blood emanating from Jinbuju is simply the most enticing aroma. Fortunately, it retained a final shred of clarity, knowing that it might not be able to take them on, so it thought of luring them into its territory and then gathering everyone to swarm them. You should know that this Earth Dragon clan was originally quite large, but now, in order to preserve their bloodline, they can only resort to cannibalism among their own kind. This has led to the once vast clan now being reduced to just a few dozen Earth Dragons. If it weren't for the fact that it is of royal blood in the Earth Dragon clan, the Earth Rock Dragon, given its own strength, it would have likely been devoured long ago. Unexpectedly, the prey in its eyes seemed to have noticed something unusual and actually stopped halfway. With no other choice, it could only grit its teeth and turn back to launch a sneak attack, hoping to succeed. But who would have thought that its long-planned attack would be dodged by that human, and the giant dragon beside the human was so terrifying that just its dragon might rendered it unable to move. Fortunately, they seemed to have relaxed their guard, allowing it to escape. A flash of anger crossed the Earth Rock Dragon's eyes. It is a royal among Earth Dragons, yet it was forced to flee in disgrace. It must regain the lost face. It prepared to quickly return to its territory, gather all the Earth Dragons, and directly hunt down this human and his giant dragon pet, so that everyone wouldn't have to worry about bloodline issues anymore. But what it didn't know was that Chu Chen had intentionally let it go. It had its sights set on the bloodlines within Chu Chen and Jinbuju. Chu Chen was also eyeing its clan. This was a group of epic-level starting bosses. If they were all hunted down, how much equipment and experience would that yield? Sitting on Jinbuju's back, Chu Chen thought of the gleaming spoils scattered on the ground, and his mouth began to water unconsciously. Hee, Earth Dragon Clan, your nemesis has arrived. Prepare to tremble. At this moment, the identities of hunter and prey had quietly shifted. Jinbuju, why do I feel like this Earth Rock Dragon is just going in circles? Chu Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. They had been following for quite a while, yet the Earth Rock Dragon showed no signs of stopping. According to previous guesses, the Earth Dragon clan shouldn't be too far away. But now, they had been flying behind it for almost half an hour, and it hadn't slowed down at all. Master, there's no need to doubt, it is indeed leading us in circles, Jinbuju's deep voice echoed in Chu Chen's mind. If you already know it's leading us in circles, why are you so calm? Jinbuju replied helplessly, Master, we are flying in the sky while it is underground. The reason it is leading us in circles is purely because it suspects we are following it, but it can't see us, while we can see it. So why rush? Chu Chen slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Right. It doesn't know we're following it. No matter how it circles, it will eventually return. How are you so smart, Jinbuju? Jinbuju fell silent, feeling a bit exhausted. Sometimes, his master was clearly quite clever, yet at other times, he seemed a bit dull. After a while, in Jinbuju's perception, the Earth Rock Dragon suddenly changed direction and shot straight back. Master, it can't hold back anymore. It seems like it wants to go back. Then let's follow. Today, we'll take them all down in one go. It is said that, Buju, do you think it's possible to subdue this group of Earth Dragons? Didn't you say that 1,000 years ago, the Earth Dragons were originally vassals of the Dragon Clan? It's not impossible, but my impression of the Earth Dragons comes only from the memories passed down through bloodlines. We'll have to see the specifics when we get there. Chu Chen nodded, thinking it over. Indeed, they should wait until they arrived. Wait a minute, isn't this direction towards Black Flame Mountain? Chu Chen suddenly exclaimed as he spotted the towering black peaks in the distance. This Earth Dragon is so cunning? It's playing hide and seek with us, clearly right here, but it initially led us far away. After all, it's a race that has been passed down for thousands of years after leaving the Dragon Clan. Some caution is understandable. Buju, do you think the place where their clan resides could be the secret realm we were looking for before? It's not impossible. Oh right, I forgot to mention, because the bloodline of the Earth Dragons mainly comes from devouring and absorbing. It's essentially a postnatal transformation. Therefore, their clans reproduction doesn't just happen among their own kind. In fact, among all the many vassal races of the Dragon Clan, the Earth Dragons are the most extravagant. So, if it's their clan's territory, there must be more than just them. There will definitely be many other races. Chu Chen showed an expression of realization. That's right, I didn't expect this Earth Rock Dragon to be our lucky star. Not only did we find the Earth Dragon Clan, but we also discovered a hidden map. Jinbuju fell silent, focusing on leading Chu Chen forward, suspended far above the Earth Dragon's rear in the sky. Black Flame Jungle. Yi Xiaolong had just successfully killed a small monster with the assistance of Xiao Yishui and Yang Yuyan. Unfortunately, the three of them split the experience, and even the lowest level Yang Yuyan only gained a little bit. Where did that little river go? Didn't he say he would take us to level up? It's been so long, and there's still no news. Yi Xiaolong sat on the ground without a care, leaning against a big tree to recover, while still complaining about Chu Chen.
Xiao Yixue kept her hands moving, casually casting a healing spell on Yi Xiaolong, smiling as she said, Little River might be busy with something else. We can't rely on him entirely, we should put in some effort ourselves. After Yang Yuyan's heartfelt guidance earlier, Xiao Yixue had come to terms with it and no longer insisted on wanting to help Chu Chen. Auntie is right. After all, this is Little River's area of expertise, so I should prioritize not causing him trouble. Once my abilities improve, I'll consider helping him. This was Xiao Yixue's true inner thought at the moment. Yi Xiaolong looked pleased. Xiao Yixue's bright priest profession greatly enhanced her recovery and healing skills, and he couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he always felt that Xiao Yixue's healing was very comfortable, giving him a refreshing feeling compared to other priests. However, he continued to mock Chu Chen. Of course I know. Even without him, I can do just fine, let him be busy. After saying that, he stood up with high spirits, brushing off the dirt from his backside. Let's go, Xiao Shui, auntie, since Little River is unreliable, I'll take you to level up, ha ha ha. Just as he finished speaking, before he could continue his act, the entire ground suddenly trembled, and he could clearly feel it transmitting from afar. Yi Xiaolong's face turned pale, and his smile abruptly stopped. Earthquake. It's an earthquake. Run. After saying that, the little chubby boy surprisingly displayed agility that didn't match his size, quickly pulling the two girls to run aside, while cursing as he ran. This broken game even has earthquakes? Is it trying to be so realistic? He completely forgot what Chu Chen had told him earlier, that Tianwen is not just a simple game, it is more like another world. Since it is a real world, earthquakes are actually quite common. However, this time it really wasn't an earthquake. It was just the Earth Rock Dragon that was madly fleeing, and from Chu Chen's perspective, the entire Black Flame jungle had a straight road added from north to south, created by the Earth Rock Dragon. Suddenly, as Xiao Yixue was being pulled along by Yi Xiaolong, she spotted what seemed to be a familiar figure in the sky. Ignoring Yi Xiaolong's attempts to stop her, she quickly halted and pointed at the shadow of Jin Buke, saying, Look, isn't that Xiaoyan Buke? Hearing this, Yi Xiaolong and Yang Yuyan also stopped and looked at the distant shadow in the sky. It was Yang Yuyan who spoke first. It really looks like that brat. What is he doing? Just strolling around up there? No way, I have to send him a message. Xiao Yixue stopped her. Auntie, he must be doing something important, otherwise, why would he be flying so high? Let's not disturb him. Yang Yuyan looked at Xiao Yixue with concern. You are just too understanding. Fine, I won't ask, but next time something like this happens, I must get to the bottom of it. What is he thinking, almost causing an earthquake that could bury the three of us? Xiao Yixue chuckled and said no more. In the sky, when they reached the foot of Black Flame Mountain, Chu Chen noticed that the Earth Rock Dragon had emerged. It seemed that they couldn't just burrow anywhere. After it came out, it looked around as if afraid of being followed. Fortunately, this behavior didn't last long. When it realized there was no one around, it visibly relaxed and slowly began to climb towards the mountaintop. Chu Chen was even more confused. The mountaintop? Isn't Black Flame Mountain a volcano? Isn't the summit a volcanic crater? What was it going there for? Suddenly, Chu Chen thought of a possibility. Could it be that the entrance to the secret realm is inside the volcanic crater? He saw the massive body of the Earth Rock Dragon climbing steadily towards the summit, its goal very clear. Chu Chen could see it clearly from the sky. It seems I wasn't wrong. No wonder I couldn't find this hidden map before. The entrance is actually inside the volcanic crater. Although it was a gigantic peak under the shadow of the Earth Rock Dragon, it appeared as small as a hill. In just a few minutes, it reached the summit, and after confirming that no one was following, it leaped directly into the volcanic crater, its massive body gradually submerged by the scalding magma at the crater's edge. Strangely, despite the size of the Earth Rock Dragon, it didn't cause the magma to stir at all, as if what had just fallen wasn't a 100-meter-long boss, but merely a small stone. Chu Chen signaled Jin Buke to come closer and take a look. The fiery red magma splashed everywhere, illuminating the entire mountain mouth in a bright red. That lethal temperature certainly didn't seem fake. Chu Chen felt puzzled and didn't act rashly. Instead, he looked around as if searching for something. After a while, a look of joy suddenly appeared on Chu Chen's face. He quickly ran to the side, moved a giant rock over, weighing at least 1,000 pounds. Just now, he had been too far away in the sky to see the actual situation. He couldn't blindly jump down without knowing anything. What if that Earth Rock Dragon was a fool trying to commit suicide? Although the likelihood of that was slim, Chu Chen had to be cautious. He suddenly threw the giant rock into the volcanic crater with all his might. However, the scene of magma splashing everywhere that he had imagined did not occur. The giant rock seemed to encounter no resistance at all, maintaining its speed as it fell straight down, disappearing into the magma in the blink of an eye. TSK. The Earth Dragon clan is really clever, creating a layer of fake magma as a smokescreen. No wonder no one has discovered it after staying here for over 10,000 years. Chu Chen clapped his hands, his eyes revealing a wise glint. Jin Buju understood now. So this magma is fake. With the truth revealed, the man and the dragon no longer hesitated and leaped down. It was just as he had imagined. The moment Chu Chen touched the magma, he felt no heat. Instead, it was surprisingly cool, especially comfortable in this hot environment. After passing through the surface of the magma, he found that it was empty below.
It was pitch black and nothing was visible. Shu Chen patted Jin Buju's head and it immediately understood, gathering a ball of light elements above them to illuminate the surroundings. It looks no different from the outside, Shu Chen said as he looked around. Apart from the black rocks, there was nothing else. Let's go, let's see what's below. Shu Chen directed Jin Buju to continue flying down. Since that earth rock dragon had drilled in, the entrance to the hidden map must be inside. They just needed to search carefully. The man and the dragon descended slowly. After a long time, Shu Chen felt they had dropped at least 1,000 meters, almost surpassing the overall height of Black Flame Mountain. Why haven't we arrived yet? Shu Chen felt a bit irritated. The temperature inside wasn't very high and posed no harm to him or Jin Buju, but it simply felt uncomfortably hot, and with the unchanging environment, he couldn't help but feel a bit restless. Jin Buju also let out a growl. As a light dragon, it disliked dark environments the most, and it was feeling a bit agitated too. Just as both the man and the dragon were growing impatient, a soft poppy echoed, startlingly abrupt in such a quiet environment. Shu Chen felt as if he had passed through a barrier, or perhaps just broken a bubble. The sensation was light. Immediately after, an uncontrollable joy spread across Shu Chen's face. He felt a familiar sensation. It was exactly the same as when he was teleported. In the dragon realm, his mind slightly dizzy, his body feeling a bit out of control. In the next second, the pitch-black, tranquil environment vanished, revealing a bizarre scene before Shu Chen's eyes. Why was it bizarre? Because it wasn't a single terrain but a mix of many terrains combined together. It resembled a small world but more like a small island. Shu Chen discovered that he was surrounded by deep blue seawater, the entire land encircled. On this small island, most of the area was just bare rocks and desert landscapes, with all the plants growing in a circle scattered around the island's edge. The island's rivers were also strange, winding around the island along with the plants, resembling an ancient moat. However, the river had no inlet or outlet. It was a completely closed river, as if someone had artificially filled it with water, treating it like a water trough. From the outside in, the central area was entirely barren, filled with countless large holes, appearing pitch black from above, while at the very center of the island, there was no longer a large hole but a towering peak, very high, very high. Yet it was not majestic at all. Shu Chen could tell at a glance that this mountain was entirely artificial. Its overall thickness was uniform, resembling a stick or perhaps a building in the real world. Looking at this bizarre little island, Shu Chen felt quite perplexed. He hurriedly opened the map to see where he was now, but the result disappointed him. On the map, the small red dot that originally indicated their location had completely disappeared from the entire area. After searching for a long time, Shu Chen finally found it. The red dot had drifted to the outskirts of the map, into a pitch-black area where it looked somewhat out of place. It was marked with the word unknown. This meant that this place had not yet been included in the game. Or rather, the game had no plans to open this area yet, and Shu Chen's entry here was indeed a bit beyond the scope. Damn it, it's just an unopenable map. I'm not afraid. Buju, let's go. We'll just fly right in. Jin Buju hesitated a bit but ultimately chose to follow Shu Chen's command. The lively scene of the imagined Earth Dragon tribe was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the entire small island was eerily quiet. The trees and rivers that circled the island made no sound at all, as if they were merely nurturing plants. The numerous giant pits, each with a radius of over 10 meters, were bottomless, and it was unclear what lay beneath. However, there was some uncertainty in Jin Buju's eyes. It seemed to know what this was, but the situation was still unclear. So it kept silent, planning to observe further. Shu Chen's attention remained fixated on that tall building. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion or something else, but he always felt that there was something off about this tall building, though he couldn't pinpoint what the issue was. Buju, for now, don't worry about those big pits. Follow this tall building and fly up. I feel like there must be some secrets up there. Jin Buju nodded, its large dragon head flapping its wings and flying straight up along the tall building. The higher they flew, the more alarmed Shu Chen became, for he couldn't see where the end of this tall building was. It was as if they could never reach it. Shu Chen gritted his teeth, signaling Jin Buju to continue flying up. I don't believe it, this place can't really be that strange. As Shu Chen and Jin Buju struggled to ascend into the sky, the openings of the pits below began to tremble slightly, as if something was about to emerge. Before long, a massive dragon head appeared, looking somewhat puzzled at the tall building. Is that little yin guy back? Why do I feel like there's a little bug following behind him? It had just been sleeping underground to slow the loss of its bloodline when it suddenly sensed some fluctuations in the barrier surrounding the island, as if someone had entered. It woke up to check, but saw no figures. The dragon head stared at the tall building for a while, finding nothing unusual, so it decided to ignore it. The top of the tall building was where that one resided. With it watching from above, nothing could go wrong. The dragon head calmed itself and disappeared again. How high is this thing, really? Shu Chen's voice carried a hint of frustration. At Jin Buju's current speed, although it didn't dare to ascend at full power after so long, they had at least flown over 1,000 kilometers up, yet this stick-like tall building still showed no signs of an end. If this were on Blue Star, we would have already flown out of the atmosphere. How massive must the Tianwen continent be? A random hidden map, and 1,000 kilometers isn't even the limit. Jean. Buju also howled in response to Chu Chen, feeling astonished as well. Logically speaking, even in the main world of the Tianwen continent, 1,000 kilometers would be nearing the limit. How could it be so high in a small world? At the top of the tall building, here was a hemispherical platform. The bottom was supported by the tall building, resembling a celestial abode. An old man lay quietly on a chair under the shade of a tree, his eyes slightly closed, looking quite content. If Chu Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this old man. It was the one he had encountered deep in the murmuring grassland. The true identity is that of a deity from the Beastmaster God clan. The old man slightly closed eyelids, trembled as if he would wake up at any moment. Beside him, a plump servant was holding a huge banana leaf fan with both hands, gently fanning the air. Despite the fan's size, the servant made no sound while fanning, rendering the entire scene somewhat eerie. There was no choice. When the great deity was resting, he hated to be disturbed by any noise, so mastering the unique skill of silent fanning was indeed necessary, or else one could easily lose their life. Others might not know the old man's methods, but he had witnessed them firsthand. Once, a legendary earth dragon had come up to report, inadvertently disturbing the Lord's rest. At first, the Lord did not get angry. Instead, he quietly listened to the information the earth dragon provided. But on another day, for some unknown reason, that earth dragon was caught again by the Lord, forcibly restrained, and with a series of earth wind blades, it was dismembered piece by piece. The scene was as bloody as it could get, and since then, no one dared to abruptly disturb the Lord's rest. Thinking of this, the servant's hands trembled involuntarily, and in his haste, the banana leaf fan accidentally made a very faint sound. The old man's eyelids began to twitch incessantly, as if he would wake up the next second. The servant immediately became anxious and knelt on the ground with a thud, repeatedly begging for mercy, fearing he would meet the same fate. The old man slowly awakened, glanced at the servant, and waved his hand. "Go prepare some tea, we have esteemed guests arriving." Seeing that he had not been noticed, the servant quickly turned around and walked towards the courtyard built behind, starting to brew tea. Chu Chen and Jean Buju, one person and one dragon, had been traveling for a long time and finally saw the end of the high building. Wow! Is this really a building that can be constructed? A temple set in the sky, supported solely by this slender high tower, is truly astonishing. Buju, if we lived in this place, I feel like my mood would improve significantly. Alright, let's charge straight up from here. The distance between the semicircular building platform and Chu Chen grew closer, and they were about to see its full appearance. With a diameter of about a kilometer, it wasn't very large, but it looked incredibly majestic. Roar! A dragon's roar pierced through the clouds. A giant dragon of crimson gold soared into the sky. The old man slowly rose from his recliner, his gaze piercing through the clouds, fixated on Jean Buju flying in the air. With his hands clasped behind his back, his fingers tapped rhythmically on his joints. "Let's go, Buju, let's head to the island." Chu Chen patted Jean Buju's head and issued the command. At the same time, just as they stepped into the area of the small island, the system's prompt finally sounded. "Welcome to Floating Island, one of the small worlds of the 48 major secondary civilizations, the dimensional hub of the rotating prism, which has been uninhabited due to years of abandonment. Later, the Beastmaster God clan sent the Beast King Hall's familiar Beastmaster Qingchen to reclaim the Earth Dragon clan, and ultimately, Qingchen took back the rotating prism and renamed it Earth Dragon Island, which is the space you are currently in. Chu Chen glanced at the system's prompt and couldn't help but complain, "Damn it, I had to get here to find out where we are, huh? It's just a game to you, I won't argue with you, otherwise, I'd definitely roast you a couple of times." The system obviously couldn't respond to Chu Chen, but after venting a bit, he felt much better inside. "A game, and I stumble upon a hidden map, yet it tells me this place is unknown? What is the purpose of the broken system?" Just as Chu Chen finished reading the two messages and was preparing to circle around the floating island to investigate the situation, a sudden voice startled him. "Young friend, since you're here, why not come in and have a seat?" Chu Chen tilted his head, feeling that this voice sounded strangely familiar. It was as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, he did not let this sense of familiarity lower his guard. Familiarity could mean a friend, but it could also mean an unforgettable enemy. Therefore, Chu Chen did not act rashly but slowly began to wander around the floating island. Others' words did not count. He needed to personally confirm the situation on the island. Qingchen felt somewhat helpless. Last time, this kid had barely reached an epic level, yet he dared to compete with my avatar, even holding his own against it. Moreover, when he last saw him, he didn't feel that he was particularly cunning or cautious. Could it be that my avatar had misjudged him? Seeing that Chu Chen was not flying around the floating island, it seemed he didn't want to come in, so Qingchen decided not to rush him and lay back down, waiting silently. "Master, it seems there are no issues. This island, aside from being in the sky, doesn't have anything particularly special." Jean Buju's puzzled voice echoed in Chu Chen's mind, as it had not detected any suspicious areas. However, Chu Chen still wore a serious expression. He suddenly remembered where he had heard that voice before. The dreaming grassland. The old man accompanied by a blue wolf. An existence that could match his full-strength strike with a casual blow. Moreover, he had learned the old man's identity from City Lord Yi Tian. He was from the second-level divine race, the Beastmaster divine race.
Although the Beastmaster Divine Race ranks second to last among the divine races, they were still not to be underestimated. To put it bluntly, given Chu Chen's current level, he couldn't afford to provoke even a third-level divine race. After all, the divine races were the third race, only behind the demon and dragon races in the past. After the cataclysmic war, with the demon race sealed and the dragon race retreating, the divine race became the undisputed largest race. Not to mention, just the fact that divine race members are born as gods is enough to instill fear in most people. However, Chu Chen also recalled what City Lord Yi Tian had said before. The Beastmaster divine race itself was not particularly powerful. Its strength lay mainly in its ability to establish connections with beasts and enhance their combat capabilities. Furthermore, Chu Chen could be said to have undergone a complete transformation. He did not believe he would still be no match for that old man. So, after pondering for a while, he decided to go in and take a look. After all, he had come this far, it wouldn't do to leave without discovering anything. At the very least, he could hunt a few Earth Dragons first. Earth Dragon Clan, excuse me, are you polite? Jin Buju gently flapped its wings, instantly darting out and then landing steadily in the center of the floating island. Buju, you go back to the pet space for now, I'll call you out later. But master, what if there's danger? It's fine, I can handle it, trust me. Chu Chen waved his hand, retracting Jin Buju back into the pet space. It wasn't that Jin Buju couldn't take it, but the dragon race also counted as beasts. Who knew if this Beastmaster divine race could establish a connection with dragons? If he tricked Jin Buju into running away, Chu Chen would have nowhere to cry. Although there was a life and death contract binding them, who knew if these divine races had any special means? Chu Chen lightly stepped on the white jade-like ground, making a tap-tap-tap sound. Qing Chen waved his hand, and the fan-waving servant instantly understood, slightly bowing in greeting before slowly retreating. Chu Chen's gaze showed no ripples as he looked at the deity reclining in the chair before him, noticing that he seemed a bit different from before. The old man from before resembled an ordinary fishing elder, without any particularly special aura emanating from him. But the old man before him, dressed in white, exuded an ethereal aura, appearing to possess a hint of divine elegance. A faint pressure radiated from him, giving an undeniable sense of authority. Neither of them spoke. Chu Chen stood quietly in front of Chang Chen, while Chang Chen reclined in his chair, lost in thought. After a long while, Qing Chen rose and picked up a cup of tea to sip, finally breaking the silence between them. Young friend, I didn't expect to see you here again. To be honest, it's somewhat surprising. Qing Chen smiled, his tone tinged with disbelief. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that a secret hidden for over 1,000 years would be discovered by this young man, especially since he had barged in. Chu Chen chuckled lightly. I honestly didn't expect it either, it was merely an accident. By the way, why are you here instead of staying in the Whispering Prairie? Qing Chen did not respond but instead asked Chu Chen, I wonder what brings you here, young friend? Chu Chen's brows furrowed slightly, feeling displeased. The old man was clearly dismissing him. He scoffed, humph. What else could I be doing here? Of course, I'm here to hunt a few Earth Dragons for fun. Qing Chen paused mid-sip, clearly taken aback by Chu Chen's bluntness, his expression darkening. This was his territory. Although he had realized the moment he saw Chu Chen that he was aware of the Earth Dragon clan, he never expected him to be so audacious. To directly say he wanted to hunt a few Earth Dragons in front of him. It seems you must have made some progress during this time, otherwise, how could you speak so arrogantly? Or do you think my divine avatar, which taught you a lesson deep in the prairie, wasn't enough to make you realize I'm not to be trifled with? By the end, Qing Chen's tone was clearly laced with anger. Chu Chen's pupils constricted. He had only thought the old man had come from the Whispering Prairie, never considering that the one over there was actually an avatar? Does that mean the being before him is even stronger? But in the next moment, Chu Chen adjusted his mindset. What does it matter to me whether you're an avatar or not? A dignified divine clan should only be able to talk big, right? To be honest, it was one of your Earth Dragons that provoked me, which is why I came in. If I don't vent my anger today, I won't let it go. Alright, it seems we have no choice but to fight today. Qing Chen, furious, thought to himself that as a proud member of the Beastmaster Divine Clan, he had been repeatedly provoked by a mere human youth. He was not made of clay, and besides, this was his territory, where he had developed the Earth Dragon forces for over 1,000 years. Just the legendary Earth Dragons numbered no less than 10, not to mention a starry Earth Dragon King. Although that Earth Dragon King's bloodline was nearly depleted, it still had the ability to strike, and he couldn't possibly be unable to deal with this human brat. In fact, even the Earth Dragon clan could not endlessly absorb the dragon blood to maintain their bloodline. There was always a limit. Once that limit was reached, the Earth Dragons would begin to show irreversible aging, their strength would gradually weaken, and ultimately, they would either die in battle or be devoured by their kin. This was the fate of the Earth Dragon clan. Chu Chen didn't care about all that. What Beastmaster Divine Clan? Although I might have some apprehension towards you, it doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Looking at the attack power on his attribute panel, which had soared to 20,000, it was more than a tenfold increase compared to when he was in the Whispering Prairie. Dealing with a Beastmaster Divine Clan member of unknown rank was a piece of cake. Since a battle was inevitable, Chu Chen decided to strike first. The light dragon spirit sword activated directly, the Shinyu sword swirling in front of him, and then, in a flash, it darted towards Qing-chan with lightning speed. Qing-chan stood opposite, his expression somewhat grave. He could feel the power of this sword strike, one that he could not easily block, but that was not the most terrifying part. What worried him the most was that this was merely a casual sword strike from Chu-chen. He hadn't even used any techniques, just controlling the Shinyu sword to make a simple thrust. As the Shinyu sword drew closer, Qing-chan's face twisted into a grimace, a stark contrast to the calm demeanor he had shown earlier. Kid, just this much doesn't pose any threat to me. With that, a blue vortex slowly formed around him. A powerful wind attribute aura erupted, enveloping the entire floating island. The servants who had retreated earlier were now huddled in a corner, trembling. Wind extreme. Control. Qing-chan roared, firmly resisting the Shinyu sword, not allowing it to advance another inch. Seeing that he had blocked the strike, a mocking smile crept onto Qing-chan's lips. Is that all? Kid, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations, but it seems you're still a bit lacking. Chu-chen did not refute him, still standing in place, not moving an inch. Oh really? Snap. Chu-chen snapped his fingers. In the next second, Qing-chan appeared to witness something extremely terrifying, his face turning pale. Energy light explosion. This legendary skill that Chu-chen learned during his third transition finally made its debut. Unfortunately, only 2 people witnessed this scene, one of whom was its caster. At the moment of impact, the brilliant light could be compressed into a singularity, which Chu-chen could detonate at any point within 5 minutes. And now, Qing-chen felt he had successfully withstood Chu-chen's attack right at the moment when the initial force had been exhausted and the subsequent force had yet to arrive, the perfect timing. Thus, Chu-chen did not hesitate to activate this skill. The blue vortex gathering in front of Qing-chen had now dimmed significantly, while the seemingly casual sword strike from Chu-chen had just gathered a point of light that shone like a star at the tip of the sword. Like a white hole, endless sword energy erupted from that tiny point of light, scattering in all directions as if it had exploded. Hiss! Whoosh! Qing-chen's face contorted, and he roared, impossible. How could I possibly not block a single move from you, kid? The blue wind elements began to gather frantically around him, as if the very forces of wind in the world were responding to Qing-chen's call. He was the king of the winds. Wind extreme. Devour. A large blue mouth slowly formed, seemingly wanting to swallow Chu-chen's attack whole. A cold smile crept onto Chu-chen's lips. Heh, you don't really think that whoever looks more imposing has the stronger skill, do you? As the words fell, the energy contained in the energy light explosion seemed to have been compressed to its limit, unable to be restrained any longer. Bang! The white light intensely painted the entire battlefield and the floating island in white. Qing-chen's eyes were stung and could not open, leaving only Chu-chen, the instigator, able to see everything on the battlefield clearly. In an instant, the endless sword energy tore through the mouth formed by the wind power, and the next moment it exploded violently against Qing-chen. The white robe he wore was clearly not an ordinary item. Its defensive power was truly strong, even holding out longer than the techniques he had unleashed. It took a full 3 seconds before it began to show signs of giving way, but it also consumed most of the power of Chu-chen's attack. 43-960-000. A number appeared above Qing-chen's head. Even so, it still dealt over 40 million damage. But this was not Chu-chen's limit. The Killing Ring's Dance of Slaughter effect had not yet stacked up. The battle had only just begun a few seconds ago, and it had only increased Chu-chen's attack and dual defenses by a few percent. If a little more time passes, the power of this move could double. In other words, dealing over 100 million damage would be a piece of cake. Qing-chen's health dropped directly below 70%. Although he was a legendary NPC with a level as high as 70, it should be noted that as a Beastmaster god, he was not skilled in combat. Essentially, all his abilities revolved around controlling beasts. His own health was not high, merely 140 million, which was even less than most newly ascended legendary bosses. This move took away nearly a third of his health, leaving him both shocked and furious. He was astonished that Chu-chen's damage was so high. After all, back in the Whispering Prairie, he could easily withstand Chu-chen's attacks with just a clone, and now, only a few days had passed, and as the main body, he could barely block part of Chu-chen's damage with all his might. Moreover, he wasn't foolish. He could tell that Chu-chen hadn't even used his full strength. But he was even angrier. He was a Beastmaster god, a born deity, with a perfect wind attribute divine personality from birth. His affinity for the wind attribute had reached the highest level, making him the most combat capable among the Beastmaster gods. Compared to other clan members whose skills were entirely focused on their beasts, he was undoubtedly a genius. Yet now, in front of a human boy, he couldn't even block a single move? What infuriated him even more was that Chu-chen hadn't used his full strength. He felt this was an insult to himself. However, Qing-chen understood that relying solely on his own power, he could never be a match for Chu-chen. He had no intention of facing him head-on. He silently got up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his white robe, as if the fierce, beast-like roar from moments ago had never been his. He even started clapping, laughing heartily as he said, I never expected you to be such a genius. Before he finished, he changed his tone, but precisely because you were such a genius,
You can't leave here alive today, otherwise, next time, it will be me who dies. Shu Chen made no move, crossing his arms. What? Have you thought of another trick? Don't hold back, go ahead, and use it. I haven't had my fill yet. If you just concede like this, it would be truly boring. Xingchen chuckled, clapped his hands, and lightly uttered a word. Come. 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Shu Chen watched as nothing changed and couldn't help but scoff. What's wrong? Are you losing your nerve? What exactly do you want to do? Just make your move. Are you stalling for time here? Xingchen shrugged, offering no explanation, his eyes squinting into slits, revealing a dangerous glint as he cheerfully said, young people are just too impatient, just wait a bit. Shu Chen didn't argue, he figured it out. With his current strength combined with confidence in his movement and positioning, he wasn't afraid of any legendary boss that came his way. Because in Shu Chen's perspective, all the information about Xingchen was a question mark, he couldn't see anything. This indicated that Xingchen was at least 15 levels higher than him, which meant he was at least legendary level. Coupled with the disarray Xingchen displayed when he took Shu Chen's previous attack, Shu Chen gained a clearer understanding of his own combat power. Another 2 minutes passed, and now, due to the end of the battle state, the effect of the Dance of Death had disappeared. To stack it fully again would require over a minute of fighting, and Shu Chen was starting to feel impatient. Just as he was about to speak, he felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble slightly. In just a few seconds, this sensation became extremely intense. Boom! Then, a feeling of weightlessness hit him. Chu Chen realized that the entire floating island was descending. He understood what the earlier tremor was caused by. The pillar supporting the floating island, resembling a towering skyscraper, had collapsed. The floating island lost its support and began to descend continuously. Moreover, Shu Chen noticed that Xingchen, standing opposite him, showed no signs of surprise, as if he had anticipated such a situation. What the hell is going on? What? Are you trying to pull? Shu Chen shouted angrily. These NPCs, why do they have to drag things out when fighting? Why not just get on with it? Xingchen revealed a strange smile. My battlefield is not in the sky, but down below. Upon hearing this, Shu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then why the hell are you living up so high if you're just bored? The corner of Xingchen's eye twitched. Could he say it was because he thought of himself as a lofty deity that he lived so high? No, he couldn't say that. Where would he put his face if he did? However, he felt a twinge of regret. If he had known, he wouldn't have acted so pretentious. Living so high, wanting to control the earth dragons to fight, he first needed to tear down his own home to descend. But he couldn't blame Xingchen for that. This place hadn't been discovered by outsiders for over 1,000 years, and in his subconscious, he naturally believed that no one could enter. Moreover, he was the highest ruler of this rotating prism dimension, and all the earth dragons were under his control. He considered himself a divine being. Although he had reclaimed control over these earth dragons, he viewed them merely as tools and didn't want to live among them. Thus, he built this floating island to highlight his nobility. But who would have thought that this freak, Shu Chen, not only easily entered this long-hidden place but also possessed such terrifying combat power, effortlessly crushing him, forcing him to rely on the strength of the earth dragons to fight back. Earth dragons could only exert their strongest power on the ground. The battlefield was naturally on the surface. Therefore, Xingchen had no choice but to dismantle the floating island he had painstakingly built and descend to the ground to fight. After a brief moment of panic, Shu Chen quickly understood this point. However, even though he had grasped Xingchen's intentions, he still did not take the initiative to attack. One of his main purposes for coming here was to try to subdue the Earth Dragon clan. Now that this goal was impossible to achieve, he decided to settle for second best and level up instead. Thinking of this, Shu Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. He even felt that not only could he raise the levels of Xiao Yishui and the others to level 50, but perhaps his own level could also see significant improvement. After all, these were all bosses, and they started at the epic level. Seeing that Shu Chen showed no signs of panic and even revealed an expression of anticipation, Xingchen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Kid, be arrogant all you want, you'll regret it later. Although he looked down on the Earth Dragon clan, there was no doubt that their power was indeed formidable. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the Beastmaster God clan wouldn't have specifically sent him to subdue the Earth Dragon clan. As the largest group among the former dragon vassal races, the strength of the Earth Dragon clan was unquestionable. The Earth Dragon King could even rival divine-level powerhouses. Although they had begun to weaken due to bloodline loss, Xingchen understood the principle that a dead camel is bigger than a horse. The overall strength of the Earth Dragon group he controlled could even rival that of a weaker secondary city among the human race. Although the floating island was originally at a high altitude, with their increasingly rapid free fall, they could already see the pits on the ground below in just a short while. In a few more seconds, they would completely crash to the ground. Although Shu Chen felt that he wouldn't die from such a fall, he wasn't foolish enough to take no action and let himself plummet to the ground. With a thought, Shu Chen opened his pet space. The massive body of Jin Buju appeared beneath Shu Chen, gently lifting him up and pausing in mid-air just before landing. Boom! The enormous sound, like the sky collapsing, shook the entire island. Dust swept across the surface of the island like a storm. If one were to look down from above at that moment, the entire island seemed to have transformed into a desert. A man and a dragon quietly hovered several dozen meters above the ground. Chu Chen looked coldly at the island below, where countless enormous black shadows flickered amidst the endless dust. Could Ching Chen have fallen to his death? Chu Chen frowned slightly as he did not see Ching Chen's figure. Roar! The rising and falling roars of the earth dragons came from below, the powerful sound waves dispersing the swirling dust, gradually revealing the situation on the ground. Hundreds of massive earth dragons were continuously emerging from the pits on the ground. It turned out that those deep, bottomless pits were actually the earth dragons' burrows. Among them, from the largest pit closest to the original high-rise position, a gigantic dragon head over 10 meters long slowly emerged, its eyes even larger than Chu Chen's, its entire body the same color as the previous earth rock dragon. It was a giant version of the earth rock dragon. Chu Chen's probing technique could not determine its level. This indicated it was yet another boss above level 65. Moreover, judging by its position and its size, which was incomparable to the other earth dragons, it could be easily inferred that it was the strongest among this earth dragon clan. The earth rock dragon that Chu Chen had been following also crawled out from a pit. It immediately recognized that the figure in the sky was the human it had previously failed to ambush, one bearing the bloodline of a divine-level dragon. Although it knew it could not defeat Chu Chen, with hundreds of its kin gathered here, it no longer felt the fear it had before. Instead, it provocatively roared in Chu Chen's direction. Its demeanor seemed to say, "Hey, come fight me, you fool." Naturally, Chu Chen ignored it, as his attention was entirely on the largest earth dragon. However, while he could ignore it, Jin Buju could not. In its eyes, a mere earth dragon with a thin bloodline dared to provoke it? The more Jin Buju thought about it, the angrier it became. How could it tolerate such provocation? Roar! Suddenly, the aura of Jin Buju beneath Chu Chen erupted, an endless surge of light power pouring forth. Light technique. The once epic minor light technique had now evolved into a legendary light technique, its effects even more powerful, capable of dealing 600% attack power in light attribute damage to all enemies within a 500-meter radius, or 800% attack power in light attribute damage to a single enemy within a 1,000-meter range. It also added a blinding effect lasting 10 seconds. It had evolved into a powerful skill that could target multiple enemies or a single one. At this moment, Jin Buju was using the latter effect, a powerful single-target skill. How fast is light? Anyone with a bit of common knowledge on Blue Star knows it travels at 300,000 kilometers per hour. However, many people have no real concept of this speed. But now, an earth dragon had a clear understanding of this speed. That is, the moment you see it, you have already been hit. Indeed, this speed meant that no one could evade Jin Buju's attack unless they had predicted the skill's activation beforehand. Otherwise, it was simply impossible to dodge based solely on speed. Boom! Nearly 30 million in damage numbers erupted above the earth rock dragon's head. It should be noted that it was currently under the bloodline suppression effect of Jin Buju, meaning the damage it received was nearly doubled. Moreover, all its attributes were reduced. Coupled with the blinding effect of this attack, the earth rock dragon instantly lost its perception of the surrounding environment. The damage sustained was not severe, but due to the loss of perception, the earth rock dragon felt utterly terrible, its massive body rolling continuously on the ground, even colliding with several other earth dragons. At that moment, above the head of the earth dragon king in this group of earth dragons, a white figure slowly descended, standing atop the dragon king's head, appearing incredibly small, yet impossible for anyone to ignore. Now, the earth dragon group was not obeying the earth dragon king, but him, Ching Chen. He was the true ruler of the earth dragon clan now. Chu Chen, dressed in black, stood on the back of Jin Buju, the fierce wind howling, causing his clothes to flutter continuously, his gaze faintly locking onto the white figure below. At that moment, the black and white seemed to be trapped in an eternal stillness. Between the two, it felt like a fated confrontation. Roar! Growl! Jin Buju flapped its wings, soaring high in the sky, its sun-like pupils fixed intently on the earth dragon group below. It had been offended. A mere earth dragon clan dared to show its fangs to its former master, the dragon clan. Jin Buju was extraordinarily furious. The divine dragon bloodline within it was boiling, blood energy gradually spilling out, a strong dragon might enveloping its surroundings. As Jin Buju's anger intensified, the dragon might grew stronger and spread wider. Finally, the first earth dragon closest to Jin Buju could hardly withstand this pressure, showing signs of breaking free from Ching Chen's control, its body trembling slightly, as if its two front legs were under immense strain, about to kneel down. Its pupils were filled with deep despair and helplessness, desperately trying to control its body, yet powerless under this innate bloodline suppression. It couldn't even manage to control its own body. It was also an epic-level earth dragon. Naturally, it could sense Jin Buju's level, which was just entering the epic level, even lower than its own. But why was its bloodline suppression so strong? Ching Chen also held a sense of confusion. He understood the dragon's bloodline suppression over the earth dragons and knew that it was already impressive for an earth dragon to exert 50% of its strength before a dragon However, this scene clearly exceeded his understanding. Why, being of the same epic level, was it directly suppressed to the point of losing compatibility, unable to resist at all? In the sky, Jinbuju was also somewhat puzzled by this scene. It even forgot to continue spreading its dragon might. In its bloodline inheritance memory, it understood that dragons could suppress earth dragons at most by 50%, but now, looking at the earth dragon across from it, the level of suppression was at least over 80%, not an exaggeration to say. The massive earth dragon now resembled a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, needing only a gentle sword strike from Chu Chen to pronounce its death sentence. Chu Chen's feelings were also quite strange. He felt that previously, the dragon bloodline power forcibly integrated into his body seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. At this moment, indeed, although Chu Chen had undergone 3 job changes and switched dragon bloodlines 3 times, he had always felt that the dragon bloodline power was external, not something he inherently possessed. His body also had a sense of rejection towards the dragon bloodline power. During the last job change, it could be said that he had basically eliminated that sense of rejection, but Chu Chen still felt he couldn't wield it as freely as he wished. However, now, Chu Chen could clearly sense that the powerful force within him was slowly merging with his own bloodline. Yes, merging. It was not the previous 2 bloodline powers coexisting, but rather the 2 bloodline powers merging together. Moreover, the fusion of the 2 is not merely a simple 1 + 1 is equal to 2, but rather 1 + 1 greater than 2. One could say that Chu Chen can feel his power significantly increasing. He couldn't help but open the panel, and sure enough, his 4 basic attributes, strength, constitution, spirit, and speed, were all continuously growing. Although the increase in value each time was not high, the rate of change was incredibly fast. This was truly a visible enhancement in strength. As the power of the dragon bloodline within him merged with his own bloodline power, a faint dragon pressure began to spread outward. It was not as domineering and reckless as Jinbuju's dragon might. Instead, it was formless. If one did not carefully sense it, they would hardly notice this pressure. However, the earth dragons suppressed by this pressure could feel it very clearly. Thus, this is also why Jinbuju failed to detect this pressure while the earth dragon was rendered powerless to resist. It was because it was simultaneously bearing the pressure of 2 divine-level dragon bloodlines. Although it could not completely suppress all of its attributes and strength, it could at least reduce them by 80%. The remaining bit of power was simply insufficient for it to face such a scenario. After a moment of daze, Jinbuju seemed to realize that it was Chu Chen's influence that caused this situation. It seems the master has fallen into some kind of wonderful state. I must not let them disturb the master. This was the only thought in Jinbuju's mind at that moment. However, it seemed Jinbuju was worried for nothing as Chu Chen gently patted its head, a clear joy in his voice. No Ju, it's fine, it won't affect our battle. Now, let us show this group of earth dragons what true dragon majesty is. As soon as the words fell, the pressure emanating from the man and dragon exploded like a nuclear bomb. In an instant, it enveloped all the earth dragons present. At that moment, the epic-level earth dragons behind finally understood the kind of suppression and pain their companions had just endured. They too, when their strength was suppressed by over 80% in an instant, felt their bodies weaken, their limbs trembling uncontrollably as if they would kneel down at any moment, barely standing thanks to Qing Chen's control. Meanwhile, Qing Chen's burden had suddenly increased several times. Originally, he only needed to control the consciousness of these earth dragons to make them fight for him, but now, he also had to help these earth dragons resist the pressure from Chu Chen and Jinbuju. Naturally, the burden had increased several-fold. Yet if he chose to give up controlling these epic-level earth dragons, they would directly lose their compatibility, unable to assist him and instead becoming a burden. At this moment, Qing Chen felt like crying without tears. He had initially aimed to use a swarm tactic to directly eliminate Chu Chen, and while the idea was beautiful, the reality was cruel. Before the battle even began, the epic-level earth dragons had all lost their compatibility. Among the remaining earth dragons, only 12 legendary-level earth dragons were in slightly better condition. After all, their rank was higher, and the suppression from the epic-level Jinbuju and Chu Chen had a weakening effect on them. This had nothing to do with the level of bloodline, it was purely a matter of rank offsetting. Otherwise, if a divine-level bloodline golden dragon could suppress a holy-level dragon solely based on its bloodline pressure, wouldn't that be chaotic? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Sweat beads continuously drip from Qing Chen's forehead onto the starry-level old earth dragon, making a crisp sound. His consumption was too great. He simply could not sustain helping over 100 epic-level earth dragons at the same time. There's no other way. Qing Chen gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glance at the man and dragon in the sky, then severed all connections with the epic-level earth dragons. The moment the connection was cut, all the epic-level earth dragons could no longer withstand the pressure from the bloodline level and collapsed to the ground, losing their combat ability. Kid, don't get too cocky, don't think you've won. These epic-level earth dragons are just small fry, without them, it's no big deal. But what about the remaining 12 legendary-level earth dragons? How will you deal with them? Qing Chen's excitement grew as he spoke, as if victory was already in his grasp. Even if I don't want the epic-level earth dragons, how can I easily challenge the existence of legendary-level ones, especially With 12 of them? Chu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The bloodline within him was still in the process of merging. After all, after the third transformation, the power of his dragon bloodline had reached 50%, perfectly matching the original bloodline power at a 1-to-1 ratio, which was a potential condition for merging. With so much bloodline power merging, the time required was naturally not short. But it didn't matter. In just this short time, Chu Chen's 4 basic attributes were nearly doubled. Legendary level, huh? I've been wanting to get a first kill. Feeling the ever-expanding power within him like a roaring river surging forward, Chu Chen's confidence grew even stronger. Just then, as if unwilling to delay any longer, Qing Chen, unaware that Chu Chen was continuously growing stronger, felt a warning from the perfect divine power within him. He knew he couldn't delay any further. The longer it went on, the greater the chance of unknown situations arising. So, Qing Chen directly commanded a fiery red legendary level Earth Dragon to attack Chu Chen. Roar! The lava Earth Dragon let out a deafening roar. If low-level players were present, they might even have their health points completely drained by that roar. Immediately after, the lava Earth Dragon opened its mouth wide enough to swallow a 6-story building, spewing forth scorching lava directly at Jin Buju's figure. Instant flash. Chu Chen, along with Jin Buju's figure, instantly vanished from the spot and reappeared in the sky on the other side. Having a body has its benefits, but the drawbacks are quite obvious, Chu Chen said, uttering a seemingly nonsensical remark. Following that, the Chen Yu sword, the light dragon spirit sword. Under Chu Chen's mental control, the Chen Yu sword flew out in an instant. Dragon roar! Roar! A faint dragon roar echoed. At that moment, the lava Earth Dragon, having just launched an attack, was unable to turn around to defend, especially under the intimidation effect of the Dragon Roar sword, which had already suppressed its attributes by several levels, making it even more unable to resist. The powerful body that the Earth Dragon clan prided itself on was now as fragile as paper. Before the Chen Yu sword easily sliced open. 145521678. A damage number of over 140 million appeared above the lava Earth Dragon's head. The legendary level lava Earth Dragon had about 800 million health points. However, due to the dual suppression of divine bloodlines from Jin Buju and Chu Chen, its attributes were reduced by 30%, leaving its total attributes at only 70% of what they were before. Its health was just over 500 million. With this sword, Chu Chen directly knocked off about 30% of the lava Earth Dragon's health. But it wasn't over yet. Energy explosion. Boom! The reason the damage from the previous energy explosion wasn't as high as expected was mainly because it was detonated externally, so the damage to Qing Chen didn't seem that exaggerated. But this time was different. The Chen Yu sword easily tore through the lava Earth Dragon's thick scales, while also compressing the light sword energy singularity within the lava Earth Dragon's body. Just as Chu Chen detonated the light sword energy, Qing Chen also realized the danger posed by the lava Earth Dragon. He quickly commanded the other 2 legendary level Earth Dragons to attack Chu Chen, trying to divert his attention. Ha! Chu Chen chuckled lightly and vanished again. The next second, Jin Buju, carrying his body, appeared in the sky on the other side. And at that moment, the energy explosion completed its detonation. Centered around the lava Earth Dragon, a mushroom cloud suddenly rose, resembling a nuclear explosion. The shockwave sent the epic Earth Dragons, who were lying on the ground and powerless, flying far away. However, they also benefited from this disaster, escaping the range of bloodline suppression, and their strength returned. Yet, out of over 100 Earth Dragons, not a single one dared to step forward to rejoin the battle. They all stopped in place, watching the battlefield from a distance. A few unfortunate Earth Dragons, however, were not blown away and instead suffered from the aftershocks of the explosion. In their current state, facing such a powerful attack, even the residual force was beyond their ability to withstand. Naturally, they peacefully lost their lives. The lava Earth Dragon, at the center of the explosion, was not faring well either. The powerful sword energy, after the explosion, continuously crashed around inside it, recklessly trying to tear apart the flesh and blood that existed before it. Coupled with the damage from the explosion, its condition was precarious, but fortunately, it had managed to survive. However, its health had dropped to a critical point. Chu Chen only needed to deliver one more strike to easily claim the legendary first kill. Yet, such a first kill would not come with a reward, as the lava Earth Dragon was not a boss, merely an NPC, and thus could not yield the rewards of a legendary first kill. But Chu Chen did not care about that. Even without the first kill reward, the value of a legendary Earth Dragon was self-evident. However, 2 Earth Dragons were currently standing guard in front of the lava Earth Dragon, leaving him no opportunity to strike. Qing Chen was also giving it his all, no longer intending to engage in a drawn-out battle with him. The remaining 9 legendary Earth Dragons beside the old Earth Dragon had all been dispatched by him. There were 3 Earth Rock Dragons, 2 Lava Earth Dragons like before, and 2 Greenwood Earth Dragons. The last 2, blocking Chu Chen, belonged to the same species as the others, called the Xian Shui Earth Dragon, which had water attributes. If we were to discuss attack power, the Lava Earth Dragon was undoubtedly the strongest. Even the Earth Rock Dragons could not compare. However, in terms of defense, the Xian Shui Earth Dragon, with its entire body carrying a hint of blue, was the strongest among the Earth Dragon clan. It was said that the Xian Shui Earth Dragon not only possessed the bloodline of dragons but also seemed to have a trace of the divine beast Xuanwu's bloodline. Thus, their defensive capabilities were rightfully the best in the Earth Dragon clan. The Greenwood Earth Dragon inherited the abilities of the Wood attribute Giant Dragon, possessing considerable healing capabilities. At this moment, the 4 petite yet strongest defensive Xian Shui Earth Dragons were firmly guarding the 4 directions, while behind them were 3 Earth Rock Dragons and the Lava Earth Dragon, all eyeing the situation. The 2 Greenwood Earth Dragons were in the middle, ready to heal the injured Lava Earth Dragon. TSK, you really don't take me seriously. Healing right in front of me? Chu Chen's voice carried a chilling coldness. His prey was already on the brink of death, just one final blow away from being killed. How could he allow them to be saved? Jin Buju was in sync with Chu Chen's thoughts and already knew what he intended to do. Slowly flying above the 12 Earth Dragons, he ceased all movement. A glint of brilliance flashed in Shang Chen's eyes. He certainly understood what Chu Chen was planning, which was to use his killing move again, aiming to directly eliminate the injured Lava Earth Dragon. However, he felt helpless. Why, you ask? Damn it, this kid has a giant dragon mount that can fly. How can he be stopped? At this moment, Xing Chen really wanted to curse. The giant dragon naturally had a bloodline suppression over the Earth Dragons, and its ability to fly was enough to secure an invincible position. No wonder the Earth Dragons were the vassals of the Dragon Clan thousands of years ago. They couldn't fight back, couldn't escape, and even had to rely on the Dragon Clan to maintain the flow of their bloodline. Wasn't that clearly a position of subservience? Now, Qing Chen can only hope that the Xian Shui Earth Dragons can block Chu Chen's strike, after which there might be a chance for a counterattack. Although the 4 Xian Shui Earth Dragons are relatively small in size, they now form a square formation, each dragon exuding a powerful aura reminiscent of the vast ocean. The so-called ocean is boundless. Theoretically, the Xuanwu not only boasts unparalleled defense but also considerable offensive power. However, the Xian Shui Earth Dragons possess a bloodline that is thinner than that of the Dragon Clan, making it a challenge to achieve decent defensive capabilities, let alone aspire for strong attacks. Thus, the Xian Shui Earth Dragon Clan has become a limit build that only enhances defense without boosting attack. Although Qing Chen was infuriated by Chu Chen, deep down he believed that Chu Chen could not break through the defense of the Xian Shui Earth Dragons. Even if their attributes were weakened by 30%, he wouldn't be able to do it. Chu Chen, however, did not care about that. He knew very well that if he unleashed the 10,000 swords return to origin, he could easily deal with these Earth Dragons. But for now, he wanted to try another move. The one he had obtained after the 3rd transformation but had yet to use. Countless Lights and Shadows. Countless Lights and Shadows. A large-scale damage skill based on the Light Dragon Spirit Sword lasts for 10 seconds, dealing 100% light attribute damage per second, totaling 1000% damage. It can be said to be Chu Chen's highest total damage skill aside from his ultimate move. Moreover, its range is determined by Chu Chen's mental attributes, and now his mental power is close to 1000. Coupled with equipment bonuses, the total range exceeds 2700. It can be considered the skill with the largest range. Additionally, Countless Lights and Shadows will stack a layer of light and shadow mark on targets within the range every second. When the number of marks reaches 5 or more, Chu Chen can choose to detonate the light and shadow marks on the target. This causes light attribute sword explosion damage equal to the number of light and shadow marks multiplied by 120% of his attack power. In other words, under ideal conditions, the final damage coefficient of this move is 1000% plus 1200%, totaling 2200% attack power damage. Just looking at the numbers, it even surpasses the 10,000 swords return to origin, but the two are different. The total damage of 10,000 swords return to origin is calculated based on the quantity and quality of the consumed weapons. Therefore, 10,000 swords return to origin is more like a guaranteed ultimate move, while Countless Lights and Shadows is different. It only requires the consumption of 3 points of dragon blood power, which Chu Chen can recover in 30 minutes. Just as Chu Chen silently recited the name of Countless Lights and Shadows, the submerged moon sword, controlled by the Light Dragon Spirit Sword, suddenly tore through space and appeared above Chu Chen, quietly hovering. The Light Dragon bloodline within Chu Chen, which was merging with his own bloodline, seemed to sense some kind of summoning, emitting a faint white glow that enveloped his entire body, rendering him angelic. The bloodline fusion was still ongoing, but it did not hinder the exertion of the Light Dragon bloodline's power. Under the refraction of light, the submerged moon sword split into 2, then 4. The transformed submerged moon swords were clearly in a light and shadow state, quite ethereal, yet the sharp cold light emanating from the sword body illuminated the surroundings. In just a few seconds, the sky was densely filled with the figures of light and shadow swords, covering the entire sky. The next moment, Chu Chen slightly raised his hand and waved it down, his expression stern, his eyes devoid of any emotion, indifferent as a deity. The countless lights and shadows in the sky obeyed Chu Chen's command, shooting down like a rain of swords. They enveloped the area where the 12 legendary Earth Dragons were located.
The 4 Xianshui Earth Dragons let out a series of roars, and a vast blue water power rose from the corners, gradually merging together to form a barrier akin to the protection of the ocean. A slight smile curved at the corner of Chu Chen's mouth, seemingly mocking the 4 Xianshui Earth Dragons' overconfidence. As expected, the thick barrier that seemed capable of withstanding everything failed to hold back the light and shadow for even a millisecond, without even a hint of resistance, piercing straight through and continuously landing on the 12 massive creatures. Their size was too enormous, each over 100 meters long. Such a large target, under such dense attacks, they could not evade at all, only passively enduring damage of 9 million per second. 90 million. With the Slaughter Ring's Dance of Death effect fully stacked, Chu Chen's attack power doubled again. So now, there was a damage of 90 million every second. Even if they were legendary Earth Dragons, they could barely withstand 10 seconds. It should be noted that among them, the one with the thickest health was the Earth Rock Dragon, with an average health of 1.5 billion for several of them, while the remaining Lava Earth Dragons, Shen Water Earth Dragons, and Shangwood Earth Dragons had similar health, around 1.2 billion, just differing in their specialties. But according to the current trend, in 10 seconds, the light and shadow could cause over 900 million damage. And it wasn't over yet. The number of marks had not been calculated. Each Earth Dragon's mark count would stack up, leading to an additional nearly 1.2 billion sword explosion damage. Damn it, even if you sent a starry-level Earth Dragon, it wouldn't be able to withstand it. Not far away, Qing Chen, standing atop the starry-level old Earth Dragon, had a dark expression. He watched as the defensive measures of the Xian Water Earth Dragon had no effect on Chu Chen, feeling a chill in his heart. But in reality, only Chu Chen knew why. Indeed, the Shen Water Earth Dragon's barrier was strong, and the barrier formed by the 4 Earth Dragons working together was enough to withstand the attacks of starry-level powerhouses. However, it was ineffective against Chu Chen's light and shadow. Because light and shadow, this skill essentially involves the refraction and reflection of light, reflecting the infinite shadows of the light and shadow themselves do not possess a physical form, are non-quantifiable and non-elemental. It can be said to be a kind of illusory existence, so the Xian Water Earth Dragon's Xian Water barrier naturally cannot block something that has neither physicality nor energy. But in Qing Chen's eyes, he could only see that the Xian Water Earth Dragon's defensive measures were completely ineffective against Chu Chen, and it seemed that the 12 Earth Dragons could not withstand this move from Chu Chen at all. Damn it, human brat, you forced my hand. At this moment, Chu Chen's light and shadow had already attacked for 4 seconds. In another second, the mark layers would reach the explosion standard. Although it wouldn't kill them, it would be enough to instantly reduce them all to low health. Qing Chen gritted his teeth, his entire face flushed with anger and excitement. I'll risk it. Divine Awakening. Wind Extreme. Elemental Sublimation. Qing Chen directly used his greatest trump card, related to his innate divine status. He had never thought he would have to resort to this move. But now, Chu Chen's combat power far exceeded his expectations. Even if he sent out the last starry-level Old Earth Dragon, it wouldn't have much effect, as the bloodline of the Old Earth Dragon was nearly depleted and could not be replenished. It could only unleash 2 moves, at most 2 moves. After that, it would die due to the complete loss of its bloodline. Therefore, to save his 12 legendary Earth Dragons, Qing Chen could no longer care about anything else. Indeed, even using his greatest trump card, Qing Chen still lacked confidence in defeating Chu Chen. This monstrous boy was completely inscrutable to him. Who knew if this was truly his full strength? So Qing Chen only wanted to save those 12 legendary Earth Dragons. After all, subduing the Earth Dragon clan was a task assigned to him by the Beastmaster God clan, and if those 12 legendary Earth Dragons died, then this task would be a complete failure. On the contrary, as long as the legendary Earth Dragon with the highest combat power is still alive, it doesn't matter if all the epic Earth Dragons are dead. Qing Chen has already decided that he only needs to use his trump card to slightly resist Chu Chen's move, and that will be enough for him to control the legendary Earth Dragon and escape. Qing Chen's eyes were filled with resentment, his face growing pale. This was the result of forcibly activating the divine power within him, which would bring irreversible injuries to his body. But there was no choice. Right now, these legendary Earth Dragons were far more important, so Qing Chen had to make this choice. As expected of you, but remember, we will meet again. Qing Chen left behind a cryptic remark, along with the starry old Earth Dragon beneath him, disappearing without a trace. At the moment Qing Chen vanished, beneath Chu Chen's feet, the 12 Earth Dragons that were being attacked by countless light shadows began to emit dazzling blue light from their bodies. A sacred, inviolable divine aura enveloped their forms, rendering all the light shadows incapable of causing them harm, as if they were completely immune. At the same time, their bodies, shrouded in blue light, began to slowly disappear. Chu Chen's eyes narrowed. Want to run? It's not that easy. Although Qing Chen's movements were extremely fast, the 5th layer of light shadow marks still stacked up. With a thought, Chu Chen decisively detonated all the light shadow marks on them. Instantly, a continuous series of sword explosion sounds erupted from the Earth Dragons, accompanied by their cries of agony. After enduring a full 5 seconds of countless light shadows, each Earth Dragon suffered at least 450 million points of damage. Adding this final explosion, the cumulative damage exceeded 500 million, severely injuring all the Earth Dragons, leaving their health in a precarious state and their condition quite miserable. The initial lava giant dragon, under the healing of the Qingmu Earth Dragon, barely survived those 5 seconds but could not withstand the final explosion. Unfortunately, its corpse was ultimately enveloped in blue light and teleported away, leaving no spoils behind. Moreover, since it was not a boss, Chu Chen did not receive the announcement and rewards for the legendary first kill. As expected of a god, their escape methods are quite clever. Although Chu Chen felt a bit displeased, his tone carried disdain for the so-called divine race. They spoke so arrogantly about awakening divine powers, but it was all just to escape. However, it's not like there are no gains. Under Chu Chen's mental control, the myriad light shadows of the Xinyu sword slowly dissipated, and he also turned his gaze towards the epic earth dragons that had been sent flying and were now watching from a distance. Hey, aren't there still over 100 prey left? Chu Chen could tell that Qingchen's move must have come at a severe cost, so he couldn't take away so many epic earth dragons and had to leave them behind while taking the high-end legendary earth dragon away. Since you've left me so many big gifts, I won't be polite. Chu Chen laughed heartily. Although the highest level ones had escaped, it didn't matter. If quality was lacking, quantity would make up for it. Not to mention, Chu Chen's original goal wasn't to kill legendary earth dragons, his target was always the epic ones. Now, this was just what Chu Chen wanted. Jin Buju slowly turned its body, carrying Chu Chen towards the distant earth dragons, its eyes filled with rage. In the recent legendary battlefield, it couldn't help much. Even with the bloodline suppression, it and Chu Chen together could barely suppress less than 30%. But these earth dragons of the same level had no way to resist its bloodline pressure. It was no exaggeration to say that it could take on dozens of them alone. Chu Chen naturally understood Jin Buju's thoughts and empathized with it. Since it wanted to vent its frustrations, he would let it be. Chu Chen had no intention of keeping these earth dragons any longer. Although it seemed a bit cruel, there was no choice. This was the Tianwen continent, where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. At worst, he could treat them as minor monsters and farm them. After all, in Chu Chen's eyes, they were not much different from small monsters, aside from their larger size. If other players were to hear these thoughts, they would surely scoff. Have you heard what he said? It was no exaggeration to say that any one of these earth dragons could wipe out the combined battle power of all players on the leaderboard, except for Chu Chen. Yet, in his eyes, they were just like small monsters? You're impressive. You're so noble. Have you considered that we need a group of people just to tackle a silver boss? Sitting on the back of Jin Buju, Chu Chen recalled the final move that Qing Chen had unleashed. He could clearly feel that the green light enveloping Qing Chen and the earth dragons was the wind element. But why did it feel different from the wind element he had experienced before? There was a sacred aura surrounding it, and it was precisely because of that inviolable aura, akin to that of a deity, that the earth dragons could disregard their myriad shadows. After pondering for a long time without any conclusion, he decided to let it go, thinking he would ask the city lord or the dragon king later. After all, they had more experience and should know the reason. A series of system notification sounds interrupted Chu Chen's thoughts. Congratulations, you have reached level 51 and gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have reached level 52 and gained 5 free attribute points. When Chu Chen opened his eyes, he saw that Jin Buju was now covered in bright red blood, but it wasn't his own, it was that of the earth dragons. The ground was littered with lifeless earth dragon corpses, and from a distance, it looked like a series of rolling hills. However, this scene did not last long, as the corpses of the earth dragons slowly transformed into a stream of white light and dissipated, leaving behind a ground sparkling with dazzling purple loot. Meanwhile, outside, in the black flame forest, Yi Xiaolong and the others were resting under a large tree. They had also killed many small monsters along the way. Although it was somewhat laborious, it was relatively stable. After all, with Chu Chen absent, only Yi Xiaolong had some combat power among the three of them, so they dared not provoke elite monsters or bosses, opting to avoid them instead. This led to their levels not changing much. They had only gained 1 level. Yang Yuyen, being at a lower level, had already reached level 21, but she was still far from the 30-level second transition. I wonder where Heezy went. He disappeared right after we passed by, so unreliable. Yi Xiaolong complained. Xiao Yixue and Yang Yuyen were whispering to each other, but upon hearing Yi Xiaolong's complaint, Xiao Yixue gently explained, little he might have something urgent to attend to. Anyway, we can just wait for him. There's no rush. Yi Xiaolong sighed. Sigh. It's not that I'm anxious, but it's already 7 p.m. and there are only 5 hours left until the human awakening event ends. I feel like we're running out of time. Yang Yuyen didn't seem to care much. She didn't place much importance on levels anyway, as she was managing the guild and wouldn't be going out to fight if we run out of time. We run out of time. Just let it go, it's just an event. Although Xiao Yixue wasn't as carefree as Yang Yuyen, she was still more concerned about Chu Chen. Exactly, since little he hasn't contacted us, it means he must be busy. We shouldn't disturb him. Before she could finish her sentence, a flurry of system notifications began to pop up in her mind. Congratulations, you have reached level 35, 36, 37. Their levels were skyrocketing at such a rapid pace, it felt as if they were cheating. Xiao Yixue exclaimed in surprise, instinctively glancing around, her small hand covering her mouth to keep her voice down. At the same time, Yi Xiaolong and Yang Yuyan received the same system notification, their levels skyrocketing. The three exchanged glances, their eyes wide with shock. Holy crap, did Heezy poke the boss's nest? Why is the level shooting up like a rocket? Yi Xiaolong jumped up excitedly, his face trembling with excitement. There was no way around it. Just moments ago, he had been complaining about Chu Chen's absence, and now he was slapped in the face. With this upgrade speed, he would believe it if Chu Chen had gathered all the bosses in the Black Flame Jungle and taken them down. Meanwhile, as the activity settlement approached, many players were closely monitoring the level rankings. Without a doubt, the top spot belonged to that man, but they were curious to see if any dark horses could surge up in the last few hours. Holy crap, how is that big shot's level shooting up like a rocket? Not just him, the vice presidents of the Tanya Guild are also skyrocketing in levels. Players immediately noticed the rapid rise in everyone's levels and began discussing it in the chat channel. In no time, Chu Chen and Xiao Yixue became the focus of all player conversations. Level 55 jumped 5 levels in less than a minute? That's from level 51 to 55, not from level 1 to 5. The way you say it, as if you jumped from level 1 to 5 in a minute. Chaos Big Shot is amazing. By the way, why haven't we seen that most beautiful player from Tianwan this time? Bro, you don't know? Last time at the Life and Death Arena in Silver Moon City, that most beautiful player from Tianwan showed up. Showed up? How does she look? Does she live up to the title of the most beautiful? Heh, I can only say, she's a living cylinder. If you like her, go chase her. The male player who inquired about her appearance had seen the most beautiful player from Tianwan speak several times before and was filled with curiosity. Now, seeing the chat channel's comments about her, he couldn't help but shiver and quietly exited the chat channel. No more talk, he needed to mourn his lost love. However, while everyone was joking around in the chat channel, they still kept a close eye on the level rankings. As a result, since Chaos had just jumped 5 levels a minute ago, his level hadn't moved since. Instead, Shueyua and Ultimate Storm God's levels shot up like rockets, quickly moving from outside the top 50 into the top 10, then the top 5, finally settling at level 50, tied for second. Is this the benefit of hugging a big leg? Chaos Big Shot, please take care of me. I am the true most beautiful player. I just hope to meet Chaos Big Shot. After this message was sent, it was accompanied by a photo. The woman in the photo wore an ice blue mage outfit, her hair a water blue color, tall and with eyes like autumn waters that could make 80% of boys blush. Her looks were impeccable, with a delicate nose, cherry lips, and eyebrows like willow leaves playfully resting above her eyes, while her snow-white thighs were enough to make anyone nosebleed at a glance. The background of the photo was a towering snow peak, seemingly from a northern city. The sender's name was Jinghong, even her name was stunning. Holy crap, are you serious? Mom, I'm in love. I declare, Jinghong is my dream goddess. You just called her your dream goddess, so don't get your hopes up. She's actively pursuing Chaos Big Shot. Chaos, the hatred of stealing a wife, we can't coexist. In the chat channel, the compliments for Chu Chen suddenly vanished, and everyone began to denounce him in unison. The vice president of the Tanya Guild, Shueyua, was someone most had seen before, as she had appeared many times in the past, and some well-meaning individuals had even posted her photos in the chat channel. Xiao Yixue's fresh and pure appearance made it hard for most male players to resist. At that time, everyone had denounced Chu Chen once, but gradually it calmed down. After all, he was a president and she was a vice president. They might very well be a couple in real life. But this time was different. This Jinghong clearly did not know Chaos before, yet now she had actively sought him out due to the level rankings, even publicly looking for him in the chat channel. After the game update, everyone had discovered that they could chat across cities, but only within the same country. In the real world, players could chat across cities, but international chatting was still not available. Who would have thought that this would lead to more exceptional girls from other places seeking him out? Most male players now only regretted not being Chaos, otherwise, how wonderful it would be to have long talks every night with beauties like Shueyua and Jinghong. Chu Chen, of course, was unaware of all this. He had long since muted the chat channel. But there was A in the Tanya Guild. He loved to wander around aimlessly when he had nothing to do. And coincidentally, this person was currently right next to Xiao Yixue. Although he was enjoying the thrill of rapid leveling up, he also knew how much commotion this would cause, so he had opened the chat channel, and sure enough, as soon as he opened it, he saw someone mentioning the ultimate storm war god. The little fatty Yi Xiaolong was overjoyed, but the more he looked, the more something felt off. He discovered that the chat channel was mostly filled with comments about how lucky he was to have latched onto Chaos. It should be noted that Yi Xiaolong was a partner of Chu Chen, known as the Black and White Duo, so seeing people say such things about him naturally made him unhappy. Just as he was about to confront these little haters and showcase his 2.5 years of practice in roasting, he saw Jinghong's message. Having often been by Chu Chen's side, Yi Xiaolong had seen a lot, and Xiao Yixue's looks were certainly not inferior to Jinghong's. There was also Wang Manhwa, who was a top beauty as well, but he still couldn't help but be stunned by Jinghong's appearance. It wasn't that Jinghong was more beautiful, but rather her icy, ethereal beauty and her aura of being above the world were incredibly appealing to A.
boy of his age. Then he saw Jinghong's words, asking only to meet chaos. The little fatty's expression instantly became interesting as he sneaked a glance at Xiao Yixue and Yang Yuyan beside him. But who would have thought that this sneaky glance would be caught by both girls who insisted on questioning him about what he had seen? There was no way out. One was Chu Chen's future girlfriend, and the other was Chu Chen's mother. He couldn't afford to offend either, so he had to tell the truth. He swore it wasn't out of envy or schadenfreude. Of course, Yi Xiaolong also knew that these matters were harmless and wouldn't damage the relationship between Chu Chen and Xiao Yixue, otherwise he wouldn't have done such a thing. Sure enough, after Yang Yuyan and Xiao Yixue looked at it, they didn't say much. It was clear they didn't care about this girl named Jinghong. There are many beautiful girls in the world, and with Xiaoyi's excellence, this Jinghong is the first, but she won't be the last. In the future, there will definitely be more beautiful girls wanting to get close to Xiaohe. If I get jealous every time, what will Xiaohe think of me? Besides, I trust Xiaohe. This was Xiao Yixue's exact words after reading it. After she finished speaking, Yang Yuyan looked at Xiao Yixue with admiration, wishing she could have them get their marriage certificate and move in together on the spot. In the rotating prism world, Chu Chen was busy collecting his spoils. Riding on the back of Jin Buju, whenever he saw something shining, he would charge straight over without even looking at what it was, simply tossing it into his backpack. These were all dropped by epic-level earth dragons, and the worst of them were at least of golden quality. However, it was a bit of a pity that the golden level loot was mostly restricted to level 50, which the current players couldn't use at all. But Xiao Yixue and Yi Xiaolong could make use of it, so he planned to let them pick what they wanted, and the rest would go into the guild warehouse for future rewards for guild members. As for the epic level items, they were no longer of much help to Chu Chen. With his current strength, he needed at least legendary level items to be of any assistance. What a pity, I killed that lava earth dragon, and the corpse and loot got teleported away. Chu Chen felt a bit frustrated. Fortunately, he had reached level 55, and both Xiao Yixue and Yi Xiaolong had reached level 50, allowing them to undergo their third-class change. The reason Chu Chen was only at level 55 was that he found that the experience from these earth dragons was simply insufficient as he progressed. Combined, it might not even be enough for a single level up. So, he simply turned off his experience absorption and distributed it all to Xiao and Yi, which allowed them to reach level 50. However, Chu Chen wasn't worried at all. Leveling up was too easy for him. He could just find a high-level map and clear it to gain experience. If the other players heard this, they would surely exclaim, "Do you hear what they say?" Chu Chen casually checked the current leaderboard, and without a doubt, the top three were himself, Xiao Yixue, and Yi Xiaolong. The fourth place had changed to a player with a hidden ID, now at level 46, while Blood Rose had dropped to fifth place at only level 45. It looks like the top three for the event are pretty much secured, Chu Chen sighed in relief. Luckily, he had discovered a hidden map here, with the experience from over 100 epic-level Earth Dragons being quite substantial. Although individually they didn't compare to a level 50 epic boss, they still provided experience equivalent to level 50 elite monsters. If it weren't for this hidden map, Chu Chen would have had to take a few people back to grind in the Shadow Abyss again. Although he believed that with his current strength he shouldn't be afraid of the dangers. Inside, the thrill of the first layer was still fresh in his memory. If it weren't for the power of chaos, he and Jin Buju would have faced a setback. Therefore, if he could avoid going, Chu Chen preferred not to, at least not until he reached level 70 and completed his fourth class change. After all, the unknown dangers were the most terrifying. The first layer already had level 50 epic demon generals, who knew what kind of risks lay in the lower layers. However, it was a bit of a pity that his mother, Yang Yuyan, was stuck at level 30 due to her second class change quest. Otherwise, if he hadn't absorbed this experience, he could have pushed all three of their levels to 50. But the current outcome was already quite good. Moreover, Yang Yuyan had mentioned before that she preferred helping Chu Chen manage the guild. As for levels and combat power, they weren't her pursuits. However, Chu Chen believed that without a certain level of strength, it might be hard to command respect. Of course, he didn't realize that he was worrying unnecessarily. Not to mention that most members of the Tanya guild underwent strict screening upon joining. Those who didn't follow orders wouldn't even be recruited. Just his title as the first of Tianwan alone was enough to keep anyone from causing trouble. Unless someone was tired of their high level and wanted to be killed back to level 1 to experience the hardships of the novice village again, no one would dare to stir up trouble. Soon, after Chu Chen's hard work, he finally collected all the loot dropped by over 100 earth dragons into his backpack. Fortunately, he had previously made enough money to expand his backpack to 500 slots. But just like that, it was almost full, with only a few slots left. So Chu Chen was also considering whether he should expand a bit more after getting the map. After all, as his strength increased in the future, the scale of battles would definitely be much larger, and the amount of loot would also increase significantly compared to now. It seemed that 500 slots might not be enough. Then let's expand to 1,000 slots. Chu Chen waved his hand decisively and made the decision. There was no choice. The several million gold coins that the sword-wielding man had generously given him were simply too much to use up, and there were still plenty left in the guild warehouse. Moreover, just from this time killing the earth dragons, he had already looted nearly 100,000
Gold coins, averaging about 1,000 gold coins for each epic Earth Dragon. It was just expanding a backpack slot after all. Money was no object. Fill it up. After tidying up the loot, Shu Chen began to carefully observe the island. When he first entered, he was only focused on investigating the Earth Dragon clan and then rushed up to the floating island in the sky. Now the floating island had also crashed in the center of the island, shattered into pieces. The entire island appeared somewhat battered due to the previous battle. Most of the underground caves had been filled with dirt that had been thrown up by the fighting. Shu Chen flew around the island on Jinbuju but did not discover anything unusual. Strange, could it be that the previous speculation was wrong? Is this hidden map simply the territory of the Earth Dragon clan? Then where did that level 50 Black Flame Swift Eagle, which broke through the Black Flame Mountain dungeon, come from? Shu Chen had not forgotten the Black Flame Swift Eagle he encountered when he first arrived today. At that time, he guessed it came from a hidden map in Black Flame Mountain, but now it seemed that there were no other wild monster races in this island within the rotating prism. From what he saw of Qingchen earlier, it seemed he also did not know that there were other wild monsters in this space. Rotating prism, rotating prism. Shu Chen still couldn't understand why this map, which was just an ordinary island, had such an irrelevant name in the system's prompts. He looked up at the sky, which was clear and cloudless, the sky resembling a blue mirror. Wait! Shu Chen quickly flipped through a previous system announcement and found something was off. Welcome to the floating island. This is one of the 48 secondary civilization small worlds, the dimensional hub of the rotating prism. However, due to long-term abandonment and no inhabitants, the Beast King Hall later sent Qingchen here to reclaim the Earth Dragon clan. This was from the previous two announcements. Long-term abandonment, no inhabitants? So, the floating island was not built by Chengchen, he merely renovated it and lived here. Dimensional hub? Literally, it should mean controlling the center of this map, so logically, even if Qingchen needed to control the Earth Dragon clan to fight, he wouldn't need to collapse the floating island, he could just come down directly. Why go through the trouble? Shu Chen felt like he had found the key to this matter, but he just couldn't understand why Qingchen would go to such lengths to destroy the floating island. Could it be that there are still hidden secrets above, but Qingchen doesn't want me to discover them? It seemed that this was the only explanation. Unable to make sense of these matters, Shu Chen felt as if ants were crawling on him. He quickly directed Jinbuju to fly towards the center of the island, the site of the floating islands. Crash, trying to find some clues from the wreckage. But Shu Chen had also been to the floating island before, and aside from a few scattered palaces, there were no other buildings. Those palaces had now all collapsed into a heap of ruins, making it impossible to find any useful clues. Shu Chen's eyes were somewhat confused. He felt as if he had overlooked something, but he couldn't quite remember what it was. At that time, I was with Jinbuju, first flying around the floating island for a round, not detecting any danger, and then I discovered Qingchen. My mind was entirely focused on the fact that he was the old man deep in the whispering grassland, and I didn't pay much attention to other details. Then he saw me and started chatting casually, and before long, we were in a direct battle. After the battle began, the floating island was brought down by Qingchen, and then it was a standoff with the Earth Dragon clan. It seems like there's nothing I missed. Shu Chen was still pondering in his mind. At that moment, Jinbuju's voice echoed in Shu Chen's mind. Master, have you forgotten? That servant is missing. A single phrase awakened him from his reverie. Shu Chen had been focused on Chengchen, forgetting about everyone else, especially that inconspicuous servant. When he first arrived, Chengchen had sent that servant away, and he hadn't appeared since. Even when the floating island crashed, he hadn't seen that person's figure. It seemed that when he had just landed, the servant beside Chengchen had quietly withdrawn, and he hadn't paid much attention. But now, thinking back, how could there be a human here? The entire island belonged to the Earth Dragons. Could it be that Qingchen specifically captured a human from the outside to serve him? Shu Chen felt that was impossible. Such a thing wasn't worth Qingchen's effort. Therefore, the origin of that human must be questionable. Coupled with his silent disappearance, Shu Chen began to speculate, could there be a portal to another space within the floating island? Or perhaps there was a hidden small space that even he couldn't discover? Shu Chen meticulously began a thorough search of the ruins of the floating island. However, all he found were ordinary palace remnants, with nothing particularly special. These seemingly ordinary palaces don't look like they hold any secrets, Shu Chen sighed, ultimately coming up empty-handed, finding nothing. That servant had disappeared after entering the palace, but now, with the floating island's destruction, these palaces had all turned into ruins, making it impossible to tell what had been inside before. In other words, even if there had indeed been some secrets before, they had now vanished without a trace. No wonder Chengchen directly brought down the entire floating island. The clues had run dry. That servant had vanished, and the floating island left nothing behind. Shu Chen looked up at the sky. There wasn't a single cloud in sight, the deep blue extending endlessly, looking just like an inverted ocean. He had a premonition that if this map truly held any secrets, they must be in the sky. But now, with no clues, Shu Chen didn't plan to continue searching. He would leave this matter for now. After all, Chengchen hadn't run away, he would return sooner or later. Even if he had to destroy the spatial hub of the rotating prism to cover up the secret, he wouldn't give up so easily. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar echoed as Jin Buju slowly flapped his wings, gradually disappearing into the horizon along the path they had come. Heezy, you finally returned. Yi Xiaolong gave Chu Chen a big bear hug, continuously chattering, so awesome, Heezy. We said top 3, and we made it to the top 3, ha ha. You have no idea, the chat channel exploded, you became the main character again. Chu Chen suddenly removed Yi Xiaolong's hands, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, and although his expression was calm and indifferent, a hint of pride could still be heard in his tone. You should take a look at who I am chaos. On the contrary, you, day after day, with nothing to do, just go level up by yourself. What's so interesting about that chat channel? Yang Yuyan's teasing voice suddenly rang out. How can you say that about Xiaolong? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't even know that you've been a heartthrob all along. Even a beauty like Jinghong has publicly messaged wanting to meet you. Chu Chen scratched his head, somewhat confused. Jinghong? Who is that? I don't know her? His expression resembled that of a panda meme. Xiao Ishua chuckled. Auntie, don't tease Xia. She then turned to explain to Chu Chen. Jinghong is a girl who publicly shared her photo in the chat channel and said she wanted to meet you. Yi Xiaolong added from the side. Exactly, and let me tell you, this Jinghong is really beautiful. I'm not exaggerating, I've never seen a girl more stunning than her. As he said the last few words, Yi Xiaolong's voice grew quieter because he felt 2 extremely cold glares from the side, sending chills down his spine. Chu Chen finally understood what they were talking about. Oh, you guys actually believe the messages in the chat channel? I turned it off a long time ago. Turned it off? The 3 of them were surprised. Chu Chen shrugged, looking quite helpless. I initially wanted to see if there was any useful information in the chat channel, but I found it was just a bunch of meaningless chatter, or people trying to make friends, like CPDD. It was just like some online games I used to play. I really couldn't stand it anymore, so I just turned off the chat channel. So, you really don't know what was just said in the chat channel? Of course not, I turned it off, so I definitely don't know. Why, is there some important information? Should I open it and take a look? Xiao Ishue immediately stopped Chu Chen. No need for that, I also found that it was just some meaningless talk, no need to open it. As she spoke, her face turned red, clearly indicating she wasn't lying. The reason she didn't want Chu Chen to look was also due to a bit of selfishness. After all, even she thought that girl named Jinghong was a bit too beautiful, and although she wasn't bad herself, she just didn't want Chu Chen to see it. Chu Chen, being oblivious, didn't notice the girl's unusual behavior, and since Xiao Ishue said so, he naturally chose to ignore it. Alright, since we've completed our task for today, let's log off and take a good rest. As for your job transfer task, Mom, let Filong take you through it tomorrow. Yi Xiaolong's eyes lit up at the thought of resting, while the second job transfer task that Chu Chen mentioned was immediately forgotten. Nonsense, Xiaolong is now a level 50 quasi-3rd transfer expert, second on the leaderboard. Taking someone through a second transfer task would be a piece of cake. How about this? Everyone is tired today, so after we log off, let's call Xia Menjiu and your Aunt Lu, and we can go have barbecue. Yang Yuyan suggested, then looked at Xiao Ishue. Your home isn't too far, right? I'll have that brat go pick you up. Xiao Ishue smiled and replied, it's fine, Auntie, I can come by myself. Yang Yuyan immediately put on a stern face, but it wasn't directed at Xiao Ishue. It was aimed at Chu Chen. Brat, did you hear that? Be more considerate. As for Xiao Ishue's refusal, it was a joke. She was old enough to choose to ignore it, knowing it was just Xiao Ishue being shy. Yes, ma'am. Chu Chen pretended to be a soldier and even saluted, causing everyone to burst into laughter. After 9 p.m., the early summer river breeze felt so gentle, lifting people's spirits. In a barbecue restaurant, several figures were gathered around a table to celebrate our top 3 finish in the event. Cheers. Cheers. Xiao Shue, can you drink? If not, should we switch to fruit juice instead? Chu Chen looked at Xiao Ishue with some concern. After just a sip, her originally fair face was now flushed and hot, as if she had been steamed in a steamer. Don't mind me. I can definitely handle it. Xiao Ishue's tone was unusually assertive, with a hint of straightforwardness. Ah, Xiao Shue, you must be drunk. Sister Xiao Shue, you can't handle it. I'm better than you. Wang Manhwa, holding a glass of juice, chimed in with a smile. She had wanted to drink too. At home, she often sneaked sips of Lu Xiaolan's beer, but eventually got caught in the act. No matter how much she tried to change, Lu Xiaolan simply stopped caring, saying a little bit was fine. However, today they were eating out with so many people, and when Wang Manhwa was about to pour some beer, she was shot a fierce glare by Lu Xiaolan, causing her little hand to retract. In fright, Xiao Ishue immediately felt challenged. You? A little girl, and you want to compare drinking skills with me? Come on. Hearing Xiao Ishue's provocation, Wang Manhwa couldn't take it anymore and looked pitifully at Chu Chen, knowing he was the only one who could speak up for her. Chu Chen gently patted her little head. Go ahead, but you can only have a little. The little girl instantly beamed, eagerly sitting next to Xiao Ishue. Come on. Sister Xiao Shue, let's not stop until we're drunk. In a nearby alley, a shadow flashed by. Hey, boss, I think I found that chaos real identity. In the alley, a lewd-looking man made a phone call. On the other end, a young man pushed away a female streamer who was providing him with verbal services, standing up to ask, "Oh, are you sure?" The lewd man hurriedly replied, "It's about 90% certain. I heard them mention something about taking the top 3 in an event, and a few of their body types really resemble those from the Tanya guild." The young man immediately said, "Keep an eye on them. Report any news immediately and find out where they are staying." "Got it, boss." "So, about the reward." The young man impatiently interrupted, "As long as you get this done, the reward is yours." The lewd man chuckled, "Don't worry, boss, leave it to me." After hanging up, the young man roughly pushed the female streamer down, muttering, "Finally found you, Chaos. Just wait, the humiliation you brought me will be repaid sooner or later." In the dark room, the man's voice was filled with resentment. "You little brat, make sure to get Xiao Shui home safely, got it?" "Alright, Mom, do I need you to tell me that?" "Don't worry, I'll take Xiao Shui back and then come back." The celebration party was coming to an end, and Wang Manhwa had been complaining about being tired and wanting to go home to sleep, so Lu Xiaolan had already taken her back. Xiao Yixue was already quite drunk, mumbling, "Xiao Manhwa, I didn't lose, let's keep going." Chu Chen helplessly patted Xiao Yixue's head and carried her on his back. "Come on, look at how drunk you are, and you still want to continue? I didn't lose. Let's go again." Alright, you didn't lose, but we can't continue today. Next time, I will definitely beat you." I know. The boy carried the girl, slowly walking along the riverbank. "Ding dong, you're back. Only now do you know to come home." Zhao's mother spoke with a hint of reproach, but her actions were quick, opening the door within seconds. "Oh, Xiao Shui, what happened?" Zhao's mother looked at Chu Chen carrying Xiao Yixue, somewhat surprised. "It's nothing, auntie." Xiao Shui was happy. Today, had a little beer and got a bit drunk. This child never drank alcohol from childhood to adulthood, doesn't know how to restrain himself at all. The first time he drinks, he ends up like this. "You've really worked hard, huh, Xiao He?" Zhao's mother gently helped Xiao Yixue down from Chu Chen's back, still murmuring, but there was not a hint of blame in her tone, and her attitude towards Chu Chen remained as good as ever. He, auntie, it's just that I'm happy." Zhao's mother shot a reproachful glance at Chu Chen. "No matter how happy you are, there should be a limit. But thankfully, you were here, Xiao He, otherwise I wouldn't have felt at ease." Chu Chen immediately patted his chest, his tone full of confidence. "Auntie, you can rest assured, with me here, Xiao Shui won't have any problems." Zhao's mother nodded in agreement. If it weren't for knowing that the two had a good relationship and being well acquainted with Chu Chen, knowing that although his grades weren't good, he was exceptional in other aspects, she wouldn't have agreed to let Xiao Yixue go out for dinner at night. Watching Zhao's mother help Xiao Yixue inside, Chu Chen didn't linger. "Auntie, I'll take my leave now. Let Xiao Shui rest." Well, after saying that, he didn't give Zhao's mother a chance to respond and directly ran down the stairs. "Hey, this child, not even saying to drink some water before leaving." Zhao's mother shook her head with a smile and closed the door. Chu Chen walked alone by the river, feeling the refreshing river breeze. The slight drunkenness from earlier completely vanished. The wind in reality feels so good. Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. As he walked back, he was still feeling the chaotic power within him. He could sense that the connection with the chaotic power was becoming clearer, and he could even borrow its strength to a certain extent. Chu Chen carefully controlled a thread of chaotic power, applying it to his legs. Suddenly, the willow trees on both sides began to retreat as if blown away. Woohoo! Chu Chen ran wildly by the river, his speed reaching at least dozens of meters per second, far exceeding human limits. He even felt as if he were still in a game. His current speed was simply unbelievable. If it weren't for the fact that it was late at night and there were no shadows by the river, otherwise, if someone caught it on camera, it would definitely make headlines tomorrow. The title would be, "Lightning Man Spotted in Jiangcheng." In less than a minute, Chu Chen arrived at the street where his home was located, and his speed gradually slowed down. Looking around and finding no one, Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had been too excited just now, almost forgetting himself. Thankfully, no one saw him. He quickly withdrew the chaotic power and ran back home. This time, he was at a normal speed. Outside Chu Chen's yard, a lewd man's figure was crouched against the wall. "What the hell? Am I really too drained from last night? Is my kidney weak? How could that kid just now run faster than a car?" The lewd man quickly rubbed his eyes, and when he looked again, Chu Chen's speed had returned to normal. "Damn, it seems I really am a bit weak, even my eyesight is failing. No, I need to restrain myself tonight, just 5 times will do." The lewd man had originally followed Yang Yuyen here quietly, noted the address, and was preparing to report back to his boss. Just as he was about to sneak away, he saw Chu Chen suddenly dash out like a gust of wind, almost scaring him into losing control. He quickly crouched back against the wall, not daring to make a sound. Now that he saw Chu Chen go inside, he finally dared to. "Come down, boss, I've got it." The young man had already finished and was sitting in the villa's garden in a bathrobe, smoking. "Oh, did you find out where they live?" The young man clearly didn't expect that his seemingly useless little brother could actually get the address of the Chaos family. The voice of the lecherous man inviting credit rang out. "Of course, boss, when I take action, it's definitely a piece of cake. I'll send you the location directly in a bit, and look, this bonus
The young man laughed heartily. Ha ha, great. Hurry up and send the address. You did well on this. I'll give you 100,000 for the bonus. The lecherous man was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him, as expected of the boss, so generous. Alright, let's leave it at that. Send it to me quickly. Right away, I'm already sending it. Beep beep beep. The call ended. The young man looked at the message he received on his phone, which contained an address. A hint of a classic villainous smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Chaos, oh chaos, I admit I can't beat you in the game, but sorry, in reality, I can crush you at will. In the dead of night, the villa garden was quiet, with only a faint wisp of smoke drifting. June 11, 2040, 20 days until the arrival. Chu Chen was awakened by the unusual movement within his body. Last night, he had experimented with the chaotic power inside him, running for just a few minutes, but his brain still felt a bit swollen. After returning, he didn't have the energy to do anything else and fell straight asleep. However, this was already a huge improvement compared to the night before, when he had exhausted his mental energy by merely controlling the chaotic power outside his body, leading to a fainting spell. Could it be that the bloodline fusion in the game has doubled my mental energy, making it feel easier? This was Chu Chen's own speculation. Although the feeling was very subtle, he still noticed that as he grew stronger in the game, his real-life self was also being enhanced in various aspects. During the battle with Yu Qingchen yesterday, he had stimulated the dragon bloodline power, causing it to begin merging with his own bloodline. Although Chu Chen could feel that this fusion was quite superficial, merely skimming the surface, the benefits it brought were still enormous. After the battle, Chu Chen discovered that all his attribute powers had doubled. And it wasn't just a simple doubling, it was permanent. This meant that every time Chu Chen added a single attribute point afterward, it would result in a 2-point increase in attributes. This was just part of it, aside from the additional attributes from equipment. All effects that directly enhanced his attributes had doubled. This was undoubtedly astonishing for the improvement of Chu Chen's combat power. Because his attributes had doubled in such a short time, Chu Chen could clearly feel that his strength in all aspects of reality had significantly increased. Even without using chaotic power last night, just relying on his own speed, he could reach a staggering 20 meters per second, directly breaking through the so-called human limits by a large margin. It's worth noting that even in the highly advanced technology of 2040, the world record for the 100 meters had just barely broken the 9-second barrier, yet Chu Chen had nearly halved that record. This was just in terms of speed. Although he hadn't tested it, Chu Chen could still feel his robust body and immense strength. Of course, there was also his vague mental power. Last night, during his run, Chu Chen was astonished to discover that he could clearly perceive the flow of air around his body, as well as the branches of the willow trees swaying slightly by the roadside. This wasn't something that could be noticed just by sight, it appeared directly in Chu Chen's mind. It was as if some force was instilling this information into his brain. It wasn't until he got home that Chu Chen realized this must be a basic application of mental power. Naturally, he was very excited. This was his first step towards transforming into a superhuman. He wouldn't feel fear towards this power because he was someone who loved exploring the unknown and the novel. The emergence of these powers only made him feel that in the future he would have better strength to protect his loved ones and friends. After all, that countdown, like a death warrant, was decreasing every day. No one knew what would happen when the arrival came in 20 days. Chu Chen slowly sat up, looking at the bright sunlight outside the window. Although it was only June, the morning sun was still scorching. However, Chu Chen felt that he was not as hot as in previous years, nor was he sweating under the sun. He only felt that his whole body was still cool and comfortable, as if it were not a sweltering summer day, but a pleasant spring or a refreshing autumn day. The air conditioning isn't even on? Chu Chen felt a bit puzzled, but he quickly brushed it aside. Who cares? Being cool can't be a bad thing, right? Chu Chen directly attributed this phenomenon to the changes in his body. In the next moment, Chu Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that his strength and mental power seemed to have increased a bit more. And the increase was not small. Although he could sense some usually imperceptible details last night, it was still quite vague and limited to about a 3-meter range around his body. But now Chu Chen discovered that even the little birds chirping on the branches outside the window, the patterns of their feathers, were clearly visible, reflected in his mind. Roughly estimating, the distance was about 10 meters. In just one night, I improved threefold? Chu Chen felt a bit incredulous, because even comparing last night with the night before, he didn't feel such an exaggerated increase. Could it be that the improvement isn't a one-time thing but continuous? Chu Chen speculated, but he wasn't sure. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply decided not to think about it anymore. But to be honest, such abilities were quite useful for detecting potential dangers around him in a timely manner. Crack! Just as Chu Chen was about to go out, the doorknob was twisted off by him. What the hell is going on? Chu Chen was stunned, his expression like this. He looked at his right hand holding the doorknob in confusion. The doorknob had been twisted off by him, and it looked completely different now, especially where he had gripped it, with deep fingerprints visible. The door of the room also had a large hole where the doorknob had been removed. What's going on here? You little rascal, what are you doing?
Yang Yuyan was having breakfast in the living room when she heard the noise, her expression a bit impatient, ruining her lovely morning. She walked over, grumbling. Then, Sigma. That was her expression. What is going on? Are you trying to tear the house apart? Yang Yuyan stared blankly at the damaged door and the doorknob in Chu Chen's hand. Her tone was a bit unnatural. Clang! Chu Chen loosened his grip and the deformed doorknob fell to the ground, dramatically ending its mission. I don't know. Chu Chen shook his head like a pendulum. God, I swear, I really didn't do it on purpose. Chu Chen felt like crying without tears. He just wanted to open the door. How could the doorknob be so fragile? Why hadn't he noticed this before? Although Yang Yuyan was a bit surprised, recalling what Chu Chen had said to her the night before and his mysterious power, she felt it was somewhat acceptable. She even had a somewhat inexplicable thought. Other people's superpowers can move heaven and earth. Why does my silly son just have a bit more strength? And it seems his brain isn't quite working either. Could it be that green giant or something? Yang Yuyan's mind flashed back to a foreign movie she had watched with Chu Chen before, Avengers 10, featuring those green-skinned, immensely strong yet simple-minded beings. She couldn't help but feel a chill, her body shivering slightly. Oh, if it really is like that, wouldn't it be useless? Yang Yuyan shook her head vigorously, not wanting to look at Chu Chen anymore, and returned to the living room to continue her breakfast. Clean up the mess on the floor before you eat, or you won't be allowed to have any. She left behind a light remark. Chu Chen looked at his somewhat neurotic mother and shook his head, silently heading to the balcony to grab the cleaning tools. This time, he was smarter and controlled his strength. Creak, although the broom was slightly deformed in his grip. Thankfully, it didn't break this time. After a while, Chu Chen finally adapted to his current strength. This was largely thanks to his surging mental power, which greatly helped him coordinate and control his strength. Watching his mother eat quietly in front of him, Chu Chen wanted to speak several times but didn't know how to start. What's wrong? Acting all shy. Did I give birth to a son or a daughter? Just say what you need to say. Yang Yuyan noticed Chu Chen's hesitant demeanor and spoke irritably. Only then did Chu Chen cautiously ask, Mom, aren't you curious about this strength of mine? He thought Yang Yuyan would answer him, but unexpectedly, she countered with a question of her own. Let me ask you, are you my son? Chu Chen answered. Without hesitation, of course. If I'm not your son, whose son could I be? Yang Yuyan picked up her chopsticks and tapped them against the bowl, producing a crisp sound. Then that's settled, right? Anyway, you are my son, and you're old enough to have your own thoughts and values. Whether it's the strength you just displayed or the invisible power you showed me the night before last, it definitely exceeds the physical rules of this world. I may not fully understand, but all I need to know is that you are my son, my family, and that's enough. I believe you can master these powers well. Yang Yuyan's expression remained as usual, without any extra emotion, as if she were discussing something completely ordinary. Chu Chen nodded, half understanding, and stopped speaking, focusing on his meal. Yang Yuyan naturally tore off a piece of napkin to wipe her mouth, stretching contentedly as she stood up. Alright, I'm full. Remember to clean the table when you're done eating. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, she added, don't break any of my furniture. That doorknob was the first and last time. If you break anything else in the house, you'll have to fix it yourself. Her expression was somewhat playful, seemingly certain that Chu Chen hadn't yet fully controlled that strength. Waiting to see the show. To her surprise, Chu Chen didn't back down at all and retorted without hesitation, I won't. If I break something, don't even talk about fixing it, I'll just buy 10 new ones. Yes, you're the best. Just hope I don't catch you. Yang Yuyan said without looking back, walking straight into her room. Who do you think you're looking down on? Yang Yuyan, of course, didn't know that Chu Chen could now control his strength freely, and her understanding of these powers mostly came from movies. She still remembered that classic film from decades ago, Spider-Man, where the protagonist took a long time to adapt and control his powers, even breaking most of the furniture in his house. But Chu Chen was different from the characters in the movies. In the films, an ordinary person suddenly gains immense power, but their mental strength remains the same as an ordinary person's, making it naturally difficult to control. Chu Chen's mental power, it could be said without exaggeration, was stronger than that of dozens of people combined. Whether it is the control of one's own power or the perception of the external environment, it is something that ordinary people cannot imagine. Even now, Chu Chen's control over his own power is stronger than that of an average person. He can feel that he can control every bit of power he outputs through his mental strength. Although he cannot achieve a very precise number, it is close enough, already much stronger than an ordinary person. This is the benefit brought by powerful mental strength. Not only can it be used to better harness chaotic power, but it can also perfectly control one's own body and capture changes in the external environment to the utmost degree. Compared to in the game, Chu Chen's greatest realization is that mental strength has materialized. It does not refer to the form or existence of mental strength being materialized, but rather the influence and effects it brings have become tangible. In the game, spirit is one of the 4 basic attributes, but it seems to be more important for ranged professions like mages, priests, and archers because they have a mana bar. The higher the spirit, the thicker the mana bar. At the same time, spirit can also affect the speed at which they cast skills, the range of skill effects, and so on. However, what about melee professions? Taking Chu Chen's profession as an example, the spirit attribute seems to have no other effect except for influencing the range and speed of the Light Guardian Dragon sword skill. Swordsmen do not have a mana bar. Spirit cannot speed up skill casting because, aside from a few charge type skills, skill casting is extremely quick. It seems that for melee professions, the spirit attribute has no effect and does not deserve to be called one of the 4 main attributes. This has led to players now pursuing attack by investing in strength, speed by investing in agility and health, and defense by investing in constitution. No one invests in spirit. Logically speaking, spirit should not be so useless if it can stand alongside the other 3 attributes, but players have proven that spirit is indeed of little use for melee professions. But now, Chu Chen knows. It's not that the spirit attribute is useless, but that players have not discovered its importance for melee professions. It can significantly enhance a player's control over their own power. Moreover, it can improve a player's reaction speed, which is a completely different concept from speed, relating to the speed of one's thinking and adaptability, and so on. These are all brought about by the spirit attribute. Therefore, whether for ranged or melee professions, spirit is undoubtedly the most important attribute. Without the spirit attribute, one cannot perfectly exert their power, cannot accurately mobilize their defensive capabilities, and cannot maintain balance at high speeds. Spirit has always been there, it's just that players have not noticed it. After washing the dishes, Chu Chen returned to his room with his thoughts. Looking at the birds outside the window, he wondered what they were thinking, and he didn't even feel like entering the game. Last night, the Awakening of Humanity event had already ended, but Chu Chen had no desire to log into the game to check it out. Chu Chen felt that he had only discovered the most superficial uses of spirit. He had merely glimpsed a corner of its true essence. Damn it! Feeling inexplicably irritable, he knew that discovering the role of the spirit attribute should be a cause for joy. However, this feeling of knowing that his understanding was merely a very simple surface, as if he had just stepped into elementary school, knowing full well that there were still middle school, high school, and university courses yet to learn, but feeling powerless to study, deeply entangled Chu Chen's heart. After all, he could now be said to be the person who has researched spirit the most among humanity, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a spiritual master among players based solely on his current understanding. But only he himself knew that this master was merely a novice. How ironic. Forget it, what am I worrying about here? Once my mental strength is stronger, I'll naturally understand. Besides, there are several knowledgeable big shots around, I can always ask them. Dragon King, City Lord Yi Tian. Chu Chen shook his head, temporarily casting aside those distracting thoughts, and logged into the game. Player, Chaos level 55, third transition 31%. Talent, Chaos Sword Heart, Super God level. Profession, Dragon Sword Master. Health, 102,500 plus 102,000. Attack, 19,200 plus 4,000. Physical defense, 10,250 plus 5,000. Magical defense, 10,250 plus 5,000. Strength, 300 plus 980. Constitution, 1350 plus 700. Spirit, 1440 plus 1,700. Speed, 900 plus 1,000. Dragon Bloodline Power, 4040. Divine level, recovers 1 point every 10 minutes. Skills, Chaos Sword Technique. Super God level, 10,000 swords return to origin. Super God level, do as you please. Super God level, Chaos Body. Super God level, Vertical / Initial, Tiger Step. Silver level, Gale / Bronze level. Special effects, Weapon, Moonfall Strike, Moonbreak Strike, Moondrop Strike. Equipment, Sword of Morning, Flash. Accessories, Grace, Desperation, Protection, Dance of Slaughter, Feast. Dragon Sword. Master, Strength and Constitution attributes permanently multiplied by 15. Spirit and Speed attributes permanently multiplied by 5. The effect of Constitution on health is adjusted to 50 times, and the effect on both defenses is adjusted to 5 times. The effect of Strength on attack is adjusted to 15 times. Bloodline Fusion. Fusion progress 10%. The obtained attributes are permanently multiplied by 2. The first thing Chu Chen did upon logging in was to open his attribute panel. Sure enough, at the end of the attribute panel, there was an additional line of introduction. Bloodline Fusion progress reached 10%. Although Chu Chen was somewhat puzzled as to why it was only 10%, the effect that followed made him catch his breath. Permanently multiplied by 2. What does this mean? Although it seemed that the numerical values compared to the effects brought by the Dragon Sword Master were significantly lower, there were still 2 words before this permanent multiplier. Final. The meaning of final goes without saying. Chu Chen's Chaos Sword Heart talent could ultimately increase the damage dealt by sword-type weapons by 1,000 times. In other words, it is independent of the final multiplier concept. It is not the same effect as a regular doubling. For example, the effect of the grace from Chu Chen's mask can grant a 200% experience boost. If at this time Chu Chen received another 100% experience boost, then the final calculation would yield a total of 300% increase, resulting in a total of 4 times the experience.
However, if the final experience boost received was 100%, then the maximum experience he could gain would be 3 times the experience multiplied by 2, totaling 6 times the experience boost. Although it seems like just a 2 times difference, it depends on the situation. Chu Chen's current attributes can be enhanced by the Dragon Sword Master. The Strength and Constitution attributes have already been multiplied by 15, while the Spirit and Speed attributes have been multiplied by 5. Adding the effect of Bloodline Fusion, it becomes that the Strength and Constitution attributes are now 30 times their original. The Spirit and Speed attributes also reach 10 times their original. And this is just temporary. According to previous patterns, every time Chu Chen advanced in his profession, the bonuses gained would be even higher, so in the future, this 2 times difference would only grow larger. If it were just that, Chu Chen might feel a bit surprised, but he once again noticed the Bloodline Fusion progress. With just 10%, his attributes had doubled. What about 20%? 50%? Even 100%? Is 100% simply 10 times, or does it have other effects? Chu Chen could not know, but he was clear that he would only grow stronger, and the extent of that growth would increase, having long left the other players in the world far behind, until he could no longer see their backs. At this moment, Chu Chen suddenly felt a bit sentimental. Kings are always lonely. It seemed like a curse that Chu Chen could not avoid. However, if he became the strongest but had no one by his side, he would rather not become that king. The ultimate goal of Chu Chen's strength was to better protect his loved ones and friends around him, right? Images of people floated in his mind. His mother Yang Yuyan, his best friend Yi Xiaolong, the adorable Manhwa, and that gentle, pure girl Xiao Yixue. He felt clearly that his heart seemed to become softer. No matter what others thought, Chu Chen knew he would never abandon those around him. He still remembered during the previous environment assessment given by the Dragon King, even though he knew that Xiao Yixue and Yi Xiaolong were fake, he still couldn't bring himself to leave them behind. If he couldn't abandon the fakes, let alone the real ones, Chu Chen's gaze gradually became resolute as he silently opened the leaderboard. The top 3 names were closely aligned, injecting a surge of adrenaline into Chu Chen. First place Chaos. Second place Ultimate Storm God of War. Third place Shui Yuha. It was indeed Chu Chen, Xiao Yixue, and Yi Xiaolong. Chu Chen was stunned for a while. Fortunately, he had logged off after returning to the guild base yesterday, and at this moment he was still standing dazed in a courtyard of the guild for quite some time. However, this area was specifically designated for Chu Chen's use, so no one else came in to disturb him. Shaking his head, he gathered his thoughts. It was time to get down to business. Although Chu Chen had never doubted whether he could achieve first place, the moment of personally receiving the award still excited him. Other rewards, including epic titles, legendary treasure chests, and so on, were not necessarily essentials for Chu Chen, but first place had a very special reward. One chance to draw for a legacy-level equipment. It was important to note that Chu Chen was now level 55, and all his equipment and accessories had reached legendary level after the last enhancement by Jiang Luyun, but there was one piece of equipment that, despite its strong potential, had been set aside due to a lack of materials at the time. That was the sword he currently wielded, the Chenyu. The Chenyu sword was obtained using an epic equipment evolution scroll. Its predecessor was the new moon sword, which was the reward from the treasure chest during his first boss kill. It could be said that it was the weapon that had always accompanied Chu Chen. With the damage splash effect of the moonbreak, it greatly enhanced Chu Chen's ability to farm monsters in groups. However, as the light spirit dragon sword and some other skills emerged later, the significance of the moonbreak seemed to become less essential, but it was undeniable that it had greatly improved Chu Chen in the past. Yet now, it could no longer provide strong assistance to Chu Chen, destined to be gradually phased out. Chu Chen slowly took out the Chenyu sword from the chaos space, feeling a mix of emotions. However, he quickly adjusted himself and put the Chenyu sword back. After all, he hadn't started the draw yet. What if he drew something other than a sword? He wouldn't be able to use it. He still had to continue using the Chenyu sword. Although Chu Chen felt a bit reluctant, he understood how precious a legacy-level weapon that had grown alongside him was. This means that he wouldn't need to change weapons for a long time in the future. With a thought, Chu Chen used his lottery draw. A spinning wheel, visible only to Chu Chen, turned in the void, and every time the pointer passed a name, Chu Chen's brow twitched slightly. Heaven bless, let it be a sword. As a non-lucky person, Chu Chen could only hope for divine intervention. The wheel slowed down more and more, gradually coming to a stop, the pointer pointing to a name. In the next second, it seemed that endless light appeared in the void, enveloping Chu Chen completely. After all, Chu Chen possessed half of the bloodline of the Light Dragon clan. Although he had only fused 10% of it, he was immune to most of the light in the world. However, at this moment, he was still dazzled by the intense brightness, unable to open his eyes. What is this light? Why does it seem to stir the bloodline of the Light Dragon clan within me? Although he couldn't open his eyes, he could feel the powerful force contained within this light. Moreover, the bloodline of the Light Dragon clan within him was actually a bit excited. Yes, excited. It seemed to resonate with this light. Could the source of this light have some unknown connection to the Light Dragon clan? At this moment, the system's prompt tone rang out just in time, as if answering Chu Chen's question. Congratulations, you have drawn a legacy-level weapon, the Lost Holy Sword of Light. Legacy-level weapon? The Lost Holy Sword of Light? Chu Chen's heart soared with joy. He had indeed drawn a legacy-level sword weapon, and by its name, it was a weapon of the light attribute. This could be said to be tailor-made for Chu Chen. He never expected that after years of being unlucky he would have such a stroke of luck. However, it seemed that since entering the Heavenly Inquiry, Chu Chen's bad luck attribute had hardly come into play. He had been quite fortunate all along. While Chu Chen was still rejoicing over drawing a suitable weapon, he was unaware that the jade pendant around his neck was now dimming again, as if it had consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Name: Lost Holy Sword of Light level, Legacy level 5. Note: Legacy level weapons are divided into 9 tiers, corresponding to the 9 major levels from Black Iron to Divine. Attributes: Attack plus 1000, Health plus 10,000, Strength plus 100, Spirit plus 100 additional, Lost negative effect. The former Holy Sword of Light was the strongest sword of the Light Dragon clan, wielded by generations of Light Dragon Kings, but in the Great War 1,000 years ago, the Light Dragon King paid the price of his life, overextending the full power of the Holy Sword of Light to seal the Demon Emperor, and thus the Holy Sword was eroded by demonic power, gaining the passive of being lost. The holder of this sword will receive the lost mark. If the holder dies, they will fall into the path of darkness and cannot be restored. Radiance passive effect. As the sword of the Light Dragon Kings throughout the ages, the Holy Sword of Light absorbed the radiant power of the Light Dragon Kings over the long years, and the Light Dragon clan allied with the holder will receive an inspiring boost of radiant power, gaining a 50% increase in all attributes. Note: the level of the Light Dragon clan must not exceed the level of this sword. Show of strength passive effect. The Light Dragon Kings of each generation were among the strongest in the Heavenly Inquiry continent, and their invincible nature influenced the power of the Holy Sword of Light. When using this sword to deal damage, if the final damage exceeds 10% of the target's maximum health, the Holy Sword of Light will deal the same damage to the target again. Conversely, if the final damage does not exceed 10% of the target's maximum health, the Holy Sword of Light will feel humiliated and restore the target's health, equivalent to the damage dealt. Sacrifice active effect. The Lost Holy Sword of Light, influenced by demonic energy, has given birth to a devouring power independent of light. It can devour up to X weapons, gaining 50% of their attributes and a random special effect attribute. X is the tier level of the inherited weapon, currently 5. Once the limit is reached, further devouring allows for replacement. Restrictions: must possess the divine bloodline of the Light Dragon race and be a level 50 or above 3rd transformation swordsman. Advancement condition: slay 10 legendary level bosses, current progress 0/10. Chu Chen stared in astonishment at the panel of this inherited weapon. One could only say it shocked him time and again. The first thing that struck him was its attribute bonus. The Lost Holy Sword of Light is currently only at the 5th tier of inheritance, equivalent to an epic level weapon, yet the attribute bonus it provides is almost double that of the epic level weapon, the Moonshadow Sword. Next was the first special effect attribute, Lost. This was actually a negative effect? A weapon could actually bring negative effects to its holder? Fortunately, the Lost effect usually has no impact on the holder, but it reveals its fangs upon the holder's death. It could actually lead the holder to fall into the demonic path, rendering them unable to recover. In other words, it fundamentally transforms them into a demon. This is something that other races would find completely unacceptable. Demons symbolize brutality, greed, and filth, especially to the divine race. If they were to learn of this sword's negative effect, they would undoubtedly go to any lengths to destroy it. They despise demons even more than the dragon race does. However, even though this is a negative effect, Chu Chen did not pay it much mind. After all, his strength is formidable. In the current environment, one could say it would be hard for him to die. While others are still battling bronze and silver level bosses with wits and courage, he can already slay legendary level bosses with ease. How could he die? Who could make him die? Due to the influence of game rules, the strongest creatures currently appearing are merely star level. NPCs and bosses above the holy level cannot take action. So, even though Chu Chen can hold his own under the pressure from the Dragon King and the 5 elders, and even stimulate the heart of chaos, it is because the pressure they emit is regulated by the rules. If Chu Chen were to truly bear the full force of a divine level powerhouse's pressure, it wouldn't even take a second, just a moment, and he would be crushed into a mist of blood, unable to unleash the power of the heart of chaos. However, it is precisely because of the limitations imposed by the game rules that Chu Chen is currently in existence. That is almost impossible to kill. When the restrictions are lifted in the future and holy level and divine level bosses appear, Chu Chen's strength will have already soared again, and at that time, it remains to be seen who will prevail. Thus, although Chu Chen was somewhat shocked and puzzled by this attribute, he did not take it too seriously, just keeping a wary eye on it. Next were the other 2 passive attributes and 1 active attribute.
The Radiance attribute is a buff for the Light Dragon race, which is understandable as it was once the sword of the dragon, kings of past generations. As for the Martial Display attribute, that one is a bit amusing. When damage exceeds 10% of the target's maximum health, it can add an equal amount of damage again. However, if it doesn't exceed, then sorry, I just heal the opponent? What does this effect have to do with the name Martial Display? The dragon race, while proud in valuing martial strength, wouldn't go so far as to heal their opponents, right? Fortunately, Chu Chen's Chaos Sword Heart effect is powerful, directly increasing damage by 1,000 times, so let alone 10% as long as its damage dealt by Chu Chen, it almost always exceeds 20% of the target's health, except for health tank monsters. As for the last effect, it surprised Chu Chen a bit. Sacrifice. The skill can devour other weapons, thereby gaining 50% of their attributes, and it can also randomly acquire one affix from the weapon. The current limit allows for the devouring of a total of 5 weapons. Moreover, Chu Chen noticed a detail. The effect only mentioned weapons, without specifying that they had to be swords. This means that Chu Chen can devour not only swords but also staves, bows, daggers, and so on. TSK. If I could devour a certain assassin's weapon and gain a stealth affix, wouldn't I be completely invincible? A killer hidden in the shadows, striking with a single blow. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. And the last point, which Chu Chen was most concerned about. The reason why legacy-level weapons are powerful is not only because their attributes are stronger than other weapons of the same tier, but also because they can be upgraded. Currently, the upgrade condition for the Lost Holy Sword of Light is to kill 10 legendary-level bosses. This is a bit tricky. Chu Chen's face showed a look of distress. It wasn't because he couldn't defeat legendary-level bosses. It was just hard to find them. It seems he would have to wait until he went to the secondary city to consider upgrading his weapon. Chu Chen silently replaced the Moonlight Sword with the Lost Holy Sword of Light, and his attributes increased once again. As for the remaining activity rewards, Chu Chen didn't want to look at them anymore. He would just give them to others later. Xiao Yixue and Yi Xiaolong, they all needed these epic and legendary level equipment more than Chu Chen did. It is worth mentioning that the event also rewarded a large amount of experience, gold, and reputation. At this moment, Chu Chen's level soared again, reaching level 58, and his reputation also hit 500,000. Not to mention the gold, which he couldn't even spend. He allocated all his attribute points to spirit, and with a flash, Chu Chen arrived at the guild hall. Oh, what a coincidence, everyone is here. Tanya Guild. The hall was filled with people. Everyone believed that their guild leader would definitely secure first place in this event, but unexpectedly, the usually gentle Vice President Shui Yua and the ultimate Storm Warrior, who liked to wander around the guild during free time, actually took second and third place. Although everyone knew that their level increase was definitely related to the guild leader, such things could not be openly stated. However, this did not prevent everyone from coming to the guild early in the morning, hoping to build a good relationship with the vice president. As a result, everyone had the same idea, which led to the once spacious Tanya Guild Hall, capable of accommodating hundreds, now feeling a bit crowded. Everyone was gathered in a circle, with the main characters naturally being Yi Xiaolong and Xiao Yixue, who had secured second and third place. Yang Yuyan did not like such occasions. When she was running her company, she hated attending banquets and the like, so she preferred to avoid them. Xiao Yixue and Yi Xiaolong had no choice but to step out and face the crowd. Everyone, listen to me. We are very happy that you came to congratulate us, but we are all comrades in the same guild. In the future, everyone will grow stronger. As long as you all work hard in the guild, you will not be neglected. Xiao Yixue already had some initial leadership demeanor, standing in the middle and shouting loudly. She looked quite much like a vice president. As for Yi Xiaolong, he was originally a slacker, so he didn't care where he was. Yang Yuyan forced him to help Xiao Yixue share some of the pressure. Otherwise, he might be wandering around somewhere at this moment. But he didn't expect that this kind of scene felt quite comfortable. Most of the members looked at him with admiration and envy, constantly saying flattering words and asking him to take care of them more in the future. Although the hall was crowded, it did not feel chaotic at all. Everyone's quality is still relatively high. Although they came to congratulate the two, thinking to get familiar with them, they didn't make any unnecessary moves. From this, one can see how successful Xiao Yixue was in selecting members before. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm, pursuing interests, is human nature. So everyone can understand and has acted accordingly. However, a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through the right means. Although everyone is envious, they also know that as long as they stay well in the Tanya Guild, they will naturally receive enough benefits once they contribute to the guild in the future. Thus, everyone was orderly, creating a rather strange scene. They lined up, one by one, to get familiar with Xiao Yixue and Yi Xiaolong. Of course, Xiao Yixue's aura still subdued most of the members. After all, they could only join the Tanya Guild after being selected by her, and the members were somewhat in awe of her. Moreover, it was rumored that this vice president, Shui Yua, was the girlfriend of the Chaos Guild president. With such A strong boyfriend, no one was willing to provoke her. In contrast, Yi Xiaolong usually liked to wander around the guild, having teamed up with many members to explore maps and level up. Coupled with his cheerful personality and lack of pretentiousness, he got along well with everyone, so his reputation among the guild members was actually the best. As for Yi Xiaolong, he had always interacted equally with these members, but suddenly receiving so many envious glances and flattering words made him feel a bit lightheaded. Brother God of War, I always thought you had an unparalleled aura, destined for greatness. Brother God of War, do you remember me? We teamed up before, and I even gave you a bottle of health potion. Brother God of War. Brother God of War. Yi Xiaolong was lost in the chorus of Brother God of War. Although everyone had respected him before, knowing he was a good brother of the Chaos Guild president, they had never flattered him like this. Moreover, thinking about the epic equipment he had just obtained, which brought him a tremendous boost, he had leaped into the top 10 of the power rankings. It's worth noting that he had previously been around 100th place. After all, he was just a golden level talent, and the power boost he received was not high. This was still due to many pieces of golden level equipment he had, otherwise he wouldn't have made it onto the power rankings at all. And now, an epic piece of equipment had directly propelled him into the ranks of the world's top 10 experts. One can imagine how exaggerated the rewards of this event were for players. Moreover, he had not yet completed his job transfer task and was still at the second transfer. If he completed the third transfer task, he would undoubtedly be the second on the power rankings. The significant boost in strength made him incredibly happy. Coupled with the constant flattery from those around him, Yi Xiaolong felt like he was about to float into the sky. Oh, you little brat, you really have an eye for talent to have seen so early that I would soar to great heights. Of course, I remember. At that time, I almost got killed by that monster, but luckily you were quick with the health potion, or I would have died. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaolong could actually remember these things. It was ridiculous. Brother God of War, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. I'm your little fan. Oh, which little sister is this? Come here, Brother God of War will give you a hug, and later I'll take you to level up. Yi Xiaolong's smiling expression instantly collapsed. Xiamenjiu had finally squeezed in from the back, and seeing Yi Xiaolong in such a daze, she thought to tease him a bit. Haha, what's wrong, Brother God of War? Am I not cute enough? Why don't you smile when you see me? Xiao Mengyue looked at Yi Xiaolong's sudden change of expression and couldn't help but cover her mouth, giggling, her tender shoulders shaking continuously. Xiao Mengyue, what are you doing? Do you think I'm easy? It's not easy for me to have a scene like this, and you won't let me enjoy it? Put. So it's my fault then? Alright, I won't disturb you, War God brother, you just continue to enjoy their flattery. Don't go, Xiao Mengyue. Where are you going? Wait for me. Smack. A hand as white as jade, yet strong and powerful, crisply slapped Yi Xiaolong's shoulder. Who is it? Yi Xiaolong turned around abruptly and saw Chu Chen's face, which seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. With an awkward smile, Yi Xiaolong felt a bit embarrassed at that moment. Hee, so it's easy. What brings you here? Chu Chen had a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Well, look at you, fat dragon, didn't expect you to have this side to you? Yi Xiaolong's face turned red from the teasing. Alright, just stop making fun of me. Ahem. Chu Chen stopped teasing Yi Xiaolong, cleared his throat, and then spoke loudly. Everyone disperse. Don't use these little tricks anymore. The Tanya Guild only looks at contributions. Whoever has the highest contribution can get what they want. Don't think it's just equipment. As long as your contribution is enough, I can personally help you farm a full set of equipment. Chu Chen's voice accurately reached the ears of every member, and everyone looked at the figure in the center, not daring to linger for a moment, and hurriedly retreated. What a joke! Since Chaos had spoken, who would dare to stay there? Chu Chen smiled with satisfaction, pleased with the members' responsiveness. Then, he took out the legendary treasure chest he had just received as a reward from his backpack and lightly patted it. What am I here for? To give you equipment. Do you want it? At this moment, the remaining Xiao Ishui, Yi Xiaolong, and Xiao Mengyue in the hall couldn't help but feel excited upon seeing the shining treasure chest. Originally, Chu Chen had also messaged his mom, but Yang Yuyan wasn't interested in equipment, saying that the guild's contribution was almost full and that she needed to prepare materials for the guild upgrade, so she wouldn't be coming. However, Yang Yuyan specifically instructed him to make sure to give the best to Xiao Ishui. Of course, I'll definitely take good care of Xiao Shui. This was Chu Chen's exact words. The legendary treasure chest was naturally given to Xiao Ishui, and she was quite lucky. Opening a top-notch ring. Name, Tear of Omiya level, legendary attributes, plus 200 spirit, plus 20% skill casting speed additional, compassion, passive. Effect. Omiya, as a legendary goddess of life, possessed the ability to heal all things, but she had a regret that spanned her entire life. In her youth, she watched helplessly as her beloved fell before her eyes, slowly losing vitality, yet she was powerless to help, ultimately leaving behind tears of regret and pain. This drop of tear was endowed with endless life force after Omiya became a goddess, possessing the magic of resurrection without consumption, gaining 1 minute of invincibility after resurrection. Current usable times 3 after the uses are exhausted. This
Equipment will turn back into tears, disappearing between heaven and earth. Restriction must have a beloved in heart. Shu Chen held the tear of Omiya in his hand and carefully played with it. A very simple decorative ring with only one passive effect, but it still didn't diminish its preciousness as it was powerful enough. No consumption resurrection. 1 minute of invincibility after resurrection. The combination of these two effects can be said to be the strongest life-saving equipment Shu Chen had seen so far. Not only that, but with its legendary level, it was estimated that for a long time in the future this equipment would remain the strongest. Moreover, as expected, after this piece of equipment appeared, Shu Chen no longer monopolized the top 3 spots on the equipment leaderboard. The first place was still the legendary weapon. He had just obtained the lost Holy Sword of Light. However, the second place had turned into the teardrop-shaped ring in his hand. Shu Chen's black Demon Rage set had dropped to third place. Yet, it was the first time Shu Chen had seen such a strange equipment restriction. A person with a beloved heart? What kind of restriction is that? Both Yi Xiaolong and Wang Manhwa also saw the information about this equipment. Wow, what? A romantic piece of equipment. Sister Xiaoxue, you should try to equip it. Little Manhwa, always eager for excitement, chattered on, urging Xiaoxue to give it a try. Yi Xiaolong wore a look of curiosity but didn't speak up. The thoughts of everyone were evident. A person with a beloved heart? Who could Xiaoxue's beloved be? It seemed like it could only be the Shu Chen in front of her, right? However, there were also doubts. They were all 17 now, could they really be called beloved? Shu Chen was also puzzled, feeling that this condition might be a bit harsh for Xiaoxue. Just as he was about to speak up to comfort her, he saw the tears of the ring shimmering with a brilliant blue light, as if it had come to life. Soft as water, entwined like love. It gently wrapped around Xiaoxue's right ring finger. Her originally fair and smooth hand now paired perfectly with the ring, creating a flawless match. Yi Xiaolong was left speechless, and even the fearless little Manhwa quickly covered her cherry lips with her hand. Shu Chen stared blankly at Xiaoxue, illuminated by the blue light, so beautiful, like a goddess of new life, radiating an alluring vitality. Xiaoxue clearly hadn't expected to wear the ring so easily. Everyone was watching her, but her eyes were only on one person. The boy who had appeared during her saddest, most desperate moments. Looking at the dazed Shu Chen. In front of her, with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, his handsome stature gradually overlapped with the figure of that boy deep in her memories. Xiaoxue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shu Chen was somewhat confused, wondering if he looked that funny right now. Xiaoxue slowly shook her head, the ring's glow completely receding, returning to its original simple form. Aside from its peculiar shape, it didn't seem to have any special features, completely unlike a legendary piece of equipment. But everyone knew that it was merely dimming its brilliance. The gossip flames in Yi Xiaolong and Wang Manhua's eyes were already burning brightly, eager to tease Xiaoxue. However, seeing the handsome man and beautiful woman gazing affectionately at each other, they felt a bit overwhelmed by the dog food. In the end, they chose to leave space for the two. Let's go. Little Manhwa, brother god of war will take you out to play, we won't be the third wheel. Without waiting for little Manhwa to protest, Yi Xiaolong scooped up the little loli and walked straight out. Xiaoxue, what's this? Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoxue's finger gently covered Shu Chen's mouth. I don't want to say for now, Xiaoyi, don't worry, I promise I'll tell you later. Okay? Shu Chen was taken aback, looking at Xiaoxue's anxious and adorable expression. He couldn't help but kiss her forehead, then ruffled her hair, smiling as he nodded. Alright, I'll wait for the day you tell me. Shu Chen didn't necessarily need to know, he was just curious. Although he had always liked Xiaoxue and understood that she liked him too, he had never thought that his status in her heart was so high, reaching the level of beloved? But his interactions with Xiaoxue had mostly been in high school, there wasn't much else beyond that. No wonder. They say that the white moonlight of 17 is a past that one can never let go. Shu Chen thought seriously. Just as he was lost in thought, Xiaoxue had already taken a few small steps away. The sunlight in the sky was just right, rustling through the gaps between the buildings and spilling onto the ground. The girl in white turned back with a cheerful smile, waving her right hand adorned with a ring. Under the light, the ring, which had seemed plain after being concealed, suddenly shone brightly again. Xiaohe, come here. Shu Chen immediately snapped back to reality. Looking at the angelic girl, he smiled, genuinely happy. Isn't she also his white moonlight? But unlike others whose white moonlight only exists in their hearts, his white moonlight is right in front of him. Coming. In the boundless starry sky, on a land filled with the breath of green life, countless small animals were hopping about, and the ground was covered with grass, dotted with colorful little flowers. In the center stood a woman in a green long dress, her face shrouded in mist, visible only to the divine. But just from her incredibly perfect figure, one could tell she was a rare beauty. The woman seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky, murmuring softly, I hope my tears can spare you from experiencing the regrets I've had. After saying this, she seemed to recall some sorrowful memory and began to choke up slightly, a tear falling to the ground. But this tear was no longer filled with unwillingness and despair, instead, it was laden with blessings. and wishes for the lovers who received her tears. By the way, Xiao Shui, what is your third job transfer task? Just when I have nothing to do, but the area near the level 3 city is no longer suitable for me to level up. The boss isn't that easy to find either. I plan to head to the level 2 city tomorrow, so for now, I'll help you in Fei Long with your job transfer tasks. Xiao Yixuan nodded, understanding that a peaceful life is always short-lived. Xu Chen had delayed long enough, it was time for him to strive for broader horizons. My third job transfer task requires me to find a place rich in light elements and then condense the Heart of Light. Heart of Light? What is that? I'm not quite sure either, but from the task prompt, it seems to be something essential for me in the future. A light priest without the Heart of Light is incomplete. Xiao Yixua's expression was extremely serious. After all, her goal was to be able to stand up and provide help when Xu Chen needed it, rather than always hiding behind him, watching him solve everything. Xu Chen pondered for a moment. I do know a place rich in light elements. After all, my dragon bloodline is from the Light Dragon clan, but I can't just take you there without permission. I need to ask first. Okay, good. Xiao Yixuan nodded obediently. In fact, she initially wanted to see if she could complete the task in the priest's sanctuary. Although her status in the priest's sanctuary wasn't as high as Yi Xiaolong's in the warrior's sanctuary, her master was a grand elder of the priest's sanctuary, still above most disciples. Unfortunately, the grand elder searched the priest's sanctuary with her but couldn't find a place that met her requirements, which is why she brought it up to see if Xu Chen had a solution. Calling Lord Dragon King. Calling. Lord Dragon King. Kid, what's up? Are you reaching level 70 and preparing for your 4th job transfer? The Dragon King was somewhat shocked, his heavy breathing shaking the cave. Every time Xu Chen contacted him, it was for a job transfer upgrade, so this time he naturally assumed Xu Chen was about to change jobs again. How long has it been? Already level 70? That's not it. I have a little favor to ask of the Dragon King. Whoa, the Dragon King let out a long breath, realizing it wasn't about the 4th transformation, which scared him to death. I thought you were so defiant. So, what is it? Do you need to come to me specifically to ask? It's like this, I have a friend who is a light priest and he has reached level 50. For the 3rd transformation quest, he needs to condense a Heart of Light, but he can't find a suitable place. The Dragon King pondered, so you have your eyes set on the Lake of Light? Isn't that the most suitable place I know of? Xu Chen grinned, fearing the Dragon King would refuse him. To his surprise, the Dragon King showed no intention of refusing and instead asked Xu Chen, Kid, do you know the origin of the light priest profession? Xu Chen was surprised and didn't quite understand why the Dragon King would ask that. The Dragon King continued, the light priest profession actually originated from our lineage of light dragons. The first light priest was a dragon who changed professions. But humans all think that the light priest comes from the first-class divine race, the angel race. I can only say that's extremely ridiculous. As he spoke, the Dragon King kept snorting coldly. Xu Chen chuckled awkwardly, well, if that's the case, why not let my friend become a dragon profession changer? The Dragon King's body, which had been lying down, stood up in agitation upon hearing this, a bit exasperated. You brat, do you think becoming a dragon profession changer is that easy? Otherwise, why are you the only one in thousands of years? Besides, after the first light priest, they have already distanced themselves from the light dragon lineage, so it's impossible for them to become a dragon profession changer again. He then shifted his tone. However, the light priest lineage has a characteristic. Their hearts are absolutely kind and will not plunge into darkness. So helping her complete the quest is not out of the question, but you have to promise me one thing. The Dragon King's voice carried a hint of treachery, as if he was certain that Xu Chen would agree. You say it. I'll agree to anything. The corners of the Dragon King's mouth curled into a smile of a successful scheme. It's like this, you know, the Dragon Clan has been hiding in the Dragon Realm, and many facilities are in need of repair, but we are already out of money. If you are willing to sponsor the Dragon Clan, then I will agree to this matter. Xu Chen's face darkened. Was that a sponsorship? It was more like extortion. Moreover, even if there was sponsorship, could the Dragon Clan find someone to go in and repair it? Since they were hidden, that was definitely impossible. For the time being. To put it bluntly, Xu Chen felt that the Dragon King knew that aside from the first time, he had been freeloading on skills. So now he was here to collect debts. They say the Dragon Clan is greedy for wealth, and it's really not wrong at all. Xu Chen muttered quietly, but was still heard by the Dragon King. Kid, what are you mumbling about? Do you still want to help your friend? What else could he do? Could he say no? The only place he knew with rich light elements was this one. Where else could he find it? He could only grit his teeth and agree. Fine. How much do you want? Not much, just 5 million gold coins. What? 5 million? Do you really think I'm a wealthy landowner? Tisk, you're at least a 3rd transformation dragon knight and you don't even have 5 million? How poorly are you doing? The Dragon King mocked mercilessly. Xu Chen was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He really couldn't stand the Dragon King's tone. A lion opens its mouth wide, and yet he complains that I have no money? He didn't even know who liked to extort money the most. I don't have 5 million, make it less.
Then 3 million, that's the lowest price fair and square, and not just this time.
As long as your friend needs it in the future, he can come again. How about it, a one-time buyout? Hearing this, Chu Chen's unpleasant expression improved slightly, but he still
felt a pang of heartache. However, thinking of Xiao Ishua's job change, he knew he couldn't keep dragging it out. With a firm resolve, he agreed.
Hey, that's more like it.
I welcome you to bring more friends in the future. As long as the money is in place, everything else is not a
problem.
By the way, just use the token I gave you. It allows you to bring people. The Dragon King's teasing voice reached Chu Chen's ears,
sounding so grating. He didn't want to hear the Dragon King's voice for even a moment longer and immediately ended the call. Damn it, this old dragon will die from greed one day.
But since he had already agreed, Chu Chen wouldn't regret it. Fortunately, he hadn't left the guild's base yet. Although he had killed so many earth dragons and looted over 1 million gold coins, the gold he had on him was still not enough, so he could only go to the guild warehouse to withdraw some more.
My gold. I've been reluctant to use it. Even the sword for the 10,000 swords return
to origin is still at the bronze level.
And now I've been extorted for 3 million. The more Chu Chen thought about it, the more heartache and anger he felt. However, the urgent matter was to complete Xiao Ishua's task first. Let's go, Xiao Shui, give me your hand. Xiao Ishua's
pretty face flushed slightly as she extended her small hand to Chu Chen, which he then held tightly. Alright, let's teleport directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chen activated the token in his backpack and their figures vanished from this world. Kid, why are you here? Again? Ever since the last time when Chu Chen's sudden teleportation ruined a good opportunity, Elder Wu had become particularly sensitive to Chu Chen's teleportation fluctuations. As soon as he appeared at Mingguan Cliff, Elder Wu sensed it and rushed over immediately. He felt the same way as the Dragon King just now. Could it be that Chu Chen reached level 70 so quickly? Was he about to undergo a 4th job change? That would be too exaggerated. However, the moment Elder Wu saw Xiao Ishua standing behind Chu Chen, he understood. It turned out this time was not for a job change, but to help his little girlfriend? Elder Wu could clearly sense the aura of a light priest emanating from Xiao Ishua, and evidently, he was one of those who knew these secrets, showing no surprise. Oh, kid, is this your little girlfriend? If it were before, Xiao Ishua would definitely have blushed shyly and remained silent. But this time, perhaps due to the influence of that ring, Xiao Ishua surprisingly nodded generously and greeted Elder Wu. Hello, senior, sorry for the trouble this time. Elder Wu looked at Xiao Ishua with satisfaction, nodded, stroked his full beard, and smiled broadly. Not bad, not bad, the little girl is very polite, much better than this kid. Let me think, as a light priest, you must be here to condense the heart of light, right? Xiao Ishua nodded again. Elder Wu continued to praise her. Not bad. You've reached level 50 at such a young age. It seems you're not much worse than that chaos kid. Xiao Ishua, still shy, felt a bit embarrassed. From all the compliments, no, senior, you're joking. I could reach level 50 all thanks to Chaos's help. This was the first time Xiao Ishua called Chu Chen by his ID, and to be honest, hearing her gentle voice made Chu Chen forget the unpleasantness of being extorted by the Dragon King. He quickly interjected, alright, Elder Wu, I don't know who was so scared when they found out I was level 50 last time. Since you know about the Heart of Light, you should also know how to help her condense it, right? Elder Wu chuckled and retorted, what do you mean scared? I was just a little surprised, okay? Since you can bring her here, it must have been with the Dragon King's consent, so follow me. Xiao Ishua silently followed Elder Wu. Just as Chu Chen was about to step forward, he heard Elder Wu speak, don't come over, Chaos Kid. I'm just responsible for taking her to a place, but the process of condensing the Heart of Light cannot be disturbed by anyone. Otherwise, it can easily fail. The Dragon King seems to have something to find you, so you should go over there. You don't need to worry about this. After the condensation is complete, I will send this little girl back. Chu Chen looked at Xiao Ishua and seeing her silently nod, he no longer insisted and cupped his hands. Then, I'll trouble Elder Wu. I'll take my leave now. You brat, when your little girlfriend has something to say, you speak so politely. You weren't like this before. Elder Wu scolded with a laugh and took Xiao Ishua away, leaving Chu Chen standing alone in place. That old Dragon King, we agreed on 3 million. Am I not supposed to pay him? He even specially sent Elder Wu to urge me. It's infuriating. Complaints aside, Chu Chen had no intention of defaulting. He took out the token again and teleported to the center of the Dragon Realm, the gathering place of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King was lying in a cave, feeling the spatial fluctuations outside. His large dragon eyes opened, a hint of a smile flashing in them as he transformed into human form and slowly walked out. Oh, kid, I thought you would be in debt, but you came so decisively? Chu Chen shot a glare at the Dragon King and directly took out all the gold coins from his backpack. The Dragon King didn't even blink, and a vortex slowly appeared in the space, sucking all the gold coins in. Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, the Dragon King can use spatial techniques too? The Dragon King smiled proudly. Of course, who wouldn't know such simple spatial techniques? Just as he finished speaking, a deep voice came from the sky. Oh,
Is that so? Looks like you think you're quite capable, huh? Shall we have a little spar? A massive white dragon suddenly appeared beside them, then slowly transformed into a middle-aged man in white who was none other than Bai Fei, the spatial dragon that Chu Chen had met before. Seeing his boast immediately slapped back in his face, the Dragon King was somewhat annoyed. Let's spar then. Who's afraid of whom? Use your skills, don't use your spatial abilities. Bai Fei scoffed. What's wrong? Didn't you just say spatial techniques are simple? If they're so simple, why can't I use them? The Dragon King was instantly rendered speechless. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Bai Fei, it was just that Bai Fei's spatial techniques were too mysterious and unpredictable. Normally he would only be on the receiving end of a beating. Seeing the Dragon King huffing and puffing without being able to say a word, Bai Fei no longer paid him any mind and turned to look at Chu Chen. I sense a very strong aura of another space on you. Have you been somewhere before? Chu Chen then remembered that previously, in the rotating prism, he couldn't find the secret that Cheng Chen wanted to hide no matter what. The person in front of him was one of the highest authorities in spatial mastery on the entire continent. He must know what was going on. He quickly nodded. Senior's perception is indeed sharp. I previously went to a very strange hidden map called the Rotating Prism. The Rotating Prism? Is it that place where the sky is almost limitless? And there isn't a single cloud in the sky? Chu Chen was puzzled. Could it be that Senior has also been to that place? Bai Fei shook his head. I haven't been there, but I know that place. It was created by the royal family of the divine race, the master of the space divine race. Chu Chen was taken aback. Wasn't it said to be just a secondary civilization small world? It has such a big background? At this moment, the Dragon King, who had been grunting on the side, also interjected. That's just how you humans classify it based on the energy density of small worlds. In reality, if we talk about the profundity of space, the rotating prism can be said to rank among the top 3 of all small worlds. So amazing? What do you think? The mastery of the Lord of the Space Divine Clan in the realm of space is undoubtedly superior to that of Lao. Bai Fei nodded earnestly. That's right, and if we are talking solely about the mysteries of space, I am far from his equal. He then sighed. I've long wanted to see the rotating prism. What a pity. Chu Chen quickly spoke up. Then, Senior, do you know the secret of the rotating prism? Chu Chen recounted everything that had happened at the rotating prism before. The dimensional hub? In the sky? Bai Fei was taken aback, clearly not expecting that, but he still shared all he knew about the rotating prism. The reason it's called the rotating prism is that its internal structure is different from that of a normal world, where the sky is above and the ground is below. But the rotating prism is different. It has the sky on the left and the ground on the right. Therefore, its sky appears infinitely high because it doesn't actually extend towards the true sky, but rather extends horizontally. Chu Chen couldn't process this immediately. Seeing Chu Chen's confusion, Bai Fei simplified his explanation. What I mean is that the rotating prism has essentially rotated the entire world. It is a horizontal world. The sky inside corresponds to the reality that extends horizontally. Now Chu Chen understood, but he still had some doubts. Then why didn't I feel any difference in that space? If it was just a simple rotation, I should have been able to feel it. Bai Fei sighed. This is what I meant when I said, in terms of the mysteries of space, I am far from that person. It's not just a simple rotation of space, but rather a folding, rotating, and then mapping of space. Each step requires extreme control and handling of space. I estimate that in this world, only he can achieve this. Bai Fei continued to explain. This time, Chu Chen finally understood, but he still had a question. But I previously searched the ruins of the floating island and found no signs of the hub? Bai Fei thought for a moment and speculated. Is it possible that it was just an illusion? Perhaps there really is no hub? Didn't you say that the sea around that island is boundless? Have you gone to check? Although Chu Chen had some doubts about Bai Fei's speculation, he had to admit that as a master of the space system, his guess, even if not the truth, was likely very close. So Chu Chen decided that while he was still in Silver Moon City, he would resolve this matter first. Otherwise, having such a hidden map would leave him feeling uneasy. After bidding farewell to the Dragon King and Bai Fei, Chu Chen used a token to teleport back to the guild's base and then hurried towards the city gates. Yo, Heezy, where are you rushing off to? On the way, he encountered Yi Xiaolong leading a group of members out, not knowing what they were up to. Chu Chen then remembered that Xiao Ishua's job transfer task had been resolved, but he had forgotten about Yi Xiaolong. How's your job transfer task going? Hurry up and get to the third transfer. Stop wandering around aimlessly. Yi Xiaolong chuckled. My teacher has already promised to take me this afternoon, so you don't need to worry about me. You should pay more attention to Xiao Shue's situation. Chu Chen nodded. Since Yi Xiaolong had found a way, he wouldn't interfere further. He knew very well what kind of person Yi Xiaolong was. Trying to control him was useless, and he could only wait for him to take the initiative. The once vast Silver Moon City now seemed no more than that. At nearly 2,000 speed, he reached the city gates in just a few minutes, as if a gust of wind had swept through. Roar! The golden no formula appeared, already aware of what its master intended. It soared into the sky, and both man and dragon vanished into the horizon.
In the depths of the Whispering Grassland. Previously, Xingqian had brought all the Earth Dragon clan here using the
methods left behind by the Space Divine clan.
At this moment, he was sitting face to face with the old man in the straw raincoat, while the Qing wolf lay beside them. The two had identical auras and sense, making it impossible for the wolf to distinguish who its true master was.
So, it simply laid down and went to sleep. What happened to you? Did the rotating prism malfunction?
The old man took a sip of tea, looking somewhat surprised. He found it hard to believe that the main body had suddenly fled here in such a disheveled state. He was aware of the rotating prism's location, but after thousands of years of peace, how could it suddenly be discovered? As the main body, Xingqian could access the memories of his doppelganger, but the old man clearly could not access the main body's memories, leaving him completely in the dark about what had happened with the rotating prism. Xingqian appeared somewhat disheveled, but he had no time to tidy himself up. He lifted his teacup and drank it all in one go, losing the ethereal demeanor he had on Floating Island.
Don't mention it. You know this person too. He's that human kid who came here before.
The old man was taken aback.
You mean that level 30 kid? He has such great abilities? Although his talent is indeed
impressive and his combat power is quite strong, he could only manage to tie with me in a casual strike.
How could he threaten you? The old man
was clearly skeptical. After all, he had fought with Chuchen just a few days ago. How much could change in just a few days?
Seeing the old man's doubtful expression, Xingqian couldn't help but scoff. My impression of him also comes from your memories, but guess what? In just a few days,
that kid skyrocketed from level 30 to over level 50, and his combat power is nearly at the starry level.
Damn it, where did this monster come from? When did the human race have such potential?
Upon hearing this, the old man's hand holding the teacup trembled, nearly spilling it.
What the hell? Starry level?
With that, the old man suddenly stood up and hurriedly called out, "Little Qing, stop sleeping.
Get up and prepare to run."
His face turned pale with fright. There was no way around it, he was genuinely scared. If Chuchen came knocking and the main body
couldn't handle him, how could he possibly win?
Xingqian shot him an annoyed glare.
What are you panicking for? He's too busy to bother with you right now. He might still be studying the ruins of Floating Island, not knowing that there's nothing there.
If he could find the hub left
by the Space Divine clan, do you think I would let him chase me away?
Upon hearing this, the old man calmed down a bit but was still somewhat
fearful. Are you sure? He won't discover the secret of the rotating prism, will he? Xingqian calmly took a sip of tea.
I spent over 1,000 years there just to get a hint.
I admit his cultivation talent is quite strong, but this is space,
the most mysterious power in the world.
How could he possibly discover the things left behind by the Space Divine clan? Only then did the old man finally relax.
Ha ha ha, true. Although the Space Divine clan has been gone for thousands of years, their enigmatic abilities are not so easily deciphered.
Unless that kid can find a
big shot in the field of space, but such big shots are currently bound by rules and can't act. The two exchanged glances, both revealing a
sinister smile.
At this moment, Chuchen had just entered the peak of Black Flame Mountain. This time, he came in already knowing the secret of the rotating prism, so his powerful mental strength was constantly sensing the anomalies around him. Unfortunately, he found nothing. TSK. With my spirit power exceeding 3,000, I actually didn't notice any anomalies in the space at all.
This master of the divine race truly deserves the admiration even from Bai Fei.
Jin Buju deliberately slowed down his speed to allow Chuchen to better sense the surroundings, but Chuchen knew that for now, he wouldn't be able to find any changes in the space. Slowly passing through a membrane that rippled like water, the two reappeared in the world of the rotating prism. Chuchen looked up. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky. The endless blue sky stretched infinitely, with no visible boundaries.
TSK. It's hard to imagine that such a sky is actually fake?
No, it wouldn't
be right to call it fake. It was just a different direction.
This time, Chuchen chose not to go to the island but instead picked a random direction, allowing Jin Buju to continue flying forward, heading deep into the vast ocean. There was no other choice. All directions looked exactly the same, and Chuchen could only rely on luck. After all, his luck had always been good in the Tianwan.
After leaving the small island, Jin
Buju no longer suppressed his speed, darting through the sky like a golden lightning bolt, continuously advancing into the depths of the ocean. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Chuchen felt a strong sense of pressure. Jin Buju's voice echoed in his mind, "Master, indeed, this
direction is the true sky."
Whether in the small world or on the Tianwan continent, the height of the sky has its limits.
The maximum height of
the sky in the Tianwan continent is about 10,000 kilometers. Once approaching this limit, one would feel the pressure from the outside world, preventing the beings of the Tianwan continent from venturing out. Without taking that step and reaching half a step into the divine level, it is impossible to break through this layer of pressure. As for the small world, it goes without saying that its sky limit is even lower than that of the Tianwan continent.
Chuchen estimated that at Jin Buju's current speed, they could fly nearly 6,000 kilometers in an hour.
And now, after only about 20 minutes, they were already feeling this pressure, indicating they were close to the sky's limit. Soon, Jin Buju's speed began to slow down, not because he chose to slow down, but because the pressure they were experiencing was becoming increasingly strong, preventing Jin Buju from maintaining full speed. Finally, Jin Buju came to a complete stop. With his current strength, he could no longer advance. However, Chu Chen noticed that even though they were close to the sky's limit, they still couldn't see the edge of the ocean. Chu Chen felt a bit unwilling and turned to head in another direction. An hour passed. Chu Chen's expression turned grim. The situation here was no different from before. Jin Buju also couldn't advance even a bit, yet they still couldn't see the edge of the ocean, nor was there anything unusual. It seemed like this was just a vast ocean. But that sense of pressure constantly reminded Chu Chen that this was the horizon of the rotating prism, only that due to their strength, they couldn't advance any further. Looking down at the calm sea surface, the water rippled faintly. Wait, the sea surface? Chu Chen recalled the lava he had seen at the entrance of the Black Flame Mountain, which also seemed strangely calm. The ocean has never been calm. Even deep in the ocean, as long as there is a little movement in the distance, it would turn into a tsunami. Here, moreover, there was something strange. Chu Chen carefully recalled the more than an hour of flying over the ocean. Buju, did you notice any signs of life in the ocean while flying? No, I found it a bit strange too, such a vast ocean, yet there isn't a hint of life. Let's go down and take a look, just get close to the surface. Jin Buju complied. The man and the dragon slowly descended from the sky, getting closer to the sea surface. The closer they got, the more shocked Chu Chen became. The surface of the sea was surprisingly calm, without a single ripple. This was clearly a bit abnormal. Light Spirit Dragon Sword. Chu Chen didn't use the lost holy sword, instead, he opted for the Chen Yu sword. After all, he knew nothing about the situation in this sea. What if he lost his weapon? Having finally obtained a legacy-level weapon, Chu Chen naturally wouldn't take that risk. If the Chen Yu sword had thoughts, it would probably be cursing at him right now. Damn it, so, you're not afraid I'll get lost? Men are all the same, once they're done using you, they don't care anymore. Under Chu Chen's control, the Chen Yu sword shot towards the sea. The imagined sound of splashing water did not come. The Chen Yu sword fell directly into the sea without any obstruction, yet it remained under Chu Chen's control. Damn it, this sea is just like the previous lava, a trick of the eye. Chu Chen cursed as he retrieved the Chen Yu sword. Just as he was about to go down and take a look, he suddenly woke up. Wait, if the sea is all fake, then how is the Earth Dragon Island floating on the surface? No way, turn back, return to Earth Dragon Island. Oh whoa! Jin Buju howled and turned back to race away. Floating island, floating island. The island where Ching Chen was before is definitely not a floating island. Chu Chen finally understood. The small island in the sky was clearly supported by that pillar resembling a skyscraper, completely unrelated to the term floating island. On the contrary, if the sea was fake, then the Earth Dragon Island was the true floating one, the real floating island. Chu Chen recalled by Fei's earlier speculation, it's not just a simple rotation of space, but a combination of spacefolding, rotation, and projection. He now understood the rotation and projection. Rotation meant that the direction of the entire world was different from the outside, where up and down were not up and down, but left and right. As for projection, it likely referred to the sea, and possibly not just this sea. However, he had yet to discover the spacefolding. At least he now knew where the next clue was, right on the previously overlooked Earth Dragon Island. Soon, a man and a dragon reappeared on Earth Dragon Island. The ground was a scene of devastation. The center of Earth Dragon Island had always been desolate, and now it was littered with the wreckage of small islands. He recalled the massive craters on the ground when he first arrived here. At that time, he thought they were the caves of the Earth Dragons, but now he wondered, how could such large craters possibly be called caves? Moreover, if they were caves, why did the debris that fell after the collapse of that towering pillar perfectly block all the craters? The more he thought about it, the more Chu Chen felt something was off. He found the location of the largest crater closest to the towering pillar. If Chu Chen remembered correctly, that starry-level old Earth Dragon had come out from here. With a thought, Jin Buju understood Chu Chen's intention. It radiated a strong light. Light magic. A powerful force surged from Jin Buju's body, obliterating the ruins that blocked the crater, revealing a bottomless dark hole. Jin Buju turned to look at Chu Chen on his back, who nodded. The man and the dragon slowly descended into the depths of the hole. Hiss! Not far down, Chu Chen was shocked by the scene before him. One by one, openings extended from the walls of the large pit, leading who knows where. Chu Chen did not enter to investigate but continued to descend down the hole. At the same time, he could visibly see that the diameter of the pit narrowed the further down he went. This further proved that it could not possibly be the caves where the Earth Dragons lived. Caves typically have large internal spaces below the openings. How could it be the other way around? Continuing downward, it grew increasingly dark, and the light radiating from Jin Buju was like a bright light bulb illuminating the entire cave.
The openings in the pit walls only existed in the upper part of the large pit. There was nothing below. Soon, Chu Chen reached the very bottom of the pit. The diameter of this place was still several dozen meters, which was large enough for Jin Buju, but previously, this cave had housed that star-level old earth dragon whose massive body was over 100 meters long, making it impossible for it to come here. This indicated that the pit was not created by the old earth dragon. Looking at the surrounding marks, it was clear that the bottom had been excavated with tools and the traces were still fresh, suggesting that digging had been ongoing recently. What on earth is down there that would make someone keep digging? And where did these diggers come from? One question after another swirled in Chu Chen's mind, with no answers in sight. Chu Chen felt he was getting closer to the truth. The inexplicable disappearance of his servant, Qing Chen's elaborate ruse, and the ultimate secret of the rotating prism. It all seemed to be hidden down here. What are we waiting for? Let's dig. However, Chu Chen wouldn't follow the rules and slowly dig down with tools. Light Spirit Dragon Sword. Connect countless light and shadows. Direct skill explosion. Instantly, countless sword shadows began to attack the soil below. Each light shadow sword contained energy light explosions. However, due to the sheer number, the power of the energy light explosions was naturally divided into countless parts, but at this moment, it wasn't meant for combat but for digging down. Naturally, the more, the better. Explosions echoed from below. The originally flat bottom of the pit began to extend downward again. Although it was uneven, you could say it was fast. If the Dragon King knew that Chu Chen was using a legendary skill to dig, he would probably have to deal with the rules and give him a good beating. Of course, while this approach might be overkill, its efficiency was indeed high. Gradually, the pit continued to extend downward. Jin Buju also moved down slowly with Chu Chen. After the countless light shadows ended, they did it again. And so it went back and forth, until a crisp sound of impact rang out. Chu Chen finally stopped. At this moment, the diameter at the bottom of the pit was just enough to accommodate Jin Buju's body, and Chu Chen stomped his foot hard. A crisp sound of footsteps echoed. The bottom was no longer soil but an invisible membrane. No matter how Chu Chen attacked, this layer could not be broken. Damn it! Just one eye had a clue. Does it end here? Chu Chen was already feeling a sense of retreat. After all, he didn't know what he would gain by unraveling the secret of the rotating prism. The reason he came back here was also because Qing Chen had been able to stay here for 1,000 years. His intuition told him that this space hid a great secret. If he didn't take the opportunity to drive Qing Chen away and uncover this secret now, he wouldn't have time to return once he reached the secondary city later. But no matter what, Chu Chen couldn't break this membrane. Even attacking sideways with a different approach yielded the same result. An invisible force was protecting this pit, preventing anyone from breaking it. Just as Chu Chen was about to give up, Jin Buju's suggestion echoed in his mind. Master, how about we dive in from the outside and see what's going on? Chu Chen pondered for a moment and agreed to the suggestion. After all, leaving like this felt a bit unsatisfactory. Jin Buju took Chu Chen and swiftly ascended, and in the blink of an eye, they were back above Earth Dragon Island. After flying to the edge of the island, they plunged into the sea. Sure enough, there was no obstruction at all. The vast ocean seen above was merely a reflection of the sky, and there was nothing beneath. Jin Buju continued to delve deeper along the underground structure of the island. If we still can't find any key clues this time, let's head back. Unknowingly, Chu Chen had been here for several hours, and Xiao Yishua's Heart of Light was probably about to coalesce. Although Elder Wu said there was no need to pick her up, how could Chu Chen let Xiao Yishua return alone? She didn't have a mount, and if she was coming back from the dilapidated Dragon Clan ruins, who knew how long it would take? Soon, Chu Chen and Jin Buju arrived outside the bottom of the pit. It was quite easy to find, as the shape beneath the island was an inverted cone, with the space getting smaller as it went down. At the very bottom, there was a protruding area that was not much different in shape from the bottom of the pit. Chu Chen slowly approached and struck that area with the Chunyu sword. Sure enough, a crisp collision sound rang out, just like before at the bottom of the pit. Is it impossible to break from the outside? Chu Chen thought about attacking from below to give it a try. However, he found that Jin Buju was still standing still. What's wrong, Buju? Chu Chen thought it had discovered something, which was why it wasn't moving. To his surprise, Jin Buju suddenly said something that left Chu Chen stunned. Master, we can't go down anymore, it's the bottom. Saying this, Jin Buju gestured for Chu Chen to get off and take a look. Chu Chen, not believing in evil, jumped down. Thud. The sound of his feet hitting the ground echoed. Sure enough, it was the bottom. Chu Chen was standing directly on a transparent surface. Below was nothing, empty and hollow, making the scene seem somewhat eerie. The bottom of the pit just happened to rest against this transparent surface. Chu Chen stomped his foot. Thud, thud, thud. There was indeed a difference from stepping on the ground. The sound was crisper, not as muffled. Chu Chen leaned down, wanting to study this strange surface closely. Unfortunately, no matter how he looked, he couldn't see what was beneath it. It appeared to be nothing at all. But Chu Chen knew that was impossible. This should be a spatial barrier capable of isolating all physical attacks. Jin Buju's uncertain voice rang out. Shu Chen looked at Jin Buju, signaling it to continue. According to the memories in my bloodline, this is undoubtedly a spatial barrier. No physical means can penetrate it because it isolates two different spaces. As far as I know, to penetrate a spatial barrier, one can only use spatial means. Shu Chen once again tapped on this so-called spatial barrier and then activated the Chunyu sword. Unfortunately, no matter how much of the Dragon Clan bloodline power Shu Chen exhausted, he couldn't affect the spatial barrier in the slightest. Just when he felt helpless, another barrier suddenly flashed through his mind. He had been to that place twice. It was suspected to be the intersection of the Tianwen continent and the real world. The spatial barrier there was many times sturdier than this one, but at that time he had controlled a trace of chaotic power and easily passed through that barrier. Shu Chen's eyes gradually brightened. He knew how to break this barrier. In the game, Shu Chen's mental power was much stronger than in the real world, and it was several times more powerful than when he controlled the chaotic power at the spatial intersection last time. So this time, Shu Chen easily released a trace of chaotic power. Then he slowly wrapped this mental power with the chaotic power and approached the spatial barrier. Sure enough, the spatial barrier had no effect on the chaotic power at all. The chaotic power treated it as if it were nothing and slowly passed through the spatial barrier under Shu Chen's control. 2. Chen was overjoyed and quickly retracted that trace of chaotic power and mental power. Since it was confirmed that the chaotic power was indeed useful, there was no need to test it further. Last time, he had permanently lost 5 points of mental power because of this, and Shu Chen remembered it clearly. This time, he certainly couldn't suffer that loss again. He intensified his efforts, unleashing more chaotic power, until his mind began to feel overwhelmed, beads of sweat starting to form on his forehead. The chaotic power he released barely managed to envelop one person and one dragon. Jin Buju naturally understood that he couldn't afford to delay any longer. Shu Chen was consuming too much energy. He immediately flapped his wings and dove beneath the spatial barrier. The person and the dragon gradually passed completely through the spatial barrier. The world spun around them. What had originally been a slow descent suddenly reversed direction. Shu Chen clearly sensed that they were flying upwards. Buju, what's going on? How did you come back? Master, it's not me, but this space. Shu Chen looked at the protruding earth before him, so familiar. Isn't this the pit we just saw? The difference was that Shu Chen was now flying upwards along the pit. As Jin Buju continued to ascend, the pit before them widened more and more. Buju, hurry up, let's see what's going on up there. Got it. Jin Buju pushed his speed to the limit, and the scenery before them flickered like a revolving lantern. Roar! The sound of dragon roars erupted from Jin Buju's mouth, and in an instant, the person and the dragon shot up into the sky. What came into view was still an island, but it was completely different from before. The once desolate Dilon Island was now teeming with life. Starting from the circular rivers surrounding the island, it extended inward, covered in dense jungles. Shu Chen could vaguely see that there seemed to be a city in the middle of the island. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the jungles on this island were no different from the outside. Various wild creatures moved continuously within the jungle, unlike Dilon Island, where apart from the Dilon clan, no other species could be found. Buju, do you see that city? Let's go check it out. A hint of confusion appeared in Jin Buju's dragon eyes. How did this island change its appearance so suddenly? Ethereal Island, the hidden city. In a courtyard, a man was lounging on a deck chair, basking in the sun, while a servant fanned him beside him, making it all the more comfortable. TSK, having someone to serve you is indeed nice. I was actually made a servant to a lowly beast-taming god in the mirror world. If it weren't to explore their secrets in the mirror world, I wouldn't even do such a job for a dog. The servant quickly flattered, thanks to Lord Kongwu. That beast-taming god was played around in circles for over 1,000 years without gaining anything. He probably still thinks the mirror world is the real rotating prism. Kongwu enjoyed the flattery from the servant. After spending hundreds of years in the mirror world, he almost considered himself a true servant, his psyche having twisted, and he craved others' praise. Picking a grape and popping it into his mouth, Kongwu continued to murmur, I wonder what that human kid's background is. Under the current restrictions, over 100 epic-level D-Longs and 12 legendary D-Longs are no match for him. TSK, terrifying. His tone then shifted to excitement. But I must thank that kid. If it weren't for the battle's aftermath threatening my life, breaking the seal of my memories, I wouldn't have been able to return. The servant continued to flatter, that's because the master is blessed and has great fortune. Upon returning, you were immediately valued by the city lord, managing the security issues of this hidden city. Kongwu waved his hand, but his expression appeared even prouder. That's all because the city lord values me. Besides, with the city lord around, what problems could arise in the hidden city? After all, we might just be the only branch of the Space God clan. What the master says is true. In the center of the city, in the most luxurious palace, a plump man was currently enjoying the service of several scantily clad beauties. Lord City Master, come, try this grape. No, Lord City Master, try my peach. Lord City Master, theirs don't taste good, mine's cherry is better. The delicate voices kept ringing out, making Lord Kongxian laugh heartily. Alright, beauties, don't rush, I'll try one by one. As he spoke, Kongxian reached out to grab a few women. Unexpectedly, he missed as several women dodged away, exclaiming, "Oh no, Lord City Master is coming to catch me." In the next moment, they scattered like swallows, running in different directions. Just as Kongxian was about to get up with a big laugh, suddenly he seemed to sense something, his gaze turning to the sky outside the palace. In the distance, two unfamiliar powerful auras were rapidly approaching. But the next second, Kongxian breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, turns out to be two epic-level beings, scared me to death. Come here. Several guards clad in silver-white armor stepped out from the space, kneeling on one knee before Kongxian. In the east direction, 300 kilometers away, two uninvited guests are coming, go catch them for me. Yes. The figures disappeared in unison. Kongxian then cast this matter aside. After all, in his view, the guards were all of epic-level strength. Even if they couldn't defeat the two intruders in a one-on-one fight with their spatial abilities, they wouldn't be defeated no matter what. His expression changed, a silly grin on his face as he opened his arms and slowly ran towards a woman. "Beauty, I'm coming." Outside the palace, apart from Kongxian, a few others also sensed Chu Chen's aura. But upon realizing it was only epic level, they no longer paid it any mind, especially after seeing several silver-white guards dispatched. They ignored it completely. The silver guards were the exclusive protectors of the city master, totaling only 100, with the lowest being epic level. And 10 captains were even legendary existences. They didn't believe Chu Chen could escape from the silver guards. It should be known that the members of the Silver Guards had uniformly trained in the spatial shifting bestowed by the City Master. No one could escape from their grasp. In the sky, Jin Buju was rapidly flying towards the distant city. Chu Chen was originally sitting on Jin Buju's back quietly resting, but suddenly, a sharp pain struck his powerful mental force. Dodge! His eyes snapped open, and he shouted angrily. The tacit understanding between Jin Buju and Chu Chen needed no words. The moment the command was given, it swiftly dodged to the side. Swish! Several silver-white figures appeared from the space in an instant, attacking the position where Jin Buju had been. Bang! At the point of their attack, the space seemed to shatter slightly. Spatial abilities? Chu Chen's expression turned grim. If that attack had landed on Jin Buju, it would have at least been severely injured. The key was that he hadn't sensed when they had arrived beside them. He could only feel them at the moment they launched their attack. Hiss, this is a bit troublesome. Chu Chen clenched his fist, the dim holy sword of light falling into his hand from the chaotic space. Jin Buju also glared fiercely at the few silver-white figures before them. Just now, it hadn't sensed anything at all. If it hadn't been for Chu Chen's timely warning, it wouldn't have dodged that attack. The few silver guards, seeing their attack miss, slowly disappeared again, blending into the space. Chu Chen could sense they hadn't left, but he couldn't pinpoint their exact location. He glanced at Jin Buju and nodded in acknowledgement. Jin Buju understood, its body rapidly descending with Chu Chen. In this situation, staying in the sky would undoubtedly make them a live target. The opponent had mysterious spatial abilities, and in a confined terrain, they could grasp some initiative. The man and the dragon instantly landed in the jungle below. Chu Chen frantically urged his mental force to perceive the changes in the surrounding space. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Over there, the light spirit dragon. Sword. Dragon's roar. The lost holy sword of light was directly thrust into a space under Chu Chen's control. The next second, a scream echoed, followed by a silver-white figure falling directly from the space. There was no way around it. Chu Chen's damage was too high, and these epic-level silver guards simply couldn't withstand a few hits. With just one sword, he had severely injured this silver guard, reducing its health to 40%. But that wasn't the end. Don't forget the passive ability of the holy sword of light. Show off. If the final damage dealt exceeds 10% of the target's maximum health, the holy sword of light would deal the same damage to the target again. After a wave of rule fluctuations, the silver guards suffered an additional hit. Silver guards were not bosses, they were at most epic-level elite monsters, lacking invincibility or death immunity skills. This time, it completely drained his health. Chu Chen gained a large amount of experience, getting closer to level 56. If I didn't just see wrong, it seems like 4 of them came in total? The remaining 3 silver guards, seeing that their companion couldn't even withstand a single sword strike, immediately became flustered. They were used to being arrogant in the hidden city, and as the Lord's guards, no one dared to disrespect them, which naturally led to a lack of training. At their level, without mysterious spatial techniques, the 4 of them together probably couldn't withstand even one of Chu Chen's attacks. This situation is not right. This invader's strength is definitely beyond epic. The 3 silver guards began to communicate through special spatial means. What can we do? If we flee now, even if we make it back, the Lord won't let us off. There's no choice, let's act together and see if we can hit this invader before he reacts. This is really damn strange. His mental power must be over 2000, right? Otherwise, how could he detect our weak spatial fluctuations? If I had known, I shouldn't have slacked off during training. Enough arguing. We need to think about how to deal with this invader. The leading silver guard stopped the quarrel between his two teammates. Listen to me, in 3 seconds, we'll attack him from 3 different directions at the same time. He can't possibly handle attacks from 3 directions at once, can he? The other 2 silver guards didn't speak but agreed to his proposal. 3, 2, 1, attack. Swish. 2 figures instantly appeared at Chu Chen's side and back, launching their attacks simultaneously. Damn it, he tricked us. Clearly, the leading silver guard had already slipped away through spatial displacement while his 2 companions attacked. The reason he had his teammates attack was that, with his methods, the fluctuations during spatial displacement would be too great, and he would definitely be detected by Chu Chen. If he didn't act quickly, he would be killed by Chu Chen. Sorry, even if I get punished by the Lord when I return, it's better than dying here. The silver guard glanced at his 2 companions without a hint of emotion, and with a wave, his figure began to disappear. Chu Chen smiled slightly. Tisk, do you really think you can leave like this? How naive. You see, Chu Chen wasn't without his own teleportation methods. Blink. Ever since the set was upgraded, the range of blink was no longer just 10 meters, it now changed with Chu Chen's mental power and could store up to 10 uses. This meant that if Chu Chen wanted, he could teleport continuously up to 10 times within a range of over 3,000 meters. The body that was about to be teleported suddenly became solid again, and the holy sword of light pierced through his chest instantly, reducing his health to 0. How can there be space? Before the words were finished, the body of the silver-white guard was disintegrated by the power of the rules. Congratulations, you have gained 1.5 million experience points and leveled up to level 56. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Chu Chen's mind stirred, and he directly allocated the attribute points to his spirit. The most important thing now was the spirit attribute, which not only enhanced the power of several of his skills, but also had a greater impact on reality. Since the other attributes were temporarily sufficient, Chu Chen did not hesitate. The spirit increased by another 50 points. Chu Chen felt that his mind was clearer than ever. He even had a vague feeling that when his spirit attribute broke through 5,000, a surprise would await him. As Chu Chen flashed over to kill the silver-white guard who was trying to escape, the attacks of the other 2 naturally fell into empty space, just as they were about to retreat into the space. Again, after missing their strike, a furious dragon roar echoed. Jin Buju had just been extremely frustrated, almost ambushed, while flying in the sky. Judgment of Light. Jin Buju knew that if he used other attacks, he would not hit the 2 silver-white guards at all, so he simply unleashed the Judgment of Light. The movements of the 2 silver-white guards were forcibly interrupted and dragged into a vast white space. No way? When did the light dragon gain spatial abilities? No matter how they looked at it, they were considered members of the space divine race, so they could naturally recognize the golden light-emitting Jin Buju as the light dragon. However, this move, the Judgment of Light, truly left them bewildered. Was the light dragon off track, or had the space dragon betrayed them? However, the 2 clearly had no time to ponder these questions anymore. They had already been forcibly bound by the chains of light, unable to move at all. Even their spatial abilities could not be used, because in this judgment space, Jin Buju was the absolute master. Without his consent, no one could wield the power of space. The endless power of light in the space gradually formed 2 massive judgment swords hovering above the heads of the 2 silver-white guards. Chu Shen's gaze was cold, and he recited emotionlessly, "In the name of light, I judge you." 2 numbers began to flicker above the silver-white guards' heads. After a while, they stabilized. 1200%, 1400%. This was the damage multiplier generated based on their inner evil and darkness. In the next second, the hovering judgment sword slowly descended, appearing unstoppable. The 2 silver-white guards let out piercing screams. Of course, relying solely on Jin Buju's judgment swords was not enough to directly annihilate the 2 epic-level silver-white guards. However, wasn't Chu Chen there? Consuming 2 points of dragon bloodline power. 1 person, 1 sword, dragon's roar. When the light faded, only 2 transparent crystals remained on the ground. This time, Chu Chen did not level up again. Even with the experience bonus from the blessing, the experience points from the 2 silver-white guards only brought the leveling progress to a little over half. The judgment space slowly disappeared, and 1 person and 1 dragon returned to the jungle. The previous 2 silver-white guards had not dropped anything, but this time, they surprisingly dropped 2 identical transparent crystals. Chu Chen felt a bit curious and went to pick them up. In the next second, a look of surprise appeared on Chu Chen's face. Name: Fragment of the Space Divine Core level. Legendary effect: Fragment of the Divine Core of the Space Divine Race's master. Legend has it that after the Cataclysmic War 1,000 years ago, the Space Divine race fell into decline, and their master was on the brink of demise. Before dying, he condensed his lifelong knowledge to create the rotating prism, a small world, and migrated the remaining members of the Space Divine race into the rotating prism, creating a positive
world and a mirror world, with the mirror world serving as a hidden means to protect the existence of the positive world. After creating the rotating prism, the Lord of the Space Divine clan exhausted his power, shattering his Space Divine core into 100 fragments scattered throughout the rotating prism. As long as one gathers all 100 Divine Core fragments, they can reassemble the Divine Core of the Lord of the Space Divine clan and obtain the treasure he left behind. Fragment count 2/100. It's actually a fragment of the Space Divine Core. After reading the description of the fragment, Chu Chen also understood that this was not just a Divine Core fragment, but also a key fragment to the treasure. Once all 100 fragments are collected, one can obtain the treasure of the Lord of the Space Divine clan. That is a big shot even by Faye cannot compare to. How could the treasure he left behind be anything less? Chu Chen stored the Divine Core fragment in his backpack. There are a full 100 of them, and they are scattered throughout the rotating prism world, which means it is impossible to gather them all in this main world alone. The road is long and arduous. However, Chu Chen did not feel discouraged. There would be a day when he would gather them all, and he was not in a hurry. Instead, he learned from the description of the fragments that the rotating prism holds a true secret. There are actually two worlds here. The place he was in before was actually the mirror world, and this is the true core of the rotating prism. Even without the descriptions of these fragments, Chu Chen could sense it from the silver white guards. After all, there were no other life forms on the Earth Dragon Island. The Earth Dragon clan had only migrated there later. In contrast, this island is teeming with life and even has a city. Moreover, it seems that those living in this city are the surviving members of the Space Divine clan from back in the day. Judging by the strength of these silver white guards, Chu Chen estimated that the strongest in the city would not exceed the starry level. It seems that even among the royal clans of the Divine clans, the Space Divine clan cannot reach a high level in such a small world, as the elements and spiritual power contained in a small world cannot be compared to those of the Tianwen continent. After roughly understanding the situation in the city, Chu Chen once again rode the Jin Buju into the sky, heading towards the city. Previously, he had exhausted his dragon bloodline power deep underground on Earth Dragon Island. Although he had recovered a bit after using the Dragon Roar Sword several times in a row, he now had only 3 points of dragon bloodline power left. It's okay, at least I can use a skill once. The main issue was that he had delayed for too long, and Chu Chen did not want to waste more time recovering. Moreover, this time, he mainly came to scout the situation. He did not plan to engage in direct combat with the Space Divine clan. Just a few silver white guards were manageable. He could still sense their spatial techniques through his powerful mental strength. But what about legendary levels? Or even higher starry levels? Their techniques would not be so clumsy. It was very likely they could hit him without him noticing. Therefore, Chu Chen's main purpose was to investigate this world and some basic conditions of that city. After all, it had existed here for over 10,000 years, and Chu Chen was not worried that the Space Divine clan would move away by the time he came back. Finally, as he got closer to the city, Chu Chen directed Jin Buju to slowly land a distance outside the city, then recalled Jin Buju into the pet space and walked slowly towards the city gate. As he got closer, Chu Chen realized that this city was far more magnificent than Silver Moon City. The city walls alone were twice as high as those of Silver Moon City. However, their city defenses seemed almost non-existent. But upon careful thought, it was understandable. After all, the Space Divine clan had controlled this place for over 10,000 years, and no outsiders had ever entered. Naturally, there was no need for city defenses. Originally, the city Lord Kongxian wanted to dismantle the city defenses. After all, in this world, their Space Divine clan was the absolute ruler. Even though there were many wild monsters in the surrounding jungle, they were actually all raised by the Space Divine clan. So there was no need to worry about enemy invasions. The city gate opened, and there wasn't a single guard in sight. A few guards were scattered on the city wall, but those who should have been dozing off were lost in thought, and not one of them noticed that Chu Chen had already approached the wall. Tisk, these space gods really are quite carefree. Since they hadn't discovered him, Chu Chen had no intention of revealing himself and slowly walked into the hidden city. Inside the city, it was bustling with activity, with many space gods aimlessly wandering the streets. Vendors and shops were plentiful, making it no different from a human city. However, Chu Chen noticed that there were not only space gods here but also some humans. Strange, how could there be humans here? According to the information Chu Chen had gathered, this place was supposed to be inhabited solely by space gods. How could there be humans? But this was good, although he didn't know why. It made it easier for Chu Chen to hide his identity. He kept weaving through the streets and alleys, either asking questions or eavesdropping, trying to learn as much as possible about the entire hidden city. Did you hear? A few silver guards just went out. It said that the city lord has detected outsiders. Ha? No way. The hidden city has never had outsiders before. Even these lowly humans were forcibly brought in by the city lord's army to help us continue our bloodline. But you can't deny, these human women are quite something. Although they can't compare to our space god women in looks, they are skilled and so gentle, always obedient.
That's right, their bloodline is a bit lowly, but even so, they have a strong influence. My family already has 4 children, and it was hard to get one who inherited my divine bloodline. The other 3 have all been assimilated by the human bloodline. Sigh, who can argue with that? By the way, are the Silver Guards really out to catch outsiders? Who knows? It's none of our business, the Silver Guards will handle it. A large portion of the taxes we pay to the city lord's mansion goes into the Silver Guards' pockets. This is what they should be doing. Chu Chen listened to the discussions of the space gods in secret, his veins bulging with anger. Forcibly taken? Continuing the bloodline? These self-righteous gods were committing such inhumane acts. Humans and gods were supposed to be allies. Hearing this news, Chu Chen even began to feel relieved that he hadn't held back earlier and had directly killed those Silver Guards. Deservedly. So, they had it coming. However, at least the status of humans wasn't that lowly, they could still live normally. It was just that those gods thought themselves superior and looked down on humans. In their hearts, but at least on the surface, they coexisted equally. It made sense. If they dared to treat humans as slaves, the city would have descended into chaos long ago. The flames of rebellion would always ignite. Yet even so, it couldn't cover up the fact that the space gods had betrayed their allies. Chu Chen's eyes gradually turned cold as he blended into the crowd. In the hidden city, at the city lord's palace, Kong Xian was enjoying the service of several maids. Suddenly, as if some information had come in, Kong Xian's eyes widened and he abruptly pushed away the women beside him. All the Silver Guards are missing? Kong Xian sat in the hall, his body trembling slightly. The Silver Guards were all epic-level beings. The aura he had sensed earlier was only epic level. Under the same conditions, how could one take on 4 and prevent the Silver Guards from escaping? He knew that the Silver Guards were usually lax in their training. But still, they were space gods, naturally endowed with spatial abilities, not to mention that all the Silver Guards had mastered spatial displacement. The occurrence of such a situation could only mean 2 possibilities. First, the outsiders also possess spatial means, and their mastery is even more profound. However, this idea was immediately dismissed by Kong Xian. What a joke! They are the Space Divine Clan. Who in this world could possibly surpass the Space Divine Clan in spatial mastery? Thus, only one last possibility remained. The outsiders' strength far exceeded that of the Silver Guardians, reaching at least the peak of the legendary level, and could even be a starry-level powerhouse, using some treasure to conceal their aura. Although Kong Xian held the title of City Lord, it was merely because his divine core rank was higher and his talent better. However, since becoming the City Lord, he had indulged in a life of luxury, neglecting to train and upgrade, so he had only just entered the legendary level. No, I need to find someone. Someone come. Let the 4 elders come see me. Cold sweat trickled down Kong Xian's forehead. There was no way around it. Having grown accustomed to a comfortable life, he was just a useless being with a rank. To send him into battle was to send him to his death. And this outsider had directly killed all 4 Silver Guardians. The visitor was not friendly. It was possible he had already infiltrated the City Lord's mansion. Kong Xian could no longer sit still, pacing back and forth in the palace hall. If Chu Chen knew Kong Xian's thoughts, he would surely have a confused expression. When did I say I was coming to kill you? Do you have a persecution complex? If it weren't for the Silver Guardians taking the initiative, Chu Chen would have wanted to sneak in quietly. After all, he was completely in the dark about the situation in this city. Although he considered himself to be among the strongest at this moment, he wouldn't be foolish enough to challenge an entire city alone. At this moment, Chu Chen was weaving through the streets and alleys of the city. After just hearing the words of those from the Space Divine Clan, his eyes burned with a fierce anger. He urgently thought of a secluded place to capture a couple of Space Divine Clan members to ask about the situation, then silence them. Coincidentally, he heard voices coming from a courtyard nearby. It's much more comfortable at home. These few hundred years undercover in the mirror world have been tough. Especially having to serve that lowly Beastmaster clan. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. Bah! Chu Chen vaguely heard the terms mirror world and Beastmaster clan. No way? Could this be my chance? He stealthily climbed over the courtyard wall, just in time to see the scene inside. A man was lying with his eyes closed on a chair, with 2 human servants attending to him. It's him! Although Chu Chen had only glanced at him briefly, his strong mental power allowed him to remember the man's appearance clearly. The man lying in the courtyard was the servant who had fanned Qing Chen on Floating Island. What a stroke of luck, finding him without any effort. Chu Chen had originally intended to capture a few members of the Space Divine Clan for information, but unexpectedly encountered him. Now, not only could he gather intelligence about this city, but this servant would surely also know some news about Qing Chen. Without further ado, he glanced at the 2 obsequious human servants, sighed, and thought, sorry about this. In an instant, Chu Chen appeared behind the 2, but they had no awareness of his presence. Smack! Smack! 1 hit each, and they were knocked unconscious. Kong Wu, as a member of the Space Divine Clan, was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. But when he reacted, he saw that the 2 servants had already been knocked out on the ground by Chu Chen. You? Kong Wu immediately recognized this human who had displayed great power on the Earth Dragon Island. Just as he was about to flee, whoosh, the holy light sword was pressed against his neck. If you want to die, go ahead and try. Chu Chen's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. When facing an enemy, one must suppress them in both mindset and momentum, thus gaining the upper hand from the very beginning. This is an experience that Chu Chen summarized after playing countless games. It applies here as well. Don't! Kongwu quickly raised both hands, signaling his surrender. My lord, don't kill me. No matter what you ask, I will tell you everything, without holding back. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so sensible? Kongwu chuckled. Better to live poorly than to die well. Stop grinning and answer my questions honestly, and I might spare your life. If you dare to lie to me with even a single word, your fate will be the same as those silver-white guards. Hiss. So those silver-white guards were looking for trouble with you? They really had it coming. My lord, how dare they obstruct you from going where you want? They deserve to die. Kong Xian, in order to survive, had completely lost his sense of shame, and what he said left even Chu Chen somewhat dumbfounded. TSK, you really are something, even cursing your own kin. To his surprise, even after that, Kong Xian was still grinning, as if Chu Chen were praising him rather than scolding him. Seeing him like this, Chu Chen knew there was no point in continuing this unproductive conversation, so he cut off the meaningless dialogue. Now, tell me, what is going on with this city? Also, why were you in the mirror world for hundreds of years, following Qing Chen? Kong Xian glanced at Chu Chen's expression, looking somewhat hesitant. Speak. What, do you want to die? Chu Chen tightened his grip on the sword, advancing a step closer, ready to slice through Kong Xian's skin. Kong Xian trembled and said, I dare not. It's just that if I answer your questions, will you spare my life? I hope you can establish a contract. Oh, you want a contract too? What if I refuse? Kong Xian gritted his teeth. If you don't establish a contract, I will die anyway, and I definitely won't betray my kin. Do you still think of your kin? Who was it just now that was cursing those silver-white guards? Since that's the case, fine, I will establish a contract. If right, what is your name? My name is Kong Xian. All right. If Kong Xian answers my questions truthfully, I will spare his life. If not, he will face divine punishment and die a terrible death. How about that? Is it acceptable? Kong Xian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly waved his hand. Of course, I will clarify everything for you. The story goes back several hundred years. Several hundred years ago, the four elders discovered that the resources of this world were becoming scarce, making it difficult to support even a single starry-level powerhouse. Even the elders' levels were stagnant, with a faint trend of degradation. After discussing with the city lord, it was decided to send me to the mirror world to investigate the situation. The hope was to see if the mirror world could also be brought under the rule of the Space Divine clan to alleviate the resource shortage. Unexpectedly, the Earth Dragon clan had already occupied the mirror world thousands of years ago, and there was even a shadow of the Beast Master Divine clan behind it. Thus, the four elders sealed my memories, sent me to the outside world, and I deliberately allowed Qing Chen to choose me as one of his servants, hoping to quietly eliminate Qing Chen and then reclaim control of the mirror world. Who would have thought that this lowly Beast Master Divine clan has always regarded us as mere servants, leaving me with no chance to approach the core until you arrived, and I made no progress at all. Then you know what happened next, my lord. It was you and Qing Chen, along with the Earth Dragon clan, who engaged in a great battle, destroying the entire mirror world. I was also caught in the aftermath, and at the brink of life and death, my sealed memories returned, allowing me to wield the power of the Space Divine clan to come back here. Chu Chen listened quietly to Kongwu's account, but to his surprise, he couldn't glean any useful information. Is that it? Nothing more? Seeing Chu Chen's expression change, Kongwu quickly knelt down, repeatedly begging for mercy. I report to you, my lord, this is all I know. I truly don't know anything else. Chu Chen smiled faintly, teasingly saying, if that's the case, then you won't survive today. After all, you didn't answer my question, and the contract can't bind me. Under the threat of death, Kongwu gritted his teeth. Based on my speculation, the core of the mirror world should be carried by Qing Chen, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to easily cause the Pillar of Heaven and the floating island to collapse. And then? Chu Chen's hand gripping the sword showed no signs of loosening, still resting on Kongwu's neck. Sweat dripped continuously from Kongwu's forehead, revealing just how tense he was at that moment. Also, Qing Chen once collected many fragments in the mirror world which seemed to relate to the treasures of the Lord of Space. Oh, Chu Chen didn't expect to hear news about the divine core fragments, but he still spoke with a blank expression. How many fragments are there? And what about that treasure? I don't know the exact number, but there should be at least 30 or 40. As for the treasure of the Lord of Space, this legend has existed since our Space Divine clan migrated here. It is said to be a treasure left behind by the Lord of Space, and only by gathering the fragments he left behind can one find the location of the treasure and open that space. And our Space Divine clan has been collecting fragments, but we have only gathered half so far. However, if we include those in Qing Chen's possession, we should be almost there. Kongwu lowered his head, occasionally glancing at Chu Chen's expression, and upon seeing him deep in thought, he immediately continued, if my lord wants these fragments, I can go fetch them for you. This time it was Chu Chen who was surprised. This kid has such a high status? You can still access these fragments? Logically, with their high value, shouldn't they be guarded by the strongest of your Space Divine clan? Kong Wu chuckled. At first, that was indeed the case, but later the elders and the city lord realized that there was no hope of gathering all the fragments, so they naturally didn't pay much attention to them anymore, simply placing the fragments in the city lord's treasury. You can enter the treasury? I'm not talented, but I currently manage the security issues of the hidden city, which counts as a high-ranking position. Plus, the city lord promised me before that I could choose any treasure from the treasury, so it shouldn't be a problem to go in and retrieve the fragments. Good. Then go get them for me. I'm quite interested in this treasure of the Lord of Space. Understood. I'll go right away. Wait. Chu Chen immediately called out. Kong Wu was so frightened that he didn't dare to move, hesitating. My lord, what is it? Chu Chen fixed his gaze on Kong Wu. You said you manage the security of this city? Then you should know the situation within the city very well, right? Tell me all about it. Kong Wu looked up at Chu Chen, then glanced around the courtyard, a hint of conflict appearing on his face. What are you hesitating for? Don't you want to live? The holy sword of light pressed closer to his neck, causing Kong Wu to kneel down again in fright. I dare not. I will speak. The hidden city was built after the Space Divine clan migrated here, but due to the resource limitations of the entire world, the Space Divine clan can only cultivate to the Starshine level at most, unable to reach higher levels. And due to the increasingly scarce resources, even the Starry level can no longer be born. In the entire city, only the 4 elders exist at the Starry level, but they are all at the initial stage. Next in line are the City Lord and the Silver Guards. The City Lord is at the legendary initial stage, and there are 100 Silver Guards, among which 10 are squad leaders, also at the legendary level, while the rest are all at the epic level. As for the other clansmen in the city, either their divine core rank is not high, or they are not focused on cultivation, so their levels are not very high. So, in this city, the strongest are the 4 elders, all at the Starry level? Kong Wu nodded, thinking it was finally over. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Chu Chen ask, then what about the human race in the city? Oh no, Kong Wu thought to himself that it was not good, but he could only answer honestly. They were brought in from the outside world through spatial displacement because the birth rate of the Space Divine clan is too low. If it were a normal union among clansmen, the probability of producing offspring is very low. However, there was once a clansman who, while on an exploration mission, unexpectedly united with a human and discovered that the birth rate significantly increased when humans and divine beings united. Although there is a high probability that they won't inherit the bloodline of the Space Divine clan, it doesn't matter much if the base number is large enough. So, the City Lord and the 4 elders unanimously decided to abduct some ordinary humans to help the clansmen reproduce. They are treating humans as breeding tools. Kong Wu quickly lowered his head and shouted, My lord, please calm down. I don't know about others, but I have never united with a human woman. Chu Chen kicked Kong Wu in the stomach. How dare you? Alright, I understand the situation well enough. Go get the fragments from the treasury for me. I'll wait for you right here. Kong Wu was overjoyed, thinking he could finally get away from this human who was too damn ruthless and wanted to kill him at any moment. Unexpectedly, Chu Chen raised a hand, showing a harmless smile. Wait, don't be in a hurry. It's not too late to establish a contract first. Chu Chen still left. Although Kong Wu established a contract, he couldn't guarantee that this Kong Wu wouldn't go out to report. The desired information had already been obtained, and he understood the situation in this world. As for those fragments, they could be temporarily stored in the City Lord's treasury. The 4 Starry level elders were still somewhat beyond Chu Chen's capability. One might be manageable, but who knows if these 4 elders have any hidden cards. Chu Chen didn't have complete confidence and didn't want to take the risk. With his current progress, he just needed to reach the 2nd level city, practice well, and in a few days he could reach the 4th transition. By then, dealing with the Starry level elders would be a piece of cake. After all, they were once part of the royal family and deserved a bit of respect. After Kong Wu left, Chu Chen secretly climbed over the wall and walked all the way to the city outskirts, releasing Jin Buju, and then headed far away. A few minutes earlier, at the City Lord's mansion, the 4 Starry level elders rushed over after receiving the City Lord's message. City Lord, what happened? Why did you summon us so urgently? One of the elders quickly asked. Kong Xian's face was still slightly trembling, clearly frightened by the disappearance of the Silver Guards. Elders, save me. City Lord, don't panic. Please tell us what happened. The oldest elder among them calmed Kong Xian's emotions. Kong Xian was still scared, but fortunately he was not as tense as before. After organizing his emotions, he spoke. I believe the elders have also noticed that outsiders have arrived in the hidden city. Several elders nodded. They indeed had sensed it. One of them asked, but we also sensed the presence of the Silver Guards. City Lord, didn't you send the Silver Guards to check the situation? Kong Xian's face was still a bit pale as he replied, the problem lies here. The 4 Silver Guards I sent have gone missing. They must have been killed by the outsiders. What? Lord City Master, you can't be mistaken, right? The Silver Guards are all epic level beings. The aura we sensed earlier was only epic level as well. How could the Silver Guards, in a 4-on-1 situation, not even manage to escape? Another elder voiced his opinion. That's right, we all know the strength and survival capabilities of the Silver Guards. How could they be easily taken down by an outsider? Kong Xian grimaced. I wish it were a mistake, but the facts are as they are. It can only mean that the invading outsider used some hidden means to conceal their aura. They must be at least a legendary level powerhouse. The Grand Elder spoke up. If that's the case, it makes sense. But City Master, since that outsider has killed several Silver Guards, why didn't we detect their aura afterward? That doesn't add up. Could it be that they intentionally exposed themselves to draw our attention? The other elders suddenly realized, not good. The Grand Elder's guess must be correct. Hurry! Let's check the treasury. If the treasury has been robbed, it would be a disaster. Most of our Divine Clan's resources are stored there. The group hurriedly left, leaving Kong Xian alone in place. It wasn't that he didn't want to follow, but he was afraid. What if that outsider was indeed in the treasury? A confrontation would surely erupt, and with his strength, what if he accidentally got caught in the crossfire? He wasn't done being the city master yet. However, it was clear that their guesses were destined to be in vain. No one was in the treasury. No, if the emptiness adhered to the contract, perhaps it was currently stealing fragments from the treasury. But none of this concerned Chu Chen. Since he had been intercepted by the Silver Guards on the way here, Chu Chen already knew that his aura or the aura of Jin Buju had been exposed. So on the way back, Jin Buju didn't rush with full force but focused more on concealing their aura. This was also why, even though Chu Chen had already left, the elders had not noticed. In the Dragon Realm at Mingguang Cliff, within Bright Lake, Xiao Ishua's process of condensing the Heart of Light was gradually nearing its end. If one observed closely, they would notice a faint glow emanating from her right chest. This was a sign that the Heart of Light had been successfully condensed. Indeed, the Heart of Light was different from Chu Chen's Heart of Chaos. The Heart of Chaos directly replaced, or rather, occupied, Chu Chen's original heart. It was still just one heart, only now it was more powerful. However, the Heart of Light was a new heart that was condensed anew in the right chest. This heart did not possess the functions of a normal heart. It had only one purpose. That was to significantly enhance the power of spells or healing skills when casting light-based abilities. The fifth Elder's figure was not here. He must have gone to find Mother Dragon for some leisure. In the fifth Elder's words, condensing the Heart of Light only required sufficient light elements. There was no danger. Unless something unexpected happened, it was basically guaranteed to succeed. So he didn't stay here to guard Xiao Ishue. In fact, things went as the fifth Elder had predicted. Xiao Ishue successfully completed the condensation of the Heart of Light. Her long eyelashes trembled gently as Xiao Ishue slowly opened her eyes, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. She succeeded. And now she was also a third-tier Great Light Priestess, which meant she could help Chu Chen even more in the future. And let's not forget, Xiao Ishue's talent was the legendary level Blessing of the Goddess of Life. Each time she successfully advanced in her class, she would receive an additional blessing and significantly enhance the effect of that blessing. Now that she has reached the third advancement, when she casts support skills for her teammates, she can provide 3 additional blessing effects, and the blessing ratio is quite high, which can be said to enhance a player's combat power by over 50%. Moreover, the strongest aspect of Xiao Ishue's talent blessings is the percentage increase. At her current level, she can provide a 50% percentage increase. It's not an exaggeration to say that casually giving Chu Chen a percentage increase blessing would significantly boost his combat power. Furthermore, the probability of receiving a percentage blessing is quite high. Xiao Ishue currently has percentage increases in strength, constitution, spirit, and speed. In addition, other blessing effects are also extremely powerful, including blessings that grant teammates immunity to negative effects. There are also blessings that enhance elemental resistances, always offering a variety of blessings that can handle any situation. It's no exaggeration to say that she is undoubtedly the #1 healer among players. Moreover, the blessing from the Goddess of Life not only provides additional blessing effects, but also a 100% increase in healing amount. Coupled with the enhancement from the Heart of Light, it's not an exaggeration to say that even if Chu Chen is low on health, she can instantly heal him back. Now, I can finally help Xiaohe. The first thing Xiao Ishue thought of was that she would no longer hold Chu Chen back, but could instead assist him in battle. And I can also go to the second-tier city with Xiaohe. This was the happiest thing for Xiao Ishue. She originally thought they would have to part for a while, but unexpectedly her improvement was so great that she no longer needed to stay in Silver Moon City. Besides, the Tanya Guild also needed to move to the second-tier city. After all, Silver Moon City was too small. When Chu Chen brought Xiao Ishue back to the Tanya Guild, it was already quite late and most people had logged off. The once lively guild now seemed a bit desolate. The two walked side by side, with Xiao Ishue wearing a beaming smile. Xiaohe, look, the moon in Tianwen is so big, so round. The moon hanging high in the sky seemed close at hand, like a giant jade plate. Yes, not to mention anything else. Just the scenery of Tianwen is indeed beautiful.
Each place has its own distinct characteristics, yet there's no sense of incongruity, as if it were meant to be this way.
Neither of them mentioned logging off.
They simply strolled quietly in the guild. Yang Yuyan managed the guild not only in an orderly manner but also transformed the environment into an exceptionally comfortable one.
Besides the necessary buildings and courtyards, there were vast areas of greenery.
It didn't feel like a guild, rather, it resembled a park located in the center of Silver Moon City.
The Lord's Mansion.
Yi Shinran stood quietly in the courtyard, also looking up at the bright moon. A sound of footsteps approached.
Shinran, it's so late, why aren't you resting? What are you doing here?
The voice of Lord Yi Tian came.
He certainly knew, but he couldn't say it directly.
Ever since getting to know Chaos, Yi Shinran had been burdened with worries every day.
During this time, the happiest day for her must have been the day she went on a mission with Chaos, right? Although Yi Tian didn't see it,
he could imagine that as long as she was with Chaos, Yi Shinran would probably be smiling all day.
Father, what do you think true love is like? Is it hoping that the one you love can be happy? Or is it being able to be together forever? Yi Tian sighed. Love is different for everyone, just like it is for your mother and me.
Even after many years apart, I know that my heart is always with her.
Yi Shinran smiled self-deprecatingly. Is that so? Then why did you still marry those concubines? Yi Tian was left speechless by the question. No, shouldn't I be comforting you? Why are you starting to bring up my issues? Ahem. These are all accidents.
Only your mother is my true love.
So, even if there is someone deeply loved in the heart, one can still be entangled with other women, right? Yi Tian didn't
know how to refute this and could only remain silent.
But what about him? Why won't he even give me a chance?
I know he has a good relationship with that girl.
And I know I'm the latecomer. But I also have the right to pursue my own love, don't I?
Yi Tian looked at Yi Shinran's tears that kept falling, yet she seemed
oblivious to it.
Silently, he patted her shoulder. Everything was unspoken.
Father, I want to go back to the royal city. I want to accept that inheritance. Yi Tian's footsteps suddenly stopped, looking at Yi Shinran in disbelief. Are you sure? You didn't want to accept it no matter what, just because of that chaos, kid?
Yi Shinran turned around abruptly and headed straight for the house, leaving only one sentence behind.
You don't need to worry about that, just get ready. Only Yi Tian and Yi Shinran knew what that inheritance truly was.
Everything that happened in this courtyard tonight was known only to the two of them.
June 12, 2040, 19 days until the arrival.
A beautiful night passed and Shu Chen walked out of the room full of energy.
Mom? Finding no one in the room, Shu Chen looked around but did not see Yang Yuyan's figure. Did she go to Aunt Lu's house? Shu Chen was taken aback but noticed that Yang Yuyan's slippers were not there.
She would definitely change her shoes before going out. It was impossible for her to wander around in slippers.
Could she still be sleeping?
Shu Chen glanced at the time. It was already past 8 a.m. Usually, at this time, Yang Yuyan would have finished her breakfast.
How could she still be sleeping today? Knock, knock, knock.
Shu Chen knocked on
Yang Yuyan's room door. Hey, Mom, are you still sleeping? No response.
There was no sound from inside.
Mom, I'm coming in. Still no answer. Shu Chen had a bad premonition in her heart.
Without thinking much, she directly
opened the door and walked in.
The room was as tidy as ever. Yang Yuyan was also a perfectionist. Everything had a fixed place and she didn't allow others to move things around.
She remembered getting scolded for moving Yang Yuyan's things in the past. However, one area seemed a bit off. A book had fallen open on the floor.
It was called The Three-Body Problem, a science fiction masterpiece that was very popular decades ago and even today.
It remains a classic in the genre.
Recently, because of the Tianwan incident, her mom had been studying these books thinking they were quite similar to science fiction novels which Shu Chen was aware of. But Mom wouldn't just throw a book on the floor. Shu Chen mumbled a couple of words and prepared to pick up the book and put it back.
Ha! Why is there a page missing here?
Shu Chen's gaze sharpened. He easily noticed that a certain page in the opened book was missing and it had been torn off roughly.
This was clearly not Yang Yuyan's doing. Wang Manhwa also knew about Yang Yuyan's habits and wouldn't touch her things. Not good, something happened to Mom. Shu Chen cursed inwardly.
He should have thought of this earlier. The missing slippers, the clean table with no signs of breakfast, the tidy room except for this area being messy.
It was obvious that Yang Yuyan had been taken
away by someone while reading, and it must have been a stranger. The torn page was the best evidence. If it had been someone familiar, Yang Yuyan wouldn't have resisted, let alone torn the book.
Shu Chen quickly changed into
clothes and shoes and went out, continuously calling Yang Yuyan, but it always showed no answer. Arriving at the neighboring Lu Xiaolan's house, Wang Manhwa and Lu Xiaolan were also having breakfast at that moment.
Oh, why is Xiao He here? You haven't had breakfast yet, come and eat something.
Your mom really is something. It's already this late in the morning and she still hasn't come to get breakfast.
Shu Chen's pupils slightly constricted. His expression anxious. Aunt Lu, are you saying my mom hasn't come at all today? Lu Xiaolan was surprised, wondering why the child was so startled.
That's right, normally she would have come to get breakfast long ago, but it's already this late and she still hasn't shown up.
Xiao He, is your mom sleeping in? Lu Xiaolan, still unaware of the situation, made a joke. However, Wang Manhwa, this little rascal, noticed Chu Chen's fluctuating expression and tugged at his sleeve. What's wrong, brother Chu Chen? Did something happen to Auntie? Only then did Chu Chen speak up. I found out that my mom, she's missing, and she must have been kidnapped. What?